What do you want? Where is this place? Who are you? Let me go. When the police arrive, you won't be able to escape. In Xinjiang City, within the confines of a dilapidated, unfinished building, a bound drunkard wailed in terror, gazing at the man before him. Police? Jiangnan scoffed derisively, casting a disdainful glance at his captive. Police indeed. A month later, the apocalypse would erupt. Countless individuals would be infected by a virus, transforming into zombies, and human civilization would be utterly obliterated. Who would care about him then? Moreover, in his previous life, after the onset of the apocalypse, this wretched drunkard had committed unspeakable atrocities. He had treated women as mere tools for gratification and feasted on human flesh, leaving a trail of devastation in his wake. Jiangnan himself had lost a hand to this monster, who had stolen all his supplies, nearly costing him his life. This vendetta had remained etched in his memory. Indeed, Jiangnan had traversed time, returning from a perilous existence where even a morsel of bread was a luxury, back to a month before the cataclysm. However, before I end your life, I must confirm one thing. 1 minute left, Jiangnan murmured, glancing at the time, his voice low and grave. According to his memories from the past, at noon today, a meteor would plummet towards Blue Star. At that moment, global media would be ablaze with reports. Yet, unbeknownst to everyone, this meteor would herald an unimaginable calamity for Blue Star. It carried an unknown virus. Those infected would swiftly lose their sanity and become aggressive, mindless zombies. Initially, the zombies would be in a rudimentary form, and nations would manage to maintain control. But within a month, the virus would mutate, the scale of infection would escalate, and the zombies' strength and contagion would intensify. Finally, the outbreak would occur. The apocalypse would descend. Everything will commence with that meteor at noon today. Jiangnan inhaled deeply, steadying the tumult within him. Time ticked away second by second. Almost there. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. Jiangnan suddenly felt a surge of anxiety as he began the countdown in silence. Damn it. Let me go. When the police come, you won't escape. The drunkard continued to howl in panic, bewildered by the man's madness in binding him here. 3, 2, 1. Now. Jiangnan lifted his gaze towards the outside. A brilliant meteor streaked across the sky, illuminating the heavens. In that instant, countless individuals worldwide looked up in astonishment, horrified to witness the colossal meteor, trailing a long fiery tail, hurtling towards the ground. Simultaneously, Jiangnan's phone erupted with a flurry of news alerts. A meteor has fallen along the East China coast, disintegrating during descent, with no casualties reported. Breaking! A meteor shower has unexpectedly appeared in the southeastern region, with most falling in fields, resulting in some livestock fatalities. Urgent report. A meteor has struck near Xinjiang City, severing an overpass, and rescue teams have been dispatched. Global news flash. At precisely noon today, including Jiangnan Nation, 23 countries have confirmed meteor strikes within their borders. Locations span 6 continents and 4 oceans. It remains unclear if more nations have been affected, and predictions suggest this number will continue to rise. Experts explain, this meteor fall is an extraordinarily rare event, anticipated to occur perhaps once in a millennium. Moreover, based on current assessments, most meteors landed in uninhabited areas, inflicting minimal damage. No tsunamis or significant earthquakes are expected. So we urge everyone to remain calm in an instant. The internet was flooded with various reports. Indeed, what was destined to happen has come to pass. Jiangnan felt a heavy weight in his heart. Everyone believed this was a distant news story, disconnected from their lives, and thus remained unperturbed. When the virus spiraled out of control and the full outbreak occurred, it would be too late. Only a select few would perceive that the world had begun to change. They were the chosen ones, endowed with extraordinary abilities. Yet, at this moment, their powers lay dormant, allowing only a vague awareness of the transformations unfolding around them. Coincidentally, the drunkard Li, he was among those gifted individuals. What just happened? Why does this world feel different? Something within me seems poised to awaken. A fleeting look of confusion crossed Li's face, though he remained oblivious to its significance. Suddenly, his expression shifted to one of sheer terror. What are you going to do? With a swift motion, a blade glinted, slicing through the air. The head fell, As the body slumped. Li He's eyes reflected deep resentment and fury. Even in death, he could not comprehend why Jiangnan dared to kill him, or for what reason. Fool, Jiangnan retorted coldly. Your powers remain dormant. True awakening can only occur post-outbreak. For now, you're nothing but a useless wretch. Without a hint of hesitation, Jiangnan utilized Li He's clothing to expertly wipe the blood from his knife, his expression unyielding. Having struggled for survival in the apocalypse for years, Jiangnan had long grown accustomed to bloodshed and death, having slain countless zombies and humans alike. Such trivialities no longer unsettled him. Ding! Host has slain Li He, who possessed the ability teleportation. Do you wish to seize it? At that moment, a voice echoed in Jiangnan's mind. Seize it, Jiangnan replied, seemingly unfazed. He had returned from a future filled with peril, acquiring a system that allowed him to plunder the abilities of others. However, the precondition was that he must first eliminate the individual. Teleportation was the first ability he sought to claim. Plunder successful. Name, Jiangnan. Gender, male. Ability, teleportation. Dormant. Use slots. 13 system upgrades will yield more ability. Slots detected dormant abilities. Commencing awakening. As the system's voice faded, Jiangnan felt a piercing pain, as if plunged into molten lava, with hundreds of daggers swirling within him. Yet he bore no grievances. He gritted his teeth, veins bulging in his neck, silently enduring the torment. In fact, he couldn't help but smile slowly, a somewhat ghastly expression. In his previous life, he had been an ordinary man devoid of powers, existing at the lowest rungs of the New Order, constantly evading threats and suffering from hunger. In this life, he was destined to become a formidable force, seizing control of his own fate. Chapter 2. Selling houses, transforming prisons, teleportation is an exceptionally formidable ability. In his previous life, Li He moved like a shadow, thriving in a perilous apocalyptic world with ease, facing virtually no threats. Moreover, the more frequently the ability was employed, the more potent it became, revealing boundless potential. In contrast, for an ordinary individual to gain strength posed a far greater challenge, achievable solely through the injection of genetic serums. As time progressed, the disparity between ordinary people and those endowed with supernatural powers widened to an almost irreparable extent. Ability awakening successful. Congratulations, host. At that moment, the system notification chimed once again. Teleportation. Jiangnan felt a surge of exhilaration. In this instant, he sensed a newfound connection with the very fabric of space itself. Whenever he wished, he could manifest in any location. This intoxicating sense of control was utterly captivating. Naturally, Jiangnan understood that this was merely an illusion. He had only just awakened. It was impossible for him to possess such extraordinary capabilities. Teleportation. With a mere thought, Jiangnan vanished in an instant, his whereabouts unknown. The very next moment, he reappeared at his original location. Remarkably swift, a single teleportation covered a minimum of 200 meters. Subsequently, Jiangnan conducted several trials and confirmed that his maximum teleportation distance was 220 meters. He could phase through walls and transport objects weighing no more than 300 pounds. However, after multiple uses, his mental fortitude began to wane. How remarkable! Jiangnan's spirit soared. Casting a final glance at Li He's lifeless form, he teleported to a remote wilderness and disposed of the body in an unfathomable pit. This drunkard was a vagrant, perpetually idle and devoid of family or friends. His sudden disappearance would likely go unnoticed. Even if discovered, it would take time for any suspicion to fall upon him. A month later, the apocalypse descended. Time was of the essence. I must prepare thoroughly. Eliminating the drunkard Li He and seizing his abilities was Jiangnan's foremost plan upon his rebirth. The second task was to establish an impregnable stronghold before the onset of the apocalypse. However, this necessitated a substantial sum of money. Constructing a fortress capable of withstanding a zombie onslaught within merely 1 month was beyond his solitary capabilities. He needed to secure funds with utmost urgency. Master, head to this location. Jiangnan hailed a taxi and provided the driver with an address. Soon, he arrived at a dilapidated urban area. Here lay a wasteland, with most original structures demolished. Yet amidst the ruins stood an old house, solitary and defiant. Upon sighting this house, nostalgia washed over Jiangnan. The only thing my parents left behind before their departure was this very house. In my previous life, I held deep affection for this place and was reluctant to leave. Additionally, the developers deliberately suppressed the price, cutting off utilities and blocking roads to coerce my compliance. I resisted fiercely, never yielding. Jiangnan reflected with a touch of melancholy. In those days, he was widely known as a stubborn holdout. Even as the apocalypse loomed, he showed no signs of retreat. However, in this life, such obstinacy was evidently unnecessary. Hey, ISNT that little Jiang? Have you made a decision? From a distance, several flamboyantly dressed demolition crew members noticed him and approached. Leading them was a bald man who did not disguise his threats. Kid, don't be too greedy. If you don't reconsider soon, it won't just be a matter of utilities. Jiangnan scoffed inwardly but chose not to dwell on it. He cut to the chase. I agree to the demolition and the compensation of 10 million, but I have one condition. I want cash. Immediately. Haha. If you don't agree, then what? You agree? The bald man, initially poised to continue his threats, was momentarily taken aback by Jiangnan and Oppo's words. However, he quickly regained his composure, his face breaking into a broad smile. No problem. Absolutely no problem. Under normal circumstances, the demolition compensation for Jiangnan's house would be at least 15 million. Securing 10 million was a significant victory for him. After reaching an agreement, by the following evening, Jiangnan's account reflected the addition of 10 million in cash. The efficiency was commendable. In a CAF, Jiangnan observed his phone notifications without a hint of surprise. Relatively speaking, the other party was likely more apprehensive about his potential reversal. Promptly transferring the funds was entirely understandable. Not overly concerned with such details, Jiangnan lifted his gaze and smiled at the middle-aged man sitting across from him. Manager Liu, I entrust you with the abandoned prison in the outskirts. Jiangnan slowly pushed a bulging black handbag towards him. In addition to the demolition funds, he had withdrawn all his savings. Although the prison was deserted, it was still public property, and acquiring it was no simple matter for an ordinary individual. However, I have my connections. I can finalize the paperwork within 3 days, and the price will be quite reasonable. You intend to use it for a theme park, so there should be no complications. The middle-aged man chuckled, weighing the handbag with a broad grin. Thank you. Jiangnan reciprocated the smile. His second undertaking was to establish a stronghold. The abandoned prison in the outskirts was an excellent choice, given its high walls, which could effectively repel zombies. With a little renovation, its defensive capabilities would only strengthen. More importantly, the prison was distant from the city, with few surrounding villages, thus minimizing the zombie population. Before embarking on the renovation of the prison, however, he needed to acquire it. To streamline the process, he directly approached the construction company manager, Liu Changyuan. Having navigated the construction industry in Xinjiang for years, Liu had extensive connections, making the purchase of the abandoned prison a manageable feat. Moreover, he could oversee the renovation. Liu Changyuan took a sip of coffee, his smile slightly fading. Boss Jiang, acquiring the prison shouldn't pose a problem, but commencing work immediately would be against regulations. You know, our company has always operated within the law and has never engaged in any misconduct. Furthermore, completing your request within 10 days is quite challenging. It will require the workers to put in extra hours. The cost will increase by 50% from the original estimate. It must be completed within 10 days. Jiangnan interrupted, speaking directly. At this juncture, any issue that can be resolved with money is trivial. Haha. Boss Jiang, you are young and accomplished. Your decisiveness is refreshing. Liu Changyuan couldn't help but laugh heartily. Raising the price by 50% significantly enhances our profits. How could I possibly be displeased? Rest assured, Boss Jiang, I will personally oversee the work, ensuring the renovation is completed to your satisfaction within 10 days. Liu Changyuan exclaimed with fervor, patting his chest in assurance. Chapter 3. With the renovation complete and time pressing, Jiangnan nodded slightly, offering little more than a gesture. He handed over the meticulously prepared blueprints for the prison renovation, along with specific requirements, to Liu Changyuan, and then rose to depart. Boss Jiang, it has been a pleasure collaborating. Liu Changyuan called out as Jiangnan walked away. Once Jiang was out of sight, Liu Changyuan couldn't help but shake his head. When one is wealthy, they tend to be capricious. Is there truly so much money that one must hastily renovate a prison? However, he mused, it does benefit me. Now, only one task remained. Jiangnan stood by the street, delaying his departure. It was already deep into the night, yet the urban area of Xinjiang remained brightly lit and bustling with life. Who could have imagined that beneath this vibrant facade lay lurking dangers? In a month's time, everything would dissolve into nothingness. After being reborn, the first thing Jiangnan did was to eliminate the drunkard Li He, avenging himself while seizing his powers. The second task was to establish a suitable camp, and the third was to amass supplies. With the onset of the apocalypse, factories ceased operations and farmland lay fallow. Resources became exceedingly critical. The one who possesses supplies holds dominion. They are akin to heaven and earth, wielding the greatest influence. In extreme circumstances, a single packet of instant noodles or a sausage could ignite a fierce conflict. A mere morsel of bread could compel a young maiden to offer her company for an entire night. The significance of resources is self-evident. Especially in the early days of the apocalypse, many did not perish at the hands of zombies, but rather succumbed to hunger and the ensuing scramble for food. In his previous life, Jiangnan had taken countless risks and suffered numerous injuries in pursuit of sustenance. Even so, he often went to bed with an empty stomach. In this second chance at life, he would certainly not forget to stockpile supplies. However, there was no urgency at present. If he began hoarding resources now, it would draw too much attention and inevitably arouse suspicion. Moreover, after the prison renovation, his available funds would be limited, restricting the quantity of supplies he could procure. Jiangnan and Appo's mind raced. Beyond the 6 million spent on purchasing the abandoned prison, he still owed Lu Changyuan and Appo's construction team over 3 million. Consequently, his remaining funds would be quite scant. Yet, Jiangnan remained unperturbed, for someone else would assist him in amassing supplies, the Lu family, the wealthiest in Xinjiang. The Lu family. A cold smile graced Jiangnan's lips. With a powerful background, they were privy to many classified tidings. Shortly after the meteorite fell in his previous life, they caught wind of impending danger and began hoarding supplies in large quantities. Before the apocalypse struck, the Lu family had effectively cleared the market of resources in Xinjiang. Subsequently, at the onset of the apocalypse, they established the largest survivor camp in the city, even ranking among the most significant in the entire Jiangsu region. Simultaneously, the Lu family and Appo's monopolization of resources led many survivors to starve, unable to find food, or to venture out in desperation, only to be bitten by zombies. Those fortunate enough to survive were compelled to rely on the Lu family, which naturally assumed the role of a local tyrant, wielding power and influence. No one dared to challenge them. Now, in this second chance at life, the Lu family would likely find themselves outmatched. Jiangnan chuckled darkly. He was the only awakened ability user in this world, capable of effortlessly transporting himself to pilfer resources from the Lu family. Yet, he refrained from rushing into action. Knowing they might not begin their hoarding for several more days, Jiangnan settled into a hotel, and in the blink of an eye, 10 days passed. He found himself in a breakfast shop, enjoying his meal while an old television played the morning news. Breaking news, at 3:23 this morning. A significant explosion occurred in a residential area in Yanjing, claiming 19 lives and leaving 53 missing. The cause of the incident is under further investigation. Alas, what is happening lately? So many unexpected disasters, remarked an older patron. Just yesterday, a chemical plant exploded, and the day before that, a high-rise in Jiangsu caught fire. Each incident resulting in numerous casualties. Indeed, one must prioritize safety. It and Appo's. It's not just domestically, the situation abroad is also precarious. People are inexplicably falling ill, attacking others in the streets. Another added, their voice tinged with concern. Jiangnan slowly shook his head at the reports. The locations of these incidents were all near where the meteorite had fallen, the very epicenter of the viral outbreak. The virus was still confined to a small area, manageable for the time being, but it would not be long before it spiraled out of control. A sense of urgency welled within Jiangnan. After finishing his breakfast, he drove towards the abandoned prison. Today marked the official conclusion of its renovation. Compared to before, the prison had undergone a dramatic transformation. Most notably, the high walls, which Jiangnan cared about most, had been raised and reinforced. At his insistence, several watchtowers had been constructed and numerous high-definition cameras installed. Lu Changyuan was accommodating. As long as the funds were secure, nothing was beyond reach. Additionally, the internal structure of the prison had been altered, shedding its cold, sterile atmosphere in favor of a more livable ambience. Finally, at Jiangnan and Appo's request, the construction team cleared the overgrown weeds and trees from the prison and Appo's exterior, creating a spacious open area. Boss Jiang, are you satisfied with the current state? Lu Changyuan grinned widely. Quite acceptable, Jiangnan replied with a nod, promptly settling the final payment for the project. By the way, may I borrow your large truck for a moment? Absolutely. Feel free to use it. Lu Changyuan responded generously. A simple truck loan was a small price to pay for maintaining a good rapport with the affluent Jiangnan. In Lu Changyuan and Appo's eyes, Jiangnan was a bona fide tycoon, wealthy, generous, and unflinching in his spending. Such landowners were a rare find. Grateful, Jiangnan watched as the construction team departed before he set off alone in the truck towards a warehouse owned by the Liu family. Surely, they had amassed a considerable stockpile of supplies by now. Chapter 4. Transporting Goods. What is yours is mine, drawing upon memories from a previous life. Jiangnan discovered a warehouse belonging to the Liu family on the outskirts of the city. However, he did not act immediately. Instead, he observed the security measures in place at the warehouse and the surrounding routes. He parked the truck in a nearby thicket and waited until nightfall. Oh, I and Oppos, am so sleepy. One of the guards muttered, trying to stay alert. You better perk up. If the supervisor catches us slacking, we Oppos, have a good time. The two guards stationed at the entrance of the warehouse began to converse. One voiced his discontent. It seems the Liu family is overly concerned about this warehouse. It and Oppos, just some supplies after all. There are more than 5 guards here, armed with electric batons and restricted knives. It and Oppos, not like we are in chaotic times. Who would dare steal these supplies? Who knows? The other replied with a shake of his head, equally puzzled. In the past, the Liu family had engaged in price gouging, but they had never hoarded supplies on such a grand scale. As far as he knew, in addition to this warehouse, the Liu family owned several others and was even constructing new ones, with each facility heavily secured, far beyond what was normal. Why bother thinking about it? Just do your job and collect your 3,000 yuan salary, the more corpulent guard sighed, dismissing the matter. What the Liu family intended to do was none of their concern. At that moment, the plump guard furrowed his brow and sat up straight. Did you just see someone outside? Someone? No. Oh, perhaps I was just seeing things. The guard rubbed his eyes and looked again, but saw no signs of anyone. Unbeknownst to him, he had not been mistaken. Under his very nose, Jiangnan had executed a teleportation and successfully infiltrated the warehouse. Before him stood rows of shelves filled with an abundance of goods. The Liu family had numerous similar warehouses, explaining their capability to establish a survivor camp in the apocalypse. Despite being mentally prepared for this, Jiangnan was still taken aback by the sheer volume of supplies. It was no wonder the Liu family had become the local overlords of Qingyang after the cataclysm. With such vast resources, countless survivors would willingly serve the Liu family. There was no chance of remaining inconspicuous. Nevertheless, these supplies now belonged to him. A faint smile crept across Jiangnan and Oppos' face as he began to inspect the items. Rice. So much rice. The first sight that greeted him was bags of rice piled high, the quantity beyond estimation, certainly enough to fill several large trucks. Let us start with the rice. Embracing a bag of rice, Jiangnan executed another teleportation and found himself beside the truck. His teleportation range extended up to 220 meters, allowing him to carry up to 300 pounds of goods at once. He had deliberately parked the truck about 200 meters from the warehouse. A round trip required only one teleportation, efficient and swift. Carrying 300 pounds equated to roughly 6 or 7 bags of rice. While the quantity was not vast, the speed more than compensated for the limited load. Take it away. Take it away. Jiangnan teleported repeatedly, and approximately 5 minutes later, a large truck was filled with rice, at least 20 tons. Time to go, he declared, starting the truck and slowly departing. With the distance of over 200 meters from the warehouse, separated by woods and close to the road, the likelihood of being discovered by the guards was minimal. Soon, Jiangnan returned to the prison. Boss. Under the streetlights in front of the prison, a few figures awaited his arrival. Upon seeing Jiangnan, they hurried over. Let us unload the goods quickly. Jiangnan nodded. These 4 individuals were workers he had recruited from the construction site, aimed at expediting the unloading process and alleviating some of his workload. All right. The workers swiftly unloaded the bags of rice from the truck, surprisingly faster than Jiangnan himself. In no time, the truck was emptied. Boss, where did all this rice come from? One bearded man casually inquired. Where it came from? Why concern yourself with that? Is it stolen? Jiangnan replied with a grin. No, I didn't mean it like that. The man quickly shook his head, fearing misinterpretation. He had merely asked out of curiosity. Some things are best left unasked. Jiangnan remarked meaningfully, casting a glance at him. The man froze momentarily, feeling an inexplicable wave of fear wash over him at that moment. Don't worry, boss, I understand, he hastily assured. Watching Jiangnan drive away with the truck, he let out a long breath of relief. Hey, Zhang the butcher, why are you acting so timid? The others questioned, astonished and puzzled. Zhang was notorious for his fearless demeanor, unafraid even to confront the foreman on the construction site. He had never bowed to anyone before. Yet now, facing the young man, he seemed to have shrunk back, barely raising his voice. "You wouldn't understand," Zhang the butcher replied, not irked, but shaking his head slowly. "He gives off a dangerous vibe. Honestly, it feels peculiar. But my instincts tell me this person is not to be trifled with." Zhang exhaled deeply, with one more thought unspoken. In that fleeting moment, he had felt a cold sweat trickle down his back in the presence of that young man. Jiangnan, however, paid no heed to Zhang the butcher and the others' discussions. At that moment, he was driving the truck back to the Liu family warehouse. Continuing his endeavors, Jiangnan was now well acquainted with the routine. Yet, he did not immediately transport the rice. Instead, he thoroughly examined the entire warehouse. Rice, flour, bottled water, cigarettes, alcohol, salt, oil. The Liu family had indeed prepared extensively. Each type of supply was amply stocked. Even if some warehouses were damaged post-apocalypse, the remaining ones could meet all basic living needs. Jiangnan mused quietly. However, he noticed the absence of meat and vegetables. He couldn't comprehend it. Meat and vegetables spoil easily and have short shelf lives, typically stored in freezers. Moreover, he had no means of preservation at present. Not dwelling on it, Jiangnan utilized teleportation to load batch after batch of supplies onto the truck and transported them back to the prison. Upon his return, the workers had already moved the previous rice into the designated storage area within the prison, just in time to unload a new load. Here we go again. Time to work. Chapter 5. Procurement, Procurement, Procurement. The hustle continued until the early hours of 3 or 4 in the morning. Jiangnan made over 10 trips. "Let a day be enough," he declared. He handed each worker 1,000 yuan as their wages, bidding them to rest and return in the evening. After completing the tasks, Jiangnan felt utterly exhausted. He returned to his remodeled bedroom, took a refreshing shower, and closed his eyes to rest. In the following days, the routine persisted. Jiangnan rested during the day and engaged in nocturnal activities, emerging under the cover of darkness. Every night, around 8:00 and Oppos clock, he drove his truck to the Liu family and Oppos warehouse to procure goods. In a single night, he could transport approximately 10 truckloads. Fortunately, the Liu family and Oppos warehouse was spacious and stocked abundantly. After several days, he had only managed to clear out a small portion of the warehouse. A warehouse? It was still far from empty. Although the process was arduous and taxing, Jiangnan found joy in the endeavor. However, it was during this time that an unexpected event occurred. One night, as usual, Jiangnan drove his vehicle to a small grove. In an instant, he teleported into the warehouse. "Move it. This one too." Jiangnan diligently transported items to the truck as if he were a tireless laborer. "Hurry, hurry. There and Oppos movement over there. Quickly. Damn thieves. How dare they steal? If caught, beat them to death. Some of you go that way and encircle him." Suddenly, a cacophony of footsteps erupted, accompanied by angry shouts. Within the warehouse, Luskin and Oppos' face contorted with rage. "Quickly, find the thief. I want to personally chop off his hands." He was a collateral member of the Liu family and the supervisor of the warehouse, tasked primarily with ensuring the safety of its contents. Until now, he had been confident, believing that no issues could arise. After all, with such tight security, no one could steal anything without a trace. However, today, as he conducted an inspection, he was shocked to discover that a significant portion of the warehouse and Oppos' inventory had mysteriously vanished. So many items, just gone? How could that be? Upon further counting, he was left in a daze. Such a large quantity of goods disappearing without reason would certainly incur the wrath of the old master. Given the old master's concern for these materials, upon learning of this news, he might very well take Lucien's life. This was no idle threat. After the initial shock and fear subsided, Lucien was consumed by an endless rage. No matter what, he had to capture the thief. Lucien bellowed. "We must find the thief and recover the stolen goods to minimize the loss. Only then can I redeem myself." At the same time, he could not fathom how so many items had been stolen. If he had been stationed at the warehouse himself, he would suspect that the security guards were in cahoots with the thief. These questions could only be resolved once the thief was apprehended. Quickly, don't let him escape. A group of security guards, wielding electric batons and control knives, rushed toward the source of the sound of moving goods. They believed the thief had been cornered, with no chance of escape. However, when they arrived, they were left stunned. Where is he? How has he vanished? I clearly saw someone here just a moment ago. How could he suddenly disappear? Look, there are still traces of goods being moved. He was right here. How did he get in? How did he leave? Everyone was bewildered. Damn it, where is he? Lucien was equally perplexed. Suddenly, from another direction, the sound of moving goods echoed again. Vaguely, a figure was visible. Damn it. We and Amp. Oppos, V been tricked. He is over there. How bold to steal right in front of us. He is courting death. Capture him. The security guards felt gravely insulted and charged toward Jiangnan and Amp. Oppos, S direction in fury. Yet, by the time they arrived, that figure had vanished once more. Where is he? He was just here. This kid is incredibly fast. But we're all watching. How could he just vanish? Are we encountering a ghost? Upon hearing this, Lucien couldn't help but slap the guard. What nonsense! Are there ghosts in this world? Can ghosts steal from you? Have you nothing better to do? You fool! We must capture these tricksters tonight. In his view, the thief could not be acting alone. The aim was clearly to target the Lu family. No matter what. Today they had to apprehend the culprit and clarify the situation. Yes, the slap guard had no retort and quickly admitted fault. Just then, from another direction, the sound of goods being moved resonated once more. Quickly, over here. We can't let him escape. Whoever catches him first will receive a reward of 30,000 yuan. With such a generous prize, the guards surged forward with renewed vigor. However, this time, they ended up with nothing. After a moment, someone yelled, "Over there!" Quickly, the guards perked up again, yet ultimately found nothing. As time passed, the urgency escalated. Move faster. Whoever catches the thief will receive a reward of 100,000. Half an hour later, Lucien and the guards sat exhausted and panting in the warehouse, bewildered. Damn it! If I catch you, I will tear you apart. The echoes of his furious voice reverberated within the warehouse. Lucien's eyes blazed with anger, yet he felt utterly powerless. The thief was elusive, and they couldn't even catch a glimpse of his shadow. This one do. These people are not ordinary. I must report this. Meanwhile, Jiangnan leisurely drove away in his truck. You want to catch me? Maybe in your next life. In his previous life, he had long recognized the true nature of the Lu family and held a grudge against them. Stealing from Lu was devoid of guilt. Rather, it felt like a service to the public. In the following days, Jiangnan visited several other Lu warehouses. However, the bounty was not as plentiful as before, primarily due to heightened security measures. Not only had they increased personnel inside the warehouses to monitor them around the clock, but they also dispatched patrols outside. Any unfamiliar faces were met with thorough interrogations. Jiangnan was compelled to temporarily halt his procurement efforts. Coincidentally, he was preparing to undertake another task. Although he could teleport at will, he lacked offensive capabilities. Without formidable strength, possessing vast resources might attract undue attention and peril. This was not a lawful society. Human nature was far more susceptible to testing. To survive longer, one had to rely solely on oneself. This was a consideration Jiangnan had long pondered. Teleportation was the first extraordinary ability he yearned to seize. He had already devised plans for the second power as well. Chapter 6, Tracking the Traffickers. The lair This is an extraordinarily potent ability. In my previous life, the one who wielded this power was Su Jincheng, known as the Dark King. He had the capability to manipulate any object to commit murder at will. His methods were akin to those depicted in novels where swords strike down their foes. Not only exhibiting formidable offensive power, but also being incredibly difficult to defend against. Jiangnan had a clear objective. The second ability he sought to seize was object manipulation. If memory serves me correctly, during this period, there had been numerous reports of children going missing in Qingyang City, with Su Jincheng orchestrating these heinous acts from behind the scenes. At the TF bar in Qingyang City, amidst the pulsating music and dazzling lights, Jiangnan sat quietly in a corner, sipping a cocktail while scanning the crowd with his peripheral vision. Not many were aware of Su Jincheng's nefarious dealings as a trafficker, for such a past is hardly praiseworthy. However, by a stroke of fate in my previous life, Jiangnan had encountered Su Jincheng and Amp, Oppos, subordinate, Looming, who revealed that Su Jincheng had indeed been involved in human trafficking before the apocalypse. This revelation solidified Jiangnan's resolve to usurp Su Jincheng's abilities, allowing him to eliminate a scourge while simultaneously acquiring power, a win-win situation. Looming frequented this very TF bar before the cataclysm. Lost in thought, a voluptuous beauty with cascading waves approached Jiangnan, flashing a seductive smile. Hey handsome, care for a drink? Not interested, Jiangnan replied, barely lifting his gaze as he shook his head. Really? I have something special for you, she teased, her demeanor dripping with allure. She leaned closer, her curvaceous figure almost pressing against him, an enticing fragrance wafting from her. Get lost. Jiangnan snapped coldly. You. Heh, don't tell me you can't handle it. The woman faltered, her face shifting from crimson to a deep shade of purple, clearly infuriated. She turned and stalked away. Jiangnan remained unfazed, patiently observing the comings and goings within the bar, awaiting Li Ming and Apos' arrival. However, luck was not on his side, as he waited until the bar closed without sight of Li Ming. Undeterred, Jiangnan resolved to wait a couple more days, confident that Li Ming would eventually show up. On the first day, Jiangnan returned empty-handed. The second day yielded no results either. Interestingly, the woman who had attempted to flirt with him the previous day had now set her sights on a younger, attractive student, effortlessly charming him with her words. Beyond that, Jiangnan and Apos' efforts bore no fruit. Fortunately, on the third day, circumstances took a turn. Amidst the chaos of the bar, a familiar figure came into view. Finally, Jiangnan recognized Li Ming at once. Compared to his previous life, where he exuded an air of arrogance, Li Ming now appeared much more composed. Jiangnan remained discreet, biding his time. Hey girl, wait for me. I just need to take a call. Li Ming chuckled, amusing a slightly plump girl. Suddenly, his phone rang, and his expression turned grave. Don and Apos, worry, boss, I and Apos, am on my way back. With that, Li Ming swiftly exited, inadvertently colliding with a handsome young man in his haste. Watch where you're going. Get lost. Li Ming shouted, his tone brusque, before hastily departing without a second thought. 5 minutes later, while waiting at a red light, Li Ming caught sight of a young man by the roadside. That guy looks just like. He realized with a start that the resemblance was uncanny to the man he had just bumped into at the bar. This can't be possible, right? That guy was just in the bar. How could he be here now? Am I seeing things? Or did I drink too much? Li Ming shook his head, trying to clear his mind. I must have misjudged it, otherwise, it makes no sense. At that moment, the green light illuminated. Li Ming quickly drove away, but before leaving, he glanced back one last time. To his shock, the young man had vanished. What the? He was just there. How could he disappear in an instant? Am I seeing ghosts? Panic surged through him, and he hastily accelerated away. Fortunately, after this incident, he did not see the young man again. 10 minutes later, he arrived at an abandoned factory on the outskirts of the city. Where have you parked the car? If you take any longer, the boss will have your legs for dinner. Upon exiting the vehicle, Li Ming was met with a furious voice. Got it. I won and Apos. Do it again, he replied dismissively. The boss finally found a buyer willing to pay a premium. We can and Apos afford any slip-ups right now. Just be careful and don't wander off. Meanwhile, not far from the factory, Jiangnan wore a satisfied smile. Following Li Ming had indeed led into the traffickers and Apos' hideout. Without hesitation, he decided to take action. Although there were several traffickers patrolling outside, Jiangnan could simply teleport inside without being detected. Capture the king before the pawns. His primary target was Su Jincheng. Eliminating Su Jincheng and seizing his abilities could be accomplished first, with the others dealt with later. In an instant, Jiangnan vanished from his original location and reappeared within the factory. Inside, the traffickers were considerably less vigilant compared to the outside. After walking for a minute or two, he found himself unobstructed. Before long, he arrived outside a makeshift room where the sounds of playful banter between a man and a woman echoed. Big brother, please, no. You filthy woman, just behave. You keep saying no, but soon you'll be more excited than I am. Found you, Su Jincheng. Jiangnan chuckled softly before teleporting directly into the room. Who? A man and woman entangled on the bed, caught in a moment of intimacy, were taken aback. Su Jincheng, with a wicked grin, was startled as a bucket of cold water was suddenly poured over him, drenching him completely. He shivered, his body going limp. What are you doing here? Have a death wish? Su Jincheng exclaimed, his heart racing with shock. After regaining his composure, he erupted in rage, yelling, Who dares to interrupt me at such a critical moment? This is utterly outrageous. Chapter 7. The Second Ability. Object manipulation. Due to the dim lighting in Jiangnan and Apos' lowered head, Su Jincheng failed to discern the features of Jiangnan and Apos' face. Instinctively, he assumed Jiangnan was one of his subordinates. However, the next moment, Su Jincheng and Apos' heart sank. Su Jincheng, I am here to take your life. Jiangnan suddenly lifted his head and spoke coldly. Su Jincheng and Apos' eyes widened in shock. In that instant, he finally saw Jiangnan and Appo's visage, a completely unfamiliar face. This individual was not one of his men. How did he get in? Who let him in? Who was this person? A multitude of questions surged through his mind. But there was no time for contemplation. A profound sense of crisis enveloped him. At that moment, he sensed the scent of death. In a flash, without time to think, Su Jinqing instinctively lunged backward. Unfortunately, his reaction was a fraction too slow. Just as he attempted to evade, Jiangnan teleported behind him, plunging a dagger directly at his throat. With a sickening thrust, blood splattered everywhere, a lethal strike. Su Jinqing succumbed in a haze of disbelief and shock, dying without ever understanding how Jiangnan had entered the room or why he sought his demise. Ding. Host has killed an enemy. The target possesses the unawakened ability object manipulation. Do you wish to absorb it? At the very moment Jiangnan ended Su Jinqing and Appo's life, a prompt from the system echoed in his mind. Absorb. Jiangnan nodded, a surge of excitement coursing through him. Object manipulation was an exceptionally powerful ability. Once mastered, it would significantly enhance his chances of survival in the apocalypse. In his previous life, the Liu family had gathered numerous ability users to deal with Su Jinqing. Yet they had been unable to overcome him, demonstrating the extent of his strength. Jiangnan believed that in his hands, this ability would reach even greater heights. Absorption successful. Name, Jiangnan. Gender, male. Ability, teleportation. Object manipulation, unawakened. Slots, 2-3. System upgrades will yield more ability slots. Unawakened ability detected, initiating awakening. As the system's voice faded, Jiangnan felt a piercing pain. However, for him, it was inconsequential. Ability awakening successful. Congratulations, host. Soon, with another system prompt, Jiangnan had mastered the ability object manipulation. Splendid. Absolutely splendid. Haha. Jiangnan could not suppress his laughter. This ability was immensely beneficial and would greatly assist him in his forthcoming plans. Who are you? At that moment, a panicked voice interrupted Jiangnan and Appo's mirth. It was the woman who had been entangled with Su Jinqing moments before. She was quite attractive, with a charming visage and an alluring figure. But now her face was streaked with tears, appearing utterly frightened. Please, don't kill me. I'll do anything you ask. I beg you, spare my life. The woman's tear-streaked face evoked a sense of sympathy, her pleas stirring an instinct to protect. In her desperation, she even tore part of her clothing, revealing her enticing form. Jiangnan responded with a cold chuckle. Brother, please, let me go. You can do whatever you want. The woman's teary-eyed supplication was heartfelt. Yet, in the next instant, her eyes widened in disbelief. No. A discarded steel pipe suddenly shot forth, pinning the woman against the wall. Her scream was abruptly silenced. You are unworthy of life, Jiangnan stated coldly as he gazed at her lifeless body. Though she was beautiful, she possessed a heart as venomous as a serpent's. Su Jinqing was a remorseless villain, and this woman was his equally heinous accomplice. He had committed unspeakable acts, trafficking children, abduction, murder, and various atrocities in the wake of the apocalypse. She had played her part in these heinous deeds. Spare her? Such a notion was preposterous. Object manipulation proved remarkably convenient for murder. Killing this woman was merely a warm-up. Jiangnan focused on the steel pipe. With a mere thought, whoosh, the pipe detached from her corpse, soaring through the air with blinding speed, leaving barely a trace in its wake. He felt as though the pipe was an extension of his own body, easily controlled without any difficulty. Next, Jiangnan tested his limits. He discovered that he could currently only control one object at a time. Any more than that felt slightly overwhelming, likely due to his inexperience with the ability. However, controlling multiple weapons simultaneously was merely a matter of time. There was no need to rush. He remained unperturbed. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, opportunities to enhance his abilities would abound. For now, controlling a single weapon sufficed. Hurry, hurry. The voice came from the boss. What is happening? Damn it. The boss is in trouble. What is going on? How did the murderer get in? At that moment, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from outside. Su Jinqing and Appo's subordinates, alerted by the screams, rushed to the scene. They were equally perplexed. The boss's room was located within the factory, with guards stationed in all directions. Not even a fly could slip by unnoticed. Could there be a traitor among them? Li Ming was also filled with doubts. However, as his gaze swept the room, he realized something was amiss. After hearing the screams, they had rushed here immediately. Everyone was present. It couldn't possibly be an insider. So who could it be? Soon, they reached the door to Su Jinqing's room. Kicking it open, a strong stench of blood assaulted their senses. Inside, a handsome young man stood frozen, staring blankly at them, while at his feet lay two corpses. The boss. The boss is dead. Damn it. Did you kill the boss? One of the traffickers, enraged, brandished a machete and charged at Jiangnan, seeking vengeance for their fallen leader. Seeking death. Jiangnan felt no fear in the face of the armed assailant. With a cold smile, the steel pipe shot forward like a cannonball. Kill him. Avenge the boss. The traffickers, initially fierce in their shouts, suddenly fell into screams. A flash of blood passed before their eyes as the steel pipe soared through the air, piercing their chests and necks with lethal precision. In an instant, a bloody storm erupted as 6 traffickers collapsed in unison. Flash sale. Chapter 8. The little girl, future Frost Queen. It is him. Truly, it is him. Could it be that he has followed me here? At the rear of the crowd, Looming and Appos, as heart jolted as he recognized Jiangnan and Appos' face. However, a fleeting glint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. No matter who it is, anyone who dares to kill the boss is doomed. Looming swiftly drew his handgun from his waist, aiming it at Jiangnan. Should any unforeseen events arise, he would not hesitate to pull the trigger. No matter how formidable one might be, can they evade a bullet? In the face of a firearm, even the mightiest of humans appear exceedingly fragile. Yet, in the next moment, he widened his eyes in astonishment. Those traffickers rushing towards Jiangnan fell to the ground almost simultaneously, each one pierced through the body by a steel pipe that seemingly appeared from nowhere. Without exception, they all met a gruesome end. Looming drew in a sharp breath, his expression one of utter disbelief. What just happened? He had no time to ponder, as his instincts kicked in. Die? He had not comprehended the bizarre occurrence. All he knew was that his comrades had collapsed in an instant, losing their lives. But Looming steeled himself and decided to eliminate the one who had slain the boss. He squeezed the trigger. Bang, 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 die. Looming sneered, firing 5 shots in rapid succession. There was no doubt that this person would perish. Even a divine being could not save him now. He could already envision Jiangnan and Appos' tragic demise. However, he suddenly froze in place. Where did he go? Jiangnan, who had just been in his line of sight, had vanished without a trace. Bewildered, he turned sharply, only to find that Jiangnan had appeared behind him, within a mere 2 meters. Looming and Appos' heart raced, his mind reeling. How could this be? How could he possibly dodge the bullets? How could he have materialized right behind him? Impossible, Looming shouted. But before he could finish his sentence, he fell silent abruptly. Whoosh! A steel pipe soared through the air, piercing through his skull. Looming collapsed heavily to the ground, eyes wide open in death. Indeed, the mastery of manipulating objects was formidable, dispatching foes with the ease of butchering a dog. Jiangnan glanced at the lifeless body on the ground, a sense of satisfaction washing over him. The power of object manipulation was indisputable. He chuckled. These traffickers had amassed quite a bit of cash. After confirming that all the traffickers were beyond saving, Jiangnan did not leave immediately. Instead, he first searched Sujincheng and Appos' room. Indeed, he found 2 suitcases filled with stacks of 100 yuan bills. There was a considerable sum, but it was likely all ill-gotten gains. Jiangnan did not hesitate to take all the money. At that moment, he suddenly heard the faint sound of a child crying. Following the sound, he swung an axe and forcefully severed the chain of a large door. The chain broke with a resounding snap, and the door swung open. A multitude of terrified, fearful eyes turned to Jiangnan. How could they bear to lay hands on these innocent children? Such beasts deserve to be eradicated. Inside the dimly lit room, he beheld numerous children, all bound and weeping, their eyes swollen with tears. Jiangnan took a deep breath. In the cramped space, there were more than 10 children, all abducted by Sujincheng and Appos' gang from various places. Do not cry. Your brother has come to rescue you. Rest assured, I will not harm you. Do you all know where your homes are? Come, tell me. Once Jiangnan began unbinding the children, he endeavored to appear gentle and reassuring, hoping to diminish their wariness. This approach proved effective, as the children soon shared their information with him. When it was the last little girl and Appos' turn, Jiangnan suddenly froze. The girl, around 8 or 9 years old, possessed clear, expressive eyes and an exquisite appearance. Though dressed simply, she emanated an aura of vitality. She was a delicate little girl. What took Jiangnan by surprise was not merely her charm, but the uncanny resemblance she bore to someone from his past life. She looked so much like her. Jiangnan scrutinized her closely, a sense of bewilderment washing over him. Though the girl was still young and hadn't an amp, Appos, T fully matured. Her features bore a striking similarity to a significant figure he had encountered in his previous life, although he had only caught a fleeting glimpse. The visage of that remarkable individual was etched indelibly in his memory. To this day, it remained vivid. The little girl before him bore an uncanny resemblance to that illustrious figure, nearly identical in appearance. Calculating the time, it seemed that the remarkable individual would now be around 10 years old. Suddenly, Jiangnan recalled a rumor about that figure. She hailed from Qingyang City. However, at that time, he had dismissed it, not placing much significance on it. Yet now, he could not help but entertain doubts. Could it be that she is indeed from Qingyang City? Is this little girl truly her? Jiangnan inhaled deeply, steadying the tumult within. For now, it remained merely conjecture. Requiring further verification, Jiangnan looked at the timid, wary little girl and offered her a gentle smile. Little sister, do not be afraid. The bad people have been chased away by your brother. By the way, what is your name? They really have been chased away? The little girl gazed at Jiangnan with wide, sparkling eyes, her expression earnest. Jiangnan nodded earnestly. Yes, they have all been driven away. You are safe now. Please tell me your name and where you live, so I can take you home. The little girl, lowering her guard, shyly replied, My name is Su Xiaoxiao. Su Xiaoxiao? Jiangnan exclaimed in astonishment. Yes, the little girl nodded earnestly, her brow furrowed in confusion as she looked at Jiangnan, wondering why this gentle older brother appeared so astonished upon hearing her name. What she did not realize was that at that moment, Jiangnan and Appos' heart was in turmoil. It is her. It is truly her. The Frost Queen, Su Xiaoxiao. Jiangnan was overwhelmed with shock. He could now confirm that this seemingly harmless little girl was none other than the Frost Queen, whose terrifying prowess would reign supreme in the post-apocalyptic world. Not only did she share the same appearance, but her name was identical as well. Who else could it be? The Frost Queen was an exceptionally formidable supernatural being. Her origins were shrouded in mystery, and upon her emergence, she displayed remarkably powerful abilities. Freeze, in just 3 short years. She had inexplicably ascended to an existence of terrifying strength, becoming one of the individuals at the pinnacle among survivors. Even the Liu family, rulers of Qingyang City, had to tread carefully in her presence. In his past life, Jiangnan could only look up to her, entirely on a different level. Who could have predicted that the Frost Queen would appear before him now? No, it was the future Frost Queen. He had inadvertently saved the future Frost Queen. Chapter 9. Returning home with Uncle. This world is indeed quite small. Who would have imagined that the formidable and beautiful Frost Queen had once endured such a harrowing experience of being abducted? Jiangnan gathered his thoughts and quickly regained his composure. At this moment, Su Xiaoxiao was still a naive little girl, gazing at him with a look of confusion. Clearing his throat, Jiangnan spoke calmly, Little sister, could you tell me where your home is? I shall escort you back. Although Su Xiaoxiao possessed formidable powers of ice, Jiangnan had no intention of exploiting her. After all, with so many abilities available, he could not simply seize every opportunity. Moreover, he had already devised the best plan. More importantly, in his past life, the Frost Queen had an impeccable reputation, having aided numerous ordinary survivors. To consider harming such a lovely little girl was simply unthinkable. Jiangnan's intention was straightforward, to safely return Su Xiaoxiao home, fostering a bond of goodwill that might lead to future collaboration. You want to take me home? Su Xiaoxiao fiddled with her fingers, appearing somewhat discontented. I don't want to go back. Not want to go back? Jiangnan was taken aback as he observed the little girl's reluctance. He realized that the situation might be more complex than it appeared. I will first call someone to rescue them. Jiangnan refrained from pressing Su Xiaoxiao for details. There would be time for that later. He picked up his phone and dialed the number of a child and Appos, as parents. Your child has been rescued. Please hurry over. By the way, there are over 10 other children here. The location is. Jiangnan spoke swiftly, then hung up the phone, confident that they would arrive shortly. Approximately half an hour later, outside the abandoned factory, a convoy of 7 or 8 cars swiftly approached. Xiaoquan, where are you? A dignified woman and a stern middle-aged man alighted from the vehicles. Mom, I'm here. A little boy dashed out. Whoa, Xiaoquan, you scared Mommy. I thought you had been kidnapped and I would never see you again. The woman embraced the boy tightly. Xiaoquan, are you all right? Are you hurt? Who brought you here? Meanwhile, the middle-aged man's brow furrowed in concern. Who could have done this? Was it a targeted attack or merely an accident? At that moment, a bodyguard approached quickly, his expression grave. Chairman, this place is a den of human traffickers. The young master was merely unfortunate enough to be targeted. Where are those traffickers? The middle-aged man nodded slowly. The bodyguard hesitated, his demeanor turning pale. They are all dead. Dead? How did they die? The bodyguard shook his head. Their deaths were quite peculiar. Each was pierced through the body by a steel pipe. It and oppos, as unscientific. Who possesses such strength to penetrate a human body with a steel pipe? Furthermore, I found a gun at the scene. Yet, it seems the traffickers were unable to overpower that mysterious individual. The middle-aged man raised his eyebrows, surprised. Are you suggesting that only one person was responsible for the death of the traffickers? Indeed. The bodyguard nodded. I questioned the children, and they all said they only saw a young man. It was that young man who made the call. He hesitated, his voice trembling as he recalled the gruesome scene. What kind of terrifying existence could slay so many with just a steel pipe? Even a gun could not deter him. Jiangnan remained oblivious to the events transpiring behind the dilapidated factory. After making the call, he departed, taking the little girl to the largest commercial plaza in Xinjiang City. Is it delicious? Jiangnan and Su Xiaoxiao sat by the window in a dessert shop. Yes, it's delicious, Su Xiaoxiao nodded earnestly, savoring every last bit of her ice cream. It was evident that she relished it. After finishing, she discreetly licked her lips, still yearning for more. Would you like some more? Jiangnan asked with a smile. Su Xiaoxiao nodded shyly. A pang of discomfort washed over Jiangnan as he had learned about the little girl's tragic background. It turned out that Su Xiaoxiao had lost her mother shortly after birth, and her father, a compulsive gambler, neglected her entirely, ignoring even her high fevers. Eventually, he remarried. But her stepmother mistreated her, forcing her to do household chores without giving her any pocket money. It was this stepmother who had sold Su Xiaoxiao, leading to her unfortunate presence in the abandoned factory. Upon learning all this, Jiangnan felt a surge of unnameable anger within. How could they be so heartless towards a little girl? What kind of parent could do this? However, this was also an opportunity. Observing the innocent smile on Su Xiaoxiao's face, Jiangnan felt a stirring in his heart. Previously, he had not considered it. But now it seemed possible to bring her home. In the face of the impending apocalypse, having her by his side would be invaluable. Xiaoxiao, you really don't want to go back home? I promise to treat you to delicious food every day, Jiangnan said with a grin akin to a sly wolf. I will. I promise. I will be obedient and won't cause you any trouble, as long as you don't make me go home. Su Xiaoxiao exclaimed excitedly, speaking rapidly as if fearful of Jiangnan changing his mind. She had no desire to return to that so-called home where she suffered from hunger, sleepless nights, and frequent abuse. To her, it felt more like hell. Silly girl, why would I make you do such labor? Jiangnan chuckled, gently caressing her cheek. It was a delightful turn of events that Su Xiaoxiao wished to accompany him, bringing joy to both. In the following days, Jiangnan took Su Xiaoxiao out daily to indulge in various delicacies. Perhaps due to the nourishing meals, the little girl's face became rounder, and her smiles multiplied. Her reliance on Jiangnan grew stronger. Observing this, Jiangnan felt immense happiness, as everything seemed to be progressing in a positive direction. Yet, the apocalypse loomed ever closer. Chapter 10. Selling Daughters. A father's shame. Today's breaking news reports a seismic event in the Eastern Pacific, where a tsunami has engulfed nearby swordfish, with casualties yet to be determined. In a sudden outbreak, an unknown infectious disease has emerged in a town in the Far East. To prevent further spread, the town has been promptly sealed off, with multiple medical teams dispatched for assistance. In a self-service restaurant in Xinjiang City, Jiangnan gazes at the latest headlines on his phone, his brow furrowed in concern. The virus carried by the meteorite has been spreading over the past several days, its reach becoming increasingly extensive. He recalls having seen these news items in his previous life, initially believing them to be genuine. It was only later that he learned the island purportedly submerged by the tsunami had actually succumbed entirely, transforming into a realm overrun by the undead. Moreover, a major nation was planning to deploy nuclear weapons to eradicate the zombies on that island. Meanwhile, the zombie virus had also erupted in the far eastern town, leading to the transformation of countless individuals into zombies, spiraling the situation out of control. The entities rushing to the scene were not medical teams, but rather a fully armed military force. The information reported in the news was merely a facade. The zombie virus was spreading rapidly, its impact growing larger, making it increasingly challenging for countries to maintain control. Jiangnan sighed internally. The situation abroad was deteriorating, and the domestic landscape was equally grim. A casual glance at any social media platform reveals a myriad of natural disasters and human tragedies erupting in various regions. Thus far, all events were unfolding precisely as they had in his previous life. He could not alter the tide of fate. He could only seek means of self-preservation. With a heavy heart, Jiangnan turned to the little girl beside him. Have you had enough to eat? Just about, Su Xiaoxiao replied, wiping her mouth clean, her innocent smile brightening her face. Then let us explore other delicacies. Come on. Jiangnan rose immediately, with the little girl eagerly taking his hand. Over the past few days, she had indulged in numerous culinary delights, yet her appetite remained insatiable, to the point where she was now accustomed to eating only until half full. In anticipation of the delightful dishes that lay ahead, the afternoon slipped by in a haze of feasting and merriment. As dusk approached, the two returned to the prison. However, before they could enter, Jiangnan suddenly felt Su Xiaoxiao and Appo's grip on his hand tighten, and she halted in her tracks. What an Appo's the matter? Jiangnan inquired, noticing the look of terror etched on the little girl and Appo's face. Is your father here? Realization dawned on him, and upon glancing up, he indeed spotted a grizzled, menacing-looking middle-aged man standing before the prison gates. You worthless piece of trash. Where have you been these days? Su Dalong bellowed upon seeing Jiangnan and Su Xiaoxiao striding toward them with fury. Daddy! The moment Su Xiaoxiao heard her father's roar, fear flooded her eyes, and her body trembled involuntarily, revealing the depth of her terror towards Su Dalong. Her once vibrant gaze now pleaded silently with Jiangnan. Brother, I don't want to go with Dad. I want to stay with you. Rest assured, I shall not allow anyone to harm you, not even your father. He is unworthy. Jiangnan grasped the little girl and Appo's hand, offering a gentle smile. At that moment, a surge of murderous intent began to rise within him. Get over here right now. Are you asking for a beating? Who raised you? Who nurtured you? What's wrong with a few harsh words or a couple of slaps? And who is this man beside you? Is he the one you and Appo's were trying to seduce at such a young age? How disgraceful, tarnishing the Su family name. If not for the C, I would still be blissfully ignorant. Su Dalong approached Su Xiaoxiao, raising his hand to strike her. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed as Jiangnan seized Su Dalong and Appo's wrist, twisting it forcefully. Keep your filthy hands away. Let go. Let go. Please, I beg you. Su Dalong cried out, desperation lacing his voice. From today onward, Su Xiaoxiao is no longer your daughter. Stay away from her. Jiangnan's gaze was icy as he spoke, his voice low and menacing. If you dare utter another word of insult, I will tear your mouth apart. Do you understand? All right. I promise I won't insult her again. Su Dalong pleaded, his voice trembling. Jiangnan released his grip, and Su Dalong staggered back, shaking his arm in pain. Fear etched across his face. The strength exhibited by this young man was astonishing, rendering him utterly defenseless. Yet, the thought of abandoning Su Xiaoxiao was out of the question. Without her, how would he repay his gambling debts? You and your shameless partner, brace yourselves. This matter is far from over. Su Dalong spat before retreating hastily. Jiangnan watched him flee, his eyes glinting with determination. In an underground gambling den, a corpulent man, easily weighing over 300 pounds, lounged in a massage chair, the creaking of the chair audible under his immense weight. A thick gold chain hung heavily around his barely visible neck as he reveled in the massage from a beautiful woman beside him. Surrounding him were tattooed men, armed with knives, eyeing Su Dalong with hostility, ready to spring into action at any moment. Brother Long, please grant me 2 more days. I swear I will deliver my daughter. Su Dalong pleaded, recounting the events of the day. I could have brought her today, but an obstinate fool blocked my path and even assaulted me. You know, my daughter may be young, but she is an absolute beauty, worth every penny. I implore you for just a little more time. Who is this person you speak of? The rotund leader opened his eyes, an unsettling expression crossing his face. Who dared to obstruct him? Upon witnessing this, Su Dalong felt a surge of hope and eagerly recounted the incident, embellishing the details. I warned him multiple times that the girl was for you, Brother Long, yet he not only refused to cooperate but also dismissed you entirely. Truly, he showed no regard for you at all. Is that so? The leader's brow furrowed deeper. Absolutely. To be honest, it would be challenging for me alone to retrieve her. But if Brother Long were to assist, it would be much simpler. Besides, it would serve as a lesson to him. Su Dalong attempted to entice the leader into action. He was no match for Jiangnan, but the leader certainly had the means. The leader snorted, a glint of malice in his eyes. Very well. Your suggestion is brilliant. Su Dalong beamed with delight, but suddenly a cold voice interrupted. Oh, You wish to eliminate me? It seems you all have grown weary of life. Chapter 11. Your death is the best outcome, who? Step out. What sort of cowardice is this? The corpulent leader and his entourage of henchmen were taken aback, casting anxious glances around them. Who had infiltrated their midst unnoticed? Soon, under the dim light, a youthful figure gradually emerged into their sight. What are you? Before he could finish his sentence, a glint of cold steel flashed by. The words were abruptly silenced. Thud, thud, thud. As the dagger sliced through the air, blood arched forth like arrows. The corpulent leader and several henchmen clutched their throats, collapsing helplessly. They opened their mouths to utter something, but no sound escaped. Their eyes were filled with terror and disbelief. They had met their demise without even grasping how it had happened, utterly unaware of why this sudden young intruder sought their lives. It and amp, oppose, su. Su Delong recognized Jiangnan and was struck with sheer horror, as if he had seen a ghost. Don't come any closer. Please, spare me. I was wrong. I know I was wrong. I want to see Xiao Xiao again. I beg you, spare me. Su Delong wailed, bowing repeatedly in a desperate plea for mercy. Blood oozed from his forehead as he struck it against the ground, his body trembling violently with fear. Your death is the best outcome. Jiangnan showed no mercy. Thud. The dagger pierced through Su Dalong's neck with ruthless precision. After departing from the underground casino, Jiangnan hailed a cab to the renowned red light district of Qingyang City, Jiujia. Foot baths, massage parlors, and small inns thrived here, regardless of their legitimacy. Hey there, want to play? We have all kinds of services. Brother, we have a new girl. Come in and take a look. Along the roadside, women adorned in alluring attire and heavy makeup seduced passing men. Most were in their 20s or 30s, exuding a myriad of charms. Yet, Jiangnan paid them no mind. With a clear objective, he proceeded directly to a tea house at the end of the street. A tea house situated in such a locale appeared somewhat out of place. I'm sorry, but we are about to close and cannot accommodate any more guests. A tall woman in a vintage cheap house said, her head bowed. I'm here to find someone. Who are you looking for? Goodman. Upon hearing this name, the woman visibly stiffened, then raised her head, regarding Jiangnan with a hint of wariness. I'm sorry, Mr. Goodman is not in Qingyang City. Few were acquainted with Goodman, and this young man before her certainly wasn't one of them. His sudden appearance suggested ill intentions. What? Am I unwelcome here? Jiangnan smirked coldly, emanating an aura of danger that sent chills down her spine. The woman's demeanor turned serious. If you wish to meet Mr. Goodman, you will need an introduction from an acquaintance. I must ask you to leave now. And what if I insist on meeting him? Jiangnan's presence became even more menacing, his deep-set eyes radiating palpable murderous intent. In both past and present, Jiangnan had taken many lives, exuding an aura that was undeniably perilous. The woman felt a shiver run down her spine, utterly shocked. At that moment, she stood before a predator capable of merciless slaughter. Suddenly, the woman pressed a button beside her, and an alarm blared throughout the tea house. Who dares to cause trouble here? Are they tired of living? Flower sister. What is going on? Who the hell dares to make a scene? I'll break their legs. In less than 10 seconds. 4 or 5 burly men wielding clubs and knives stormed in with fierce intensity. He is here to stir trouble. Get him out. Flower sister dashed behind the henchman, pointing at Jiangnan and shouting, You've got some nerve, kid. Kneel and call me grandpa, or you'll be leaving here on your stomach today. Do you even know where you are? The henchmen glared at Jiangnan, their eyes filled with contempt, as if looking at a corpse. One person dared to cause a ruckus here? Truly fearless. They hadn't bothered to inquire what kind of territory they were trespassing upon. Outside, others quickly noticed the commotion, retreating to a safe distance. That young man is finished. This is Goodman's territory. Over the years, countless individuals had dared to provoke trouble, only to vanish the next day, as if they had never existed. In Jiujia, the one person you could not provoke was Goodman, the crowd murmured, already regarding Jiangnan as a dead man walking. However, within the tea house, Jiangnan remained unfazed. With just your lot, to be honest. You aren't even enough to fill my teeth. Come at me together. I'm eager to meet your boss. These words ignited fury among the henchmen. What do you mean we aren't enough to fill your teeth? Do you think we're weaklings? How audacious. Fine, we'll grant your wish. Brothers, let us kill him. The henchmen's faces twisted with malice as they brandished their knives toward Jiangnan. Heh, Jiangnan chuckled coldly. With a swift movement, he evaded a strike effortlessly. He retaliated with a punch that landed squarely under one henchman's armpit. The man yelped in agony, his face contorting as he dropped his weapon and collapsed to the ground. Die. You'll die. The remaining henchman roared in fury. Yet, Jiangnan moved like a fleeting specter, evading their attempts like a wisp of smoke. In his past life, Jiangnan had struggled to survive during the apocalypse for over a decade. His skills were not unparalleled, but he was certainly no pushover. Dealing with these henchmen was child's play. Just then, a piercing scream echoed as Jiangnan twisted forcefully, wrenching one henchman's arm into a grotesque shape. He seized the fallen knife, delivering a swift chop. Bang! The remaining henchman felt an overwhelming force surge through his weapon, rendering him unable to maintain his grip. Gasped. His palm split open, and he inhaled sharply. Before he could react, he felt the world spin, and he was sent sprawling backward. Jiangnan, in one fluid motion, kicked one man aside and turned his gaze to the final remaining henchman. Brother, I was wrong. Don't attack. The last henchman, in a panic, tossed his knife to the ground, desperately smiling at Jiangnan. The disparity in strength was overwhelming. He was no match for Jiangnan. Continuing the fight would only lead to his own injury. Jiangnan lifted his eyelids and turned to the now pale-faced flower sister. Now, may I meet Goodman? Chapter 12. Acquiring Weapons. I do not know. Sister Hua was greatly frightened, stuttering and unable to articulate her words clearly. At that moment, a group of individuals swiftly emerged from the tea house. At the forefront stood a tall, blonde-haired, blue-eyed foreigner, surrounded by a throng of followers. Useless lot. Get lost. He bellowed. I pay you to serve me, not to disgrace yourselves. The foreigner spoke fluent and authentic Mandarin, his voice commanding. The thugs who had been defeated by Jiangnan hurriedly retreated to the side. The foreigner then turned his gaze toward Jiangnan, a warm smile gracing his features. Hello, sir. I am Goodman, the person you seek. Shall we converse? As he spoke, Goodman gestured invitingly. Very well. Jiangnan thought to himself with a cold smirk as he stepped into the tea house. Indeed, as in his previous life, Goodman was a cowardly bully. If Jiangnan did not exhibit formidable strength, not only would he be unable to meet Goodman, but even if he did, the foreigner would not conduct business properly. Inside a tastefully adorned room, the aroma of tea wafted through the air. Goodman expertly brewed a pot of tea, gazing at Jiangnan with a smirk and exclaiming, You are truly remarkable at such a young age. My subordinates were utterly no match for you. Truly impressive. Oh, is that so? Jiangnan replied with a faint smile, not taking his words to heart. He was well aware of Goodman's reputation. In his past life, Goodman had garnered a modest amount of fame. After the apocalypse, he established a venue for people to indulge their desires, using 9th Street as his base. A foreigner without any means would find it nearly impossible to survive. Goodman was a quintessential smiling tiger. His words were to be taken lightly, not seriously. Jiangnan had two objectives in seeking Goodman. The first was weapons. Goodman had connections in the United States, and Jiangnan wished to procure a batch of firearms to deal with ordinary zombies or survivors, as guns were still quite effective. The second was Goodman's peculiar ability, storage space. In his previous life, Goodman was most renowned for this power, which was akin to possessing a mobile warehouse. This ability had made many envious. Sir, may I inquire what brings you to me? Goodman asked, unable to contain his curiosity as Jiangnan remained silent. Weapons. Weapons? Goodman's expression shifted, revealing hesitation. You are aware that the current environment is quite dire. Rest assured, money is no object. Very well, then. How much do you intend to acquire? 200 million. Such a large sum? Goodman raised an eyebrow, chuckling. It's not that I do not trust you. But 200 million is not a trivial amount. How do I know you will actually proceed with this? Understanding Goodman's thoughts, Jiangnan placed a briefcase on the table. Here are 2 million as a deposit. Once I see the goods, I will exchange the remainder upon delivery. How does that sound? That sounds agreeable. Goodman's smile widened in satisfaction. Completing this transaction would yield him a handsome commission. After finalizing the details, Jiangnan did not linger and departed promptly. However, once he left, Goodman's cheerful demeanor gradually darkened as he summoned a few thugs. Go and investigate the background of this fellow. From our brief interaction, I sensed no arrogance in him. Instead, he exuded cunning and calmness, strong in capability and steady in temperament. Such a person cannot be an insignificant figure. However, if he is merely posturing, then I shall not hold back. With that thought, a glint of malice flickered in Goodman's eyes. It was a great humiliation that someone had dared to confront him directly. How could he maintain his authority and control over his subordinates with such a disgrace? 9th Street was a chaotic blend of petty thieves and notorious criminals, even encompassing powerful figures among the elite. Investigating a person was a trivial task. That very evening, information regarding Jiangnan was delivered to Goodman. A regular individual, Just a few years out of university? An ordinary office worker? Goodman scrutinized Jiangnan's profile, his brow furrowing. The Jiangnan in this dossier was far too ordinary, making it impossible to connect with the man he had just encountered. Could someone be concealing his true identity? Was he working for a powerful entity? Goodman felt uncertain. Another day passed. Jiangnan and Goodman boarded a flight to the United States. Su Xiaoxiao had no cause for concern. Previously, she had managed to care for herself alone, even preparing meals for the entire family. Now, spending a few days alone posed no issue. Gazing out at the scenery, Jiangnan found himself momentarily lost in thought, a sense of inexplicable nostalgia washing over him. At the same time, urgency intensified within him. Only a few days remained until the apocalypse fully erupted. The peaceful and beautiful times like this would soon vanish. With a resigned sigh, Jiangnan reflected on the recent news, noting the virus and Oppo's expanding reach. In a certain small nation, the outbreak had spiraled out of control, with much of the territory succumbing to chaos. At present, the borders of that nation were heavily fortified with advanced weaponry, completely sealing the country off. No one could enter or exit. Yet, the news reported only a single line: massive unrest has erupted in a certain country, plunging the entire region into a state of war. In reality, many small to medium-sized nations were on the brink of collapse. Even several major powers found themselves floundering, unable to respond effectively. Fortunately, in this life, Jiangnan had made extensive preparations. Reflecting upon his recent actions, Jiangnan felt somewhat reassured. He had plundered abilities, strengthened his own power, transformed prisons into camps, and amassed substantial resources from the Liu family. Now, he was set to acquire a batch of firearms to bolster his self-defense capabilities. When the apocalypse arrived, there would be ample opportunities. Jiangnan dozed off on the plane, and upon awakening, they had already arrived at their destination. Exiting the airport, Goodman met two individuals waiting for him, one black and one white. "Allow me to introduce. This is Slater, and this is Adolphe," Goodman said, turning to the two men. "This gentleman is our esteemed client, Mr. Jiangnan." "Hello. Greetings." Chapter 13. Black Eats Black. Who is the prey? Jiangnan smiled as he shook hands with both men. To his surprise, Schreider and Adolphe spoke fluent Mandarin. "Let us go. We shall dine and discuss," Goodman suggested. Jiangnan nodded in agreement. Soon, they arrived at a Chinese restaurant, where they dined while negotiating the details of the transaction. "Mr. Jiang, I've heard you require an order of 200 million, correct?" Schreider suddenly inquired as they neared the end of their meal. "Indeed," Jiangnan affirmed with a nod. 200 million is no small sum, yet for us, it poses no issue. However, we must consider the stringent gun control laws in your country. Transporting these weapons back home will be immensely challenging." Schreider reminded him. "If you need assistance, we might be able to help." Upon hearing this, Jiangnan smiled. "Thank you for your concern, Mr. Schreider. But I have my methods to transport the goods. You need only prepare the weapons." "Oh, it seems I underestimated you, Mr. Jiang." A look of surprise crossed Schreider and Oppo's face. Goodman and Adolphe also appeared taken aback. Jiangnan had come alone to the United States and had only recently contacted Goodman. It was implausible that he could have arranged for assistance in such a short time. How could one man transport 200 million worth of weapons? Preposterous. Yet, what bred such confidence in him? It appeared that Mr. Jiang was exceedingly well prepared. "Why don't you rest for now? We shall visit the weapons warehouse later tonight. We can exchange payment for goods then. What do you think?" Schreider inquired with a smile. "Absolutely." After Jiangnan departed, Schreider and Adolphe exchanged glances, their expressions shifting dramatically. In their line of work, few were honest merchants. The premise of cash on delivery was only valid if one possessed the means. Previously, Schreider had perceived Jiangnan as a cunning and deep-thinking individual, meticulous in his undertakings. However, today he only saw arrogance. "Our men have been monitoring him closely, and he hasn't had much contact with others. Enough of this. Let us act decisively and eliminate them." Schreider's eyes gleamed with malice. He had no interest in Jiangnan's background or whether he was alone or not. They would take care of it all. After all, they were on their home turf in the United States. No matter how formidable Jiangnan was or how powerful his backing, he could not stir trouble here, especially since they had chosen the time and place for the transaction. 200 million, a risk-free venture. Let us see how the situation unfolds. Adolphe and Goodman nodded in agreement. Night soon fell. A beautifully crescent moon hung high in the sky. As Jiangnan exited the hotel, a designated vehicle arrived to escort him to the transaction site. They swiftly left the city, racing across the vast plains. The night sky was even more enchanting, bathed in silver light that illuminated the fields. The night breeze invigorated the senses. After approximately half an hour, they finally reached their destination, a deserted farm. "Mr. Jiang, please follow us," Adolf greeted. Waiting outside the farm and leading Jiangnan to a warehouse where the weapons were stored. One by one, weapons were unveiled before Jiangnan. Handguns, submachine guns, rifles, light machine guns, heavy machine guns, all manner of arms. Additionally, there were grenades, anti-material sniper rifles, bulletproof helmets, tactical vests, and more. Although these were military surplus and some models were somewhat outdated, their firepower remained formidable. Many elite forces from various nations, even special operations units, do not possess such quality equipment. Adolf boasted, "Our weapons are of high caliber and come with guarantees. You are well aware of their combat capabilities." Jiangnan nodded slightly. "Indeed, quite impressive." At that moment, Adolf's smile grew even wider. "Then, you have brought the cash, correct?" "As we agreed, it's cash on delivery. And your associates? You should call them over quickly." "Mr. Adolf, I am alone," Jiangnan replied, shaking his head. "What? Just you?" Adolf was momentarily taken aback. Then, forcing a smile, he said, "We only accept cash. You alone." "Haha, Mr. Jiang, please don't jest. This is no laughing matter. How could one person possibly carry 200 million in cash?" "I'm not joking." Jiangnan chuckled lightly. At this revelation, Adolf and Oppo's expression shifted drastically. An aura of danger emanating from him. The surrounding thugs also glared at Jiangnan with hostility. At a mere command from Adolf, they would unleash a hail of bullets upon him. "Are you here to cause trouble?" Adolf glared coldly, his anger boiling within. They had anticipated a double cross. Yet they were the ones being outmaneuvered. What was his motive? Having already paid a substantial deposit, was he merely toying with them? Or did he intend to rob them? What a farce. "I am indeed here to stir up trouble," Jiangnan replied nonchalantly. However, that very smile sent a chill of danger through Adolf. "Open fire. Kill him," Adolf shouted. But it was too late. Whoosh. An invisible black line sliced through the air, piercing the chests of the armed men one by one. Then it returned, racing towards Adolf with terrifying speed. Thud. Adolf collapsed to the ground, his eyes wide open in shock. Meanwhile, Goodman and Schreider were lurking inside and outside the estate. Unaware that Jiangnan had come alone, they anticipated that he must have accomplices arriving to assist him. Thus, they planned to conceal themselves and catch the opposition off guard. No matter who it was, that juicy piece of meat was theirs for the taking, Schreider thought to himself. However, to his astonishment, before Jiangnan's accomplices could arrive, a scream erupted from within the weapons warehouse. Not good. Something has gone awry. Goodman and Schreider exchanged alarmed glances, sensing the impending disaster. "Quickly, let us go." "Damn it." The two men led a group of armed thugs back to the weapons warehouse. As they reached the entrance, they saw Jiangnan swaggering out from within the warehouse. "Where is Adolf?" Schreider felt a sense of dread wash over him, his demeanor instantly becoming menacing. Yet he remained undeterred, coldly staring at Jiangnan, awaiting an answer. Chapter 14. The third ability, storage space. Adolf? "My apologies, but he intended to take action against me. However, I preemptively struck him down." Jiangnan smiled faintly. It was a smile that radiated kindness, yet to the onlookers, it appeared devilish. "You killed Adolf and his men?" Though they had suspected as much, upon hearing the confirmation, Schleider and Goodman could not help but feel a jolt of shock. It was known that a fully armed team of gunmen occupied the warehouse. Yet now, they were all dead, and all at the hands of a frail man who bore no weapon? How could this be? What a farce. Nevertheless, Jiangnan had no need to deceive them, and the faint scent of blood lingering in the air corroborated his words. One person annihilated an entire squad of armed gunmen? How was this possible? This question lingered only briefly in Goodman and Schleider and Oppo's minds before they felt an overwhelming sense of danger. Almost instinctively, they drew their guns and aimed them towards Jiangnan. "Fire! Quickly, shoot him dead!" they shouted in unison. Bang! 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 The sound of gunfire erupted, drowning the farm in chaos. Jiangnan's location was soon enveloped by a torrential hail of bullets. Not even a single insect could survive such a barrage. Yet, no one dared to relax their guard. Instead, they were on high alert. Jiangnan had vanished. Just moments ago, he had been right before their eyes. And now he was gone. Where the hell did he go? Schleider exclaimed, bewildered. It seemed as if some supernatural force had intervened. It was utterly inconceivable. Was their adversary truly human? No wonder he dared to come alone. No wonder he could eliminate Adolf and his men. Schleider and Oppos. Heart raced, and he sensed an unprecedented aura of death. Find him. At all costs, kill him. Otherwise, he will not let us off easily. Schleider quickly regained his composure. A fierce determination etched across his face. However, in the next instant, his eyes widened in disbelief, soon replaced by sheer terror. A shadow sliced through the air, darting towards them with unbelievable speed. Whoosh! The sound of something piercing the air echoed. Ft, ft, ft. A crimson line appeared across a gunman and Oppos' throat, and he staggered to the ground. Then the next. This was impossible. Schleider and Oppos' mind was shaken, and he instinctively shouted in panic. Just then, he felt the world around him spin violently. His vision blurred, and he succumbed to the abyss. Mr. Jiangnan. As he witnessed the sudden demise of his comrades, Goodman's mental defenses crumbled in an instant. With a thud, he found himself kneeling. Mr. Jiangnan, please spare my life. It was all Schleider and Oppos' idea. I was coerced. I have money. I possess great wealth. I can offer you anything. Just grant me my life. Goodman was engulfed in fear, tears streaming down his face as he repeatedly bowed and begged for mercy. The women you forced into servitude once pleaded for mercy just like this, perhaps even more helplessly. Jiangnan scoffed coldly. He was all too familiar with Goodman's character. In both past and present, how many women had he coerced through various means? Meanwhile, Goodman thrived while these women barely scraped by. Thank you for the weapons you provided, Jiangnan thought to himself, directing his attention to the flying knife that shot towards Goodman. Goodman was instantly silenced. Controlling objects was indeed formidable. Jiangnan marveled. Whoosh! Under his command, the alloy dagger eliminated over 20 men, yet it had become pockmarked and lost its previous sharpness. He needed to devise a way to forge a new batch of weapons. For now, he could only control one weapon. A mere skirmish had nearly rendered it useless. After all, the speed of the mentally controlled knife was too swift, and the blade and Oppos' durability could not keep pace. However, there was no urgency. He would address such matters once he dealt with the affairs in the United States. Ding! Enemy Goodman has been slain. Detected that the opponent possesses the unawakened ability storage space. Would you like to plunder? At that moment, the system and Oppos' voice resonated in his mind. Plunder. Jiangnan responded without hesitation. He could currently acquire 3 abilities, and storage space was the last one. The decision was made after careful consideration, not a spur-of-the-moment choice. Teleportation serves as a primary means of movement, ideal for fleeing or ambushing. Object manipulation focuses on offense, allowing control of weapons to attack enemies, rendering it exceptionally fearsome in combat, making killing effortless. In contrast, storage space functions as a portable repository capable of carrying numerous supplies and storing vast quantities of weapons. Each ability has its strengths, complementing one another. When combined, they significantly enhance Jiangnan and Oppos' survival capabilities. Plunder successful. Name: Jiangnan. Gender: male. Abilities: teleportation. Object manipulation. Storage space: unawakened. Slots: 3-3. Upon system upgrade, additional ability slots will be available. Detected unawakened abilities, initiating awakening. Ability awakening successful. Congratulations, host. Soon, Jiangnan grasped his newfound ability. The dimensions of the storage space measured 1,000 cubic meters. Not a fraction more, not a fraction less. With a mere thought, he discerned the precise measurement. 1,000 cubic meters equated to a cube measuring 10 meters on each side. It was not excessively large, yet certainly not insignificant. Moreover, the capacity would expand in the future. The storage space had no limitations aside from the inability to contain living beings. Furthermore, contents would not decay or deteriorate. Jiangnan strode into the weapon depot, his eyes gleaming at the neatly arranged arsenal. I'll take them all, he rejoiced inwardly. As soon as he touched an item, regardless of its size, a gentle thought would transport it into the storage space. Handguns, rifles, submachine guns, light machine guns, grenades, various types of ammunition. Every model of weaponry was meticulously collected into his storage space. Before long, the entire inventory of the warehouse had been emptied. What a thrill! There was no greater joy than claiming others' possessions. Looking at the array of weapons he had acquired effortlessly, Jiangnan could hardly contain his delight. Having completed his task, he did not linger. He simply hopped into a vehicle and departed the scene. Chapter 15. Procuring vegetables and fruits, Jiangnan returned to his hotel as if nothing had happened. By then, it was barely past midnight. After a quick wash, he fell into a peaceful slumber, entirely unaffected by the weight of his actions. To him, such matters were trivial. What horrors had he not witnessed in his past life? He had long grown numb. He slept soundly through the night, waking only when the sun was high in the sky. It was time to return. His hours were precious now. There were still many tasks to complete before the apocalypse arrived. Moreover, he couldn't shake his concern for Su Xiao, left alone at home. Before long, Jiangnan boarded a flight, leaving the United States behind. By the next day, he had returned to Qingyang City. The sight of Su Xiao, lively and energetic, with the house impeccably maintained, finally eased his worries. Brother. Su Xiao had been sketching in the living room when she heard the door. Turning, her face lit up with joy at the sight of Jiangnan. She dashed toward him, wrapping her arms around him tightly. Were you all right these past couple of days? Jiangnan ruffled her hair affectionately. Of course. I can take care of myself, Su Xiao replied with a hint of pride. Impressive, Jiangnan chuckled. By the way, I'm heading out tomorrow to purchase some vegetables and fruits. Would you like to come along? Vegetables? Fruits? Yes. Su Xiao nodded eagerly. Over their time together, she had unwittingly come to regard Jiangnan as family. He had never concealed his actions from her, despite her youth. Su Xiao was sharp. She had sensed that Jiangnan was preparing for something monumental. Now, by inviting her to join him, he was entrusting her with his plans. Thank you, brother, she said earnestly, gazing at him. For so long, she had been an insignificant figure, overlooked and forgotten. Only Jiangnan had ever truly cared for her. Yongnan County lay just beyond Qingyang City, an hour's drive from the urban center. But Jiangnan's destination was the county town. It was the sprawling vegetable farms in the outskirts. Thanks to its favorable climate, fertile soil, and convenient transportation, Yongnan had transformed from a poverty-stricken region into a model base for greenhouse cultivation, supplying fresh produce nationwide. By 9 in the morning, the sun had just risen when Jiangnan parked by the roadside. Stretching before them were endless rows of greenhouses, while orchards blanketed the distant hills. Hello, sir. Are you here for a tour? We offer a variety of activities, a staff member approached, assuming they were tourists. After all, families often visited during holidays for fruit-picking excursions. We're here to purchase vegetables and fruits, Jiangnan corrected. Oh. The worker blinked in surprise before quickly recovering. Of course, our produce is top quality, and we offer wholesale prices, affordable and reliable. He proceeded to list their available selections. We have a comprehensive range, including off-season varieties, he added proudly. Though those do come at a premium. So, how much would you like to order? Jiangnan smiled. Fetch your manager. My budget is 10 million. 10 million. The worker's expression shifted. This was no ordinary client. Such a substantial order was beyond his authority. Right away, sir. He hastily made a few calls before escorting Jiangnan to a reception area. Soon, a man in his 30s, clad in a sharp suit, arrived. Manager Nyo. This is the gentleman. The manager extended a hand with a practiced smile. May I know your name, sir? Jiang. Pleasure to meet you, Mr. Jiang. I'm Nyo. His gaze flickered to Su Xiao. Is this your daughter? She is lovely. Privately, he found it odd. Jiang seemed too young to have a child her age. Jiang then ignored the remark. Shall we discuss business, Manager Nyo? Ah, yes, of course. Nyo chuckled, shifting gears. I understand you're looking to purchase 10 million worth of produce? Correct, Jiangnan confirmed. And this is merely the beginning. Future collaborations will depend on your product quality and pricing. Manager Nyo's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. Their annual sales barely reached a few hundred million. A 10 million order was significant. And if ongoing partnerships were possible. Yet, he couldn't help but doubt. Jiang then didn't exactly exude wealth. 10 million. You're certain? Why would I deceive you? Jiang Nan's light laugh carried an air of effortless authority. Reassured, Nyo proceeded. Very well. What varieties would you like? Just name them. And we'll deliver the freshest stock promptly. A diverse selection, Jiangnan replied. Variety prevents monotony. Nyo nodded, presenting a price list. These are our standard wholesale rates. Though for esteemed clients like yourself, we can offer a 20% discount. How does that sound? Retaining high-value customers was worth the concession. Naturally, Jiangnan agreed. A 20% reduction? More than satisfactory. Within a budget of 10 million, it is possible to procure an additional quarter of the supplies. Chapter 16. Acquisition of the forge. Soon, Jiangnan determined the types of fruits and vegetables he wished to purchase. Given the wholesale prices and discounts, the total came to 800 tons, sufficient to last for an extended period. After all, fruits and vegetables are not staples. Their primary purpose is to provide essential vitamins and trace elements, while also enhancing flavors and diversifying one and Amp Oppo's diet. Furthermore, Jiangnan and Amp Oppo's storage space was limited. Purchasing too much would be impractical. Before long, Jiangnan signed a procurement contract with manager Niu, who could not suppress a radiant smile. Mr. Jiang, rest assured, I will prepare all the fruits and vegetables you require within 2 days. Just come by to collect them. Great. Jiangnan sighed in relief. The procurement of fruits and vegetables was finally completed. Not long after Jiangnan and his companion departed, an employee rushed over, exclaiming, Manager, we just received a call from the Liu family. They want to purchase our base and Amp Oppo's fruits and vegetables. Which Liu family? Manager Niu casually inquired. Naturally, the Liu family from Qingyang. Them? Manager Niu furrowed his brow, puzzled. How much do they want? They indicated that they would take whatever we have. So much? Has the Liu family gone mad? Manager Niu found it hard to believe. Recently, the Liu family had been hoarding supplies. And now they had even set their sights on fruits and vegetables? However, he was not keen on delving too deeply. As long as there was profit to be made, he was more than pleased. He would prepare the previously sold fruits and vegetables and sell the remainder to the Liu family. Excellent. Manager Niu's efficiency exceeded Jiangnan's expectations. On the third day, just as dawn broke, Jiangnan received a call. Mr. Jiang, we have prepared all the fruits and vegetables you requested. Please come quickly. Wonderful. Jiangnan summoned the truck driver he had arranged and transported the goods to the storage facility. Subsequently, he placed all the fruits and vegetables into the storage space, which maintained a near-vacuum environment, ensuring that the items would not spoil and would retain their freshness indefinitely. After much effort, Jiangnan finally managed to store all the fruits and vegetables. He was utterly exhausted. He casually picked up a cucumber and began to munch on it. At that moment, the phone rang. Boss Jiang, didn't you ask me to inquire about any forges for sale? As luck would have it, a friend of mine knows the owner of a forge. A hearty voice came through the line. It was Liu Changyuan, the one who had assisted Jiang in acquiring and transforming the prison. Realizing he needed to manufacture a batch of cold weapons during his time in the United States, Jiangnan understood that not only would he need them for himself, but others in the camp would also require them. After all, guns and ammunition are consumables. Without a steady supply, they would soon be depleted. Moreover, in an apocalyptic scenario, the noise generated by gunfire is far too loud, often making cold weapons more advantageous. Aware of this, Jiangnan promptly reached out to Liu Changyuan, who had extensive connections in Xinjiang. With his assistance, many matters would become considerably simpler. As expected, just 2 days after Jiangnan and Amp Oppo's return, good news arrived. Boss Jiang, this forge is not very large and is on the brink of bankruptcy, Liu Changyuan added. However, the owner of the larger factory may not be inclined to negotiate with us, correct? If you and Amp Oppo's re-interested, let Amp Oppo's arrange a time to visit. Jiangnan did not hesitate and agreed immediately. That afternoon, Jiangnan met with Liu Changyuan and entered a business vehicle. During the ride, Liu Changyuan reminded him, Boss Jiang, this forge is struggling due to the previous owner's mismanagement, and it is currently drowning in debt, unable to pay its workers. If you truly wish to purchase this forge and need to negotiate the price, leave it to me. Thank you for your assistance. Jiangnan expressed his gratitude. It was indeed advantageous to have Liu Changyuan's help, especially since negotiations were not his forte. After approximately half an hour, the vehicle left the city and passed through several villages, eventually arriving at the forge by the roadside. Just as Liu Changyuan had described, it was a small establishment with only a dozen or so workers, including the elderly man at the entrance. Such small forges were once abundant, but due to a lack of technology, outdated equipment, and inefficiency, they produced subpar products. In the market, they could only survive by offering lower prices, barely clinging on. As Jiangnan and Liu Changyuan exited the vehicle, they were greeted by a throng of elderly men and women holding banners, flowers, and applauding warmly. At the forefront stood a portly gentleman who quickly approached with a broad smile. This was Kai Qinggong, the owner of the forge. Jiangnan nodded with a smile and shook his hand. Hello, Boss Kai? Ah, it's truly a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Jiang. You are not only youthful but also accomplished, an exemplary figure for us all. Kai Qinggong effusively praised, his eyes squinting with delight, leaving Jiangnan feeling somewhat awkward. Kai Qinggong was, in truth, in a precarious position. If the factory were to close, he would be unable to repay his debts, leaving his family destitute. Securing a major investor willing to acquire the factory brought him immense joy, prompting him to go to great lengths to please Jiangnan. Please, show me the state of the factory. Of course, Kai Qinggong eagerly nodded, leading Jiangnan inside. The factory was indeed small, producing low-end products. However, Jiangnan was not concerned with the intricacies of the production process. It was sufficient for his needs. What do you think, Mr. Jiang? Kai Qinggong cautiously asked, fearful that Jiangnan might express dissatisfaction and leave. It's acceptable, Jiangnan nodded. Now, let us discuss the transfer of the factory. Upon hearing this, Kai Qinggong and Amp, Oppo's expression brightened genuinely. As long as you are willing to take it, the price is negotiable. Even a symbolic amount would be acceptable. Chapter 17. Shopping for clothes. What price does Boss Kai favor? Jiangnan inquired with a smile. Feel free to propose any price, Kai Qinggong replied earnestly. But there is one condition. You must settle the wages owed to my workers and the considerable debts I have accrued. Wages? How much is owed? Kai Qinggong awkwardly responded. It and Amp, Oppo's, has been nearly a year. The factory has been continuously losing money, and I am nearly bankrupt. Otherwise, I wouldn't Amp, Oppo's, to even consider selling it. Before long, both parties reached an agreement. Jiangnan paid Kai Qinggong 500,000. Concurrently, he would also address the workers' wages and the outstanding debts. Not long after, the contract was signed, and the forge officially belonged to Jiangnan. Let us keep the factory and Amp, Oppo's, as original name. There and Amp, Oppo's, as no need for changes, Jiangnan declared, not wishing to complicate matters. By the way, Boss Kai, since you possess management experience and are also a skilled blacksmith, I would like to invite you to be the factory manager. What do you think? Really? Kai Qinggong was momentarily taken aback, then exclaimed with joy, of course. I would be delighted. He held deep affection for the factory. He would not have sold it if it were not for dire circumstances. Hearing Jiangnan and Amp, Oppo's offer to continue as manager filled him with elation. Subsequently, Jiangnan outlined the upcoming production plans for the factory. Previously, the forge mainly produced kitchen knives, sickles, and hatchets. Now, Jiangnan aimed to shift production toward daggers, cleavers, crossbows, flying knives, and more. This sudden transformation was not as simple as it sounded. It involved numerous intricate procedures, including the replacement and addition of equipment, as well as the training and recruitment of skilled workers. Fortunately, these matters could be entrusted to Kai Qinggong. Jiangnan simply needed to provide the funds. With ample resources at his disposal, he saw no reason to be frugal, especially since he had acquired wealth from the arms dealers. Brother, where are we going? Su Xiaoxiao asked excitedly as they strolled along the street. Jiangnan had been preoccupied for days, and it was a rare occasion for him to take her out shopping. We and Amp, Oppo's, we're going to buy clothes. Jiangnan replied with a grin. In addition to purchasing new clothes for Su Xiaoxiao, he intended to stockpile various garments. After all, one could not rely on a single outfit, especially with the impending extreme weather conditions. As the apocalypse approached, the climate would become drastically more severe. Days could reach temperatures of 30 or 40 degrees, only to plummet to a few degrees at night. Winters would be even harsher, often dipping below -20 or 30 degrees. Ordinary survivors, let alone those with special abilities, would struggle to endure such conditions. During the first winter after the apocalypse, countless survivors perished due to insufficient clothing and lack of warmth. Jiangnan was determined to prevent such a fate from befalling him. Therefore, he made early preparations to procure clothing, particularly warm winter attire like cotton coats, down jackets, and sweaters for adults, children, and the elderly, men and women alike. The more prepared he was, the more at ease he would feel when the time came. Soon, Jiangnan brought Su Xiaoxiao to May Square. Choose whatever style of clothing you like, he generously gestured. However, Su Xiaoxiao hesitated. Having lived in dire straits, she had never set foot in a shopping mall, let alone purchase new clothes. Now, confronted with the dazzling array of garments, her eyes sparkled with wonder. You can buy anything you want. Rest assured, brother has money. Jiangnan encouraged, unable to hide his amusement at her excitement. Okay. The little girl beamed with joy. Though still young, Su Xiaoxiao exuded an innate charm. In her past life, she had been known as the Ice Queen, renowned as the most beautiful in the post-apocalyptic world. However, at this moment, she was merely beginning to break free from her previous life. Her long-held habits and mindsets had yet to fully adapt. Seeing the prices of the clothes, she instinctively hesitated, unsure whether to purchase them, despite knowing Jiangnan was wealthy. Thankfully, upon hearing his words, she felt liberated. One by one, she tried on different outfits. They all look wonderful. Jiangnan nodded in approval. The little girl was a natural beauty, and everything she wore suited her perfectly. At that moment, Jiangnan turned to the sales assistant. I will take every piece of clothing in your store. The sales assistant was momentarily stunned, then quickly regained composure. Excitement bubbling within her. Certainly, sir. Please wait a moment. This was an exceptional customer, and her commission would exceed her annual salary, filling her with euphoric disbelief. Following this, Jiangnan and Su Xiaoxiao visited various clothing stores, acquiring a vast quantity of garments, shoes, and hats until evening, when they finally paused, feeling a bit fatigued. Time was of the essence. It was time to revisit the Lu family warehouse. Everyone, stay alert and pay attention to any suspicious vehicles or individuals, especially large trucks. They require particular scrutiny. Lu Xian addressed his subordinates once more at the warehouse he managed. After Jiangnan had stolen half of the warehouse and Appos' supplies. The elder of the Lu family had been furious, nearly skinning him alive. Now, the warehouse boasted a security force of 20 personnel, divided between internal and external responsibilities, with special attention paid to the nearby woods for any unusual vehicles. Previous investigations had revealed that the thieves had parked their vehicle in the nearby woods and gradually pilfered the supplies. I wonder if you dare to come again. Lu Xian scoffed. He had been outsmarted last time, but was determined not to let it happen again. Their defenses were now stricter and more formidable. He even carried a handgun with 2 magazines. Many of the security personnel were similarly armed with controlled knives. The supplies in the warehouse were of paramount importance to the Lu family. Should any intruder dare approach, they would ensure that they would not return. In the darkness, a figure flashed past. Moments later, Jiangnan appeared at a distance from the warehouse. From his vantage point, he could see that several security personnel were patrolling the vicinity. The number of guards had increased several-fold, suggesting that the Lu family had learned from their previous encounter and bolstered their ranks. Not only had they increased the number of guards at the warehouse, but they had also dispatched a portion to patrol the surrounding area. Any suspicious vehicles would be interrogated and driven away. Jiangnan pondered. Without the spatial storage ability he possessed, stealing supplies would necessitate bringing a truck, which would likely alert the Lu family, unless he parked the truck further away, but that would significantly reduce the efficiency of transporting the supplies. Chapter 18. A return to Lu and Appos' warehouse. However, I now possess my own storage space. This is something the Lu family could never have imagined. Jiangnan chuckled coldly. His storage space was only half utilized, with ample capacity remaining. With a swift motion, Jiangnan vanished from his location, reappearing within the confines of the warehouse. To his amusement, he discovered that the Lu family had stockpiled an impressive amount of supplies to fill the warehouse once more. Jiangnan smirked, remembering how he had previously pilfered nearly half of its contents, which were now replenished, an unexpected boon for him. Collect. Gather everything, Jiangnan commanded with impressive speed. Wherever his fingers grazed, with a mere thought, heaps of supplies vanished into thin air, materializing directly within his storage space. Shelves filled with goods disappeared without exception, showcasing astonishing efficiency. Previously, Jiangnan had spent several nights barely managing to steal a small fraction of the warehouse and Appos' resources. Yet tonight, in less than 10 minutes, he had transferred nearly half of the Lu family and Appos' supplies into his storage. Were it not for the limited size of his storage space, he might have completely emptied the warehouse in under half an hour. What a thrill! Jiangnan gazed at the now half-empty Lu family warehouse, his heart filled with elation. With a swift motion, he teleported out, executing several consecutive jumps until he arrived back at the prison camp. After depositing the newly acquired supplies into the prison and Appos' storage, Jiangnan returned once more to the Lu family and Appos' warehouse. Once, twice, thrice. Jiangnan tirelessly continued his efforts. Eventually, due to the overuse of his abilities, he began to feel mentally fatigued. Nevertheless, he was close to emptying the warehouse, ridding the world of a potential menace. Jiangnan scoffed at the thought. Just as he prepared to transfer the last box of ham into his storage space and make his exit, a piercing wail suddenly echoed through the air. Lu Xian and his subordinates appeared at the warehouse entrance, their eyes wide with disbelief at the sight before them. The warehouse, once brimming with supplies, now lay desolate and empty, its contents vanished without a trace. Upon witnessing this scene, Lu Xian felt dizzy, letting out a howl of despair. Last time, he had narrowly escaped the wrath of the old master. However, this time, he knew he would not be so fortunate. Before long, he noticed that there was still someone in the empty warehouse. It's him. You bastard. You're asking for death. Where have you taken our supplies? How dare you touch the Liu family's resources? You must be tired of living. It was indeed him, the very man who had outsmarted them all before. Now he had returned. In truth, he needed no command. The security personnel rushed towards Jiangnan. Aware that the theft of an entire warehouse and Oppo's worth of supplies would incur the old master's wrath, a fate they could not endure. Realizing he had been discovered, Jiangnan regarded the oncoming crowd with no hint of concern. Meanwhile, Liu Xian drew his pistol, loading a bullet into the chamber. However, just as he was about to pull the trigger, a sharp sound sliced through the air. A dagger, moving like a blur, hurtled toward him at an unimaginable speed. Liu Xian barely had time to react before he watched in horror as his right hand, clutching the gun, was severed clean off. Liu Xian screamed in excruciating pain. Do not attempt to point a gun at me, or the consequences will be dire, Jiangnan declared coldly, casting a glance at the stunned, fearful onlookers. He executed another teleportation, vanishing from sight. Who is he? What kind of power is this? Are we facing a mortal or a deity? The witnesses were left in utter shock. Liu Xian's eyes widened in disbelief. This was impossible. After his departure, Jiangnan was far from finished. He continued to raid multiple warehouses belonging to the Liu family, liberating a wealth of everyday items, beverages, and medicines until he had filled the prison quarters to capacity. The Liu family patriarch, a tyrant in the impending apocalypse, would surely be seething with rage. Such a significant loss of resources would undoubtedly hinder the Liu family's development in the face of the approaching end times. The following morning, bright and early, Jiangnan prepared 2 breakfasts, one large and one small. As he enjoyed his meal, he watched the news. The screen flickered occasionally, indicating poor receptions, with the host's voice breaking intermittently. The signal is terrible. I want to watch anime, Su Xiaoxiao exclaimed, her big eyes blinking eagerly at Jiangnan. This girl showed no interest in melodramatic romance dramas but was utterly captivated by the world of anime. For days, she had been glued to Jiangnan's phone, engrossed in series from the land of cherry blossoms, neglecting everything else. Jiangnan could no longer tolerate it, and had set forth several demands. Yet, seeing the girl's hopeful expression, he felt a softening in his resolve. Just as he was about to relent, he steeled himself and coldly refused. No, we'll go find a puppy to keep you company instead. What do you say? A puppy? Su Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled with excitement, nodding eagerly like a chick pecking at rice. Yes, I want it. I can even stop watching my phone. Seeing her enthusiasm, Jiangnan couldn't help but smile. Children could indeed be quite endearing. Afterward, he cast another glance at the news, his mood darkening. The current reports no longer covered international events or domestic incidents. It was as if the world was at peace, tranquil and serene. Yet Jiangnan understood all too well that the reason for this silence was the grim reality that at least half of the world's smaller nations had already succumbed to chaos, transformed into hellish landscapes. They had effectively entered the apocalypse. Only a handful of major powers were still holding on, yet even their situations were far from optimistic. The viral outbreak was on the verge of eruption, with the end times looming just days away. Such idyllic mornings, like this one, might soon become a distant memory. What appeared to be calm was merely a facade, as the country desperately endeavored to conceal the truth and stave off panic, inadvertently allowing the virus to spread at an alarming rate. The government still clung to a delusion of being able to ultimately control the virus, but that hope had already slipped through their fingers. Chapter 19. Finding the Dog. The black-mouthed dog king, the zombie virus unleashed by the meteorite, is terrifying. Its contagion is not only exceptionally potent, but can also spread through the air across the globe. If one were to inform Jiangnan that there have been cases of infection in Jiangnan City, he would harbor no doubts. Moreover, its replication ability is particularly formidable, and the mutation rate is rapid. This virus is insurmountable. Jiangnan, weary of overthinking, decided to rest after his meal. However, the persistent Su Xiaoxiao, with her heart set on a dog, clung to Jiangnan, playfully pouting and charming him. Brother, where and amp, Oppos, as my dog? I want my dog. All right, I and amp, Oppos, I'll inquire about it, Jiangnan replied, unable to bear her incessant pleas. To his surprise, the seemingly aloof frost queen from his past life was just like an ordinary girl, full of affection and playfulness, with an innate ability to charm. Have you gathered any information? Jiangnan reluctantly dialed a number. This call was directed to Kai Chigong. Jiangnan had promised Su Xiaoxiao a dog, a Chinese rural dog. Naturally, a dog that caught Jiangnan's eye would not be ordinary. In this apocalyptic era, not only humans might awaken their abilities, but animals could as well, albeit at a significantly lower probability. The dog Jiangnan sought possessed intelligence far surpassing that of a typical canine. Yet, this was not the most crucial aspect. The paramount detail was that in his past life, this dog had awakened the ability of superior olfaction, allowing it to effortlessly discern various scents in the air. Even after being drenched by heavy rain, it could accurately locate its target. In a previous incident, survivors had sought trouble with this dog, only to be relentlessly pursued for half a month. Regardless of where they fled or how they hid, they could not escape the dog's wrath and ultimately met a grisly end. This dog was known as the Blackmouth Dog King. Jiangnan often mused how advantageous it would be to be the master of such a creature, an invaluable ally against anyone who dared to challenge him. Jiangnan distinctly remembered that the first sighting of this dog, awakened with superior olfaction, occurred near Kai Qinggong's forge. Thus, after acquiring the forge, his second course of action was to enlist Kai Qinggong's help in finding any trace of the dog. After several days, news finally surfaced. Mr. Jiang, I have gathered information. A temporary worker at our factory mentioned that there is indeed such a dog in their village. It has only one ear and a black mouth. This dog was once owned by an elderly villager who has since passed away, leaving the dog to roam as a stray, scavenging from nearby villages. However, it has been missing for the past few days and is suspected to have been stolen by dog traffickers, as several dogs have disappeared from other households as well. Upon hearing this, Jiangnan was momentarily taken aback, his brow furrowing in frustration. After finally locating the dog and Oppo's whereabouts, to learn it might have been stolen was disheartening. Fortunately, Kai Qinggong quickly added, Mr. Jiang, please do not be alarmed. A friend of mine mentioned that there is a dog breeding facility nearby that supplies dogs to various restaurants. Many of the dog thieves are either from that facility or collaborate with it. Dogs that are stolen are likely sent there and then sold to restaurants. If we act swiftly, we might still be able to locate the dog you are searching for. Kai Qinggong detailed everything he knew with unwavering honesty, despite not understanding Jiangnan's peculiar attachment to a stray dog. Very well, please send me the exact location of the breeding facility, Jiangnan commanded. Kai Qinggong was momentarily taken aback, then quickly responded, Of course, Mr. Jiang. Are you planning to visit the breeding facility? Do you need me to send someone to assist you? No need. Just manage the forge. Remember to send the finished weapons to me promptly. Jiangnan declined Kai Qinggong's offer. By the way, I previously reminded you all to prepare some living supplies at the factory, including reinforcing the walls and gates. How is that progressing? As the impending apocalypse loomed, Jiangnan felt it prudent to offer a gentle reminder regarding his own enterprise. We're nearly finished and should complete it in a couple of days, Kai Qinggong assured him. With a nod of approval, Jiangnan felt a sense of relief. After hanging up, he wasted no time and set out with Su Xiaoxiao. Before long, they arrived at the breeding facility, which was situated in a rudimentary building near the forest. The cacophony of barking dogs echoed around them. From outside, Jiangnan observed several large iron cages, each housing approximately 7 or 8 dogs. A glance revealed that they were predominantly the common rural dogs. So many? There must be hundreds, if not thousands. Jiangnan raised an eyebrow. The breeding facility was operating without any legitimate qualifications. It was, in fact, a black market operation. While some dogs were bred there, a larger portion had been stolen. Who are you? Get out of here. A burly man, bare-chested, emerged from the facility, glaring fiercely. Oh, we are here to buy a dog. We heard there are many here, and my sister adores dogs, so we wanted to see if there is one she likes. Jiangnan replied calmly, maintaining an air of amiability. The man, intrigued but wary, raised an eyebrow, seemingly unconvinced but not outright dismissive. You should leave, although we have many dogs. We don't sell pets. Our dogs are for restaurants. Jiangnan stood firm. Rest assured, we mean no trouble. We encountered a dog in a nearby village that my sister really liked, and I heard it was brought here. I wish to purchase it. Su Xiaoxiao eagerly nodded in agreement. Seeing their enthusiasm, the man hesitated slightly, furrowing his brow. I'll offer 1,000 yuan for that dog, Jiangnan declared. Generally, dogs sold to restaurants fetched between 300 to 500 yuan. 1,000 was a generous offer. The man's demeanor shifted upon hearing the price. All right. You can come in. He relented. This large man and his small companion didn't appear to be inspectors, likely just out for a casual visit. They posed little threat. And if they caused trouble, there was plenty of secluded wilderness to deal with them discreetly. Chapter 20. The Temptation of Wealth Soon. The burly man led Jiangnan into the depths of the dog breeding facility. A strong, unpleasant odor assaulted the senses, nearly suffocating. The sheer number of dogs here was overwhelming, and their waste had gone uncleaned. In the sweltering heat, the stench was particularly pungent. This is where we have collected the dogs over the past few days. You arrived just in time. We plan to package and sell them tomorrow. The burly man said casually. Feel free to search for the dog you need. If you find it, let me know. I'll be in the room at the far end. Oh, and don't open the cages on your own. The dogs here are wild and can bite. Understood. You go about your business. Jiangnan nodded. The man did not linger, striding directly to the small room at the end of the corridor. However, within that small chamber lay a hidden world, connected to a cave behind it. The room was equipped with various living facilities. It and amp, oppos. That's not just a dog facility, there's a pair of siblings inside. Judging by their attire, they seem quite wealthy. Likely here to buy a dog. I'll let them browse outside for now, the burly man thought as he entered. Inside the room were 3 other individuals, villagers from the nearby hamlet, recognized by their familiar faces. They were notorious dog thieves, ironically operating from within a dog facility. I nearly had a heart attack. I thought we were going to be caught. One of them exclaimed with relief. It and amp, oppos. It's fortunate that we and amp, oppos, re-safe. These siblings are quite audacious. Coming to such a place for a dog. The group exhaled in unison. Such was the life of their profession, perpetually fraught with anxiety. They dared not venture out during the day, fearing the repercussions of being recognized as dog thieves. Are they wealthy? One of the thieves suddenly inquired. Observing the siblings' expensive clothing and lavish spending, he contemplated, let us see if we can profit from them. No one protested, clearly in agreement with the suggestion. In this desolate area, the siblings appeared to be just a young man and a little girl, easy targets for manipulation. Meanwhile, Jiangnan and Su Xiaoxiao endured the foul stench as they searched through the iron cages. There were simply too many dogs. Fortunately, before long, Jiangnan discovered the last cage. Inside was a solitary dog, a robust creature with a black muzzle, larger than the average local breed, entirely a deep brown-black color, with one ear missing, clearly bitten off. The other dogs in nearby cages seemed terrified of it, cowering in the corners. It's you, Jiangnan thought with delight. The king of black muzzles. Just as feared as in my previous life, both humans and dogs tremble at its sight. With a sense of nostalgia, Jiangnan retrieved a sausage from his storage space and offered it to the king of black muzzles. Initially, the dog bared its teeth, growling lowly, eyeing Jiangnan warily. However, upon catching sight of the sausage, its eyes gleamed with hunger. Its stomach audibly grumbled. It had been confined for 2 or 3 days without food due to its ferocity. Come on, don't be afraid, eat it, Jiangnan encouraged, recognizing the ravenous dog was indeed the legendary king of black muzzles. He approached cautiously, attempting to appear non-threatening. At last, unable to resist, the king of black muzzles seized the sausage and gulped it down, gazing back at Jiangnan with newfound interest, no longer baring its teeth. Quite clever, Jiangnan chuckled. One sausage has significantly lowered your defenses. Go ahead, eat more, he said, releasing the dog from its cage. He and Su Xiaoxiao each offered a sausage, and the once dominant king of black muzzles, now devoid of an owner, had roamed the villages, earning the villagers and amp, oppos, goodwill. Thus, it harbored a degree of trust towards humans, which is perhaps why it had fallen prey to the dog thieves. In his past life, survivors had sought to exploit the king of black muzzles' trust to hunt it down, but it had escaped, later seeking revenge one by one. You were once known as the king of black muzzles, fitting your characteristics perfectly. From this day forth, your name shall be Black Muzzle, Jiangnan declared, bestowing upon the dog its new identity. Before long, Jiangnan and Su Xiaoxiao had filled Black Muzzle's belly to satisfaction. Now well fed, the dog exhibited no caution towards the two, allowing Su Xiaoxiao to pet it and even affectionately nuzzling her leg. Come here, Black Muzzle, Jiangnan called. Observing Su Xiaoxiao's joyful interaction with the dog, he attempted to stroke Black Muzzle's head, but the action startled the creature, prompting it to retreat and hide behind Su Xiaoxiao. Jiangnan awkwardly withdrew his hand. Oh dear, you look so fierce that you scared Black Muzzle, Su Xiaoxiao teased, pursing her lips. Jiangnan's expression darkened. Who are you calling fierce? Who saved you back then? You're still growing, yet you're turning against me. All right. You can take care of Black Muzzle from now on, Jiangnan conceded, casting a reprimanding glance at the dog. This creature seemed to prefer beautiful maidens. It was indeed a lecherous beast. When Jiangnan glared, Black Muzzle promptly hid in the little girl's embrace, to which she comforted it. Don't be afraid, Black Muzzle. Fine, Jiangnan shook his head in resignation. With an exceptionally keen sense of smell, Black Muzzle likely detected the scent of blood on Jiangnan. Understanding the danger and feeling some fear. Just as the two were about to leave with Black Muzzle, the burly man who had initially guided them appeared silently behind them, saying, "Ah, young brother, is this the dog you were looking for?" Jiangnan turned to see another person behind the burly man, with two more approaching from a different direction. "Yes, indeed, this is the dog we were searching for," Jiangnan replied without overthinking, nodding in affirmation. "As previously agreed, we shall purchase this dog for 1,000 yuan. What do you think?" As he spoke, Jiangnan rummaged in his pocket for the money. However, the burly man shook his head, reneging on the deal. "No, that won't do. If it were any other dog, it might be acceptable, but this one has killed several of our dogs, resulting in significant losses. Furthermore, it has consumed a substantial amount of food during its stay, which must also be accounted for." Upon hearing this, Jiangnan frowned. Killed other dogs? Black Muzzle is fierce, but it wouldn't kill its own kind unless threatened. As for the claim of it consuming a lot, that is utterly absurd. It was clearly starving. Jiangnan's eyes narrowed as he noticed the encroaching figures. Their intentions were anything but benevolent. Chapter 21. Persuasion through reason. In that case, how much will it cost for me to take it away? Jiangnan asked with a half-smile. "This amount." The burly man raised a finger, a teasing expression on his face. 10,000? Jiangnan furrowed his brow. "That is outrageous. A mere street dog shouldn't fetch more than 500. 10,000? Is this not a blatant overreach? Do you think I am Oppos, am easy to bully?" However, to his surprise, the burly man shook his head and sneered. 10,000? You must be dreaming. 100,000. Not a penny less. This dog is worth 100,000. That and Oppos, that's what I say. Today, you either pay or neither of you leaves. As he spoke, the four dog thieves, including the burly man, surrounded Jiangnan with hostile gazes. Seeing this, Jiangnan couldn't and Oppos, help but laugh in anger. "This is too much. I had no intention of causing trouble, nor did I wish to take a life. Yet, some people seem eager for death. Kid, what are you laughing at? Do you think we're joking with you?" The burly man threatened openly, his eyes gleaming with menace. "Hand over the money immediately, or else. Your sister is quite beautiful. You wouldn't want her to suffer any harm at such a young age. Living in the shadow of fear for the rest of her life, would you?" The burly man spoke coldly, and the others echoed his sinister laughter. "Brother." Su Xiaoxiao clutched Jiangnan and Oppos' shirt tightly, fear evident in her eyes. Wu Zui bared his teeth, growling lowly at the men. It seemed the training had not been in vain. "Alas, I had intended to offer you a chance to live. But now, it seems unnecessary." Jiangnan sighed, a flash of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. "What did you say?" The burly man paused, not quite catching Jiangnan and Oppos' words. "I said, you were courting death." Jiangnan snorted coldly. In an instant, a sharp flying knife shot from his storage space. Whistling through the air with such speed, it was nearly invisible to the naked eye. With a series of dull thuds, the two dog thieves behind Jiangnan fell dead. Simultaneously, Jiangnan lunged at the burly man with a dagger in hand. "Kid, you have some guts. Kill him." The burly man roared, a mix of anger and shock flashing in his eyes. But soon, that anger was replaced by sheer terror as Jiangnan closed the distance with blinding speed. The dagger sliced through the air in a graceful arc, silencing another dog thief in an instant. "No!" The burly man screamed, but it was cut short. With a swift, lethal strike, Jiangnan silenced him as well. In mere moments, four bodies lay sprawled on the ground, their faces etched with fear, having not even seen their assassin and Oppos' movements. The entire sequence transpired in the blink of an eye. It was astonishingly swift. "Brother." Su Xiaoxiao stood in stunned silence. She was well aware of Jiangnan and Oppos' prowess, having witnessed it before, yet she had never anticipated he was capable of such overwhelming skill. Strangely, she felt no fear at the sight of the corpses, but rather a growing curiosity about Jiangnan's strength. "Are you not afraid?" Jiangnan asked, taken aback by Su Xiaoxiao and Oppos' composure. She glanced at the four lifeless bodies. For some inexplicable reason, she felt no panic, as if she could calmly accept the reality of the situation. Yet, she still pretended to cling to Jiangnan's hand, feigning fear. "I'm so scared. It terrified me." Jiangnan, a thespian in disguise. It surprised him that the little girl was unperturbed by such a gruesome scene. However, perhaps this resilience would spare her from psychological scars in the aftermath of the apocalypse. Indeed, a woman capable of becoming the Frost Queen was truly exceptional. Go. Open all the cages and set these dogs free. Jiangnan patted the little girl on the head. With a huff of dissatisfaction, she darted to unlock the iron cages, with Wu Zui eagerly following her. He dared not remain near the god of death that was Jiangnan, with Wu Zui by his side. Jiangnan felt assured that Su Xiaoxiao would face no danger. Although Wu Zui appeared timid in Jiangnan's presence, he was, after all, the king among dogs. Before him, all other dogs were but mere subordinates. Now that the dog arena was devoid of humans, if they were not released, they would starve to death before the apocalypse even arrived. Soon, hundreds, if not thousands, of dogs had been set free. On the way back, Kai Chenggong called, "President Jiang, have you found that dog? Don't go looking for the dog arena just yet. I spoke to an employee today, and he warned me that the people there are not to be trifled with. They are no good. It could be dangerous if you go alone." Kai Chenggong sounded anxious on the other end of the line. He had just received news that the people at the dog arena were indeed trouble. They had banded together to assault and extort others in the past, and they appeared to have some sort of backing, making them a minor criminal organization. If Jiangnan ventured there alone, he could easily find himself in peril. "Oh, I've already been to the dog arena," Jiangnan replied calmly. "What? You went to the dog arena?" Kai Chenggong was taken aback and quickly grew tense. "President Jiang, are you all right?" "Rest assured, I'm fine. Those people initially had ill intentions toward me, but I persuaded them through reason and brought them to heel," Jiangnan said with a smile. Yet, Kai Chenggong would never have guessed that Jiangnan's method of persuasion was of a rather physical nature. "That is good to hear. That is good to hear." Kai Chenggong breathed a sigh of relief. However, one thing puzzled him. Could those ruffians really be persuaded? Persuaded through reason? Brought to heel? Su Xiaoxiao gazed at Jiangnan with a strange expression. Wu Zui also regarded him with an odd look. "What is with that look?" Jiangnan glared at Wu Zui, who whimpered and tucked his tail, retreating into Su Xiaoxiao and Amp, Oppo's embrace. Jiangnan was about to say something further when he suddenly halted, noticing a luxury car approaching from the opposite direction. In front and behind the lavish vehicle were black sedans, and not far behind trailed a convoy comprising about 10 trucks. "This is Lu Wenla." Jiangnan's keen eyes quickly recognized the man seated in the back of the luxury car. Lu Wenla, the young master of the Lu family. The convoy behind him was clearly the Lu family and Oppo's entourage he was heading to. Jiangnan's eyes narrowed as he contemplated a possibility. Chapter 22, The Ambush at the Slaughterhouse, Hoarding Pork. Xiao, allow me to escort you home first. Jiangnan did not immediately follow, but instead ensured that Su Xiaoxiao and Wu Zui returned safely to their residence. Afterward, he sought a secluded spot and, with a few swift movements, caught up with the Lu family and Oppo's convoy. At that moment, they had arrived at a nearby slaughterhouse. The cacophony of massive machinery and the mournful cries of pigs echoed from within. A slaughterhouse? The Lu family intends to stockpile fresh meat. Jiangnan understood the implications. Meat is notoriously difficult to preserve, and constructing a sufficiently large cold storage facility requires time. Hence, the Lu family had delayed their acquisition of pork until now. "Bring your boss out here," Lu Wenla shouted. Shortly thereafter, the owner of the slaughterhouse hurried over, his face beaming with forced cheerfulness. "Ah, it's young Master Lu. What an honor," he exclaimed. "You must already be aware of the procurement. No need for me to elaborate. 2 million. Take it and leave." Lu Wenla, unceremonious, tossed a check at the slaughterhouse owner's face. "Very well, thank you, young master," the owner replied, picking up the check with a smile, though his heart bled. His investment in the slaughterhouse exceeded tens of millions, yet the Lu family expected to acquire it for a mere 2 million. He seethed with anger. Cursing the Lu family and Oppo's ancestors, however, he dared not refuse. Not long ago, another slaughterhouse owner, a so-called friend, had mysteriously perished along with his family after rejecting the Lu family. With no other option, he swallowed his grievances for the sake of his family and Oppo's safety. Soon, the owner departed with his staff, leaving Lu Wenla and the Lu family to take control of the slaughterhouse. "Move swiftly. Load the goods," Lu Wenla commanded with a cold snort. His subordinates dared not breathe a word as they loaded the pork onto the trucks, preparing to transport it to the Lu family and Oppo's cold storage. Meanwhile, Lu Wenla retreated to the office with a stunning female internet celebrity, seeking respite. Before long, muffled pleas echoed from the cramped office. "Heh, you shameless wench, shout louder." "Haven and Oppo's, tea you eaten?" Lu Wenla scolded. The woman, tear-streaked and exhausted, complied, fearful of defiance. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out. Lu Wenla jolted, his body going limp. Who fired that shot? Are you courting death? He bellowed, his face darkening as he stepped outside, intent on reprimanding the careless gunman who had interrupted his revelry. Yet, upon emerging, he was met with an unsettling sight. No one was present. Where is everyone? Have they fled? You escaped swiftly this time. Should something like this occur again, do not expect my kindness. Lu Wenla muttered coldly, turning back toward the office. Today, he mused. This internet celebrity was indeed exceptional, her figure alluring, her skin flawless, her cries tantalizing. He yearned to return for another round of indulgence. However, at that moment, his gaze sharpened. An unfamiliar figure had appeared beside him, brandishing a handgun. Help! Someone! Lu Wenla screamed in terror as he dashed back to the office. Bang! Jiangnan gently squeezed the trigger, dispatching him with a single shot. This scoundrel had committed numerous heinous acts and deserved his fate. Ah, don't kill me, came the woman and Appos' terrified shriek from within the office. Jiangnan remained still, firing several shots into the ceiling. Before long, hurried footsteps and frantic voices approached. Hurry, young master. Please don't let anything happen. Damn it, who fired that shot? I hope the young master is unharmed. Lu Wenla and Appos' driver, employees, and bodyguards rushed toward the office. Anxiety etched on their faces. If anything happened to Lu Wenla, they would surely face dire consequences. Yet, their hearts sank as they stumbled upon several bodies along the way, all belonging to Lu Wenla and Appos' bodyguards, stealthily slain. Where's the young master? They wondered, terrified to contemplate the grim reality. Soon enough, they beheld Lu Wenla and Appos' lifeless body outside the office. Boom. It was as though lightning had struck their minds. The young master. It's over. Search. Capture the murderer. After drawing everyone out, Jiangnan instantly teleported away from the scene and into the depths of the slaughterhouse. All this pork, gather it for me. His storage space still had some room, perfectly suited for the fresh meat. Collect, collect, collect. In no time, Jiangnan had amassed hundreds of tons of pork. Satisfied, he departed, his storage filled with fruits, vegetables, and now pork. These supplies would fare better within his storage than in a cold storage facility, as the vacuum environment would preserve them indefinitely, preventing spoilage. Before long, Jiangnan returned to the prison and summoned Su Xiaoxiao. Do you know why I established this place? I don't know, the young girl replied, shaking her head in confusion. To her, Jiangnan and Appos' every action was driven by purpose, and she trusted he would never harm her. The day is fast approaching, and I shall reveal it to you now. Jiangnan began slowly. In fact, in just a few days, the apocalypse will arrive. You must be wondering why the end of the world is imminent. It all began with the meteorite that fell, bringing with it a formidable virus. Once we humans are infected, we will instantly transform into terrifying zombies. This virus is highly contagious, and we are utterly incapable of eradicating it or preventing it with a vaccine. The situation has worsened day by day. In 3 days, the virus will erupt completely, and the entire Jiangnan city will become a hellish nightmare. The Lu family, the most powerful in our region, has been stockpiling supplies in preparation for the apocalypse, and so have I. Jiangnan laid bare the grim truth. The end was nigh, merely 2 or 3 days away. Sharing this with the young girl posed no harm. It was better to give her a warning. As for Su Xiaoxiao, regardless of what Jiangnan conveyed, she nodded earnestly. I am uncertain whether she truly absorbed these words. Chapter 23. The Outbreak of Doom. A hell on earth. Jiangnan remained speechless, too apathetic to concern himself with her. Then, he inquired, do you know what abilities I possess now? Huh, abilities? Upon hearing Jiangnan and Appos' words, Su Xiaoxiao and Appos' interest was suddenly piqued, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. Although Jiangnan had kept his abilities concealed, Su Xiaoxiao, having lived with him, had long sensed something amiss. Yet, her curiosity had prevented her from asking. Now, upon hearing that Jiangnan was about to reveal something, she was naturally invigorated. Look. Jiangnan abruptly vanished from his spot. Hey, brother? Su Xiaoxiao and Appos' eyes widened in disbelief as she beheld this spectacle. Before she could fully comprehend what had transpired, Jiangnan and Appos' voice echoed from behind her. I and Appos' am right behind you. Sure enough, when she turned, Jiangnan appeared behind her. The little girl was rendered speechless, stammering, Brother, how did you do that? Her small mind was filled with confusion. This is called teleportation, one of the abilities I have mastered. Observing Su Xiaoxiao's astonishment, Jiangnan chuckled. Watch again. He focused his thoughts, and a dagger materialized in his hand. With another thought, a bottle of water appeared. Subsequently, fruits, vegetables, clothes, and even stuffed toys appeared. As if he were performing a magic trick, conjuring items effortlessly. Su Xiaoxiao, dumbfounded, reached out to touch the items, confirming their authenticity. Realizing they were not mere illusions or tricks. Brother, what is this? Still reeling from her initial shock, she was overwhelmed again, almost speechless. Jiangnan smiled, saying, "This is my second ability, storage space. It allows me to store a vast array of supplies. All the vegetables and fruits we need, including meat, are kept within, and they 1 and amp, oppos, T-spoil. It and amp, oppos, S as if I and amp, oppos, VE carried a warehouse with me." As he spoke, he returned all the items to the storage space. With another thought, he manipulated a dagger that whizzed around the room at great speed, frightening the cat into hiding beneath the bed. Jiangnan then began to carve a watermelon with the dagger, swiftly etching a smiling face upon it. This is my third ability, and amp, oppos, object manipulation and amp, oppos. Jiangnan elaborated on the powers he had mastered. Su Xiaoxiao was utterly astonished. It was simply incredible. Her gaze towards Jiangnan transformed, shimmering with admiration, while the cat and amp, oppos, S expression shifted as well, realizing the fierce figure before them was extraordinarily powerful. Would she forever remain in his shadow? Ha ha, do not envy too much. After the apocalypse arrives, both of you will awaken formidable abilities as well. Jiangnan chuckled at Su Xiaoxiao and amp, oppos, S envious expression. Really? I can also have powers? Su Xiaoxiao and amp, oppos, S face radiated with excitement. Even the cat crawled out from under the bed, attempting to charm Jiangnan with its antics, seemingly eager to learn how to awaken its own abilities. Jiangnan explained, in 3 days, a global virus will erupt. Countless individuals will transform into zombies. However, a select few will naturally awaken their powers. You two will be among them. Xiaoxiao. You will awaken the ability of and amp, oppos, frost, and amp, oppos, while the cat will awaken and amp, oppos, super smell, and amp, oppos, both of which are exceptional abilities. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoxiao let out a joyous cheer, leaping 3 feet into the air, while the cat bobbed its head, equally delighted. In the final days leading up to the apocalypse, Jiangnan refrained from venturing outside, waiting for the inevitable. Unbeknownst to him, the Lu family had mobilized significant resources to investigate something in Jiangnan City and its surrounding areas. Soon after, news broke that the Lu family and amp, oppos, S eldest son had been shot dead. The revelation sent shockwaves through the community. How dare anyone attack the Lu family heir in this territory? To everyone and amp, oppos, S astonishment, 2 days passed, and the Lu family had turned up empty-handed. Strangely, the elderly patriarch of the Lu family abruptly ordered everyone to cease their investigations. What had begun as a massive manhunt ended in haste and disarray. Furthermore, it was noticed that the Lu family and amp, oppos, S influence began to retract significantly, with many of their enterprises suddenly abandoned and their members disappearing without a trace. Questions and speculation swirled about what kind of trouble the Lu family had encountered. A day later, the truth finally emerged. It turned out that the Lu family had not crossed any powerful figures. The sole reason was the impending apocalypse. On this day, Jiangnan gazed gravely outside. According to the timeline from his previous life, the viral outbreak was set to occur today. Starting at 8 in the morning, individuals would begin transforming into zombies. A process that would escalate until noon, engulfing the world in chaos and despair. Jiangnan thought to himself, the end times had finally arrived. Thankfully, in this life, he was well prepared, possessing all the necessary supplies, and even had the future Frost Queen and the cat as formidable allies. It was a powerful start. Xiaoxiao. What time is it now? Jiangnan suddenly inquired. Su Xiaoxiao, engrossed in a game of cards, promptly replied, it and amp, oppos, S759. Oh no, what happened? The internet and amp, oppos, S gone. Just as she was enjoying herself, she noticed the network had vanished, leaving her disinterested as she tossed her phone aside and rushed to Jiangnan and amp, oppos, S side. Brother, is the apocalypse really coming? The little girl gazed at the overcast sky, which appeared gloomier than usual. It has begun. Jiangnan patted Su Xiaoxiao and amp, oppos, S head. You and the cat should rest for now. Your abilities will awaken today, and being well rested will ensure a smoother awakening process. Okay. Su Xiaoxiao believed Jiangnan wholeheartedly. As for the world outside, Jiangnan could only glimpse it through intermittent internet access, scrolling through short videos and news updates. Is anyone there? Please help me. My wife was fine this morning, but suddenly she lunged at me to bite. If I had and amp, oppos, T dodged quickly, I would be dead. Oh my god. There are so many zombies outside my house. Please, someone help me. I'll give you all my money. Help. I'm a female internet celebrity. Please, someone save me. I'm willing to do anything. No. Help? What on earth is happening? Why are so many people turning into zombies? What has happened to this world? Chapter 24. Awakening Abilities, Training. In the short video, scenes of a hellish reality unfolded. Countless individuals wept uncontrollably, others cried out in despair, while many begged for salvation. Jiangnan listened in silence, detached and unmoved. He was no deity, merely capable of self-preservation, unable to save anyone. After observing for a while longer and grasping the latest developments, he realized that the number of those transformed into zombies was steadily increasing. The situation was far from optimistic. Initially, it had been the most harrowing. Even those who had managed to survive faced not only zombies, but also fellow humans. Jiangnan thought to himself as he casually turned off his phone. At present, there was little useful information available. He needed to wait for Su Xiaoxiao to awaken her powers. Brother. At that moment, a faint and weary voice emerged from Su Xiaoxiao. Was she about to awaken? Jiangnan felt a stir in his heart and quickly rose to approach her. At that moment, the little girl lay on the bed. Her complexion pale, with what appeared to be a trace of frost clinging to her lips. A chilling aura emanated from her, as if she were a humanoid air conditioner. The closer one got, the colder it became. As Jiangnan reached her side, he felt a bone-chilling coldness enveloping him. The temperature had plummeted below zero. Nearby, the dog named Wuzue trembled uncontrollably, its beard adorned with glistening icicles. Yet, it did not flee. Instead, it regarded Su Xiaoxiao with a human-like expression of concern. Have you awakened your powers? You and Amp, Oppos, V become much smarter. Jiangnan marveled at Wuzue. He had not anticipated that this creature would silently awaken its abilities. Once animals awaken their powers, they often become significantly more intelligent. In fact, at higher evolutionary levels, their wisdom may surpass that of humans. Indeed, Wuzue seemed to comprehend Jiangnan and Amp, Oppos' words, casting him a challenging glance as if to say it no longer regarded him with the same reverence. It appeared that from now on, some lessons might be in order. Jiangnan and Amp, Oppos' gaze hardened. Wuzue possessed a keen sense of danger and immediately sensed the malice emanating from Jiangnan, watching him warily. However, at that moment, Jiangnan had already shifted his attention back to Su Xiaoxiao, whispering, Xiaoxiao seems to be in poor condition, with little food available once she awakens. We can only make do with a meager dog meat hot pot to replenish her strength. Upon hearing this, Wuzue and Amp, Oppos' eyes flashed with alarm. This creature truly was always thinking about dog meat hot pot. It promptly tucked its tail and fled. Daring to provoke me. I'll scare you to death. Jiangnan chuckled. As for Su Xiaoxiao, Jiangnan felt no excessive worry. This was a normal phenomenon during the awakening process. What surprised him was the magnitude of the phenomenon she caused. The greater the manifestation, the more formidable the abilities. Jiangnan mused. Before long, the temperature within a 5-meter radius of Su Xiaoxiao had dropped below zero in just a few minutes. Within a 3-meter radius, the temperature plummeted to over 20 degrees below freezing. Even Jiangnan was reluctant to approach. Ultimately, the interior of the prison camp felt as though winter had arrived early. It was chilling. Is the phenomenon really this powerful? Jiangnan couldn't and Amp, Oppos, help but exclaim. This little girl, the commotion caused by her awakening was astonishing. Her powers must be tremendous. No wonder she could be called the Frost Queen. Jiangnan was somewhat astonished, yet he also felt joy for Su Xiaoxiao. Although they had known each other for barely a month, he had already come to regard her as family, his only family in this world. The awakening of her abilities proceeded relatively smoothly. The phenomenon surrounding Su Xiaoxiao did not persist for long before it gradually dissipated, and the little girl slowly opened her eyes. Brother, I just had a dream about an icy world where I could control the snowflakes and manipulate ice blocks. I felt invincible, she exclaimed with delight. Still savoring the dream, Jiangnan couldn't and Amp, Oppos, help but smile. You can try it now and see if it was just a dream. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoxiao cast a doubtful glance at Jiangnan, however, with a sense of determination to test her newfound powers. She attempted to execute the abilities she had experienced in her dream. Crack, crack. As her palm touched the table, it instantly transformed into a solid block of ice. Wow, is this my ability? The little girl exclaimed in astonishment, her joy palpable. She then attempted to embrace Jiangnan, startling him. What are you doing? He exclaimed, concerned. This girl had just awakened her powers, an ability fraught with danger and difficult to control. A moment of carelessness could turn him into a frozen statue. If that happened, Jiangnan feared he would meet his end without peace. No, we must ensure Su Xiaoxiao practices more, Jiangnan expressed his concerns. The clever girl understood what needed to be done. After listening to Jiangnan, she decisively declared, I want to engage in real combat. To hunt zombies and master my powers more quickly. Then, I can help you, brother. Ha ha, I knew I was right about you. Jiangnan laughed heartily. Soon, they began their preparations. Let and Appos, find a location with fewer zombies. Jiangnan instructed Wu Zui. The creature, now quite intelligent, had no trouble understanding human speech. Additionally, with its awakened super sense of smell, locating a place with fewer zombies posed no difficulty. Woof. Following Jiangnan and Appos' command, Wu Zui quickly led the two out of the prison camp. On the roadside, zombies roamed and howled, while pools of dark blood stained the ground. Numerous cars, emitting black smoke, lay abandoned, their windows shattered. Xiao Xiao, use your powers against them. No sooner had they stepped outside than the zombies noticed them and charged forward without hesitation. All right. Su Xiaoxiao remained calm, undeterred by the approaching hordes. She extended her hand, targeting two of the nearest zombies. Crack, crack. A wave of frigid air swiftly spread, and a layer of ice rapidly formed on the surface of the two zombies. They stood frozen in place, unable to move. More importantly, the chilling aura did not cease. It continued to expand. Soon, the movements of the zombies behind them began to slow down. Before long, these zombies were immobilized, unable to utter a sound, each encased in a thick layer of ice. Shatter, Su Xiaoxiao commanded with a firm grip. Instantly, those encased in ice shattered like glass, breaking into numerous pieces. They met their demise in an instant. Brother, what do you think? Having completed all of this, Su Xiaoxiao turned to Jiangnan with a gleeful expression, as if seeking praise for her accomplishments. Chapter 25. Solo action, mass slaughter of zombies. At this moment, Jiangnan was utterly astounded. He was aware of Su Xiaoxiao's formidable abilities, yet he had not anticipated their magnitude. 7 or 8 zombies were instantly frozen and dispatched in a heartbeat. Even he found such a feat challenging to achieve. The act of exterminating zombies diverged greatly from that of killing humans. The latter merely required targeting their vulnerabilities, which are numerous and exceedingly lethal. Jiangnan could easily wield his daggers to eliminate several individuals. However, the task of slaying zombies proved considerably more arduous. They possessed but a single weak point, the head. Yet, the head was the most resilient part, becoming even tougher upon transformation into a zombie, akin to a mass of iron. Presently, Jiangnan was incapable of dispatching multiple zombies at once, and soon he would face exhaustion. However, the young girl effortlessly annihilated so many zombies, seemingly without strain. Most astonishingly, she had only just awakened her powers. The sheer terror of her abilities was evident. Try to see if there are other applications for your powers, Jiangnan suggested. He recalled how the Frost Queen in his past life mastered the art of freezing, employing it in ways far beyond merely immobilizing zombies. All right. Su Xiaoxiao nodded obediently. The pair then circled the vicinity, systematically eliminating the zombies they encountered and extracting their cores. Throughout this process, the young girl became increasingly adept at wielding her powers, reaching a level of finesse that was almost instinctual. Wu Zui, too, frequently utilized his heightened sense of smell to guide them toward areas with fewer zombies, providing timely warnings whenever danger approached. Thus, 3 days passed. They had collectively vanquished nearly 100 zombies and acquired over 30 cores. Jiangnan assessed their haul. During these days, they had consumed numerous cores, resulting in a slight enhancement of their abilities. Xiao Xiao, you and Wu Zui stay near the camp and deal with any wandering zombies. If danger arises, retreat to the camp, Jiangnan instructed. I will explore other areas and hunt more zombies. After 3 days of learning and practical experience, Su Xiaoxiao and Wu Zui had formed an exceptionally harmonious partnership. Jiangnan felt assured leaving Su Xiaoxiao behind, unafraid of any potential threats. As for Jiangnan, he prepared to venture out alone to hunt zombies. Previously, he had to limit himself to areas with fewer zombies to accommodate Su Xiaoxiao and Wu Zui, and he had rarely engaged directly to hone the young girl's skills. Consequently, although the apocalypse had unfolded for 3 days, his strength had not significantly increased. I require more cores. Therefore, I must venture into more perilous territories to slay additional zombies. Jiangnan mused. Don't worry, brother. Wu Zue and I will look after ourselves. Su Xiaoxiao assured him with a nod. She understood that Jiangnan possessed multiple abilities and that amassing cores was essential for enhancing his strength, necessitating a greater quantity than she and Wu Zue could collectively gather. It was inevitable that Jiangnan would soon embark on his individual ventures. However, she resolved that her strength would rapidly improve, ensuring she would not hold her brother back. Buzzing, without Su Xiaoxiao's constraints, Jiangnan and Appo's movements became considerably freer and more audacious. He discovered a relatively intact off-road vehicle by the roadside and charged down the thoroughfare. Upon encountering zombies, he collided with them head-on. Boom. Bang. With each resounding crash, Jiangnan sent zombies flying. It was brutal. However, the cacophony attracted even more zombies. Consequently, the surrounding horde did not dwindle but rather swelled. Buzzing. Soon, the streets were overrun with zombies, encircling Jiangnan completely. Roar. Roar. A seemingly endless tide of zombies surged forth, threatening to engulf Jiangnan and Appo's vehicle. Yet, at that moment, a tremendous explosion erupted from the off-road vehicle. A colossal fireball, nearly 10 meters in diameter, erupted violently, instantly consuming the nearby zombies. The shockwave sent dozens of zombies sprawling several meters away. Then, a thunderous roar reverberated through the air, akin to a thunderclap, striking terror into the hearts of all who heard it. When silence finally descended, a massive crater 3 meters deep and over 5 meters wide had formed where the vehicle once stood, surrounded by the lifeless bodies of zombies that could no longer move. Phew. A figure emerged. It was Jiangnan. The results are satisfactory, he remarked with a smile. The explosion had obliterated at least 50 to 60 zombies, while others were left maimed and hindered in their movements. Just moments prior, he had intentionally increased the vehicle and Appo's throttle to generate noise, aiming to lure the zombies. Indeed, most of the zombies on this street had been drawn to him. Even a formidable ability user would find themselves doomed when besieged by dozens or even hundreds of zombies. Yet, Jiangnan was different. His teleportation range exceeded 200 meters, allowing him to escape to a relatively safe location when the moment was critical. He then detonated the explosives he had stashed in the vehicle, swiftly decimating a multitude of zombies. Such maneuvers were simply extraordinary. Teleportation, storage space, both abilities were indispensable. Now, it was time to reap the rewards of the course. Jiangnan surveyed the ground littered with zombie corpses, alongside many that were still crawling, their limbs severed, incessantly wailing. His spirits soared. These were all cores. Reflecting on his past life, he recalled cowering in a basement, terrified and starving, only acquiring his first core a month after the apocalypse began. In contrast, the current situation was like night and day. The difference was staggering. Now, cores were plentiful. Jiangnan hummed with vitality as he retrieved an axe from his storage space, systematically cleaving off the heads of zombies to extract their cores. The cores were unique energy crystals. Astonishingly, even zombies charred to a crisp at the epicenter of the explosion had their cores intact. Typically, one would find a core within every 3 zombies. Jiangnan efficiently severed the heads of 59 zombies, successfully claiming 20 cores. Thud, thud. He continued to wield the axe, dispatching the remaining struggling zombies, garnering an additional 7 cores. The harvest was satisfactory. It and Appo's. As time to depart, let us continue our journey elsewhere. Jiangnan carefully gathered all the crystal nuclei and instantaneously vanished from the spot. Chapter 26. An unexpected encounter with an ex-girlfriend subsequently. Jiangnan appeared at various locations in Xinjiang City. Each time, he employed the same strategy, consistently reaping a significant number of crystal cores. However, his supply of explosives was dwindling. Each use consumed a considerable amount, and this method could not be sustained indefinitely. Moreover, the frequent use of his abilities was quite taxing, leaving him mentally exhausted. Jiangnan sighed in resignation. Such an efficient method of hunting zombies could not be maintained indefinitely, and excessive mental strain was unwise. After all, in this apocalyptic world, danger lurked at every corner. Not to mention the zombies, he had to remain vigilant against other humans as well. Should his mental resources be depleted, any imminent danger would render him helpless. Jiangnan found himself in a villa district of Xinjiang City. A small river nearby contributed to the picturesque environment, with stunning scenery all around. The property prices here were among the highest in Xinjiang City, with villas priced upwards of 50 million. Nevertheless, in the face of the apocalypse, This place was no different from others. Jiangnan casually entered one of the villas. Suddenly, a female zombie, elegantly built and clad in black stockings and a sultry dress, lunged at him. Jiangnan merely lifted his eyelids to glance at her. This female zombie must have once been a stunning beauty. Regrettably, she had transformed into a zombie in the wake of the apocalypse. Blood dripped from her mouth and hands, and fresh flesh was caught between her sharp teeth. It was likely that she had claimed the life of the villa and Amp, Appos, as male owner before Jiangnan and Amp, Appos, as her rival. Without hesitation, he raised his axe and struck down with force. With a splatter of dark blood, the zombie's head was violently severed. Unfortunately, no crystal core was found. Jiangnan felt a twinge of disappointment but did not dwell on it. He set several warning traps at the villa entrance before locating a clean room to rest, intending to recuperate his mental energy. Soon, Jiangnan slipped into a light slumber, ready to awaken at the slightest disturbance. Ding ding ding. Before long, he was jolted awake by the sound of bells. Someone had entered. Jiangnan and Appos' expression sharpened. He faintly heard footsteps and voices from the first floor. However, upon recognizing the voice, he was momentarily taken aback. Could it be her? What a twist of fate. Life has a curious way of bringing people together. Who would have thought we would meet here? Jiangnan reminisced about the owner of that voice, a wry smile forming on his lips. Excuse me, is anyone here? Hanling gently pushed open the villa and Amp, Appos' front door, inquiring softly. She dared not raise her voice too much, as it might attract zombies. Having narrowly escaped the pursuit of the undead, she could not afford to be foolish enough to put herself in danger again. Starving. She had not eaten for nearly a day, and was in desperate need of food. Is anyone here? She asked again. As she gently pushed the door, she accidentally brushed against something that produced a tinkling sound. This confirmed her suspicion that there were indeed others in the villa. If there were people, there might be food. She recognized the villa's owner, a company executive in his 40s or 50s, a notorious lecher who frequently brought different women home, mostly employees or secretaries from his company. Whenever she passed by, he would gaze at her with a lustful look. Hanling glanced down at her appearance, confident in her figure, although somewhat disheveled. It could not conceal her alluring body and charming features. Especially in her current state, she believed it would only heighten a man and Appos' primal instincts. She could not fathom any man being able to resist her allure. Mr. Fan, are you here? I and Amp, Appos, am so hungry. Please, save me. Hanling called out softly, her voice tinged with desperation as she entered the room. Just then, someone descended the staircase from the second floor. Instantly, she pleaded, Mr. Fan, I barely escaped from a horde of zombies. Please, keep me here. Huh? You aren't and Appos, Mr. Fan. You are. As Hanling spoke, she suddenly realized something was amiss. The person descending from the staircase was not the familiar Mr. Fan, but someone else she recognized. Jiangnan? What are you doing here? Her expression changed, and she questioned him loudly. Hanling? I never expected to see you here. What a coincidence. Jiangnan's lips curled into a knowing smile. The woman before him was his first love, a person who once embodied purity and kindness. Their shared interests had drawn them together, a couple admired by many. Yet only Jiangnan understood the true nature of this woman, arrogant, haughty, and vain. Shortly after they began dating, she had pursued a wealthy heir, throwing herself at him that very night. The revelation had devastated Jiangnan, leaving him in a state of emotional turmoil for an extended period. In his previous life, they had never crossed paths again. Who could have imagined that in this life, he would encounter her while hunting zombies? Regaining his composure, Jiangnan snapped back to reality. Jiangnan, I and Appos, am asking you a question. Why are you here? Hanling scrutinized him, her face adorned with a mocking expression. You must be Mr. Fan and Appos' driver, right? I always knew there was no future in following you. A penniless nobody like you will never amount to anything. You are destined to work for others. Her words dripped with disdain and derision for Jiangnan. However, Jiangnan merely shrugged off her remarks, choosing to ignore her. He settled onto the sofa and retrieved a bag of potato chips from storage. Quite fragrant. He mused contentedly as he munched away. Growl. Hanling and Appos' stomach betrayed her, rumbling uncontrollably. Yet she continued to mock him. Do you think this is your home? Have some self-awareness. You are merely Mr. Fan's driver. Do you believe I want and Appos, call him to have you thrown out? But as she spoke, her voice faltered. In her line of sight, she spotted a dismembered corpse lying behind a nearby sofa. Its abdomen was hollowed out, and the face was a blur, unrecognizable. However, Han Ling was certain that this corpse belonged to Mr. Fan. Beside it lay the body of a zombie, its head violently severed in half. Is this you're doing? Han Ling's expression changed dramatically. Yet at that moment, Jiangnan, engrossed in his snack, had no intention of responding to her. Chapter 27. Trading for sustenance. As Han Ling was about to speak, she caught sight of Jiangnan indulging in food, and an overwhelming wave of hunger surged within her, causing her to feel faint. It had been an entire day since she last ate, leaving her ravenous. Watching Jiangnan devour his meal, she felt saliva pooling in her mouth. Soon, Jiangnan finished a bag of chips and proceeded to enjoy a chicken leg and a bottle of cola with palpable delight. Once satiated, he quickly began to restore his energy. After his meal, he reached for an apple and began to munch on it. Suddenly, he noticed someone sitting beside him. The softness of a body pressing against his side. It was Han Ling, who had leaned in closer. Jiangnan, could you spare me a little something to eat? She implored, her eyes wide and her lips quivering with vulnerability. It was and amp, Oppos, see how you think it was back then. For all these years, I have been thinking of you and loving you deeply. He forced me into a corner, threatening that if I didn't break up with you, he would send someone to hurt you. You have no idea how painful my existence has been all these years. Even now, my heart still belongs to you. What I said earlier was out of frustration. I hope you can forgive me. Tears streamed down her beautiful, smooth face as she lamented. A pitiful sight that could evoke sympathy in anyone who beheld her. However, Jiangnan remained unmoved. He cast a glance at Han Ling. Noting her increased allure after years apart. Dawn and amp, Oppos, waste your breath. I know exactly what you and amp, Oppos, remade of. Let us get to the point. He replied coldly. You want food? Fine. But nothing comes for free. In this apocalyptic world, food is a precious commodity. Every morsel is significant. Han Ling's expression stiffened, taken aback by Jiangnan's pragmatic demeanor. Showing no hint of tenderness, she had always looked down on him, yet now found herself scrambling to appease him. The stark contrast filled her with humiliation. How could she be reduced to such a state? Yet, the situation dictated her actions. Gritting her teeth, she forced a smile. Jiangnan, I promise that if you feed me, I will belong to you. You can do whatever you wish with me, just ensure that I won't starve. In this grim reality, as a defenseless woman, she had no means to confront the zombies outside. To survive, she had no choice but to rely on Jiangnan. Jiangnan snickered at her newfound attitude. Wherein and amp, Oppos, to you just looking down on me? What happened to that bravado? How quickly the tables have turned. Truly. You haven't changed at all. Hearing his mockery, Han Ling and Oppos' expression shifted through a spectrum of emotions. But at the sound of distant zombie growls, she swallowed her pride. Jiangnan, how can you say that? I have loved you all along. I never expected you to perceive me this way. I understand your feelings. But I hope you can see past my mistakes. Enough with the theatrics, Jiangnan interjected with a dismissive scoff. He glanced at her alluring figure and smiled lightly. All this talk is merely a ploy for food. ISN and amp, Oppos, it? Rest assured, I have plenty. But first, your services must meet my expectations. Do you comprehend my meaning? I understand, Han Ling replied, taking a deep breath to suppress her humiliation. So, what are we waiting for? Let us get started. Jiangnan sneered, extending his hand toward her. Han Ling gasped. Caught off guard as Jiangnan forcefully pinned her down. The potent scent of masculine energy enveloped her. Details are inconsequential. Moments later, Jiangnan exhaled deeply, feeling revitalized. In contrast, Han Ling lay limp on the sofa, utterly drained. Not bad, Jiangnan remarked with a nod of satisfaction, leisurely lighting a post-encounter cigarette. This moment served as a form of closure for the regrets of the past. Yet, he anticipated that he would barely spare her a glance in the future. After finishing his smoke, Jiangnan casually tossed some bread towards her. Take these and be on your way. Jiangnan, I have given myself to you. How can you doubt my love for you? Han Ling, wrapped in a sheet, her eyes red and brimming with unfallen tears, pleaded. Now that I am in this state, if you abandon me, With zombies lurking outside, survival as a woman was a daunting challenge. Though she had always looked down on Jiangnan and felt humiliated by his force, he possessed food and seemed capable of combating the undead. Thus, aligning with him was undoubtedly a wise choice, better than facing death at the hands of zombies. No matter what, she had to stay. Are my words incomprehensible to you? Jiangnan's expression darkened as he glared at her, emanating an aura of danger. Han Ling trembled, a chill of fear creeping up her spine as she sensed the malice in his gaze. What had he done before? A sense of dread washed over her. If she lingered, Jiangnan might resort to violence. But how had he transformed into this person? The Jiangnan she remembered was nothing like this formidable figure. Regardless of her thoughts, she could not fathom that he had lived another life, becoming seasoned by the trials of a harsh world. With no other options, Han Ling unsteadily descended from the sofa, her legs trembling from Jiangnan and Appo's earlier force. I imagine you would love to see me dead, Jiangnan said. Standing at the large window on the second floor, watching her depart with a cold smile. Han Ling was merely an ordinary person, likely to perish at the hands of zombies, especially given her beauty. In the apocalypse, lacking strength made beauty a curse. She would have to fend for herself. Jiangnan shook his head, his heart hardened. If Han Ling perished, so be it. He had long since severed any emotional ties. Today was merely a transaction. It was time to leave. Jiangnan dressed and gathered his belongings. He had come here to rest and regain his strength, and now that he felt revitalized, it was time to return. He recalled Su Xiaoxiao, and a genuine smile graced his face. Chapter 28. Distress Signal. The beautiful chef brother. You have finally returned. The girl exclaimed as dusk approached, casting shadows over the prison where lights had begun to flicker on. In this post-apocalyptic world, various electrical facilities had ceased to function. Jiangnan, possessing foresight, had prepared several generators to ensure the camp and Appo's daily power needs were met. At this moment, two small figures awaited at the prison gate. One was an adorable little girl, petite and charming. The other was a large, earless Chinese rural dog with a dark muzzle. Upon catching the scent of Jiangnan, the dog barked joyfully. Su Xiaoxiao hurried over and embraced Jiangnan tightly. Brother, you were gone for so long. I thought something happened to you. Fear not. Your brother is quite capable. Jiangnan gently ruffled the girl and Appo's hair. Have you eaten? Not yet. I was waiting for you, the young girl replied, shaking her head. Jiangnan hastily prepared two simple dishes, one meat and one vegetable. They were far from exquisite, but edible enough in his eyes. As for Su Xiaoxiao, she took only a couple of bites before setting down her chopsticks. It seemed she could hardly force herself to eat. With a smile, she remarked, Brother, my stomach is small. I cannot eat much. Jiangnan shrugged, acknowledging his culinary skills were indeed lacking. Before the apocalypse, he often took Su Xiaoxiao out to dine. But now, he had to relearn cooking. Unfortunately, he possessed little talent in this area. For the past few days, whenever he cooked, the girl merely ate a couple of bites to spare his feelings before turning to snacks. This one and Appo's do. Relying solely on snacks is not a solution. Jiangnan found himself troubled, yet there seemed to be no immediate remedy. In the prison camp, within the bedroom, Jiangnan fiddled with the radio. Days had passed since the onset of the apocalypse, and news from the outside world was sparse. The static crackled. The radio, a wireless device, had the capacity to receive signals across various frequencies, even picking up voices from walkie-talkies. However, currently, only a busy tone resonated from the radio. People were struggling to survive and had little opportunity to reach out to the outside. Moreover, prior to the apocalypse, mobile phones were the primary means of communication, rendering the radio and walkie-talkies unfamiliar to most. Jiangnan shook his head, primarily hoping to catch any news from official sources. Yet, given the circumstances, it appeared rather challenging. Just then, a woman in Appo's voice began to intermittently emerge from the radio. Is anyone there? Help. Help me. Is there anyone? Help. Help me. Someone? Upon hearing the voice, Jiangnan raised an eyebrow in surprise. He had not anticipated hearing a woman and Appo's cry for help emanating from the radio. Is anyone there? Help me. In the kitchen of an upscale restaurant, a graceful woman with a delicate appearance whispered into a walkie-talkie, pleading for assistance. Her name was Lin Yu, aged 28, the head chef of the establishment. While the life of an ordinary chef was arduous, her culinary skills ensured a relatively simple workload with a generous salary, and she was quite content with her existence. However, no one could have foreseen the world transforming just days prior. Her familiar colleagues had morphed into terrifying monsters, reminiscent of the zombies from movies. Fear gripped her as she sought refuge in the kitchen when the chaos erupted, where ample ingredients lay. Yet, without gas, she could do nothing but stare at the food. And with the refrigerator devoid of power, the contents had begun to rot. In a few days, she would find herself with nothing to eat. She contemplated escape. But the restaurant was teeming with zombies. Venturing outside would certainly mean death. Thus, her only option was to call for help. Yet, 2 days had passed without any response. Was she destined to perish in this place? Hello? Is it you who was calling for help? Just as Lin Yu was about to abandon her plea, a young man in Appo's voice suddenly broke through the static. Lin Yu jolted in surprise, her eyes lighting up with hope. Yes, it and Amp, Appo's me. Hello. I am at the Dolamy Western Restaurant at 23 Youth Avenue. Can you come rescue me? Dolamy Western Restaurant. The voice on the other end hesitated. That place is over 10 kilometers away. It's too far. Moreover, I would have to pass through several residential areas and commercial streets. Who knows how many zombies lurk there? Rescuing you would be quite difficult. Lin Yu and Appo's heart sank at his words. She sensed his hesitation and understood the challenge posed by the 10-kilometer distance. The flicker of hope she had felt began to extinguish. However, at that moment, the voice continued. Of course, this level of difficulty is not insurmountable for me. However, I will not rescue you without reason. First, tell me about yourself and what value you might possess. Really? You can come to save me? Lin Yu felt a surge of excitement. Yes. Gaining a response, Lin Yu took a deep breath, quickly assessing her situation. Aside from her cooking skills, she realized she had little else of worth. The man was male, and she considered her own appearance. Nervously, she stammered. I am 28 years old. I look decent, and my figure is good. Additionally, I am a chef. After a brief pause, the voice replied, Oh, you're a chef? Then you can cook for me in the future. Yes. Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback, but quickly responded with enthusiasm. A chef? What a fortuitous turn of events, Jiangnan mused. Recently, he had faced significant frustration in the kitchen. He had stocked a variety of fresh vegetables and meats, but lacked the skill to prepare them well, though he had plenty of dry rations. It couldn't and Appo's be the sole sustenance. Thus, upon learning Lin Yu was a chef, he resolved to rescue her. However, he paid little heed to her subsequent words. Before proceeding with the rescue, Jiangnan added, I can save you, but from now on, you will be under my command and must obey my orders unconditionally. Otherwise, Lin Yu quickly assured him, rest assured, as long as you rescue me, I will absolutely follow your commands. Excellent. Stay put. I will set out tomorrow morning. Just wait for me to arrive, Jiangnan instructed before ending the call. Chapter 29. Absolute Obedience. Do whatever you want, big brother. Are you going to rescue someone tomorrow? Su Xiaoxiao appeared beside Jiangnan, her face brimming with curiosity. Jiangnan nodded, affectionately ruffling the little girl and Appo's hair. Yes, it's a chef. My cooking skills are terribly lacking. So I'll bring her back to prepare meals for us. Su Xiaoxiao pouted, swatting Jiangnan's hand away. Be careful tomorrow. Wu Zui and I will wait for your return at home. After coaxing the little girl to rest, Jiangnan retrieved a detailed paper map of Qingyang City from his storage space. Dolamy Western Restaurant. He quickly located the restaurant on the map. It was an upscale establishment nestled in the bustling district of Qingyang City. Jiangnan promptly determined a route. I'll take a detour and cross the bridge. The roads here are wide and primarily in the new area. During the apocalypse, there likely weren't many people around. Though the route was longer and would consume considerable time, safety was paramount. Jiangnan thought to himself. Even he, amidst the perilous end times, dared not take reckless risks. Caution was always preferable, especially since he would be escorting a woman lacking in strength. Having finalized his route, Jiangnan simply washed up and rested, conserving his energy for the morrow's endeavors. The next morning, Jiangnan packed his belongings in preparation for departure. Upon stepping outside, he spotted Su Xiaoxiao and Wu Zui waiting for him. Big brother, please be careful, Su Xiaoxiao urged. All right, you both stay safe at home and be vigilant for intruders. Jiangnan nodded in affirmation, then turned to Wu Zui. Wu Zui, stay sharp. If anything seems amiss, inform Xiaoxiao immediately. Stop being so daft all day. Look at how much weight you and Appo's gained these past few days. Jiangnan chided Wu Zui. The creature had been particularly indulgent in its meals lately, noticeably plumper than when Jiangnan first encountered it. Woof. Wu Zui barked in indignation, as if protesting Jiangnan and Appo's remarks. Jiangnan shook his head. This dog had an incredibly thick skin. Even in its current state, it claimed to be unaffected by its overindulgence. With that, Jiangnan hurriedly set off before Wu Zui could retaliate, heading to rescue a woman named Lin Yu. This time, Jiangnan opted for a quieter motorcycle. He followed the previously established route, encountering only minor obstacles along the way. While he did cross paths with numerous zombies, none posed a significant hindrance. Before long, he arrived at the street housing Dolamy Western Restaurant. As the clock approached 11, Lin Yu and Appo's anxiety grew. Although the man had promised to come, the distance felt insurmountable. In the past, it would have taken less than half an hour by car. But now, it felt like a chasm. Moreover, a moment and amp, Oppos, as an attention could lead to being surrounded by zombies, a fate that would surely spell doom. What if he felt scared and backed out? Or perhaps he had encountered danger en route, with his fate hanging in the balance? Such possibilities loomed heavily in Linyu and Oppos' mind, causing her hope of rescue to dwindle. Should she have harbored any expectations? Given the distance, how could he possibly arrive? Unless he were a deity, he could easily become a meal for the undead. Sighing deeply, Linyu slumped to the ground in despair. Buzzing. At that moment, she faintly heard the roar of a motorcycle outside. Could it be him? Linyu's heart raced as she hurried to the window. Indeed, she spotted a young man dismounting from his motorcycle. Around him, a horde of over a dozen zombies had been drawn in, roaring and lunging towards him. Oh no, so many zombies. Linyu and Oppos' face paled. Facing such a throng, even the strongest would struggle to survive. Even with a firearm, there would Oppos' be enough time to dispatch them all. Just then, Linyu and Oppos' eyes widened in disbelief as she witnessed an astonishing spectacle. Though surrounded by zombies, Jiangnan exhibited no fear. He swiftly retrieved a fire axe from his storage space. Moving with astonishing speed, his agility allowed him to deftly evade the lunging zombies. Two zombies collided, disoriented from their impact. Jiangnan swung the axe, cleaving through their skulls with precision. His movements were fluid, dodging with ease, leaving the zombies unable to even graze his clothing. In no time, several zombies lay defeated at his feet. After collecting their cores, Jiangnan dashed into the restaurant. Is he really this formidable? Linyu watched in awe as Jiangnan battled, utterly astonished. How could he possess such prowess? One man, taking down over a dozen zombies in mere moments? It defied belief. Had she not witnessed it firsthand, she would never have accepted such a reality. He was practically superhuman. No wonder he dared to come rescue her. He was truly remarkable. Linyu's heart filled with hope for survival. She mused that with such strength, perhaps following him was fortuitous. If he desired anything from her, given his capabilities, how could she refuse? With that thought, Linyu and Oppos' cheeks flushed. Hey, beautiful, what are you dazed about? Hurry and come with me. The zombies are closing in. A voice jolted her back to reality. Linyu snapped to attention, realizing the man had already entered and eliminated the zombies within the restaurant. Ah, yes. Linyu hurriedly exited. Jiangnan cast her a curious glance. This girl was rather attractive. Keeping her around would not only provide a chef, but also a pleasing companion. Yet, there was something peculiar about her. Jiangnan led Linyu out of the restaurant. At that moment, the bulk of the zombie horde had not yet approached, with only a handful lunging toward them. Jiangnan dispatched each with swift efficiency. Given the proximity, Linyu felt the oppressive presence of the zombies acutely. Jiangnan and Oppos' fluid movements in eliminating them only heightened her astonishment. How incredible! Linyu and Oppos' eyes sparkled with admiration as she gazed at Jiangnan and Oppos' back, almost revering him as a deity. He was not only powerful but also handsome. He had previously stated that she must obey his every command. However, should he speak, she would undoubtedly comply. Chapter 30. The uninvited intruders. As Linyu and Oppos' thoughts wandered, she found herself contemplating some unspeakable images. At that moment, Jiangnan had already mounted his motorcycle. Hold on tight. I and Oppos' about to speed off. Oh, all right. Linyu snapped back to reality, hurriedly nodding and wrapping her arms tightly around Jiangnan and Oppos' waist. Observing this scene, Jiangnan furrowed his brow even deeper. This beauty seemed somewhat slow to react, and her face appeared even redder than before. Could she possibly be unwell? Shaking his head, Jiangnan dismissed those thoughts. They had successfully rescued her, and it was unnecessary to dwell on such matters now. A horde of zombies was already gathering in the distance, and they needed to flee before it was too late. With a twist of the throttle, the motorcycle roared to life and sped away. Meanwhile, outside the prison camp, a group of unexpected guests arrived. For disheveled men, their clothing emanating a foul odor, were wandering nearby as if searching for something. To their surprise, they stumbled upon the prison. There is an intact prison here? It seems to have been recently restored. One exclaimed, noticing fresh tire tracks and footprints on the ground. There must be people inside. Ha ha ha, this is fantastic. Let us hurry and check it out. There is bound to be plenty of food. The four men were filled with excitement as they dashed toward the prison. Be cautious. There are many traps in this place. Let us follow the footprints, said a man clad in a suit. The others nodded in agreement, carefully making their way to the iron gate. Before them stood a tall and heavy iron door, behind which lay yet more iron gates. What now? We can't get through. The four men found themselves at a loss. Who are you? Leave immediately. At that moment, a youthful voice suddenly rang out from behind them. The four men jumped in surprise. Turning around, they discovered that the voice belonged to a beautiful little girl of about 10 years old, accompanied by a scruffy dog that was baring its teeth at them. Instantly, the men burst into laughter. The man in the suit grinned wickedly, his eyes lecherously appraising Su Xiaoxiao. Little girl, are you all alone here? Where are your adults? Tell Uncle quickly. Uncle isn't a bad person. As he spoke, the suited man licked his lips, greedily eyeing Su Xiaoxiao. Su Xiaoxiao frowned, feeling extremely uncomfortable under his gaze. You should leave quickly. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Oh, little girl, are your adults not home? You're going to be rude to Uncle? What do you mean by rude? The man in the suit laughed lewdly. The other three joined in with similar indecent chuckles. Inching closer to Su Xiaoxiao, the suited man continued shamelessly, Come here, little girl, and Uncle will grant you your wish. Don't worry, Uncle won't hurt you. Suddenly, the man's expression changed dramatically as he let out a pained howl. In a flash, the scruffy dog had charged in like a bolt of lightning. The man had barely any time to react before he felt a searing pain in his vital areas. Ah, you beast. I'll kill you. The man screamed in agony, his face contorting in pain as blood gushed forth. He then noticed a chunk of dark, mangled flesh on the ground, sending him into a dizzying panic. It's severed. It's severed. Damn it. You little beast, you're asking for death. Seeing this, the remaining three men gasped in horror. Not only had it been severed, but there were also several terrifying bite marks. There was no way to reattach it now. Seize her. The three men charged towards Su Xiaoxiao without hesitation. Let us capture this girl first. We can deal with the dog later. However, as they took a step forward, an icy chill suddenly washed over them, causing goosebumps to rise on their skin. They felt as if they had been thrust into the depths of winter. What is happening? Help? No. The remaining three felt an excruciating cold, as though their blood were freezing in their veins. In the next moment, they found their legs rapidly turning to ice. Before they could comprehend what was happening, they all transformed into ice sculptures, their faces frozen in expressions of sheer terror. You, who are you? No, you're not human, you're a devil. The suited man screamed in terror upon witnessing this scene. Su Xiaoxiao snorted coldly and waved her hand. The man in the suit quickly became an ice sculpture, maintaining the pose of wanting to flee. Disgusting. A look of revulsion appeared on Su Xiaoxiao's face. Though she was young, she was not naive. With another wave of her hand, the four ice sculptures emitted a series of cracking sounds. With a loud crash, they shattered into countless pieces. Well done, Wuzue. Su Xiaoxiao affectionately patted the scruffy dog. She hadn't anticipated that when the suited man had insulted her, Wuzue would charge in without hesitation, delivering a powerful blow. The damage was significant, and the insult was deeply humiliating. Wang Wang. Wuzue barked happily, reveling in Su Xiaoxiao's affection. At that moment, Wuzue barked again, indicating towards a certain direction. Su Xiaoxiao paused, not quite understanding its meaning. Seeing her confusion, Wuzue grew anxious. It first ran to the spot where the suited man had been and picked up a piece of his torn clothing. Then, it ran outward, its bright black eyes fixed on Su Xiaoxiao. Su Xiaoxiao seemed to grasp Wuzue's intention, hesitatingly saying, You mean you can follow their trail back to their hideout? Wang Wang. Wuzue nodded eagerly. Su Xiaoxiao pondered, I don't know where they came from, but they shouldn't be too far away. Otherwise, they wouldn't have found us here. Let us go take a look. With a nod of agreement, she instructed, Lead the way, Wuzue. Wuzue barked excitedly and promptly led Su Xiaoxiao away from the prison camp. The girl and her dog traversed through a thicket and crossed a highway. After about half an hour, they arrived at the outskirts of a construction site. As they neared the site, Wuzue suddenly halted, unwilling to proceed any further. Instead, it guided Su Xiaoxiao in a wide arc, stopping in a nearby grove. Wuzue, what is going on? Su Xiaoxiao observed, noticing that Wuzue seemed agitated. Wuzue nodded vigorously, scratching the ground with its paws as if trying to convey something. Wang Wang. Wang Wang. Chapter 31. Taking the initiative, infiltration. Upon witnessing the scene, Su Xiaoxiao felt a wave of confusion wash over her. For a moment, she could not decipher the meaning behind Wuzue and Appos as gestures. After a prolonged demonstration from Wuzue, the young girl gradually began to comprehend. Are you implying that there is danger on the construction site, and that it is quite perilous? Wuzue nodded vigorously. Do you have any idea how many people are inside? Su Xiaoxiao inquired. Wu Zui possessed an extraordinary sense of smell, capable of distinguishing the scents of different individuals in the air. However, she struggled to articulate her findings. After pondering for a moment, Su Xiaoxiao devised a plan. I will mention a number, and if it is close, you bark once. Woof. Wu Zui signaled her understanding. 10, 20, 50, 100. Suddenly, Wu Zui let out a bark. Su Xiaoxiao gasped in shock. There are that many people? Let us head back. My brother should be returning soon. We must inform him of the situation here. Wu Zui nodded in agreement. Though they possessed extraordinary abilities, both she and Su Xiaoxiao were limited in strength and dared not venture into danger alone. They could only relay the information to Jiangnan, who, with his ruthless nature, would undoubtedly confront them without fear. Not long after Su Xiaoxiao and Wu Zui returned to the prison camp, Jiangnan arrived with Lin Yu. All right, we've arrived. Lin Yu exclaimed as she dismounted from the motorcycle. Her eyes widened in astonishment at the prison camp. Nan Ge, is this where you live? Such high walls. We need not fear an onslaught of zombies. Indeed, it was designed to withstand zombies, but it can also repel other adversaries, Jiangnan affirmed with a nod. Lin Yu exclaimed exuberantly, this place is incredible. Nan Ge, you are remarkable for discovering such a safe haven. Jiangnan shrugged nonchalantly and led Lin Yu into the prison. At that moment, he sensed something amiss. The ground bore remnants of ice and signs of a struggle. Has someone infiltrated? Jiangnan and Appo's expression darkened, and an aura of danger enveloped him. This is bad. Where and Appo's, as Xiaoxiao? His heart raced as he prepared to search for her when, coincidentally, Su Xiaoxiao and Wu Zui emerged, both covered in mud. Clearly, they had just returned. Brother, someone invaded our camp. Su Xiaoxiao recounted her harrowing experience in great detail. After dispatching those 4 individuals, Wu Zui followed their scent to their origin, a construction site not far from here. She indicated that over 100 people are inside. There are far too many for us. Wu Zui and I merely caught a glimpse before we hastily returned. As she finished speaking, she praised Wu Zui. Wu Zui has become remarkably clever. She knows to protect me and even helped me locate the construction site. Woof. Wu Zui beamed with pride at the compliment, her tail wagging high. Foolish dog. Look at your arrogance. Jiangnan playfully rapped Wu Zui on the head. Arin and Appo's, you supposed to be clever? From now on, you will accompany Xiaoxiao and learn from her. She will teach you how to write, so you don't spend your days eating and sleeping. Look at how you've ballooned. Wu Zui, indignant, expressed her dissatisfaction. How have I become fat? How am I idle? Why should I learn? If only she could speak, she would undoubtedly unleash a torrent of insults upon Jiangnan. Your protests are in vain. Jiangnan dismissed her grievances with a swift thump, ignoring her watery-eyed plea as she approached Su Xiaoxiao with a whimper. Su Xiaoxiao sighed, shaking her head. Wu Zui, you have indeed gained a considerable amount of weight, and you often seem to have nothing to do. Come, learn alongside me, and I will teach you how to write. Her radiant, innocent smile, however, appeared like mockery in Wu Zui's eyes. Overwhelmed by despair, Wu Zui retreated to her doghouse, burying her head deep within. Jiangnan, preoccupied with his thoughts, pondered the implications of the 4 individuals failing to return to the construction site. They might come looking for trouble. The connection had already been forged through blood. Rather than allowing them to seek vengeance, it would be prudent for them to strike first. With resolve, Jiangnan called out to Wu Zui, lead me to the construction site. Wu Zui protested, unwilling to accompany the troublesome Jiangnan. Left with no choice, he introduced Su Xiaoxiao and Lin Yu to one another. Xiaoxiao, this is Lin Yu. She will be preparing our meals from now on. You can call her Aunt Lin. Lin Yu and Appo's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly fainting from indignation. I'm only in my 20s. How can I be an aunt? Su Xiaoxiao, more perceptive than Jiangnan, sweetly responded, hello, sister Yu. Oblivious, Jiangnan continued, and this is Su Xiaoxiao, my sister. You two should become better acquainted. By the way, I heard you excel at making soup? I've been feeling a bit weak lately, and I would love to try dog meat soup when I return. What do you think? Dog meat soup? I've never made it before, but I could give it a try. Lin Yu hesitated, nodding slowly. Meanwhile, Wu Zui, who had been reluctant to leave her nest, trembled at the mention of dog meat. Woof! She dashed over, indignant at the turn of events. Had I known this would happen, I would have acted differently. Jiangnan shook his head. Let us go. Wu Zui bared her teeth in displeasure but begrudgingly led the way. This time, their pace quickened significantly, arriving at the construction site in about 10 minutes. They and Appo's, all inside. Correct? Jiangnan observed Wu Zui nodding, instructing her to hide while he stealthily approached the site through a swift movement. Soon, Jiangnan gathered intelligence on the situation within. We must not alarm them. We need to eliminate them all at once. When cutting grass, one must uproot it entirely. Direct confrontation posed substantial risks, and there was a possibility that some might escape amidst the chaos. Rapidly, Jiangnan devised a plan, identifying a potential vulnerability among the survivors. In a flash, he appeared in a woman and Oppo's chamber. Chapter 32. A scheme unfolds. A display of skill. Take care, big brother. Do come again. Tan Xiaya coyly waved goodbye to a departing man, clutching a can of fruit in her hand. Just as she intended to take a moment to relax, she turned around and was suddenly startled. A man had appeared in the room, smiling at her. Who are you? Tan Xiaya stammered, about to raise her voice in protest when she felt a cold blade pressed against her neck. Instantly, the specter of death loomed over her. Do not scream. Otherwise, I will kill you. Jiangnan and Oppo's deep voice resonated in her ear. I want and Oppo's scream. Tan Xiaya replied, trembling with fear, as she felt the knife withdraw from her neck. She seemed to lose all her strength and gasped for breath. Jiangnan flashed a benign smile. Do not be afraid. I have come to discuss a collaboration with you. If you cooperate, not only will you be unharmed, but I can also provide you with ample food. Rest assured, I am a good person. I have never killed anyone. Not even a dog. Tan Xiaoye appeared to believe Jiangnan and Oppo's words, her terror gradually subsiding. Who exactly are you? What do you want? My identity is of little importance. What matters is that I intend to kill your boss, Jiangnan replied with a smile. From now on, I and Oppo's ask the questions, and you shall provide the answers. Tan Xiaoye cast a wary glance at the glinting dagger in Jiangnan and Oppo's hand and nodded repeatedly. What is your boss and Oppo's name? Hu Hai. Does your boss possess any special abilities? If so, what are they? Yes, though I am not sure of the specifics, as I have never seen him use them. 10 minutes later, Jiangnan had inquired about numerous details, acquiring a general understanding of the camp and Oppo's situation. This construction site was under the control of Hu Hai and his several henchmen, who often ventured out to scavenge for food and hunt zombies. When encountering small groups of survivors, they typically resorted to looting, killing those who resisted, and bringing the women back to the camp. As for Tan Xiaoye, she had been a junior employee at a nearby company prior to the apocalypse, fleeing to this construction site in a state of panic. As a woman, she felt too timid to take risks like the men. With a surplus of men and a scarcity of women in the camp, she found herself engaging in the ancient profession of prostitution, which allowed her to earn food without peril, a rather easy and safe arrangement. Well then, I have one final question. Are you willing to cooperate with me? If you assist me in eliminating Hu Hai and his group, I will provide you with plenty of food, enough to last at least a month, Jiangnan said cheerfully. Yet the dagger was once again poised at Tan Xiaoye and Oppo's throat. You want and Oppo's harm me, will you? She thought. After all, why would he place the dagger against her neck if he intended no harm? Tan Xiaoye was no naive child. She was certain that refusal would result in her immediate demise. I certainly trust you, she stammered, suppressing her inner turmoil and fear. Tell me what you need, and I will comply. Excellent. I need your assistance in finding a few individuals to help me eliminate Hu Hai and his men. If we succeed, this camp will be yours, Jiangnan said, his smile unwavering. I believe your clients would make excellent targets. All right. Another 10 minutes passed as Jiangnan and Tan Xiaoye deliberated the specifics of their plan, targeting a few of her closest clients. Shall I go? Tan Xiaoye asked cautiously, glancing at Jiangnan. Upon seeing him nod, she exhaled in relief and hurriedly exited the room. I will await your news here. I hope you won't keep me waiting long. Jiangnan and Oppo's smile lingered as Tan Xiaoye disappeared, only for his expression to turn cold. He swiftly followed, knowing Tan Xiaoye was untrustworthy but eager to test the camp and Oppo's defenses, as he remained unaware of Hu Hai and Oppo's abilities. Caution is paramount in a world turned upside down. Acting rashly could alert their targets, allowing them to escape amidst the chaos. Hu Hai and his henchmen must perish. Recruiting a few allies to slay Hu Hai? Promising me significant rewards afterward? Should I trust him? What reason do I have for faith? Once outside the room, Tan Xiaoye and Oppo's face flickered with uncertainty, her thoughts clashing violently. Jiangnan and Oppo's presence felt far more dangerous than Hu Hai and Oppo's. He was terrifying, even. But could Jiangnan truly honor his word? If she helped him eliminate Hu Hai, would he then turn on her? Moreover, even if she could rally a few to her cause, was it plausible to defeat Hu Hai? Failure would surely spell her doom. The risks were overwhelming. In a fleeting moment, myriad thoughts raced through her mind. Soon, she steeled herself, coming to a resolution. Instead of risking everything, it would be wiser to inform Hu Hai. He was powerful, armed, and with her support. Determined, she glanced back to ensure Jiangnan had not followed before heading straight to Hu Hai. Boss, we have a grave situation. Tinstalia burst into Hu Hai's chamber, where he was engaged in a game with a voluptuous woman adorned in heavy makeup. Startled by her intrusion, Hu Hai and Appo's temper flared. Who told you to barge in without knocking? Are you seeking death? Yet upon recognizing Tinstalia, he smiled once more. You arrived just in time. Come, join us. Tinstalia had no interest in games. Boss, it and Appo's bad. Someone is coming to kill you. Eh? Hu Hai and Appo's eyes widened, his demeanor turning serious. What is going on? Clarify. Tinstalia recounted her encounter with Jiangnan and their discussion in detail. After listening, Hu Hai and Appo's expression darkened. You did well. This man is of dubious origin. Had you believed him, it would have ended poorly for you. Indeed, Tinstalia concurred. Recalling Jiangnan and Appo's menacing gaze and feeling as though she faced a madman, a devil, regardless of who he is or whether he is allies. We might be able to turn the tables. A glint of murderous intent flickered in Hu Hai and Appo's eyes. Let us proceed with this plan. Chapter 33. Ambush in advance. A complete capture. Tinstalia departed approximately an hour ago, only to return to the room once more. This time, she was not alone. 4 of her former acquaintances accompanied her. These individuals were the very targets Tinstalia had mentioned earlier, those worth pursuing. Is Big Brother here? I brought them along, Tinstalia whispered, gently knocking on the door. Recalling the words of Boss Hu from before, she felt a twinge of anxiety. Come in, but keep your voices down. Jiangnan opened the door, allowing them entry. He surveyed the group and nodded in satisfaction. You did excellently. You truly managed to persuade them. Rest assured. I will honor my word and will never go back on it. In the future, you shall not be treated poorly. He then turned his attention to the 4 individuals Tinstalia had brought. You all are quite impressive. Follow me, and you will enjoy the finest of pleasures. Unlike now, when even a hearty meal is a challenge. Big Brother speaks the truth. We will follow your lead. They chorused, their sincerity questionable. Since you are all aware, I shall refrain from further ado and directly present this operation and Appo's plan to you. Jiangnan thought to himself, smirking coldly. They performed quite well. Had he not tracked Tinstalia and overheard her conversation with Boss Hu, he might have been deceived. At around 2 in the morning. Find a way to lure Boss Hu and his lackeys out. I do not care what methods you employ. Just ensure they are drawn to the public restroom outside the construction site. My men will be lying in wait there about half an hour in advance. Once you lead the targets to them, their demise is inevitable. Big Brother, what about you? Will you join us? Or? Tinstalia suddenly inquired, curiosity evident in her tone. Jiangnan chuckled, of course, I will return to gather my men. Do you truly believe I could manage this alone? Fear not. I shall arrive with my people half an hour before your operation. Upon hearing this, Tinstalia nodded. Rest assured, Big Brother, we will not disappoint you. She smiled brightly, adding, we wish to follow Big Brother and enjoy the good life. With that, Tinstalia pressed closely against Jiangnan, seemingly attempting to use her charms to win his favor. Jiangnan maintained a facade of amusement, unperturbed by her advances. Go prepare, he instructed. And remember to send someone ahead to guard the restroom, just in case anything unexpected occurs. Understood. With that, the 4 departed, but Tinstalia lingered, tightly clutching Jiangnan. Jiangnan lifted her chin, smiling. Why are you not joining them? What are you still doing here? Is your professional instinct acting up? Wishing to indulge before the operation? Tinstalia's face flushed crimson as she playfully protested. Big Brother, I want to go with them, but you need to let go first. She struggled, but found herself unable to escape Jiangnan and Appo's grip. His strength was astonishing, and she realized she could not break free from his hold. At that moment, she was further convinced of her earlier judgment. This individual was a complete madman. Trusting his words? It would leave her with nothing but bones. Oh, I see. That explains it. Jiangnan feigned enlightenment as he released her, instantly feeling a sense of emptiness in his hand. Tinstalia fled in haste, watching the 5 depart. Jiangnan and Appo's expression turned icy. I have given you an opportunity, yet you squander it. Should you wish to kill me, none shall survive. A dangerously ominous aura emanated from him. Anyone who met his gaze would likely lose their appetite for 3 days. Su Xiaoxiao had already forged a deadly bond by eliminating 4 individuals from this camp. Moreover, Hu Hai and Appo's group had a tendency to kill and rob resources from smaller survivor factions they encountered. Given their proximity, it was only a matter of time before they discovered the prison. Rather than leave such risks for the future, it would be prudent to act decisively and eliminate Hu Hai and Appo's group, thereby reducing a potential threat. Having navigated the apocalypse for years, Jiangnan was resolute and unhesitant. In many instances, he had proven to be both decisive and, at times, ruthlessly brutal. Such was the nature of survival in this harsh world. After parting ways with Jiangnan, Tan Xiaoya swiftly joined Boss Hu. He eagerly inquired, how did it go? Did he suspect anything? Unlikely. Tan Xiaoya shook her head and recounted Jiangnan and Appo's plan. Upon hearing it, Boss Hu burst into laughter. Excellent. We can set up an ambush in the public restroom and the surrounding area. Once he arrives with his men, it will be their doom. Let them come. We shall strike them down. Indeed, Tan Xiaoya nodded, though an unsettling feeling lingered in her heart. You and Appo's made a significant contribution this time. After this, you shall be mine. As long as you cater to my needs, I will ensure your comfort and security. Boss Hu declared, his spirits high. Thank you, Boss Hu. For the first time, Tan Xiaoya smiled genuinely. Compared to Jiangnan, she found Boss Hu to be considerably more reliable. Just before 1 in the morning, Boss Hu, accompanied by his lackeys, stealthily approached the restroom. 5 were hidden there, while 2 others were concealed behind a car. Tan Xiaoya, Xiaoli, you 2 should keep your distance and hide in that bungalow. The rest of you, find cover nearby. Boss Hu commanded, and the group quickly sprang into action. At that moment, Boss Hu and Appo's nose twitched slightly. Do you smell something unusual? An odd scent? No. The others shook their heads in confusion. Really? No, wait. It's the scent of gunpowder. Boss Hu and Appo's brow furrowed as his expression suddenly shifted. Get down. Boom. The public restroom erupted in an explosion, a massive fireball surging forth, followed by a blast from the restroom and Appo's methane. The deafening sound and shockwave engulfed Boss Hu and his men, sending debris flying in all directions. Screams echoed as they either perished in the blast or were left gravely injured. At that moment, a figure slowly emerged from the chaos. I presume everyone is here. No need for me to search individually. Oh, one remains unharmed? It was Jiangnan. He was somewhat surprised to find that the others were either dead or incapacitated, while Boss Hu, aside from singed hair and eyebrows, appeared relatively unscathed. Damn it! Hu Hai roared, his muscles swelling rapidly. In the blink of an eye, his size almost doubled, towering over 2 meters. His clothing tore as he revealed his crimson skin, resembling a living iron tower. I and Appo's, I'll fight you. Boss Hu lunged at Jiangnan like a ferocious beast. Chapter 34, The Fury Ability, Gatling and Appo's service. The Fury ability allows individuals to enter a state of rage, significantly enhancing their strength, speed, and defense. From this perspective, it is indeed quite remarkable. However, in the early stages, this ability cannot withstand bullets, making it more effective in close combat. But who would engage in close combat when firearms are at play? The most critical aspect is that utilizing this ability requires the expenditure of one's life force. In his past life, Jiangnan observed that nearly every awakened Fury user he encountered was short-lived. Kid, I will kill you. The murderous intendant Big Hu and Appo's eyes burned fiercely. The explosion was his doing. He must have discovered the plan between him and Tan Xiaoya, luring them into this trap to annihilate them all at once. Rage consumed him. Today, he was determined to eliminate this foe. With his strength, he had yet to meet an opponent. As long as he closed the distance, a single punch would suffice to end a life effortlessly. At that moment, Big Hu and Appo's eyes suddenly narrowed. A chill ran down his spine, and his skin prickled as if pierced by needles. Jiangnan had, unbeknownst to him, produced a Gatling gun aimed directly at him. Goodness! Big Hu gasped, his breath hitching. His scalp tingled, and his limbs turned cold. Put down your weapon, and let us settle this man-to-man, he instinctively suggested. But Jiangnan had no intention of engaging in idle chatter. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. The Gatling gun, also known as the Nameless Bodhisattva, unleashed a torrent of bullets, instantly transforming the terrified Big Hu into a sieve. A Fury user? In the face of a Gatling gun, what did that amount to? Jiangnan scoffed. Big Hu could hardly have imagined that Jiangnan would conjure such a weapon out of thin air, leaving him utterly dumbfounded. To be safe, Jiangnan ensured that everyone received a bullet to guarantee their complete demise. Then he called out, "Wu Zui, let us go." Woof. Wu Zui cautiously followed behind, wary of getting too close. This individual was too ruthless, having just slaughtered so many without so much as a blink, killing his own kind with such indifference, let alone a mere dog. When Jiangnan and Wu Zui returned to the prison, dawn was already breaking. "Brother, you're finally back." At the entrance of the camp, Su Xiaoxiao and Lin Yu had been waiting up for him. "Yes, I and Appos V dealt with those people at the construction site, so you need not worry anymore." Jiangnan affectionately ruffled Su Xiaoxiao's hair, a smile gracing his lips. "I know." Su Xiaoxiao stuck out her tongue. "By the way, Brother Jiang, are you still going to eat dog meat soup later?" Lin Yu asked tentatively. Before leaving, Jiangnan had mentioned it. Woof. Wu Zui immediately bristled. "How dare you, woman? Think of my royal dog self right upon your arrival?" Naturally, Jiangnan had no intention of cooking Wu Zui. He retrieved various ingredients from his storage space. "Wow, so many fresh vegetables and meats. How did you preserve them?" Lin Yu watched in astonishment as Jiangnan produced an array of fresh ingredients, her mouth agape. "That's enough. We don't need this much. We must conserve, or we'll be left with nothing but the wind to eat," Lin Yu exclaimed. Taken aback by the sheer volume of ingredients Jiangnan had brought forth, enough to prepare an extravagant feast, fresh vegetables and meats were extremely precious now. How could one waste them in such a manner? Jiangnan, however, was unperturbed, smiling as he replied, "Just cook to your heart and amp, Appos, as content. I have plenty more where that came from." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu was momentarily stunned. "There's more? Enough to spare?" Without a doubt, Jiangnan harbored other secrets. "All right." Lin Yu nodded. She would follow Jiangnan's lead. Lin Yu, a professional chef, swiftly prepared a sumptuous spread. The array of dishes exuded an air of sophistication and, more importantly, tasted exquisite. "Wow, delicious. So incredibly delicious. Sister Lin, you're amazing. Far more skilled than my brother. His cooking is simply inedible." Su Xiaoxiao exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she devoured the food like a famished soul. In her exuberance, she inadvertently let slip her true opinion of Jiangnan's culinary skills. Brother, I didn't mean to say your cooking is bad. It just doesn't suit my taste." Realizing her faux pas, Su Xiaoxiao hastily corrected herself. Jiangnan rolled his eyes, feigning ignorance of her comment. Under the table, Wu Zui savored his ribs with great delight, his tail wagging like a fan. Suddenly, Wu Zui's nose twitched, and he became alert. Sniffing the air before barking, "Woof woof. Someone's coming." Jiangnan instantly perked up. "Let us go." He rose immediately to investigate the situation. Outside the prison, two petite figures stealthily approached, weary from travel. Leading the way was a strikingly beautiful young woman, her makeup impeccable, boasting an alluring figure. She wore a short-sleeved t-shirt, shorts, and Martin boots, revealing a pair of long, fair legs. "Big sister, how can you be sure that the people inside are good?" The other girl, looking somewhat ordinary and appearing to be in her early 20s, questioned hesitantly as they gazed at the prison. In this apocalyptic world, the human heart was difficult to gauge. The woman dubbed Big Sister hesitated for a moment. "I cannot say for certain whether they are good people, but they are our only hope. Before the apocalypse, this prison fortified its walls and stockpiled resources, likely preparing weapons as well. We have no other options. Those scoundrels are eyeing us hungrily. Without the means to protect ourselves, all our sisters may fall victim to them." But little Chi felt a surge of anxiety. Even if they are good, why would they provide weapons to us? "We have nothing to offer. Our food barely meets our sisters and Appos' needs. I have a plan." Butterfly's expression remained impassive as she slowly shook her head. "You have a plan? Sister, what is it?" Little Chi paused before a realization dawned on her. What valuable assets did they possess besides Butterfly's body? Thinking of Butterfly's actions in recent days, Little Chi's eyes began to glisten with tears. "Sister, you don't have to compromise yourself for us. You are an ability user. If you abandon us, you can surely live well." Butterfly remained silent. Abandoning her sisters? That was something she could never bring herself to do. Soon, the two women arrived at the prison gate. "Is anyone there?" Butterfly knocked on the door. At that moment, Jiangnan and Wu Zui emerged. Chapter 35, Survivors of the Beauty Salon. Trading weapons. Upon seeing the two women at the entrance, Jiangnan couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. "Who are you? What brings you here?" He then focused on the leading woman, whose exquisite beauty seemed familiar, as if he had encountered her before. Could it be that woman? Jiangnan pondered silently. Yet, He could not be certain, for time had dulled his memory of her appearance. Hello, we are survivors from Shuiyin Beauty Salon. I am the leader, Butterfly. We have come to procure a batch of weapons and would like to know if you are willing to sell them to us. Butterfly stated with a composed smile, though her demeanor betrayed a hint of nervousness. This was their only hope, without weapons, or if they were denied assistance. The consequences of facing their adversaries were unfathomable. Butterfly? So it is her. Upon hearing the name, Jiangnan was instantly convinced. The butterfly before him was indeed the same individual he had known in his previous life. In that lifetime, Butterfly was a well-known ability user, possessing the power of chaos, which could disorient her enemies, leaving them dizzy and confused, a large-scale area of effect attack. However, what made her truly renowned was her ability to lead a formidable all-female combat team through the merciless apocalypse. This team exhibited incredible cohesion, defeating many unscrupulous foes, including the tyrannical Liu family, who had attempted to recruit them but had met with failure. She seeks to procure weapons from me? It stands to reason. In this apocalyptic world, the plight of women like her must be exceedingly dire, facing not only zombies but also various malevolent individuals. Jiangnan nodded in understanding. Weapons for trade? Very well, come inside. Typically, Jiangnan would not have allowed outsiders to enter, for he held no regard for their lives. However, the thought of Butterfly's esteemed team stirred something within him. Before long, Butterfly and Xiaoqi entered the prison. Gazing in astonishment at the array of advanced facilities within, they felt a twinge of envy, for the conditions here surpassed those of their own space, a mere beauty salon, lacking in both water and power. This prison was fortified, secure, and well-equipped with ample resources. It felt almost like a paradise, with amenities such as a meteor room, a gaming room, and a gym. If it were not for the apocalypse, they might have mistaken it for a vacation retreat. This place is simply heavenly, Xiaoqi exclaimed. Wide-eyed, Butterfly shared her sentiment, her admiration evident. Gentlewomen, please elaborate on the trade, Jiangnan inquired with a smile. Taking a deep breath, Butterfly articulated the types and quantities of weapons they desired. Were it not for those beasts in the underground fighting arena, we would not be seeking your assistance. Although we lack sufficient resources for a trade, please rest assured that we will repay you in the future. I can guarantee it. After speaking, she nervously watched Jiangnan. Her slender fingers clenched tightly. She requested a dozen handguns or rifles, along with at least 300 rounds of ammunition, a significant demand, especially in this chaotic world where danger lurked at every corner. The importance of weapons was paramount now more than ever. It was improbable for a reasonable individual to part with their weapons under such circumstances, especially given her inability to provide adequate resources up front. With no other options left, Butterfly felt a sense of hopelessness, yet she resolved to take a chance. Watching Jiangnan contemplate, she gathered her courage, bit her lip, and declared, If you provide the weapons, I shall become your woman from this day forth. Of course, this is contingent upon my addressing the threat from the underground fighting arena. Afterward, I will fulfill all your desires. Her voice trembled slightly as she made this momentous decision, one that weighed heavily on her conscience. Sister, Don and Amp, Oppos, to do this. Xiaoqi interjected, unable to suppress her concern. Butterfly, you and Oppos, reducing yourself to a mere object, bartering your worth. Just then, Jiangnan chuckled softly. I can provide you with weapons, and I am willing to assist you against the underground fighting arena. However, there is no need for you to become my woman. Of course, if you insist, I shall not refuse. Jiangnan certainly found Butterfly, with her striking beauty, intriguing, yet he was not one to force such matters, knowing that doing so would sow seeds of resentment. Everything must be voluntary. Upon hearing Jiangnan and Oppos' words, Butterfly and Xiaoqi exchanged astonished glances, quickly giving way to expressions of joy. What are your conditions? Butterfly asked, brushing her hair back, striving to calm her racing heart. There is no such thing as a free lunch, Jiangnan replied. It was clear he would not simply hand over weapons without a price or assist them unconditionally. My condition is straightforward. I require your aid in eliminating zombies, and all the cores you collect will belong to me. Butterfly understood at once. Recognizing the value of the cores within the zombies and Oppos' brains, although she had consumed only a few, she could feel her ability strengthening. It appeared Jiangnan had awakened his own powers. Very well. I accept. Butterfly nodded resolutely. They would finally acquire weapons, granting them the capacity for self-defense. Reflecting on their recent hardships, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Before long, the transaction was completed. Xiao. You and Lin Yu stay at the camp and do not venture outside. Wu Zue accompany me. Jiangnan felt a surge of excitement. With Butterfly and her team's assistance, he could expedite his collection of cores. All right, brother, please take care. Xiao Xiao nodded, her concern evident. What a lovely young girl. Upon seeing Xiao Xiao, Butterfly and Appo's eyes sparkled with admiration, though she was taken aback. She had not anticipated that such a substantial camp would consist of only 3 individuals and a dog. What kind of person was Jiangnan, truly? Unaware of Butterfly and Appo's thoughts, Jiangnan called for Wu Zue. Let us depart immediately. Chapter 36. Preparations for mass zombie slaughter inside the indoor swimming pool. Jiangnan drove his car, accompanied by Dai Dai and Xiao Qi, hastening towards the beauty salon. The journey was tumultuous, and after approximately 10 minutes, they arrived at their destination. Surrounding the beauty salon was a ring of abandoned vehicles, forming a rudimentary defensive perimeter. A short distance away lay a pile of zombie corpses. The sound of the car engine immediately startled the occupants within the beauty salon. Who is there? Stop the vehicle. Otherwise, we will open fire. A stern voice rang out. A woman with a scar on her face appeared at a window near the street, raising an old-fashioned shotgun aimed at the newly arrived car. Meanwhile, footsteps echoed from other areas as several women brandished various weapons, vigilant against the sudden appearance of the vehicle. Ready for combat. Here we are. Jiangnan stopped the car a short distance from the beauty salon. You, Ching Ching. It's us. Don't be alarmed. Dai Dai quickly exited the vehicle. It's the leader. Dai Dai, you're finally back. We were so worried, they exclaimed, their voices tinged with relief. Sister, we were so scared when you weren't here. We thought that scoundrel Qi Tian had brought people over. Upon seeing Dai Dai and Xiao Qi, the women lowered their weapons and cheered, rushing out to greet them. A few younger girls, overwhelmed with excitement, even embraced Dai Dai. Most of them were staff and customers of the beauty salon, well acquainted and close to Dai Dai, who had come to be regarded as their pillar of support since the apocalypse. It's all right, I'm back now, and everyone will be safe. Dai Dai reassured them. Xiao Qi eagerly shared some good news. We have weapons and ammunition now. From now on, we won't have to fear Qi Tian and his crew anymore. What? We have guns. Is that true? That is wonderful. Finally, we can sleep soundly. After the apocalypse, the beauty salon had become a refuge for a group of women. Qi Tian from the underground fighting arena, upon discovering this, had sinister intentions, attempting to subjugate them and turn them into slaves for his own depraved desires. Previously, they had only an old shotgun and a BB gun, both of limited power. Meanwhile, Qi Tian was armed with a semi-automatic rifle, 2 handguns, and 3 powerful crossbows. Had it not been for their resolute resistance and Dai Dai's awakened powers, they would have been devoured to the last bone. In recent days, Qi Tian had somehow acquired several crude firearms, further enhancing his strength. His abilities had also grown due to consuming a greater quantity of crystal cores. The next time the underground fighting arena took action, they would likely struggle to defend themselves. Fortunately, Dai Dai had managed to procure a batch of weapons. At least for the time being, they need not fear Qi Tian and his crew. Dai Dai, who is this? At that moment, the woman with the shotgun noticed Jiangnan and displayed a puzzled expression. Ching Ching, this is Jiangnan. He is the one who provided us with the weapons. Dai Dai explained. Oh, so the weapons are his? Ching Ching, appearing to be in her early 20s and possessing a delicate beauty, bore a fresh scar on her face, likely from a recent injury. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, she looked at Jiangnan. Brother Nan, I'm sorry for aiming the shotgun at you before. No worries. Your vigilance is commendable. Jiangnan replied with a casual smile. All right. Let us take Brother Nan inside to sit down and discuss how we can assist him in hunting zombies. Dai Dai chimed in. Oh yes, right this way, Brother Nan. The women warmly surrounded Jiangnan as they led him inside, their enthusiasm resulting in numerous soft touches that left him momentarily bewildered. He chose to act as if nothing was amiss, maintaining his composure. Upon entering the beauty salon, Jiangnan casually surveyed the surroundings, gleaning an understanding of their situation. There was no water or electricity, and the living conditions were rather cramped. Aside from Dai Dai, who had a private room, the others shared small rooms accommodating 2 to 3 people. With insufficient beds, some were forced to sleep on the floor. Furthermore, their shotgun ammunition was nearly depleted, leaving only 5 rounds remaining. As for food, supplies were equally scarce, barely sufficient to sustain the 17 women for 3 days. When Jiangnan sat down, they could only offer him a bowl of hot water with 2 goji berries. It's all right. I'm not thirsty. Let us discuss the underground fighting arena and the issue of hunting zombies, Jiangnan suggested, noticing the embarrassment on Dai Dai and Appo's face as he waved his hand dismissively. All right. Dai Dai nodded. We need to find a sufficiently large and preferably enclosed location. This way, zombies won't escape easily. The most effective methods for mass extermination of zombies might involve explosives or fire. Using guns would lead to excessive ammunition consumption and could easily result in accidents. Brother Nan, your explosives are limited, so we can only resort to fire. There are plenty of abandoned cars around, making gasoline relatively easy to collect. We just need to find a suitable location. Dai Dai pondered. How about we go look for one? Jiangnan proposed. Great. We'll follow your lead. Dai Dai agreed, and soon, they split into two groups. Jiangnan took several girls to search for an appropriate site while Dai Dai led a portion of the girls to gather gasoline. After about an hour, Jiangnan finally discovered a suitable location, an indoor swimming pool. Excellent. This place is perfect. Jiangnan nodded in satisfaction, then inspected the surrounding environment. There were no tall buildings nearby, leaving the area relatively open. Yes, this will do. He confirmed again. Before nightfall, he returned to the beauty salon with the girls. Occasionally encountering a few zombies, they swiftly dispatched them, showcasing their prowess and drawing astonished gazes. As night fell, Dai Dai presented the camp's meager food supplies to Jiangnan: bread, instant noodles, chocolate, and candies. The variety was limited, and the quantity was scant. The girls watched with eager eyes, unable to suppress their saliva. Observing this, Jiangnan shook his head. He returned to the car and fetched a bag of provisions. I brought some food. Let us share. Wow. Self-heating hot pot. My favorite chicken feet. And there's mineral water and orange juice. Even rice and meat. I'll cook it right away. The women were ecstatic. For days, they had subsisted on bland rations that hardly filled their stomachs. Upon seeing the food Jiangnan produced, their senses were overwhelmed by the enticing aroma, scrambling to grab the items one by one. Throughout this process, Jiangnan again felt the soft pressure against his chest, back, and arms, stirring feelings of distraction. Chapter 37, Staying Over, First Slay 2 Minor Fish Non Go. It's getting late. How about you rest here tonight? I can give you my room and squeeze in with Xiao Qi and the others. After a satisfying meal, Butterfly suddenly proposed. Certainly, Jiangnan did not decline. The task was not yet completed, so there was no need to run around. Upon entering Butterfly's room, he felt a warmth envelop him. He collapsed onto the soft bed, his nostrils flaring as he caught a whiff of a delightful fragrance. What is this? Suddenly, Jiangnan inadvertently grabbed something from the bedside. Upon closer inspection, it was a pair of panties. Bang! Just then, Butterfly barged in, her face flushed. Snatching the panties from Jiangnan and Appo's hand. I'm so sorry, it was unintentional. Jiangnan awkwardly rubbed his nose. No worries, no worries. Butterfly repeatedly shook her head, though her face reddened even more, as if it might bleed. The raven, perched on the ground, displayed a look of disdain in its human-like eyes. Jiangnan suddenly realized that the hand he had just used to touch his nose had held Butterfly and Appo's panties. Pervert. Butterfly shot Jiangnan a fierce glare. Although she was clearly angry, he found her expression oddly charming. Fortunately, she didn't linger on the matter. After giving him a glare, she hurriedly exited. Woof. The raven scoffed, shifting its body further away from Jiangnan as if to say, I disdain to associate with your kind. However, at that moment, the raven suddenly felt a chill run down its spine. It turned to find Jiangnan glaring at it ominously, causing it to whimper and feel a shiver of fear. Unbeknownst to Jiangnan, their movements from the swimming pool back to the beauty salon had not gone unnoticed. That wretched Butterfly has new tricks up her sleeve? And there's a man with her. Could that pretty boy be her lover? Not far from the beauty salon, in an underground fighting arena, a burly man adorned with numerous tattoos wore a cold expression. That scoundrel Butterfly, what scheme is she concocting? Does she think bringing a man will allow her to challenge me? How amusing. He chuckled darkly. In a couple of days, once my abilities strengthen further, this man will learn the dire consequences of defying my commands. The man, known as Chi Tian, savored thoughts of Butterfly's beautiful figure and alluring face. A wicked smile creeping onto his lips. I will ensure she understands the severity of disobedience. I shall toy with her right in front of her lover. Upon hearing this, others joined in laughter. Butterfly is the boss. The other women are ours to divide. These women truly Dawn and Appo's, Tino when to quit. Would it not be better to obediently follow us, enjoying the finer things in life? In the end, they will have no choice but to surrender. Last time, I nearly got struck by that woman named Ching Ching. Once we subdue them, I will make her aware of my might. She will find herself in a position where she cannot escape or seek death. There were over 20 survivors in the underground fighting arena, all men, and at that moment, they were all lewdly chuckling, envisioning the scene of the women dutifully serving them. Boss, those women and that man don't seem to be up to anything good. Should we send someone to keep an eye on them? Suddenly, one suggested, prompting Chi Tian to cease his laughter. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "It would be wise to send someone to watch them. Remember, do not get caught. If discovered, flee immediately. You are no match for Butterfly." Understood. Soon, 2 individuals volunteered to discreetly follow Butterfly and her companions, their expressions serious. Butterfly is a thorny rose, beautiful yet perilous. They certainly would not underestimate her. The next morning, Butterfly informed Jiangnan that the gasoline he required was ready. After breakfast, Jiangnan eagerly stood up. "Shall we set off?" "Yes." Thus, Jiangnan, Butterfly, and a group of women departed the beauty salon. "Nanga, how do you plan to attract the zombies?" Butterfly curiously inquired. "There are many methods. First, we shall prepare the venue, then we can act at any moment." Jiangnan replied confidently, feeling in control of the situation. "All right," Butterfly nodded. When it came to slaying zombies, Jiangnan's experience far surpassed hers, and she knew she should heed his guidance, especially considering the significant favor he had done for them. Before long, they arrived at the previously scouted swimming pool. They drained the water and poured in gasoline. "Done. Everything is ready. We just need the zombies now." Jiangnan clapped his hands. "What should we do next?" Butterfly asked. Jiangnan smiled and said, "I will first deal with 2 minor fish, then head to the underground fighting arena. If the battle is intense enough and the commotion loud enough, we will attract a sufficient number of zombies. It will serve a dual purpose." The underground fighting arena? Butterfly paused for a moment, then her surprise turned to delight. "All right. Jiangnan, are you going to help us deal with those scoundrels, Chi Tian? That would be fantastic." "Thank you, Jiangnan. I love you, Nanga." The women were all elated. They had long lived in the shadows of Chi Tian and his gang. Some of their sisters had even been killed in past conflicts with the underground fighters. The animosity between them had escalated to a point of no return. Previously, they were too weak to confront those men and could only barely protect themselves. Now, armed with Jiangnan's weapons, they had a chance to retaliate, especially with Jiangnan's assistance. Eliminating those ruffians was not out of reach, as Jiangnan was a powerful ability user and with Butterfly at his side. They should have no trouble dealing with Chi Tian. The remaining men could be left to the women. Seeing the excited expressions on the women, Jiangnan couldn't help but smile. To them, the underground fighting arena represented an insurmountable foe. To him, however, they were merely a disorganized rabble. Eradicating them would be a simple task, and the benefits he would reap were immense. At the very least, he was laying a solid foundation for uniting this formidable group of women warriors for the future. "I will deal with those 2 minor fish first," Jiangnan declared before vanishing from sight. Chapter 38. Taking the initiative, removing the outpost. What on earth are those women doing inside? That man, a mere cur. I could easily knock him out with a single punch. Why is it that he can embrace women on both sides while I cannot? And you? Do you think you are more handsome than him? Have you even looked in the mirror? What does that matter? We are in the apocalypse. Strength reigns supreme. Just wait. Once our leader's power advances further, those women will find themselves in dire straits. When that time comes, I shall ensure they know just how formidable I am. Outside the swimming pool, 2 shadowy figures stealthily observed the interior, bickering among themselves. Suddenly, a voice interrupted their squabble. What was that? They jumped in surprise and turned to see a dog that had appeared from nowhere, panting with its tongue hanging out and its round, shiny eyes fixed on them. They were momentarily taken aback. A dog? Where did it come from? It was quite fortunate for this canine, after so many days in the apocalypse. It had somehow survived without falling prey to the zombies. Moreover, it had not starved, appearing quite plump, likely weighing over a dozen kilograms. I think we could capture it for a hearty meal. The 2 exchanged glances, sharing a common thought. However, to their astonishment, the dog displayed an unmistakable fury upon hearing their words, baring its teeth at them. Could it understand human speech? Regardless, they decided to lure it away and slaughter it. Those women inside the swimming pool would likely take some time before leaving. All right. The 2 devised a plan to catch the dog right in front of it. "Fat dog. Come, follow me, and I'll take you to some food," one called out. The dog remained unmoved, growling at them. "You're so fat. You must love to eat. Right? Come here, and I'll give you something delicious." The man persisted, but the dog was incensed, glaring at the two. Yet, in the next moment, its expression softened to one of pity. Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots rang out, and 2 heads exploded. Jiangnan had appeared behind them, firing twice to ensure they were dead. He waved at the dog. Well done, buddy. But you've certainly gained some weight. It's not just me saying so, you see it too. You'll need to exercise more from now on. Woof. The dog erupted in indignation. You're the one who is fat. Your entire family is fat. All of you are gluttons. Jiangnan shook his head. This dog, like people, was sensitive about its appearance. Having dealt with the 2 men, Jiangnan quickly rejoined the group of women. A sudden assault would catch those in the underground fighting arena off guard. Butterfly turned to the agitated women and declared, "The underground arena has slain our sisters and covets our bodies. They are our mortal enemies. Now that you are armed with weapons and ammunition, are you prepared to confront them? Bullets don't discriminate. There will be bloodshed and perhaps death. Are you willing to fight?" She paused, surveying each girl with a serious expression. "If you are afraid, you may speak up now. I want to hold it against you. We can remain sisters. However, if you hesitate in battle, do not blame me, Butterfly, for turning my back on you." At her words, a heavy silence fell over the group. This battle would undoubtedly be fierce, with potential casualties. Yet, this was the perfect moment to eradicate the underground arena. Delaying could lead to unforeseen changes. The crux of the matter was that in this apocalyptic world, with order and ruins and dangers lurking at every corner, only the strong could survive longer. To shy away from battle was to resign oneself to being at the mercy of others, even to become their plaything. In truth, Butterfly and Appo's inquiry stemmed not from disbelief in her sisters and Appo's resolve. They had persevered together through countless battles. Who among them had ever shown fear of death? Her words were directed at Jiangnan. Though they were all women, they were undeniably fierce. Butterfly's shrewdness was evident. She recognized that Jiangnan sought their assistance in slaying zombies for a reason, to potentially rally them to her side. After all, in that vast prison, there were only 3 people and a dog. Jiangnan was an ambitious individual. He would not miss an opportunity to strengthen their camp and amp Appo's power. "Sister, what are you saying? Are we afraid of death? After all this time, when have we ever shown fear? I've longed to slay those bastards. Death, I fear not. If it meant avenging our sisters, I would gladly trade my life." The women, initially taken aback by Butterfly's words, soon erupted in righteous fury. Afraid of death? If they truly feared it, they would not have survived to this day. Excellent. Butterfly nodded in satisfaction, then turned to Jiangnan. "Brother Nan, you see that we fear nothing. This battle will not hold you back." Jiangnan smiled and nodded. He was well aware of the strength of the female combat team led by Butterfly. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen to collaborate with them. "All right, gather your weapons and let us set forth," Jiangnan commanded. Jiangnan drove an all-terrain vehicle at the front, while the women followed in several vans. Their pace was not swift, but soon they arrived near the underground fighting arena. Everyone disembarked. They must not alert anyone. Upon hearing Butterfly's orders, the women executed them without hesitation. They formed small groups of 4, expertly dispersing as they stealthily approached the underground arena. "Do not rush. I shall eliminate the guards outside first," Jiangnan instructed, gesturing to the dog. The dog sniffed the air and led Jiangnan to the rooftop of a nearby building, where a lone survivor stood watch. With a sudden movement, Jiangnan silently appeared behind him, delivering a fatal blow before the man even realized what had happened. Afterward, the dog continued to scout, removing the outposts surrounding the underground arena. Meanwhile, on the fighting arena stage, Qi Tian sat with his eyes closed, drenched in sweat, as if he had just undergone intense training. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide. With a flash, Qi Tian surged forward like a bullet, leaving only an afterimage in his wake. Bang! 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 He dashed past a series of sandbags, each one exploding upon impact. Moments later, Qi Tian finally came to a halt. His body flushed red as if he were a piece of iron scorched by fire. "My speed has improved significantly. I'm at least 50% faster than before. With such speed, I can catch that butterfly woman off guard before she unleashes her abilities, leaving her utterly defenseless. When that time comes, I shall have my way with her, to do as I please. The more she struggles, the more exhilarated I become." Qi Tian licked his lips. The mere thought of the butterfly's delicate visage and graceful form evokes an irresistible thirst. Chapter 39. Fire Suppression. Don't fear wasting bullets. Congratulations, boss. Your strength has advanced. Splendid. Let us go and teach those women a lesson, so they may know our might. The boss is formidable. Nearby, A group of underlings applauded and cheered, each more excited than the last. At last, the boss had gained further strength. They could seize those women now. All right, let us set off. Capture them all. With Jiangnan and Appos' newfound power, his confidence surged, and he too felt an eager anticipation. Yes, the boss is impressive. Let us crush the butterflies. Wait. The butterflies belong to the boss. We can end Appos. Harm them. Ha ha ha, indeed. Laughter erupted among the group, their spirits high as they grabbed their weapons, preparing for action. However, just then, boom, a tremendous explosion resonated, obliterating the entrance to the underground fighting arena. The force of the blast instantly engulfed several underlings at the door. A few were dismembered in the chaos, their cries of agony piercing the air. This is bad. An enemy attack. Jiangnan and Appos' expression shifted dramatically as he bellowed. In the next moment, his body shot forward with astonishing speed, faster than a cheetah. Cover the boss. Open fire. The others quickly reacted, seizing their weapons and following suit. Who dares to bomb my fighting arena? Is it the butterflies? That wretched creature is courting death. Jiangnan and Appos' face darkened. He had not anticipated that an attack would come through the entrance. You wretched person, you shall pay. Reaching the entrance, he surveyed the scene and immediately spotted the butterfly. Wide-eyed, staring at him. Just as he was about to charge forward, he felt a sudden, piercing sensation throughout his body. Damn it. It and Appos' trap. Jiangnan and Appos' expression changed as he abruptly altered his course, racing back. Simultaneously, gunfire erupted from multiple locations. Tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. Jiangnan was terrified. Sprinting back to his safe position within the underground fighting arena, finally stopping. Damn, where did they get so many guns? If I hadn't just gained a bit of strength, I might have been ambushed by those wretched women, having narrowly escaped. Jiangnan and Appos' face turned pale as he could not help but curse. Boss, what and Appos' happening outside? Why are we hearing so many gunshots? Where did those foul women get their weapons and explosives? Didn't they only have a couple of rusty pieces? The others, witnessing Jiangnan and Appos' disheveled return, were expressions of astonishment. I don't know. Who am I supposed to ask? Jiangnan and Appos' expression was grim. You all guard the entrance. Do not let them breach it. They are unaware of what lies within and will not dare to enter. If we can hold out for a while, the gunfire will attract zombies, and that will be their demise. Upon hearing this, the group felt some reassurance. Outside the underground fighting arena, Jiangnan watched as Jiangnan fled back at remarkable speed, unable to hide his astonishment. Although the butterfly had already informed him that boss Jiangnan and Appos' awakened ability was related to speed, Jiangnan was still taken aback. So fast. What a pity I can only plunder 3 abilities. Jiangnan thought ruefully. His own speed had increased, and his agility had improved significantly. Fortunately, he had ample weapons. Otherwise, the butterfly, well acquainted with Jiangnan, felt a wave of fear upon realizing he had grown stronger. Had it not been for Jiangnan providing such an arsenal, it might have been they who were surrounded. However, now there was no need for fear. No matter how swift Jiangnan was, he would have to retreat before the relentless barrage of gunfire. But, Brother Nan, they are huddled inside. What should we do? The butterfly expressed her concern. Jiangnan and his men were certainly too afraid to emerge. Yet they were also hesitant to invade. The situation inside was unknown. Forcing their way in could lead to many casualties. But if they did not proceed, the delay would invite the zombies. Do not fret. We will suppress them with firepower and advance gradually, making it impossible for them to raise their heads. Jiangnan replied calmly, do not worry about ammunition. I have plenty here. If the barrels overheat, you can come to me for replacements. Wu Zue, locate their positions. Understood. The group nodded. Tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. The sound of gunfire was incessant. The women advanced relentlessly, the bullets raining down as if they were free, keeping Jiangnan and his men firmly suppressed. They could only huddle in place, too fearful to move. To make matters worse, with Wu Zue and Appos' assistance, there was nowhere for them to hide. Soon, one by one, the enemies concealed in the shadows were discovered and eliminated. Some thought they had hidden well, only to be met with a hail of bullets that extinguished their lives in an instant. What is happening? Where did these women acquire such an abundance of ammunition? Moreover, they seem to know our positions well. Inside a concealed room within the underground fighting arena, Jiangnan wore a deeply troubled expression. They were being mercilessly shot at. Unable to lift their heads, forced to retreat continuously. The complex environment of the underground fighting arena had allowed him to have people hide and wait for the right moment to strike. Yet, those women found them effortlessly. At this rate, in a few minutes, they would no longer be safe here. Damn it. I suspect it is related to that pretty boy. Yes. I just caught a glimpse. It seems they're led by that man. Two underlings spoke in succession. Jiangnan snorted coldly, a fierce rage burning in his eyes. That wretched woman, if I let her escape, I shall ensure her demise. And that man, I will make certain you have no place to hide. Just then, a frantic figure rushed in. Despairingly, he exclaimed, Boss, the other exit is also blocked. My brothers and I tried to break through, but were mowed down by gunfire. I am the only one who managed to escape. The expressions of the crowd changed. The other exit is blocked too? What shall we do? How many weapons do they possess? Damn it. Tian's face turned ashen, his resolve hardened. No matter. We charge out together. We must take the risk. Or we will perish within. With his speed, he still had a chance to escape. However, if they were trapped here, death was certain. All right. A few of his subordinates understood this reasoning. Remaining meant only a dead end. If they fought, there was a glimmer of hope. Let us go. Tian waved his hand decisively, preparing to charge forth. However, just as he stepped out, his expression changed dramatically. Not good. Get down. Boom. A deafening explosion followed as a rocket-propelled grenade soared in, detonating amidst them. Several underlings were caught off guard, instantly obliterated. Tian, unable to react in time, also suffered as the blast impacted him. His back was mangled and charred, and shrapnel embedded deeply into the flesh of his shoulder. Chapter 40. Revenge and the Luring of Zombies. The Butterfly. Tian glared with eyes filled with hatred, fixating on the approaching figure of the butterfly, alongside Jiangnan, who was eyeing a rocket launcher on his shoulder. You treacherous couple, I shall not spare you even in death. Without a word, the butterfly hurled a chaotic attack. Tian, momentarily dazed, revealed a critical opening before Master. In an instant, Jiangnan manipulated a dagger from afar, sending him to his demise. Enough of your prattle. Jiangnan scoffed, then addressed Wu Zui, instructing him to search for any remaining foes in hiding. He then commanded the others to fire additional shots into every corpse, ensuring they were utterly lifeless. After a brief tidying of the battlefield, he urged immediate departure as the zombies were fast approaching. Understood. The women promptly responded to Jiangnan and Appo's directives. Despite being all women, their execution was remarkably efficient. From the earlier battle, Jiangnan recognized that this female combat team was truly fearless. No matter how gruesome the scene, none exhibited fear. They were akin to an elite female special forces unit. With enhanced training, their strength would undoubtedly grow even greater, Jiangnan mused, further solidifying his resolve to recruit these women. Soon, the women finished reloading. The butterfly ensured Tian received 2 additional shots, guaranteeing his irreversible demise. This man had long coveted them, having wronged and murdered their dear sisters. Night after night, she had yearned to slay this vile scoundrel. Now, her wish was finally fulfilled. Let us go. The butterfly steadied her agitated heart and commanded. They swiftly exited the underground arena. Roar! Roar! Upon emerging, the deafening cries of countless zombies surged forth. Hurry! The group's expression shifted in alarm. Roar! 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 Outside the arena, a throng of zombies surrounded them from all directions, their overwhelming numbers causing a chill to run down their spines. Fortunately, Jiangnan and the butterfly reacted swiftly, shouting to snap the others back to reality. You all go first. I will hold them off and lead the zombies to the swimming pool. Jiangnan bellowed. The previous battle had been too intense, with gunfire and chaos attracting too many zombies. If they all fled together, they would likely be encircled. However, if he ventured alone, he would not have to worry about that. Quickly, Jiangnan maneuvered the off-road vehicle, distancing himself from the women and making a wide turn. Hey, over here. Jiangnan shouted, halting the vehicle and unleashing a barrage with a submachine gun. Bullets flew, exploding the heads of the nearest zombies. As expected, the zombies and Appo's attention was drawn to him, and they charged forward with guttural roars. Quickly, we must retreat. Seizing the opportunity, the butterfly led the women out of the encirclement. After covering a distance of about 100 or 200 meters, she glanced back. At that moment, nearly all the zombies were surging towards Jiangnan. South brother, stay safe. Although she knew Jiangnan was exceptionally powerful and possessed the ability to teleport, she could not shake off her worry. One can never be too cautious. Head to the swimming pool. I will lure the zombies over shortly, Jiangnan shouted. All right. The butterfly acknowledged. She then urged the others to hasten to the swimming pool. minimizing any delay for Jiangnan. The longer they took, the greater his danger. They were not ones to dally. They left without hesitation. Meanwhile, Jiangnan unleashed a torrent of firepower against the advancing zombies. Yet, the sheer number of undead was overwhelming. No matter how many he dispatched, it was but a fraction of the horde. "Come, beasts, draw near," Jiangnan shouted. With each zombie that fell at his feet, more continued to pour in, rendering his efforts futile. It was time to retreat. Jiangnan felt his endurance waning and decided to withdraw. With a swift teleport, he appeared beside a car 200 meters away. "You scoundrels! This way!" Jiangnan laughed heartily, firing 2 shots at the zombie horde. He then drove off towards the swimming pool without looking back. Roar! 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 Behind him, a legion of zombies howled, redirecting their pursuit with red eyes. Filled with rage and killing intent, charging after Jiangnan. The speed of the zombies surpassed that of humans significantly, reaching approximately 40 kilometers per hour. To a human, this was a terrifying, rapid pace. Moreover, they seemed tireless, capable of maintaining their speed indefinitely, due to the obstructed roads and Jiangnan's deliberate steering of the horde. He was not moving too quickly. Soon, he spotted a car ahead, with an uncountable number of zombies frantically chasing from behind. The sight was utterly shocking. Some hidden survivors, hearing the commotion, rushed to their windows and were left dumbfounded by the incredible scene unfolding before them. Heavens! Who was in that car to attract such a horde of zombies? Wrath. It's over. That brother is surely doomed. The car's fuel will eventually run out. And the city is fraught with obstacles. Before long, this brother will undoubtedly meet his end. One survivor lamented. To survive, he had but one option, to shake off the pursuing zombies as quickly as possible. That fellow has terrible luck, provoking so many zombies. One misstep, and he would be surrounded by the undead. Even a deity might not survive. Fortunately, the driver of the white car appeared to be seasoned, expertly navigating through the chaos, taking down several zombies and maneuvering around obstacles without losing speed. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before he escaped. However, in the next moment, they witnessed a scene that left them utterly astonished. The white car, seemingly on the verge of eluding the zombies, inexplicably came to a stop. "Come here, beasts. Hurry over to me." The window rolled down, and a young man fired 2 shots at the zombie horde, igniting their fury. The zombies charged recklessly towards him. At that moment, the young man restarted the car, maintaining a dangerously close distance from the pursuing horde. Witnessing this spectacle, the surrounding survivors were left speechless, internally exclaiming in disbelief. What the hell? Is he deliberately attracting all those zombies? What is he thinking? Do young people today crave such thrills? Is he willing to gamble with his life? TSK, so young and reckless. Such behavior is bound to lead to disaster if one does not court death. One shall not die. Chapter 41. An ambush at the swimming pool. Numerous crystal cores unbeknownst to Jiangnan. His actions were being closely observed by several survivors, most of whom believed he was playing with fire and would inevitably encounter disaster. However, even if they were aware, he would merely smile in response. In no time, he had lured thousands of zombies to the vicinity of the swimming pool. "Big sister, do you think Brother Nan will be all right? With so many zombies, one misstep could lead to catastrophe. What should we do?" Inside the swimming pool, the women had begun to worry as Jiangnan did not return after a while. The number of zombies he faced was overwhelming, and the risks were considerable. If anything went wrong, they would be unable to come to his aid. Until today, they had regarded Jiangnan merely as a collaborator. She would assist him in hunting zombies while he provided them with weapons, each party benefiting from the other. However, following the events of the day, Jiangnan and Appo's status in their eyes had undergone a profound transformation. During the confrontation with Qitian and his underground fighting ring, Jiangnan and his loyal dog played a pivotal role, resulting in the annihilation of Qitian and Appo's group without a single casualty on their side. This was not merely a miracle. It was a testament to the formidable prowess of Jiangnan and his dog. In particular, Jiangnan and Appo's solitary act of drawing all the zombies and Appo's attention towards himself allowed the others precious time to escape, solidifying their acceptance of him as one of their own. "Do not fret. We must have faith in him. His strength surpasses our expectations. He should be here shortly," Butterfly urged, maintaining a calm demeanor. Yet, her tightly clenched fingers betrayed her inner turmoil. Like the others, she was equally concerned for Jiangnan's safety, but as the leader, she felt the need to remain composed and reassure her comrades. Suddenly, a cacophony of distant roars echoed, sending shivers down the spine of anyone who heard it. Any sane person would instinctively think of fleeing, for it signified an approaching horde of zombies, turning the area into a perilous battleground. However, the women exchanged relieved smiles. Brother Nan had returned. They immediately returned to their combat positions, ready to face the onslaught. Let us go. We understand. The women felt a surge of fighting spirit, their bodies brimming with energy. Before long, a white sedan sped into view, trailed by a vast army of zombies. Come forth, wretched creatures, Jiangnan shouted, firing 2 shots before accelerating the car into the swimming pool. The zombies, enraged, followed suit, their furious roars filling the air, intent on tearing him to shreds. In no time, the swimming pool was teeming with enraged zombies. Yet, upon entering, they lost their target and began to wander in confusion, unable to locate the human they had been pursuing. Where is he? Light the fire. A familiar voice rang out among the zombies. Suddenly, a spark ignited at the center of the pool, followed by a massive explosion of flames that spread rapidly. In an instant, the zombies within the swimming pool were engulfed by the raging inferno. Amidst the chaos, Jiangnan remained unfazed by the acrid scent of burning flesh. With a commanding shout, the women sprang into action. Gunfire erupted as they began to shoot the zombies ensnared in the flames. The battle was intense yet overwhelmingly one-sided. The zombies, disoriented by the fire, trampled and clawed at one another, with only a few managing to escape. Meanwhile, Butterfly and the others, occupying a superior vantage point, dispatched the zombies with ease. After approximately an hour, the cries and howls finally ceased, and the gunfire dwindled. The air was thick with the nauseating stench of charred flesh. Another half-hour passed, and the last remnants of flames disappeared, leaving a significant reduction in the acrid scent. All right, everyone, are we all rested? Let us gather the crystal cores and head back. It will soon be dark. Be cautious of any zombies that may still be alive. Butterfly reminded them. Understood, Butterfly. The women chirped, their spirits lifted by the sight of so many fallen zombies. They moved with remarkable efficiency. And soon Butterfly presented Jiangnan with a bag filled with the collected crystal cores. Brother Nan, we've taken down approximately 3,359 zombies this time. That's several times more than our total since the apocalypse began. Butterfly's eyes sparkled with disbelief as the enormity of their accomplishment dawned on her. Killing so many zombies in a single encounter was something they had never dared to dream of before, yet they had done it with relative ease. Here are all the crystal cores we collected, 1,142 in total, she declared, handing them over to Jiangnan without hesitation. Though this was a treasure that could significantly enhance the abilities of the supernatural beings, she had no inclination to keep any for herself. After all, these were rightfully Jiangnan's. Thank you, Jiangnan replied with a nod of appreciation, satisfied with the day's haul. Let us head back. The women tidied up and began their journey home. Ugh, I smell terrible. I can't wait to take a nice bath, one exclaimed. Right? It's awful. But today was exhilarating. We took down that bastard Qitian and so many zombies. What a rush. Another chimed in. I'm exhausted. I'm going to sleep like a log when we get back. I want to bathe with Qingqing. I heard she's the biggest among us. I've got to see for myself. Qingqing's cheeks flushed as she retorted. What are you saying, you rogue? Butterfly is clearly the biggest. Enough with this. Don't drag me into your nonsense. Butterfly instinctively glanced down at herself, a subtle smile of pride gracing her lips, though she rolled her eyes at their antics. As the sun set blood-red over the heap of zombies at the swimming pool, the desolate streets, and the towering skyscrapers, laughter and chatter filled the air as Jiangnan and the women made their way back to the beauty salon. Chapter 42, Celebration, a Toast to Loneliness. Cheers. Let us congratulate those rascals, Qitian and his gang. The sun has set. In the beauty salon, the women, filled with exuberance, raised their glasses in celebration. To this toast, we thank Brother Nan for aiding us in vanquishing Qitian. To this toast, we appreciate Brother Nan and Apos' generosity in providing us with so many weapons and equipment. To this toast, we are grateful to Brother Nan for risking his life to divert the zombies at a critical moment. All of us sisters extend our heartfelt thanks to Brother Nan. The clinking of glasses resonates in the air, a fragrant ambience enveloping the room. Jiangnan, lost in the revelry, has nearly lost count of how many cups he has consumed. Almost everyone has come to toast him 2 or 3 times. Fortunately, his tolerance for alcohol is commendable. Otherwise, he could have easily succumbed to their enthusiastic toasting. Yet, even so, Jiangnan finds himself somewhat overwhelmed by their fervor. These women are undeniably spirited, and he is unable to withstand their fervent hospitality. Thankfully, Dai intervenes just in time. That and Apos, that's enough. Are you all trying to get Brother Nan drunk? He has, and Oppos, he offended you. Dai, her cheeks flushed and lips vibrant, has also indulged in her share of drinks, making her all the more alluring. Her intoxicated demeanor prompts her to suggest, it and Oppos, it's getting late. Let us tidy up and head to bed. Sure thing, sis. The women giggle in agreement, sparing Jiangnan from further pressure. Jiangnan nods gently, then bids Dai farewell as he prepares to retire for the night. He returns to the room previously occupied by Dai, where her lingering fragrance still fills the air. Whether it is the scent of her body wash or perfume, it stirs his senses. Suddenly, a knock resounds at the door. Moments later, Dai and Oppos' soft voice drifts in. Brother Nan, are you asleep? Dai? What could she want at this hour? Jiangnan muses, momentarily taken aback, his curiosity piqued. It seems she is quite determined to share his bed. With no choice but to comply, he responds, come in. The door creaks open, and Dai enters clad in loose-fitting pajamas, her hair damp, as if she has just emerged from a bath. She holds a glass of red wine and another empty glass. Fresh from her bath, Dai emanates an enticing charm, her fair thighs subtly visible, cheeks flushed, and her lips a vivid hue, inviting temptation. Her perfect figure is hardly concealed by her sleepwear, and her slightly intoxicated gaze adds to the allure. Jiangnan finds himself momentarily breathless. Still awake? Shall we share a drink while discussing some profound matters? Dai tilts her head playfully, a smile gracing her lips. Certainly. Make yourself comfortable, Jiangnan replies, sitting upright to avoid any awkwardness. Oblivious to his tension, Dai casually settles beside him, her soft and delicate form brushing against him. Jiangnan remains composed, casting a glance at where Wu Zui had been sitting moments ago. That fellow has seemingly slipped away without him noticing. Good call, Jiangnan silently commends. Although I have thanked you numerous times, I wish to express my gratitude once more for helping us sisters defeat Qitian. Dai pours him a glass of wine, gently clinking it against his. It was my duty, Jiangnan replies. Yet Dai shakes her head, sighing softly. You do not comprehend the animosity we harbored against Qitian and his ilk. Do you know? When the apocalypse first erupted, we intended to join the underground fighting arena because they had many strong men. Aligning with them would ensure our survival. However, who could have predicted that those men were brutes? Her eyes glisten with unshed tears. Shortly after she and her sisters joined the underground arena, those men began to harbor ulterior motives. That very night, one sister, isolated, was ruthlessly assaulted. Unable to bear the humiliation, she took her own life. When Dai confronted Qitian, demanding justice for her fallen sister, he dismissed her with derision, viewing women merely as subservient to men, their desires a natural entitlement. In that moment, Dai realized her naivety. That night, she avenged her sister by killing the perpetrator and led her sisters to escape the underground arena. Since then, they have been sworn enemies with them. In subsequent conflicts, several of her sisters were either killed or captured. To avoid further humiliation, they chose to end their own lives. They were so young. It was those rascals who caused their demise. Dai and Oppos' voice quavers as she recounts the tale, her eyes brimming with tears. The weight of her burdens has been immense, a constant tension gnawing at her. Had it not been for Jiangnan's timely assistance, it is unfathomable what fate awaited them should Qitian's power have escalated further. She is exhausted emotionally and physically. Thankfully, all of that has finally dissipated today. It's all right. Everything is in the past, Jiangnan reassures, his heart aching at the sight of her tear-streaked face. He gently pulls Dai into his embrace. Her fragile form, imbued with a sweet fragrance, envelopes him. Thank you, Brother Nan, she whispers, her tear-stained face looking up at him with a vulnerable gaze. Jiangnan tenderly strokes her hair, using his other hand to wipe away her tears. Rest assured, I will always be here to protect you. No one shall bully you. MHM. Dai replies softly, before leaning in to seal his lips with hers. Jiangnan is momentarily taken aback, his mind blank. Then, he quickly reacts, shutting the door behind them. Two lonely souls, ignited by passion. The following morning, Jiangnan awakens to the cacophony of barking. Woof, woof. Wu Zui is barking at the top of its lungs. Groggy. Jiangnan stirs, recalling the wild night before, still yearning for more. Regrettably, the warmth in his arms has vanished, leaving him feeling empty. Woof, woof. Wu Zui stares at him incredulously, seemingly frustrated by Jiangnan and Oppos' days. Shut up, you mutt. Jiangnan scowls. Wu Zui sniffs the air, its expression shifting to one of intrigue as it gazes at Jiangnan with an odd look in its eyes. Get lost and use your nose where it belongs. Jiangnan and Oppos' expression darkens further. The events of last night have apparently not escaped the notice of this dog. Keep barking and I swear I'll silence you. Jiangnan threatens. However, Wu Zui remains unfazed, huffing indignantly before prancing away. Chapter 43, Subduing the Women. Returning to prison, Jiangnan awoke in Jiangnan. We are ready to go back with you, Butterfly said, appearing at the door in a crisp, clean outfit, her cheeks slightly flushed. Upon seeing Butterfly, a strange sensation flickered within Jiangnan. He nodded lightly. All right. Without a second thought for Butterfly and Appos, as presents, he proceeded to change his clothes right in front of her. After all, they had already laid bare their feelings. There was little to feel embarrassed about. Rascal! Butterfly exclaimed in mock anger, her face suddenly turning crimson. Meanwhile, Xiaoqi and the other women had finished packing the items they were to take, loading them into a large truck. They waited on the spot for Butterfly and Jiangnan, but seemed to be in poor spirits, sporting dark circles under their eyes and appearing somewhat listless. It seemed they had not slept well the previous night. Did Butterfly and Nan go? You know? Qingqing glanced around hesitantly. Definitely. Another girl chimed in. I heard it too. Goodness, was it really that loud? Doesn't Butterfly know our room has poor sound insulation? I couldn't and Appos, sleep a wink last night. I was exhausted. The expressions of the women were increasingly peculiar as they spoke. The beauty salon and Appos' rooms had mediocre soundproofing. Any loud noises were audible to everyone. The sounds from Butterfly and Appos' room had persisted for almost the entire night, which meant they had all struggled to fall asleep until the early hours. Regardless, Nangu is indeed formidable to have lasted so long. Butterfly is impressive as well. Most would have cracked under such pressure, Qingqing whispered, her face showing a hint of astonishment. The others regarded her with strange expressions. At that moment, Butterfly and Jiangnan emerged side by side. Jiangnan noticed the odd looks from the women and felt a pang of anxiety. Did they know something? However, Jiangnan, known for his thick skin, cleared his throat and said, Is everyone ready? Let us set off. Soon, the convoy was on its way. Jiangnan led the way, clearing a path through a horde of zombies. Aside from that, they encountered no further dangers and reached the prison smoothly after half an hour. Outside the prison, two figures, one large and one small, awaited them, Su Xiaoxiao and Lin Yu. Brother. Upon spotting Jiangnan, Su Xiaoxiao dashed over. Xiaoxiao. Jiangnan smiled, quickly getting out of the car and lifting the little girl into his arms. He affectionately ruffled her hair and asked, How have you been these past few days? Any unexpected incidents? None at all, Su Xiaoxiao replied, shaking her head, her big eyes sparkling. As she gazed at the beautiful women stepping out of the vehicle behind Jiangnan, she exclaimed in surprise, Wow, so many beautiful sisters. You're going to have a great time. Jiangnan's expression darkened instantly. Great time? What do you mean? Of course, I mean that kind of great time. Su Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes. She then wriggled free from Jiangnan and Appos' embrace and went off to find Wu Zui. Jiangnan briefly introduced everyone. Henceforth, they would all be one family. Su Xiaoxiao seemed to have no objections. However, Lin Yu regarded Butterfly with a hint of wariness as she was more beautiful than herself. Soon, Jiangnan arranged for Butterfly and the others to settle into the prison. The prison had ample rooms, capable of accommodating 10 times their number with ease. What is the relationship between my brother and this beautiful sister? Su Xiaoxiao and Wu Zui trailed behind, casting curious glances at Jiangnan and Butterfly. From the moment they entered the prison, Su Xiaoxiao sensed that their relationship was not as simple as it appeared. 1. Wu Zui gave Su Xiaoxiao a knowing look. The little girl instantly understood his implication. My brother is truly impressive. Appos' only been a few days, and he has already won over a beautiful sister. At this rate, it won't be long before all the beautiful sisters here fall under his spell. My brother is so lucky. Su Xiaoxiao mused thoughtfully. Wu Zui looked at her as if he had seen a ghost. After settling the women, Jiangnan cast a puzzled glance at Su Xiaoxiao, unsure of what she was mumbling about. Fortunately, Butterfly and the others got along well with Su Xiaoxiao and Lin Yu, forming a close-knit group. After exploring the prison grounds, Butterfly approached Jiangnan. There is ample space in the prison. I would like to build a training ground here. It would be beneficial for training when we are in Appos' hunting zombies. Jiangnan readily agreed, even welcoming the suggestion. The stronger the women and Appos' team became, the stronger he would be as well. Quickly, the training ground was established. Butterfly had high standards for the women and Appos' training, with high difficulty and intensity. By the end of each day, the women were nearly exhausted. Thankfully, Jiangnan had stockpiled a significant amount of food, meat, eggs, and milk to promptly replenish their energy. Time passed productively. The women trained under Butterfly and Appo's guidance and occasionally assisted Jiangnan in hunting zombies, gaining practical experience. Su Xiaoxiao and Lin Yu would occasionally join the training as well. Moreover, Wu Zui finally had no choice but to work hard, undergoing rigorous training daily. Trembling under the strain, he resented Jiangnan for bringing back the fierce butterfly. However, despite his suffering, Wu Zui was well fed. Strangely, after a period of time, he had not only failed to lose weight but had actually gained more. Jiangnan found it perplexing. Did Wu Zui possess a unique talent for gaining weight? Additionally, it must be noted that Butterfly was the most burdened during this time. By day, she trained with the female team, and by night, she endured Jiangnan and Appo's relentless training, practicing splits until late into the night. Yet, she did not appear worn out. Rather, her complexion grew increasingly rosy, exuding a captivating aura, reminiscent of parched earth rejuvenated by spring rain. In an indoor training area of the prison, Jiangnan focused intently. Manipulate, he commanded, retrieving 2 daggers from his storage space. With a wave of his hand, they shot forward. Bang, bang. The 2 iron plates ahead were ripped apart effortlessly. Previously, he could only control one object. Now, he could manipulate 2 weapons simultaneously, although they had to move along the same trajectory. The energy consumption had significantly increased. The most notable change was the extended range of his ability. Within 25 meters, he could maneuver with precision and power. Beyond that distance, both accuracy and strength would rapidly decline. Once he exceeded 35 meters, he would lose control entirely. Jiangnan gained a deeper understanding of his ability, manipulate. Compared to its initial awakening, he had made considerable progress. Chapter 44. Enhancement of Abilities. Arrival of the Liu family. Jiangnan stood still, then suddenly vanished. In the next instant, he reappeared at the far end of the prison. My current teleportation distance can reach nearly 300 meters, a significant improvement compared to before. Even passing through walls has become much easier, Jiangnan mused. Afterward, he teleported once more, arriving in a shower room. The sound of water cascaded down, and the warm steam enveloped the space, resembling a celestial paradise. A slender, unadorned figure froze in place, her beautiful, enchanting eyes betraying a mix of suppressed indignation and a hint of anticipation. Butterfly glared fiercely at Jiangnan. What brings you here? Don't be anxious. I and Amp, Appo's, V just finished training and I and Amp, Appo's, am too exhausted. I'll visit your room later, Jiangnan replied, momentarily taken aback. He then noticed the subtle glimmer of expectation in Butterfly and Amp, Appo's, eyes and Kuden and Amp, Appo's, help but smirk. What should I do now? You. Butterfly's eyes widened, her face flushing crimson. This shameless fellow. She had just completed her training. Why was he here now? Besides, she had already given him what he wanted that morning. Noticing Jiangnan's aggressive gaze, Butterfly hastily interjected, Not here, we'll be discovered. Don't worry, just try to keep quiet. Jiangnan grinned like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. Butterfly let out a startled scream. Jiangnan felt as if his spirit had been drained. Nevertheless, he did not forget his primary objective. He aimed to test the distance of his teleportation while passing through walls and how far he could teleport while carrying items of various weights. He diligently conducted experiments and recorded the results. Finally, he gained a clearer understanding of his ability. The maximum teleportation distance was 300 meters. If carrying items not exceeding 40 kilograms, the distance would be halved. When transporting items or individuals over 40 kilograms, the teleportation distance through multiple walls would only be 50 meters, and under normal circumstances, it would be a mere 80 meters. The energy expenditure of transporting others was considerable. Having just teleported Butterfly from the shower to the room and back, he felt utterly depleted. Jiangnan reflected on the earlier intense encounter when Butterfly could no longer contain herself, prompting him to teleport her to the room to avoid any embarrassing noises. Aside from object manipulation and teleportation, Jiangnan and Appo's storage space had also seen a notable enhancement. Initially, the dimensions of his storage space were 10 meters in length, width, and height, totaling 1,000 cubic meters. Now, all dimensions had expanded to 15 meters, tripling the overall space. The once cramped storage area now had ample room. With the assistance of Butterfly and others, the acquisition of crystal nuclei had significantly accelerated, allowing his 3 abilities to improve rapidly. If I were to give all my crystal nuclei to Su Xiaoxiao or Butterfly, their enhancement would likely be even more pronounced, Jiangnan thought. After all, he needed to enhance 3 abilities simultaneously, while Su Xiaoxiao and Butterfly only required 1. given the same number of crystal nuclei. Their advancements would naturally be greater. However, Jiangnan had not been unfair to them. Apart from the initial collection of all crystal nuclei, he distributed the rest based on effort. Butterfly, Su Xiaoxiao, and even Wuzue had received a considerable share. Suddenly, Wuzue, exhausted from training and lying on the ground, perked up. Gazing toward the prison camp and Appo's entrance and barking urgently. Without hesitation, he dashed forward. Someone and Appo's coming. Prepare for battle. Everyone became alert. Seizing their weapons and occupying various strategic positions within the prison. Wuzue had never been this excited, indicating that a formidable adversary was approaching. Su Xiaoxiao was all too familiar with Wuzue. His urgency suggested that the newcomers were not to be trifled with. Meanwhile, outside the prison, a convoy approached from a distance, a truck and 2 cars. After the cars halted, a middle-aged man in a tailored suit and slicked-back hair descended. Over 20 armed bodyguards disembarked from both the truck and cars, positioning themselves behind the leading man. Tell them we are from the Lu family. Open the door immediately. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. Lu Qilong declared, lighting a cigar nonchalantly. Yes, second master. One of his sycophants eagerly rushed forward and shouted, everyone inside, listen carefully. We are from the Lu family. This is second master Lu Qilong, and I need not elaborate on the strength of the Lu family's influence in Xinjiang. We have hundreds of elite soldiers, countless weapons, and unimaginable supplies. The number of ability users and survivors we have recruited is beyond measure. Open the door immediately, or face the consequences. After delivering the ultimatum, he quickly retreated to stand behind Lu Qilong, adopting a subservient demeanor. Lu Qilong leisurely smoked his cigar, awaiting a reaction from within, unfazed by the situation. A mere small prison, with less than 20 occupants combined, posed no threat in his eyes. Were it not for the tales of the many beautiful women within, he, the esteemed second master of the Lu family, would never have personally come to claim them. It was only logical to assume that upon hearing they were from the Lu family, especially with the second master present, the occupants would hastily rush to open the door and welcome them inside. The Lu family had been the wealthiest in Xinjiang before the apocalypse, having stockpiled vast amounts of supplies. With these resources, they attracted numerous ability users and survivors, forming a military force of up to 200 individuals. Though a motley crew, it was a formidable power capable of overwhelming any small survivor encampment in the apocalypse. If not for the recent thefts from multiple warehouses, which had caused significant losses, the Lu family and Appo's influence would be even greater. Lu Qilong thought bitterly, his teeth gritting at the memory of the mysterious individual who had stolen their supplies. Inside the prison, Jiangnan observed the heavily armed individuals outside and contemplated, let them in. Let us see what they want. Although the Lu family had suffered considerable losses and could not compare to their former strength, they remained formidable. The prison was in a phase of expansion. And unless absolutely necessary, Jiangnan preferred not to antagonize such a powerful entity. It would be wiser to allow them entry and ascertain their intentions before deciding on a course of action. All right, Butterfly nodded. In recent days, while hunting zombies outside, they had heard much about the Lu family's reputation. They had even encountered a Lu family team once. Caution was imperative. Chapter 45, Not Here to Die, Still Not Opening the Door? Lu Qilong raised an eyebrow, gradually growing impatient. A minute had passed without any response. Did they not regard him? Were they courting death? Fortunately, in the next moment, his brow relaxed as the prison gate swung open. Welcome, Second Master Lu. Jiangnan greeted with a smile. At least you know your place. Lu Qilong scoffed, leading his entourage into the prison with an air of confidence. Second Master Lu. What brings you here? Jiangnan inquired, his demeanor radiating a refined elegance. Lu Qilong unabashedly scrutinized Butterfly, Qingqing, Xiaoqi, and the others, letting out a light chuckle. I am here to inform you that from today onwards, your camp and supplies belong to the Lu family. You are all to join the Lu family. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the women shifted dramatically. The camp and supplies were to be surrendered? Joining the Lu family? How could that be? It was said that the Lu family was notoriously harsh towards survivors, particularly towards ordinary ones, who were treated as lesser beings. Why would they willingly submit themselves to such indignity? Jiangnan furrowed his brow, suppressing his anger while maintaining a calm demeanor. I apologize, but this situation is rather abrupt. We need to discuss it thoroughly before providing you with an answer. What do you say? Lu Qilong coldly laughed. I am here to inform you. Not to seek your opinion. Do you dare to bargain with me? Do you know the consequences? At his words, the women and Appo's faces soured. Jiangnan and Appo's expression darkened as he asked, what if we refuse? Refuse? Trust me, the Lu family will obliterate your camp. When the time comes, the men will perish. And the women will be enslaved. Lu Qilong sneered, his voice echoing ominously within the prison grounds. Angry? Frustrated? What good would it do? He was certain that Jiangnan and the others would not dare to retaliate, and would comply without question. Jiangnan inhaled deeply, sighing internally. He had no desire to provoke anyone. Yet someone had chosen to challenge him, testing his limits. I do not wish to take lives, but you leave me no choice. At the entrance of the prison camp, Jiangnan watched Lu Qilong and his entourage depart, the smile on his face vanishing swiftly. Brother Nan, are you truly going to agree to him? Hand over our camp to the Lu family? Butterfly could no longer contain herself. Initially, she believed that Jiangnan and Apos' temperament would never permit such submission. In fact, it seemed likely he would eliminate those who threatened them. She and the sisters hidden in the shadows had prepared for battle. Yet, Jiangnan had inexplicably acquiesced to Lu Qilong. This left Butterfly bewildered, struggling to comprehend his reasoning. However, she sensed that Jiangnan was not one to yield easily, which prompted her to inquire. Stay vigilant at the camp. I will return shortly. Jiangnan kissed Butterfly and Apos' cheek and smiled. I promise to protect you, and I shall keep that promise. Lu Qilong cannot die within our camp. Otherwise, the Lu family will undoubtedly send troops to annihilate us. With our current strength, we cannot confront the Lu family head-on. Jiangnan's eyes turned dangerous as he stated, however, if he departs the prison and meets his demise outside, the Lu family and Apos' investigation will require time. In that interval, we will devise a strategy to deal with them. Upon hearing this, Butterfly suddenly understood. Indeed, if Lu Qilong perished in the prison, the Lu family would retaliate immediately. At that point, they would face two options, to be exterminated alongside the prison or to abandon it and seek refuge elsewhere. Both choices were unacceptable. However, if Lu Qilong died elsewhere, the Lu family and Apos' inquiry would not be so straightforward. Many bore grievances against the Lu family. Yet Butterfly remained concerned. Jiangnan was but one person, while Lu Qilong commanded over 20. How could he possibly contend with them? It was far too perilous. Do not worry. Do you think I merely went to the restroom? Jiangnan chuckled. Earlier, when he had feigned a trip to the restroom while agreeing to Lu Qilong and Apos' proposal, he had taken 5 minutes to discreetly transfer to Lu Qilong and Apos' vehicle, leaving behind his own measures. I see now, Butterfly exclaimed, realization dawning upon her. I must take my leave. Jiangnan affectionately ruffled Butterfly and Apos' hair. She blushed in indignation. Jiangnan chuckled softly and vanished from sight. Qingqing blinked in surprise. The leader and Apos' springtime has arrived. Lin Yu, feeling envious, remarked, I was here first. Why, brother, you have changed. Truly, men are fickle-hearted, forgetting the old for the new. You used to only ruffle my hair, and now you do not even bid me farewell. The little girl's eyes brimmed with tears as she huffed, men are all big pigs. Meanwhile, the Lu family and Apos' convoy was cruising along the road, now more than 3 to 4 kilometers away from the prison. Suddenly, boisterous laughter erupted from one of the cars. Ha ha ha, second master, you have struck gold this time. I just took a good look, and aside from a few hiding away, there are quite a number of stunning women. Indeed, such gems are rare. A sycophant beside Lu Qilong chuckled, his flattery unabashed. There are indeed several worthy ones. Lu Qilong smiled, nodding in agreement. In this apocalypse, beautiful women were a scarce commodity. And to find so many young and attractive women in a mere camp was exceedingly rare. Though old, the patriarch and Apos' heart remained youthful. If he were to be gifted several beautiful women, he could surely gain more power. In due time, I shall become the second in command of the Lu family. How many years does the old man have left? Once he is gone, the Lu family will be mine. The Lu family is immensely powerful. And the patriarch and Apos' words hold weight. No one dares to oppose him. Yet, the patriarch is aging and will inevitably depart. The heirs of the Lu family are merely his 3 sons, Lu Qilin, Lu Qilong, and Lu Tianhu. The rivalry among these brothers has long begun. Lu Qilong had heard from his subordinates that a group of women resided in the prison camp. After extensive inquiries and tracking, he had finally arrived, and indeed, he was not disappointed. The women in the prison were not only young but also strikingly beautiful, with several being exceptional beauties. Even he found himself captivated. This was a significant fortune, a treasure that could win the patriarch and Apos' favor. Chapter 46. Strike first, eliminate Lu Qilong before the apocalypse. The old man would at least restrain himself. After the end of the world, he has completely let go. In a couple of days, we will take these women back. I intend to keep the exquisite one named Butterfly for myself, while I shall gift the adorably delicate little girl to the old man, as he has a penchant for such. A portion of them will be given as presents to capable supernatural beings to win their favor. The remainder will be left for you, my brothers, to enjoy." With just a few words, Lu Qilong decided the fates of Butterfly and the others. He had spoken sweetly in the prison, promising equal treatment for all and ensuring their safety. Yet, once they arrived at the Lu family camp, how they would be treated would still be at Lu Qilong and Appo's discretion. A group of unarmed women, what kind of storm could they possibly stir? Lu Qilong scoffed. In this era, women are merely items, especially beautiful ones. Ha ha ha. Thank you, second master. The sycophant instantly burst into laughter. Speaking of the second master, that was a real nail-biter. I thought that man would attack you after hearing your words. I never expected him to back down and make an excuse to go to the restroom. Ha 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 ha. He was quite perceptive. Leaving him alive might not be out of the question. Lu Qilong chuckled nonchalantly. Just a small fry? Relying on being the only man. He had become the voice in the prison. Once discarded in the Lu household, he would be utterly inconsequential. How delightful it would be to see the expression on his face when the woman he thought belonged to him was beneath him, surrendering to his desires. Lu Qilong mused with satisfaction. Just then, a loud bang echoed. The windshield of the car Lu Qilong was in suddenly shattered. A bullet penetrated, exploding the head of the sycophant beside him. Blood and brain matter splattered everywhere inside the vehicle. Lu Qilong and Appo's face was splattered with gore. He was momentarily stunned, fear erupting from his throat. An ambush. Lu Qilong roared, flinging open the car door and crawling beneath the vehicle. At that moment, he noticed a figure in the right front corner aiming a large sniper rifle in his direction. Over there. Go, kill him, Lu Qilong shouted, pointing. However, as soon as his words fell, a deafening explosion erupted, accompanied by a scorching wave that swept through instantly. The large truck carrying nearly 20 people behind Lu Qilong suddenly exploded. A massive fireball engulfed the entire vehicle, consuming everyone nearby. Over 20 individuals perished in that colossal blast, leaving no trace behind. Buzzing. Lu Qilong and Appo's ears rang, stunned by the explosion, his mind blank. What just happened? Who did this? His expression was dazed. The truck had been perfectly fine just moments ago. How could it explode so suddenly? Second master, our truck was rigged with explosives. We must flee. Four individuals hurriedly exited another vehicle, attempting to help Lu Qilong escape. Bang, bang. Suddenly, 2 gunshots rang out. 2 of the 4 had their heads obliterated in an instant. Down. Don't expose yourselves. The remaining 2 quickly dropped, paralyzed with fear. Taking cover, they retreated into a nearby building, thinking, he cannot harm us. Lu Qilong regained his composure. Oh, is that so? A mocking voice echoed in the ears of Lu Qilong and the 2 others. Lu Qilong and his companions were struck with terror. Bang, bang. 2 more gunshots rang out, and the heads of the 2 behind Lu Qilong exploded. Impossible. How could you appear behind us so suddenly? You were just in front. Lu Qilong's heart raced, disbelief coursing through him. Just moments ago, he had been over 100 meters away. Even if one could fly, how could they cover that distance in the blink of an eye? How did he do it? Lu Qilong whipped around. Upon seeing Jiangnan and Appo's face, his eyes widened in shock. This was the man from the prison camp. How did he end up here? The insignificant ant he thought he could easily crush now appeared as a harbinger of death, dictating his fate. What do you want? I am a member of the Lu family. If you kill me, the Lu family will not spare you. Your camp, your women, none will meet a good end. Try to touch me. Lu Qilong trembled, his eyes filled with fear as he spoke. Oh, is that so? Jiangnan replied with a sneer. What would happen if I were to harm you? As he spoke, he hurled a flying knife, piercing Lu Qilong's palm into the ground. No. Please don't kill me. I have plenty of food, many crystal cores. Release me, and I will give you everything. I beg you, Lu Qilong cried, tears streaming down his face in agony. Kiki, begging me? The moment you stepped into my territory, you were already dead. Jiangnan coldly laughed. In the face of Lu Qilong's abject terror, he pulled the trigger. With a resounding bang, Lu Qilong and Appo's head exploded. Afterward, Jiangnan surveyed the battlefield, eliminating any survivors before putting his mask back on. Indeed, he had worn the mask throughout, only removing it to kill Lu Qilong. This was primarily to avoid being seen by other survivors. After tidying up the scene, he ignited Lu Qilong and Appo's remains with gasoline, erasing any trace he had left behind. Finally, Jiangnan returned to the prison. At this moment, the atmosphere in the prison was tense, everyone on high alert. It was only when Jiangnan appeared in view that they finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Brother, how did it go?" Su Xiaoxiao rushed forward first. Butterfly also looked at Jiangnan, eagerly awaiting his response. Jiangnan smiled and said, "Do not worry, Lu Qilong has been eliminated." Lu Qinglong's reputation had always been poor, avaricious, lecherous, treacherous, and despicable. If we had believed his deceitful words, we would have likely met a grim fate. In his previous life, Jiangnan had come to understand Lu Qilong well, knowing precisely what kind of person he was. He was fully aware of Lu Qilong and Appos' intentions in seeking out the prison. However, Jiangnan pondered for a moment, his expression growing somber. With Lu Qilong dead, the Lu family will inevitably seek revenge. We must prepare ourselves. It is best to strike first. Nevertheless, it will take at least 2 days for the Lu family to learn of Lu Qinglong's demise. They are unlikely to find us for at least 3 to 5 days. Thus, we must devise a strategy within this time frame. Chapter 47, The Breakthrough. Upon hearing these words, the women nodded slightly. However, the butterfly wore a hesitant expression and voiced her concerns, stating, "But the Lu family and Appos' power is formidable. Even if we take the initiative, we are no match for them. Not to mention the hundreds of survivors and armed personnel. It is said that the Lu family has several ability users among them. We are just a handful." From a rational perspective, her worries were justified. The Lu family was undeniably the most powerful force Butterfly had encountered thus far. No other camp could rival them. To think they could challenge the Lu family with merely their numbers? It seemed impossible under normal circumstances. Merely ensuring their own safety would be a remarkable feat. Even Jiangnan found himself troubled by this reality. He understood that the Lu family was not to be trifled with, especially after the apocalypse when they had recruited numerous ability users. Thus, he had maintained a distance from them to avoid conflict. Little did he expect that despite his desire to avoid trouble, it would seek him out instead. "Let me contemplate a strategy," Jiangnan pondered. The Lu family was vast in numbers, rich in resources, heavily armed, and abundant in ability users. Moreover, they had begun constructing numerous fortifications even before the apocalypse. Presently, the Lu family was akin to an impregnable fortress. The only solution that came to mind was to incite a zombie uprising to besiege the Lu family. Yet, given their fortifications, even a horde of thousands of zombies would likely be ineffective. What should I do? Jiangnan furrowed his brow. However, he soon thought of someone. "I have a plan. The Lu family is not an unbreakable unit. They must pay for the sins they have committed." At the Lu family castle, a grand structure built before the apocalypse with the aid of nearly all construction teams in Qingyang City, stood tall with walls reaching 7 meters, entirely composed of reinforced concrete. Inside, over 500 people resided, and as time passed, the population within the castle would only grow, further strengthening the Lu family and Appos' power until they became an unassailable entity. At that moment, within the castle, a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s looked kindly at a petite girl in her early 20s, her eyes slightly red. He bore a resemblance to Lu Qinglong, albeit slightly older. "Wan Yao, how are you faring here? The past is behind us, and those who harmed your parents have received their due punishment. You can rest assured and stay here. Our Lu family will not treat you poorly." The girl managed to smile, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Uncle Lu, for your care these days. I have grown accustomed to life here. I will repay you and the Lu family for saving me." Lu Qilin shook his head, letting out a sigh. "As long as you are adapting well, there is no need for repayment. Alas, if I had arrived sooner, your parents might not have met such a tragic fate. It is all my fault." "Uncle, it is not your fault. If it weren't for you, I would have perished," Wan Yao insisted, shaking her head repeatedly. After her parents fell victim to a heinous attack, it was Lu Qilin and Appos' timely intervention that saved her life. She harbored only gratitude towards Lu Qilin and the Lu family. How could she possibly blame him? At that moment, Lu Qilin asked, "By the way, Xiao Yao, how is your ability progressing?" "I am now quite familiar with the Appos' gravitational field and Appos'," Wan Yao replied slowly. "I can control the gravity within a 10-meter radius, increasing it up to 5 times. Additionally, I can create a gravitational barrier for defense. I tested it earlier, and ordinary bullets cannot penetrate my defenses. Even artillery shells can have their trajectories altered, preventing them from landing near me." As she spoke, Wan Yao demonstrated her abilities. She even allowed one of Lu Qilin and Appos' bodyguards to fire at her. With Lu Qilin and Appos' consent, the bodyguard drew a desert eagle and fired. Bang! As the bullet approached Wan Yao, it became stuck and fell to the ground with a clatter. Excellent. Splendid. Lu Qilan exclaimed, his eyes alight with amazement as he erupted into laughter. After spending some time in Wan Yao's room, checking on her well-being, he eventually took his leave. Continue monitoring. Should anything unusual arise, inform me at once. In 2 days, if all remains normal, we can cease surveillance, Lu Qilan instructed. He had not walked far when he suddenly halted, glancing back at Wan Yao and Appo's room with a shadowy gaze. I wonder, he murmured, almost as if speaking to himself. Yet, from the darkness, a figure emerged, blending almost seamlessly with the night. Yes, sir. The ability user responded respectfully. Lu Qilan nodded slightly and was about to leave when he inquired, Wei, in comparison to your ability, how does Wan Yao's capability measure up? Wei paused momentarily before replying. My ability is night, best suited for stealth and assassination, while Wan Yao's is gravitational field, which offers both offense and defense. There is no comparison. However, in terms of utility, I believe Wan Yao may be stronger for our Lu family. Once she fully aligns herself with you, she will serve as a formidable shield and a powerful bodyguard. Hearing this, Lu Qilan nodded in satisfaction. He had targeted Wan Yao's abilities, orchestrating the demise of her parents to ensure her gratitude and loyalty. With such a potent ability user at his side, his own power would significantly increase, enhancing his chances of succeeding the patriarch and taking control of the Lu family. Monitor her closely. Do not allow anyone to approach her, especially those associated with the second and third brothers. They would covet such a powerful ability user and would stop at nothing to sabotage my plans. Lu Qilan commanded once more. The 3 brothers had been vying for control of the Lu family for years, and the tensions had only escalated since the onset of the apocalypse. If the second or third brothers were given the opportunity, they would likely expose the truth behind the deaths of Wan Yao's parents to her at the earliest chance. Should that occur, all of his meticulous planning would be in vain. Yet, it seemed that thus far, Wan Yao had not fully entrusted him, especially after today and Appo's events. It is strange. I have treated her so well. Why does she still remain wary of me? Why such a strong sense of caution? Lu Qilan pondered, shaking his head as he strode away. Chapter 48. Unveiling the Truth. Revenge for Parents. At the same moment Lu Qilan exited Wan Yao's room, another figure silently emerged. Wan Yao appeared unfazed, her expression cold as she let out a disdainful snort. Uncle Lu risked his life to save me. I, Wan Yao, will remember this debt of gratitude for a lifetime. You wish to sow discord between us, dream on. If I am not mistaken, you must be affiliated with the second and third masters, right? Such petty schemes of incitement should cease. You and Appo's, mistaken. I am neither Lu Qilong and Appo's, nor Lu Tianhu and Appo's, person. The young man behind Wan Yao chuckled softly. Do you really think I would believe you? Wan Yao retorted dismissively, leave now, or I shall not hesitate to be unkind. Do not assume that your ability to teleport grants you free reign to come and go as you please. Once my gravity field is activated, your teleportation will be of little use, she added defiantly. The figure behind Wan Yao was none other than Jiangnan. In her past life, Wan Yao had been manipulated by Lu Qilan into submission, only to later uncover the truth. The very savior she had been grateful to was, in fact, the murderer of her parents. Upon realizing this truth, Wan Yao had gone on a rampage within the Lu household, brutally crushing Lu Qilan into a pulp. That battle had severely weakened the Lu family, yet ultimately, Wan Yao fell victim to their numbers and perished. This incident occurred in the early days of the apocalypse, a distant memory. It took Jiangnan a considerable time to recall this event and the name Wan Yao. He hastened to the Lu household to reveal the truth to her, only to find that she was incredulous. Upon receiving Wan Yao's dismissal, Jiangnan shook his head. Have you never questioned it? At that time, you and your parents were hiding quite well. How did those ruffians manage to breach your sanctuary? Moreover, lacking resources and course. Why did they target you? Were they simply bored? Most importantly, why was Lu Qilan present at that moment? Was it truly mere coincidence? Or was it part of a grand scheme? Wan Yao and Appo's expression faltered slightly. Indeed, why had it all been so coincidental? Deep down, she had always harbored some doubts. Follow me, and you shall find the answers, Jiangnan urged, grasping Wan Yao and Appo's hand. She instinctively sought to resist but ultimately yielded. In a whirlwind, they departed the room and emerged outside, where the voices of Lu Qilan and the ability user Wei could be heard not far away. As she caught wind of their conversation, Wan Yao and Appo's complexion darkened progressively. In an instant, Jiangnan transported Wan Yao back into the room. How could this be? How could this be? Wan Yao struggled to accept the reality, disbelief evident in her eyes. She had always regarded Lu Qilin as her savior, unaware that he was, in fact, the enemy responsible for her parents' demise. Although Lu Qilin and Owei's dialogue had not explicitly stated this, Wan Yao was astute. Lu Qilin's actions spoke volumes. Now, do you believe it? Jiangnan remarked, assist me, and I can ensure that the entire Lu family pays for your parents' and Appo's death. 3 days later, amidst a district teeming with zombies, a place deemed a no-go zone by countless survivors, a series of explosions erupted. Zombies were propelled into the air and obliterated. Roar, roar, roar. The horde of zombies unleashed their fury. At that moment, a figure appeared before them, scoffing, a bunch of worthless creatures, come and try to kill me. With that, Jiangnan revved his motorcycle and sped away, countless zombies in pursuit. Despite the throngs of undead rushing towards him, Jiangnan remained composed. In the early days of the apocalypse, the zombies were relatively weak and posed little threat to him. Aware of his agility, he could easily evade their grasp. Come chase me. Haha. Jiangnan laughed uproariously, unabashedly tossing grenades and firing his weapon, igniting the zombies' wrath and drawing even more into the chase. Before long, the horde behind him swelled to a considerable size. Yet, Jiangnan shook his head, dissatisfied. These zombies could easily annihilate an ordinary survivor settlement. But it was far from sufficient for the Lu family. Let's escalate the chaos, he thought. Retrieving firecrackers he had prepared earlier and placing them in a metal container attached to his motorcycle. Lighting them, a cacophony of sounds erupted, resembling a rapid-fire barrage. Amplified through a speaker, it echoed like a series of thunderous explosions, reaching far and wide. As Jiangnan sped away, numerous zombies joined the fray, with several close calls where his life hung in the balance. Thankfully, he managed to teleport out of encirclement and retrieved another motorcycle from his storage space to continue his antics. Who is this? What is he doing? Some survivors wondered. Recognizing Jiangnan from a previous encounter when he had drawn zombies to him, subsequently obliterating them all. So it and Appo's, as that ruthless one, witnessing Jiangnan and Appo's spectacle from a distance. Many survivors were left in shock. The streets were packed with zombies pursuing him. This ruthless one has drawn quite the attention. But wait, his trajectory seems off. Is he heading towards the Lu family? Could it be that he harbors a grudge against them? Haha, the Lu family, so used to their tyranny, is finally facing consequences. For some time, the Lu family had been rampant, oppressing numerous survivors, seizing resources, forcibly claiming cores, and pillaging women. They had long been the object of hatred among the people, yet their formidable strength rendered them untouchable. However, it appeared that the Lu family had finally met their match. The Lu family? They deserve it. Though many doubted Jiangnan and Appo's ability to eradicate the Lu family, striking a blow to their arrogance was a welcome sight. Chapter 49. The Zombie Siege and the Assault on the Lu family. Meanwhile, at the Lu family camp. What? Second brother is missing. Upon learning that his second son, Lu Qilin, had been missing for several days, the patriarch Lu Zhentian could not suppress his fury. How could a grown man, accompanied by over 20 fully armed subordinates, simply vanish? It was evident that this matter was far from simple. Master, we have discovered the remnants of a convoy in the West District, along with many charred bones. Through comparisons of clothing and vehicle models, we have preliminarily determined that the deceased may be Second Master and his entourage. Reported an ability user who had aligned with the Lu family. Have we identified who is responsible? Is there any connection to eldest and third brother? Though Lu Zhentian was aging, his mind remained sharp. He was acutely aware of the increasingly intense power struggles among his 3 sons. The death of Lu Qilin might indeed be the handiwork of his siblings. If that were the case, to seize my position, they would resort to any means. Would they not hesitate to eliminate even me, this old man? A flicker of coldness flashed in Lu Zhentian and Appo's eyes, accompanied by a tinge of anguish. He had initially intended to pass on the Lu family legacy to his beloved grandson, Lu Wenla. However, who could have predicted that, just as the apocalypse loomed, Lu Wenla would be murdered? This unfortunate event had escalated the conflict among the Lu brothers to the point of fratricide. Yet, upon hearing his words, the ability user shook his head. No, Master. Our investigation suggests that the possibility of eldest and third master being involved is low. In fact, 3 other camps are highly suspicious. Which 3? Lu Zhentian furrowed his brow. The first is a group of survivors hiding in a supermarket, not long ago. Second master kidnapped 3 women from there. The second is a group of survivors gathered in the garden community, where second master previously attempted to subdue them, leading to a conflict. The third is a prison camp of survivors, predominantly women, whom second master intended to capture. According to his people, he left a few days ago specifically for those women and has not returned since. The prison camp is the most suspicious. Upon hearing this, a glint of coldness shone in Lu Zhentian and Appo's eyes. How dare they? Does the Lu family appear weak enough to be slaughtered at will? Lu Wenla was murdered during the chaos of the apocalypse, and the killer was never found. But now, with Lu Qilong and Appo's death, the perpetrator would undoubtedly pay a heavy price. Order the complete eradication of those 3 camps within 3 days. I want everyone to witness the dire consequences of opposing the Lu family, Lu Zhentian commanded coldly. Upon hearing this, the ability user felt a tremor of apprehension. The old man was truly serious. Better to kill the wrong person than to let anyone escape. Yes. However, at that moment, a panicked figure rushed in. Not good. Major trouble. Third brother? What has frightened you so? Lu Zhentian rose abruptly, his anger flaring as he recognized the intruder. It was none other than his third son, Lu Tianhu. What could cause you such terror? Lu Tianhu stammered. Dad. There are countless zombies. Thousands of them. Countless zombies? The Lu family fortress was built to be extraordinarily high and sturdy. What was there to fear? Lu Zhentian felt a twinge of annoyance and was about to berate Lu Tianhu when a cacophony of screams and the thunderous sound of running reached his ears. The noise rolled in like distant thunder, accompanied by the incessant roar of the undead. The ground trembled beneath them. Lu Zhentian and Appo's expression shifted dramatically. So many zombies? Damn it. Quick. Take me to see. The ability user immediately hoisted Lu Zhentian onto his back, sprinting towards the fortress walls with great speed. Lu Tianhu, despite his fear, hurriedly followed. On the way, Lu Qilin, looking equally alarmed, joined them. Outside the Lu family camp, an unending tide of zombies charged towards the Lu family fortress. Set to arrive in less than 2 minutes. The sheer number was overwhelming. Those on the walls watched in horror, their legs trembling. How can there be so many zombies? Will our fortress withstand the assault? My heavens! Have they gone mad? Why are they all heading towards us? We Haven and Appo's provoked them. Everyone was bewildered. Out of nowhere. Why were these zombies seemingly frenzied and heading straight for the Lu family? No, wait. These zombies were not mad. Someone had led them here. There was a figure at the front of the horde. Upon closer inspection, he was riding a motorcycle. He was the one who had attracted the zombies. At that moment, someone noticed the inconspicuous figure on the motorcycle, occasionally firing shots behind him. Lu Zhentian and Appo's brows knitted tightly. He deliberately lured the zombies here? Why? Did he harbor a grudge against us? Master, that is the leader of the prison camp. Second master disappeared after going to their prison. The ability user at Lu Zhentian and Appo's side suddenly changed color, recognizing Jiangnan. Damn it. You little brat, a Haven and Appo's settled the score with you. And you and Appo's dared to strike first. Fury surged within Lu Zhentian. He bellowed, everyone, remain calm. Our walls are high. Even if they were to multiply, they cannot breach our defenses. Lu Zhentian and Appo's words carried weight, and his long-standing authority reassured the crowd. They felt somewhat steadied. This wretch shall pay dearly. Once this is over, I will turn Xingyang City upside down and ensure that scoundrel meets a gruesome end. Those women will be thrown into brothels. Lu Zhentian ground his teeth, his resolve hardening. Once he regained his composure, he was not truly worried about the zombies breaching the Lu family fortress. After all, he had anticipated such a siege when constructing the fortress, ensuring it was built to withstand such threats. No matter how many zombies came, he was prepared. Lu Qilin and Lu Tianhu nodded in agreement, feeling a surge of reassurance. Before long, the wave of zombies reached the foot of the Lu family fortress, their roars deafening like a storm. Yet, astonishingly, everything came to a halt beneath the Lu family stronghold. Chapter 50, Collusion and the Destruction of the City Gate. Roar. 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 Countless zombies howled, driven nearly mad by the sin of food. However, the imposing and sturdy Lu family castle stood resolutely. They could not scale its walls. Did these mere zombies dare to annihilate the Lu family? Absurd. Observing the zombies thwarted, Lu Zhentian and his son sighed in relief, their faces adorned with cold smiles. They then commanded their subordinates to open fire, shooting down the zombies. After all, these were crystal cores, a free bounty delivered to them. Just then, a thunderous explosion erupted nearby. The city gate suddenly detonated, creating a gaping hole. Roar. 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 In an instant, a massive swarm of zombies surged into Lu family castle. Lu Jintian and Apos. S trio turned pale. Damn it! Who did this? There and Apos. S a traitor among us. Find that wretched traitor. Quickly, the traitor was identified. It was a woman. How could it be her? Lu Qilan's expression went blank, disbelief etched on his face. The woman responsible for the destruction was none other than Wan Yao, whom he had sought to subdue. How could she take such action? He had saved her life. The Lu family had shown her great kindness. Why would she do this? Did she uncover the truth? Lu Qilan and Apos. S mind was in turmoil. Boss, was and Apos. T that woman brought back by you? Why did she blow up the city gate? You conspired with outsiders to destroy the Lu family? What are your true intentions? Lu Tianhu recognized her as Wan Yao, whom Lu Qilan had recently subdued, and immediately questioned him. Lu Jintian shot a fierce glance at Lu Qilan. His complexion shifted drastically. Finally, he shook his head, fear etched upon his features. I don't know. We must flee. If we don't run now, it will be too late. At this moment, the Lu family castle was on the verge of being overwhelmed by zombies. Want to escape? It was already too late. A mocking voice suddenly rang out. Ah. Simultaneously, distant screams echoed. Two ability users sent to eliminate Wan Yao had been killed by her instead. Lu Qilan, you killed my parents. I will make the entire Lu family pay for their deaths. Wan Yao seethed, her eyes glinting with intense hatred. Inside the castle, countless souls were being torn apart by the zombies. Cries for help, wails of despair, and sobs filled the air. As the massive horde of zombies flooded in, the place transformed into a hellish nightmare. On the castle walls, Lu Jintian and his son felt a chill run down their spines. They were unaware that Jiangnan had appeared before them, blocking their path. You? Lu Jintian gazed at Jiangnan in disbelief, his expression shaken. Those zombies were all drawn here by Jiangnan. The question remained, how did he escape the scene and suddenly appear on the castle walls? Heaven has a path, yet you refuse to tread it. Hell has no door, yet you insist on barging in. You have destroyed the Lu family. Now you shall pay with your life. Lu Jintian roared. Behind him, the ability user who had carried him onto the castle wall lunged at Jiangnan with a fierce battle cry, transforming into a beast in an instant. Seeking death, Jiangnan scoffed, manipulating two flying knives that shot forth like bolts of lightning. The ability user was caught completely off guard. One knife struck his chest, while the other aimed for his neck. He instinctively attempted to block, but his speed was far too slow. In the next moment, his neck was pierced by Jiangnan and Apos' flying knife, and his body was propelled by an overwhelming force, crashing toward Lu Jintian and the others. Lu Jintian and his son fled in panic. Jiangnan stepped forward, intent on pursuing. Die. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared behind Jiangnan, emerging without warning. He had remained hidden in the shadows until Jiangnan took action and let his guard down. His ability was most suited for assassination, unexpected and lethal. At this moment, he envisioned Jiangnan and Apos' demise. However, in the next instant, his expression changed drastically. Just as his dagger was about to pierce Jiangnan and Apos' heart, Jiangnan inexplicably vanished from sight. What is happening? Awei was momentarily stunned. Where had he gone? Before he could react, a derisive voice sounded from behind him. Stop searching. I am right behind you. Damn it. Awei and Apos' facial muscles twitched. A wave of immense fear washed over him. He did not even dare to glance back at Jiangnan. Without hesitation, he activated his ability, seeking refuge in the shadows. Sensing an unprecedented and overwhelming threat, his instincts screamed that he might die. This compelled him to flee without a second thought. Yet, it was already too late. A knife flew from the side, piercing through his body. With a wretched scream, Awei fell lifeless to the ground. What? Impossible! Witnessing the deaths of two ability users, Lu Jintian and his son widened their eyes in disbelief. Two ability users, and yet they were no match? How could he be this strong? Open fire. Shoot him dead. Lu Jintian bellowed. A group of fully armed subordinates quickly reacted, aiming their guns at Jiangnan. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, a barrage of bullets flew toward Jiangnan. What use is strength against this? At 7 paces, the gun is swift. At 7 paces, it is both swift and precise. Can you truly withstand the bullets? Lu Jintian sneered derisively. However, in the next moment, his smile faded. Unbeknownst to him, Wan Yao had appeared in front of Jiangnan. Centered around him, gravity shifted rapidly. Simultaneously, an invisible gravitational barrier emerged. The bullets shot forth, all halted in their tracks. They lost their kinetic energy and fell to the ground. I'm struggling to maintain this. You must act quickly. Wan Yao strained. Sustaining the gravitational barrier against the countless bullets was draining her significantly. Understood. Jiangnan did not hesitate. Manipulating the flying knives, he unleashed them with unstoppable force. As they soared, none could stand in their way. After a series of fatalities among the remaining foes, the remaining ones finally broke, fleeing in panic, leaving behind the terrified and despondent Lu Zhentian and his sons. You. Lu Zhentian gazed at Jiangnan, his eyes filled with despair and hatred. He opened his mouth, seemingly wishing to utter something. Bang! Yet Jiangnan denied him the opportunity, shooting him point blank, exploding his skull. The head of the Lu family collapsed to the ground, eyes vacant. Jiangnan couldn't and Oppos, help but feel a twinge of emotion. This former overlord of Qingyang, who once wielded immense power, had met his end in such a manner. Had he not provoked Jiangnan, the Lu family might not have reached the heights of the past, but they would certainly not have fallen so low. It was unfortunate that Lu Qinlong had acted recklessly, stirring trouble atop the very head of a powerful figure. Chapter 51. The Downfall of the Lu Family. Wan Yao. I have treated you well. So why do you betray me? Betray the Lu family? All for a person who has nothing to do with us? You choose to trust an irrelevant individual over me? Lu Qilin gazed at Wan Yao, his expression filled with agitation. Ha! Wan Yao let out a cold laugh. You know exactly what you've done. I have no idea what you were talking about. All I know is that it was the Lu family who saved you. Is this how you repay your savior? Lu Qilin questioned loudly. Yet, Wan Yao merely shook her head, uninterested in further discourse. She swiftly picked up a nearby machete and severed Lu Qilin's head. In her fury, she also killed Lu Tianhu, who stood nearby. Father, mother, I have finally avenged you. As she looked upon the lifeless bodies of Lu Qilin and the others, in the utterly fallen Lu family, Wan Yao was reminded of her parents and Oppos, smiling faces in the carefree days of her past, alongside the horrifying image of their tragic deaths before her eyes. In that moment, emotion surged within her, and two distinct tear tracks marked her cheeks. It is all over now. Jiangnan observed Wan Yao, sighing softly. He was not adept at offering comfort, nor did he know what to say. However, he could empathize with the pain that resided in Wan Yao and Oppos' heart, the unbearable anguish of witnessing her parents perish before her very eyes. With no other recourse, Jiangnan gently embraced Wan Yao and Oppos' shoulders, remaining silent in solidarity. Wan Yao leaned softly against Jiangnan, quietly sobbing. After a lengthy while, she finally composed herself. Stepping away from Jiangnan's embrace, her eyes were reddened, and she felt a touch of embarrassment. Thank you. Wan Yao wiped her tears with a tremor in her voice. It's nothing. Jiangnan shook his head. He then inquired, have you thought about what comes next now that you have avenged your great enmity? I do not know. This world has transformed into what it is now, and I am lost as to where I should go. A hint of confusion flickered in Wan Yao and Oppos' eyes. Previously, she had lived with her parents. During the apocalypse, she had hidden within her home. After her parents and Oppos' demise, she had been deceived into the Lu family. Had it not been for Jiangnan revealing the truth to her, she might have remained there indefinitely. And now, with her parents gone and the Lu family obliterated, Wan Yao felt adrift, uncertain of her path. Come back with me. My camp has many girls, just like you. They have also lost their parents and loved ones. You might find common ground with them. Jiangnan urged. Wan Yao possessed formidable strength and remarkable abilities. If she were to join the Butterfly and Oppos' female combat team, their power would be significantly enhanced, potentially even forming a second female team. Of course, if Wan Yao chose not to accompany him, he would not insist. Many girls like me? A flicker of intrigue sparked in Wan Yao and Oppos' eyes. After a moment of contemplation, she slowly nodded. All right, I will return with you. Through this collaboration with Jiangnan, Wan Yao had grown more familiar with him, sensing his sincerity. Excellent. Jiangnan was filled with joy. With such a formidable ally, the strength of the camp would soar to new heights. Not long after, Butterfly and her team arrived at the Lu family and Oppos' fortress. At this point, the zombies had largely retreated, with only a few remaining insignificant threats. Under Wu Zui and Oppos' leadership, Butterfly and her team began to clear the battlefield, harvesting crystal nuclei and transporting supplies. Nangu, is this the old master of the Lu family? Butterfly and Oppos' gaze fell upon the corpse of Lu Zhentian when she sought out Jiangnan. Indeed, Jiangnan nodded, brushing off the dust from her shoulders gently. You have worked hard. Not at all. Your efforts to eradicate the Lu family were the true hardship. Butterfly shook her head, her smile radiant. Feeling Jiangnan's concern warmed her heart. By the way, this is... Suddenly, Butterfly noticed Wan Yao standing nearby, her expression turning slightly suspicious. Wan Yao was petite and exquisite, pleasing to the eye. Though she did not surpass Butterfly, she was still striking. The key was her delicate figure, curvy in all the right places. More importantly, at this moment, her eyes were red from crying, with traces of tears still visible on her cheeks. Furthermore, Wang Yao's attire appeared somewhat disheveled. Not only that, but Butterfly also keenly observed a strand of hair on Jiangnan and Appo's shoulder, an unmistakable sign. Her eyes narrowed dangerously. Wu Zue. Butterfly darted a glance at Wu Zue, who looked equally suspicious of Jiangnan, his nostrils flaring slightly as if catching a different scent from him. Instantly, Butterfly and Appo's demeanor shifted to one of perilous scrutiny. Jiangnan. What is wrong? He noted the change in Butterfly and Appo's expression, puzzled. She had been fine just moments ago, and now her countenance had altered dramatically. It and Appo's nothing. I am perfectly fine. Butterfly forced a smile, beckoning the other girls. Hurry up and complete the cleanup. Jiangnan was left bewildered. He had done nothing wrong. Yet it felt as though Butterfly was exhibiting a hint of jealousy. You cur. What kind of look is that? Jiangnan suddenly noticed Wu Zue and Appo's expression and frowned in annoyance. However, in the next moment, he realized something and turned to the equally puzzled Wang Yao. His mind was buzzing. No matter how dull he might be, he could deduce that Butterfly had misunderstood the situation. Butterfly, it is not as you presume, surely. We could not engage in such activities in the open. Butterfly. Ching, looking confused, chimed in. What are you talking about doing in the open? Ignoring her. Jiangnan continued. Moreover, you know very well that I could not be so hasty. Butterfly. Ching stood by, her expression filled with questions. Sister. What is Nangu doing so quickly? Wang Yao, listening to the exchange, felt her cheeks flush crimson and quickly distanced herself. Shaoqi could not hold back, saying, Nangu, perhaps you should refrain from explaining further. There is no need for such clarifications. Ultimately, it was Wang Yao who spoke up, clarifying the earlier events. Upon hearing this, Butterfly finally realized she had mistakenly judged Jiangnan. Jiangnan wore a look of resignation. You see, our relationship is entirely innocent. Not long after, the group returned to the prison. Brother, you are back? Su Xiao had been waiting eagerly at the prison gate. Upon seeing Jiangnan and the others disembark, she rushed over. Oh, brother, have you brought another beautiful sister with you? With so many lovely girls in the camp, is that not enough for you? Su Xiao blinked innocently. Jiangnan felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Was this what she was saying? He nearly considered reprimanding her. You should watch fewer dramas. I am upright and focused, Jiangnan declared solemnly. On the other side, Linyu gazed at the exquisite Wang Yao, her heart heavy. Another one. Chapter 52. Exhausted and subdued. Not long after, Butterfly settled Wang Yao and introduced her to the surroundings of the prison. Jiangnan, however, could not afford a moment and Appo's rest. The Lu family had hoarded a substantial amount of supplies, which he could not simply disregard. He needed to retrieve them. Yet, at present, many nearby survivors had already begun to plunder. Additionally, Jiangnan and Appo's storage space was limited, preventing him from collecting everything. He could only carry back as much as possible. Soon, the night deepened, and Jiangnan finally felt he could relax. For several days, he had been under significant strain, his mind constantly alert in preparation to face the Lu family. The mental pressure had been immense. Even though he was as resilient as iron, fatigue had inevitably set in. Thankfully, everything had come to an end. He could finally enjoy a well-deserved rest. With his body and mind at ease, a wave of drowsiness washed over him. However, before he could fully settle in, he heard a soft creak as the door was pushed open. His room had always been locked, and the only person who could enter without his permission was Butterfly. Not long ago, he had given her a key and informed her that she was welcome to visit him at any hour. Yet she had never taken the initiative to do so until now. The intruder crept stealthily, darting swiftly to Jiangnan's side. Instantly, his fatigue vanished, and he feigned ignorance, asking, Who is it? No sooner had the words left his lips than a warm, delicate figure burrowed beneath his covers. What did you say during the day? Butterfly gazed up at him. Jiangnan blinked. What did I say? She pinched his cheek, gritting her teeth. In public, if you have nothing to say, just keep silent. Understand? Jiangnan nodded, somewhat bewildered, and cautiously asked, What brings you here? I'm quite tired. Shall we postpone this? Upon hearing this, a teasing smile graced Butterfly's exquisite oval face. Postpone? Did you seek my consent? She retorted. As punishment for your earlier misstep, you must satisfy me tonight. Otherwise, you won't be able to rise from your bed. Jiangnan was taken aback. What had gotten into Butterfly today? Why was she so assertive? Just then, he noticed something amiss and turned his gaze toward the door. A small crack had appeared, revealing a pair of gleaming, green eyes that were eagerly observing the commotion within. They sparkled with anticipation, curiosity, and excitement. Jiangnan could not contain his anger. "You wretched creature! Get as far away from here as possible. If I see you again, I'll steal for dinner." Realizing it had been discovered, the creature whimpered and scampered away. "Forget about it. Let us focus on us." Butterfly taunted, "Show me your limits. You won't disappoint me. Will you?" Jiangnan felt a surge of indignation. "Enough is enough," he bellowed, launching himself at her. In the days that followed, life in the prison camp returned to normal. Wanyo gradually integrated into the community, training daily with the other women and venturing out to hunt zombies to enhance her abilities. However, the plight of the creature named Wuzue was rather dire. Butterfly had doubled its training regimen. After each session, Wuzue trembled on its 4 legs, whining in distress. Su Xiaoxiao quickly took it aside to rest. Despite this, Wuzue's weight showed no signs of decreasing. It seemed as though everything was progressing positively, especially for Butterfly, whose complexion grew increasingly rosy, radiating an alluring charm. Nonetheless, for Jiangnan, the days felt interminable. Each night, he was relentlessly drained by Butterfly, and even his iron constitution struggled to endure such torment. In his room, Jiangnan shakily rose from the bed, clutching the edge for support as he made his way to the sofa. There, he retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his storage space and lit one. "Perhaps I was wrong from the start. I should never have accepted Butterfly into my life. How foolish I have been." Reclining on the sofa at a 45-degree angle, he stared at the ceiling, his gaze vacant as if he were contemplating the meaning of life. Suddenly, a series of soft shuffles caught his attention. Wuzue, exhausted from training, crawled into the room like a worm. "Oh," it called out, attempting to curry favor. Jiangnan shot it an annoyed glance and tossed a bone its way. Wuzue, clutching the bone, laboriously turned its plump body and crawled back out of the room. Before leaving, it cast a sympathetic and envious glance at Jiangnan, who had visibly lost weight compared to before. Just then, footsteps approached. A flushed Butterfly, smiling, entered the room. "Why are you up? You should rest. If you don't, you won't have the strength tonight." Jiangnan waved his hands in protest. No. Perhaps we should just skip today?" "So, you concede?" Butterfly blinked. I concede. Jiangnan nodded vigorously. "In the future, I must acquire an ability that strengthens my body, so you will know my true power." Jiangnan thought to himself. As for the present, it was best to yield. "Very well. I shall let you off for now," Butterfly replied, somewhat disappointed. For Jiangnan, the days felt like an eternity, but for her, the experience was quite the opposite. However, Butterfly's purpose for visiting was clearly not solely to witness Jiangnan's concession. "I came to discuss something important. Our camp is running low on medicine." "Running low on medicine?" Jiangnan's expression shifted to one of concern. "Indeed. In previous operations, some of our sisters were injured, but I didn't mention it to spare you worry. Unfortunately, their conditions have worsened over the past few days." Butterfly sighed. "We lack doctors, sufficient medicine, and medical equipment. When someone gets hurt, we can only treat them using rudimentary methods, which yield poor results. With the injuries of those 2 sisters worsening, I feel this cannot continue." Jiangnan nodded slowly, his brow furrowing in thought. He suddenly realized that despite his extensive preparations before the apocalypse, it was still far from adequate. In his past life, he had always fought alone. When injured, he simply gritted his teeth and persevered. Yet, in this life, he was no longer alone. He had many followers, and the demand for medical care had significantly increased. No doctor, insufficient medicine, a lack of medical equipment. This was the predicament they faced. Chapter 53, A Scarcity of Medical Supplies, Third Hospital. "What are your thoughts?" Jiangnan inquired. Since Butterfly had raised this issue, she must have devised a solution. "Indeed." Butterfly promptly replied. "I conducted a thorough investigation over the past few days and discovered that several hospitals relatively close to our camp have been completely overrun by zombies. Finding doctors and acquiring medications and instruments is exceedingly challenging. They are not suitable targets. However, there is one hospital I deem viable, the third hospital of Qingyang. According to Wuzue and Appo's reconnaissance, there are signs of life there. It is likely that survivors, probably doctors, are present. Moreover, the density of zombies in that area is comparatively low." Before meeting Jiangnan, Butterfly had already taken all possible steps. She was known for her decisive and efficient actions. Even without Jiangnan, she could manage independently. In fact, at the prison camp, Butterfly orchestrated all matters, both big and small. Jiangnan had become somewhat of a transparent presence. Nevertheless, for significant decisions, Butterfly still sought Jiangnan and Oppos as counsel. For he was the true master of the prison, a pillar of support. Then let us proceed to the third hospital and see what we can uncover. Jiangnan did not object. However, a thorough examination of the route and strategy was imperative. All right. Butterfly nodded, taking a seat beside Jiangnan. He wore a cautious expression. You best not provoke me tonight, or I fear I may not rise in the morning. He genuinely feared this woman, whose beauty was both enchanting and formidable. Butterfly blinked and pouted in discontent. Humph. Do you not trust me at all? Jiangnan's heart raced, and he quickly pushed Butterfly away. Wait outside for a moment. I need to collect myself. The next day, all preparations were complete. Butterfly, Wanao, each of you lead a small team. Wuzue will accompany me. While the rest remained to guard the prison, Jiangnan commanded. After approximately an hour of travel, they finally arrived near the third hospital. On the rooftop, Jiangnan observed the zombies below, estimating their numbers. There were roughly 500 zombies. The quantity here was indeed relatively low, primarily because this was a newly constructed hospital situated in a somewhat isolated area. Wuzue, use your keen sense to ascertain how many survivors are inside, Jiangnan urged, patting Wuzue beside him. Now was the time for its skills to shine. Wuzue and Oppos' nostrils flared as it meticulously analyzed the air. Shortly thereafter, it barked twice, its paw inscribing a numeral on the ground, 17. Thanks to Su Xiaoxiao and Oppos' guidance, Wuzue had become adept at writing numbers up to 100 with its paw. 17 individuals? That seems rather substantial. Jiangnan expressed his surprise. If they were all doctors, that would be even better. However, he acknowledged the improbability, as hospitals house not only doctors but also patients and their families. As long as there are 3 or 5 doctors, that would suffice, Jiangnan mused. Before long, Jiangnan reunited with Butterfly and Wanao. We found a sealed sports arena nearby, devoid of zombies. We can lure them there and eliminate them en masse, Butterfly suggested. This strategy had proven effective time and again, allowing them to dispatch numerous zombies with relative ease. Jiangnan was undoubtedly the best choice for attracting the zombies, ensuring minimal risk to their group. Then we shall proceed as planned, Jiangnan affirmed with a nod. Boom, boom. Jiangnan tossed 2 grenades into the horde of zombies. Roar, roar, roar. Zombies, their eyes ablaze with fury, charged toward Jiangnan with astonishing speed. Come here, my dear zombies. Jiangnan laughed heartily as he mounted a motorcycle and swiftly retreated, drawing the zombies away from the hospital. Minutes later, he dashed into the sports arena, where the enraged zombies followed suit. Yet, what awaited them was a veritable inferno and a hail of bullets. 10 minutes later, all fell silent. Let us return to the hospital. After gathering the crystal cores, Jiangnan led the group back to the third hospital. By this time, the number of zombies surrounding the hospital had drastically diminished, with only 50 to 60 still wandering about. Attack. These zombies posed little challenge to Jiangnan and his companions, who swiftly dispatched them. They then entered the hospital to make contact with the survivors and assess their situation. Jiangnan did not immediately seek out medical supplies or equipment. While these items were undoubtedly vital, they were mere inanimate objects that could be procured whenever necessary. Doctors, on the other hand, were irreplaceable. Soon, Jiangnan encountered the hospital survivors, 10 men, some clad in white lab coats while others wore patient gowns. Were you the ones who lured away the zombies? A male doctor with a noticeable mole on his face approached eagerly. He glanced at the women beside Jiangnan, his expression one of astonishment. So many women. And they were all so beautiful. He hastily extended his hand to Jiangnan. Greetings, I am Ping Yuan, the deputy director of this hospital. It is a pleasure to meet you. We were the ones who diverted the zombies, Jiangnan nodded, offering a brief introduction. We seek to procure some medical supplies. Yet we never anticipated encountering survivors here. Ping Yuan immediately understood, though his gaze toward Jiang held a hint of wariness. To eliminate so many zombies required significant strength and ability that was clearly beyond their reach. No need for concern, the hospital is lacking in many areas. But we have an abundance of medicine. Take as much as you need, Ping Yuan replied readily. However, Jiangnan's brow furrowed slightly. Normally, after being trapped in the hospital for so long, these individuals should have been elated to see them and even begged to leave this wretched place. Yet, Ping Yuan seemed to harbor no desire to depart, and it appeared he was particularly eager for Jiangnan and his group to leave. Something is amiss. Jiangnan's keen senses alerted him. Scanning the room, he noted only 10 men present, despite Wu Zui's earlier report of 17 individuals. With a smile, he asked Director Peng, "May I curiously inquire about the current number of individuals in your hospital? Is it truly only 10? Indeed, there are only 10 of us," Peng Yuan asserted vigorously. Jiangnan maintained his cheerful demeanor, yet, one of my friends mentioned that there are not merely 10 individuals in the hospital, but others as well. Are you not aware of this? Chapter 54. Strange occurrences must be linked to sinister events. The expression of the female doctor, Peng Yuan, froze momentarily, followed by a hint of confusion. Is there anyone else? She questioned, uncertainty clouding her words. I'm not quite sure. We and Oppos, V been here for quite some time in Haven and Oppos. T encountered anyone else? With a sigh, she added, you should go search for medical supplies. The pharmacy ISN and Oppos, T far. Feel free to take whatever you need. As she spoke, the group of survivors within the hospital cast wary glances at Jiangnan, positioning themselves in the corridor to obstruct his passage, seemingly unwilling to let him through. Is that so? Jiangnan replied, a smile playing on his lips that held no warmth. Then might I request Peng Yuan to permit me to inspect the rooms behind you? My friend would not speak falsely. There are certainly others in your hospital, and I wish to inquire if they would be willing to accompany me. At this proclamation, Peng Yuan's countenance shifted slightly. Allow you to inspect? Absolutely not, she replied firmly. There is nothing worth seeing here, and no one else. There is no need to make everyone uncomfortable. Upon hearing this, Jiangnan and Oppos' suspicions were further solidified. Woof, woof. At that moment, Wu Zui suddenly barked, its gaze fixated on a room at the end of the corridor behind Peng Yuan and the others. With a cold laugh, Jiangnan stated, I simply wish to know where the others in your hospital have gone. If you refuse to tell me, I shall not leave today. The presence of so many doctors yet no willingness to join him was something Jiangnan could not accept. Leave now, and stop this pointless chatter. We do not welcome you. And that should suffice. One of Peng Yuan's companions suddenly shouted angrily. Peng Yuan's expression turned dangerous. Young man, we bear no grudge against you and wish to avoid conflict. Take your medicine and depart quickly, or you will regret it. This will not end well for anyone. Step aside. Jiangnan retorted with a sneer, advancing boldly. The expressions of Peng Yuan and her group darkened instantly. How dare you? Be cautious. They might be armed. Echoed the shouts as Peng Yuan and another lunged at Jiangnan, while 2 others charged towards Wanyao and 2 more towards Dai Dai. The remaining 4 approached Qingqing and the other women. With a cold laugh, Jiangnan executed a swift kick, sending the 2 assailants crashing away. Came Peng Yuan and Oppos' anguished cry, her face contorted in pain. Simultaneously, anguished wails echoed from behind as Dai Dai and her companions effortlessly subdued the remaining men. Their training during this period had significantly enhanced their combat abilities, and with a few possessing supernatural powers, dealing with these men was a trivial task. An unruly mob, Jiangnan scoffed. And they dare to impede my progress? Subsequently, Jiangnan approached the room that Wu Zui had discovered. Sounds of shuffling and whispered conversations among women drifted from within. The remaining 7 individuals from the hospital were concealed inside. Those inside, come out. There is no need to hide any longer, Jiangnan called out. Do not worry, Peng Yuan and her group have been subdued. Someone has truly come. The women exclaimed, relief washing over them at the news. That scoundrel Peng Yuan has been dealt with. Among them was a woman who spoke up. Let us hurry and move the obstacles. Soon, the heavy objects blocking the door were shifted aside. After a moment, the door creaked open, revealing 7 young female doctors and nurses who cautiously stepped out. Why were you hiding in there? Jiangnan queried, curiosity etched on his face. The 7 women, appearing to be in their 20s or 30s, were led by a poised and beautiful doctor in her 30s. However, they looked somewhat emaciated, as if they had not eaten for some time. Wenwan regarded Jiangnan warily, but upon noticing Dai Dai and the others, her tension eased slightly. It's all because of those rascals Peng Yuan and his cohorts. Wenwan recounted the tale of their ordeal. After the apocalypse struck, only she and 6 other women remained in the hospital. Initially, they coexisted with Peng Yuan and the others amicably, as they were either colleagues or patients who knew each other well. They once contemplated escaping the hospital, but the overwhelming number of zombies outside deterred them. Their combat abilities were limited, and they dared not step outside. Thus, they remained trapped within the hospital. Fortunately, the kitchen had ample food supplies, allowing them to sustain themselves for a considerable time. However, as time passed and order disintegrated, the darkness within people's hearts began to surface. At first, only a few men harassed them with words, but gradually, the harassment escalated, including that of the esteemed vice president, Ping Yuan. The nature of the harassment evolved from verbal to physical, culminating in Ping Yuan and Appo's blatant declaration that if they desired food, they must pay a corresponding price. Fearful, when Wan and the others retreated into a room, barricading the door with heavy objects. For 5 agonizing days, they felt despair closing in, their food supplies dwindling, leaving them with the grim prospect of starvation unless they capitulated. Just as they were on the brink of despair, a turning point arrived with Jiangnan and his companions and Appo's appearance, reigniting their hope. These scoundrels deserve death. Brother Nan, let us eliminate them. After all, these scum do not wish to accompany us, when one urged. Yes, end it all. It will prevent them from harming others. Upon hearing the women's plight and observing their gaunt, haggard appearances, Dai Dai and her companions were reminded of their own harrowing experiences of being threatened. Very well, if it is to be death, then let it be, Jiangnan declared. Seeing the women and Appo's fury, he would not deny their request. After all, Ping Yuan and his group had shown no desire to join him. Their demise would be inconsequential. With Jiangnan and Appo's consent, the women wasted no time in unleashing their wrath. No, we were wrong. We will never dare again. Brother, I promise I will go with you. Please spare me. Fear spread across Peng Yuan and his cohorts as they begged for mercy, some desperately pleading, others attempting to fight back, while a few tried to flee. Yet, their struggles were futile. After a few cries of agony, the men collapsed to the ground. Those who managed to escape outside were swiftly met with Jiangnan and Appo's precise strikes, falling to the ground with a thud. Chapter 55, Scavenging the Hospital. The tank delivered to our doorstep next. The question of whether to stay or leave arose. Jiangnan proposed recruitment, and when one readily agreed. Firstly, the hospital was running low on food, and their survival would not last much longer. Following Jiangnan ensured at least a measure of security. Secondly, Jiangnan did not appear to be a malevolent figure. Otherwise, Butterfly and the others would not have chosen to accompany him. Excellent. From this day forth, you shall be my subordinates. Jiangnan nodded with satisfaction. He then retrieved some food from his storage space. Thank you, Brother Nan. Thank you, Brother Nan. The 7 women had gone several days without food, their hunger palpable. Upon seeing the provisions, they became instantly exhilarated. Subsequently, Jiangnan wasted no time and commenced the scavenging of various medicines and medical equipment. Saline solution, aspirin, penicillin, morphine injections, electrocardiograms, ventilators, comprehensive surgical tables, CT machines, gene sequencers. Jiangnan took everything he could carry. Additionally, he collected various medical instruments, as his storage space was ample. All right, we can return now. After a considerable amount of time, Jiangnan had thoroughly scavenged the entire hospital building. At this moment, when Wan and the others had finished their meal and regained some strength, soon they departed the hospital and returned to the prison. Wow, brother, you are incredible. As soon as you stepped out, you brought back so many beautiful young sisters. Can you manage all this alone? Su Xiaoxiao exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment as she gazed at Wan and the others. However, concern crept in. One person's energy was limited, and how could Jiangnan handle it all? Jiangnan looked at Su Xiaoxiao and Appo's expression, bemused. During this time, he had neglected discipline, and he was unsure what this girl had been learning, as her thought processes seemed increasingly erratic. On the other side, Butterfly had settled Wan and the others and directly stated, Dr. Wen, we have someone injured in our camp who needs your assistance. Certainly. Among the 7 women brought from the hospital, 4 were doctors and 3 were nurses, covering surgery, internal medicine, and gynecology. Treating the wounds was quite straightforward. Within a few days, the injured individual showed significant improvement. Indeed, having doctors made all the difference. Jiangnan couldn't help but express his satisfaction with Wan and her companions. After visiting the injured, Jiangnan planned to return. Brother Nan Wan suddenly called out to him, her lips moving but not uttering a word, appearing hesitant. Observing this, Jiangnan smiled and said, if there is something on your mind, feel free to speak. It's no trouble, we are all on the same side now. Thank you, Brother Nan, but I'm fine. I want to disturb you. When Wan pondered briefly, biting her lip, yet ultimately shook her head. Jiangnan furrowed his brow, sensing that Wan had something to convey. However, as she was unwilling to share, he could not press her. He merely instructed her, if anything arises, feel free to seek me out immediately. Understood. When Wan nodded, Jiangnan soon departed. As he passed through the hall, he happened to notice Wu Zui and Su Xiaoxiao huddled together, whispering conspiratorially, their eyes darting about as if on the lookout for something. Upon spotting Jiangnan, they immediately assumed serious expressions, feigning interest in the books they held. What are you two discussing? Jiangnan cleared his throat, intending to inquire. Su Xiaoxiao and Wu Zue exchanged glances, remaining silent and merely shaking their heads. Jiangnan's expression darkened further. Not speaking? Is this not a blatant attempt to conspire behind his back? You two confess honestly? Brother, it and Oppos. S nothing. Truly nothing. You should go find Sister Butterfly to play. Rest assured. We were just praising you. By the way, Sister Butterfly just changed into a new outfit. It's incredibly alluring. TSK, if it were me, I wouldn't be able to handle it. Su Xiaoxiao babbled rapidly, clearly trying to steer Jiangnan away. Jiangnan and Oppos' countenance deepened in shade, akin to being drenched in ink. Spotting a notebook beneath Wu Zue, he rushed over without hesitation, snatching it amidst Su Xiaoxiao and Oppos' shrieks. Flipping open the first page, he found a collection of jumbled words, evidently pinned by Wu Zue. Every night shout loudly virtual Jiangnan and Oppos'. Vision darkened instantly, his anger boiling. What nonsense is this silly dog writing? Who is being virtual? Brother, this has nothing to do with me. It was all Wu Zue's idea. Su Xiaoxiao. Seeing Jiangnan and Oppos' fierce gaze, hastily pointed at Wu Zue, betraying it without hesitation. However, Wu Zue was unwilling to be outdone. Barking angrily, it dashed into Su Xiaoxiao and Oppos' room, emerging with an album filled with various unflattering sketches of Jiangnan. Su Xiaoxiao's face instantly contorted with rage. Brother, I must expose Wu Zue. Every time you and Sister Butterfly this creature eavesdrops, it's utterly shameless. Wu Zue's eyes glinted with indignation as it sprinted back into Su Xiaoxiao and Oppos' room, retrieving a comic titled Our On High School Host Club. Wu Zue, I vow to be your enemy. Brother, I must reveal Woof Woof. Wu Zue barked furiously in return. Oh dear. My heart cannot take this. Jiangnan clutched his chest, leaning against the wall as he departed. He feared that if he remained any longer, he might just be driven to madness. Just after Jiangnan left, Butterfly approached him. What do you want? Jiangnan and Oppos' expression was wary. In recent days, Butterfly had displayed an unusual restraint. His energy had finally been replenished, yet thoughts of Butterfly and Oppos' formidable presence still lingered in his mind. Butterfly rolled her eyes, half amused, half irritated. What are you constantly thinking about? Am I really that frightening? Cut the chatter, there is something important. Someone has come seeking to discuss a collaboration with you. A collaboration? Jiangnan paused, momentarily taken aback. He then nodded. Take me to see. Moments later, in the prison's reception hall. Hello, I am Fan Xingwu. Jiangnan. Jiangnan regarded the towering figure before him, a man standing nearly 2 meters tall, robust and muscular, who wore a smile. May I inquire what specific collaboration Mr. Fan wishes to discuss with me? Fan Xingwu let out a hearty laugh, his expression somewhat enigmatic. I have a perfectly intact tank. Are you interested? A tank? Jiangnan's expression shifted slightly. This was the king of land warfare. Not to mention its formidable firepower, even its thick, sturdy armor could easily crush zombies. In this apocalyptic world, possessing a tank as heavy weaponry would significantly bolster the prison and Oppos' strength. Where is it? Jiangnan felt a surge of excitement. Fan Xingwu chuckled slyly. Now, that seems a bit impolite. You haven't even asked what I desire in return, yet you're eager to pry information from me? I, Fan Xingwu, am no fool. Chapter 56, 10 tons of rice, a lion and Oppos' demand. What do you desire? Jiangnan smiled, unperturbed. Quite simple, rice. At least 10 tons. Fan Xingwu replied without hesitation, boldly making his demand. Jiangnan furrowed his brow. Before the apocalypse, a tank was worth far more than 10 tons of rice. They were not even in the same league. However, this was the end of the world, and the significance of food was self-evident. Furthermore, it was merely a piece of information, not a direct sale of the tank to him. Jiangnan shook his head and said, that is too much. Our camp has many people, and we consume a significant amount of food daily. You are only providing me with a lead on acquiring the tank. We still have to rely on ourselves. If I'm not mistaken, the location of the tank must be perilous. Otherwise, you would have driven it away yourself. And there would be no need to tell me. You wish to demand 10 tons of rice for just a piece of information? I must say, you are somewhat delusional. Fan Xingwu seemed to have anticipated Jiangnan and Oppos' response. He chuckled softly, his words carrying a deeper meaning. Brother, Food is not the most vital thing now. Strength is paramount. With power, one can acquire as much food as desired. Just imagine, if you possess a tank, who in Xinjiang City would dare oppose you? Why quibble over a mere 10 tons of rice? Brother, your family has vast resources and ample reserves. Asking for 10 tons is already quite merciful. Jiangnan contemplated this. At that moment, Wu Zui, with tears shimmering in his eyes, ran over from Su Xiaoxiao and Amp, Oppo's, room, looking quite aggrieved. Jiangnan cast a glance at him and continued. What you say holds some truth. I can agree to your request, but the rice must be delivered only after the tank is secured. Impossible. Fan Xingwu shook his head decisively. Once the tank is in hand, I would no longer stand a chance against you. At that time, how could I dare to ask you for rice again? You must provide it to me now. Otherwise, I will not reveal a single word. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the women changed. To provide the rice first before receiving the information? Not to mention the value of such information. How could they be sure it was truthful? Butterfly hesitated to speak. If it were her, upon hearing Fan Xingwu and Amp, Oppo's demands, she would refuse without a second thought. Very well. I will acquiesce to your request. Jiangnan nodded. I will provide you with 10 tons of rice immediately. But I expect the information you furnish to be genuine and reliable. Otherwise, Jiangnan and Oppo's eyes glinted with a dangerous light. Rest assured. Fan Xingwu replied with a smile, I am indeed a man of integrity. I, Fan Xingwu, stand firm and just. Let us hope so. Soon, both parties reached an agreement. Jiangnan obtained the location of the tank, and Fan Xingwu took away the 10 tons of rice. Nongge, how could you agree to him? Once Fan Xingwu departed, Butterfly could no longer contain herself. That is 10 tons of rice. If Fan Xingwu is deceiving us, we will suffer a great loss. Do not worry. Jiangnan and Oppo's gaze was fierce. If he dares to deceive us or engage in any underhanded tactics, I will teach him the true meaning of death. Fan Xingwu and Oppo's audacity did irritate him slightly, but it was a minor inconvenience. After all, he possessed a considerable stockpile of food, having hoarded it even before the apocalypse. Following the destruction of the Liu family, he had amassed even more. If he could exchange 10 tons of rice for a tank, he would consider it a favorable deal. However, if Fan Xingwu were to betray him, he would not hesitate to eliminate him. Now, Wu Zui had memorized Fan Xingwu and Oppo's scent. No matter where he fled, Jiangnan would hunt him down. You stay at the camp. I will confirm whether the tank is indeed at the location he mentioned. Jiangnan instructed Butterfly. He then patted Wu Zui and Oppo's head. You remain on standby. If that fellow deceives us, find him immediately. With that, Jiangnan disappeared in an instant. Outside, he mounted a motorcycle and headed towards the location Fan Xingwu had indicated, the Armed Forces Department of Xinjiang City. Approximately an hour later, Jiangnan drew closer to the tank and Oppo's location, but his pace slowed significantly due to the increasing number of zombies. When he was 3 kilometers from his destination, he had no choice but to abandon his vehicle. Continuing further would lead to an inevitable encirclement by the horde. Jiangnan proceeded on foot, utilizing his ability to teleport. Before long, he reached the rooftop of the Armed Forces Department building. Fortunately, Fan Xingwu did not deceive me. Jiangnan and Oppo's eyes immediately fell upon a steel behemoth parked within the compound, a tank that appeared relatively new. However, the number of zombies here was overwhelming. Jiangnan frowned. The area around the tank was teeming with zombies, and even the roads leading outside the compound were swarming with them. There were simply too many. No wonder Fan Xingwu had been too afraid to drive the tank away, opting instead to sell its location to Jiangnan. Yet, there were ways to tackle this. Jiangnan's expression turned contemplative. For others, attempting to drive away the tank might pose numerous challenges. Yet for him, finding a solution was relatively simple. Given his teleportation and storage abilities. Bang! Bang! Suddenly, 2 gunshots rang out from a distance. Someone is approaching? Jiangnan raised an eyebrow. In such a dense zombie-infested area, which camp would dare to venture here? Without hesitation, he teleported closer to discern the situation. Damn! So many zombies! He muttered. I knew that if Fan Xingwu had a way to handle them, he would and Oppo's have sold us the tank and Oppo's information. We and Oppo's first locate the tank. Then devise a plan to deal with these zombies. Inside an apartment building, 8 or 9 figures were gathered. Boss, we paid too much in weapons to buy this information. It's going to be tough to handle so many zombies. One of them voiced. Should we wait a bit longer? Perhaps acquire more weapons first? Indeed, the number of zombies here exceeds our initial estimates. The weapons we brought are insufficient. There were simply too many zombies, and they dared not take reckless risks, especially given their lack of preparation. To charge in for the tank under such conditions would be far too dangerous. Upon hearing this, Su Jun, the leader of the group, furrowed his brow deeply. After a long pause, he sighed. That scoundrel Fan Xingwu clearly had nefarious intentions. Knowing he couldn't and amp, Oppos, handle so many zombies. He sold us this information instead. We cannot leave empty-handed. So let us first scout the exact number of zombies and assess the terrain before deciding our next course of action. Chapter 57. A message sold to two parties. The manus catches the cicada Fan Xingwu not only sold the information to me but also to others. Jiangnan concealed himself in the shadows, capturing every word exchanged between Su Jun and his companions. His expression darkened, as if a layer of frost had settled upon his face. You, Fan Xingwu, selling the same information to two parties, and yet you audaciously claim that I am the sole recipient of your knowledge? You even dared to demand 10 tons of rice from me? A murderous intent began to brew within him, though he had harbored doubts about Fan Xingwu's reliability. The realization that he had been deceived ignited his fury. Once I acquire the tank, you can await your demise. Jiangnan scoffed. Did he think he could escape the consequences of his actions? Meanwhile, Su Jun and his group commenced their operations, intending to scout the surrounding area for opportunities. Jiangnan and Oppos' gaze flickered momentarily as he pondered. Soon enough, a faint smile graced his lips. Encountering me is indeed your misfortune, but do not blame me. Direct your ire towards Fan Xingwu instead. You lack firepower? Allow me to assist you with a little supply. With a cold smirk, Jiangnan vanished in an instant, reappearing along the path Su Jun and his companions would inevitably traverse. Bang! He retrieved a box of grenades from his storage space and cast it onto the ground before once again disappearing. Go, ascend that staircase. We should be able to observe the situation within the armed forces compound. Su Jun instructed, leading his men swiftly upstairs. Upon reaching the second floor, one box at the staircase immediately caught his attention. Wait, what is inside this box? Su Jun waved his hand, signaling everyone to halt. Their curiosity piqued by the unusual box that resembled a container for military supplies. Go, investigate. Su Jun pointed to one of his subordinates, who cautiously approached and opened the box. To their astonishment, it was filled to the brim with grenades. Goodness, so many grenades. Where did they come from? Did they just fall from the sky? Perhaps they were left behind during the retreat of the armed forces. They couldn't even take the tank, let alone a box of grenades. Such a windfall. Securing the tank is what truly counts. A box of grenades is merely a bonus. As they beheld the box brimming with grenades, Su Jun and his companions were struck dumb for a moment, soon erupting into ecstatic delight. With this box of grenades, we might just be able to handle those zombies. Su Jun and Oppos' breath quickened, determination surging within him. Who could say whether Fan Xingwu had sold news of the tank to others? The longer they delayed, the greater the chance of someone else discovering it. Seizing the moment while no one else was competing, they decided to act swiftly. Su Jun articulated his thoughts, and no one opposed him. With an additional box of grenades, they felt more confident in confronting the zombies. This was indeed the opportune moment to seize the tank. Once we acquire the tank, there will be no place in Xingyang City that we cannot traverse. Food, weapons, beautiful women, everything will be within our grasp. If we risk our lives just once, the rewards will be immeasurable. Fortune favors the bold, Su Jun proclaimed loudly. His words resonated powerfully. In a world ravaged by the apocalypse, who was not terrified of being slain by zombies or eliminated by others? Who did not dread the prospect of starvation? Yet with a tank at their disposal, their circumstances could metamorphose dramatically. No more worries about food. Others would think twice before provoking them. They could have as many women as they desired. What? You refuse? One shot from the cannon, and will you yield or not? All right, let us confront these zombies. Today, we must secure that tank. Boss, just give the command, and we shall follow you into battle. Their spirits soared with excitement at the prospect of a better future. Su Jun felt elated upon witnessing their fervor. He slapped his thigh with conviction, declaring resolutely, "Excellent. Then let us proceed." Damn it. Soon, he and his companions briefly discussed their strategy before Su Jun proclaimed with authority, "We must seize the armed forces compound before nightfall. Now, let us commence our operation." At his command, they sprang into action. However, they remained oblivious to the fact that as they prepared to engage, a smile crept onto Jiangnan and Oppos' face in the shadows. If Wu Zue were present, He would surely recognize this as the smile of one whose cunning plan had succeeded. Before long, bang, rat-tat-tat-tat-tat, boom, boom, boom. Outside the armed forces compound, a fierce battle erupted. Gunfire and explosions echoed relentlessly. Smoke billowed into the air, the scent of charred remnants permeating the atmosphere. Outside the compound, hordes of zombies fell to bullets or were obliterated by grenades. Sujun divided his men into 3 small teams. One team was tasked with drawing the zombies' attention, luring them into traps set at a distance. Another team provided cover, while Sujun personally led the 3rd team. Once the bulk of the zombies had been distracted, they would charge into the armed forces compound to secure the tank. The plan was sound. However, as the battle commenced, unforeseen complications arose. This is bad. There are too many zombies. Run. We can't hold them back. A few team members responsible for attracting the zombies found themselves outpaced and were soon pursued. The sounds of their screams echoed as they fell prey to the undead. Forget them. Charge into the compound and get to the tank. Once we are inside the tank, no number of zombies can intimidate us. Charge. As he witnessed his men being devoured by countless zombies, Sujun's eyes grew cold. He turned his gaze toward the tank within the armed forces compound, his expression fervent. With a fierce roar, he rallied his comrades. Seizing the opportunity while most of the zombies were diverted, they swiftly surged into the armed forces compound. Yet, upon entering, they were met with the sight of hundreds of zombies densely packed within the compound. Upon hearing the commotion, the zombies turned in unison, their crimson eyes fixated upon them. Sujun felt a chill run down his spine, his face paling. Damn it! How can there be so many zombies? Fight. We must fight. Once we secure the tank, food and women will be ours. Sujun and his comrades, their faces set with determination, hurled their grenades into the fray. Chapter 58. The Yellow Sparrow awaits. Boom. 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 Grenades were hurled, obliterating legions of zombies. In the midst of this chaos, the undead, oblivious to fear, roared as they surged towards Sujun and his comrades. Many were annihilated in the explosions, yet a handful still pressed forward. Alas! A Mediterranean man cried out as he was knocked to the ground by a zombie. With sharp fangs, it sank its teeth into him, devouring large chunks of flesh. In death, his blood attracted even more zombies, who descended upon him with frenzied abandon. In an instant, he was consumed. Do not fear. Let us fight back. If we can seize the tank, we shall have everything we desire. In vengeance for our fallen brothers, we will eradicate these wretched zombies. Sujun shouted hoarsely, a fierce determination in his voice. As he spoke, he silently activated his supernatural ability, inspiration. This power could sway the minds of others, rendering his words profoundly compelling. Those who had previously hesitated now found themselves unwittingly obeying his commands. In extreme circumstances, it could even embolden his subordinates to face death without fear. Indeed, his once timid followers now roared with newfound courage, unleashing a relentless barrage of fire and grenades upon the zombies. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. Boom, boom, boom. The battle raged for approximately 10 minutes. The zombies within the armed department S compound were utterly vanquished, leaving behind a grim tableau of charred corpses, dismembered limbs, and the foul stench of decay. Smoke lingered, refusing to dissipate. However, Sujun and his group had suffered grievously. Of the 8 subordinates he had brought, 5 lay dead. Among the remaining 3, 2 were grievously wounded, sprawled on the ground with deep, visible injuries, struggling for breath. In a world devoid of medical facilities and supplies, their chances of survival were bleak. The last survivor was also injured, pallid, and in poor condition. At long last, the tank is mine. Sujun, however, was exhilarated, his eyes gleaming as they fixed upon the tank before him. He had paid a heavy price for this vehicle, yet it was all worth it. Ha! With this tank, I, Sujun, shall reign supreme in Jiangnan. Who dares defy my commands? He laughed maniacally, rushing toward the tank. But then, someone stood atop the tank before him. Who are you? Sujun exclaimed in shock, quickly regaining composure and demanding answers. Raising his submachine gun, he decisively pulled the trigger. Yet, in a swift motion, a shadow darted past, and with a sickening thud, Sujun's hand holding the gun was severed. Who are you? Why are you here? Who I am is of little consequence, Jiangnan replied, surveying the field of corpses with a tone of disdain. For this tank, you truly regard your subordinates' lives as expendable, don't you? The important matter is that this tank now belongs to me. How did you know there was a tank here? Sujun asked, unwilling to concede. He had believed no survivor camps were nearby. The chances of discovering a tank here were slim. Thanks to Fan Xingwu, Jiangnan chuckled. If it weren't for him, I would have remained oblivious to the tank's existence. Su Jun was blissfully unaware that Fan Xingwu had sold the tank's information to two parties. Still in the dark about the betrayal. Fan Xingwu told you? Su Jun's eyes widened in disbelief. Indeed, he sold the information to both you and me. Jiangnan retorted with a cold smirk. But rest assured, I shall avenge you. Fan Xingwu will die. Don't. Su Jun's face contorted with fear as he screamed. Just then, the shadow that had previously passed by returned with a chilling gleam, launching another attack. With a swift motion, a massive head was severed and rolled onto the ground. This tank. Jiangnan's gaze swept over the fallen corpses before settling on the tank at his feet. It was a third-generation main battle tank, boasting formidable firepower. In this apocalyptic world, possessing such heavy equipment would significantly bolster the camp's strength. As Jiangnan prepared to claim the tank, a sudden sound of footsteps echoed from outside the compound. Soon, Fan Xingwu entered with 5 or 6 fully armed subordinates, laughing heartily. Haha, I told you. Those fools are utterly dim-witted, each more foolish than the last. By selling them information, we not only acquire vast amounts of food and weapons without effort, but also compel them to do our bidding. Fan Xingwu chuckled with pride. Su Jun and Jiangnan. Those two imbeciles must be engaged in a self-destructive battle by now. However, the mantis stalks the cicada, while the yellow sparrow waits in the shadows. They never anticipated my arrival with reinforcements. In anyone else and Appo's shoes, this would be a moment of triumph. Without a single casualty, he had amassed substantial resources, including a tank. What a remarkable gain. HM? You weren't killed by Su Jun? Fan Xingwu's eyes widened in surprise as he spotted Jiangnan atop the tank. He quickly shifted to mockery. Jiangnan regarded Fan Xingwu with mild surprise. Fan Xingwu, you actually came? You certainly crafted a clever scheme. Let us dispense with the pleasantries. If you sincerely apologize now, I might consider sparing you. He had initially planned to retrieve the tank and then send Wu Zuei to exact vengeance on Fan Xingwu. But he had not anticipated that Fan Xingwu would deliver himself to him. However, Jiangnan had no intention of letting him escape unscathed. At most, he would grant him a complete corpse. Apologize to you? Fan Xingwu scoffed. He had 7 men on his side, while Jiangnan stood alone. Apologize? This kid must be out of his mind, unable to grasp the gravity of his situation. You still have time to escape, and I, in my magnanimity, might spare your life. But the tank? That will be mine. With a sinister grin, Fan Xingwu continued, to be honest, I owe you and Su Jun my gratitude. Without you two, acquiring this tank would have come at a far greater cost. You may be foolish, but your strength is commendable. Chapter 59, Laughing Last. The tank in hand, are you really thinking of killing me? Jiangnan and Appo's expression was peculiar. Fan Xingwu indeed possessed some cunning. He had sold the information simultaneously to both him and Su Jun, allowing the two factions to engage in a fierce struggle while he reaped the benefits. However, it seemed he had underestimated Jiangnan and Appo's capabilities. ISN and Appo's, it obvious? Fan Xingwu laughed boisterously. This young man, previously domineering during their prison dealings, had disregarded him entirely and even threatened him multiple times. Fan Xingwu had been seething for quite some time, and today presented the perfect opportunity for revenge. So, now you and Appo's, re-scared? Yet, he lamented, unfortunately, I and Appo's, changed my mind. If you wish to live, you must kneel and bow to me 3 times. Also, summon the women from your camp to serve me well. If I am satisfied, I might consider sparing your life. Upon hearing this, a flicker of killing intent flashed in Jiangnan's eyes. You seem overly confident, believing you have me entirely at your mercy, Fan Xingwu hesitated momentarily. 7 against 1. The advantage is clearly mine, he scoffed, glancing around to note the absence of any allies. You must be out of your mind, he mocked. Do you really think you can take on all 7 of us? In response, Jiangnan let out a soft sigh. Seeking death, are we? What did you say? Fan Xingwu furrowed his brow, about to unleash his fury when suddenly, a chill crept over him. A powerful aura of killing intent radiated from Jiangnan, whose gaze turned dangerously deep. Boom. Fan Xingwu and Appo's mind went blank, his body turning cold. Whoosh. A glint of cold light flashed through the sunset. Thud. 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 In an instant, Fan Xingwu and Appo's subordinates were struck down by the flying daggers piercing through their hearts. A spray of crimson blood splattered onto Fan Xingwu and Appo's face, causing him to shudder in shock, his lips trembling, entirely consumed by fear. How did you do this? He stammered, bewildered by the supernatural prowess Jiangnan exhibited. effortlessly dispatching so many in a heartbeat. Ironically, he was utterly ignorant of Jiangnan and Apos' abilities, all while plotting to ensnare him. His previous taunts now seemed utterly foolish. It was over. Despair clouded Fan Xingwu and Apos' features as he realized his impending doom. The deeds he had committed and the words he had spoken were more than sufficient for Jiangnan to justify his execution 1,000 times over. Die. Jiangnan commanded sharply, directing the flying dagger to strike once more. Fan Xingwu clutched his throat, slowly collapsing to the ground. As Jiangnan surveyed the corpses strewn about, he shook his head. Fan Xingwu, if only you had sold me the information honestly without resorting to such despicable tricks, you would not have met such a fate. His ignorance of Jiangnan and Apos' strength and methods only served to seal his doom, akin to a death wish. However, Jiangnan did not dwell on him further, swiftly redirecting his focus toward the tank. What a formidable beast! Come, let us return to the camp. He chuckled softly as he climbed into the driver and Apos' seat. In his previous life, Jiangnan had braved the apocalypse for years and had learned to operate tanks. Soon, he became adept at maneuvering this armored vehicle. With determination, he drove the tank straight toward the walls of the armed forces compound. Boom. The walls crumbled as the tank barreled through, emerging onto the street. Roar. Roar. At that moment, the zombies that had been diverted returned, lunging at Jiangnan and Apos' tank. However, the tank mercilessly crushed them, the sound of shattering bones echoing as countless zombies were obliterated in its path. Of course, the tank had its limitations. When faced with overwhelming numbers of zombies, it could become immobilized. In such instances, Jiangnan would swiftly store the tank in his spatial inventory and teleport away. Before long, he returned to the prison with the main battle tank. The sun was setting, casting a golden glow across the land. Su Xiaoxiao and Wu Zui stood together, gazing into the distance. Upon spotting the approaching tank, they erupted in cheers. The women, Butterfly, Wan Yao, Lin Yu, and others emerged, their faces alight with curiosity and excitement. What a magnificent beast! Brother Nan has succeeded. Splendid. He has not failed his mission. Jiangnan smiled as he descended from the tank. Acquiring a tank was a momentous occasion for the prison. To celebrate and to relax a little, several tables of feasting were set up in the courtyard that evening. Unbeknownst to Jiangnan, while they reveled in their feast, 3 disheveled men, appearing haggard and despondent in a dilapidated apartment building, were gnawing on their meager rations while complaining bitterly. How infuriating! If it weren't and Apos' tea for that scoundrel Jiangnan, we would still be living the good life in the Liu family, enjoying fine food and company. Now look at us. They were survivors who had aligned themselves with the Liu family, once living comfortably without fear of hunger or danger, and occasionally indulging in the company of women. Who would have thought that such a powerful family could be so easily obliterated? Naturally, their fortunate days had come to an abrupt end. For days, they had lacked a safe haven, food, and water, living in utter misery. Sleep had become a luxury, as they took turns keeping watch, never knowing when the zombies might come sniffing around. More pressing was the constant gnawing hunger that had left them emaciated. If I get the chance, I will ensure he suffers beyond comprehension, one of the young men, named Song Yu, declared vehemently. Just then, footsteps echoed from outside. Oh no, someone and Apos' coming. The 3 exchanged alarmed glances. In the apocalypse, sometimes humans were far more terrifying than zombies. Soon, a group of individuals was advancing towards them, their position evidently compromised. This is bad. They and Apos' spotted us. Quick, we must flee. If they harbor murderous intent, we will have no place to plead our case. Let us go. They have guns. We cannot afford to provoke them. The 2 men urged, their expressions pale with fear, eager to escape. Yet, Songyi remained rooted to the spot, unwilling to budge. Run, they implored. Do you want to die? They might kill us. But Songyu stood firm, his gaze fixed intently upon the leader of the approaching group. Big brother? Songyu murmured, recognizing the face before him. What did you say? Big brother? Is he your big brother? Chapter 60, Revenge, heading to the prison, Xiaoyu? Is that really you, Xiaoyu? A man at the forefront of a group rushed over, his expression filled with excitement upon hearing a familiar voice. What happened to you? Why do you look like this? Seeing the haggard and disheveled Song Yu, the man felt a pang of sorrow. The 2 brothers had always shared a close bond since childhood. He had even covered Song Yu and Apos' tuition when he decided to study finance, believing his younger brother would have a bright future. Little did they know, the apocalypse would arrive. They had lost contact after parting ways during the chaos. Alas, brother, we were living quite well. Who would have thought just a few days ago? Sigh, brother, I am so hungry now. Let's head back first, and I will tell you everything. All right, hurry back. Before long, the group returned to their camp. Song Yu recounted his previous experiences to his brother, Song Yang. If we hadn't escaped quickly, we would have met the same fate as the Liu family, slaughtered on the spot by that group of bastards from Jiangnan. Song Yu added, his face filled with indignation. How outrageous. Song Yang slammed the table, his expression darkening. Jiangnan has been too overbearing. The Liu family never provoked him. Why should he annihilate them? Does he think he can act with impunity just because he has a few men and guns? Dare to harm my brother, and he shall pay dearly. Xiao Yu, tell me where this Jiangnan is. I will take people to eliminate him right now. Upon hearing this, Song Yu was overjoyed. He had longed to tear that bastard Jiangnan to shreds. Unfortunately, he lacked the strength and weapons. He had no courage even to face Jiangnan. The prospect of his brother avenging him filled him with excitement. However, thoughts of Jiangnan and Appos, his abilities, his weapons, and those formidable women made him hesitate. Brother, Jiangnan is very strong. Although his subordinates are all women, they are quite powerful. Can we defeat him? Song Yang appeared quite confident. Rest assured, my dear brother. I have acquired quite a few valuable resources during this time. Among them, there is an armored vehicle. No matter how skilled they are, can they surpass an armored vehicle? Not only does it possess formidable defensive capabilities, but it is also equipped with heavy machine guns and cannons. Its firepower is overwhelming. It will be more than sufficient to deal with a mere camp of 20 or 30 people. Wonderful. Song Yu was nearly jumping with excitement. With the armored vehicle, they would be virtually invincible. Jiangnan was doomed. Previously, he had resorted to cunning schemes, bribing that despicable Wan Yao to betray us, leading the zombies into the Liu family and Appos, stronghold, causing us immense suffering. Now, his retribution is at hand. Jiangnan, prepare to meet your demise. Song Yu clenched his fists. A cold smile on his lips, his eyes filled with deep hatred as he recalled the events of the past few days. So, where is Jiangnan and Appos' camp? Take me there. Tonight, I will eliminate him. Song Yang was not merely speaking. He genuinely intended to confront Jiangnan, even feeling a sense of urgency. You mentioned that all of Jiangnan and Appos' subordinates are women, right? Once we take him down, you can choose first. Great. Thank you, brother. Song Yu was thrilled. The women under Jiangnan were indeed quite beautiful. Not to mention, Wan Yao was simply his dream goddess. Previously, while at the Liu family he had sought various opportunities to curry favor with her, but she had consistently ignored him. This time, he would ensure that Wan Yao would completely submit to him. Before long, the two brothers, accompanied by a dozen people from the camp, set off towards the prison in an armored vehicle and several cars. Along the way, they encountered several hordes of zombies. However, with the armored vehicle leading the way, the zombies blocking their path were either ruthlessly crushed or swept away by the heavy machine gun fire. Their journey was relatively smooth. About half an hour later, night had completely fallen. The once brightly lit city was now shrouded in darkness. Yet, within Song Yu and Song Yang's sight, there stood a brightly lit prison, giving the impression of an untouched paradise amidst the apocalypse. This place is splendid. Song Yang's eyes lit up as he gazed at the prison not far away. To use this as a camp would be simply marvelous. Jiangnan truly has stumbled upon good fortune. However, starting tonight, this camp will no longer belong to him, but to me. Song Yang chuckled, envisioning Jiangnan as a lifeless corpse while he seized control of the prison. From now on, this will belong to us brothers, including those women. Song Yu was equally delighted. With his brother's armored vehicle, capturing the prison would be a piece of cake. I wonder if the people inside dare to confront us. I bet that once we appear, they will be so frightened that they will hide inside, too scared to come out. Haha. With our armored vehicle, what can they use to fight back? If they come out to surrender, they might just have a chance to live. By then, all those women will belong to the brothers. I Haven and Appos. He had a taste of women in a long time. This time, I can indulge to my heart and Appos' content. Song Yang's subordinates whispered among themselves, their eyes gleaming with excitement. They were quite confident, already discussing how to allocate the women once they captured the prison. All right. Song Yang waved his hand, silencing the crowd. Let us proceed. Soon, the group approached the prison, now only about 100 to 200 meters from the high walls. Neither too close nor too far. They could respond to any actions from within. At this moment, Jiangnan, along with Butterfly and others, had already arrived at the tall prison walls. Who are those people? What do they want? Lao Chi, go shout to them and urge them to surrender. Assure them that if they voluntarily surrender, we will not kill them. Song Yang maneuvered the armored vehicle, aiming the cannon and heavy machine guns at Jiangnan's position, while simultaneously instructing one of his subordinates. Lao Chi was taken aback and asked, "Boss, are we really going to let that man go? Let him go? Haha, after all the suffering my brother has endured. Just for this alone, he must die." Song Yang sneered coldly. He wanted Jiangnan dead, and he also coveted the women under Jiangnan and Apos' command, to avoid unnecessary casualties. The best approach was to capture the prison without bloodshed. Once Jiangnan surrenders, his life will be at my mercy. At that point, killing him will be as easy as squashing an ant. Chapter 61. You have armored vehicles. I have tanks. Old 7 instantly grasped Song Yang's intention. With a faint smile, he stepped forward and picked up a megaphone, shouting towards the prison, "Listen up inside. You are surrounded. Our leader has stated that if you surrender, you will be spared. You have 3 minutes to consider. After that, if you still refuse to surrender, we will break in. Do you see the armored vehicle behind me? Do not be foolish and provoke unnecessary casualties." The night was already quiet. Old 7's voice carried clearly into the surroundings. At that moment, a disdainful voice emerged from within the prison. "Tell your leader to surrender the armored vehicle immediately, or I can spare your lives. Otherwise, the consequences will be on you. You insolent wretch, you seek death." Old 7 was momentarily stunned, then filled with rage. Such arrogance. They completely disregarded them. Just as Old 7 was about to respond, a gunshot suddenly rang out. Bang! A bullet shot from the prison, directly exploding his head. Seeking death. The Song brothers, Song Yang and Song Yu, were infuriated. Kill Jiangnan. Whoever kills him can choose any woman inside. Such audacity. They clearly saw the armored vehicle yet dared to act first. Was this not a death wish? Since you seek death, I shall grant it to you. Veins bulged on Song Yang's forehead as he drove the armored vehicle forward. His subordinates took cover behind the armored vehicle as they advanced towards the prison. Along the way, the formidable firepower of the armored vehicle completely suppressed the prison's firepower. How dare you strike against me? You truly seek death. Song Yang sneered coldly. At that moment, the prison gate suddenly swung open. Song Yang was taken aback. Why open the door? Could it be they were surrendering? A sense of smugness filled his heart. Just a moment ago, they were so arrogant. Now they wish to surrender? How pathetic. However, surrendering now is too late. He had already resolved not to let Jiangnan die too easily. Before putting an end to him, he would surely torture him, slice his flesh piece by piece, slowly killing him. He would take his women right before his eyes. He wanted him to regret for killing his people. He would make him wish he were dead. Song Yu spoke with a sinister expression. Yet, as he spoke, he suddenly fell silent, as if his words were stuck. From the prison gates emerged a massive steel beast, roaring as it charged out. Rumble! Clouds of dust billowed behind the steel monster. A gigantic cannon pointed directly at their direction. This is a tank. Song Yu and Apos' face went blank, his eyes filled with terror. All confidence and ruthlessness vanished. All that remained was fear and shock. Compared to the main battle tank, the armored vehicle was utterly insignificant. The heavy machine guns and automatic cannons atop the armored vehicle posed no threat to the tank. A single shell from the tank could easily obliterate the armored vehicle. How could he possess a tank? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Quick. Turn around. Hurry. Song Yang jolted back to reality, shouting in anger. He controlled the armored vehicle to flee rapidly. The armored vehicle could never match the tank in combat. They needed to get as far away as possible. Their only advantage might be mobility. At this moment, he was gambling, betting that Jiangnan could not catch up with him, betting that Jiangnan had no shells, betting that Jiangnan and Apos' shells would miss him. Unfortunately, all of this was mere delusion. Lock on. Fire. Bang. Jiangnan controlled the tank, firing a shell. Boom. It struck the fleeing armored vehicle directly. The armored vehicle crumpled like paper, collapsing to the ground. A group of clowns, daring to threaten and intimidate me with just one armored vehicle? How laughable. Jiangnan shook his head. Let alone having a tank. Even without it, he had countless ways to eliminate that armored vehicle. They were utterly ignorant of their own limitations. With a cold snort, Jiangnan drove the tank, unleashing a massacre upon Song Yang's subordinates. None were spared. There was no need to waste shells. He simply drove the tank over them, then used his flying knives to finish them off. Soon, every last one of them was killed. Uzi, locate their lair. I want to uproot them completely. Jiangnan called for Uzi. One must eradicate the roots, otherwise they would sprout again with the spring breeze. These individuals had dared to invade the prison, crossing Jiangnan's bottom line. If they were not completely eradicated, Not only would they leave hidden dangers, but it would also lead others to believe he was easy to bully. At that moment, Uzi and Appo's extraordinary sense of smell came into play. Soon, she led Jiangnan and his crew to Songyang and Appo's stronghold. Attack. Leave none alive. Jiangnan stated calmly. Yes, Uzi responded, leading the female combat team into action immediately. The strength of the female combat team had significantly improved since then. Not only had their physical fitness and marksmanship enhanced, but their teamwork had also reached new heights. Additionally, with two ability users among them, Butterfly and Appo's chaos and Wan Yao and Appo's gravitational field, they could exert tremendous influence in such battles. The fierce gunfire lasted only a brief moment before rapidly dwindling and then vanishing entirely. Butterfly and Wan Yao approached Jiangnan, reporting the battle situation. We have eliminated 18 enemies, seized 6 handguns, 1 rifle, and 200 rounds of ammunition. We have 2 minor injuries, but nothing serious. Jiangnan nodded in satisfaction. It seemed that the training over the past few days had been quite effective. Of course, just look at who was doing the training. Butterfly beamed with a charming smile. Receiving Jiangnan and Appo's praise, she felt elated. Under her leadership, the strength of the female combat team had indeed grown formidable. In this battle, the female combat team suffered virtually no losses, successfully capturing a small encampment. It was a good opportunity to test their skills. Jiangnan could not help but smile. In his previous life, the female combat team led by Butterfly had been incredibly powerful and renowned. In this life, he had provided better conditions and equipment. Along with the addition of the formidable ability user Wan Yao, their strength would undoubtedly reach new heights. No one could afford to underestimate them. Before long, everyone had cleared the battlefield and returned to the prison. Chapter 62. Rooting out the weeds, the magnanimous Butterfly. Who were those people in the prison? Goodness. Do they actually possess tanks? Where on earth did they come from? Incredible! There was an armored vehicle heading towards the prison earlier. It surely has been eliminated already. Has it? It's not just that armored vehicle. I suspect even their stronghold has been dismantled. TSK. I've heard that the leader of that prison is a pretty boy, surrounded entirely by stunning women. How enviable. Surely, that must be quite the delight. Jiangnan, driving a tank, advanced with great swagger, attracting numerous gazes along the way. There was no shortage of trepidation and envy in their eyes. With such formidable power and the company of beautiful women, he truly lived a life akin to that of an emperor. Upon returning to the camp, Jiangnan feasted heartily with the ladies. As for the watch duties, those were entirely entrusted to Wu Zue, who was most reluctant. However, under Jiangnan's coercive persuasion, he had no choice but to comply with tears in his eyes. Jiangnan indulged in copious amounts of wine. Yet, he found it peculiar that throughout this process, Butterfly seemed to be preoccupied with something else, appearing only briefly before vanishing once more. Meanwhile, Jiangnan was surrounded by enchanting women, their alluring fragrance intoxicating him. As the effects of the alcohol took hold, the women in the camp began to reveal their true natures, becoming rather unruly. With every drink Jiangnan took, or every turn he made, he was subjected to clandestine advances. By the time he realized someone was taking liberties with him, the culprit had vanished without a trace, leaving him in a fit of anger. Consequently, he consumed even more wine. After the revelry, Jiangnan felt utterly exhausted, requiring assistance to walk. Once he finished washing up and lay in bed, he still felt a sense of longing. The wine he had consumed was truly delightful. Fortunately, Butterfly and Xiao were absent. Had they been present, his illustrious reputation would have been tarnished. Jiangnan felt a wave of relief wash over him. He couldn't help but muse that there should be a nightly banquet, ensuring Butterfly and Xiao were kept at bay, allowing him to uncover who had been surreptitiously taking advantage of him. He was determined to confront them. Just then, the door swung open. Butterfly? Jiangnan's eyes lit up. His fighting spirit surged. Come on, let us battle until dawn. He instinctively reached out, drawing the soft figure into his embrace. However, the next moment, his expression shifted to one of astonishment. You are not Butterfly. Jiangnan was intimately familiar with Butterfly's form. Every contour and sensation was ingrained in his memory. The woman who entered was not Butterfly. It's me, the woman said, somewhat indignantly. Wan Yao, what are you doing here? Jiangnan stammered, momentarily stunned, hastily retracting his hand. Wan Yao's face flushed crimson as she responded, It's not just me. The rest will want to. We were concerned you had drunk too much and came to check on you. We didn't expect. Only then did Jiangnan realize that not only Wan Yao but also Wan had entered his room. Both women were blushing, taken aback by the earlier incident. Jiangnan felt a twinge of embarrassment, clearing his throat softly and waving his hand dismissively. I'm fine. You both should return. By the way, where is Butterfly? Where has she gone? Big Sister Butterfly? She is reviewing the previous battle. It was she who sent us to check on you. When one replied without a moment's hesitation. Jiangnan gazed at the two young, beautiful girls before him, dressed lightly and radiating youthful allure, and couldn't suppress a shiver. Ah, Butterfly, are you testing my virtue? It was evident that Butterfly had summoned Wan Yao and Wan, her intentions unmistakably clear. Jiangnan, in his slightly inebriated state, was uncertain whether he would act on impulse. After the two women departed, Jiangnan reclined in bed. Shortly after, Butterfly's melodious laughter wafted into his ears, accompanied by a delightful fragrance as she nestled into his embrace. Tonight, you've been quite obedient. I shall reward you. Jiangnan cradled her delicate face, feigning severity. I am a man of virtue. How could I possibly succumb to temptation? You dare to test me, clearly underestimating my resolve. You must face the consequences. With that, Jiangnan pounced upon Butterfly like a famished tiger. An hour later, Butterfly lay in Jiangnan's arms, glistening with fragrant perspiration, and weakly remarked, Nonggu, truth be told, I was trying to test you. I am not a narrow-minded woman. As she caressed Jiangnan's chiseled cheek, her expression turned earnest. You possess strength and capability. All the sisters in the camp owe their survival to you. Logically, you should have more women by your side. After all, we are in an apocalypse. And no one knows how long they will live. One cannot adhere to past constraints. I'm not unreasonable. I want to insist that you only have me. I summoned them here, hoping you would consider taking them both as your own. You. Jiangnan was momentarily stunned, his mind struggling to comprehend. Was she implying that she was open to him having other women? Yet, she had previously shown great concern over this matter. Butterfly seemed to read the confusion in Jiangnan's eyes, breaking into a smile. You're wondering about my reaction when you first brought Wan Yao home. As if I was signaling that you shouldn't engage with other women? You think I couldn't see through it? I'm not so foolish. Nor am I a capricious woman. Upon hearing this, Jiangnan's eyes widened. Yet, he still felt perplexed. If Butterfly had already discerned the purity of his relationship with Wan Yao, why then had she kept him in bed for several days? Butterfly appeared to possess an uncanny understanding of Jiangnan's thoughts. She explained, as a woman, my intuition told me immediately that Wan Yao seemed to harbor some fondness for you. In that moment, I realized that with your strength, you would undoubtedly attract the admiration of many women in this harsh world. After all, women are naturally drawn to power. Chapter 63, The Four-Corner Alliance. Concealed malice. No matter what I do, I cannot bind you to my side, nor do I wish to create chaos within the camp. From that moment, I came to understand. As long as you continue to love me and do not become a mere automaton focused solely on sewing, I can accept it. The Butterfly smiled. Her expression enchanting and captivating, her eyes clear and serene. She was not lying. Each word resonated from her heart. However, Jiangnan found himself somewhat at a loss. How could such a woman be so magnanimous? If you happen to encounter someone you admire, do not hesitate. I believe Wan Yao is quite remarkable, beautiful, young. And she also harbors affection for you while possessing formidable abilities. That gentle one is also commendable. Not only is she a doctor, but she is also quite lovely. It seems she has her own secrets, yet she dares not share them with us. If you were to be intimate with her, wouldn't she feel justified in seeking your assistance? Upon hearing the Butterfly and Appo's words, Jiangnan and Appo's mind momentarily faltered. To be honest, it was rather unexpected. He had never imagined that the Butterfly would utter such things. Supporting her partner and seeking other women? Moreover, she had already scouted potential candidates? This was the dream of countless men. Yet, I fear such words might neglect you, Jiangnan replied cautiously. With other women involved, it would be impossible for him to devote all his time to her. Never mind, she replied with a gentle laugh, reminiscent of a beguiling temptress. I have already enjoyed enough from you. It is time for the other sisters to partake as well. But at that moment, the Butterfly and Appo's expression shifted. And she leaned closer to Jiangnan, threateningly whispering, of course, if I become unhappy, I shall punish you. You must be careful not to provoke my displeasure. You little enchantress, how dare you threaten me? Tonight, I shall claim you. Jiangnan felt a fire ignite within him, and he seized the Butterfly, engaging in a passionate struggle that lasted until dawn. However, unbeknownst to Jiangnan, while he was enmeshed in his fervent encounter with the Butterfly, outside the prison, some survivors from nearby camps had gathered in the dead of night, conspiring against Jiangnan. In a modest hotel, for individuals convened, forming a small council. Ladies and gentlemen, the prison and Oppos, as power has grown formidable. It is safe to say that none of us can stand against it. A man with a square jaw, exuding an air of righteousness, spoke first. He was the leader of a nearby camp, known as Xiang Wushuang. Before the apocalypse, he had been the captain of a security team in a high-end community. After the world fell apart, he led his followers to establish a small camp, which expanded by absorbing other survivors. At this moment, Xiang Wushuang and Oppos' expression was grave. As you have all seen, Jiangnan has somehow acquired a tank, and its destructive power is alarming. Our camp is not far from here. If we do not devise a plan soon, we may find ourselves obliterated. At his words, the others nodded thoughtfully, their faces somber. This area was still an underdeveloped suburb, with not too many people before the apocalypse. Many survived the outbreak, leading to numerous camps. Without a doubt, Jiangnan and Oppos' prison was the strongest faction, equipped with firearms and several individuals with special abilities. The fact that Jiangnan had unveiled a tank that very night left them feeling utterly unsettled. The gap in power was too vast. Their annihilation could happen in an instant. How could they feel secure? Thus, they convened through the night, deliberating strategies. We cannot confront them head-on, at least not yet. Jiangnan seems to wield multiple formidable abilities, and his women are not to be underestimated. Now that he possesses a tank, we are even less of a match. If only we could obtain that tank, perhaps we would have a fighting chance. The leaders of the camps exchanged glances, their unease palpable. Is there truly no way? One of them dared to ask. There is a method, albeit uncertain. And it requires everyone in Oppos' cooperation. Suddenly, Xiang Wushuang spoke up thoughtfully. Intrigued, the others turned to him. Xiang, if you have a plan, please share it without delay. If feasible, we will follow your lead. Seeing their eagerness, Xiang Wushuang laid out his proposal. Why don't we unite and win Jiangnan over? We are no match for him, but surely we can befriend him. If he harbors ambitions, he would likely agree. At that point, we can elect him as our leader. To control such a vast force, would he not be tempted? If he consents to join our alliance, we can gradually undermine him. His tank and his women would then be ours to share. As long as we stand united, eventually Jiangnan's assets will inevitably become ours. No matter how powerful he is, he cannot fend off the combined efforts of many. Upon hearing this, the others and Oppos' eyes brightened. So we form an alliance in name, inviting Jiangnan to be our leader? He would effortlessly assimilate several camps, and it would be unreasonable for him to refuse. It seemed feasible. As long as Jiangnan joined the alliance as their leader, their plan would succeed halfway. They could then maneuver freely, covertly undermining Jiangnan, making it a simple task to seize his tank. They could even devise a way to eliminate Jiangnan, dividing his camp and his women among themselves. No matter how strong Jiangnan might be, he could not guard against betrayals from his own, whether through poison or ambush. There would be no means to defend against them. Chapter 64. The commotion was too great. I believe this is feasible. Let us proceed as the leader suggested. Agreed. Let us first discuss the specific steps and act swiftly. Yes, the sooner, the better. I am utterly eager to obtain the tanks and women from Jiangnan. The leaders of the other three camps nodded in unison, endorsing Xiang Wushuang and Oppos' proposal. Soon, they commenced their plans. As dawn broke, the sky lightened with a soft hue. Radiant beams of sunlight pierced through the hazy mist, illuminating both the interior and exterior of the prison. When Jiangnan awoke, he found himself embracing a soft, delicate figure. The butterfly, who usually rose early to train the women and Oppos' combat team, was still in slumber today. Last night had been utterly wild. Jiangnan, having conserved his energy for several days, unleashed his prowess, leaving even the extraordinary butterfly utterly fatigued. This somewhat restored Jiangnan and Oppos' pride. So now you understand my might? Gently brushing aside the butterfly and Oppos' hair, he placed a tender kiss on her enchanting face before rising quietly. What is amiss? Upon stepping outside, Jiangnan immediately sensed something was off in the prison. Members of the women's combat team, such as Qingqing and Xiaoqi, were sporting dark circles under their eyes, as if they had not slept the entire night. Su Xiaoxiao was in a similarly poor state, sprawled on the table basking in the sun, deeply asleep. How could one sleep immediately after waking and neglect their studies? Jiangnan felt a surge of anger, intending to reprimand the young girl. However, the moment he spoke, he was met with a chorus of peculiar glances from those around him. Jiangnan was momentarily taken aback. What was happening? He quickly noticed that the women not only wore strange expressions but also exhibited a hint of indignation and dissatisfaction. Upon locking eyes with Wang Yao and Wenwan, their faces flushed crimson, extending to their necks, as they turned away, unable to meet his gaze. The cynical Wu Zue showed no restraint in his disdain, lifting his head high and turning away, expressing his contempt. Seeing this, Jiangnan's mind buzzed. Even with his dulled senses, he began to comprehend the situation. Had the commotion last night been too excessive? The soundproofing in my room is quite excellent. A wave of inexplicable guilt washed over him. Yet, upon reflection, the intensity of last night indeed surpassed any previous encounters. Coughing to clear his throat, Jiangnan explained, "Last night was a special circumstance, and it shall not happen again. Since everyone is fatigued, please return to rest. I shall arrange for new accommodations for the others, as far from me as possible." The damage to his reputation was trivial compared to the well-being of the women. "Brother Nan, you must consider our feelings," one of them protested plaintively. "We spent the entire night tossing and turning." The women rose, grumbling as they returned to their rooms, unable to suppress their complaints. "In this camp, you are the only man, and you only care for Sister Butterfly. What about us?" Qingxing boldly remarked, casting an ambiguous glance at Jiangnan. A shiver ran down Jiangnan's spine. In a prison filled solely with women, would things evolve over time? During last night's drinking, he had noticed someone taking liberties when he was distracted. Could it be that someone was nearing the brink of their restraint? Jiangnan eyed Qingxing suspiciously. This beautiful yet carefree woman might very well be the instigator. What of the others? Contemplating the dire consequences, he shuddered again. Before Jiangnan could ponder further, he was interrupted by Wu Zue's barking. "Woof woof woof." Wu Zue dashed outside. "Someone is coming. Stay alert." The women halted, instantly on high alert. Moving with trained precision, Butterfly also rushed out of her room. Having just awakened, her clothing hastily donned and her hair in disarray. "What is happening?" Jiangnan shook his head. He soon arrived at the prison entrance. Approximately 100 meters away, a car was parked. Wang Yeo and the women's combat team had already surrounded the vehicle. "Do not fire. Do not fire. We wish to see Leader Jiangnan. We have urgent matters to discuss." "Yes, our leader also has matters to discuss with Leader Jiangnan." It's a joyous occasion. For individuals emerged from the car, crouching with their heads together, shouting simultaneously. "Looking for me. A joyous occasion?" Jiangnan raised an eyebrow. Leaders from other camps sought him out? Moreover, multiple leaders from different camps at the same time? And they spoke of a joyous occasion? How intriguing. "I'm curious to see what this is all about." Jiangnan smirked disdainfully. Soon, Jiangnan brought the 4 individuals into the prison. Under interrogation, he learned that they hailed from 4 distinct camps, all situated close to the prison. Jiangnan had a reasonable understanding of these camps, as they were his neighbors. He was aware that these camps had always regarded him with trepidation. Why, then, had they suddenly approached him, claiming to have joyous news? "I am not certain. Our leader merely instructed us to come and request your presence for an important discussion. They mentioned that you would undoubtedly be very pleased upon learning more," one survivor said. Wearing a fawning smile, Jiangnan scoffed inwardly. What kind of matter cannot be spoken of openly? Why the secrecy? He pressed the other 3 for answers, only to receive the same vague responses. "If your leader wishes to discuss matters with me, why send only a few insignificant pawns? Is this their sincerity?" Jiangnan sneered, unperturbed by the increasingly gloomy expressions of the 4. If that were the case, it would be one thing, but they were unwilling to clarify the nature of the matter. Claiming it to be a joyous occasion? "I will not entertain your presence. Inform your leader that if they seek my audience, they must demonstrate the appropriate sincerity," Jiangnan commanded, dismissing them outright. Chapter 65. A personal visit. Having seen through everything, a few survivors wore expressions of discomfort. However, no one dared to voice their objections. Throughout the encounter, they maintained forced smiles. After all, the man before them instilled fear even in their leader. If they provoked his ire, he could easily reduce them to mere fragments, fit only for the dogs. Moreover, their leader would not seek vengeance on their behalf. Death would be in vain. Thus, they patiently endured Jiangnan and Appo's scornful remarks. When Jiangnan ordered them to leave, they did so without a moment's hesitation. Once they departed, Butterfly waved her hand, signaling the others in the hall to withdraw. She then furrowed her brow, expressing her concern. "Why have these people sought you? I sense their intentions are not benevolent." Previously, Wu Zue had discovered several instances of them surveilling us, harboring trepidation towards us. In their hearts, they would undoubtedly wish for our annihilation, so they could feel completely at ease. How could they desire collaboration with us, claiming there are benefits to be gained? I suspect they are merely coveting our newfound strength after acquiring an additional tank for our camp. Jiangnan pondered thoughtfully, Their motives likely boil down to two possibilities. First, they genuinely wish to establish rapport and forge a non-aggression pact, or through other means, to avert conflict with us. Second, they may resort to deceitful tactics against us. Nearby camps, they fear him, dread him, yet they are undoubtedly greedy for his tank, weaponry, and various resources. They either sincerely wish for peaceful coexistence or covet Jiangnan and Appo's possessions. There are no other possibilities. What shall we do now? What actions are required? Butterfly inquired. Let us observe the situation, Jiangnan replied nonchalantly. Regardless of whether they seek to curry favor or harbor ulterior motives, they will not relent. It will not be long before they come seeking us again. Butterfly nodded, refraining from further comments. What? Jiangnan has expelled you all? In the hotel. Xiang Wushuang and others frowned upon hearing the news. He truly is arrogant, completely disregarding us. We sent an invitation, and he simply dismissed our people without a word. Huh? Is he relying solely on his strength to act with impunity? What shall we do now? Xiang Wushuang mused. There is no need for haste. Jiangnan's actions clearly indicate his distrust towards us. If that is the case, we must earn his trust. The more he trusts us, the more feasible our plans will be. Otherwise, he will remain vigilant, making our efforts exceedingly difficult. The others nodded in agreement. So, what should we do? Quite simply, Xiang Wushuang smiled. If he claims we lack sincerity, then the four of us will visit him in person, as the leaders of our four camps. Our presence will convey sufficient gravity and sincerity. Upon hearing this, the other three leaders hesitated. Visit Jiangnan in person? If he decides to strike, we would be doomed. This place was akin to a prison, as perilous as a den of tigers and dragons. Noticing their hesitation, Xiang Wushuang smiled reassuringly. We must not only visit Jiangnan, but also go without any attendants or weapons. Only then can we fully demonstrate our sincerity. But what if? Someone began to voice concern. However, they were swiftly silenced by Xiang Wushuang and Appo's stern expression. Everyone, if we wish to achieve our goals, we must adhere to my plan. We have but one chance. Failing to gain Jiangnan and Appo's trust means our plans stand no chance of success. The consequences, as you all know, would be dire. Conversely, should we gain his trust, the rewards will be immense. Weapons, food, and beautiful women, all within our grasp. We must take this gamble. Upon hearing Xiang Wushuang's words, the others finally nodded in agreement. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. They could only take the plunge. Should they win, everything would be theirs. Should they lose? Enough. Xiang Wushuang rose, declaring, let us not linger in doubt. Follow me, and we shall meet Jiangnan. The other three leaders promptly followed in his wake. What? The four leaders of the camps are truly here? Upon receiving Butterfly and Appo's report, Jiangnan momentarily paused. They have come together to seek an audience with you, to discuss a potential alliance. They even stated that should you agree, they would support you in becoming the leader of the alliance. Butterfly frowned slightly, her expression perplexed. This time, they have come without any subordinates, just the four of them. They didn't need Appo's to even bring weapons. Without subordinates? No weapons? Jiangnan raised an eyebrow, chuckling. They truly dare to come. Were it not for my awareness of their intentions, I might have been inclined to believe their deceitful words. Could it be they genuinely wish to negotiate collaboration with you? Butterfly questioned, her face etched with doubt. Huh, do you think I just returned from a leisurely stroll? Jiangnan scoffed coldly. I followed those few subordinates and located their stronghold. I stealthily infiltrated their ranks and overheard their plans. Their schemes and intentions are crystal clear to me. What shall we do? Butterfly and Appo's expression shifted as she made a slashing motion across her throat. She was a decisive woman, upon realizing their ulterior motives. Her first instinct was to eliminate them. However, Jiangnan shook his head. Patience, let us observe. I shall meet with them. Soon. Jiangnan found himself in the presence of Xiang Wushuang and the others. Please, take a seat. As everyone settled down, Xiang Wushuang smiled amicably. Jiangnan, we believe you are already aware of our purpose in visiting. What are your thoughts? Do you agree? The prospect of consolidating the power of four camps without shedding a drop of blood would undoubtedly entice anyone in his position. Yet, Jiangnan and Appo's expression remained unperturbed, a subtle smile gracing his lips. I find it intriguing that you, as the leaders of your respective camps, who can wield authority in your domains, now seek to ally and serve under another. Do you not feel any reluctance? Furthermore, it seems we are not particularly acquainted. Chapter 66. The use of your heads, brother Jiangnan. You may not be aware of the current circumstances. We are compelled by the situation, and we have no other options. Xiang Wushuang shook his head resolutely, stating with conviction, you know that resources are becoming increasingly scarce, and crises are emerging one after another. Countless camps have been annihilated during this period. If we do not unite, it will be exceedingly difficult for us to endure. Thus, we need to find a powerful individual, one who commands universal respect, to lead us forward and ensure our survival. That is why we thought of you, brother Jiangnan. Seeing Jiangnan deep in thought, Xiang Wushuang earnestly implored, brother Jiangnan, we need you. All of our brothers, numbering in the dozens or even hundreds, require your leadership. Moreover, with our support, your influence will grow even stronger. In the near future, perhaps you will unify Qingyang City and become its sovereign. Xiang Wushuang and Amp, Appo's tone was sincere and compelling. Previously, he had persuaded other leaders in a similar manner to join him in prison. If Jiangnan agreed, his plan would be halfway successful. He had 1,000 ways to seize Jiangnan and Appo's tanks, supplies, and weapons. He was confident that Jiangnan would acquiesce under his persuasion. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that Jiangnan had already seen through his intentions. Joining your alliance and becoming your leader is not out of the question, Jiangnan pondered. But I have one condition. Upon hearing this, Xiang Wushuang instantly smiled, feeling a sense of relief. After all, Jiangnan, no matter how formidable, was still a mere mortal. Faced with such immense benefits, he would surely be tempted. Brother Jiangnan, whatever your requirement may be, please do not hesitate to voice it. Xiang Wushuang beamed, determined to comply with any of Jiangnan and Appo's demands. After all, in the end, they would recover everything along with interest. Very well, I shall be frank. I have but one request. I require the use of your heads. This declaration struck like a thunderclap, shattering the atmosphere. The smile on Jiangnan and Appo's face instantly morphed into a fierce expression, and a fire axe materialized in his hand, swinging toward the nearest camp leader. Whoosh! Jiangnan and Appo's movement was so swift that the individual had no time to react before being cleaved in two. Blood and entrails gushed forth. Jiangnan, what are you doing? Damn it. We came seeking cooperation, and you dare to kill us? Are you even human? How dare you? The remaining three were filled with rage. Utterly blindsided by this turn of events, Xiang Wushuang, too, lost his composure, his voice piercing with fear as he shouted, we came to you with sincerity. Why would you resort to violence? What kind of integrity is this? You will find no refuge in Qingyang City. You will face betrayal from all sides. Huh? Sincerity? Are you certain? Jiangnan scoffed repeatedly. If he were unaware of Xiang Wushuang and Appo's scheme, it might have been excusable. But alas, he was well aware. Die? Jiangnan grunted coldly, launching forward with his fire axe. With a single swing, a large head rolled to the ground. Thud! Xiang Wushuang and Appo's corpse fell straight down, eyes wide open in disbelief as he died, unable to comprehend why Jiangnan would forsake such a grand opportunity. Spare us, Jiangnan. We realize our mistakes. Please let us go. We beseech you, treat us as mere trifles. The remaining two attempted to flee, only to discover that the exit had already been sealed by the butterfly and Appo's men. Dark gun barrels were aimed at them, and despair enveloped them. They fell to their knees, repeatedly bowing their heads to Jiangnan, weeping profusely. Yet, Jiangnan's eyes were devoid of any emotion. He would not be swayed by their pleas for mercy. He hefted the fire axe, and with a swift motion, it sliced through the air, severing the heads of both individuals. For your treachery against me, you have sealed your own fates. Jiangnan and Appo's expression was as cold as ice. He then commanded, everyone, follow me. Seize this opportunity to eradicate their influence completely. Since we have turned against one another, let us eradicate them entirely. We must strike at the roots, otherwise, they will regrow in the spring. Now, the strength of the female combat team had ascended to an entirely new level. Bolstered by formidable individual weaponry and tanks, vanquishing these four camps was a trivial matter. Soon, everyone was assembled. Jiangnan led the way in a tank, followed closely by the others, as they charged fiercely toward the four camps. Their first target was the hotel where several leaders had conspired. Here, the elite forces from various camps had gathered. They had no inkling that calamity was about to befall them. Boom. Suddenly, the ground shook violently as a shell struck the hotel, shattering countless windows. Amidst the wails of anguish, Numerous individuals were obliterated on the spot. Enemy attack. Someone in Amp. Oppos. S coming. Damn it. Who the hell is so foolish as to provoke all four of our camps simultaneously? The crowd erupted in fury, rushing out of the hotel to eliminate the audacious intruder. However, as they burst outside and beheld the formidable steel beast, their expressions turned to shock. Is that a tank? No, that is Jiangnan's tank. It's over. Our leader is certainly dead. He intends to eliminate us all. We stand no chance. Run. Flee. The realization set in. And the crowd, devoid of fighting spirit, turned and fled without a moment's hesitation. They were acutely aware of Jiangnan's and the prison's might. Having witnessed the female combat team's prowess in exterminating zombies on numerous occasions. Moreover, with a tank at their disposal, they knew they would have no chance in a confrontation. With swift action, they opted for survival. The choice was clear and required no deliberation. Before long, Jiangnan effortlessly seized control of the hotel. Aside from a handful of corpses left behind, the rest had escaped. They fled too quickly. Jiangnan muttered in exasperation. The survivors, upon sighting him, had no inclination to resist, darting away like startled rabbits. In no time, not a single figure remained in sight. Pursuing them proved futile. Chapter 67. Leaving no one behind, clear the scene. Take all supplies. Jiangnan expressed his exasperation. Soon, they had thoroughly scavenged the camp and Oppos' resources. On to the next camp. This was merely their first stop. 3 more awaited them. At Jiangnan and Oppos' command, the female combat team surged towards the next location with renewed vigor. The camps were relatively close together, and they quickly arrived at another site, which turned out to be Xiang Wushuang and Oppos' stronghold. Indeed, Xiang Wushuang was no amateur. He had fortified the camp quite well, with an array of defensive structures. Moreover, his subordinates, though visibly frightened upon seeing them, did not flee. It seemed they were prepared to fight to the death. Jiangnan chuckled softly. This camp resembled a supermarket, its defenses robust. Inside, the inhabitants were on high alert, clearly intimidated by Jiangnan and his tanks. Yet, they chose not to retreat. This demonstrated Xiang Wushuang's capabilities. Unfortunately, he had made a grave mistake in attempting to harm Jiangnan. Otherwise, he might have been able to achieve something worthwhile. Surrender, and I will spare half of you. Jiangnan called out with a smile to those within. Instantly, a commotion erupted among Xiang Wushuang and Oppos' men. Surrendering meant half would still face death? Surrender? Not a chance. Jiangnan, come at me. I'll fight you to the death. I refuse to yield. They cursed vehemently. Observing this, Jiangnan shook his head. He had offered them mercy, yet they showed no gratitude. If that is the case, I shall grant you your wish. Kill them all. With a calm demeanor, Jiangnan commanded, fire. A cannonball was launched, sending a group of people at the supermarket entrance flying. Boom, boom, boom. One after another, shells were fired, rendering the supermarket's defenses utterly ineffective, obliterating them in succession. The exterior walls crumbled, and survivors perished amid the bombardment. Kill. Before long, Dai Dai and Wan Yao seized the opportunity, leading the female combat team into the fray. After a fierce exchange of gunfire, silence fell. Brother Nan, we eliminated 27, not a single survivor. Our team remains unscathed. Dai Dai and Wan Yao reported to Jiangnan. Excellent. Gather the supplies, then proceed to the next camp. Jiangnan nodded in satisfaction. He instructed his team to collect various resources inside, including weapons and food. For Jiangnan, this camp and Oppos' supplies were rather meager. However, adhering to the principle that even the smallest morsel is still sustenance, he would not let it go to waste. Soon, they had stripped the supermarket bare and set off for the third camp without delay. This time, they encountered no resistance. In fact, throughout the entire process, not a single shot was fired. Upon seeing Jiangnan's team approach, the inhabitants seemed to realize something and promptly abandoned their posts in a panic, fleeing much faster than those from the first camp. At least put up a fight. Jiangnan observed the survivors escaping like rabbits, feeling somewhat speechless. He attempted to call them back, but upon hearing his voice, they hastened their retreat even more. How disappointing. Jiangnan sighed. Thus, the third camp fell effortlessly into his hands. As they approached the fourth camp, it was taken with even less effort. It was entirely deserted by the time they arrived. Consequently, from this day forth, these 4 camps would cease to exist. Let us return, Jiangnan commanded as they thoroughly scavenged the remaining supplies. making their way back to the prison before nightfall. In his room, after showering and having a light meal, Jiangnan reclined comfortably on the sofa, reflecting on the events of the day, a glint of cold light flickering in his eyes. The actions of Xiang Wushuang and his associates not only brought calamity upon themselves, but also condemned their subordinates to the same fate. Those who did not perish fled. Although many had escaped in advance, in this brutal apocalypse, facing both hunger and the undead, how many could truly survive? Yet, these matters were of little consequence. What truly mattered was the substantial number of crystal nuclei he had acquired. Jiangnan smiled as he retrieved a bag filled with zombie crystal nuclei from his space. Over 300 in total. These nuclei would propel his abilities to new heights. However, he still required more to elevate to a second-tier ability user. Jiangnan mused. Recognizing the vast disparity in power between first and second-tier ability users, as well as the considerable challenge of breaking through. He possessed 3 abilities, making his ascent to the second tier even more arduous. Though the journey was fraught with difficulty, attaining second-tier status would significantly enhance his strength. The benefits outweighed the drawbacks. Without hesitation, Jiangnan poured the crystal nuclei into his mouth. As they entered, they transformed into waves of extraordinary energy. A small portion surged into his mind, while the majority coursed through his limbs. Jiangnan felt a warm sensation enveloping him, as though basking in sunlight, his head slightly lightheaded. My abilities have indeed improved, he concluded. However, the extent of this enhancement was notably less than previous occasions, almost negligible. Nevertheless, the physical transformation was substantial. His overall physical condition had improved significantly. Jiangnan assessed his strength, speed, defense, stamina, hearing, and sense of smell, all of which had been comprehensively enhanced. It seemed he had consumed an excess of crystal nuclei. Just then, Jiangnan and Appo's ears twitched. His hearing had become acutely sensitive, allowing him to easily detect faint footsteps outside. Get lost, or tomorrow you and Appo's be having dog meat hot pot. Jiangnan recognized the source of the footsteps, and his expression darkened. It was that pesky voyeur Wu Zue. Woof woof. Wu Zue paused, his astonished eyes wide. How had he been discovered despite his careful steps? He had gone unnoticed during previous encounters. Confounded, Wu Zue let out a couple of soft whines and scampered away. This mutt. One day, I will deal with you, Jiangnan thought, feeling a shiver run down his spine at the thought of being spied upon by a dog. Just then, he suddenly sensed another set of light footsteps approaching stealthily. Is that dog back again? Jiangnan was about to express his anger, but the next moment, he realized this was not Wu Zue's gait. Others? Is it Dai Dai? Jiangnan thought, feeling a rush of heat at the thought of Dai Dai and Appo's alluring figure. Having just absorbed a significant amount of crystal nuclei, he was brimming with energy. Chapter 68. A gentle request. The door creaked open, revealing a somewhat anxious figure who cast a nervous glance at Jiangnan. Brother Nan, you're not asleep yet, are you? It's you? Jiangnan was momentarily taken aback upon recognizing the visitor. When one was tall and had delicate skin, and at that moment, she was clad in a provocative black ensemble, her long legs exposed to the air. Jiangnan struggled to divert his gaze from her legs and coughed gently twice. Wenwan, it's quite late for you to be here. Is there something you need? Wenwan lowered her head, her cheeks flushed, and bit her lips softly. I came here with Butterfly's permission. Jiangnan was somewhat speechless. That doesn't answer my question. I asked why you came, and you tell me Butterfly allowed it? Wait, Butterfly agreed for you to come? Why do you need her approval to see me? Do you want to sleep with me? Jiangnan countered, his expression one of astonishment. At that moment, Wenwan appeared beautiful, enchanting, and sensual, yet tinged with a hint of shyness. She was momentarily stunned, feeling increasingly flustered and wishing to vanish into the ground. What do you mean by wanting to sleep with you? I just. However, upon reflection, she realized there might be some truth in his words. Wenwan nodded gently, her face as red as a ripe apple, evoking an irresistible urge to take a bite. Very well, then I shall lend a helping hand. Jiangnan's altruism was innate, driven by his compassionate nature. At that moment, Wenwan appeared awkward and shy, resembling a pitiful little rabbit. The girl let out a squeal as Jiangnan pulled her into his embrace. Outside the room, Wu Zue quietly slipped away, making his way to Butterfly and Appo's chamber. What woof? I understand now. You may go. Starting tomorrow, your training will be halved. What woof? Wu Zue was instantly filled with excitement, departing in high spirits. Phew, Butterfly exhaled a sigh of relief. At last, she had taken this step. Throughout their time together, she had increasingly sensed Jiangnan and Apos' mystery and strength. Despite his youth, he possessed a ruthless and wise demeanor far beyond his years. Butterfly was acutely aware that Jiangnan and Apos' future was boundless. Presently, the gap between them was not insurmountable. She could assist him, and he harbored affection for her. Thus, she could demand his exclusive love. Yet, what of the future? Eventually, she might find herself unable to support him, perhaps even becoming a burden. Rather than endure that fate, it would be wiser to let him go now. I may never be the only woman you love, but I can be the one you cherish most. Butterfly mused inwardly. As dawn broke, sunlight flooded the room, revealing a chaotic scene. When one appeared exhausted, deeply asleep, Jiangnan and Apos' physical prowess had significantly improved, making it evident how much Wenwan had endured the previous night. She had been thoroughly worn out, and even Butterfly would likely have struggled to cope, let alone Jiangnan. Sleep well, I shall take care of your friend's matter. Jiangnan gently tucked the blanket around Wenwan and placed a soft kiss on her rosy cheek. During their intimate moments last night, Wenwan had confided in Jiangnan about her helicopter pilot friend who was trapped at an airport. They had been in touch not long ago, but communication had since ceased. She longed to inform Jiangnan, hoping he would rescue her friend. However, she was fully aware of the risks involved and had hesitated to speak up until today. After becoming Jiangnan's partner, she finally gathered the courage to share this concern with him. Naturally, Jiangnan would not decline. A pilot and a helicopter were both treasures. Whether it was the pilot or the aircraft, the potential for adventure was worth the risk, especially since this was Wenwan's first request. Wenwan, still drowsy, opened her eyes and nodded softly. You go ahead, I'll continue to sleep. Jiangnan caressed her hair gently before dressing and leaving the room. Meanwhile, the women were gathered in the dining area, enjoying breakfast. Sister Lin, your breakfast is simply delectable. I adore it, exclaimed one. Indeed, Butterfly's cooking is quite commendable. The others chimed in excitedly. Lin Yu beamed with joy at the compliments, her face radiant. If it's delicious, eat to your heart's content. Butterfly smiled as she distributed her freshly made buns. What about me? I contributed too. All these buns have my share. Su Xiaoxiao raised her hand, declaring loudly. What woof? Wu Zue joined in, eager to claim credit, although his assistance had nearly resulted in a flour disaster. Thank you, Xiaoxiao. Thank you, Wu Zue. We appreciate the breakfast. The women said cheerfully, bringing smiles to both Su Xiaoxiao and Wu Zue. At that moment, a figure approached, Jiangnan. Instantly, the room fell silent, and everyone regarded him with curious eyes. Brother, did you manage to win over Sister Wenwan? Su Xiaoxiao asked, her large eyes sparkling with curiosity. Ahem. Jiangnan cleared his throat, choosing not to respond. Butterfly pulled Jiangnan aside. Wenwan likely shared her concerns about her pilot friend with you last night, right? Jiangnan nodded. Yes, she did. I intend to go and help her. A pilot and a helicopter were opportunities that could not be overlooked. When do you plan to leave? Right now? Jiangnan declared. The sooner he departed, the greater the chance of survival for Wenwan's friend. Butterfly stuffed 3 buns into Jiangnan's hands, urging, finish these before you go. All right. Jiangnan regarded Butterfly with a complex expression. She seemed to grasp his thoughts, rolling her eyes at him. If you feel guilty towards me, next time, make it more comfortable. Don't just surrender at the first sign of trouble. Hurry up and eat, then hit the road. Jiangnan's expression darkened slightly. In no time, he finished the 3 buns, which were indeed quite tasty. Without further hesitation, he set off on a motorcycle towards the airport. This mission would be undertaken alone, as the prison was situated far from the airport, necessitating passage through several zombie-infested areas, which posed significant danger. Bringing others along would only complicate matters. Chapter 69. A desperate plea by the roadside, a counterattack roar. Roar. In a vicinity of a residential area, Jiangnan found himself encircled by a multitude of zombies, with no escape in sight. Cursed be this situation. The sheer number of the undead was overwhelming. With no other options, he reluctantly abandoned his motorcycle. In a swift motion, he teleported into a nearby building. Glancing back, he saw the motorcycle completely consumed by the horde. Jiangnan then began to proceed on foot, refraining from teleporting. The reasoning was simple. He anticipated facing greater dangers ahead, which would require substantial mental energy. It would be prudent to conserve his strength for the time being. Once he reached a safe zone, he could seek another vehicle. Breathlessly, Jiangnan sprinted forward. The gap between the two buildings was merely 5 or 6 meters, and he could easily leap it. Just then, he heard a faint cry for help. Help me! Help me! Help me! The voice, though delicate, captured Jiangnan's attention. He halted, moving towards the source of the sound. Soon, he discovered a woman in the security room of the adjacent community. She appeared to be in her 40s, with captivating almond-shaped eyes and an air of lingering charm. Tears brimmed in her eyes as she desperately called for aid. Upon noticing Jiangnan, she pleaded, "Please, help me. My child is near death." The woman, in her distress, reached out for Jiangnan's hand. Furrowing his brow, he stepped back and asked, "Who are you? And what are you doing here? Please, handsome, save my child. He seems poisoned and is about to die. I beg you, help me." Her voice was filled with anguish and helplessness. Then, she pulled at her clothing to reveal her voluptuous figure. "If you assist me, I can offer anything in return." A poisoned child? Near death? Jiangnan smirked quietly, sensing that the woman was not being truthful. Her frail demeanor was a facade. He discerned a potent strength hidden beneath her weak exterior. Furthermore, he caught a whiff of a metallic scent of blood emanating from her. How intriguing! Jiangnan chuckled coldly, maintaining a facade of calm. "Very well, lead me to him." "Thank you, handsome." Lily expressed her gratitude, a glint of something unusual flickering in her eyes as she guided Jiangnan along a secluded path. Shortly, they arrived at a basement. Lily turned to him, saying, "My child is inside. Please, you must help." Without hesitation, she entered the basement, but Jiangnan paused at the entrance, detecting an overwhelming stench of blood within. Although masked by a stronger odor of traditional medicine, he could still discern it. There had been death here, and not just one. "Handsome, please come in," Lily urged, noticing Jiangnan and Appos' reluctance. He shook his head, inquiring, "Are there others in there?" At that moment, a robust man emerged from the shadows of the basement, saying, "Brother, hurry in and help us figure out what's wrong with the child." Jiangnan's brow furrowed deeper at the sight of the man. The scent of blood surrounding him was even more potent. Jiangnan and Appos' eyes narrowed as he noticed the smattering of bloodstains on the man and Appos' clothing. "I think I'll pass. I just want to ask why the blood odor here is so strong." Upon hearing this, Li and the man's expressions shifted dramatically. "What a clever boy. Since you figured it out, you shall die?" They exchanged sinister smiles. This couple had deceived numerous survivors into their lair after the apocalypse. Some had been wary and sensed something amiss before entering the basement, but they had all met their demise. The young man before them seemed sharp enough to have suspected their ruse. However, what could that awareness accomplish? Ultimately, he would still become their next meal. With a roar, the man lunged, his eyes turning a haunting crimson. His nails elongated into sharp talons as he charged at Jiangnan. "Little handsome, I bet your flesh is delectable." Lily chimed in with a sinister smile, licking her lips as if gazing upon a sumptuous feast. Her hair billowed as she let out a low growl, fangs sprouting from her mouth, her teeth resembling serrated blades, and she lunged at Jiangnan, aiming for his throat. "Is this a supernatural ability, beast transformation?" Jiangnan raised an eyebrow at the sight. "They think they can kill me with this?" With a scoff, Jiangnan evaded the man and Appos' attack in a flash. He swiftly retrieved a fire axe from his storage space and sidestepped to Li and Appos' side. With a swift swing, the axe came down. "Ah!" Li's face contorted in terror as she let out a blood-curdling scream. Her skull cleaved in two, blood and brains splattering everywhere. Yet, astonishingly, she still clung to life. Writhing in agony, with another swing, Jiangnan smashed her head into a pulp. "Ah, I will kill you." The man's eyes widened in rage and disbelief. How could this stranger possess such formidable power? In an instant, he had slain his wife. Furious, the man prepared to charge at Jiangnan, but to Jiangnan and Appos' surprise, he turned and fled instead. Jiangnan and Appos' expression was one of astonishment. Nevertheless, he wasted no time, launching a flying knife. With a soft thud, the blade pierced the man and Appos' heart. "You!" The man collapsed, his eyes widening in disbelief as he succumbed to his fate. At a distance of 7 or 8 meters, he had been caught off guard and had attempted to escape. In an instant, the distance exceeded 20 meters. With his physical resilience, he should have been impervious to such an attack. What kind of monster have I angered? The man realized too late that he had provoked someone far beyond his capabilities. The price he paid was his own life. "I refuse to accept this." The man's face twisted with rage as he drew his final breath. Chapter 70. arrival at the airport, devoted to each other. The couple, astonishingly, both awakened their supernatural abilities. Moreover, they possessed the same unique power, which is quite rare. After confirming that they were indeed deceased, Jiangnan shook his head. He then proceeded to the basement, a damp and shadowy place. In the corners lay a multitude of skeletal remains, with white maggots crawling amidst the bones, evoking a chilling sense of dread. This couple had resorted to cannibalism for survival. In one corner, Jiangnan even spotted half of a fresh corpse. A normal individual witnessing such a scene would likely succumb to madness. However, Jiangnan merely shook his head. It was a grave mistake to provoke me. If I were not treated as prey, I would not resort to ending your lives out of sheer boredom. Yet, if someone seeks death, there is little he can do about it. This incident was merely a minor interlude. Jiangnan paid it little mind. After leaving the horde of zombies behind, he found a vehicle and drove toward the airport. Along the way, he encountered several waves of zombies, but fortunately, he emerged unscathed. 3 hours later, he finally arrived at his destination. Is this the airport? Jiangnan squinted, surveying his surroundings. The airport stood far from the city, yet prior to the apocalypse, it was bustling with people, even more densely populated than many urban areas. Consequently, it was now teeming with zombies. And Wenwan and Appo's dear friend was trapped here. Fortunately, Wenwan had provided a specific location. Otherwise, in such a vast airport, locating someone would have proven exceedingly difficult. Jiangnan took a deep breath, reassured by the airport's considerable size. Without knowledge of the precise location, it could take an entire day to find anyone. With a fire axe in hand, Jiangnan strode purposefully toward his target, hoping that she was still alive and had not strayed from her original position. Suddenly, zombies detected his presence and charged toward him with fierce growls. With swift precision, Jiangnan swung his fire axe, severing the heads of the approaching zombies. Soon, he arrived at the airport kitchen, where Wenwan and Appo's friend had mentioned they prepared in-flight meals. Outside the kitchen, over 10 zombies roamed aimlessly. As Jiangnan prepared to advance, a head poked out from the kitchen, and a panicked voice exclaimed, "Hurry, don't be reckless. There are too many zombies here. You will die?" The speaker was a fair-looking girl, though her face was somewhat dirty, suggesting she had not washed for some time. She is still alive? Jiangnan breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing her. If all went well, this must be Tan Xiaoyu, Wenwan's friend. Stay there and do not move. I will come to rescue you, Jiangnan called out, charging toward the zombies without hesitation. Roar, roar. The zombies, as if invigorated, lunged at Jiangnan. Wait, you are here to save me? You should be saving yourself. There are too many zombies. You will die. Tan Xiaoyu exclaimed in frustration, alarmed by Jiangnan's reckless advance. With over 10 zombies outside, could he truly save her? Furthermore, it was already a challenge for him to ensure his own safety. You need to run now, she urged. She did not wish to see someone else endanger themselves for her sake. However, her mind seemed a bit sluggish, failing to consider how Jiangnan had arrived here. More importantly, could an ordinary person possess the capability to navigate such perilous territory? Jiangnan shook his head, disregarding her protests. What is wrong with you? Hurry and run. If you don't leave now, it will be too late. Don't be impulsive. Even a hero saving a damsel must assess their own strength. Even if you save me, I will not offer myself in gratitude, so just go. Tan Xiaoyu shouted desperately. However, as she continued to shout, her voice faltered. Her bright eyes widened in disbelief, and her mouth fell agape in utter shock at the scene unfolding before her. Jiangnan moved swiftly, gracefully weaving through the horde of zombies, his fire axe slicing through their ranks. With each swing, he decapitated one, and with a swift motion, he smashed another and Appo's head apart. It was as if he slaughtered zombies with the ease of dispatching dogs. In no time, the horde outside the kitchen was vanquished, and Jiangnan remained unscathed. So powerful, terrifying. Tan Xiaoyu stood transfixed, utterly astonished. Could this man truly be human? Observing Jiangnan and Appo's still pristine attire, she found herself questioning everything. What are you staring at? Come with me, Jiangnan urged, stepping into the kitchen. Noticing the girl lost in thought, he couldn't and Appo's helped but comment, this girl truly seems a bit dim-witted. Tan Xiaoyu quickly regained her composure, eyeing Jiangnan warily. Who are you? I am Jiangnan. Wenwan sent me to rescue you. Wenwan? She is still alive? That is wonderful, Tan Xiaoyu exclaimed, her initial surprise transforming into joy. However, suspicion soon clouded her features as she scrutinized Jiangnan. Are you truly sent by Wenwan? She mentioned that the men at the hospital had ulterior motives. Jiangnan rolled his eyes. It seemed necessary to clarify the circumstances surrounding his arrival. He recounted the events concerning him and Wenwan. So, you and Wenwan became intimate, and she is now yours? Tan Xiaoyu asked, her expression peculiar. Indeed. Jiangnan affirmed with a nod. But how can you prove it? You can't expect me to take your word for it. Tan Xiaoyu maintained her vigilance. Jiangnan sighed in exasperation. Have you considered how I knew your location and name? You have a mole on your left breast. And you owe Wenwan 3,000 yuan, which remains unpaid. Jiangnan continued, revealing more details that could further validate his claims. Stop. I believe you. Tan Xiaoyu and Oppo's cheeks flushed as she interjected, realizing she was revealing too much about herself. But let it be known, even if you save me, I will not offer myself in gratitude. You need not worry. I am not one to take advantage of others, Jiangnan assured her with a nod. By the way, didn't you mention a functioning helicopter? Hurry and lead me to it. But it's very dangerous there. Tan Xiaoyu hesitated, initially wanting to suggest caution. However, recalling Jiangnan and Oppo's formidable prowess against the zombies, she swiftly silenced her concerns and revealed its location. Without a moment and Oppo's hesitation, Jiangnan and Tan Xiaoyu set off toward the helicopter. Chapter 71. Survivors. At this stage, the ground was littered with zombies and abandoned vehicles, making driving increasingly inconvenient and perilous. A helicopter would be a tremendous boon, allowing for unobstructed travel. Along the way, they inevitably encountered numerous zombies, all of which Jiangnan effortlessly dispatched, with little to no danger. Tan Xiaoyu watched Jiangnan display his prowess, her eyes filled with admiration. As they reached a corridor devoid of zombies, Tan Xiaoyu suddenly spoke. Brother, I take back my previous words. If you require my devotion, I am not opposed. Jiangnan replied. Please, do not speak. Suddenly, he halted, and Tan Xiaoyu accidentally bumped into his back, her cheeks flushing. It seems there is some commotion ahead. Jiangnan gestured towards a waiting room. Someone is there? Tan Xiaoyu paused, astonished. Indeed, there are people. Jiangnan nodded. They soon approached the waiting room, where they distinctly heard voices, accompanied by the unmistakable growls of zombies. Upon hearing these sounds, both Jiangnan and Tan Xiaoyu furrowed their brows. What could be transpiring? Quick, hold her down. Bind her with something. Her clothes. Tear them off. From within the waiting room, several exuberant male voices echoed, mingled with the roars of a struggling zombie and the sound of fabric being ripped. Following that, rhythmic thumping reverberated through the air. Inside the waiting room, 4 men had managed to restrain a female zombie using ropes and tape. This was a remarkably attractive woman, formerly a flight attendant, her clothing stripped away, revealing her alluring figure. At that moment, one of the men was engaging in unspeakable acts. The flight attendant zombie screamed and thrashed, but to no avail. She was tightly bound by the 4 survivors. Goodness, this flight attendant has such a stunning figure. Even as a zombie, she remains beautiful. How delightful. Come on, I want to join too. Get lost. I can end Oppo's team move that quickly. The 4 survivors chuckled lewdly, their excitement palpable. Just then, a furious voice erupted. What are you doing? Tan Xiaoyu stormed in, trembling with rage. How could these 4 men violate a once human flight attendant? Was this still a matter of humanity? Have you no shame? You have sullied the dignity of humanity. The sudden appearance of Tan Xiaoyu startled the 4 survivors, who had not anticipated encountering anyone else in the airport, let alone a young, beautiful woman. Jiangnan shook his head in exasperation. He had no desire to interfere with these individuals. In his past life, he had witnessed countless absurdities, far worse than this. Having grown indifferent to such sights, he intended to leave. However, Tan Xiaoyu unexpectedly charged forward, rebuking them loudly. Enough. Let us go. Jiangnan attempted to pull her away. Stop. A burly, tattooed man shouted, sneering at Jiangnan and Tan Xiaoyu. You two have interrupted our fun. Who gave you permission to leave? Upon hearing this, the other 3 men joined in their mocking laughter, their gazes fixated on Tan Xiaoyu, undressing her with their eyes, making her feel extremely uncomfortable. You're welcome to leave, but this girl must stay. She ruined our good time, and thus must compensate us. The tattooed man sneered, nearly drooling. Undoubtedly, Tan Xiaoyu was a rare beauty. Her figure exquisite, and despite some dirt on her face, her striking features were evident. In this apocalypse, such beauty was a rarity. The men can depart, but the woman must remain. You shall stay and indulge us. Of course, we can keep your little lover here too. and treat you splendidly in front of him. With wicked grins, the four men advanced towards Tin Xiaoyu, closing in on her. What do you want? Don't come any closer. Otherwise, I will fight back. Tan Xiaoyu's face turned pale, her body trembling with fear as she retreated. At that moment, she felt a strong hand supporting her back. Turning around, she found it was Jiangnan. Ah, you don't want us to come closer? We will indeed. Are you afraid? You should be. Fighting back. We relish a spirited resistance. The more you struggle, the more we enjoy it. They laughed heartily, their expressions filled with depravity. Jiangnan sighed. I am a proponent of peace and have never sought to make enemies, nor do I relish violence. Yet, in this apocalypse, my ideal remains perpetually unfulfilled. Disappointment shadowed Jiangnan and Appo's face. Was it not enough to simply survive? Why must others provoke him? Alas, if you seek your demise, I shall oblige. Upon hearing this, the tattooed man and his companions burst into laughter. Kid, are you jesting? You think you can kill us all alone? How ridiculous. Brothers, show him the strength of our unity. Be gentle, don't kill him. Let him witness how his woman cries out. Ha ha ha, you are truly depraved. But I find it amusing. I relish watching him in despair, helplessness, and agony. Chapter 72. The helicopter acquired. The four men erupted into laughter, as if they had just heard the most amusing joke. However, in the next moment, Jiangnan hurled the fire axe in his hand, striking the junction of a man and Appo's shoulder and neck adorned with earrings. The man collapsed instantly, howling in agony. The laughter ceased abruptly. Damn it! You're seeking death! One of them shouted furiously. Hit him! The remaining three men were immediately enraged, roaring as they charged towards Jiangnan. One of them, with tattoos covering his arms, even drew a handgun from his pocket, aiming it at Jiangnan. Yet, at that very moment, whoosh, a sound sliced through the air in the waiting room. A flying knife, cutting through the air with ferocity, traveled over 10 meters, severing the right hand of the tattooed man who held the gun. My hand! My hand! My hand! He screamed in excruciating pain. Jiangnan seized the opportunity, leaping forward with a large machete in hand. With swift movements, the blade glimmered as he dispatched the remaining two men, their screams echoing before they fell lifeless to the ground. Simultaneously, the man struck by the fire axe lost his life as well. Jiangnan approached the writhing tattooed man on the ground. Spare me, brother. I will never dare again. I shouldn't have said those things. Please, spare me. The tattooed man pleaded in sheer terror. The physical agony and psychological dread overwhelmed him with intense regret. If only he had allowed Jiangnan and the others to leave earlier. This tragedy could have been avoided. Spare you? Is it not too late to say this now? Jiangnan shook his head. Remember to be cautious in your next life. Do not speak recklessly. With that, he swung the machete down. Thud. A head rolled to the ground, blood gushing forth like a torrent. Having completed this grim task, Jiangnan did not spare a glance at the tattooed man's lifeless body and simply walked out. Tan Xiaoyu's complexion remained pale, still dazed from the earlier events. Since the apocalypse began, she had been trapped in the kitchen and dining area, cut off from the outside world, her thoughts lingering in the time before the catastrophe. She was oblivious to the fact that in such an environment, many people and Appo's psyches had twisted, the darkness within people and Appo's hearts had multiplied exponentially. It was entirely normal to be unable to accept this at first. Gradually, she would adapt. Throughout the journey, Tin Xiaoyu remained silent, no longer chattering, which provided Jiangnan with a moment of peace. Before long, under Tan Xiaoyu and Appo's guidance, they discovered an intact helicopter. Though it was merely an ordinary civilian model, it was still a boon. Jiangnan nodded in satisfaction. At present, the only safe space was in the skies, free of zombies, with the helicopter posing no threats. Of course, that might change in the future. For now, the helicopter held immense utility for reconnaissance, transportation, and rescue operations. Let us depart, Jiangnan declared. Tan Xiaoyu nodded. She had been the pilot of this helicopter all along. Before the apocalypse, she had intended to fly it on a mission and possess the keys. Verum. The rotor blades began to spin rapidly, the sound growing louder and deafening. In the distance, numerous zombies, disturbed by the noise, began to swarm toward them. However, by the time they arrived, the helicopter had already ascended, heading towards the prison. Before long, the helicopter hovered over the prison. Jiangnan had taken half a day to reach the airport, yet returned in merely half an hour. Is this the prison camp you mentioned? Tan Xiaoyu asked as she landed the helicopter on the prison grounds, stepping down to follow Jiangnan. Her eyes sparkled with wonder at the sight of the prison. Xiaoyu, I knew you were still alive. How wonderful. At that moment, when Wan rushed over, her face alight with excitement, and embraced Tan Xiaoyu tightly. Xiaowan. Tan Xiaoyu reciprocated the embrace, tears brimming in her eyes. I thought I would never see you again. Soon, the other women gathered around. Jiangnan cleared his throat and addressed them. This is Tan Xiaoyu, a close friend of Wan. Please introduce yourselves. Then, he turned to Tan Xiaoyu. This is Butterfly, the head of the camp and the captain of the women's squad. When you join the camp, you will undergo training and must heed her management and arrangements at all times. Do you understand? Tan Xiaoyu looked nervously at Butterfly and nodded. Jiangnan continued. This is Wan Yao, the vice captain of the women's squad. Besides me and Butterfly, you must also follow her orders. Do you comprehend? Understood. Tan Xiaoyu nodded repeatedly. This is Linyu, our chef. Before long, Jiangnan introduced everyone and arranged accommodations for Tan Xiaoyu. Subsequently, he gathered Butterfly, Wan Yao, Su Xiaoxiao, Wan, Tan Xiaoyu, and Linyu together. Currently, our camp possesses a tank and a helicopter. The helicopter can only be piloted by Tan Xiaoyu, and I alone will drive the tank. I would like to know if anyone is interested in learning to operate the tank or the helicopter. It is always beneficial to master additional skills. As the camp grows and acquires better equipment, we will need individuals capable of operating them. Training more drivers and pilots is a prudent measure. Butterfly was the first to speak. I can learn to fly from Tan Xiaoyu. Wan Yao added. Then I shall learn to drive the tank from you, Jiangnan. Jiangnan nodded in satisfaction. Very well, we shall take our time. We will start teaching the two of you, and gradually instruct the others. With matters settled, Jiangnan devised a training plan. It seemed that everyone's responsibilities began to multiply, and Jiangnan's were no exception. Simultaneously, his relationship with Wan was rapidly intensifying. Unlike Butterfly, who was bold and proactive, Wan possessed a touch of shyness, reminiscent of a beloved little lamb. Each had their own unique charm. During the day, Jiangnan taught Wan Yao how to drive the tank, while at night, he devoted himself to both Butterfly and Wan. Fortunately, his physical constitution was robust, and he was full of vitality. Often, even when both women joined forces, they were no match for him. The next morning, he awoke with trembling legs. This fellow is becoming increasingly arrogant. Yes, he doesn't regard us at all. Butterfly and Wan conspired together, casting unfriendly glances at Jiangnan. We cannot allow him to continue basking in his triumph. We must devise a way to teach him a lesson. Butterfly, do you have a plan? Wan asked curiously. Don't worry, I have a method. Butterfly winked, then leaned close to Wan's ear, whispering her scheme. After listening, Wan appeared stunned. Her expression one of disbelief. Butterfly, you actually want Wan Yao and Xiaoyu too, but will they agree? Chapter 73. The Four Oddities and the Capture of Enhanced Individuals. Wan was indifferent to the situation. However, she understood Tan Xiaoyu well. The latter was exceptionally principled. Having previously proclaimed her disdain for men, would she truly surrender herself to a man she had scarcely known? Isn't it worth a try? The Butterfly chuckled. All right. Wan nodded. I'll find an opportunity to gauge Xiaoyu's sentiments. As for you, Butterfly, do explore Wan Yao's thoughts. On that day, outside an aged residential complex in Jiangnan City, Wan Yao led a female task force in a battle against zombies. They had constructed fortifications right at the entrance of the complex, and the fierce gunfire attracted a multitude of zombies from within. Roar, roar, roar. Hundreds of zombies bellowed and attempted to surge forth, seeking to devour Wan Yao and her team. Yet, the fortifications built by the women significantly impeded the zombies and Oppos, advance. Rat-a-tat-tat, rat-a-tat-tat. The machine gun spat fire, mercilessly gunning down the approaching zombies. Before long, the bodies of the undead piled high at the entrance of the complex. After a considerable duration, it was finally evident that no more zombies emerged from within. They had been largely exterminated. All right, everyone, clear the battlefield, collect the crystal cores, and then we shall proceed to the next location. Only then will our practical mission for the day be deemed complete. Wan Yao, a formidable presence and one of the few enhanced individuals within the camp, held a status second only to the Butterfly among the female squad. Serving as the vice captain, she had reached a point where she could independently lead a squad on various missions. Today, she was tasked with hunting zombies, both to gather crystal cores and to enhance the cooperation and combat capabilities among her team members. Soon, the battlefield was tidied up. Sister Wan Yao, we have collected a total of 112 crystal cores. Excellent. Wan Yao nodded in satisfaction. Everyone, rest for a moment. We shall depart shortly for our next destination. Understood. The women quietly found a spot to sit, consuming food and water to restore their energy. Despite their rest, they remained vigilant, clutching their weapons in anticipation of any unforeseen circumstances. The responsibility of vigilance naturally fell to Wu Zue, as the female squad nearly always brought him along for each operation. His presence allowed for immediate detection of any approaching threats. Wang Yao also settled down, pulling out a prepared pack of beef jerky and a bottle of mineral water to eat. However, her mind was somewhat elsewhere, preoccupied with the words Butterfly had spoken to her the previous day. Of course, I have no objections, but I fear that Brother Nan might not approve. Wang Yao mused anxiously. Before the apocalypse, she had been but a simple girl. After the world fell into chaos, she unexpectedly awakened her powers, only to find herself plunged into a calamity. Her parents met a tragic end, and she had been deceived by the Lu family. Had it not been for Jiangnan revealing the truth, she might still have mistaken the true culprit for a benefactor. Wang Yao felt an immense gratitude towards Jiangnan, and their subsequent interactions had stirred within her complex emotions. Yet, upon learning of the relationship between Butterfly and Jiangnan, she concealed her feelings. Until last night, when Butterfly had unexpectedly confronted her to speak those words. At that moment, Wang Wang Wang, Wu Zue dashed over, barking anxiously. Instantly, everyone became alert. Wang Yao quickly sprang to her feet, shouting, "Someone in Oppos is coming. Everyone, prepare for battle." Without needing her command, the members of the female squad had already sought cover. Taking advantageous positions, Wang Yao swiftly moved to a higher vantage point to assess the situation. At that moment, not far from them, a four-person squad was advancing rapidly, moving with agility that surpassed that of ordinary humans. Upon closer inspection, it became apparent that these four possessed certain unusual features. One was tall and robust, nearly 2 meters in height with greenish skin. Another had mismatched eyes, one normal-sized, the other an eerie crimson, seemingly not of human origin. Hurry! There is an unusual energy fluctuation over there. An enhanced individual is present, exclaimed the one with the crimson eye. Excellent. We found another enhanced individual. He continued. The more we capture, the more experiments Elder Yin can conduct, yielding greater research outcomes. The benefits will ultimately be ours. Quickly, do not let them escape. These four were from a nefarious laboratory, led by numerous scientific experts under Elder Yin, specializing in biological research. Following the apocalypse, they had captured several enhanced individuals, gaining significant insights from their studies. These four were among the beneficiaries, transformed from ordinary people into formidable beings. In one-on-one encounters, even typical enhanced individuals might not stand a chance against them. Before long, they spotted Wang Yao. That enhanced individual is a woman? And quite beautiful at that? Splendid. Aha, what a windfall. This enhanced individual can be used for research, and we can also have our fun with her. I believe Elder Yin and the others will be most pleased. Tormenting a young and attractive woman is precisely their favorite pastime. In the eyes of the four, Wang Yao was a prize easily within reach. With their combined strength, no enhanced individual could possibly rival them. For oddities? In the distance, Wang Yao furrowed her brow. These four were peculiar, with various aspects of their bodies deviating from typical humanity. Moreover, they emanated a palpable threat. They are formidable, Wang Yao thought, her mind racing. I must find a way to delay until Brother Nan arrives. She sensed that she might not be able to contend with these four. While collaborating with the female squad would ensure her safety, it would undoubtedly lead to casualties among her comrades. Rather than risk that, she preferred to alert Jiangnan and seek his assistance. Though she might not be able to defeat these four, Jiangnan would undoubtedly dispatch them with ease. At that moment, the four oddities called out, "Hey, young lady, you are an enhanced individual? Ha ha ha, very well. Surrender voluntarily, and we will spare your life." Indeed, you wouldn't want anything to happen to your sisters, would you? Drop your weapons and come with us, and we might consider sparing them. The sinister laughter of the oddities echoed as they swiftly lunged towards Wang Yao from various directions. Chapter 74. A difficult resistance. Wang Yao and Oppos' expression suddenly changed, and she shouted, "Open fire." The women immediately began to shoot without hesitation. In the next moment, the robust man with green skin let out a furious roar, and his physique expanded dramatically, resembling a towering green iron pillar with muscles exaggeratedly pronounced. He stood at the forefront, and the bullets struck him without penetrating his skin. Huh. I told you to drop your weapons. Do you think these pitiful guns can harm your grandfather? The muscular man sneered repeatedly. What? The bullets can't injure him? What kind of monster is this? The women were astounded, unable to believe their eyes. Wang Yao's face paled, and she quickly commanded, "Gather around me. They cannot harm us." After saying this, Wang Yao activated her supernatural ability, gravity. Boom. In an instant, the gravitational force around her intensified nearly tenfold. Moreover, an invisible barrier emerged, enveloping Wang Yao and the other women in its protective embrace. Her ability was both offensive and defensive, particularly formidable in terms of defense. If those four grotesque beings dared to enter her gravitational domain, they would undoubtedly regret it. I may not be able to kill them, but they will find it far from easy to take my life. If it were not for my sisters being here, I might have dared to confront them. But now, their safety is of utmost importance, Wang Yao thought. The priority now is to ensure everyone and Appo's safety and await Jiangnan and Appo's arrival. Kill. The hulking figure, akin to a green giant, charged boldly into Wang Yao's gravitational field. Boom. The terrifying gravity instantly bore down upon him. Every inch of his skin and bone felt the immense pressure. His speed dramatically slowed. Within the gravity field, an invisible barrier stood before him, rendering him immobile. The other three grotesque beings fared no better. Upon entering Wang Yao's gravitational field, their expressions changed drastically. One stumbled, nearly collapsing to the ground. This is bad. This woman's ability is rather peculiar. We must retreat. Do not engage her in close combat. Quickly retreat. Retreat. The four grotesque beings exchanged worried glances and hastily withdrew. Tat 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 tat. At that moment, the women launched their counterattack. Wang Yao temporarily lifted the gravitational field, and the others began to fire wildly. The green giant spread his arms wide, using two car doors to shield the bullets, protecting the other three grotesque beings as they retreated. However, amidst the barrage of bullets, he was not faring well, bloodied and battered. Damn it, that woman and Appo's ability is too unique. Just getting close to her makes gravity unbearable. Walking becomes a struggle. To charge at her? We might be cut down by bullets. The four grotesque beings, having exited the gravitational field, looked at Wang Yao and the others with grim expressions. What should we do? We cannot approach them. They exchanged glances, looking troubled. Without proximity, capturing the opponents alive would be impossible. If only we had brought our weapons, sighed the creature with crimson eyes. Regrettably, we were overconfident, thinking no psychic would pose a challenge at this stage, even without firearms. We did not anticipate. If only we had brought the laboratory and Appo's weapons, dealing with these women would be significantly easier. Let us devise a plan before attempting again. The crimson-eyed creature, seemingly of higher rank, decisively stated, if it comes to that, we shall send someone back for reinforcements. This woman's ability is extraordinary. Capturing her could yield substantial research results. The other three nodded in agreement. If they truly could not subdue her, they would have no choice but to seek assistance. As the four conspired from a distance, Wang Yao and the others remained cautious. Any misstep could lead to being caught off guard, easily leading to their downfall. For now, they could only patiently await Jiangnan. Everyone, remain calm. Follow my defense. We can repel them. Once Brother Nan arrives, their demise is assured. Wang Yao reassured the women. They nodded in agreement. At this moment, their only hope was to unite in strength until Jiangnan's arrival. Suddenly, Wang Yao's gaze sharpened. The women readied themselves, gripping their weapons tightly. Swish, 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 swish. The four grotesque beings spread out. The creature with crimson eyes emitted strange sounds, which reached the women and Appo's ears, momentarily dulling their senses. Charge. Capture them. The creature with crimson eyes bellowed. This ability was akin to the butterfly's confusion, capable of affecting others' consciousness and diminishing their reaction speeds. Good. The green giant roared as he charged headlong. The other two grotesque beings followed closely behind. One had replaced an arm with a mechanical one, unleashing a torrent of bullets from it toward the women. The other, exceptionally agile, concealed himself behind the green giant, preparing to deliver a lethal strike when close enough to Wang Yao. Kill, kill, kill. The murderous intent glimmered in their eyes. Gravity barrier defense. Wang Yao snorted coldly. She manipulated the gravitational field to form a defensive wall. The incoming bullets slowed dramatically, ultimately colliding with the wall, unable to penetrate. As the three grotesque beings stepped into the gravitational field, the horrifying gravity immediately took effect. However, this time, they were evidently prepared. Upon entering the field, the creature with the mechanical arm suppressed the women with firepower, preventing them from returning fire. Thus, the pressure on the green giant was significantly alleviated. Haha, prepare to die. It's not too late to surrender now. The three grotesque beings inched closer to Wang Yao. As they drew nearer, Wang Yao snorted, compress, erupt. Instantly, the gravitational field rapidly constricted, and the gravity around Wang Yao intensified terrifyingly, increasing several-fold. Then, it erupted violently. Boom. The expressions of the three grotesque beings changed drastically. Uft. Aside from the green giant, the other two were rendered pale, blood spilling from their mouths as their bodies were hurled backward over 10 meters. Damn it. Crimson. The creature with crimson eyes changed expression as he observed from afar. His gaze deepened, and a mysterious power emanated. The women, who had intended to seize the opportunity to attack, found their reactions dulled, unable to fire at the two temporarily incapacitated grotesque beings in time. Seek death. The green giant roared as he charged at Wang Yao. He.S. unharmed? Wang Yao's complexion shifted slightly. Ha! This woman is for Elder Yan. As for the rest of those women, let us enjoy them first. In the distance, the creature with crimson eyes laughed maniacally. Did they dare oppose them? This was their fate. However, at that moment, he seemingly stumbled upon a revelation and abruptly turned his head. Is someone approaching? The mere thought sent a pang of pain through his heart. Looking down, he was horrified to discover a gaping wound in his chest, oozing blood. Chapter 75. Jiangnan arrives. Counterattack what? What is happening? The creature with the scarlet giant eye croaked, its gaze filled with terror. It had yet to comprehend the situation. How could there be others behind him? How did they appear? Why had he sensed nothing? Am I to perish? An overwhelming dread instantaneously engulfed his mind. They were on the verge of success. Why had this unforeseen circumstance arisen? Could it be that the female ability user had summoned reinforcements? Yet, how could she have called for help in such a brief span of time? Moreover, he had not sensed a single thing. He didn't and amp, oppose, to even know how his heart had been pierced. At that moment, a figure with a cold expression materialized behind him, with a swift motion. A fire axe whistled through the air, shattering his skull. Seeking death, Jiangnan snorted softly and then turned his gaze toward the battlefield. You all shall perish. His countenance was devoid of emotion, his eyes filled with murderous intent. The next instant, he vanished from sight. Not far away, haha. Surrender now. You are no match for us. If you resist further, do not blame us for taking what is yours. Goulet laughed heartily, leading the charge, shielding himself from bullets as he advanced toward Wang Yao and her companions. Wang Yao and Appo's gravitational field expanded once more. Boom. The terrifying gravity momentarily slowed the approach of the three monsters. However, the current gravitational force was significantly weaker than before. The three creatures quickly recognized this. Wang Yao was clearly exhausted and could not sustain it for long, emboldening them even further. I see you are nearing your limit. Wood and Appos, it be better to surrender and spare your sisters a grim fate? Think about it. Is this worth it? How much longer can you hold out? Once you can no longer endure and your ammunition runs out, do you truly believe you can leave alive? The three roared with laughter, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. Once Wang Yao and Appos' mental strength was depleted, she would be theirs for the taking. They had even concocted plans for how they would torment her once they captured her. Oh no, my energy is waning, Wang Yao thought, anxiety gripping her heart as she observed the advancing trio. Just then, she noticed a figure appear behind the creature with the scarlet giant eye. Silently, it dispatched the monster with a clean and efficient strike. Brother Nan. It's Brother Nan. Wang Yao and Appos' eyes brightened with excitement, causing her controlled gravitational field to falter. The three monsters immediately sensed the shift and erupted in laughter. Ha! She can't hold on much longer. Charge. Capture her. We must teach this wench a lesson, or else my injuries will have been for naught. They believed Wang Yao's gravitational field had faltered because she was nearing her breaking point, spurring them on with renewed vigor. Goulet suddenly lifted a discarded car from the roadside and hurled it toward Wang Yao. Behind him, two figures surged forward like lightning, their speed so astonishing it was nearly imperceptible. However, what puzzled them was that, at such a perilous moment, Wang Yao and her team appeared almost stunned. They neither fired to obstruct nor attempted to flee. Instead, their eyes reflected a glimmer of relief. Have they given up? Surrendered without a fight? A flicker of confusion crossed the eyes of the two creatures. Was this capitulation too swift? Yet, just as this thought crossed their minds, they felt a sudden, sharp pain in their hearts. Swoosh, swoosh. Two blood-red blades shot forth from their hearts, the result of two flying daggers, imbued with formidable power. that had pierced through them in an instant. Bang! Bang! The two corpses collapsed to the ground, propelled far away by the force of inertia, both dead on the spot. Huh. Goulet, slightly delayed, turned to see his companions lifeless. His expression shifted dramatically as he faced a young man with a somber demeanor. "Who are you?" Goulet inquired, his voice low and filled with caution, for it was this individual who had effortlessly slain his two companions. Soon, he noticed the corpse of the creature with the scarlet giant eye in the distance. Without a doubt, this mysterious ability user was responsible. "Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that you all shall meet your end today," Jiangnan replied coldly. Had he arrived even a moment later, Wan Yao and her companions might have faced untold peril. Fortunately, his capacity for teleportation allowed him to reach them swiftly. His heart brimmed with murderous intent. Those who dared lay hands upon him must die. "Killing me? How naive." Goulet scoffed. "While you may easily dispatch them, you shall not take my life. Even my skin's defense is impenetrable." He flexed his muscles, and the bullets fell from the countless pockmarks adorning his body, his damaged skin healing rapidly. With his defensive and regenerative capabilities, he was far from easy prey. "Heh, you." His gaze lingered on Jiangnan and Wan Yao for a brief moment, a cold smile curling his lips. "Very well, I shall remember your faces. Await our revenge, for you shall regret this day." "Regret? I shall ensure you feel regret," Jiangnan replied with a smile, shaking his head. "Die?" Goulet snorted, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent as he charged at Jiangnan. "Seeking death," Jiangnan responded, shaking his head. He controlled a flying dagger that whistled through the air, surpassing the speed of sound. Swoosh! The dagger plunged mercilessly into Goulet's body. However, Goulet's defenses were formidable. The dagger penetrated only halfway, unable to advance further. Yet, Goulet and Apos' expression shifted as he realized the dagger and Apos' incredible force. How powerful is this dagger? Goulet and Apos' scalp tingled with dread as he beheld a second dagger soaring toward him. A chilling realization struck him. He could not afford to engage. "I might die?" Without a second thought, Goulet turned and fled. Chapter 76. Want to escape? Did I agree? Just wait for me. Goulet spat out a fierce remark. This time, all his teammates perished, significantly diminishing the laboratory and Apos' strength. Those old fellows were likely to be infuriated. In the aftermath, they would probably not go easy on him. However, Goulet found himself with no other options. Presently, he did not dare to confront Jiangnan. The latter could easily inflict harm upon him. His demise was merely a matter of time. Preserving his own life took precedence. Once he returned to the laboratory, he could seek vengeance against these individuals. Although the peculiar beings in the laboratory were few, it was not solely comprised of them. The old-timers there had developed numerous weapons. When the time came, annihilating Jiangnan and his associates would be a piece of cake. "Just wait, I will ensure you pay the price. For now, let you revel in your fleeting triumph." Goulet mused darkly, his eyes brimming with hatred. In the next moment, he leapt, soaring over a distance of several meters. The varying heights of the buildings before him appeared as flat terrain. However, just as Goulet believed he had escaped the jaws of danger, a cold, disdainful smile crept onto Jiangnan and Apos' face in the distance. "Escape? Where do you intend to flee? Where can you possibly go? Do you still wish to threaten me or seek revenge? Do you possess the strength for such endeavors? Without that power, you are left with but one path, death." Jiangnan scoffed. After giving a brief warning to Wan Yao and the others, he teleported after him. A single teleportation covered 300 meters. No matter how swift Goulet was, he could not match Jiangnan's speed. "Brother Nan, be careful. This individual is formidable. Brother Nan, watch out for tricks." The women, witnessing Jiangnan's departure, called out in concern. Wan Yao cautioned, "His defensive capabilities are exceptionally strong, and his strength is immense. You must not engage him in close combat. It would be exceedingly perilous." This creature, akin to a green giant, was shrouded in mystery, seemingly connected to a powerful and malevolent organization. Even those with abilities were their prey. Who knew what other means they possessed? At this moment, she felt a unique sentiment toward Jiangnan. This was not the first time he had rescued her. Especially recalling the words of Butterfly from before stirred something within her. Perhaps sharing a man with Sister Butterfly would not be so bad. Meanwhile, as Goulet desperately fled, he once again felt an unsettling chill. What is happening? Goulet furrowed his brow. I am running with unprecedented speed, choosing a route filled with buildings. It should be exceedingly difficult for them to pursue me. Logically, I ought to be safe now. Why is there still this anxious sensation? He could not comprehend it. Yet that chilling feeling was undeniably real. At that moment, he abruptly halted, raising his gaze to the distance. At some unknown point, Jiangnan had appeared directly in front of him. Die. Jiangnan sneered. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air. Two streaks of light hurtled toward Goulet. Those flying daggers. The velocity was astonishing, far surpassing the speed of sound. Moreover, their trajectory could shift at Jiangnan as well. Goulet could not evade them. Damn, how did you get in front of me? Goulet could no longer contain his expletives, his mind in disarray. He had believed he could escape, never imagining his opponent would appear right before him. How could he move so swiftly? As he beheld the two streaks of light, the daggers imbued with terrifying power, Goulet felt his scalp tingle. In a fit of desperation, he stomped his foot, cracking the concrete beneath him. He violently uprooted a slab of cement, intending to use it as a shield. However, the two daggers circled around and shot at him from behind. Thud, thud. One dagger plunged deep into his body, tearing through his flesh, narrowly missing his heart. The other grazed his neck, leaving a gaping, bloody wound. Blood gushed forth. Though he had evaded to some extent, he was gravely injured. Damn it. Goulet was instantly thrown into a panic, his face reflecting sheer terror. So close. So close to having his heart pierced. So close to losing his life. Flee. Without a second thought, he instinctively chose to run. There could be no more fighting. Continuing would surely lead to his demise. Goulet had never been so frantic. Nor had he ever been so close to the clutches of death. All he desired was to escape. To survive. The thought of revenge was long forgotten. Yet, how could he possibly evade? Heh. Die. Jiangnan teleported, swiftly closing the distance to Goulet. Whoosh. Two daggers soared forth once more. The blades screeched against the air, creating a piercing sound. In his state of panic, Goulet exposed his most vulnerable weaknesses. Unsurprisingly, the daggers struck their mark with precision. One dagger embedded itself in his chest. The other pierced his neck, leaving a horrific wound. Thud. Goulet and Apo's body plummeted from the rooftop, falling over 20 meters to the ground. I don't want to die. Despair clouded Goulet's eyes. Why? Why is he so powerful? The four of us were nearly invincible, yet we were still killed. We couldn't even escape. Jiangnan and Apo's strength had dealt him a heavy blow. Soon, the color faded from his eyes. Dead. Jiangnan regarded the lifeless body on the ground. To be certain, he fired several shots into Goulet and Apo's head, ensuring the foe was truly deceased. Then he contemplated bringing the corpse along to rendezvous with Wan Yo and the others. Brother Nan, you're back. Seeing Jiangnan unharmed, Wan Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. She then glanced at Goulet's corpse. He is dead? These four peculiar beings were indeed unique. Their abilities strange and formidable, yet they did not seem like those with supernatural powers. Jiangnan furrowed his brow slightly. He could not help but recall the initial stages of the apocalypse in his past life, when an evil laboratory emerged in Jiangnan City. It specialized in capturing those with abilities, allegedly for research purposes. They were enigmatic, peculiar, and immensely powerful. Countless individuals with abilities fell victim to their cruelty. Eventually, this nefarious laboratory became a nightmare for many, leading to a united effort to eradicate it. For now, this evil laboratory and Apo's strength remained relatively weak. However, it would not be long before they would rapidly expand their power. Unfortunately, you will not live to see that day. If you provoke me, prepare for your demise. Jiangnan scoffed coldly. Chapter 77. The malevolent laboratory. This nefarious laboratory must be eradicated. On one hand, they have extended their reach to their own people, and a price must be paid. On the other hand, Jiangnan is quite intrigued by certain weapons from this laboratory. Let us return and assemble everyone. We shall eliminate the forces behind these four individuals, Jiangnan declared. Wanao nodded in agreement. Soon, they returned to the prison where Butterfly and the others had already gathered, all prepared for action. Upon seeing Jiangnan and Apo's arrival, the women rushed forward. Wanyao, are you all right? Butterfly inquired with concern. The moment Jiangnan had suddenly teleported away, she sensed that Wanyao and the others might be in peril. Thus, she promptly rallied everyone, ready to provide support at a moment and Apo's notice. Wanyao shook her head. Aside from a few minor injuries to some sisters, we are fine. Upon realizing that Wanyao and her companions were not gravely harmed, Butterfly let out a sigh of relief. However, her expression shifted upon seeing the corpses of several grotesque beings brought back by Jiangnan. What happened to them? Are they even human? We will discuss the specifics on our way, Jiangnan replied, his demeanor grave. Rally everyone, arm yourselves, and we shall eradicate the forces behind these for individuals. Wuzue, lead the way. Wuzue barked twice. With its extraordinary sense of smell, it could discern any scent in the air. No matter how much time had passed or how much rain had washed away the traces, as long as the scent remained, it could follow it to track down the source. Jiangnan instructed Wan, Su Xiaoxiao, Linyu, and the others who remained at the camp to remain vigilant and prioritize safety. With that, he departed, accompanied by the women and the main battle tank. As for Tan Xiaoyu and the helicopter, Jiangnan had instructed her to remain on standby, prepared for immediate deployment. Before long, they exited the prison and advanced rapidly. Ahead, Wuzue was scouting the path. It first arrived at the location where Wan Yao encountered the four grotesque beings, then traced their route back toward their lair. This time, complacency must be avoided. The power of that malevolent laboratory is not to be underestimated. Moreover, they possess highly destructive cloud explosives. Just one could potentially annihilate us all. Jiangnan's expression was serious. It was imperative to eliminate everyone in the laboratory as swiftly as possible to prevent mutual destruction. Wuzue, increase your speed, Jiangnan urged. Wuzue let out an indignant bark. It was already at its maximum speed. How much faster could it possibly go? Was that even a reasonable request? Were it not for Jiangnan and Appo's strength, it would have happily lunged at him in protest. Fine, then, Jiangnan conceded, taking out a sausage to appease it. Wuzue and Jiangnan both moved swiftly. Finally, after 3 hours, they arrived at an expansive technological park. Is this the place? Jiangnan scanned the area. It was a vast high-tech zone with numerous research institutions and laboratories. Wuzue, find their exact locations so I can eliminate the sentries, Jiangnan commanded, allowing Wuzue to proceed independently. After all, being merely a dog, its presence would not attract undue attention. Though it was the apocalypse, some fortunate animals had managed to survive. Soon, Wuzue entered the park, using its sense of smell to assess the number and positions of personnel within. Before long, Wuzue dashed back to Jiangnan like a gust of wind, then scratched the ground with its paw. In no time, a crooked map of the park appeared before Jiangnan, with Wuzue marking specific points of interest. Woof, woof. Good. I understand, Jiangnan nodded. Wait here for Butterfly and the others. I will handle those sentries first. With that, he teleported away. Swish. Jiangnan appeared on the rooftop of a building. At the railing, a bald man was engrossed in a comic book, his face flushed with excitement as he eagerly read, completely oblivious to Jiangnan's imposing presence. Is this how you keep watch? Jiangnan remarked, somewhat exasperated. Upon glancing at the contents of the comic, his incredulity deepened. It was an adult comic, laden with risque illustrations. No wonder he was so engrossed, breath-quickening. Ahem. Jiangnan cleared his throat and admonished. Is this truly how you maintain your post? Such audacity. I'm sorry. I was wrong. The bald man's expression shifted dramatically, his hand trembling as he dropped the comic book to the ground. Startled, he stood up, but upon seeing Jiangnan and Appo's face, he hesitated. This person was unfamiliar to him. With so few personnel in the laboratory, why had he never encountered this individual before? May I ask who you are? The bald man queried cautiously. Jiangnan offered a sheepish smile. Oh, I forgot to mention. I'm here to kill you. You. The bald man and Appo's expression changed instantly as his right hand swiftly reached for a nearby handgun. However, before he could act, puff, Jiangnan struck first, swiftly severing his head with a single stroke. Without wasting a moment, Jiangnan hurried to the second sentry, then to the third, and the fourth. In no time, before Butterfly and the others arrived, Jiangnan had neutralized all the outer sentries. South brother, what's the situation? Shortly thereafter, Butterfly and Wan Yao, leading 2 female combat teams, finally arrived. I have eliminated their sentries and gathered some intelligence on the situation inside. We must act immediately. We cannot allow them to react. Jiangnan relayed the information obtained from Wuzue as well as his own findings to the group. Quickly, they formulated a plan. Wan Yao, you lead a feigned assault. Butterfly, you lead a flanking maneuver. As for me, I shall directly confront their leader. All right, let us do this. Butterfly and Wan Yao nodded in agreement. Everyone, prepare for battle. Chapter 78. You and Appo's better team up. Meanwhile, in the conference room of the building at the far end of the park, a massive long table was occupied by 10 individuals seated on either side. On the left sat 5 elderly gentlemen, aged between 40 to 70, who appeared to be experts from the laboratory. Opposite them, on the right side, were 5 impeccably dressed individuals. yet possessing peculiar physical traits that set them apart from the ordinary. At the head of the table sat an elder with graying hair and piercing eyes. The highest-ranking individual within the laboratory, Old Yan. He was an extraordinarily visionary and somewhat eccentric scientist. Esteemed colleagues, we have recently achieved numerous groundbreaking advancements in our technology. I am confident that it will not be long before we can mass-produce beings with powers comparable to those of supernatural entities. Old Yan proclaimed, a smile illuminating his face. The day we have awaited is nigh. We are merely one critical technological breakthrough away. Once we achieve this apocalypse will become our paradise. Excellent. Marvelous. That day is finally approaching. The room erupted in fervent applause, excitement palpable among the attendees. They were a group of fervently ambitious individuals, harboring ideas that were nothing short of revolutionary. Concepts such as hunting supernatural beings and transplanting their organs into others to test if the recipients could acquire their abilities had previously been deemed too audacious to propose before the apocalypse. However, with the absence of legal constraints following the cataclysm, they had become unrestrained in their pursuits. Numerous experiments, often cruel and resulting in many casualties, had yielded significant outcomes. In a relatively short period, they had garnered many vital results. As long as their technology continued to progress, the apocalypse would grant them the freedom to act as they pleased. They envisioned not only wealth, fame, and power, but also the allure of beauty. For these elderly men, extending their lives by several decades was a prospect worth any price. Yet, amidst their exhilaration, a man in a suit hurriedly entered the room. Old Yan, Gu Lei, and Elise seemed to be in trouble. This man, Su Wei, the armed captain responsible for the laboratory and Oppo's security, bore a grave expression. What? Old Yan's brow furrowed. Gu Lei and Ali were among the earliest and most successful creations of the laboratory, possessing formidable strength and stability. Together, they were virtually unmatched. The idea that they could be in peril was unfathomable. The incident likely occurred this morning, Su Wei continued, unable to conceal his trepidation. Gu Lei sent us a message stating that they encountered a formidable foe, a man who killed Ali and the others. Gu Lei promised to return swiftly and requested our support. However, he has yet to return, and I fear for his safety. Old Yan slammed his hand onto the table, rising in fury. Who dares? This is outrageous. A heavy silence fell over the room as all eyes turned to Su Wei, eager for answers. The loss of 4 top-tier operatives was catastrophic. Su Wei, feeling the weight of their scrutiny, responded, we do not yet know who the enemy is. However, if we investigate the location Gu Lei mentioned, we may uncover some clues. Very well, Old Yan's gaze hardened. Long Yi, you excel in tracking. Pursue the one responsible for Gu Lei's demise. Long Air, you are adept at reconnaissance. Gather intelligence. Long San, Long Si, and Long Wu. Arm yourselves with individual rocket launchers and 2 small cloud explosive devices each, and eliminate that murderer. Who dares take a life? They must be tired of living. The cloud explosive was a weapon of immense destructive power, exponentially more potent than a conventional bomb of equivalent weight. 6 cloud explosives would ensure a certain death for any target. Understood. Regardless of who they are, they must pay a steep price for their actions. They will regret their decisions. Our laboratory will not be trifled with. The 5 peculiar individuals rose swiftly from the table. The prospect of killing a supernatural being did not daunt them. In fact, they believed themselves stronger than Gu Lei and his companions. Yet, at that moment, a mocking voice suddenly echoed within the conference room. Oh, you wish for me to regret my actions? You intend to kill me? Is that so? I find that hard to believe. The voice, unexpected and laden with derision, caused the atmosphere to shift dramatically. The attendees turned pale as they witnessed a tall figure stride through the door, behind whom lay several lifeless bodies, those of the laboratory's armed personnel, silently dispatched by this man. With a sneer, he taunted, did you not wish to kill me? Here I am, right before you. Come, prove your mettle. You are the one who killed Gu Lei and the others? Long Yi and his brothers seethed with anger. How audacious! You believe yourselves worthy of challenging me? You are merely a collection of fools. Their tempers ignited. Long Yi and the others shouted in unison, eliminate him. Together, as they charged towards Jiangnan. Their abilities manifested, some became ethereal, others grew in size, resembling Gu Lei, while yet others exhibited agility akin to that of a monkey, and some wielded flames, hurling fireballs at Jiangnan. Each was formidable in their own right, and together, they were a force to be reckoned with in Jiangnan City. Chapter 79, Still Want to Study Me? Dream on. Long Yi and his companions are no less formidable than Gu Lei and his associates. In fact, They may even surpass them. Moreover, the five of them are blood brothers, their minds intertwined, executing their strategies with seamless precision. If he were to hide, it would be quite challenging for us to locate him. Yet, he foolishly sought us out, courting his own demise. How arrogant. A chorus of scientists wore cold smirks, as if they had already envisioned the tragic fate awaiting this young man. They were all involved in the transformation experiments of Long Yi and his brethren. Fully aware of their formidable prowess, eliminating a supernatural being is merely a trivial task, easily accomplished. With such meager tactics, can he truly hope to take my life? Jiangnan scoffed. In an instant, he vanished from his original position, evading the two incoming fireballs. Whoosh! Two flying daggers sliced through the air with breathtaking speed, creating a symphony of friction and dazzling sparks. Thud! They sliced through the air, producing a sound reminiscent of flesh being pierced. Two blood-red blades shot forth, revealing an invisible figure that was hurled back, lifeless. It was none other than the recently invisible Long Air. Without pausing, the two daggers altered their trajectory dramatically, heading toward the relatively weaker Long Yi. Thud! Long Yi had no time to react before one of the daggers cleaved through his skull, obliterating half of his head. Ah, damn it. I will kill you. You bastard. I will fight you to the death. The remaining three brothers were instantly consumed by fury. They had only just begun to engage, and two of their own had already fallen. Rage, grief, utter madness. A pack of fools, even now. Do they not comprehend the gap between us? Do they still wish to kill me? Is their intellect severely lacking? Jiangnan shook his head. In a fleeting moment, he had dispatched two of them. Were they still oblivious to their own terror? Under normal circumstances, they should have already begun to fear and perhaps flee. Why do they insist on marching towards their doom? Unbeknownst to Jiangnan, though they were artificially enhanced beings, their thinking and consciousness had undergone a significant distortion. The five brothers all possessed exceedingly violent temperaments. They neither knew fear nor trepidation. The more blood that was shed, the more frenzied they would become. Kill, kill, kill. The three remaining brothers, their faces contorted with madness, charged at Jiangnan. If you refuse to flee, then I must eliminate you. Do not blame me for your demise. It is your own choice to seek death. Jiangnan shook his head. In a flash, he appeared behind Long Wu, who had just hurled two fireballs. Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine. In the next moment, without hesitation, he directed the massive fireballs toward the rear. However, his reaction was a fraction too slow. Thud! Jiangnan wielded his large blade, bringing it down with ferocity. The blade cleaved through everything, splitting Long Wu cleanly in two from head to toe. Thud! The two halves of his body plummeted to the ground, blood splattering in all directions. Simultaneously, two flying daggers targeted Long San and Long Si. Long San was killed on the spot. As for Long Si, due to his abilities akin to Goulet and Amp, Oppos, his formidable defense prevented his immediate demise. He merely sustained injuries. I want you dead. I will avenge my brothers. Die! Long Si roared, his voice echoing like thunder, shattering the windows of the conference room. Soon, he charged toward Jiangnan. This time, Jiangnan did not evade, but faced him head-on. Die! Long Si and Amp, Oppos' face was a mask of fury. Yet amidst his rage, there was also a glimmer of excitement. With him closing in, this foe was surely doomed. In melee combat, none could rival him. He spread his arms wide, resembling a great mountain descending upon Jiangnan. It was a simple maneuver, yet it was devastatingly effective. Should he catch Jiangnan in his grasp, the latter would surely be suffocated to death. There would be no escape. However, Jiangnan let out a cold snort, refusing to evade. He swung his blade with a mighty force. Whoosh! The blade descended, accompanied by a gust of fierce wind. It struck Long Si, carving a massive gash into his flesh. Blood flowed freely as Long Si's muscles were torn apart. Damn it! Long Si bellowed, retaliating with a fist. Yet, Jiangnan sidestepped the blow with ease. Long Si's physical prowess was indeed formidable, and his strength terrifying. A single punch would likely cost Jiangnan half his life. However, Long Si and Oppos' shortcomings were glaringly apparent. He was cumbersome, lacking the agility of Goulet. To touch Jiangnan. Dream on. Jiangnan evaded Long Si's assault with a graceful sidestep, simultaneously bringing his blade down upon Long Si, inflicting yet another wound. While these injuries were not immediately fatal, their cumulative effect was dire. Thud! 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 The wounds on Long Si multiplied, blood pouring from him, leaving no part of him unscathed. At last, whether due to exhaustion or excessive blood loss, Long Si collapsed to one knee. Subsequently, he fell forward, lifeless. With this, All 5 of the monstrous brothers had been slain. A mere 3 minutes had passed, with at least 2.5 of those spent dealing with Long Si alone. Now, it is your turn. Jiangnan sneered, stepping over Long Si's corpse, his gaze icy as it fell upon Elder Yin and the others. Who are you? How can your strength be so formidable? Are you human or demon? Elder Yan's face paled as he witnessed Jiangnan's slow approach, fear etched upon his features. He finally understood why Gu Lei and his companions had perished. With such terrifying power, who could possibly contend with him? Who am I? I am the one who will kill you. Jiangnan scoffed. Those who dare to ensnare me shall face the consequences. Did Gu Lei and his companions strike at your people? Elder Yan's eyes widened. Gazing into the murderous intent within Jiangnan's eyes, he hastily implored, do not kill me. We might find a way to collaborate. I surmise you must possess multiple supernatural abilities. Allow me to study you, and I can help you become even more powerful. As he spoke, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Elder Yin and Appo's eyes. Jiangnan was the most powerful supernatural being he had ever encountered. If he could study him, it might yield unforeseen results. No, thank you. Jiangnan decisively shook his head. He had no desire to be treated as a laboratory specimen. This man was a lunatic. Who knew what he might do? Moreover, his research had always been malevolent and bloody. Jiangnan unleashed the flying daggers, embarking on a massacre. No one, be it Su Wei or any of the scientists, was spared. After all, none of them were virtuous individuals. Chapter 80. Destroying the laboratory, cloud bombs, do not kill me. Elder Yin screamed in terror. If you dare to take my life, my people will immediately detonate over 20 cloud bombs in the laboratory, and you shall perish alongside us. Jiangnan halted his actions. Believing his threats had struck a chord, Elder Yin commanded, release us at once. Otherwise, we shall all meet our doom together. At that moment, he seemed to remember something and produced a walkie-talkie, declaring, listen up, be ready to detonate all cloud bombs. Upon witnessing this, Jiangnan could not suppress a chuckle. What is so amusing? Hurry and let us go, or we will all die. Elder Yan's eyes widened as he bellowed. Perhaps you should listen closely. Is that voice on the walkie-talkie still from your subordinates? Jiangnan suggested. At his words, Elder Yin paused momentarily. The next instant, a melodious female voice resonated from the device. Brother Nan, Wan Yao has drawn most of their attention. We have successfully infiltrated the laboratory and eliminated all the guards. This place is now entirely under our control. It was Butterfly's voice. With a thud, the walkie-talkie slipped from Elder Yan's grasp, leaving him in a state of shock. How could this be? Suddenly, a flying dagger struck, severing his head. After ensuring that all adversaries had been vanquished, they departed. In fact, as Jiangnan entered the conference room, Wan Yao had already led a female combat team to launch an assault on the perimeter of the facility, diverting most of the armed forces. Meanwhile, Butterfly had taken advantage of the chaos to seize control of the storage area containing the cloud bombs. The entire operation transpired with remarkable swiftness. The attention of those in the conference room was wholly fixated on Jiangnan. Even upon hearing the tumultuous gunfire outside, none believed that Jiangnan could commandeer their laboratory. Outside, the fierce battle raged on. Wan Yao and her team were engaged in a firefight with the laboratory and Appo's armed personnel. Though their weaponry was advanced and formidable, the soldiers themselves were a disorganized rabble, failing to utilize their equipment to its full potential. Over 40 adversaries clashed with Wan Yao and Appo's S-10 fighters, exchanging fire evenly. Just then, a volley of gunfire erupted from behind the armed personnel. Sisters, charge! Butterfly cried as she and her comrades emerged from the rear. Surrounded, the laboratory's defenders became disoriented. Stay calm. They are outnumbered and cannot match us. A small leader shouted. Master Longy will soon come to our aid. These intruders are doomed. This proclamation somewhat alleviated the panic among the armed forces. The 5 brothers of Long Yi possessed strength comparable to that of powerful superhumans. As long as they arrived in time, the sudden threat would be extinguished. Soon, they managed to repel Butterfly and Wan Yao's assault with their superior weaponry. We cannot launch a direct assault. Their armaments are far too advanced. Engaging them head-on would lead to significant losses, which is simply not worthwhile. Butterfly and Wan Yao instinctively ceased their offensive. Even with tanks, they hesitated to advance. As it appeared, the enemy possessed potent anti-tank rockets that could easily obliterate their vehicles upon approach. Just as the standoff ensued, agonizing screams erupted from among the armed personnel. The women paused, bewildered. What is happening? In their astonishment, they caught a fleeting glimpse of a figure in the distance. It's Brother Nan. Their eyes sparkled with recognition. Everyone charge. Forward. Wan Yao and Butterfly commanded urgently. The two female combat teams sprang into action, rushing forward. In no time, the armed personnel suffered devastating losses. Flee! Reinforcements are coming. We must escape now, or it will be too late. That man is a devil. We cannot contend with him. Run! A voice shouted amidst the chaos. The already panicked soldiers completely lost their resolve, scattering in all directions. Wan Yao and Butterfly pursued relentlessly, eliminating the majority, though a few managed to escape. Let them go. A handful poses no threat to us. Let's head to the storage facility. Jiangnan was not overly concerned about the few who slipped away. His primary focus remained on the cloud bombs and the advanced weaponry, such as portable rocket launchers. He had little interest in the laboratory's other grotesque research findings, which he deemed too gruesome and irrelevant, especially since he lacked any scientific personnel to comprehend them. Soon, under Butterfly's guidance, they arrived at the storage facility and beheld the coveted cloud bombs. These are Jiangnan and Appos. Eyes gleamed. These devices were formidable weapons, capable of generating temperatures and pressures of 2,500 degrees, creating powerful shockwaves. Dubbed subnuclear bombs, they were unmatched tools against both zombies and foes alike. I can teleport to deploy the cloud bombs. Additionally, Tan Xiaoyu can operate a helicopter to release smaller cloud bombs, Jiangnan thought. Without hesitation, stowing away all 20-plus cloud bombs of various sizes into his storage space. Excellent. This haul is substantial. Jiangnan felt immense satisfaction. Search the entire facility and gather all that can be carried, especially various weapons. He noted that the armaments previously wielded by the armed personnel were quite impressive, leading him to suspect they had access to a small weapons cache. An hour later, they thoroughly ransacked the laboratory and the surrounding area. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted within the laboratory, engulfing the entire structure in flames. The building collapsed, burying countless bodies and research materials related to the grotesque experiments. Enveloping clouds of dust and thick smoke ascended into the sky, accompanied by the deafening roar of the explosion. Let us depart. Jiangnan turned away without a hint of nostalgia, leading the women away. This mission had undeniably yielded bountiful rewards. Not only had they acquired over 20 cloud bombs, strategic-grade weapons at this stage, but they had also amassed a considerable cache of advanced weaponry. Although Jiangnan had previously pilfered numerous weapons in the United States, their quantity was ultimately limited, and much had been expended over time. This operation had indeed allowed him to recoup his losses. Chapter 81. A New Problem. Insufficient Fuel Evening. Inside the prison, people gathered together, indulging in fine wine and sumptuous food to celebrate their recent victory and harvest. Life in the apocalypse was undeniably perilous and monotonous. A little relaxation was indeed necessary. After every significant battle, Jiangnan would allow the women a brief respite. With their hunger sated and spirits lifted, everyone eventually retired for the night. However, Butterfly and Will remained. Nong, we are running low on fuel. Butterfly suddenly exclaimed. Fuel? Jiangnan paused, momentarily taken aback. Butterfly elaborated. We need gasoline to combat the zombies, and for our daily transportation. Furthermore, with tanks at our disposal, diesel is essential. Our helicopters require aviation fuel as well. Without fuel, the tanks and helicopters will be rendered useless. Jiangnan nodded slowly, recognizing the gravity of the situation. It was indeed a challenge that required resolution. Butterfly continued. While we can find some gasoline or diesel at various gas stations and in vehicles, our demand is substantial. Collecting it bit by bit would take too long and pose numerous dangers. Jiangnan furrowed his brow, for he had largely left the management of such matters to Butterfly. He only intervened when absolutely necessary. Before the apocalypse, I did not stockpile much fuel, particularly diesel. I must find a way to acquire some fuel. The tanks need it. The helicopters require it, and our fight against zombies depends on it. Starting tomorrow, we shall temporarily pause training and practical missions to focus on securing fuel. All right, Butterfly replied, nodding slowly. She then parted her red lips as if to say more, but suddenly felt a pair of intense eyes burning into her. Nong, you. Upon glancing up, she found Jiangnan gazing at her with fervent eyes. Butterfly, well, why not stay the night? Jiangnan smiled. Despite having endured several intense battles during the day, Jiangnan appeared undeterred. In fact, he thrived on the chaos. The more blood he shed, the more exhilarated he became. Hearing his words, both Butterfly and Will instinctively trembled. They were acutely aware of Jiangnan's current intensity, especially as he exhibited even more excitement than before. Butterfly shot him a glance, resembling a proud swan, and raised her long, graceful neck. I cannot tonight. I need to discuss some matters with Qingqing and the others. With that, she attempted to make her exit. However, just as she took a couple of steps, a powerful hand grasped her. Don and Appos, T. Butterfly screamed, only to be pulled into a firm and heated embrace. Meanwhile, Wan, in a fluster, stammered, I think someone was injured earlier. I need to check on them. Her words were cut short as she too was yanked back. After a lengthy pause, both Butterfly and Wan, feeling utterly drained, hurriedly fled his room in a panic. Am I that frightening? Jiangnan mused, somewhat at a loss, unsure whether to feel proud or disappointed. Oh well, time to sleep. Tomorrow is another day. Just as he was about to settle down, Butterfly and Wan cautiously re-entered. His eyes brightened. My dear little ones, what brings you back? Concern for your husband? How shameless. They replied in unison, their faces flushing. They pushed in 2 large gift boxes. As promised, this is your gift, Butterfly said with a teasing expression. You will absolutely adore it. Trust me. Wan, her eyes sparkling, added softly, Nong, please take care of yourself. Don't overexert, otherwise, you might find yourself in trouble later on. With that, she dashed away. Butterfly lingered a moment longer, casting a meaningful glance before exiting. What does that mean? Jiangnan pondered, bewildered by their late-night gift-giving. Is this what I truly need? He felt little interest in the contents of the boxes, opting instead to lie down and seek solace in sleep. Yet, at that moment, he noticed faint breathing sounds emanating from the 2 enormous gift boxes. Is there a creature inside? His keen hearing picked up the irregular heartbeat, quickening alongside the breathing. No way. Is there a person inside? Jiangnan and Appos' mind raced. Was this some prank orchestrated by Butterfly and Wan? Suddenly, from the right box, a petite, white figure emerged, accompanied by a melodious voice akin to a lark. Oh, Jiangnan, why are you dawdling? Didn't and Appos, Sister Butterfly tell you? The gift is me. Tan Xiaoyu pouted, appearing somewhat displeased. Dressed in a charming lowly outfit, she looked adorable. Observing Jiangnan and Appos' stunned expression, she rolled her eyes. Although I previously stated I wouldn't offer myself, I've changed my mind. Do you think I look beautiful? With a twirl, her attire slipped down. Oh no, it fell off. Tan Xiaoyu looked at Jiangnan, pouting. Brother, could you help me put it back on? Jiangnan, finally snapping out of his shock, inhaled sharply. What? The gift Butterfly mentioned is this? This was beyond surprising. Was this a test? No, it was undoubtedly a reward. Taking a deep breath, Jiangnan declared, if it's fallen, then let it be. After all, we will. Cough, cough, who else is inside? He approached the second box, tearing it open. Wan Yao, what are you doing here? His expression became one of astonishment. In the camp, Wan Yao held a position just below him and Butterfly. Yet now, I already have Butterfly and Wan. How can I pursue other girls? That would be irresponsible to them and disrespectful to Butterfly and Wan. Jiangnan muttered to himself, though his hands betrayed him, reaching out toward the 2 women. This isn't my fault. My hands just have a will of their own. He internally protested. Why are you so slow? Tan Xiaoyu, dissatisfied with Jiangnan's pace, leapt toward him. Thus unfolded a sleepless night, one filled with madness. Chapter 82. The oil refinery. The following day, the sun rose as usual. Everything in the prison returned to its routine. With Butterfly, Wan Yao, Tan Xiaoyu, and Wan diligently attending to their respective duties, as if nothing had transpired. However, a discernible difference was noted by the others. The complexions of the 4 women appeared more radiant, their skin smoother and more luminous, akin to flowers nourished with water. Notably, Wan Yao and Tan Xiaoyu exhibited even more pronounced transformations, leaving many in a state of perplexity. Curiosity piqued the likes of the boisterous Qing, who approached Wan Yao and Tan Xiaoyu to inquire about their secret. Yet, they hesitated, reluctant to divulge anything. Conversely, some seemed to have an inkling, such as Su Xiao and Wu Zue, whose glances towards Jiangnan were tinged with something unusual. They huddled together in a corner, whispering amongst themselves. Upon rising, Jiangnan felt only a slight unsteadiness in his steps, while his overall condition seemed satisfactory, his face aglow with vitality. Yet, he was met with Wu Zue's scornful gaze, which he chose to ignore, though he did feel the lingering effects of the previous night's escapades. Just how was he to address this? At that moment, Tan Xiaoyu entered alongside Wan. Casting a glance at Jiangnan, they urged, hurry along. We'll tidy up here. Butterfly and Wan Yao are waiting for you. Tan Xiaoyu nodded repeatedly, her cheeks flushed. Last night, She had been the most proactive and fervent. With assistance offered to clean the room, Jiangnan was more than willing to accept. He eagerly donned his attire and stepped outside. Last night, an agreement had been reached between Jiangnan and Butterfly. From this day forth, their primary focus would be on sourcing fuel. Upon seeing Jiangnan, Butterfly presented him with the breakfast she had prepared, saying, "Here's your meal. I've included extra eggs to bolster your nutrition, ensuring you remain in good health." Jiangnan felt an inexplicable awkwardness at Butterfly's concern. She continued, "You mustn't falter, otherwise it will be the sisters who suffer." Coughing to interrupt her, Jiangnan said, "Ahem." Nearby, Wanyo, her face aflame, interjected, "Butterfly, let us stick to business. We don't want to embarrass ourselves further." "Very well," Butterfly chuckled lightly, muttering, "I'm merely concerned about our sister's happiness." With a more serious demeanor, she continued, "This morning, I inquired among everyone and learned something significant. In our city of Qingyang, there exists a substantial oil refinery that produces liquefied gas, gasoline, diesel, and lubricants. The critical point is that they are currently in dire need of gasoline and diesel." The mention of a large refinery sparked Jiangnan and Appo's interest. A large oil refinery could indeed meet the prison and Appo's demands for gasoline and diesel. As for aviation fuel, we could seek it out at the airport. However, he paused. They require fuel, and so do other camps. If we can think of the refinery, surely others will too. It's possible that it has already been seized by another faction. Butterfly regarded Jiangnan, understanding that the final decision rested with him. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, "Butterfly, gather some people to accompany me to the refinery. We need to assess the situation there." "Understood." Butterfly nodded and promptly set out to assemble the members of the first female combat team. Soon, everyone was equipped and ready for departure. This mission, they all understood, was to procure gasoline and diesel, the most urgently needed resources at present. However, the journey to the refinery was fraught with distance and potential encounters with rival factions. The women discussed these possibilities, their expressions remaining unperturbed, as if discussing a mundane matter. "We fear no one. If we encounter others, so be it. Should they dare to strike, they will witness our strength." Each woman exuded confidence, bolstered by their recent victories. "Nevertheless, we must never underestimate any adversary," Butterfly interjected, her tone grave. "Complacency leads to downfall." The women nodded in agreement, acknowledging Butterfly and Appo's authority, which often surpassed even Jiangnan's in the prison hierarchy. Satisfied with their response, Butterfly commanded, "Prepare to set off. This mission may bring peril or it may not, but vigilance is essential. We cannot afford to be careless." "Yes, understood," they chorused. Before long, Jiangnan led the female combat team away, their destination a large oil refinery situated over 20 kilometers from the prison. Along the journey, Jiangnan deliberately selected routes with fewer zombies, elongating their travel time. It was not until the afternoon that they finally arrived at the refinery. "Is this the refinery?" Jiangnan gazed forward, noting the expansive area that seemed to stretch endlessly. "Remember, within the refinery, open flames are strictly prohibited. Do not discharge firearms or create sparks. Should an incident occur, none of us would survive," he warned. "Any mishaps could result in a catastrophic explosion. Even I might not escape unscathed." The women nodded in understanding. This was a piece of wisdom they were well aware of. Chapter 83. Some arrived first. Prohibition of unauthorized taking wait here for me. "I will assess the situation and return," Jiangnan instructed. He ventured alone towards the oil refinery to ascertain the circumstances, cautious of potential ambushes. Soon, he arrived at the entrance of the refinery. Here, Jiangnan's brow furrowed suddenly. Before the refinery's gates lay a scene of devastation. Corpses of zombies littered the sides of the road, already decaying and emitting a foul odor. A fierce battle had occurred here not long ago. The adversaries had evidently exerted considerable effort to lure the zombies away from the refinery before exterminating them, Jiangnan mused, judging by the traces of the battle outside. Those who had come here must possess formidable strength. Someone had arrived ahead of him. Nevertheless, given the abundance of resources at the refinery, they likely lacked sufficient transportation to carry away large quantities of gasoline and diesel. There should still be plenty left inside. Jiangnan contemplated and proceeded into the refinery, determined to investigate further. At that moment, he noticed several lines of writing etched onto the gate. Did those previous individuals leave this? Jiangnan and Appo's expression shifted as he approached. The oil refinery is now under the control of the Baiyenshan military base. All fuel belongs to the Baiyenshan military base. Anyone desiring fuel must purchase it from the Baiyenshan military base. Unauthorized taking is strictly prohibited. Otherwise, consequences will be borne by the violator. Baiyenshan military base? Jiangnan paused momentarily. Then, a thought struck him, and he scoffed. Ignoring the words on the gate, he strode confidently into the refinery. It appeared he was wholly indifferent to the Baiyenshan military base. In this apocalyptic world, the military represents the most formidable force. They possess well-trained soldiers and systematic weaponry. They are numerous, highly skilled, and well-armed. Few dare to challenge them. Even Jiangnan, at present, would not dare confront a regular army. In a true confrontation, he would only be left to flee. In truth, Jiangnan's disdain stemmed from the fact that the Baiyenshan military base was not currently occupied by the military. Shortly after the onset of the apocalypse, the army had already evacuated the base. Now, it was another powerful faction that had taken residence there. While indeed formidable, they were not the military. Jiangnan had no fear of them. The reputation of the Baiyenshan military base could certainly intimidate many. Unfortunately for them, it did not intimidate Jiangnan. Did they think a mere warning would compel him to retreat? They were sorely mistaken. Jiangnan shook his head and boldly entered the refinery to assess the situation. However, unbeknownst to Jiangnan, two pairs of eyes were discreetly observing him. Who was this person, daring to enter alone? Upon seeing the words Baiyenshan military base, he should surely turn back. The two murmured. Yet, to their astonishment, they witnessed Jiangnan dismiss the warning on the gate with scorn, even wearing a mocking expression. Their faces darkened instantly. How outrageous! He clearly disregarded their authority. He had seen the warning on the gate but still chose to enter. It was utterly brazen. How dare he? Which camp does he belong to? Is he tired of living? The refinery had long been seized by them. However, due to insufficient manpower and a lack of oil tankers and containers, it was inconvenient to station too many guards there. They had no choice but to leave a warning on the gate and station 2 individuals to monitor the area. Typically, any reasonable person would choose to leave upon seeing the words Baiyenshan military base. Unless he were a fool. Could it be that this individual before them is indeed a fool? Regardless of whether he is a fool or not, anyone who dares to ignore their warning must pay the price. Indeed, anger filled their eyes. Whether intentional or unintentional, he must face the consequences. It would serve as a warning to others. Let us report this information to the boss. As for this brat, we'll follow him and see where he comes from. Then directly annihilate his stronghold, teaching him the consequences of offending us. Agreed. The two whispered as they prepared to report their findings to their leader. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out near them. I wondered why things fell amiss, as if I were being watched. It turns out you were monitoring me. The voice emerged behind them, without warning. Their expressions shifted dramatically as they turned sharply to see the speaker. You? Where in an amp? Oppos, to you at the gate? How did you suddenly arrive here? They exclaimed in disbelief, their eyes wide as if they had seen a ghost. The individual had been hundreds of meters away, just moments ago beneath their very noses. How could he have appeared behind them so suddenly? They could not help but glance back at the gate, which now stood vacant. Are you human or a ghost? How did you accomplish this? One survivor gasped in astonishment. Of course, I'm human, Jiangnan replied with a smile. I happened to overhear that you intended to make me pay, planning not only to kill me, but also to eliminate everyone in my camp? At his words, the expressions of the two men changed instantly. He heard that? Does that mean? The ability to appear silently behind them undoubtedly indicated he was an ability user. To kill them would likely prove difficult to resist. Should they simply wait for death at his hands? What of it? One of the long-haired men, showing no signs of denial, retorted fiercely, if you dare to kill me, our leader will certainly not let you off easily. You know where we come from. The Baiyenshan military base. Do you understand the weight of those words? If you dare to kill me, not only you, but everyone connected to you will pay the price. Another added as a threat, don't think we're bluffing, what we say is true. This oil refinery also belongs to the Baiyenshan military base. If you dare to harm us or take even a bit of its resources, prepare to face our wrath. Having overheard their earlier conversation, they knew if they did not reveal their identities and apply pressure now, they could very well be killed. Although such threats could easily provoke him, as long as he is human and has family and friends, he must weigh the risks and avoid completely offending the power behind them. Chapter 84. Take everything away. Not a drop of oil left once the two had concluded their conversation. They fixed their gaze upon Jiangnan, though trepidation and anxiety gnawed at their hearts. Their faces donned an air of arrogance. Yet, they were met with Jiangnan's icy indifference and a faint smile, as if he were merely an audience member enjoying a clown and Oppo's performance. Is he unafraid of threats? Or does he simply not care about the Baiyunshan military base? The two felt their hearts sink. What gave him such confidence? Although they were not the genuine soldiers of the Baiyunshan military base, they had seized the military stronghold and acquired a vast array of weaponry, rendering them formidable. They had faced all adversaries with unyielding ferocity. Could it be that he is insane? Fearless, ready to kill without regard for the consequences. An unsettling fear began to creep into their minds, prompting them to soften their tone. Of course, if you need a bit of oil, we could accommodate that. Our leader is known for his benevolence, fond of building alliances with skilled individuals. Let us consider this a misunderstanding, and we shall not hold it against you. This could be beneficial for both parties. After all, if you were to kill us, you would also invite misfortune upon yourself. There is no need for that. However, Jiangnan merely shook his head. Do you think I still fear you? Are you under the impression that I am unaware of the clowns who currently occupy the Baiyunshan military base? You dare to threaten me? The two's expressions shifted dramatically. Alas, Jiangnan sighed. To be honest, I do not wish to kill you. However, you have deceived me. I have a profound fear of being tricked, and it would be far simpler to eliminate you, thus sparing myself from the worry of deceit. Jiangnan shook his head, seemingly regretful, before unabashedly revealing his murderous intent. Damn it, I am ready to fight you. With a fierce shout, the two had no choice but to retaliate. Clearly, their opponent had no intention of allowing them to escape. They resolved to fight fiercely, hoping for a glimmer of survival. They acted decisively, launching their attack without hesitation. Yet, as they struck, Jiangnan also made his move. To him, their speed was woefully inadequate. Before they could even draw their weapons, Jiangnan swung his blade. Swish, swish. Two piercing cries abruptly ceased. Two large heads flew into the air, crashing to the ground. Jiangnan swiftly dealt with the two corpses and then departed without delay. With no surveillance present, in this apocalyptic world, it would not be easy for the occupants of the Baiyunshan base to identify the perpetrator. Even if they traced it back to Jiangnan, he bore no fear, for they were not a true military force. Besides, he had his own trump cards. In truth, Jiangnan had no desire to be at odds with the Baiyunshan base. They were undeniably powerful. Yet, he found himself compelled to oppose them, as his need for fuel was far from trivial. Once this matter was resolved, he would need to focus his energy on the Baiyunshan base. If an opportunity arose, it would be best to eliminate this threat in one fell swoop, Jiangnan mused. Having forged an enmity with them, it was only prudent to prepare in advance. It would be wise to strike first. After inspecting the oil refinery and ensuring no one remained, Jiangnan returned to Butterfly and the others. Brother Nan, what was the situation inside? Butterfly inquired. Jiangnan did not conceal any details and recounted the events that had transpired. A military base? An army? The Baiyunshan military base? The women were astonished. Had Jiangnan provoked the military? Was he not being overly audacious? In this apocalypse, the most formidable force, without a doubt, remained the military. Seeing their expressions, Jiangnan chuckled. Rest assured, the Baiyunshan military base is merely occupied by a group of survivors. The actual military has long since withdrawn. I knew it. It couldn't possibly be the military. With Jiangnan's explanation, the women sighed in relief. Follow me. Let us gather gasoline and diesel. Jiangnan led the women into the oil refinery, reiterating once more before entering. No gunfire, no ignition. The oil refinery was well stocked with gasoline and diesel. The women busied themselves searching for fuel, while Jiangnan concentrated on transferring vast quantities of gasoline and diesel into his storage space. His storage had expanded to 6,000 cubic meters, 6 times its original capacity. Not too small, yet not overly large, it was quite convenient for storing gasoline and diesel. Thankfully, he could partition his storage space, designating 2 separate enclosed areas for fuel. Otherwise, transporting it would have been quite the challenge. Jiangnan felt a twinge of relief. Many areas of the refinery had suffered damage, resulting in considerable waste of gasoline and diesel. Additionally, most of the materials within were semi-finished products or crude oil, with finished fuel being scarce. After 2 hours, Jiangnan had finally cleared out all the gasoline and diesel. All right, completed. However, it's getting late. Let us rest here for the night and set off tomorrow. Jiangnan glanced at the darkening sky. The others readily agreed. The night passed swiftly, and dawn broke, ushering in a new day. After 3 hours, they finally returned to the prison. Overall, this trip was quite smooth, Butterfly remarked. Jiangnan nodded. They encountered little danger along the way. At most, they faced 2 adversaries at the oil refinery, who were effortlessly dealt with by Jiangnan. Everyone, go rest. No training for the next few days. Consider it a break, Jiangnan announced with a smile. At his words, the women erupted in cheers. Wonderful. Thank you. Hooray. Their fatigued faces lit up with joy. After enduring numerous battles, they were utterly drained. The prospect of rest was exhilarating. Everyone, Butterfly confirmed. Yes, everyone deserves to rest. We're all exhausted, Jiangnan affirmed. Given that the camp was well stocked and not under immediate threat, there was no need for constant vigilance. The only looming threat was the Baiyenshan military base. However, it would not be easy for them to track down the group. For the time being, there was no cause for concern. But Brother Nan, if everyone rests, who will stand guard? Let Wu Zui handle it. His keen senses make him perfect for the task. And he has little else to do. Jiangnan recalled the previous day's exasperating stare from Wu Zui. It was time to give him a nudge. I believe Wu Zui is exceptionally suited for this duty. He only requires 4 hours of sleep, leaving him ample time to fulfill his responsibilities, which would also showcase his worth. I am certain he will be delighted upon receiving this news. Chapter 85. Do not attempt to hoard alone. A sudden sneeze interrupted Wu Zui, who was diligently learning to write with Su Xiaoxiao. His wise eyes darted around, filled with suspicion. Moments ago, he had felt an inexplicable chill creeping down his spine, as if someone were plotting against him. Yet, despite his vigilant scrutiny, he could not discern the source of the danger, even with his keen sense of smell. Wu Zui, what are you doing? Su Xiaoxiao asked, her face a picture of confusion. Barking in response, Wu Zui recounted his unsettling experience. Su Xiaoxiao's expression darkened with anger. Are you trying to trick me into sleeping? Focus on your studies. At your age, how can you even think of sleeping? Wu Zui shivered at the coldness emanating from Su Xiaoxiao's palm, feeling a sense of injustice. He truly was not lying. There was indeed someone scheming against him. Nevertheless, he dared not defy Su Xiaoxiao's command and set about studying his characters earnestly. Meanwhile, on the afternoon of the day Jiangnan and his companions departed from the oil refinery, a convoy approached from the distance. Comprised of 7 oil tankers and 5 military jeeps, the convoy entered the refinery. A tall man with a bushy beard, resembling a military officer, disembarked, followed by a dozen armed personnel. To the untrained eye, they might have appeared to be soldiers, but in reality, they were merely a group of ordinary individuals who had taken over a military base. Where are Gui Yong and the others? The bearded man frowned. What the hell? I ordered them to guard this place. Where could they have gone? Slacking off? Sleeping? I swear, if I find them. At that moment, a pale-faced individual rushed over. Blue team, we discovered 2 bodies outside. It's Gui Yong and his men. Furthermore, all the refined oil inside the plant has vanished. The revelation left everyone present, including the bearded man, in stunned silence. Gui Yong was dead? The oil was gone? You can end Oppos. Be serious. Blue Tian exclaimed, grabbing the man by the collar. Is this the truth? Absolutely. I swear on my life. There is not a word of falsehood. The newcomer stammered, his lips quivering. Damn it. How audacious. Who dares to disregard us, stealing our supplies and slaying our people? Blue Tian's face twisted with rage. Take me to the scene and inform the boss immediately. He must know. Anyone who dares oppose us will pay dearly. Blue Tian's expression was one of fury. He had never encountered such insolence before. In the past, no one dared defy the name of the Baiyenshan military base. They always capitulated and offered apologies regardless of the circumstances. He had assumed that in the territory of Qingyang City, no one would dare provoke them. Yet today, such an affront had occurred. How could he not be enraged? This was a blatant humiliation. No matter the cost, the provocateurs must face dire consequences. Yes, one of his subordinates promptly affirmed, relaying the situation to Baiyenshan, their leader. Though they were not a formal military unit, their dominance over the Baiyenshan base attested to their formidable strength. Anyone who dared oppose them was doomed. In the subsequent days, the prison buzzed with activity. Jiangnan had granted everyone a holiday, suspending training and tasks, allowing all to relax. Some played cards, others drank, and many engaged in lively conversations, filling the camp with joyous laughter. The atmosphere was vibrant, with the youthful voices of girls echoing throughout the facility. Even Jiangnan felt invigorated by the day's idleness, though a hint of unease lingered beneath his smile. How long could such tranquility last? According to the timeline, the emergence of level 2 zombies and a horde should not be far off. Nanggu, I have something to show you. Hehe, you're going to love it. A lively voice broke Jiangnan's reverie. It was Tan Xiaoyu, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Once she confirmed no one was watching, she hurried to Jiangnan and Apos' side. What is it? Jiangnan hesitated, his wariness piqued by her cheerful demeanor. This girl appeared innocent, yet there was a sense that she understood more than she let on. Tan Xiaoyu flashed an adorable grin. Well, I've noticed some changes in certain areas. Come help me check. Jiangnan felt overwhelmed, casting a warning glance at her. I think you should consult Wenwan about that. Why? Tan Xiaoyu blinked innocently. Because I believe only Nanggu can discern whether there has been any change. Jiangnan hastily cleared his throat, signaling urgency. Let us discuss this later. It's not convenient right now. Cough, cough. What? I think now is quite convenient. How about I show you right here? Tan Xiaoyu chirped, playfully snuggling into his embrace like a fawn. Suddenly, she noticed Jiangnan desperately blinking at her. Tan Xiaoyu paused, her expression shifting as she turned to see Dai Dai, Wan Yell, and Wenwan standing behind them, their faces twisted in cold smirks, watching her intently. Ah, Tan Xiaoyu gasped, scrambling out of Jiangnan and Apos' arms. Let me explain. I never intended to hoard alone. I don't believe you. We had an agreement that no one could hoard food in the camp. If anyone does, they must seek our permission. Those who violate this rule will face consequences. Dai Dai began, her voice trailing off as she pondered the appropriate punishment. If she wished to hoard alone, then let her do so to her heart and Apos' content. Wenwan interjected with a cold huff. Lock this pair in a room together for 3 days and nights. Tan Xiaoyu's face paled, and she quickly pleaded no. Nanggu is so strong, after 3 days. He might not even be human anymore. Xiaowan, we grew up together. How could you treat me like this? Boo-hoo Yao Yao. We have such a strong bond from our past battles. You can't do this to me. Fortunately, it was Jiangnan who ultimately intervened, sparing Tan Xiaoyu this time. If they were truly left alone for 3 days, she might very well be overwhelmed. Chapter 86. The Emergence of Second-Level Zombies. Prepare for the worst 3 days later. Boom. Boom. Death. At the Qingyang airport, Jiangnan hurled several grenades, toppling a multitude of zombies. Immediately after, he deftly maneuvered 2 flying knives that soared through the air with remarkable speed. Puff, 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 like a harvester. The knives swiftly sliced through the heads of the zombies, resulting in yet another wave of them collapsing to the ground. Die, you filthy creatures, Jiangnan exclaimed, retrieving a large blade from his storage space. He leaped into the throng of zombies, exhibiting not only speed but also agility and dexterity. Those wretched beings couldn't even graze the hem of his clothing. Swish, 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 roar, roar. The zombies howled in anger, yet they were utterly powerless against Jiangnan, who dispatched them with ease. Approximately 5 minutes had elapsed. The airport's ground was littered with the corpses of hundreds of zombies. What an exhilarating first battle. Jiangnan smiled. He had previously engaged in large-scale slaughter of zombies, but this was his first encounter with melee weaponry. The sensation was entirely different. With the crystal cores collected and aviation fuel secured, it was nearly time to return. The camp still had 4 hungry mouths to feed. Over the past few days, Jiangnan had worked harder than ever. With the increase in women came heightened demands and greater variety. At that moment, a terrifying roar erupted from a distance. Roar. It resonated like thunder, echoing ominously. Within that roar lay an unspeakable terror. Jiangnan paused, his expression shifting slightly. Could this sound belong to a second-level zombie? Had they finally made their appearance? He turned towards the source of the sound, where a zombie emerged, its skin a bronze hue, towering at 2.5 meters with exceptionally developed muscles. Its crimson eyes coldly fixed on Jiangnan. As it appeared, more ordinary zombies began to shuffle towards it. The second-level zombies had finally emerged. Jiangnan's expression grew serious. The power of second-level zombies far surpassed that of first-level ones. In a one-on-one scenario, a second-level zombie was comparable to a first-level evolved being, if not slightly stronger. What was more critical, however, was that this was merely the beginning. The number of second-level zombies would only increase. Furthermore, these zombies possessed a degree of intelligence, allowing them to control ordinary zombies to some extent. Should their numbers swell, They could initiate a zombie tide, leading to countless survivors meeting a gruesome fate. I wonder if the prison camp can withstand the impending tide, Jiangnan pondered. Yet, amidst the danger lay opportunity. To ascend to the ranks of second-level evolved beings and grow stronger, one required the crystal cores of second-level zombies. Roar. The second-level zombie glared at Jiangnan, unleashing another roar. Then, it charged forward, accompanied by over 30 ordinary zombies. Jiangnan shook his head lightly. Just one second-level zombie dares to challenge me? My concern lies not with you, but with the potential tide of second-level zombies that may arise. Despite their strength, a single second-level zombie was no match for him. Die? Jiangnan scoffed, his form vanishing in an instant. The second-level zombie momentarily froze. Where did it go? In the next moment, Jiangnan reappeared behind it. Roar. The second-level zombie reacted swiftly, sensing Jiangnan's presence as its sharp claws lunged towards him. Clang, clang, clang. Jiangnan swung his large blade, the sound of metal clashing resonating as the zombie and Oppo's claws were ultimately severed. Puff. Jiangnan unleashed a flurry of strikes, swiftly dispatching the second-level zombie. It was merely a second-level zombie, no threat to me at all. Utterly simplistic. As he severed the zombie's head, he discovered a thumb-sized crystal core inside, an essential item for advancing to second-level evolved beings. Jiangnan would not let this opportunity slip by. Subsequently, he eradicated the remaining 30-odd ordinary zombies, collecting their cores as well. Brother Nan, you're back? Butterfly and Wan Yao awaited him at the prison, their expressions grave. Upon seeing Jiangnan return, they immediately spoke. Brother Nan, we were out on our routine patrol around the camp today and encountered an unexpected situation. Unexpected situation? Jiangnan raised an eyebrow. Did you also discover second-level zombies? What? You encountered second-level zombies too? Both Butterfly and Wan Yao were taken aback. They initially thought the zombie they encountered was an isolated incident, but now realized it was not the case. Butterfly's expression darkened. If they had all encountered second-level zombies, it indicated a significant increase in their numbers. Previously, they had only encountered ordinary zombies, yet now there were so many second-level ones. What other changes might this world undergo in the future? Jiangnan nodded gently, stating, I indeed encountered a second-level zombie, and I swiftly dispatched it. Compared to ordinary zombies, their strength is vastly superior. However, the most crucial aspect is that second-level zombies possess a degree of intelligence and can control some ordinary zombies. I fear they may incite a tide. He recounted his encounter with the second-level zombie to Butterfly and Wan Yao, imparting his understanding of them to ensure they had a fundamental awareness of the threat. So what should we do now? Butterfly inquired. We need not panic. Given the prison's defensive capabilities, we remain relatively safe for the time being. There is no need for concern, Jiangnan replied slowly. However, for safety's sake, we must exercise greater caution moving forward. If we need to venture outside, it is best to go in groups for mutual support. The second-level zombies have just begun to appear. Let us observe the situation. If it remains manageable, we will stay in the prison. If the situation becomes untenable, we must be prepared to evacuate. Chapter 87. Gathering secondary crystal cores. Wan Yao and Dai Dai felt a tremor of shock. Abandoning the prison? Jiangnan could utter such words? What did this signify? Could it be that Jiangnan was not optimistic about the emergence of secondary zombies and the development of the situation? Upon seeing the worried expressions on Wan Yao and Dai Dai and Oppo's faces, Jiangnan couldn't Oppo's help but chuckle. Rest assured, we will only abandon the prison under the direst circumstances. This is our foundation, and our location and defenses are quite formidable. Ordinarily, there should be no issues. The geographical position and defensive capabilities of the prison are arguably the best among all camps. Jiangnan was confident in his ability to handle any changes. Merely apprehensive about the worst-case scenario. The matter was not concealed from others, it was shared with all in the camp. There was no need for secrecy, and it would not be long before the truth surfaced, so it was better to inform them now. This news, as expected, stirred a ripple among the women. Yet due to their trust in Jiangnan, they did not panic excessively. Observing their composure, Jiangnan felt a sense of satisfaction. It was only the female combat team led by Dai Dai that could maintain such calm in the face of crisis. More secondary zombies would soon appear. They possessed the ability to control ordinary zombies, launching assaults on human survivor camps. Eventually, they would even organize massive hordes of the undead. At that moment, all survivors would be in peril, Jiangnan mused. Although he slayed zombies with the ease of dispatching livestock, even facing hundreds of them was not daunting. However, What if there were tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands, or millions of zombies? Even with his ability to teleport, he would likely be unable to escape. I must prepare adequately. The most crucial task now is to enhance my strength. Jiangnan retrieved all his crystal cores. The number of cores he possessed had already surpassed 2,000, including one from a secondary zombie. The cores of ordinary zombies held little value for him now. To transcend into a secondary ability user, he required the cores of secondary zombies. The upcoming mission was to gather these cores and ascend to become a secondary ability user. Not long after, Jiangnan found himself in a shopping mall. "Monsters, I am here," Jiangnan bellowed. Instantly, all the zombies fixated their gaze upon him. Then, their eyes turned crimson, and they emitted a cacophony of roars. Roar, roar, roar. Excellent. Jiangnan and Oppo's eyes gleamed. Wielding a large machete, he plunged into the throng of zombies without hesitation. The blade flashed as he dispatched zombie after zombie with lethal precision. His swordsmanship, honed through combat experience, had reached an extraordinary level. Each strike accurately targeted the vital points of the zombies, delivering fatal blows with remarkable efficiency. In less than 5 minutes, a multitude of zombie corpses lay at his feet, numbering at least in the hundreds. His machete had already dulled. Were there no more zombies? No secondary zombies either? Jiangnan raised an eyebrow. Currently, secondary zombies had just begun to appear in limited numbers. Locating them would not be easy. Thus, he could only seek out areas teeming with zombies to slaughter ordinary ones, hoping to attract the secondary zombies. Unfortunately, it seemed there were none in the vicinity. With a resigned shake of his head, he collected the cores from the ordinary zombies and departed swiftly. Soon, Jiangnan arrived at a second location, a subway exit. Here, the number of zombies was even greater than in the previous mall. Most of them were office workers clad in professional attire. Upon noticing Jiangnan, they seemed momentarily stunned, unsure how this human had appeared. However, they quickly succumbed to frenzy, sensing the human presence as if it were delectable prey. Roar, roar, kill. Jiangnan snorted disdainfully. He switched to a brand new large knife from his storage space and charged into the horde of zombies. There was no doubt, it was another one-sided massacre. Jiangnan advanced toward the subway station, resembling a god of slaughter, unstoppable in his path. Inside the subway station, a particularly robust, light red zombie stood surrounded by others, coldly observing Jiangnan as if awaiting his arrival. A secondary zombie? Jiangnan and Oppo's eyes lit up. Indeed, in areas dense with zombies, secondary ones were more easily discovered. Die. Jiangnan ignored the ordinary zombies and rushed straight for the secondary zombie. The secondary zombie, enraged, roared and charged at Jiangnan, intent on tearing this insufferable human apart. Yet, moments later, a roar of defiance echoed. The head of the secondary zombie was cleaved from its body, soaring high before crashing to the ground. Excellent. Another secondary zombie crystal core. Jiangnan severed the zombie's head and retrieved a crystal core. Unlike ordinary zombies, from which a core might only appear among several, nearly every secondary zombie possessed one, barring exceptionally bad luck. After extracting the core, Jiangnan did not linger in the subway station. He promptly departed for his next destination. Over the following days, Jiangnan remained active, dedicating the majority of his time to hunting secondary zombies. On the first day, he managed to slay a single secondary zombie, the one from the subway station. The second day proved luckier, yielding 2 secondary zombies. The third day saw 3, while the fourth day returned to 3. By the 7th day, he had slain 5. However, on the 8th day, Jiangnan refrained from hunting zombies, choosing instead to stay within the camp. Over these days, the number of secondary zombies he had hunted increased significantly, not due to enhanced efficiency, but rather because the secondary zombies were proliferating rapidly. Jiangnan's expression turned solemn. The impression gained over these days was that the number of secondary zombies was escalating daily. Chapter 88. Breakthrough. Level 2 ability user. The number of level 2 zombies is increasing rapidly, becoming more concentrated, predominantly in the city center. This includes the ordinary zombies as well. Currently, the quantity of zombies around the prison, and even in the outskirts of the urban area, is diminishing. This situation is highly abnormal. It suggests that the level 2 zombies are either intentionally or unintentionally gathering the other zombies closer to the city center, resulting in a burgeoning horde. This heralds the ominous onset of a zombie tide. Jiangnan is most apprehensive about the emergence of such a tide, fully aware of its terrifying destructive potential from past experiences. His sole hope now is that the scale of the impending tide will not be too vast. Never mind that. The pressing matter is to enhance his strength. Jiangnan retrieves the crystals he has collected. Over the past week, he has amassed a significant quantity of ordinary crystals, along with nearly 20 level 2 zombie crystals. With such an abundance, it should suffice for him to ascend to a level 2 ability user. Without hesitation, Jiangnan opens his mouth and begins to consume the level 2 crystals recklessly. Crunch, crunch. He chews them as if they were mere beans, swallowing them down. They transform into immense energy, surging through his body. In an instant, Jiangnan feels as if he is engulfed in flames. This sensation is physical. Meanwhile, on a mental level, he perceives his soul entering an extraordinarily unique state, weightless, as if undergoing a profound transformation. Jiangnan does not halt his consumption of the crystals. In fact, he accelerates. 1, 2, 3, 10, 11, 20. After 20 minutes, he has consumed all 20 crystals. Feeling as if both his body and soul are on the verge of combustion, an experience both agonizing and pleasurable. Not enough. He still requires more. Jiangnan produces the final few level 2 zombie crystals and swallows them one by one. Meanwhile, outside, is Brother Nan about to break through? Is he set to become a level 2 ability user? Over the past few days, he has been relentlessly hunting level 2 zombies, thoroughly prepared. So there should be no issues. Brother Nan is already formidable. To what extent can he elevate his power this time? Su Xiao, butterfly, 1 Yao, 1 10 Xiaoyu. And the other women wait anxiously outside the room. Some wear expressions of concern, while others exhibit anticipation. Rest assured, it and Oppos, as merely a straightforward breakthrough. Nothing should go awry. Butterfly reassures calmly. The others nod slightly. These past days, Jiangnan has indeed been fervent in his quest to ascend to a level 2 ability user. He has devoted nearly all his time to seeking and hunting level 2 zombies to acquire more crystals. In pursuit of this goal, Jiangnan has not interacted with them for an entire week. The women are aware of the pressure he faces. At this moment, a significant transformation unfolds outside. The number of level 2 zombies is steadily increasing, and the uncertainty of the future is escalating dramatically. As the steadfast anchor of the prison camp, Jiangnan must continually enhance his abilities to better confront the various crises ahead. The women wait patiently outside. Suddenly, all noises from within the room cease. Has he succeeded? It must be so. The women feel a rush of excitement. At last, Jiangnan has finally become a level 2 ability user. I have finally ascended to a level 2 ability user. After enduring a continuous half-hour of evolution, Jiangnan finally opens his eyes. His gaze is extraordinarily radiant, akin to a brilliant galaxy. He can sense that a certain elevation has occurred within his body. Yet, this is not the crux of the matter. The pivotal factor is that his abilities have also undergone transformation. Object manipulation, level 2, teleportation, level 2, storage space, level 2, as Jiangnan concentrates. The 3 abilities materialize in his mind, each marked with the designation of level 2. I must go out. Butterfly and the others are likely waiting anxiously. Jiangnan rises and steps outside. Brother Nan, you have become a level 2 ability user? The women gaze at him with a mixture of anticipation and joy. Indeed, I have ascended to a level 2 ability user. Jiangnan smiles and nods, his heart brimming with joy. After such a long time, he has finally achieved this status. I just checked. My storage space has expanded from an initial 10 meters in length, width, and height to an impressive 50 meters. This means that the volume of my storage space has grown from 1,000 cubic meters to an astonishing 12,500 cubic meters. Moreover, my teleportation ability has significantly improved. Previously, I could teleport a maximum distance of just over 300 meters, but now I can exceed 500 meters. Additionally, I can now carry 2 individuals with me. As for object manipulation, it has similarly been enhanced. Jiangnan shares his transformations with the women. As they listen, their mouths agape and eyes wide with astonishment, they are taken aback. Becoming a level 2 ability user allows for such substantial enhancements. The storage space has expanded dramatically. While the dimensions have not increased significantly, the volume has surged over 100-fold. Brother Nan's power has ascended to new heights. Regardless of the dangers that lie ahead, we believe we will surely navigate through them safely. The women are exhilarated. The stronger Jiangnan becomes, the more secure they feel. Jiangnan's successful promotion to a level 2 ability user undoubtedly serves as a potent morale booster for everyone in the prison. In the days that follow, however, there are not many significant changes. The The female combat team ventures out only occasionally, and even then, they remain within the vicinity of the prison. Due to the proliferation of level 2 zombies, the dangers in Jiangnan City have increased dramatically, and they are hesitant to take risks. Jiangnan, on the other hand, roams various locations. He continues to hunt level 2 zombies to gather crystals for Butterfly and the others while also observing the evolving situation. On the rooftop of a dilapidated building, Jiangnan stands at the edge of the terrace. A single step forward would lead him hundreds of meters into the abyss. The wind howls, carrying with it a pungent stench of decay. Jiangnan gazes down at the throngs of zombies below, his brow furrowing in concern. The situation is dire. The number of level 2 zombies is escalating alarmingly. In such a short time, 4 or 5 out of every 100 zombies are now level 2. Chapter 89. The evacuation begins. The number of second-tier zombies had swelled to an overwhelming extent, and their concentration was increasing. Currently, nearly 1 million zombies were amassed, and it was uncertain when the tide of the undead would erupt. Countless survivors were at risk. Many had already sensed the impending danger and commenced their flight from Jiangnan City. In the Jiangnan underground passage, it became apparent that Jiangnan City had turned increasingly perilous, a realization shared by most survivors. Since not long ago, there had been a continuous exodus. Lost in thought, Jiangnan was suddenly jolted by the sound of fierce gunfire in the distance. Gunfire? Could it be that a group of survivors had encountered misfortune during their escape? Jiangnan paused momentarily. Typically, survivors would not dare venture from their camps at this hour. They would huddle together, waiting for the treacherous horde to pass. Those who ventured out at this time were primarily attempting to flee Jiangnan City. After a brief contemplation, Jiangnan used his ability to teleport towards the source of the gunfire. Run, run. Damn it, there are too many zombies. We can't escape. It's over. A team of around 10 survivors found themselves cornered in a secluded alley, desperately firing their weapons to fend off the relentless onslaught of zombies. They had originally intended to leave Jiangnan City, but unfortunately, they had inadvertently attracted the attention of the undead and were now embroiled in a fierce battle. Had this been earlier, their team's strength would have sufficed for a breakout. At least most could have protected themselves. However, the situation was drastically different now. Among the horde were second-tier zombies, significantly more formidable than the ordinary ones. Furthermore, the ordinary zombies, under the control of the second-tier ones, surged forth incessantly, launching suicidal attacks. Before long, their defenses began to crumble. Even with their firepower unleashed, they could not withstand the relentless advance of the zombies. What do we do? What do we do? I don and amp. Oppos. T wanna die. We and amp. Oppos. Redoomed. We and amp. Oppos. Redoomed. Among the group, some broke down in tears, others raved in madness, some screamed defiantly as they fought, while others cast down their weapons in utter despair. Soon, the overwhelmed team of survivors was completely engulfed by the zombies. Amidst the wails and cries, over 10 lives were mercilessly torn apart, reduced to mere sustenance for the undead. The threat posed by the zombies was far greater than before. From a distance, Jiangnan observed this tragic scene, filled with a sense of sorrow for the fallen. He had witnessed such brutality far too often in recent days. This wave of zombies seemed to be on a scale much larger than in his past life. Jiangnan furrowed his brows tightly, perplexed by the reasons behind this escalation. Yet, that was not the crux of the matter. What truly mattered was whether he and those in the prison could survive. This time, there was no means to fend off their assault. Not even his prison could withstand it. When he initially chose the prison as his refuge, he had indeed considered the possibility of a zombie tide. Given the prison and Oppos' geographical advantages and defenses, it had seemed more than capable of handling the previous wave. However, for reasons unknown, this tide was far more formidable than before. Regardless of the cause, it was time to contemplate an exit. Soon after, Jiangnan returned to the prison, where the women had been anxiously awaiting his return. Even within the prison's confines, they were aware of the changes unfolding outside. The current situation was dire. In recent days, a palpable sense of gloom had settled over them, an invisible weight pressing down on their spirits. Brother Nan, what is the situation outside? Wan Yao inquired first, drawing the attention of Butterfly, when Wan, Tan Xiaoyu, and Su Xiaoxiao. Jiangnan shook his head gently. The situation is not optimistic. Today, the gathering of zombies has expanded once more, with all the zombies from the outskirts of Jiangnan City converging towards the city center. At any moment, these zombies could launch a frenzied assault on our camp. Today, I encountered 2 survivor teams attempting to escape, but they were unfortunately discovered and met a gruesome fate. Jiangnan sighed, shaking his head. 2 survivor teams were annihilated by the zombies? The women gasped in shock. This was merely what Jiangnan had witnessed. There were surely more who had perished without his knowledge. What are your plans now, Brother Nan? Should we hold fast to the prison, or seek another path? Butterfly hesitated before posing the question. She quickly added, regardless of your decision, we will resolutely support you. To remain, or to leave? This was a challenging decision. After a moment of contemplation, Jiangnan replied, prepare your belongings for evacuation. As for when we leave, I will assess the situation further. Let us be ready to depart at a moment's notice. This course of action was driven by two considerations. First, Jiangnan needed to continue monitoring the zombie situation. On the other hand, he still had adversaries to confront, the Baiyunshan military base. Over the past half-month, he had gathered some clues about the individuals at the base, who had begun to stir in recent days. Jiangnan needed to find an opportunity to eliminate them before he could safely depart. In the following days, Jiangnan kept a vigilant watch on the movements of the Baiyunshan military base while also observing the zombie situation. The circumstances showed no signs of improvement. The horde grew larger, and the number of second-tier zombies increased. Moreover, the entire zombie crowd became increasingly agitated. Jiangnan was even reluctant to reveal himself before them. It was time to act. They must evacuate. Jiangnan thought resolutely. No more delays, otherwise it might be too late. Soon, he returned to the prison and addressed the women. Have you gathered your belongings? We are preparing to evacuate and leave Qingyang City. Upon hearing this, the women began to murmur among themselves. Are we finally leaving? I knew this day would come eventually. But truthfully, I will miss this place. Indeed, after living here for so long, I have developed some attachment. I trust Brother Jiangnan. If he has decided to evacuate, the situation must have reached an extremely perilous point. Regardless, we will support Brother Jiangnan's decision. Fortunately, they had long been psychologically prepared. Thus, upon hearing the announcement of their impending departure from the prison, there was little panic among them. Chapter 90. The Revenge of Baiyun Mountain. The artillery fire rained down as Jiangnan stored various supplies from the prison into his spatial storage. Soon, everything was in readiness. Brother Nan, can we leave now? Butterfly inquired. Jiangnan nodded affirmatively. Yes, however, there remains one matter to settle before we depart from Qingyang City. The women paused in surprise. What matter? Wan Yu asked. The military base at Baiyun Mountain. Upon hearing this, both Wan Yao and Butterfly recalled the earlier events when Jiangnan had led a team to the oil refinery, where they had eliminated 2 personnel from the Baiyun Mountain military base. It appeared that the oil refinery had initially been seized by Baiyun Mountain. Consequently, Jiangnan not only killed their men but also depleted the refinery's fuel reserves, severely antagonizing them. Yet, amidst the escalating threat from the zombies over the past few days, they had neglected this adversary. Now, spurred by Jiangnan's reminder, the memory resurfaced. Do they know it was us? Butterfly queried. Jiangnan slowly nodded. Indeed, they have already traced our actions. Furthermore, they are poised to strike today. If my calculations are correct, they are en route to the prison as we speak. A cold smile spread across Jiangnan and Appo's face. He had been discreetly monitoring the movements of the Baiyun Mountain military base. Recently, they had captured numerous survivors to gather intelligence about the prison. An assault on the prison was imminent. Today, they are making their move today? The women and Appo's expressions shifted dramatically. What shall we do now? Should we confront them head-on, or? Jiangnan shook his head. It is too late for them to act. By the time they arrive at the prison, we shall have long departed. We need not engage them directly. Masha Biao has brought forth his elite forces, and their stronghold is now vulnerable. Jiangnan articulated his strategy with a cold smirk. Upon hearing this, the women's eyes began to glimmer with excitement. 2 hours later, as the sun began to set, an armed contingent appeared approximately 2 to 3 kilometers from the prison. The unit was not only equipped with various armored vehicles but also boasted 2 tanks, multiple mortars, and individual rocket launchers. Among this roughly 70-member team, several drones were present as well. The leader of the prison, known as Jiangnan, was rumored to possess extraordinary strength, suspected of wielding teleportation abilities, making him nearly unbeatable. Additionally, he commanded a formidable ability to control flying knives. Beyond him, 3 other ability users resided within the prison. 2 were Jiangnan's trusted subordinates, while the youngest appeared to be Jiangnan and Appo's sister. In the center of this unit sat a tall, stern-faced man in his 30s, bearing a prominent scar on his face, listening intently to his subordinates' reports while reviewing the provided intelligence. Masha Biao's expression was icy, his scar twitching ominously as he spoke in a frigid tone. I am already aware of these developments. Let us lie in wait here until nightfall, and when Jiangnan returns, we will strike. We will rain artillery upon their camp. Even if he possesses teleportation abilities, there will be no escape. Ma Biao had prepared extensively for this retaliation against the prison. As the leader, Jiangnan was their primary target. Anyone could survive, but Jiangnan must not. To this end, he had mobilized all heavy weaponry from the base. A swift bombardment would ensure that even if Jiangnan could teleport, he would be met with certain death. Understood. Several squad leaders nodded eagerly. As twilight approached, Ma Biao stood, his expression cold, his eyes like ice, gazing towards the distant prison. Who dares to kill my men? Who dares to seize what is mine? Today, you shall pay the price. He was inherently vengeful. Anyone who crossed him would face 1,000-fold retaliation. Jiangnan and his companions had not only stolen his fuel but also taken his men, a direct affront to his pride. If he did not retaliate, how could he maintain his authority and earn the trust and support of his brothers? Thus, despite the lengthy and arduous investigation, Ma Biao was determined to uncover the culprits and exact revenge. Prepare to fire. Ma Biao commanded with a shout. Yes, yes. The tanks, artillery, and mortars were already primed and ready. With Ma Biao's order, dozens of shells were launched simultaneously. Boom, 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 boom. In an instant, the entire prison was engulfed in a hail of artillery fire. Countless flames erupted, illuminating the night and obliterating the prison walls, buildings, and various facilities. Do not cease. Continue firing. Reduce it to rubble. Ma Biao commanded coldly. Boom, boom, boom. The tanks, artillery, and mortars relentlessly unleashed their payloads. The night echoed with the sounds of bombardment, which persisted for nearly 10 minutes, unleashing hundreds of shells upon the prison. Finally, after 10 minutes, the bombardment ceased. Heh, what of your teleportation? Under such concentrated fire, no matter your strength, you face certain doom. Dare to kill me? Dare to steal from me? This is your fate. Ma Biao and Appo's expression remained cold, a mocking smile playing on his lips. He then instructed, deploy drones to assess the situation inside. Yes. Immediately, operatives controlled a drone to fly over the prison, relaying the situation back. Soon, the drone transmitted its findings. Boss, there appear to be no survivors inside the prison at this time. Chapter 91. An empty explosion. Ha. A survivor? With such ferocious artillery, how could there possibly be a survivor? Not to mention a human. Even deities would not withstand such a barrage. To dare provoke us is akin to courting death. This is the consequence. Indeed, they deserve every bit of it. Ma Biao and Appo's subordinates laughed heartily, basking in their own prowess. This is the extent of their strength. Anyone who dares to cross them shall meet this fate. Under the relentless shelling, no matter who you are, only death awaits. Ma Biao and Appo's smile widened as he commanded. Follow me to the prison and see if there are any survivors. Especially Jiangnan. The living must be seen, and the dead must be confirmed. Understood, they replied. Before long, a grand procession arrived at the prison's exterior. The prison walls had long since crumbled under the onslaught. In truth, the entire facility had been reduced to a wasteland. Ma Biao's men began to scour the ruins for the deceased. In such a furious bombardment, it was nearly impossible for anyone to survive. Nevertheless, since the boss had ordered them to locate Jiangnan and Appo's corpse, they set out to search. Logically, this should have been a straightforward task. However, as time passed, the group gradually sensed something amiss. Despite searching for most of the day, they had failed to find a single corpse. Not even a shadow of a spirit could be seen. Could it be that there was no one inside? Such doubts crept into their minds. Yet, they quickly dismissed these thoughts. It was nighttime, and when they attacked, Jiang and people were likely still within the prison, unable to escape before the building collapsed. Burying their bodies beneath the rubble, they steeled their resolve and continued their search. However, no matter how diligently they dug, even to the depths of the earth, not a single body could be found. What is happening? Where is everyone? Why can't we find a single corpse? Damn it, what is going on? The group began to panic. They soon relayed this unsettling news to Ma Biao. What? Not a single body found? Are you telling me that there was no one in this camp? That all those hundreds of shells were fired into thin air? Upon hearing this, Ma Biao's expression froze, soon giving way to incredulity. How could there be no one? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Ma Biao felt a wave of heat rush to his face. Just moments ago, he had been brimming with confidence, believing that his relentless bombardment had annihilated everyone within the prison. Now, he was being told that there was no one inside? The hundreds of shells he had unleashed had merely created an empty explosion. He had been savoring his triumph only to be dealt a crushing blow. "Yes, boss." One of his subordinates stammered, feeling the pressure mount. "What should we do now? Should we keep searching?" Ma Xiaobao's face darkened, his expression as stormy as the sea. "Keep looking. Dig 3 feet into the ground. I refuse to believe there isn't a single soul here." "Yes." Upon hearing Ma Xiaobao's command, his subordinates dared not refuse. Soon, Ma Xiaobao's crew, including 3 ability users, began to excavate the ruins. Yet, an hour passed, and still, there were no findings. The news reached Ma Xiaobao's ears. Upon hearing the continued lack of results, his features contorted in rage. "Jiangnan, you have gone too far. I, Ma Xiaobao, will not rest until I have you. Even if you flee to the ends of the earth, I shall pursue you relentlessly. If you do not perish, I will not cease my efforts." Ma Xiaobao gritted his teeth, nearly reaching the brink of fury. "What do we do now, boss? Should we continue searching, or?" Guiyong approached Ma Xiaobao. He too was an ability user, one of the squad leaders under Ma Xiaobao. Yet, in the face of Ma Xiaobao and Appos, as fury, he tread cautiously. "Search? What is there left to search for?" Ma Xiaobao exploded in anger, his eyes flashing dangerously. "Yesterday, Jiangnan and Appos' people were still here, and today they have vanished. It is highly likely that they left today. With the increasing number of zombies in Qingyang City, Jiangnan and his followers probably fled to escape danger. Jiangnan had dozens of subordinates, a considerable target. You 3 squad leaders, take your teams along all routes leading out of Qingyang City to pursue them." In truth, Ma Xiaobao understood the odds of catching up to Jiangnan were exceedingly slim. The routes out of Qingyang City were numerous, and they had no knowledge of when Jiangnan had departed. Even if they split into 3 teams and one managed to find Jiangnan, what then? A single team would hardly stand a chance against Jiangnan. The likelihood of being annihilated by Jiangnan instead loomed much larger. However, in this moment of blind rage, Ma Xiaobao's reason had fled, leaving him oblivious to the consequences. All he wanted was to retaliate against Jiangnan, regardless of the cost. Yes, seeing Ma Xiaobao and Appos' fury, Guiyong hesitantly nodded. Just then, a survivor came rushing in. Panic etched across their face. "Boss, we're in big trouble." Ma Xiaobao frowned at this sight. His mood was already foul, and the frantic demeanor of the newcomer only served to aggravate him. "What is it? Why the panic?" "Boss, something has happened. Our base is under attack." The subordinate, entirely unconcerned with Ma Xiaobao and Appos' temper, exclaimed, "I just received news from the base that we are being attacked. When I tried to inquire for specifics, I couldn't and Appos' reach anyone. I fear our base has already been taken over by someone." "What?" Ma Xiaobao, Guiyong, and the surrounding subordinates shot to their feet in alarm. "The Baiyunshan military base is under siege, and it is highly likely that it has already been occupied? How could this be possible?" Chapter 92. The Stronghold Falls. Rage Unleashed. Who are they? How many are there? The veins on Ma Xiaobao and Appos' forehead throbbed ominously. This time, he had brought forth the majority of his elite forces and advanced weaponry, leaving the stronghold exceptionally vulnerable. To be attacked at such a moment could indeed lead to its downfall. The price paid to seize the military base had been exorbitant. To have it so easily taken from him felt utterly ironic. "Boss, the attackers on our camp are a group of women, all women, and reportedly, there is a man among them. That man is incredibly powerful and elusive. The bunkers within our base were all destroyed by him." As his subordinate spoke, his voice grew increasingly faint, for he could see the dangerous expression on Ma Xiaobao and Appos' face. His body trembled slightly with anger. The atmosphere became tense, as everyone present dared not breathe a word. From the limited information, it was already discernible who the assailants were. A group of women, accompanied by a formidable and elusive man. It could only be Jiangnan and his subordinates. "Damn it! How dare they assault our base? Even if I, Guiyong, must perish, I will ensure his demise." Guiyong and the others were filled with fury. This was intolerable. "Jiangnan, you have gone too far. If I, Ma Xiaobao, do not slay you in this lifetime, I shall not consider myself a man." Taking a deep breath, Ma Xiaobao struggled to contain his inner fury. Nevertheless, the murderous intent in his eyes revealed that he remained in a state of great rage. "Everyone, return at once. I shall have Jiangnan and all his subordinates torn to shreds." Swiftly, everyone turned around, preparing to head back. They hoped to arrive in time to encircle Jiangnan and his companions. Meanwhile, at the Bema Mountain military base, thick smoke billowed and flames erupted. In an open area lay numerous corpses, at least dozens. Blood stained the ground. Butterfly surveyed the number of bodies and made her way to the command center. "Brother Nan, how's it going on your end?" she inquired. A smile spread across Jiangnan's face as he replied, "I have already informed Ma Shanbao of the situation here. He must be furious by now." Haha, indeed. He had come seeking vengeance, only to find himself thwarted. Not only that, but we have also seized his stronghold. Butterfly couldn't and Oppos, T help but chuckle. If I were Ma Shanbao, I would have surely been driven to the brink of madness. At the moment when Ma Shanbao commenced artillery fire on the prison, Jiangnan had already led the women to the military base. Almost simultaneously with their assault on the prison, they launched a fierce attack on the Baiyun Mountain military base. Jiangnan could teleport into the base, attacking directly from within. Under the combined assault from both sides, the military base quickly fell, its defenders becoming mere specters at the hands of Jiangnan's group. After capturing the base, Jiangnan unceremoniously looted all available supplies and weapons. Subsequently, he set fire to everything that could burn. I had no intention of becoming his enemy, but alas. Ma Shanbao is far too obstinate. Even after all this time, he still seeks to kill me. There is no choice but to confront him. At that moment, Wan Yao, Tan Xiaoyu, and the others arrived. "All right, everyone is here." Jiangnan surveyed the group and said, "We have dismantled Ma Shanbao's base and toyed with him. He is likely intent on our destruction now. To seize the initiative, we must strike first. Relying solely on our strength to confront Ma Shanbao will prove arduous, and we may suffer casualties. Therefore, we cannot engage them head-on. The individuals surrounding Ma Shanbao are elite and formidable, armed with numerous weapons and several skilled combatants among them." Jiangnan dared not take such risks. The women nodded in agreement, fully aware that a direct confrontation with Ma Shanbao would lead to significant losses, even in victory. Such outcomes were far from their desires. Their lives were far too precious to be risked unnecessarily. "What should we do then?" Wan Yao asked. "Alone, we cannot prevail. But do not forget, who possesses the greatest power within Xinjiang City at present." Jiangnan smiled and began to speak. "The zombies." The women paused, realizing the truth. Indeed, the most terrifying threat in Xinjiang City was the zombies. A massive horde, including numerous advanced-level zombies, posed a grave danger. Should a zombie tide form, the devastation would be unimaginable. However, utilizing zombies against Ma Shanbao would not be a simple task. Yet, Jiangnan had already devised a plan, which he proceeded to share with them. Not long after, beneath the moonlit sky, Jiangnan and the women arrived at an abandoned factory. Due to its proximity to the city and the pollution it generated, it had been relocated years prior, leaving it desolate. With the arrival of the apocalypse, few zombies lingered in the factory, most having wandered in from outside. While the factory itself was devoid of zombies, a vast number surrounded its walls. Standing atop a tall building outside the factory, Jiangnan gazed over the throng of zombies. If I can lure Ma Shanbao and his men inside, breach the walls, then countless zombies will pour in, leaving Ma Shanbao and his crew with no escape. Chapter 93. Pursuit and falling into the trap. However, these zombies are still insufficient. Butterfly, Wan Yao, you two go and lure Ma Shanbao and his men over. Xiaoyu, you pilot the helicopter to cover Butterfly and the others. Remember, they may possess anti-aircraft weapons, so exercise caution. As for me, I will draw in more zombies. I intend to make this a grand spectacle." A fire blazed in Jiangnan's eyes. This time, he aimed not only to annihilate Ma Shanbao's elite, but also to eliminate as many zombies as possible. "All right, no problem." The women nodded in agreement. Jiangnan glanced at them, his expression grave. Ma Shanbao was surrounded by elite fighters, and there were 3 superpowered individuals among them. He himself was also an ability user. "You all must be careful. Rest assured, do you not know our strength?" Butterfly chuckled lightly. "We aren't going to confront them head-on, merely luring them in. It's not as dangerous as you imagine." Their prowess was not just for show. Upon hearing this, Jiangnan felt somewhat reassured. He was well aware of the formidable strength of the female combat team. However, despite their might, most of the members were still ordinary individuals, unable to match the ability users. Yet, at this moment, overthinking was futile. He could only choose to trust them. "You all must protect yourselves. None of you are to come to harm," Jiangnan urged. "Is it just one operation? You make it sound like a life-and-death separation." The women rolled their eyes. They too were concerned about Jiangnan. After all, he planned to use himself as bait to attract thousands of zombies. The zombies at this time were far more formidable than before. A A single misstep could lead to a fate worse than death. The women embraced Jiangnan, lingering in warmth for a moment before parting ways. Hurry up, faster. Mishanbeo roared, eager to return to base. However, Jiangnan and Oppos, prison and Bayan Mountain were located at opposite ends of Qingyang City. The straight-line distance alone spanned several dozen kilometers. Moreover, this was the apocalypse. The roads were severely damaged, and they faced the constant threat of zombie attacks and unforeseen incidents. It was impossible to return swiftly. Mishanbeo and Oppos' face darkened. His eyes filled with murderous intent. Suddenly, a tremendous explosion echoed ahead. Flames soared into the sky, and the powerful shockwave caused the speeding convoy to come to an abrupt halt. Stop. Enemy presence. Damn it. An ambush. Everyone immediately scattered, seeking cover. Various weapons were drawn, targeting potential threats. Yet, at that moment, another explosion resounded. One of Mishanbeo's tanks was struck, its armor shredded. They have tanks. They are over there. Open fire. Immediately fire. Mishanbeo's fury surged. However, just as they prepared to retaliate, the tank had already retreated, hiding behind other buildings. Be cautious. There may be other ambushes. Mishanbeo intended to issue a command to pursue, but quickly realized that a trap might be in play. After all, it was merely one tank. How could they dare to open fire recklessly? It must be that scoundrel Jiangnan. Mishanbeo gritted his teeth, having deduced the identity of the assailant. Split up and encircle from all directions. There must be an ambush surrounding that tank. Deploy drones to assess the situation. Mishanbeo commanded. Soon, everyone divided into 3 small teams, led by 3 ability users. Simultaneously, 2 small drones took to the sky, heading towards the location where the tank had appeared. Boss, we and Oppos spotted individuals ahead, a female team. Now they are fleeing into the distance. What should we do? News quickly came in. The drones revealed that those who had just attacked them were already retreating. Hee. Did you not anticipate that we possess drones? Your every move is being monitored. Now you wish to escape? Too late. Everyone pursue. I want them torn to shreds. Mishanbeo sneered coldly, promptly issuing orders. His subordinates immediately sprang into action, chasing after them. As they advanced, gunfire erupted intermittently. Relying on their weaponry advantage, Mishanbeo relentlessly pursued the female combat team. Finally, after an hour, the women vanished into a dilapidated factory. Boss, they have fled into the factory. All our drones have been destroyed, and we are currently unaware of the situation inside. A subordinate reported to Mishanbeo. They think hiding inside will save them? Mishanbeo sneered at the sight of the abandoned factory. Detonated. I want them dead. A murderous intent surged in his eyes. At this moment, his mind was consumed by one thought. Kill Jiangnan. Eliminate everyone associated with Jiangnan. Seeing Mishanbeo and Oppos' furious expression, Guoyong opened his mouth, intending to offer a word of caution, but swallowed his words. He had wanted to remind Mishanbeo that the other side of the factory led to a bustling district, teeming with zombies. A bombardment would easily attract them. However, considering the number of tanks and armored vehicles they had, he felt they could handle any zombies that might come. Thus, he abandoned his warning. Yet, for some reason, Guoyong felt an unsettling premonition, sensing that something ominous was afoot. Strangely enough, on the other side, Mishanbeo had already commanded all tanks and artillery to line up and bombard the factory. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, shells rained down, engulfing the abandoned factory in a torrent of fire, causing buildings to collapse. Yet, at that moment, a series of roars echoed from the distance. Roar, roar, roar. Chapter 94. The devastation of the cloud bombs. A comprehensive annihilation, a cacophony of roars erupted from the factory's far end, shaking the very earth beneath their feet. An overwhelming horde of zombies surged forth from within the factory, racing towards the likes of Ma Shanbao and his companions. So many zombies? Fear not. Merely a pack of brutes. Increase the firepower. Annihilate both the humans and the undead. Ma Shanbao scoffed dismissively. A mere throng of zombies stood no chance against his artillery. Boom, boom, boom. An onslaught of shells was unleashed, sending clusters of zombies hurtling through the air. Yet, with each explosion, more zombies emerged, as if they were an inexhaustible tide. Boss, the sheer number of zombies from the factory is overwhelming. Our ammunition is limited. We expended much of it at the prison. And now, we may not withstand this assault for long, Guoyong warned, his unease intensifying with each passing moment. At that instant, he yearned only to escape this perilous place. Boss, We've already bombarded this factory once, and those from Jiangnan have surely perished, even if they survived. These countless zombies would rend them to pieces. Wei Yong urged urgently. We must depart swiftly. There are too many zombies. If we delay, it will be too late. Ma Shanbao, fully aware of the gravity of the situation, nodded in agreement. Let us retreat. However, just as they prepared to withdraw, a thunderous rumble echoed around them, as though an army of 1,000 steeds charged toward their position. The expressions of Ma Shanbao and his companions shifted dramatically. Boom. Ma Shanbao glanced back, his heart sinking at the sight of a relentless wave of zombies racing toward them. Where did these zombies come from? Damn it, our escape route is blocked. Panic gripped the group, dispelling their previous composure. Though they had faced a multitude of zombies before, they had the advantage of formidable firepower. No matter how many zombies there were, they could be dealt with. Moreover, they had an escape plan. If they could not fight, they could simply retreat. Yet now, not only did the horde in front of them show no signs of diminishing, but they were also encircled by a throng of zombies behind them. We've been led into a trap. Those people deliberately lured us here. Ma Shanbao's teeth clenched in frustration. At that moment, someone nearby exclaimed, Look! There seems to be a person at the forefront of the zombies. He must have drawn them here. Damn it, that scoundrel. It's Jiangnan. That man is Jiangnan. At the front of the horde, a man rode a motorcycle, a metal box strapped to the back filled with firecrackers. The zombies pursued him relentlessly, as if he were their sworn enemy. It's over. So many zombies. We're doomed. I do not wish to die. Jiangnan, I curse you. If I perish, I will haunt you in the afterlife. With countless zombies closing in from all sides, Ma Shanbao and Appos, as subordinates began to unravel emotionally. Jiangnan. Ma Shanbao realized he had fallen into Jiangnan and Appos' trap, and a torrent of rage surged within him. Anger. Frustration. He had set out to eliminate Jiangnan, but had instead found himself ensnared. Now, his stronghold had been usurped, and he had walked straight into the enemy's snare. With peril looming, how could Ma Shanbao not be enraged? Yet, no amount of fury would alter their fate. The priority was survival. He shouted urgently, Do not panic. The tank will clear a path ahead. We will retreat to the side. Meanwhile, Jiangnan abandoned his motorcycle. In a flash, he vanished, reappearing atop a massive chimney of the factory, gazing down at the throng of zombies surging from all directions. After suffering some casualties, Ma Shanbao and his group finally secured a relatively intact building within the factory, attempting to use it as a stronghold against the encroaching zombies. TSK. You possess quite an arsenal. Had it been another individual, you may have truly survived. Jiangnan shook his head. The firepower wielded by Ma Shanbao's crew was indeed formidable, with an array of weaponry at their disposal. Moreover, in their dire straits, they exhibited astounding combat prowess. Unless their ammunition ran dry, it would be challenging for the zombies to breach their defenses. It was not impossible for some of them to escape. Alas, they were up against Jiangnan. Not only would they perish, but these zombies would accompany them to the grave. Jiangnan chuckled lightly, his mind conjuring forth a multitude of cloud bombs from his storage, casting them in various directions. Hold the line. Everyone, stay strong. We shall survive this. Those second-tier zombies possess cunning. If they cannot breach our defenses in the short term, they will not rush to their doom, granting us a chance to escape. Ma Shanbao shouted, rallying his subordinates. Yet, a sense of desolation unfurled in his heart. Since seizing the Bema Mountain military base, he had never encountered worthy adversaries. Everyone who met him regarded him with trepidation. Who could have foreseen that in the span of a single day, he would suffer such grievous losses? Even the prospect of survival now hung in the balance. Jiangnan, if I survive this, I shall ensure your destruction. Ma Shanbao gritted his teeth, his expression filled with hatred. But at that moment, a series of deafening explosions erupted. Nearby, enormous fireballs surged skyward, expanding rapidly, engulfing countless zombies and swiftly threatening to consume Ma Shanbao and his group. What on earth is this? Ma Shanbao and Appos' eyes widened in disbelief. In the next instant, he was overwhelmed by a violent shockwave and searing heat. Simultaneously, everyone was engulfed in despair as the flames consumed them. They opened their mouths to scream, but no sound emerged. The survivors within the blast radius, along with the zombies, were hurled through the air. Skin and hair melted away under the intense heat. Chapter 95. A bountiful harvest of crystals and collective breakthrough. It is unclear how much time has passed. Everything has returned to silence. The factory now lies in ruins. Countless corpses litter the ground. Aside from a few survivors from White Horse Mountain, the vast majority are zombies. Are they all dead? Suddenly, A figure appears amidst the debris. It is Jiangnan. Shortly thereafter, Butterfly and Wan Yao lead their female combat team members to the site. After entering the factory, they had escaped through a pre-discovered sewer and only returned after the explosion. Did we succeed? Is Ma Xiaobao dead? As the others gaze at the charred remains scattered around, they cannot help but gasp in horror. The sight is chilling, but fortunately, the women have witnessed much bloodshed since the apocalypse began. After a brief moment of discomfort, they are able to accept the grim reality. They are dead. Jiangnan nods, a faint smile crossing his lips. The explosion's force was akin to a small nuclear bomb. Those caught in it are undoubtedly dead. Moreover, it also claimed the lives of thousands of zombies, both first and second tier. Though many corpses have turned to ash, the crystals, special energy entities, remain intact. In the recent cataclysm, at least 10,000 zombies have perished, and this is Jiangnan and Appo's conservative estimate. Such a plethora of crystals will surely elevate Butterfly and her team to second-tier abilities. As he speaks, Jiangnan and Appo's gaze shifts to the arriving women, his expression gradually changing. What is amiss? Have you suffered casualties? At this moment, the condition of the women is far from ideal, each bearing traces of blood. Butterfly and Appo's eyes are slightly red, as if she has recently wept. Witnessing this, Jiangnan quickly comprehends the situation. It is likely that the female combat team has encountered losses during the operation. Indeed, Butterfly's voice is somber as she admits, Nan Go. It is my fault. There were a few command errors during the operation. We lost 2 sisters, and several others are injured. The wounded have already been airlifted back to the White Horse Mountain base by Xiaoyu. No, Butterfly, it is my fault. I failed to protect everyone. Wan Yao adds. Guilt etched across her face. Seeing this, Jiangnan lets out a resigned sigh. Over the past while, the female combat team has undergone grueling training. Their combat awareness, teamwork, and personal strength have reached remarkable heights. Yet, they remain ordinary individuals. No matter how strong, they are still limited by their humanity. They cannot compete with those endowed with special abilities. A solution must be found. The strength of the female combat team cannot be confined to these limitations. Jiangnan muses inwardly. Gradually, a thought surfaces in his mind, something that could elevate the abilities of ordinary people, genetic serums. However, Jiangnan does not dwell on this for too long. The immediate priority is to collect the crystals. Otherwise, if more zombies arrive, they may have to abandon these precious energy sources, which would be an unbearable loss. The women quickly pull themselves from their sorrow. Time is of the essence. The most critical task now is to gather the crystals. They disperse to begin their collection. About an hour later, zombies begin to converge upon their location. Simultaneously, the women have successfully gathered the majority of the crystals. Nango, we have collected over 3,700 crystals. Among them, there are over 200 from second-tier zombies. Butterfly's expression brightens slightly. That is an astonishing quantity. Jiangnan responds, moved by the revelation. I never anticipated that we would recover over 200 second-tier crystals. Let us return. Once home, consume the crystals immediately to become second-tier ability users. Noticing the increasing horde of zombies approaching, Jiangnan urges them to hurry. The women do not hesitate and swiftly depart. As dawn breaks, they finally return to the White Horse Mountain base. At the base, Tin Xiaoyu, Su Xiaoxiao, Wu Zue, and Lin Yu have been anxiously awaiting their return. I hope they are all right. Su Xiaoxiao expresses her concern. The previous night, when Tan Xiaoyu returned with the injured, it nearly led her to believe Jiangnan and the others had failed their mission. Don and Appo's, worry, Xiaoxiao, your brother will be fine. He is a second-tier ability user. You know how strong he is. Tan Xiaoyu reassures her. Wu Zue also nudges Su Xiaoxiao gently, seemingly trying to comfort her. Just then, Wu Zue appears to notice something. Leaping joyfully and letting out a howl. Brother? Su Xiaoxiao's eyes light up as a convoy appears in the distance. Wonderful. You're finally back. Tin Xiaoyu breathes a sigh of relief. Not long after, Jiangnan gathers all the ability users, Butterfly, Wan Yao, Su Xiaoxiao, and Wu Zue. We have amassed a significant number of crystals. It is time to ascend to second-tier ability users. Jiangnan presents the newly acquired crystals. Prepare for your breakthrough. Feel free to ask if you have any questions. Understood. Yes. Got it. Woof. Butterfly, Wan Yao, Su Xiaoxiao, and Wu Zue respond in unison before consuming the crystals. A surge of powerful energy floods their limbs and the most vital part of their bodies, their minds. Chapter 96. Destination Binhai City. System upgrade time slipped by second. Butterfly, Wanyao, and Su Xiaoxiao consumed crystal cores one after another, while Wuzue sat with a bowl, munching on the cores as if they were dog food. The energy fluctuations emanating from the four of them rose and fell rhythmically. In contrast to Jiangnan and Appo's arduous ascension, the progression for Butterfly, Wanyao, and Wuzue was considerably simpler. Shortly thereafter, they ceased their intake of crystal cores, and the energy waves surrounding them gradually subsided. Have you succeeded? Jiangnan inquired. Indeed, we have become level 2 ability users. Su Xiaoxiao exclaimed joyously, her excitement palpable. Haha, brother, I am now also a level 2 ability user. My freezing ability has greatly enhanced. Suddenly, her gaze shifted dangerously towards Wuzue. From now on, you better behave, or you and Appos, LL regretted. The fragile friendship between the two seemed ready to capsize. Wuzue glared, refusing to back down. Woof woof woof. Do you dare to challenge me? Believe it or not, I'll freeze your mouth shut. As the argument between Wuzue and Su Xiaoxiao escalated, Jiangnan's expression darkened. Fortunately, the two noticed his displeasure and, still bickering, exited the room. Jiangnan and Appos' mood improved slightly at their departure. Consider yourselves fortunate. You and Appos, VE both become level 2 ability users. What changes have occurred in your abilities? Jiangnan turned to Butterfly and Wanyao. Butterfly's ability was chaos, while Wanyao's was gravitational manipulation. Butterfly's chaos, a mental ability capable of area attacks, had seen a significant enhancement, expanding its range and increasing its duration of effect against foes. Wanyao's gravitational field had also progressed remarkably, with its area now more than doubled, achieving a maximum gravity of 15 times. Each aspect of her power, including defense and ground attacks, had been proportionately elevated. Moreover, both women had experienced notable enhancements in physical fitness. Upon hearing this news, Jiangnan's expression trembled. He nearly lost his composure. Though fearless in the face of danger, he had a profound weakness for tenderness. Nevertheless, he skillfully concealed his disarray. That night, the group did not rush to leave the Baiyunshan base, but instead set up camp to recuperate. Brother Nan, where are we headed next? Butterfly questioned, her brow furrowed in uncertainty. With their sudden departure from the prison, the women felt a sense of disorientation. In a world teeming with zombies, peril lurked everywhere. They were lost regarding their future aspirations and paths. Initially, their primary goal had been mere survival, to eat and avoid being devoured by the undead. Their focus shifted upon meeting Jiangnan, as they aimed to fortify the prison, striving to make it more resilient. Now, they felt like headless flies, aimlessly wandering without direction. Butterfly, Wanao, Tan Xiaoyu, and when one turned to Jiangnan, Brother Nan, wherever you say we should go, we will follow. Jiangnan was their anchor in uncertain times. At this juncture, only he could provide the necessary guidance. Next, we shall journey to Binhai City in search of a genetic serum, Jiangnan declared. This serum, a recent innovation post-apocalypse, enables ordinary individuals to evolve and shatter their physical limits. If my assumptions hold true, Binhai City has already developed this genetic serum. He elaborated further, drawing upon memories from his past life. Based on his calculations, the serum had indeed been created by now. Binhai City, a renowned international metropolis before the chaos, possessed undeniable research capabilities. The genetic serum represented one of the rare methods to enhance the strength of ordinary people since the onset of the apocalypse. Upon hearing Jiangnan's words, the women's eyes sparkled with newfound hope. Such a thing exists? That is fantastic, Butterfly exclaimed. Though I have intensified the training regimen for my sisters, they remain ordinary individuals, bound by their limitations. If this genetic serum is as miraculous as you say, we could avoid casualties when confronting formidable foes like Ma Xiaobao. Indeed, most of us are ordinary, and while it may not seem pressing now, our adversaries will only grow stronger. We must find a way to elevate our sisters' abilities. Wanao concurred. Moreover, Xiaoyu and Xiaoxi need to enhance their physical capabilities as well. Otherwise, how can they fulfill your expectations? Butterfly added with a teasing smile. Jiangnan hastily cleared his throat, seeking to redirect the conversation. After discussing their action plan and itinerary, he quickly sought an excuse to depart. Given the myriad of events occurring recently, the women likely longed for a reprieve. If Jiangnan lingered, he would undoubtedly be drained. With their departure imminent, he felt it prudent to exercise restraint. Additionally, now that Butterfly and Wanao had just become level 2 ability users, their energy was at its peak. Jiangnan feared he would be outmatched. Should he fail to rise in the morning, it would undoubtedly delay their journey. Jiangnan settled into a single room, preparing for slumber to gather his strength for the impending day. However, sleep eluded him. Upon closing his eyes, he felt his consciousness drifting aimlessly through an expanse of nothingness, devoid of direction. Suddenly, Jiangnan jolted awake, sitting upright. What is happening? He mused, furrowing his brow. At that moment, the long-absent voice of the system echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host. The system has upgraded, and your ability slots have increased by 3. Chapter 97 Departure 3 additional slots for supernatural abilities? Jiangnan instantly awakened, his heart brimming with joy. Since acquiring the system, he had only plundered the abilities of storage space, telekinesis, and teleportation. After that, there had been no further developments. Unexpectedly, today he was met with such a delightful surprise. His slots for supernatural abilities had finally increased by 3. The more slots he possessed, the greater the number of abilities he could seize, and undoubtedly, his strength would escalate correspondingly. These 3 slots would significantly enhance his capabilities, rendering them more comprehensive. Jiangnan was elated. Were it not for the system and Oppo's prompt, he might have forgotten that his ability slots could indeed be augmented. Haha, truly. Today is a day of continuous good fortune. Jiangnan exited his room. Upon witnessing his smile, the women around him were taken aback, puzzled by the source of his exuberance. He soon found Butterfly. Why are you so happy? It and Oppo's. Quite late. Shuden and Oppo's. Do you be resting? Butterfly inquired, her expression one of confusion. As she reached out to check Jiangnan's forehead, confirming he had no fever, which only deepened her bewilderment. Wan Yao, Wenwan, and Tan Xiaoyu were also present. Casting him skeptical glances, Jiangnan cheerfully replied, "Come, this evening I am in high spirits. Take good care of me." With that, he spread his arms and playfully pushed Butterfly down. Don't be like this. Everyone is here? Butterfly protested hastily. Let's all join in. Jiangnan disregarded her, pulling all 3 women close to him. The following day, at the Beijing mountain base, everyone had packed their belongings and was ready for departure. It was then that Jiangnan, along with Butterfly and the other women, arrived fashionably late, their faces flushed and their spirits markedly improved. One could easily surmise what had transpired the previous night. The women remained silent, pretending to be oblivious. Only the incorrigible Wu Zui eyed them with an annoyingly inquisitive gaze, provoking their ire as they wished to kick him into oblivion. All right, everyone is here, so let us set off. This time, our destination is Beihai City, Jiangnan declared with enthusiasm. Soon, the convoy commenced its journey. Several off-road vehicles lined up, with Jiangnan and Butterfly seated at the forefront, while Wan Yao, Su Xiaoxiao, and Wu Zui occupied the rear. As they exited the city, the roads were wide and relatively smooth, suffering minimal damage. Thus, their pace remained brisk. However, as they gradually distanced themselves from the urban landscape, forests and fields began to appear on either side, and the road conditions began to deteriorate. The sole piece of good news was that they encountered no immediate dangers along the way. Initially, the women maintained a high level of vigilance, but gradually relaxed, taking in the beauty of the wilderness. Since the apocalypse, not only had humans and animals been affected, but plants too had undergone significant changes, growing considerably larger. The wild grasses in the fields were even taller than a person, which was astonishing. Inevitably, they encountered zombies along the way. As they passed a village, hundreds of zombies surged forth. Roar, roar, roar. Each zombie and amp, Oppo's eyes glowed crimson, as if they had spotted prey, rushing towards them in a frenzy. Oh, zombies? Jiangnan chuckled. With such a trivial number of zombies, were they not courting death? Just right, since becoming a second-level supernatural being, he had yet to truly engage in combat. He would use them to hone his skills. Jiangnan smirked, manipulating 3 flying knives that shot forth simultaneously. As a second-level supernatural being, he could now control 3 knives at once, each more powerful, with greater range and speed. The 3 knives sliced through the air like a trio of meat grinders. Puff, puff, puff. Each knife pierced the skulls of the advancing zombies. Before long, the once-charging horde lay sprawled on the ground, leaving the road eerily empty. Wow, incredible! 666, as expected of Brother Nan, you and Amp. Oppo's, re-amazing. I adore you, Brother Nan. So impressive. The women gasped in astonishment at the display. In less than a minute, he had dispatched so many zombies, which was indeed terrifying. Jiangnan remained composed, smiling lightly. It and Amp, Oppo's, as merely over 100 zombies, and they are all ordinary. Not a single second-level zombie among them. Eliminating them is, of course, effortless. At that moment, the distant sounds of more zombies echoed. They were merely villagers turned undead. Brother, let me show you my strength. Su Xiaoxiao chimed in cheerfully as she approached. With a flick of her wrist, the temperature plummeted, and suddenly, snowflakes began to swirl around them. The zombies on the road transformed into ice sculptures. Then, with another wave of her hand, the ice sculptures shattered dramatically, followed by a multitude of zombies crumbling into pieces. Seeing this, Jiangnan could not help but be astonished. Impressive, he thought to himself, recognizing that it took him considerable time to dispatch that many zombies using his knives. Yet Su Xiaoxiao could accomplish it with a mere gesture. Her speed far surpassed his. Truly, she was destined to become the Frost Queen, her prowess formidable indeed. Jiangnan mused that he should arrange more combat tasks for her in the future. Such a high-level asset should not be squandered. Moreover, the young girl needed to grow through battle. One cannot grow into a towering tree in a greenhouse. Wow, Xiaoxiao. You and Appo's, amazing. So powerful. The women were left in awe of Su Xiaoxiao and Appo's capabilities. This was their first true glimpse of her might. Although they had known she was a supernatural being, her youth and limited combat experience had caused them to overlook her potential. However, witnessing her formidable strength now transformed their perceptions entirely. Just average. Su Xiaoxiao chuckled sheepishly, though her tail was already wagging with pride. Wu Zue, did you see that? If you provoke me again, you'll regret it. She turned her gaze toward Wu Zue, exuding confidence. Wu Zue whimpered, visibly intimidated. He never anticipated that this girl could be so fearsome. Chapter 98. Some seek their demise as they journeyed forth. Jiangnan and his companions passed through several villages and small towns, each beset by a multitude of zombies. However, the majority were merely ordinary zombies, with the second-tier zombies being significantly fewer in number. Along the way, Jiangnan allowed Butterfly, Wanyao, and Su Xiaoxiao to take turns demonstrating their abilities, familiarizing themselves with their powers while he stood guard, ready to intervene should any unforeseen circumstances arise to protect them. At times, he would also permit the eager women of the team to take action. Before long, the day had slipped away, and the sun was beginning its descent. Brother Nan, it and Appo's getting late. Should we find a suitable place to set up camp and rest? Butterfly suggested, having just dispatched a wave of zombies, her body glistening with perspiration, her clothes thoroughly soaked. Let us scout ahead for a suitable camping site, Jiangnan replied, nodding. Adequate rest was essential for their journey and to confront the various dangers that lay ahead. The distance from Qingyang to Beihai City was neither far nor near. In the pre-apocalyptic days, a high-speed train would cover it in just 2 hours. However, in this new world, disrupted transport and congested roads, compounded by countless dangers, meant that reaching Beihai City would be an endeavor lasting at least a month or two. Hence, ensuring ample rest was imperative. Suddenly, a voice rang out from a few kilometers away. Big brother, good news. There are people coming our way. In a nearby villa, dozens of survivors were gathered. Within one of the villas, 7 or 8 individuals were seated, engaged in drinking and playing cards. Just then, a figure rushed in, excitement radiating from him. What? People are coming? Lili exclaimed, dropping his cards as he sprang to his feet. Yes, big brother. They are arriving in several vehicles. I suspect they come from the city, the informant speculated. Indeed, that is quite plausible. Lili nodded, a cold smirk gracing his lips. With the zombie horde in the city, several groups have fled recently, bringing us a wealth of weapons and course. How many are there? Not a small number. I estimate at least 20 or 30. 20 or 30. It seems we can only extort some resources from them and avoid provoking them into a confrontation. Lili raised an eyebrow. They had to be cautious. Pushing the newcomers too hard could lead to losses on their side. However, at that moment, a wicked grin spread across the informant's face. Big brother, you might not know this, but although there are over 20 people, most of them are women. Young and beautiful women. This time, we hit the jackpot. What? All women? Young and beautiful? Lili's eyes widened in disbelief. Not just him, but the others around him also stood up, a stir of excitement coursing through them. This group consisted primarily of men, and since the onset of the apocalypse, they had not tasted the company of women, even encountering none at all until recently when a few survivors had fled the city. They had seized the opportunity to eliminate several fleeing groups and capture a handful of women. Yet, 3 or 5 women were hardly sufficient for their 30-plus men. Just a few days had passed, and those women were gone. Now, hearing that over 20 female survivors were approaching, each one youthful and beautiful, how could they not be stirred? Brothers, it's time to get to work. Remember, kill all the men and spare the women. If we succeed, we all share in the spoils. Lili cackled maliciously. Ha ha ha, let's go after them. Finally, after so long, we can indulge. Don't celebrate too soon. We must bring them back first. Be careful not to harm my treasures. What treasures? Brother Nan, there is an open space ahead that is perfect for camping. Shall we head there? One approached Jiangnan. Yes, that sounds good. Everyone is weary after a long day. Resting early would be wise. Jiangnan nodded. Everyone appeared fatigued, except for Su Xiaoxiao, who seemed invigorated, almost ecstatic with energy. Soon, they made their way to the designated clearing. Upon arrival, they disembarked to set up their tents. Just then, Wu Zui suddenly barked out, "Woof! Woof! Woof!" People. The women were startled and quickly armed themselves, preparing for combat. Ha ha ha. Indeed, it and amp. Oppos. S all women. Lower your weapons. Otherwise, do not blame us for our lack of mercy. At that moment, dozens of figures emerged from the nearby thicket, their guns trained on the women. Li Li's eyes gleamed with greed as he beheld them. What do you want? Jiangnan raised an eyebrow. What do we want? Li Li sneered, jealousy bubbling within him as he surveyed the group, realizing he was the only man among them. Can't you see? Drop your weapons and hand over all your supplies and food, or else. Li Li chuckled softly, pivoting his gun to aim at Jiangnan. A mere pull of the trigger would send this man to his demise. Oh, is that so? Jiangnan scoffed, shaking his head in resignation. I've never been fond of killing, yet there are always fools who come to me, seeking their end. What did you say? Li Li and Amp, Oppos, S eyebrows shot up, believing he had misheard. I said, you are courting death. Jiangnan retorted coldly. Before his words had fully dissipated, 3 flying daggers shot forth from his storage space like streaks of lightning. In the horrified gaze of Li Li, they effortlessly pierced through his chest, then sped towards the other survivors, claiming their lives. Chaos ensued. Freeze! Butterfly and Su Xiaoxiao shouted in unison. Instantly, the survivors found themselves entranced, their eyes devoid of life, frozen in place. Simultaneously, an overwhelming chill descended upon them, encasing them in ice, which soon shattered. Chapter 99. Do not provoke what you cannot afford to challenge in the span of merely a minute. Li Li and his companions were dispatched. They failed to recognize their own insignificance, daring to covet our interests. Jiangnan scoffed, particularly at the blatant desire reflected in the gazes of these men towards the women present. Naturally, Jiangnan would not permit them to survive. The group quickly disposed of Li Li and his companions, and Amp, Oppos, remains before venturing to their lair, where they discovered a portion of crystal cores. Upon returning, they set up camp, and the night swiftly passed. The following day, the women resumed their journey. In the days that followed, Jiangnan and his companions advanced at a steady pace. Almost every time they passed through a village or a small town, they encountered assaults from zombies. However, as these were small gathering points, the number of zombies was relatively limited, typically only a few hundred, and at most a few thousand. Among them, second-tier zombies were exceedingly rare, with their appearance rate significantly lower than that in Jiangnan City. Thus, dealing with them posed no challenge. They simply pushed through, engaging the zombies directly. During this process, Su Xiaoxiao displayed her extraordinary prowess repeatedly, her freezing ability advancing at a visibly rapid rate. Of course, their journey was not solely marked by encounters with zombies. They also came across survivors and several groups attempting to rob them. Seeing so many beautiful women and resources, these brigands harbored ulterior motives, wishing to plunder both wealth and beauty. Yet, their fate was invariably the same. They were ruthlessly dealt with, leaving no one alive. One day, the group arrived at a small town. Freeze! Su Xiaoxiao exclaimed, and the water vapor in the air rapidly crystallized into ice. Subsequently, the swarming zombies transformed into ice sculptures, forming an ice wall that obstructed the advance of those behind. With a crash, the ice sculpture shattered, turning numerous zombies into fragments. More zombies came rushing from a distance. Yet Su Xiaoxiao once again unleashed her abilities, dispatching a significant number of them. Before long, the zombies on the street were nearly eradicated. Finally, it's over. The young girl sighed in relief, sticking out her tongue. After repeatedly using her abilities, her delicate face had turned somewhat pale. All right, let's get in the vehicle. The next part is up to me. Jiangnan called from the car. The girl hopped into the back seat, playfully interacting with Wu Zui. Jiangnan stepped out and led the way, with the women driving closely behind. This was an ordinary small town, lined with various shops and small eateries. Such towns typically housed around 10,000 residents, and larger ones might have 2 to 3 times that number. In these remote places, there was generally little to threaten them, so the group felt relatively at ease. Suddenly, Jiangnan noticed movement at the mouth of an alley nearby. 2 figures dashed past. their faces dirty and their bodies appearing emaciated, as if they were mere skin draped over bones. "Halt! Who are you?" Jiangnan shouted. The two figures trembled and, in the next instant, knelt down in supplication. "Big brother, please spare us. Don't send us back. Woo-woo. Big brother, we don't want to return." They begged while repeatedly bowing their heads to Jiangnan. However, as they bowed, their bodies suddenly went limp. Jiangnan hurried over to inspect them. They had inexplicably ceased to breathe. "Dead?" Jiangnan furrowed his brow. When one approached to examine them and said, their bodies were already too frail to endure for long. And now they and Amp, Oppos, V been frightened. What happened to these two? Why don't they want to go back? Dai frowned, her intuition telling her that the situation was far from simple. "Everyone, stay alert." Jiangnan shook his head, continuing on their way. He had no interest in meddling in others' affairs. As long as nothing posed a threat to him, he preferred to remain uninvolved. However, they had not traveled far when Wu Zue suddenly ran over, barking twice. "Someone is following us." "Following?" Jiangnan mused. "Let us ignore them and continue on our path. If they prove troublesome, we shall deal with them." He possessed the confidence to do so. With his current strength, encountering a worthy opponent seemed nearly impossible. "What? Someone has come to our little town? Who are they?" Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the town, within a fortress-like residence, a notably corpulent man fondled a petite beauty in his arms, his hands wandering indiscreetly, completely disregarding another subordinate present. He was the leader of the town's survivors. Essentially the local tyrant, surrounded by women. The women? The man's eyes lit up, his grip tightening by a fraction. The petite beauty gasped in pain, tears welling in her eyes. "Yes, but," the subordinate quickly added, "they seem exceedingly formidable. There are several ability users among them, and they possess exceptionally advanced weaponry." The horde of zombies to the east was effortlessly dealt with by them. There were at least 1,000 zombies gathered in the east, perhaps over 2,000. Such strength? The man's jowls quivered at the revelation, his hands tightening further on the beauty, who cried out in distress as tears streamed down her face. Yet, the man seemed oblivious to her plight, instructing the subordinate, "If we cannot provoke them, then we must not challenge them. The last time we captured several beautiful women was sufficient. Let them go. Remember, do not provoke them. If they require assistance, do what you can to help." The man demonstrated a degree of self-awareness. If they could not contend with someone, it was best to avoid confrontation. Not only should they avoid provocation, but they should also assist with any issues that arose to foster goodwill. However, should they encounter someone weaker, the consequences could be dire. Chapter 100. A grand misunderstanding. Not long ago, he had captured a group of survivors. The men were reduced to blood slaves, while the women became mere playthings. Those of average appearance were distributed among his subordinates, whereas the more beautiful ones, naturally, became his exclusive possessions. Like the enchanting woman cradled in his arms now. "Very well. I will issue a command to refrain from provoking those individuals." The crew member nodded and hastily withdrew. At that moment, the plump man's expression suddenly turned cold. With a resounding slap, he struck the woman across the face. "You wretch!" He rose, placing his filthy, odorous foot upon her delicate, fair visage, coldly announcing, "While I am engaged in negotiations, you shall maintain silence. I do not wish to hear your screams. Do you understand?" The woman, with the soiled foot pressed against her face, dared not reveal any sign of disdain. Instead, she wore a smile, feigning delight, as she cradled the foul foot, rubbing her tender cheek against its sole. The servant knew that the trembling of her half-exposed, quivering form betrayed her inner terror and humiliation. "Huh. It's good that you understand." The gloom on the plump man's face dissipated. "Come now, I have prepared delightful tools for you today, which you are sure to enjoy." He chuckled sinisterly. Before long, anguished cries echoed throughout the room, swiftly transforming into wails of pleading, laden with boundless suffering. "Ah, ah, ah." Suddenly, a series of agonizing screams erupted from outside. The plump man and Amp, Oppos' expression shifted dramatically. "What is happening?" His voice thundered, reverberating like a storm. The woman in his arms shrieked in terror, her ears bleeding from the force of his voice. However, the plump man was unperturbed. He cast the woman aside and charged outside. As he stepped into the open air, his eyes blazed red. A multitude of corpses lay scattered, blood soaking the ground. All his subordinates lay dead. How could they all perish in mere moments? "Who are you?" The plump man glared at the four intruders, his demeanor shifting to one of trepidation. One man and 3 women stood before him. The man was tall and possessed a striking presence, while the 2 women were stunningly beautiful, each a paragon of allure. The last figure was a young girl, exquisitely delicate, resembling a porcelain doll, a true beauty that could sway kingdoms. Yet, as the plump man gazed upon these exquisite women, his initial reaction was not desire but fear and wariness. His instinct screamed that none of these four were to be trifled with. Even the seemingly harmless little girl emanated an aura of danger. Their strength far surpassed his own. These four were undoubtedly extraordinary individuals, likely of the second tier of abilities. The plump man's thoughts flickered momentarily. You are the newcomers who arrived today? He clenched his fists, his voice trembling as he spoke. I bear no grudge against you, have harmed none of you, nor have I ever wished to be your enemy. Why have you slain my people? Why? He was acutely aware of their formidable prowess, which was why he had already ordered his subordinates not to provoke them. He had even offered assistance during their times of need. Having gone this far, he could not fathom why they would still choose to attack him. Why? What justified this? Upon hearing his words, Jiangnan's face betrayed a hint of confusion. You sent people to follow us precisely to ambush us, did you not? How can you question us about why we would kill you? Is this not asking a question with full knowledge of the answer? Earlier, Jiangnan had sensed someone trailing them. Passive acceptance of aggression was never his modus operandi. Rather than waiting for the enemy to strike first, he preferred to take the initiative. Thus, he and his companions had cut their way to the heart of the enemy's lair. However, it appeared that their leader was unaware of this situation. Upon hearing this, the plump man crumbled. His eyes reddened, trembling with rage and sorrow as he exclaimed, I instructed them to follow with no ill intent. It was merely to offer help should you encounter difficulties. And yet, you, huh? No ill intent towards us? Jiangnan was momentarily taken aback. Was that truly the case? Had he misunderstood the plump man? Had he orchestrated a grand blunder? Suddenly, a hint of embarrassment crossed Jiangnan's features. Nonetheless, having committed this act, it would be best to see it through to the end and eliminate any potential threats. Jiangnan shook his head, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. A misunderstanding was a misunderstanding. Why not let it culminate in a complete resolution? After all, they had already killed his men, and this plump man would surely harbor a deep-seated hatred for them. Better to eradicate the threat entirely than leave any room for retaliation. Moreover, this plump man was no saint. I am merely acting out of benevolence to rid the world of harm, Jiangnan rationalized to himself. Upon hearing Jiangnan's words, the plump man roared to the heavens, You scoundrel! I curse your entire lineage. His voice resonated with the force of a tempest, striking at the hearts of Jiangnan and his companions. In an instant, the plump man lunged forward, akin to a mountain descending upon Jiangnan. At that moment, three figures darted through the air like lightning, their speed unmatched, delivering a thunderous strike upon the plump man's body. Thud, thud, thud. The plump man's body crashed to the ground, three enormous wounds gaping on him. Chapter 101. Requesting food. Well, although you harbor no intentions of enmity towards us, and it is my misjudgment, it matters not. Life in this world is fraught with suffering. You may as well find peace in your journey. Jiangnan sighed, adopting a demeanor of tragic compassion. Suddenly, Butterfly's eyes darted towards the small building, and she cried out, rushing inside. Moments later, she emerged clutching a naked woman, her body marred by numerous wounds, indicative of inhumane torment. At this juncture, when one approached to examine her condition, the internal injuries were severe, seemingly inflicted by some form of sonic assault, and she had been brutally mistreated not long ago, rendering her exceedingly fragile. She would not survive. At least, under our current medical conditions, we cannot save her. That scoundrel deserves his fate. Wan Yao gazed at the broken girl and turned to the corpse of the fat man, firing 2 additional shots. Out of sight, out of mind. Su Xiaoxiao encased the body in ice, shattering it into countless fragments. To Jiangnan and the others, this incident was merely a minor interlude on their arduous journey. They had witnessed far too much along the way, encountering various survivors and hearing tales of the bizarre. They even passed through a small village where food was scarce and scenes of cannibalism unfolded. The following day, after a night of rest, the group set forth once more towards Binhai City. The ensuing days were largely smooth, though they encountered a few obstacles that were deftly resolved. The distance to Binhai City dwindled, and at their current pace, they anticipated arrival in approximately 10 days. Jiangnan retrieved a detailed map he had prepared prior to the apocalypse, quickly locating their present position. At this moment, over 20 days had elapsed since their departure from Qingyang, having traversed most of the journey, with only about 10 days remaining. This was undoubtedly good news. Due to various reasons, their daily progress was not extensive, as they had to contend with numerous unforeseen circumstances, which proved exhausting. Soon they would reach Binhai City. How splendid. Perseverance is victory. The women felt a surge of excitement, particularly the members of the female combat team, whose faces lit up with joy. They understood Jiangnan's purpose for leading them to Benhai City, to seek gene serums that would enhance their abilities. They were acutely aware of the vast chasm between themselves and the ability users. The prospect of breaking human limits and growing stronger filled them with anticipation. Let us camp here tonight and cross the river tomorrow, Jiangnan indicated on the map. Approximately 20 kilometers from their current location lay the Yangtze River. As night was falling, they decided to rest. Soon, the women erected tents, gathering around a fire to cook, prepare meals, and grill meat. Butterfly organized personnel for watch duty, while Wanya joined Linyu to learn cooking. Tan Xiaoyu grilled meat, her eyes sparkling with delight, nearly drooling at the prospect of a bite. Meanwhile, when Wan tended to the injured, the female combat team members who had been hurt in Qingyang had mostly recovered after 20 days. As for Su Xiaoxiao, she frolicked with Wu Zue around the camp, her laughter ringing like silver bells, sweet and melodious. Jiangnan smiled at the scene. If not for the apocalypse, everything would be even more beautiful. Regrettably, there were no ifs. Moreover, they had not encountered any suitable abilities in recent days. Jiangnan mused to himself. It had been nearly a month. Although they had vanquished numerous ability users along the way, none had met his expectations. Jiangnan maintained high standards. He refused to settle. Patience was key. He would encounter even better abilities. At that moment, Wu Zue suddenly barked. Woof, woof, woof. Someone is coming? Jiangnan raised an eyebrow and promptly stood to investigate. 7 or 8 survivors approached from the opposite side of the small town. Their clothes were filthy, hair and beards unkempt, clearly having not bathed in a long time. Their emaciated appearances suggested they had not fared well in this apocalypse. Ah, there are indeed people here, they exclaimed. It has been ages since anyone has been seen in this wretched place, and now so many have appeared, and women no less. The 7 survivors advanced towards the tents. 4 men and 3 women, appearing to be in their 30s or 40s, though their filth obscured their true ages. As they gazed at Jiangnan and the others, their eyes sparkled with interest, unabashedly shouting in excitement. Upon noticing the weapons and gear carried by Jiangnan's group, they displayed a flicker of caution but showed no real fear, continuing their approach. Wow, it smells so good. Look, they are cooking, stir-frying, and grilling meat. My goodness, in this apocalypse, they are eating so well. We have been subsisting on wild vegetables for days. How can they be so fortunate? It's infuriating. The 7, drawn in by the tantalizing aroma, clamored with astonishment. Seeing these unexpected survivors, Jiangnan furrowed his brow. Butterfly stepped forward, coldly asserting, "Who are you? You'd best leave at once. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences." "Leave? This territory belongs to us. You are the ones who should be leaving," they retorted defiantly. "Surely, the food you are enjoying is not stolen from us. You needn't return at all, just a small portion will suffice, and we'll be on our way." The 7 shouted boisterously, their bravado evident. Chapter 102. If you do not wish to live, I shall grant your desire. Jiangnan almost chuckled. You think we have stolen your food? How absurd. Nevertheless, he decided it was futile to argue with them. Let us distribute a portion of our provisions to them. So they may depart swiftly. Very well. Butterfly nodded lightly. She then instructed her people to prepare 7 portions of food to offer to the group. However, the 7 individuals did not even glance at the meals and immediately erupted in loud complaints. Is this all? Are you trying to dismiss us like beggars? How long has it been since we last ate? Will this suffice to sate our hunger? Indeed, we are all human in these trying times. We should unite and assist one another. You ought to provide us with more food. Several men chimed in, while a few women suddenly began to weep, lamenting the dire conditions they had endured and the meager sustenance they had been forced to consume. An elderly man, perhaps in his 60s, trembled as he stepped forward. As an old man, I can barely move in this apocalypse. You tell me, how can I survive without food? Instantly, the campsite was filled with wails of despair. Observing this, Butterfly and the other women exchanged glances. We are offering you food, and yet you are not satisfied? You desire more? How greedy. Jiangnan and Appo's expression darkened. Although he was not lacking in provisions, he was no charitable benefactor. It is already generous of us to offer you food. Do you expect to take even more? Without hesitation, he rejected their demands. Take the food we have given you and leave at once. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. However, Jiangnan and Appo's words incited an even greater uproar among the 7. Young man, are you even human? We are on the brink of starvation. And you dare utter such callous words? The old man continued. At this age, do you wish to drive me to my grave with your words? We are all human beings. Should we not support one another in times of hardship? If you assist us now, when you face difficulties in the future, will we not help you in return? Their incessant complaints filled Jiangnan with irritation. The old man, with a shaking finger directed at Jiangnan, lamented, Youngster, did your parents never teach you to respect your elders and care for the young? If everyone were as you are, how would humanity endure? Let me advise you, with such an attitude towards others, you will never achieve anything significant. However, it is not too late to change. At that moment, the old man's expression shifted drastically. A flying knife shot toward him like a bolt of lightning. In his terrified gaze, it pierced through his chest, shattering his heart and innards. Is this never ending? Jiangnan's anger flared as he coldly snorted. You think I am a benevolent soul? I have countless lives on my hands. Why should I care for a few more? With the flying knife under his command, he targeted the remaining 6 individuals. Upon witnessing the old man and Appo's demise, they were paralyzed with fear. As the knife approached them, they fled in panic. Do not kill me, cried the last woman. What do I care for your fate? Jiangnan directed the flying knife toward her. She had been the loudest in her complaints. With a swift thrust, the knife pierced her body. Did you think I would be a kind-hearted savior? Countless have perished by my hand. Why should I be concerned with a few more? Jiangnan's fury remained unabated as he unleashed a massacre, controlling the flying knife to eliminate several more. Please, spare my life. I promise I will not do it again. The last man, witnessing his companions fall one by one, completely broke down. He collapsed to the ground, weeping profusely, desperately bowing before Jiangnan. Begging for mercy? It is too late. Jiangnan scoffed. Go to hell, and learn of my reputation. In your next life, keep your distance from me. After exterminating all of them, Jiangnan finally felt a measure of peace. He was never a virtuous man, and the number of lives lost at his hands was countless. In this apocalyptic world, he only showed kindness to those close to him, remaining indifferent to others. To offer even a morsel of food was exceedingly rare. Yet these people did not know when to stop, greedily demanding more and even attempting to lecture him. Jiangnan could no longer tolerate it. His temper flared. If you wish to end your lives, I shall oblige. This scene, witnessed by the women, was immensely satisfying. These people are truly courting death. We offer them food. Yet they cannot express gratitude and instead demand more? What a shameless display. Butterfly shook her head. Initially, I intended to simply drive them away. People like this will never appreciate your kindness. They only seek to exploit you further. Exactly. Tan Xiaoyu exclaimed angrily. In these dire times, they still cling to their lofty ideals from before the apocalypse. Especially that old man. How shameless. Chapter 103. Zombie dogs and mutated zombies. The following day, Jiangnan and the others were abruptly awakened by the sound of gunfire. What on earth is happening outside? Hurry, get up. You clumsy oaf, you're tugging at my hair, exclaimed Butterfly, her irritation palpable. I swear, Jiangnan, I will strangle you. If you hadn't and Appos been tormenting me all night, I would have been up ages ago. Gritting her teeth, she was the first to extricate herself from the pile of clothes and dress hastily. I'll go check the situation, she declared. Me too. Wan Yao quickly donned her attire and dashed out. Before long, Jiangnan ventured outside. Not far from the campsite, he noticed several corpses of zombies sprawled on the ground. What is going on? He inquired, seeking out Butterfly and Wan Yao, who merely shook their heads in response. A few zombies appeared suddenly. But thankfully we managed to eliminate them quickly. It and Appos. That's not a significant issue, they explained. The number of zombies in this small town had been minimal upon their arrival, seemingly having been previously cleared out. Soon after, Su Xiao, restless as ever, led a group and nearly exterminated every last one. Yet, unexpectedly, there were still some stragglers. A look of confusion crossed Su Xiao's face. We had dealt with them all. I ran several laps with Wu Zue to confirm. She insisted. Wu Zue, have you been slacking off? Your nose seems to have lost its touch in locating zombies. Jiangnan regarded Wu Zue skeptically. What woof? Protested Wu Zue, barking loudly in denial. It was certainly not its fault, as it had successfully sniffed out all the zombies in town. These zombies must have come from elsewhere. Jiangnan mused, dismissing the matter. He had no intention of doubting Wu Zue. He merely sought to tease it. The result was a success, as Wu Zue became visibly agitated. However, at that moment, woof woof, Wu Zue leapt high, peering into the distance. So many dogs, Jiangnan remarked, attempting to continue his jest. Yet, In the next instant, his expression shifted. Wait, those aren't dogs. They are zombie dogs. At first glance, it seemed like a pack of stray dogs charging forward, but upon closer inspection, he realized they were indeed zombie dogs. Humans infected by the virus transform into zombies. And animals are no exception. Jiangnan had simply encountered them infrequently. A horde of zombie dogs? Were they also from another location? Jiangnan raised an eyebrow, promptly commanding a flying knife to strike at the group of zombie dogs. However, the creatures evaded the attack with remarkable agility, as if they were aware of his intentions. So nimble? Jiangnan frowned. Dogs are inherently agile, and their transformation into zombies had evidently enhanced their capabilities further. I and Appos, LL handle this, Su Xiao declared with determination. Instantly, a wave of frigid air enveloped the area, causing the ground to freeze rapidly. The movements of the zombie dogs slowed significantly as their bodies became encased in ice. Puff, puff. Jiangnan and Appos' flying knives then struck, dispatching the immobilized zombie dogs. Woof, woof. Yet, a few managed to escape the icy grasp of Su Xiao, their speed allowing them to close in on Jiangnan and the others in the blink of an eye, mouths agape, ready to bite. Watch out, Wanya warned, unleashing a gravitational field that hindered the advance of the zombie dogs. Some were even immobilized, collapsing under the weight of the increased gravity. Bang, bang, bang. The women quickly opened fire, transforming the zombie dogs into mere sieves. How can there be so many zombie dogs? Jiangnan furrowed his brow, a sense of unease creeping over him. In the next moment, his expression shifted dramatically. Not far off, more zombies began to appear. Roar, roar, roar. A throng of zombies staggered into view at the end of the street, numbering in the hundreds, with many of them classified as second-tier zombies. Among this horde, dozens of zombie dogs accompanied them. Just moments ago, they had barely escaped the first wave, and now there were even more? Moreover, Jiangnan's eyes narrowed as he noticed several zombies within the throng that appeared distinctly different from their counterparts. Their skin exhibited unusual colors. Some glowed a fiery red, resembling heated iron, emanating vapors of warmth. One particular zombie boasted 4 muscular arms, while another radiated an aura of coldness, causing the ground beneath it to freeze as it passed by, causing the surrounding zombies to shy away. Mutated zombies? Jiangnan and Appos' brow furrowed. Such creatures were exceedingly rare. One might not encounter even a handful among 1,000 ordinary zombies. In fact, during Jiangnan's departure from Qingyang City, mutated zombies had yet to make their appearance. Their strength was formidable, surpassing even that of second-tier zombies. Everyone, be cautious, Butterfly shouted. The women quickly responded, taking refuge behind vehicles and buildings to form a defensive line and prepare for counterattacks. Bang, 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 rat-a-tat-tat. Boom, boom. A deluge of bullets and shells rained down, sending zombies sprawling in chaos. However, the zombie dogs wove through the barrage with remarkable agility, advancing rapidly. The second-tier and mutated zombies used the ordinary zombies as shields, charging toward Jiangnan and the others. These zombies are far too clever, Su Xiao remarked, her brow knitted in concern. This was indeed their first encounter with such a situation. Xiao, coordinate with me, Jiangnan suddenly commanded. Understood. Without hesitation, Su Xiao nodded and crouched, pressing her hands against the ground. Instantly, a chilling wave emanated from her petite frame, spreading across the entire street. The ground froze rapidly, ensnaring the zombies and zombie dogs in its grip, significantly reducing their speed. Excellent work, Xiao, Jiangnan praised, unleashing a flurry of flying knives like lightning, decapitating numerous zombie dogs in swift succession. Butterfly and Wanyao also directed the others to fire, eliminating a multitude of zombies. Chapter 104. A sense of peculiarity roaring. The mutated zombie, entirely cloaked in crimson, let out a thunderous bellow, unleashing a torrent of flames from its maw that melted the surrounding ice. It then leaped into the air, hurling massive fireballs towards Jiangnan and his companions. Meanwhile, another mutated zombie, exuding an aura of coldness, unleashed a wave of frigid energy upon the group. Everyone, be cautious, Jiangnan exclaimed, executing a swift teleportation to position himself behind the flame-wielding mutated zombie. Roar. The creature was suddenly gripped by terror, attempting to redirect its flames towards Jiangnan. However, Jiangnan's speed far surpassed its own. With a swift motion, he brought down his blade, severing the mutated zombie and Appos' head from its body in an instant. Simultaneously, Jiangnan commanded 3 flying daggers, propelling them at remarkable speed towards the ice-manipulating zombie. The latter had not anticipated Jiangnan and Appo's sudden appearance and was wholly unprepared for the attack. It was only when the daggers were nearly upon it that it became aware, but by then, it was far too late. Roar! The mutated zombie let out a desperate cry as the 3 daggers struck with lethal precision, vanquishing it instantly. The flame-controlling and ice-controlling mutated zombies fell before Jiangnan in rapid succession. Just then, a sharp sound pierced the air behind him. A figure approached at an alarming speed, another mutated zombie, this one possessing 4 arms, each wielding a crude weapon, a kitchen knife, an iron rod, and a slab of brick. These 4 arms quickly filled Jiangnan and Appo's field of vision. Seeking death, Jiangnan scoffed, undeterred. He brandished his large blade, engaging the creature without hesitation. Jiangnan's swordsmanship was of the highest caliber, displaying a level of mastery that seemed almost otherworldly. A flurry of blade flashes enveloped the mutated zombie. Moments later, with a swift teleportation, he distanced himself while sending his flying daggers towards the 4-armed creature. Caught off guard by Jiangnan's unconventional tactics, one of its arms was swiftly severed, crashing to the ground. The 4-armed zombie, now enraged, launched a more frenzied assault. It must be said, its close combat prowess was formidable, driving Jiangnan back repeatedly, causing his arms to numb. Yet, he remained unscathed. Conversely, the mutated zombie accumulated more and more wounds, its speed and strength gradually diminishing. Die, Jiangnan declared coldly, commanding his flying daggers to finish off the already battered 4-armed zombie. With the elimination of these 3 mutated zombies and a majority of the zombie dogs, the remaining ordinary and second-tier zombies posed little threat. Soon, they were all dispatched by the group of women. Unexpectedly, the emergence of mutated zombies raised a troubling question. Did this signify the arrival of third-tier zombies as well? Jiangnan recalled that in his previous life, the timing of mutated zombies coincided with the emergence of third-tier zombies. As he surveyed the battlefield strewn with corpses, a frown creased his brow. The speed of evolution among these zombies was alarmingly rapid. In such a short span, mutated and third-tier zombies had manifested. Furthermore, the sudden appearance of these zombies seemed peculiar, as if they hailed from elsewhere. Where could they possibly originate? They appeared organized, with a clear division of labor. Jiangnan's brow furrowed further. He couldn't shake the feeling that the assaulting zombies and zombie dogs were somehow amiss. Yet, upon deeper reflection, he found it hard to believe. Perhaps the zombie dogs and mutated zombies had merely coincidentally converged. Surely, they couldn't be manipulated by an external force. Jiangnan shook his head. At that moment, Wu Zui gazed at the lifeless forms of the zombie dogs, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes, as if tempted to approach. However, upon noticing Jiangnan and Appo's gaze, he immediately lifted his head high, feigning indifference. Wu Zui, what and Appo's this? You seem quite intrigued by those zombie dogs and Appo's remains? Jiangnan teased, winking suggestively. You know, there are likely many female zombie dogs among them, perhaps some that would meet your aesthetic standards. Go on, take a look. Though they may be zombies now. If you're interested, it wouldn't be impossible to make do. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Butterfly and the others turned decidedly peculiar. Wu Zui's body stiffened before he erupted in a furious bark. Woof woof woof. Are you even human? Who's the real dog here? Who's the one in heat? How shameless. Wu Zui cast Jiangnan a disdainful glance before storming off in a huff. Is he seriously angry? Jiangnan mused, finding an odd sense of joy in Wu Zui and Appo's indignant demeanor. Just then, Jiangnan and Appo's attention was drawn to Su Xiaoxiao, whose condition seemed off. Her complexion was unusually pale. After using her powers earlier, a layer of frost had appeared on her face, but Jiangnan had not thought much of it at the time. Now, however, he realized that her pallor was not merely due to the cold. It resembled the aftermath of excessive exhaustion. Xiaoxiao, what in Appo's wrong? Are you feeling drained? Jiangnan quickly scooped her up in his arms. The little girl pouted. Brother, I used my powers too recklessly just now, and now I feel dizzy. I just want to sleep. As she spoke, Su Xiaoxiao nestled into Jiangnan and Appo's embrace, closing her eyes and wrapping her small hands around his neck. This child. Jiangnan affectionately stroked her head, whispering gently, from now on, don't use your powers so recklessly. In truth, Jiangnan should have noticed earlier. Just moments ago, Su Xiaoxiao had frozen nearly half the street's zombies. Although she had only immobilized their movements, the area of effect was vast. And the energy expenditure must have been tremendous. It and Appo's, that's my fault. Watching the little girl breathe evenly, Jiangnan silently chided himself before carrying her back to rest. Chapter 105. The bridge was destroyed before long. Everyone finished breakfast and resumed their journey. Coincidentally, Su Xiaoxiao also woke up at this time. Jiangnan quickly handed the little girl her favorite meat bun. They were getting closer to Binhai City. Jiangnan couldn't and Appos helped but feel a surge of anticipation. Not long after, the convoy had traveled about 20 kilometers along the highway when they finally encountered a vast, mighty river. Is this the Yangtze River? It and Appos. It's my first time seeing it up close. It and Appos. It's so wide. Every time one stood by the Yangtze, its grandeur was utterly breathtaking. The group gathered by the riverbank, watching the torrential waters rush past, feeling a profound awe that resonated deep within their souls. Let's keep moving. After allowing everyone a moment to take in the sight, Jiangnan urged them onward. However, their expressions soon darkened. To their dismay, they discovered that the bridge spanning the great river had been destroyed. The bridge is gone. Jiangnan frowned deeply. The Yangtze stretched thousands of meters wide. Even with his teleportation ability, crossing it was impossible. Refusing to give up, he inspected the wreckage. The bridge had indeed collapsed. Judging by the damage, Jiangnan suspected it had been struck by missiles, and not just one or two. Was it the military? But why? He shook his head. The gap between the broken sections was roughly 200 meters. After estimating the distance, he sighed in resignation. I could teleport across alone. But the others? I can carry someone while teleporting, but the range drops to just over 100 meters, and the energy cost is enormous. In other words, they needed another way across. Returning to the group, Jiangnan relayed his findings. The women were visibly shocked. The bridge was hit by multiple missiles? Does that mean we can't cross? Cutie's expression darkened. What do we do now? Their destination was Binhai City. They had to cross the river. Let's search for a boat. Jiangnan suggested. There must be some along the Yangtze's banks. Just then, two figures approached on bicycles. Trying to cross the river? The strangers studied Jiangnan and his companions with wary curiosity. Who are you? Jiangnan scrutinized them in return. Their complexions were healthy, their clothes clean, rare traits among survivors. We and Appos, locals. One replied, we happened to pass by and saw you here. Figured you wanted to cross, but this bridge was blown up long ago. Yuan and Appos, make it. They introduced themselves as Su Chi and Fan Wu, ordinary riverside residents before the apocalypse. Out scavenging, they'd spotted Jiangnan's group. You're outsiders, heading to Binhai City, right? Yudon and Appos, seem like bad people, so we thought we and Appos, check. Su Chi smiled. But as things stand, you can end Appos, get across. You should turn back. Turn back? Jiangnan shook his head firmly. That wasn't end Appos, an option. We are going to Binhai City. Su Chi frowned slightly, then nodded. Well, if you and Appos, determined. There is a way if you find a boat. We know where to get one. We can take you there, but... He rubbed his hands together sheepishly. You know how it is, food and Appos, scarce these days. Helping you will cost us time. Maybe you could compensate us? Asking for payment was reasonable. Jiangnan had no objections. Fair enough. These two seemed trustworthy. Had they not demanded compensation, their motives might have been questionable. Now, they seemed more credible. Will this suffice? With a wave of his hand, Jiangnan produced a bag of flour. Su Chi and Fan Wu and Appos, eyes widened. More than enough. This single bag could sustain them for half a month. Instantly, their gazes toward Jiangnan shifted. This man wasn't an Appos, just an ability user. He was generous. Come with us. We'll show you where the boats are. As they led the way, Jiangnan inquired about the bridge's destruction. When the apocalypse hit, Binhai City fell first, Fan Wu explained. Zombies were everywhere. To stop them from spreading, the military bombed the bridge. The slightly overweight man sighed. Who knew the whole world would collapse? Blowing up the bridge was pointless. Jiangnan asked more questions, which they answered readily. Both were talkative, chatting animatedly with the group. We're heading to a ferry dock controlled by a settlement. If you want a boat, you'll have to rent it from them. Fan Wu added, they charge a lot. Especially for a group your size. But they're reliable, other survivors have crossed using their boats. Safety isn't an issue. Their leader's decent, treats his people fairly, and is good to outsiders. We've traded seafood with them before. We know their character. A decent person? Such individuals were rare in the apocalypse. Jiangnan had met few in his past life, but they did exist. Chapter 106. What program has been arranged? Jiangnan smiled faintly. It seems the conduct of that camp is quite commendable, to have earned such high praise from you. Indeed, it is. Su Chi and Fan Wu nodded in agreement. Were it not for their credibility, we wouldn't have brought you here. After all, their river crossing fees are exorbitant. But judging by your earlier generosity, Jiangnan, and the robust vitality of your companions, each with radiant complexions, its clear provisions are hardly an issue for your group. Even the dog accompanying them had grown plump, undeniable proof of their ample resources. In these apocalyptic times, food was the ultimate currency. The fee is of no concern. Jiangnan replied coolly. As long as we can cross the river. Haha. Then there is certainly no problem, Suchi laughed. We're nearly there. Though I've heard the ferry's leader, Old Wu, is currently away. The camp might ask you to wait briefly. But given your status as esteemed guests, they'll likely arrange a proper reception. Jiangnan nodded with a faint smile. Under Suchi and Fan Wu's guidance, the group arrived at the ferry after half an hour. Who goes there? State your purpose. A voice barked from behind the barricaded entrance. Suchi stepped forward, calling out. Brothers, it's Suchi. These travelers seek passage across the river. Treat them well, no discourtesy. Recognition flashed in the guard's eyes. Ah, it's you. The gates soon swung open. Once inside, Suchi and Fan Wu were led away separately, reportedly to receive their commission for bringing in business. Meanwhile, Jiangnan and his 20-odd companions were ushered into a hall. Rest here a while, said Liao Wu, a subordinate of the camp, with a practiced smile. Our leader is presently absent, so the crossing fee will be settled upon his return, no later than tomorrow. In the meantime, our accommodations are ample. You may refresh yourselves comfortably. Jiangnan inclined his head. We appreciate your hospitality. No trouble at all, Liao Wu demurred, his gaze briefly lingering on the women of Jiangnan's group before flickering away. At Jiangnan's subtle signal, Hudai gave a slight nod. Soon after, Liao Wu returned with tea. Our humble camp offers little, but please, enjoy this refreshment. He poured a cup for Jiangnan. This tea perhaps later. I'm not thirsty just yet, Jiangnan declined. The women followed suit, setting their cups aside. Liao Wu chuckled. Surely after your journey, a sip would ease your weariness. There is no need for reserve among friends. Your kindness is overwhelming, Jiangnan replied with a smile. Then, tilting his head, he added, by the way, Brother Liao, what program have you arranged? I couldn't help but notice numerous footsteps converging outside. Liao Wu's expression faltered before he laughed heartily. Ah, you've caught us. Mere tea is hardly worthy of guests like you. A feast is being prepared in your honor. How thoughtful. Jiangnan rose as if to express gratitude. Swish. In a flash, a pistol materialized in his hand from his storage space. Bang. A bullet tore toward Liao Wu's skull. Damn it. Liao Wu recoiled, his body rapidly petrifying. The bullet embedded shallowly before halting. How did you know? He snarled. Jiangnan's smile turned icy. Your act was riddled with flaws from the start. Initially, he had trusted Suchi and Fan Wu. Yet as they spoke, inconsistencies mounted. Ordinary survivors wouldn't possess such detailed knowledge, nor would they extol the fairy camp so lavishly. In this hellscape, virtue was a rare commodity. Moreover, the guard's instant recognition of Suchi, a supposed minor traitor, reeked of deception. Thus, Jiangnan had deduced the truth. Suchi and Fan Wu were anything but innocent. This ferry was a den of wolves. Sure enough, scarcely had they settled before Liao Wu's ploys unfolded, drugged tea, encircling forces lying in wait. But none escaped Jiangnan's piercing discernment. Chaos erupted as armed men flooded in, Suchi and Fan Wu among them. Our leader may be absent, but disposing of you is child's play. Liao Wu jeered, lust glinting as he eyed the women. Surrender now, or must we resort to force? It'd be a shame if these beauties were harmed. Surely you wouldn't want that. Jiangnan? Is that so? Jiangnan's chuckle was frost-laced. Enough talk. Attack. Liao Wu bellowed, charging forth. His stony transformation augmented his defense, speed, and strength. Gunfire erupted as the camp's men unleashed a barrage toward the women. Chapter 107. The Scramble at the Ferry, the Gravity Field. With a soft command, Wan Yao summoned a gravity field. An invisible wall of defense materialized, deflecting all incoming bullets. Subsequently, a gravity field tenfold in strength unfolded. Those armed personnel who ventured into its domain succumbed to the immense pressure, collapsing heavily onto the ground. What? Damn it. Liao Wu's expression shifted dramatically. This woman was an ability user, and her powers were astonishingly formidable. Without hesitation, he pivoted and charged towards Wan Yao, intent on eliminating this powerful adversary. Chaos ensued. At that moment, DFA2 uttered a soft command. Instantly, an imperceptible force permeated the minds of everyone present. All, including Liao Wu, felt their thoughts muddled, their mental clarity severely compromised. They stood there, eyes vacant, like lambs awaiting slaughter. Death! Jiangnan commanded 3 flying daggers, which soared through the hall, tracing graceful arcs. Puff, 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 puff. The crowd, either suppressed by Wan Yao's gravity field or rendered helpless by DFA's chaos, had no capacity for resistance. Jiangnan and Amp, Oppo's, daggers, akin to the sides of death, relentlessly harvested vibrant lives. Survivors fell, their heads pierced by the blades. In no time, the ground was drenched in blood and brain matter, the scene grotesquely macabre. Before long, only 3 individuals remained: Liao Chengwu, Su Qi, and Fan Wu. Dead. All dead. They're all dead. Liao Chengwu opened his eyes to the surrounding carnage. Bodies lay strewn about, once vibrant lives now extinguished. Tremors coursed through his body involuntarily, his eyes reddening with rage. He glared at Jiangnan, bellowing, "You bastard, I will fight you." Clatter. As Liao Chengwu attempted to rush towards Jiangnan, his body rapidly froze, transforming into a lifeless ice sculpture. As the sculpture shattered, so too did his form, fragmented and broken. "Jiangnan, this is not our doing. They forced us. We never intended to harm you. They merely coveted your beauty and your supplies." Su Qi and Fan Wu, trembling in terror, fell to their knees, desperately bowing and pleading for mercy. This squad was far too terrifying. Their strength was unfathomable, capable of annihilating everyone in an instant. "Heh, now you know fear? I trusted you, yet you led us into a trap." Jiangnan and Oppo's expression was frigid, his aura thick with murderous intent. Su Qi and Fan Wu felt their hearts race in terror. "I will pose a few questions, and you shall answer truthfully. If your responses satisfy me, I may consider sparing you." Jiangnan turned, his tone calm yet commanding. "Very well, brother, ask away." Su Qi and Fan Wu's hopes ignited. "What can you tell me about your leader? What abilities does he possess, and where has he gone?" Jiangnan inquired directly. Su Qi and Fan Wu, paralyzed by fear, divulged all they knew without the slightest hesitation. Soon, Jiangnan acquired critical intelligence. Liao Chenwu was merely a minor leader at the fairy camp. The true mastermind was one Wu Tian, an ability user known as the Zombie Emperor, capable of controlling the undead. Any zombie is under our leader's command. In this vicinity, none can rival him, Su Qi explained cautiously. Zombie Emperor? Capable of controlling zombies? Upon hearing this, Jiangnan and Oppo's eyes sparkled. In this apocalyptic world, the most formidable force was not a survivor, nor an ability user, but the countless zombies roaming about. Their numbers vastly surpassed those of humanity, and they continually evolved. The prospect of controlling the undead was almost unimaginable. Moreover, as the zombies evolved, their strength would only increase, allowing for strategic utilization of their power. This ability, I must have it, Jiangnan mused excitedly. After so long, he had finally encountered an ability that stirred his interest. He could not let it slip away. Jiangnan pressed on, inquiring about Wu Tian's whereabouts. We are uncertain. Both replied, shaking their heads. A few days ago, our leader departed with a group of loyal followers. We do not know their destination. Jiangnan continued to ask various questions, to which they answered one by one. That will suffice. Now, may we leave, Jiangnan? Su Qi and Fan Wu gazed at him with hopeful anticipation. Jiangnan smiled gently and nodded. Of course you may leave. Thank you. Thank you, Brother Jiangnan. They expressed their gratitude profusely, turning to flee without hesitation. Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots rang out. Su Qi and Fan Wu fell to the ground, their heads exploding from the shots. You may leave, but your destination is hell. Spare them? What nonsense! Search the camp thoroughly. See if there is anything worth taking. Also, look for any remaining survivors. Eliminate everyone without exception. Jiangnan scoffed coldly. The women complied, ransacking the ferry until it was turned inside out, taking everything of value. What could not be taken was simply destroyed. Under Jiangnan's leadership, they transformed into a band of female marauders. Ultimately, Jiangnan set the camp ablaze, leaving only a few small boats intact while destroying all others. Let and Amp, Oppos, as not rushed across the river, Jiangnan thought to himself, glancing back at the ferry engulfed in flames, his gaze flickering. I have slain so many, and destroyed your camp, your savings, and your vessels. You must be yearning for vengeance against me now, Arin and Amp, Oppos. To you? Come forth, I await you. Chapter 108. The quest for third-level zombies. Jiangnan did not hastily cross the river. Instead, he lingered along the riverbank in search of zombies to hunt. At present, second-level zombies had begun to proliferate, and mutated zombies were increasingly common. It was even likely that third-level zombies had emerged. I must swiftly ascend to the status of a third-level ability user, Jiangnan thought to himself. With the escalating strength of the zombies, he could not afford to lag behind, and the sense of urgency within him intensified. The riverside was dotted with small villages and towns, and while the number of zombies was substantial, they were not concentrated. Meanwhile, across the river, the economy on the opposite bank was significantly more prosperous, boasting numerous large cities with a dense population, and consequently, a far greater number of zombies. Jiangnan mused. Not only did he need to hunt zombies and elevate himself to a third-level ability user, but he also had to contend with Wu Tian. It was not merely his desire for Wu Tian's zombie monarch that drove him. More importantly, having forged such a deep-seated enmity, Wu Tian would undoubtedly pursue him to the ends of the earth. The greater the number of zombies, the stronger Wu Tian would become. Should Jiangnan transport people to the opposite bank, Wu Tian would have access to an even larger horde of zombies, rendering him all the more formidable. To be prudent, he resolved to devise a means to eliminate Wu Tian before venturing across the river, without deliberately hastening or slowing his pace. Jiangnan proceeded at a normal speed, traversing one small town and village after another. With Jiangnan and his companions and Oppo's arrival, the zombies in those villages met their doom. Following a fierce battle, the zombies were vanquished, their cores extracted. Soon, darkness enveloped the sky. Jiangnan and his companions swept through another small village. That night, they chose to spend the night within the village, on high alert for a potential attack from Wu Tian. Fortunately, the night passed without incident. After breakfast, Jiangnan and his companions resumed their journey, leaving behind traces without concern. He secretly hoped Wu Tian would come searching for them soon. Meanwhile, in a city on the opposite bank of the river, two piercingly mournful screams suddenly echoed, sending chills down the spines of those who heard them. Two bloodied survivors were dragged and tossed into a horde of zombies. The zombies, baring their fangs, ravenously tore at them. In mere moments, the two survivors were devoured, leaving not a trace behind. Ha ha ha, this is the fate of those who disrespect our leader. Daring to insult our master? They are simply courting death. Let this be a cautionary tale for all. Ha ha, splendid work. Our leader is magnificent. Once the zombies had finished their meal, they obediently stood in place, seemingly respectful yet filled with trepidation. Among this group of zombies stood over 20 humans. Some of them, witnessing the gruesome spectacle, were malicious grins. Behold, you have witnessed my power. These terrifying zombies, which instill fear in you, are but docile pets to me. All eyes turned towards the man seated in a wheelchair, who was surrounded by adoring subordinates. The man appeared to be in his 40s, emaciated, his eyes deeply sunken and filled with a dangerous glint. This man was none other than Wu Tian, the leader of the fairy camp. Though Wu Tian and Oppo's mobility appeared compromised as he sat in a wheelchair pushed by his subordinates, he commanded an air of authority that invoked fear and respect. Wu Tian coldly regarded the 5 or 6 survivors kneeling before him and spoke with an icy demeanor. Do you still wish to defy my orders? Yi Qi, do you desire the same fate as them? Wu leader, we acknowledge our mistakes and will never disrespect you again. Wu leader, please spare us. Yi Qi quickly apologized to Wu leader and agreed to his demands. You wouldn't want us all to be fed to the zombies, would you? Indeed. Yi Qi. The kneeling survivors trembled, pleading for mercy. Among them were 3 women, 2 of whom were in their mid-20s, possessing alluring figures and enchanting features. Previously, they had been the women of the camp leader, well-maintained. However, with their leader having been eliminated by Wu Tian, they sought to ingratiate themselves with him, hoping to find a new protector. Unfortunately, this Wu leader was physically impaired and showed little interest in them, instead fixating on another young girl, Yi Qi, the daughter of their former leader. Until now, Yi Qi had been well protected by her father. Although the world had descended into chaos, she had endured little suffering, living even better than before the apocalypse. Her delicate skin and innocent face made her the object of desire for the depraved. Now, under Wu Tian's gaze, her fate hung in the balance. Yi Qi trembled slightly, lifting her delicate face to meet the grotesque visage of Wu Tian. His yellowed teeth bared in a sinister grin. Her eyes were filled with despair. Just a day prior, she had witnessed her father being killed by this man, who commanded the zombies. Now, she was betrayed by those who once served her father, especially these 2 women. Her father had treated them well, yet they now eagerly urged her to comply with Wu Tian and Oppo's demands, pleading for their own survival. You want me to be your woman? In your dreams. Though fear coursed through her, Yi Qi's resolve remained unyielding, her voice resolute. She was small, yet possessed a spirit. She would rather die than live in shame. Excellent. Wu Tian's eyes glinted coldly as he nodded. You bear a striking resemblance to your father. I offered him a place at my side, yet he refused and insulted me. Thus, he met his demise, dragging you all down with him. Now, you reject me, and you too shall perish, bringing others down with you. Is that not so?" Yuchi let out a derisive laugh. "How splendid!" Bang! A gunshot rang out as Wu Tian executed Yuchi without hesitation. He then waved his hand, and his loyal followers immediately advanced. "Wu leader, please spare us." "No. Wu leader, I am also a woman. I am young and beautiful. I can do what Yuchi can do." The remaining survivors were stricken with terror, particularly the two alluring women. "Oh, is that so?" Wu Tian sneered. "Strip them of their clothing." The two women were taken aback. Before so many people, strip them of their garments? In an instant, Wu Tian and Appos, as followers approached with wicked grins. Soon, the air was filled with the sound of women and Appos' cries. Chapter 109. The zombie attack. After 2 hours, the two women lay motionless on the ground, resembling nothing more than lifeless husks. Their bodies were a pitiful sight, barely clinging to existence. Wu Tian and Appos' loyal subordinates seized the two women, now beyond the brink of survival, and cast them before the ravenous zombies. The undead eagerly fought over their prey. A day later, Wu Tian and his confidants began their journey back to their camp. At last, they were returning. There was something exhilarating about following their leader into the fray. Witnessing the once mighty leaders of other camps reduced to despair as they faced the relentless onslaught of Wu Tian's zombies. It was utterly thrilling. The most exhilarating moments, however, were when the survivors begged for mercy. The more terrified they became, the more exhilarated I felt. Unlike others, I preferred to first offer them a glimmer of hope before plunging them into despair. That was the true essence of amusement. TSK, you are all mere mortals. Unlike me, who revels in the company of women. Those leaders' women were particularly enticing. Laughter erupted among the group as they approached the docking area. However, their mirth was abruptly silenced as they beheld the charred remains of the dock, now reduced to ruins. Wu Tian squinted at the desolate sight before him, and a furious roar escaped his lips. Who did this? Damn it! How audacious! Who dares to cross me? They must be tired of living. Witnessing the scene, the others could not contain their anger, each voicing their outrage. They had been away for just a few days, and their camp had met such a fate? This was the very camp they had painstakingly built. How could it simply vanish? Not only was the camp destroyed, but it appeared that the inhabitants had been slaughtered as well. This was madness. In the days that followed, Jiangnan traversed various villages and towns, hunting zombies. After several days, he amassed a considerable collection of crystal cores, over 3,000 ordinary cores, more than 200 second-tier cores, and a handful of mutated cores. This was merely what he possessed. Butterfly, Wanyao, and Su Xiaoxiao also had their own shares, while Wu Zui had received some cores, which Jiangnan kept in his custody. Yet, to become a third-tier ability user, it was still insufficient. Jiangnan pondered. Although 3,000 cores seemed plentiful, to ascend to third tier, he required cores from third-tier zombies. Let's move on to the next location, Jiangnan declared. Having just eradicated the zombies in a small village, they set off for their next destination. In recent days, they had refrained from venturing into heavily infested towns, opting instead for sparsely populated villages to avoid attracting Wu Tian's attention. However, Jiangnan found it curious that, over the past few days, they had not encountered Wu Tian or any significant danger. This led to some speculation among the group. Could it be that Wu Tian had no intention of seeking revenge, or perhaps he simply could not locate them? It was perplexing, especially since they had never deliberately concealed their whereabouts. In fact, they had intentionally left numerous traces to facilitate his discovery. Just how incompetent could Wu Tian be to have not found them yet? Nevertheless, Jiangnan's concerns proved to be unfounded. One day, while en route to their next destination, they were ambushed by 5 mutated zombies and over 30 second-tier zombies, lying in wait among the surrounding buildings. As Jiangnan and his companions approached, the attack was launched. Fortunately, Jiangnan, Su Xiaoxiao, Butterfly, and Wanao reacted swiftly, managing to fend off the 5 mutated zombies in the first instance. They subsequently worked together to eliminate the threat. The remaining second-tier zombies posed little danger and were swiftly dispatched. Everyone, stay alert. Wu Tian has discovered our presence. We must remain vigilant against his attacks. Jiangnan cautioned. Wu Zui, come with me. Let us see if we can locate Wu Tian and Appos' position. Jiangnan urged, and with a swift movement, they departed. However, the zombies and Appos' aura was largely indistinguishable, and Wu Zui had never encountered Wu Tian's scent. Ultimately, they were unsuccessful. There's no need to rush. We will take our time. Jiangnan reassured Wu Zui upon their return. He was confident that Wu Tian was eager to eliminate them, and if he failed this time, there would surely be another opportunity. He will eventually reveal his vulnerabilities. Wu Zue, keep your spirits high. If you sense anything amiss, be sure to alert us immediately. Woof, woof. Wu Zue promptly replied. Brother Nan, what shall we do now? Butterfly inquired. We shall continue our advance and hunt zombies. However, we must remain primarily focused on potential ambushes, Jiangnan replied. Butterfly nodded solemnly. Wu Tian and Appos' abilities made him a formidable adversary in this post-apocalyptic world, posing a significant threat to everyone. Caution was paramount. As night fell, Jiangnan and his companions decided to set up camp for the night, awaiting the dawn. That evening, as expected, they faced yet another zombie onslaught. This time, they were assailed by a horde of ordinary zombies, numbering around 300 to 400. However, they could not approach Jiangnan and his group, being swiftly gunned down by a barrage of bullets. Be on your guard. This assault will not be so simple, Jiangnan warned loudly. Wu Tian was no fool. After his previous failure, he would certainly be aware of Jiangnan's group's capabilities. He must have realized that a mere throng of ordinary zombies could not pose a threat to them. However, to Jiangnan's surprise, until the last zombie fell, no unexpected events occurred. What is going on? Jiangnan furrowed his brow. What scheme was Wu Tian concocting? Jiangnan teleported forward to inspect the fallen zombies, but found nothing unusual. Half an hour later, they were met with a third wave of attack. Chapter 110. Ambush and test during the third assault. The number of zombies was similar to the second, comprising approximately 300 to 400 ordinary zombies, with a few second-tier zombies among them. Naturally, they posed little threat to Jiangnan and his companions. In no time, a volley of gunfire erupted, swiftly annihilating this batch of zombies. What was Wu Tian's intention? Why send such a meager number of zombies to attack us, fully aware that they would not pose any significant threat? Was it merely to harass them? Preventing a proper rest? At that moment, Wanao, accompanied by several members of the female combat team, approached to inspect the fallen zombies. Jiangnan watched from a distance, about to speak when suddenly he noticed a slight movement among the heap of corpses. Instantly, an ominous feeling surged within him. Wanao, be careful, Jiangnan shouted instinctively, then swiftly teleported forward. A zombie suddenly leapt from the pile, its powerful aura erupting as it charged toward Wanao and the others with astonishing speed. This was a mutated zombie, its physique extraordinarily robust, with a metallic sheen glistening on its skin, resembling forged iron. Its speed surpassed that of a cheetah, making it nearly impossible for Wanao and her companions to react in time. Should it close the distance, Wanao and the others would be left with no chance of survival. A roar escaped the mutated zombie as its massive iron fist swung toward Wanyao's head. No, Wanao, look out! The women shouted in horror from a distance. Everything unfolded too abruptly. Who could have anticipated that among the pile of corpses lay a mutated zombie lying in wait for an ambush? The strength of this mutated zombie was not comparable to that of a second-tier zombie. Would Wanao have time to react? The hearts of the women raced with fear. But just then, they noticed a figure suddenly appear in front of Wanao, interposing himself between her and the mutated zombie. Nangong, be careful. Seeing Jiangnan, the women felt a slight relief. His timely appearance would surely avert a grave situation. They feared what might have happened had Jiangnan arrived even a moment later. Wanao and the others would have faced peril. Although it seemed much transpired, everything occurred in the blink of an eye. The iron fist of the mutated zombie was about to strike Wanao when Jiangnan intervened, absorbing the impact with a resounding thud. He staggered back, his arms aching from the blow. The mutated zombie halted momentarily, enraged, before launching a second attack on Wanao. Gravity field. Wanao finally reacted, enveloping the mutated zombie in a gravitational force tenfold stronger. The creature felt its body weighed down, nearly collapsing to its knees. Die, Jiangnan bellowed, sending 3 flying daggers streaking forth in a brilliant flash. One dagger aimed for the zombie and Appos' eye, another for its heart, and the last for its neck. The mutated zombie roared in fury, swatting one dagger aside, but the other 2 struck true. With a splatter of foul blood, the creature shrieked and fell to the ground. However, it remained resilient, attempting to rise despite the immense gravitational pressure. Jiangnan and Appos' daggers continued to strike, ultimately slaying the formidable mutated zombie. Are you all right, Jiangnan? Wanao inquired anxiously as Butterfly and Su Xiaoxiao rushed over, concern etched on their faces. I'm fine, Jiangnan reassured them. This mutated zombie was likely dispatched by Wu Tian to ambush us. He first sent a wave of ordinary zombies to lull us into complacency, then sought an opportunity for the mutated zombie to attack. Had I not been vigilant and sensed something amiss, one now and the others would have been caught off guard. Indeed, a single bite or scratch from a zombie can be fatal. Jiangnan and Appos' eyes glinted coldly. I will inspect the remaining corpses to ensure no other zombies are feigning death. With that, he manipulated his daggers to probe through the remains, wary of any hidden mutated zombies. Wu Tian's malice was indeed insidious. They must remain cautious moving forward. Generally, even mutated zombies pose little danger, given their limited intelligence. However, under Wu Tian's control, their capabilities were significantly enhanced. The women's faces paled, realizing how narrowly they had escaped disaster. It served as a dire warning. That night, as time passed, Jiangnan and his group frequently encountered zombie attacks. Sometimes there would be merely a dozen, at other times, there were hundreds. Occasionally, second-tier and mutated zombies attempted stealthy assaults. Yet, Jiangnan thwarted every one of these incursions. When dawn broke the following day, Jiangnan and his companions resumed their journey along the predetermined route. Over the next 3 days, they were relentlessly besieged by zombies. Wu Tian sought to employ the same tactic, hiding mutated zombies among ordinary ones for surprise attacks. However, Jiangnan had already taken precautions, rendering these attempts futile. After several failed attempts, Wu Tian ultimately abandoned this strategy. Subsequently, he resorted to direct, aggressive assaults. The frequency and intensity of the zombie attacks escalated, leading to several injuries among Jiangnan's group. 2 members of the female combat team suffered severe burns from a fire-controlling zombie. Chapter 111, Concealing the Ultimate Move. Meanwhile, Jiangnan was relentlessly searching for Wu Tian's whereabouts. Wu Tian was exceedingly cautious, skillfully concealing himself. However, Jiangnan had not returned empty-handed. Although Wu Tian could control zombies, he certainly could not stray too far from them. Over the past few days, the ominous presence of unusual energies had been detected. Given time, he would undoubtedly locate Wu Tian's position. Yet, it seemed that Wu Tian had sensed Jiangnan's pursuit and was preparing to unleash a formidable counterattack. Since this morning, there had been no zombie attacks. This was abnormal, exceedingly so. Wu Tian had long harbored a desire to eliminate him. In recent days, countless zombies had perished at Jiangnan and Appos' hands. Surely, Wu Tian yearned to kill Jiangnan even more. How could he possibly relent? It was highly likely that Wu Tian was concocting a significant plan. Everyone remained on high alert. I shall venture ahead to scout for ambushes, Jiangnan cautioned. Let us all be vigilant. We have not encountered any attacks throughout the day. Wu Tian might be lying in wait somewhere. Approximately 10 kilometers from where Jiangnan and his companions gathered, in a small town, Wu Tian convened with his loyal followers within a building. Over the past few days, we have nearly discerned the strength of that group. There is only one man among them, the rest are young women. That man possesses the greatest strength, reportedly wielding 2 to 3 types of abilities. Among the women, 3 also possess powers. Additionally, they have a dog. Its sense of smell appears remarkably acute. Were it not for my exceptional skill in concealing my presence, I might have already been discovered. The dog is also an ability user, adept in stealth. Wu Tian could remotely command zombies, issuing precise operational directives, using him as their eyes. Pleased with this report, Wu Tian nodded. Well done. This must be the extent of their strength, correct? One of his confidants affirmed, that should be about right. There won't be significant discrepancies. There are only a few ability users, the rest are ordinary people with limited combat prowess. Thus, it was time for them to take decisive action, Wu Tian mused. Upon hearing this, everyone grew solemn. Did they truly believe Wu Tian was so limited? Previously, it had merely been a minor test. Wu Tian had yet to unleash his full power. The ability known as Zombie King aptly described his capacity to reign over the undead. The number of zombies he could control was countless, which was profoundly terrifying. In the past, innumerable ability users had fallen to his might, and countless camps had been eradicated. After all, no matter how formidable an ability user, they would eventually exhaust their strength or make a mistake when faced with an unending horde of zombies. The consequence was death. Under his command, several ability users had even chosen to join him voluntarily, including the one exceptionally skilled in concealment. He had 2 sworn brothers, both of whom were also ability users. In an effort to win their loyalty, Wu Tian had initiated a bond of brotherhood with them. Previously, his actions against Jiangnan were merely a preliminary probe. Now, Wu Tian intended to get serious. At present, he controlled 47 mutated zombies. During earlier skirmishes, Jiangnan had eliminated 17, leaving him with 30. Wu Tian continued, in addition, I control over 400 second-tier zombies. Although I lost more than 100 previously, over 300 remain. Most crucially, There are 3 third-tier zombies. Their strength surpasses the others, and they can command ordinary zombies. By controlling these third-tier zombies, I can indirectly command thousands of ordinary zombies. With a smile that appeared amiable, his eyes, however, betrayed a hint of madness. This time, I intend to deploy all of these second-tier, mutated, and third-tier zombies to eliminate Jiangnan and his companions. Even if all these zombies are slain by Jiangnan, I shall feel no remorse, for I can command more mutated and advanced zombies. In this world, zombies are in no short supply. Moreover, Jiangnan seeking to annihilate such a multitude of zombies is akin to a fool and oppose, as folly. The most likely outcome is the demise of Jiangnan and his associates, while my zombie ranks suffer minimal losses. Excellent. Now, their demise is assured. For so long, I have awaited the opportunity to use their blood to honor the spirits of my fallen brothers. Avenge my fallen brothers. His loyal followers echoed their agreement. Very well. Today, let them pay in blood for their debts. Soon, Wu Tian and his followers stepped outside. The air was filled with the deafening roars of countless zombies. Yet, rather than instilling fear, these sounds conveyed a sense of subservience. A massive throng of mutated and second-tier zombies gathered, with 3 exceptionally large third-tier zombies leading the charge. Should anyone else witness this scene, they would likely be paralyzed with fear at the sight of such a monstrous horde. Wu Tian barked, "Move out." His thoughts instantly transmitted to the zombies. In unison, the ferocious horde erupted in a cacophony of roars that echoed in the ears of all present. They surged forth in the direction of Jiangnan and his group. Not only did they advance, but the ordinary zombies within the town also stirred in response to their roars. Joining the march, thousands of zombies converged, creating a sea of flesh that loomed ominously. This time, I shall ensure he finds no refuge in death. Wu Tian surveyed the dark mass of zombies from an elevated position, akin to a sovereign surveying his domain. Chapter 112. A major offensive. Success or failure hangs in the balance. Meanwhile, Jiangnan and his companions were traversing a road that connected 2 counties. This was an ordinary asphalt road, flanked by gathering points, both large and small, at intervals. Wu Tian had not made a move for an entire day. The absence of an attack was ostensibly a good sign. Yet, inexplicably, Jiangnan's unease intensified. He must be preparing something significant, Jiangnan mused. The likelihood of this was exceedingly high. We cannot proceed any further. Jiangnan abruptly halted. This overwhelming sense of impending danger was unprecedented for him. A threat loomed on the horizon. While he possessed formidable self-preservation abilities and felt little concern for himself, the same could not be said for others. Jiangnan shouted, "Everyone, stop. No further movement. Seek refuge in the buildings and establish a defensive line. Danger is imminent." What? Danger? Wu Tian had been inactive for quite some time. Was he not surrendering? Thus, he had not truly given up, but was instead concocting a grand scheme? If even Brother Nan spoke of danger and called for a defensive line, it appeared the situation was indeed grave. A flurry of commotion ensued among the women. However, they did not question Jiangnan. After all, he had amassed unquantifiable credibility during this time, and they largely trusted him unconditionally. After surveying their surroundings, they entered an incomplete construction site, strewn with various flammable materials and drenched in gasoline. Simultaneously, everyone ascended to the rooftop, readying an array of weapons and ammunition. Jiangnan also retrieved heavy equipment, such as tanks and mortars. "Brother Nan, what kind of danger are we facing that has you so agitated?" Butterfly inquired, her expression laced with concern. Jiangnan, typically a confident individual, seldom acted with such urgency unless confronted with a situation beyond his control, a rarity that underscored the genuine peril they faced. A single misstep could lead to devastating casualties. "I do not know," Jiangnan replied, shaking his head. "My instincts tell me danger is approaching." "Instincts?" Butterfly nodded gently, withholding further commentary. What could this danger entail? In truth, Jiangnan harbored a vague suspicion. If I were Wu Tian, I would not foolishly continue to send small groups of zombies to harass. I would certainly alter my strategy. Alter the strategy? How so? If small groups of zombies proved ineffective, then why not unleash a massive wave to obliterate Jiangnan and his companions in one fell swoop? If I were in his position, I would go to any lengths. Jiangnan pondered. The current tranquility was merely the calm before the storm. This stillness was disconcerting. If all went as he anticipated, countless zombies were converging upon their location. This would not be a mere assault of zombies. There was someone orchestrating this attack from behind the scenes. The danger faced by Jiangnan and his group was escalating geometrically. Moreover, they would encounter mutated zombies and second-tier zombies in far greater numbers than usual. Nonetheless, Jiangnan did not feel fear. On the contrary, A fierce battle spirit ignited within his eyes. This was both a peril and an opportunity to ascend to the rank of a third-tier ability user. I must acquire the crystal cores of third-tier zombies. Under normal circumstances, encountering such creatures at this stage would be quite challenging. However, Wutian would undoubtedly deploy third-tier zombies to counter me. Furthermore, I am certain Wutian will be present on the battlefield, personally directing this confrontation. Perhaps this is the closest I will ever be to him. I must seize this chance to locate him, eliminate him, and seize his abilities. Success or failure hinges on this moment. Sure enough, shortly thereafter, they arrived. Zombies, hordes of zombies. They had finally come. It was Wutian, undoubtedly orchestrating this chaos. At the periphery of their vision, countless zombies materialized, their footsteps pounding and their roars echoing from afar. The group trembled in trepidation, their expressions shifting. Yet, they did not succumb to fear. Having faced numerous trials, their psychological resilience had strengthened. The zombies moved with extraordinary speed, with the apocalypse having unfolded months prior. Their capabilities had significantly escalated. As they charged forward, it was akin to an army of thousands in full gallop. They trampled through overgrown fields, crossed roads, and navigated ponds. Heading towards the abandoned construction site, prepared for battle. Prepare for combat, Jiangnan bellowed. His voice barely pierced through the cacophony of the zombies' roars, reaching the ears of his companions. Roar, roar, roar. The zombies swiftly approached the abandoned site. From all directions, they surged forth like a tidal wave. Bang, bang, bang. The women of the combat team, including Wenwan and the medical personnel, seized their firearms and opened fire on the advancing zombies. The gunfire and explosions resonated fiercely. One by one, the zombies fell. Yet more continued to pour in from behind. With merely 20-odd individuals and a handful of guns, how could they possibly withstand such a relentless tide of zombies? The undead surged forward, unstoppable. Set it ablaze, Butterfly commanded sharply. She immediately ordered the ignition of the gasoline below. Instantly, flames erupted, consuming countless zombies in their fiery grasp. Freeze. On the other side, Su Xiaoxiao also commanded forcefully. In an instant, a wave of chilling air spread outward, swiftly encasing the ground in ice and transforming the approaching zombies into frozen statues. As more zombies arrived, they too were encased in ice. Before long, a natural barrier formed from the frozen zombies temporarily halted the advance of their relentless foes. However, at that moment, as the zombie assault encountered resistance, over a dozen mutated zombies leaped from the throng. They surged directly towards the rooftop. Be careful, Wan Yao warned, unleashing a gravity field. The mutated zombies, aiming for the rooftop, were all sent crashing back to the ground. Die. Wan Yao wielded a powerful Barrett rifle, firing and obliterating the head of a mutated zombie. Boom, boom, boom. In that instant, the zombies found themselves repelled from the building's exterior. Chapter 113. Capture the thief. First capture the king, however, not long passed. I can end Appos. Hold on much longer. Su Xiaoxiao and Appos, as complexion turned pale. She had extensively utilized her abilities to eliminate a significant number of zombies, even managing to single-handedly defend a front line. Yet, the toll it took on her was immense. After enduring for a considerable time, she finally reached her limit. She could barely hold on any longer. Xiaoxiao, take a moment to rest. Someone, go help her, commanded Dai Dai. The ice wall that Su Xiaoxiao was guarding had already risen over 10 meters high, resembling a glacial barrier. It was no simple task for the zombies to surmount this wall. Thus, only 2 or 3 individuals were needed to help maintain the defense there. Dai Dai. We are running low on gasoline. Another person shouted anxiously from a different direction. Then conserve some. Let a portion of the zombies in. We just need to hold them off. Dai Dai replied loudly. Not far from this battlefield, atop a small hill, a small group of individuals watched the unfolding scene from a distance. Hey, let us see how long you can endure. Wutian and Appos' gaze was indifferent. No matter how fierce your firepower or how formidable your abilities, there will always come a time when you are drained. One and Appos. There? My zombies are endless. What will you use to fend them off? They had intentionally left traces behind, hoping we would seek them out. What were they thinking? A burly man scoffed. He was Wutian and Appos' third brother. Regardless of their schemes, it's a dead end for them now. Another chimed in. They have greatly underestimated our brother and Appos' strength. They are utterly unaware of his might. Amidst their conversation, they had long since regarded Jiangnan and others as doomed. Although their firepower was fierce, the zombies could not breach their defenses at the moment. However, this situation was evidently only temporary. Death was merely a matter of time. Heh, may you perish swiftly. I can hardly wait. Wu Tian sneered, waving his hand. Instantly, a horde of second-level zombies and mutant zombies roared forth, led by two exceptionally large third-level zombies, charging towards the building. Witnessing this scene, Wu Tian's confidence erupted into mocking laughter. Yet at that moment, a figure silently materialized before them. The laughter of Wu Tian and his companions abruptly ceased, replaced by astonishment. Jiangnan, how did you end up here? Damn it. Wu Tian and the others were taken aback. Jiangnan had departed when the zombies began their assault, scouring the area for Wu Tian and Apos' location. He understood that even if he stayed to assist Dai Dai and the others against the horde, it wouldn't and Apos' last long. After all, he was just one person with limited strength. However, if he could find Wu Tian and eliminate the mastermind behind it all, the crisis faced by everyone would surely be resolved. Heh, the one who is damned is you, Jiangnan retorted coldly, manipulating 3 flying knives that darted towards Wu Tian like lightning. As long as Wu Tian was killed, the zombies would be devoid of control, significantly alleviating the pressure on Dai Dai and the others. Humph, seeking death. You wish to slay my brother? You must first get past me. Heh, are you tired of living and come seeking death? At that moment, 3 figures leaped forward, attempting to intercept Jiangnan's 3 flying knives. One was a tall, muscular man. Another was slender, his body suddenly becoming transparent and vanishing into the air, while the last waved his hand, causing numerous vines to grow, attempting to ensnare Jiangnan. 3 ability users? Jiangnan raised an eyebrow. He hadn't anticipated that so many ability users would follow Wu Tian. Nonetheless, they were merely 3 first-level ability users. Jiangnan snorted. When he was still a first-level ability user, ordinary ability users were no match for him. Now that he had advanced to a second-level ability user, he was even stronger. These 3 would stand no chance against him. Whoosh, thud, swish. 1 flying knife shot forth, piercing through the chest of the robust ability user. Having slain one, Jiangnan did not pause. Almost simultaneously, another flying knife soared through the air, suddenly slicing through the air behind Jiangnan. Ah! A scream echoed, followed by a thud as another body collapsed. The last flying knife whirled like a scythe, ruthlessly shredding the vines. Die. The ability user controlling the vines contorted his face in rage, veins bulging on his forehead. Die? You shall perish instead. Jiangnan laughed coldly. Summoning back the other 2 flying knives, he united them in a relentless assault. The flailing vines were akin to weeds, being savagely harvested. Before long, these vexatious vines were completely dismantled by Jiangnan and Apos' 3 flying knives. How is this possible? The controlling ability user stared in disbelief, his mouth agape. The vines he manipulated lacked significant lethality. However, they excelled at binding others, making them exceedingly troublesome. Wu Tian had exerted considerable effort to recruit him. Yet, this individual before him had effortlessly unraveled his abilities? What? Surprised? There are many things you could never anticipate. Jiangnan leaped out. And in the midst of the opponent and Apos', sheer terror and despair, he swiftly severed their head. Blood sprayed, and the head rolled to the ground. What? Nearby. Upon witnessing this scene, Wu Tian and Apos' eyes widened in shock and fury. The 3 individuals were his second, third, and fourth brothers. He was acutely aware of their strengths. Each possessed unique abilities and formidable power. Wu Tian had invested considerable effort to win them over, and they had significantly aided him. Yet now, they were all dead. Moreover, they had all been killed by Jiangnan alone? A bunch of useless fools. Wu Tian was infuriated. 3 individuals couldn't even defeat 1 person. And if they were to fall, they should at least put up a fight. But they were almost all slain in an instant. What else could they be but useless? Such extraordinary ability squandered. However, despite his harsh words, Wu Tian recognized Jiangnan's formidable strength. He was far superior to his 3 sworn brothers. Jiangnan was likely not a first-level ability user. At least he was a second-level, perhaps even a third-level ability user. Wu Tian's expression turned grave. Those 3 useless fools had enjoyed a comfortable life alongside him, yet had accumulated little in the way of crystal cores. It was understandable that they could not match this individual's prowess. Heh, you possess some merit. Those 3 fools were dispatched so swiftly by you. Although Wu Tian was seated in a wheelchair and limited in movement, he still exuded an air of confidence, regarding Jiangnan with a detached gaze. However, if that is all you have, you shall still meet your demise. Chapter 114, The 4th Superpower. The Corpse Emperor. Although Jiangnan was formidable enough to warrant Wu Tian's attention, Wu Tian remained unperturbed. In that fleeting moment, The horde of mutated zombies, second-tier and third-tier zombies, returned. With such an array of powerful allies, how could Wu Tian possibly feel fear? It could be said that Jiangnan was doomed. Moreover, Wu Tian suddenly paused, his gaze drifting towards the distant building embroiled in fierce combat. Even if you survive, your subordinates and women will not escape unscathed. Even if you live, your existence will be worse than death. One Tiet? Wu Tian and Amp, Appo's face twisted into a sinister grin, brimming with delight. Huh, is that so? Jiangnan narrowed his eyes slightly. Such confidence, believing he had the upper hand? How absurd. You may certainly try. Wu Tian scoffed, waving his hand to summon a third-tier zombie that leaped forth, retreating in the direction of safety, seemingly fearful of being ambushed by Jiangnan. Jiangnan attempted to pursue, yet he was swiftly encircled by an array of zombies. You think you can kill me? Such foolish dreams. In the distance, Wu Tian, escorted by the third-tier zombie, reached a secure location over 300 meters away from Jiangnan. Even if Jiangnan could manipulate flying knives, he could not strike from such a distance. Observing Jiangnan ensnared by the horde, Wu Tian and Appo's lips curled into a mocking smile. Did you think I was merely rambling? Haha, I was merely buying time. You are surrounded and still have not realized your predicament. How utterly foolish. Kill him. Tear him apart, limb from limb. Wu Tian ordered coldly. The zombies surged forth. A multitude of mutated zombies joined by hundreds of second-tier zombies. Jiangnan had no path to escape. However, at that moment, Wu Tian and Amp, Appo's eyes widened in disbelief. Jiangnan, who was surrounded by the zombies and on the brink of demise, suddenly vanished. What is happening? How could he have disappeared so suddenly? Were it not for his immobility, he would have jumped to his feet by now. In the next instant, an ominous premonition surged within him. No, take me away. Wu Tian shouted frantically. Yet, Jiangnan had already appeared not far from him. Want to escape? Too late. Damn it. Wu Tian exclaimed, his expression twisted in horror. How could you possibly break free from my encirclement? Impossible. Jiangnan disregarded him, lunging forward. With a roar, the third-tier zombie charged at Jiangnan. A foul stench emanating from its body, its powerful form resembling a small mountain, brimming with explosive strength and remarkable speed. Block him. Wu Tian barked, a tremor of panic evident in his voice. The third-tier zombie? Rather than feeling fear, Jiangnan's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had intentionally lured Wu Tian into pursuing him for two reasons: Wu Tian and Amp, Appo's superpower, and the crystal core of the third-tier zombie. To ascend to a third-tier superpower, he required the crystal core of a third-tier zombie. Now, upon encountering this formidable foe, Jiangnan wasted no time in attacking. Even when he was a first-tier superpower user, he could easily dispatch second-tier zombies. Now, as a second-tier user, defeating a third-tier zombie would pose little difficulty. Despite the imposing stature of the third-tier zombie, which appeared terrifying and was significantly stronger than a second-tier zombie, it was still inadequate in the face of Jiangnan's prowess. Die. Jiangnan commanded, manipulating 3 flying knives, each imbued with nearly a ton of impact force. The immense power effortlessly pierced through the zombie's thick hide. With the clash of battle, the third-tier zombie sustained several horrific wounds. If it were a human, survival would be nearly impossible. However, the resilience of zombies was extraordinary. Such injuries were trivial. Nevertheless, you shall still perish. Jiangnan swiftly closed the distance to the third-tier zombie, his blade carving an arc through the air before crashing down, severing the zombie and Appo's head cleanly. Thud. The third-tier zombie collapsed to the ground, lifeless. How powerful! Wu Tian gaped, swallowing hard, the fear in his eyes unmistakable. This was a third-tier zombie, the strongest combatant among his ranks. Even his 3 sworn brothers united would be no match for a single third-tier zombie. Yet, this powerful creature was dispatched in an instant by Jiangnan. How could this be? Just how terrifying was his strength? Too formidable. To slay a third-tier zombie so effortlessly could very well not be his limit. As Wu Tian watched Jiangnan approach, despair washed over him. It was over. In that moment, he recalled how Jiangnan had deliberately left various traces for him to follow, revealing a premeditated scheme. Initially, he had thought them arrogant and seeking death. Now he realized that the arrogance lay with him, how laughable and pitiful he truly was. Wu Tian's face contorted in bitterness. Had he known Jiangnan was this powerful, he would never have pursued him. Wait, could you spare me? Wu Tian slumped in his wheelchair, devoid of strength. Yet, he was unwilling to meet his end so easily. He attempted to plead for mercy. However, before he could utter another word, Jiangnan's blade severed his head in one swift motion. Impossible, Jiangnan coldly remarked, gazing at Wu Tian's severed corpse. Spare you? Don't even think about it. Ding. The system's notification echoed within Jiangnan's mind. Host has slain Wu Tian, who possesses the ability Corpse Emperor. Would you like to plunder? Without a moment's hesitation, Jiangnan replied, plunder. In the next instant, it felt as though electricity coursed through his body. Plunder successful. Name, Jiangnan. Gender, male. Abilities, teleportation LV2, object manipulation LV2. Storage space LV2, Corpse Emperor LV2 slots. For 6 more slots can be obtained after system upgrade. At long last, it was within his grasp. Jiangnan felt a surge of excitement. For this ability, he had endured numerous trials. After such an extensive period, it was finally his. What a challenging journey it had been. Chapter 115. A resounding victory. A breakthrough begins not far away. A throng of Tier 3 zombies, Tier 2 zombies, and mutated zombies were rushing towards Jiangnan, seemingly intent on rescuing Wu Tian. However, as Jiangnan seized Wu Tian's abilities, they suddenly appeared dazed, bewildered, and at a loss. They realized that the person they intended to kill had transformed in some inexplicable manner. Come here, Jiangnan commanded. Instantly, the Tier 3 and mutated zombies began to approach him involuntarily. Indeed, the ability of the Zombie King allowed him to control the zombies through mental power, Jiangnan mused. Upon acquiring this power, he felt as though he had ascended to the throne of the undead, capable of commanding all zombies at will. This initial trial confirmed his suspicions. As he observed the horde of zombies drawing closer, Jiangnan unhesitatingly wielded 3 flying knives, which swiftly sliced through the unsuspecting zombies, eliminating them one by one. Only 2 Tier 3 zombies remained. Immediately cease your assault on the humans. Retreat at once, Jiangnan ordered coldly. The 3 Tier 3 zombies regarded him with a hint of fear. Subsequently, 2 immense roars erupted from their throats. Roar! Roar! The resounding roars echoed far and wide. The sea of zombies, previously relentless in their attack, suddenly fell silent at the sound of these 2 roars. In an astonishing display, the zombies retreated in all directions with remarkable speed. What is happening? Why have they ceased their attack? Why are they retreating all of a sudden? In the abandoned construction site, the women stared in disbelief at the unfolding scene. Could it be Jiangnan? Had he found Wu Tian and successfully defeated him? It must be so. Wonderful! Jiangnan has succeeded. Our crisis is averted. The women felt a surge of excitement. The pressure they had endured was immense, and they had nearly resigned themselves to death. Thankfully, in their direst hour, Jiangnan had triumphed over Wu Tian, resolving the peril. Meanwhile, after the crisis was averted for Butterfly and the others, Jiangnan did not hesitate to control the flying knives, swiftly dispatching the remaining 2 Tier 3 zombies. He aspired to become a Tier 3 ability user, and the cores of Tier 3 zombies were invaluable. The more, the better. This would bolster his chances for success. After eliminating all the zombies present, he extracted the cores from their heads. 3 Tier 3 zombie cores, along with a number of Tier 2 cores, should suffice for my breakthrough to a Tier 3 ability user, Jiangnan thought with excitement. However, he did not rush into the breakthrough. Instead, he returned to the abandoned construction site first. At this moment, the immediate threat had passed, yet Jiangnan remained concerned for Butterfly and the others. He wondered how they were faring. Butterfly, Wanao, are you all right? Jiangnan soon appeared before them. Everyone appeared fatigued, with Su Xiaoxiao's face pale. Fortunately, aside from their exhaustion, there were few injuries. Only 3 had been hurt, and there had been no fatalities. Seeing Jiangnan unscathed, Butterfly let out a sigh of relief. By the way, did you deal with Wu Tian? I did. Jiangnan nodded with a smile. Not only that, but I also acquired 3 Tier 3 zombie cores. This puts my breakthrough to Tier 3 ability user within reach. That's fantastic, Butterfly exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy. Jiangnan and Oppo's ascension to a Tier 3 ability user would undoubtedly elevate his power significantly. Thus, their chances of entering Binhai City to acquire genetic agents would increase considerably. Wait, Brother Nan, after you killed Wu Tian, why did the zombies suddenly retreat? Butterfly suddenly recalled something, her brow furrowing in confusion. Logically, with Wu Tian dead and no one controlling them, the zombies shouldn't have retreated so swiftly. They would typically continue their assault for a time before gradually withdrawing. Upon hearing this, Jiangnan smiled faintly. Because I commanded them to retreat. Butterfly was taken aback. The others, including Wanyao, Su Xiaoxiao, Tan Xiaoyu, and Wenwan, looked at Jiangnan in astonishment. You commanded them to retreat? Brother Nan, are you joking? We are well aware of your abilities. Please tell us the truth. Yes, Brother Nan. Do not deceive us. The women gazed at him intently, eager to receive a definitive answer. Could Jiangnan truly command the zombies? How could this be possible? Was and Appos, Tivis Wutian and Appos, S ability? Jiangnan and Appos, S claim was utterly astounding, and their instinct was to doubt it. Yet, deep within, they hoped fervently that it was true. If so, it would not only signify Jiangnan and Appos' enhanced strength, but also suggest that he possessed another formidable and unique ability. Under the expectant gazes of the women, Jiangnan nodded slowly. Indeed. The new ability I have mastered is similar to Wutian and Appos' I can control the zombies. He refrained from elaborating further, yet even this revelation left the women in shock. Jiangnan had indeed acquired a new power, one that bore resemblance to Wu Tian's ability, controlling the undead. This was not merely the addition of a new ability. Typically, ability users could master at most one power, yet Brother Nan had not only acquired multiple abilities but seemed capable of continually acquiring new ones. I was astounded. Brother Nan's ability is truly extraordinary. We are fortunate to be following him. The women exchanged looks of awe. After a prolonged silence, they regained their composure and refrained from pressing Jiangnan about how he had possibly acquired this new ability. If Jiangnan wished to share, he would undoubtedly do so. All right. Everyone, gather your things and rest in place. Jiangnan smiled. I will attempt to break through to become a Tier 3 ability user. Yes, go for it, Brother Nan. You will surely succeed. The women were filled with excitement. Chapter 116. Level 3 Abilities, Crossing the River Soon. Everyone began to rest and replenish their supplies of food and water. In a quiet corner, Jiangnan sat cross-legged. Before him lay a pile of crystal nuclei, all derived from the heads of zombies. Yet, they were devoid of any filth, pure and immaculate, exuding a fragrance reminiscent of rice. At first glance, they were incredibly appetizing. Devour. Jiangnan wasted no time and directly poured the crystal nuclei into his mouth. In an instant, they transformed into a torrent of energy, surging through every part of his body. Most of it rushed to a mysterious location within his mind. Jiangnan felt an increasing warmth enveloping him, as if a certain area of his brain was undergoing a transformation. Almost there, he took the last 3 level 3 zombie crystal nuclei and placed them into his mouth. Instantly, these 3 nuclei unleashed an even fiercer power, rampaging within him. His success. Moments later, Jiangnan abruptly opened his eyes, their brilliance dazzling. The aura surrounding him had undergone subtle changes, becoming more profound. I have succeeded. Jiangnan and Appos' heart brimmed with joy. As a level 3 ability user, his powers had grown significantly. Whether it was teleportation, telekinesis, storage space, or the newly acquired zombie emperor ability, each had ascended to a new tier. The range of his teleportation had extended to nearly 800 meters, and with a person in tow, it could reach over 300 meters. His storage space had expanded threefold. His telekinesis had improved, allowing him to manipulate 4 flying knives simultaneously, with precision over a radius of 80 meters. Moreover, the power of each knife had increased by more than 50%. The enhancement of the zombie emperor ability was also expected, though specifics would require further testing. Jiangnan meticulously experimented with his abilities, gaining a newfound understanding of his powers. Undoubtedly, his strength had magnified. Not only that, but my physical prowess has also intensified. Jiangnan clenched his fists, feeling an unending source of strength within him. Each time he consumed a crystal nucleus, part of its energy was directed towards enhancing his physique, leading to significant improvements. Now, even without utilizing his abilities, his physical condition could hardly be deemed ordinary. Jiangnan mused. His strength had reached a ton, allowing him to overpower ordinary zombies and even level 2 zombies with a single punch. His speed and reflexes had surpassed human limits. He stepped outside, straightening his attire. A day later, by the riverbank. Let us cross the river. Jiangnan exhaled deeply. Having taken too much time to deal with Wu Tian, it was time to depart. The women exchanged glances, perplexed. Cross the river? Where's the boat? Just then, a group of enormous figures emerged on the river's surface. Half of their bodies submerged in the water, the visible portion was clad in formidable armor. Are those crocodiles? What? Such large crocodiles? They must be at least 5 or 6 meters long. No, these are not crocodiles. They are zombie crocodiles. The women gasped as they witnessed the horde of zombie crocodiles approaching. They had never encountered such colossal creatures before, and confusion set in. Why were these zombie crocodiles swimming towards them? Did they intend to attack? At that moment, Jiangnan stepped forward, placing his foot upon the lead zombie crocodile. Be careful. Nangu, it's dangerous. Wait, these zombie crocodiles aren't attacking? The women were astonished to see the creatures not only refraining from aggression, but also displaying a remarkable submission. What is going on? They are not attacking Nangu. Could it be that he can control them? Did he summon them here? Suddenly, a realization dawned upon the women, and they looked at Jiangnan in surprise. Indeed, rest assured and come aboard. They will not harm you. Jiangnan smiled. After seizing Wutian and Appo's ability, the Zombie Emperor, and ascending to level 3, controlling these zombie crocodiles was a trivial matter. These creatures, formerly the small Yangtze alligators, had mutated into their current massive forms post-transformation, each now measuring around 5 or 6 meters long and weighing at least 2 to 3 tons. Were it not for their clumsiness on land, Jiangnan would have considered keeping them close as a tank in critical moments. Wow, they're real. How terrifying yet adorable. The women cheered and jubilantly jumped onto the zombie crocodiles. At Jiangnan and Appo's command, the creatures offered no resistance, behaving exceptionally docile. They allowed the women to stroke, tap, and step upon them without protest. Witnessing this, Jiangnan smiled gently. Let us go, he commanded the zombie crocodiles. They promptly turned and swam towards the opposite shore with remarkable steadiness, barely causing a ripple. Look, there are people on the other side of the river. They are controlling several zombie crocodiles. Controlling zombie crocodiles? Is that old rascal Wutian? It doesn't seem like him. They are unfamiliar faces. On the other side of the Yangtze River, 2 individuals gazed in astonishment at Jiangnan and his group on the river's surface. Who are they? How can they control zombies too? One of them bore a wary expression. That old rascal Wutian could control zombies at will, causing us endless trouble. Now, another individual with similar powers appears? The other person's face darkened. One Wutian was already a headache. Now, another one has emerged. Will we ever find peace? Chapter 117. The ferocious dragon crossing the river. Not to be provoked immediately, 2 individuals rose and departed, their camp not far away. They slipped into the sewer and soon arrived at a dilapidated house. Without preamble, one stated, Boss, a group has arrived from across the river, capable of controlling zombies. Upon hearing this, a burly man straightened in surprise. I've heard that this old rogue, Wutian, has been clashing with an external team these past few days, with no clear victor. Could it be them? Taking a deep breath, the burly man commanded without hesitation, ignore them, and do not monitor their movements. Let them pass to avoid any misunderstandings. If I am not mistaken, they're strength rivals that of Wutian. We should refrain from provoking them. Understood. His subordinates responded, astonished. The ability to confront Wutian directly? They must indeed be formidable. After all, Wutian was a nightmare for them all, someone everyone wished to eliminate. Yet no one could match his prowess. At that moment, another rushed in, urgency etched on his face. Boss, news from Boss Yuan next door, Wutian is dead. The ones who killed him are now preparing to cross the river from our side, advising us not to provoke them. What? Wutian is dead? The burly man and his men widened their eyes in disbelief. The once invincible Wutian had perished? Absolutely true. The messenger affirmed gravely. Excellent. They erupted into laughter. Having suffered under Wutian's oppression, they were more eager than anyone for his demise. This is a dragon crossing the river. Such a monstrous being as Wutian deserves to fall. The burly man sighed, adding, quickly relay the news to Boss Fei and Boss Lan. They need to be cautious and gather their people. We cannot afford to incite this dragon and Appo's wrath. If misunderstandings arise, I cannot save them. He had a closer relationship with Boss Fei and Boss Lan, often supporting each other. It was prudent to offer a warning. Others were not as significant. Received. I'll go at once. The subordinate immediately took his leave. Meanwhile, Jiangnan and his companions had just crossed the river. You all may go. Jiangnan waved his hand, instructing the zombie crocodiles to disperse. He then summoned several vehicles from his storage space. At that moment, Wu Zue suddenly barked twice. No need to worry. This is a city, and there are bound to be survivors. It is normal for them to see us. As long as there is no malice, we can ignore them. Jiangnan patted Wu Zue's head, not overly concerned. With his current strength, he had no fear of ambush. However, if someone were to be foolish enough to provoke him, he would not hesitate to send them to their end. Fortunately, as they progressed, Wu Zue detected no signs of surveillance. Their passage was unobstructed, and they soon moved away from the riverbank. Have they departed? They should have. After Jiangnan and his group left, a team of survivors suddenly emerged from the shadows. At the forefront stood a suited man and a burly figure. As they gazed in the direction Jiangnan had taken, their initial worry gradually dissipated. This group could kill Wu Tian. Their strength was certainly formidable. Thankfully, their target seemed to be Binhai City, merely passing through, posing no threat to them. The burly man exhaled in relief. Old Fei, now that Wu Tian is dead, Shuden and Appos, we discussed territorial divisions? Jiangnan led the butterfly group toward Binhai City. Thanks to his necromancer abilities, he could control zombies without fearing their threat. In fact, along the way, Jiangnan even had the zombies line up for him to eliminate, garnering numerous crystal cores. 3 days later, they arrived at a small town not far from Binhai City. Given its proximity, the town appeared relatively developed. The streets were littered with severely damaged vehicles, and the pavement was cracked, strewn with numerous zombie corpses. The surrounding buildings lay desolate, indicating that the survivors here were quite powerful. The rarity of zombies on the street suggested that someone had cleared them out. Such an accomplishment indicated formidable strength. Moreover, the streets bore many bullet holes, and several craters dotted the roads. Some structures had also suffered from shelling. Clearly, the survivors within this city had experienced intense conflicts. Jiangnan mused, feeling a sense of caution. While they no longer needed to fear small groups of zombies, they had to remain wary of their fellow survivors. Let us rest here for the night. I will scout ahead. Shortly thereafter, Jiangnan and his companions found a relatively safe spot to camp within a gymnasium. All right. Butterfly nodded, quickly organizing personnel to stand guard while implementing basic precautionary measures. Let us all turn in early tonight, Jiangnan instructed, patting Wu Zui's head. Come with me. Have they entered the gymnasium? Indeed. But how strong are they? Not far from the gym, 2 individuals observed through binoculars, whispering to one another. There are only about 20 of them, and most appear to be women. Their combat strength should not be formidable, mused a man with a distinctive black mole on his face. However, they managed to come here from afar, so their abilities should not be underestimated. We must not belittle our opponents. Are you suggesting they came from outside? What for? Inquired another thin, middle-aged man, curiosity on his face. What for? How would I know? They are certainly not from here. I'm not unaware of the survivors in this area. These faces are unfamiliar. They must be newcomers. Chapter 118, The Hidden Watchers. The arms depot, what shall we do now? Should we inform the boss? The gaunt middle-aged man inquired. He appeared to be someone lacking in decisiveness. Seeking guidance from the man with the birthmark. The boss has just discovered an arms depot and is currently working on breaching it. This is a critical moment. It is not a matter of great importance, and we should not disturb them. A pensive expression crossed the birthmark man's face as he slowly replied. Let us monitor the situation. Once the boss secures the arms depot, we shall inform him and prepare to deal with this group with full force. There are so many women here, it would be splendid if we could capture some alive. Indeed, that is certainly the case. I will follow your lead. The gaunt man chuckled. Just then, an unexpected voice emerged from behind them. Oh, you wish to capture us alive? Who? Whose voice is that? A sudden noise startled the 2 conversing men. Their hands trembled, causing their belongings to clatter to the ground. They turned in astonishment to see a smiling young man standing just 3 to 5 meters away. Who are you? What do you want? Panic gripped them. Their expressions filled with horror. Who was this person? How had he appeared behind them? Why had he made no sound upon entering? Was he a ghost? Instinctively, they reached for their handguns at their waists, but in the next moment, their bodies froze in terror. 2 flying daggers appeared, hovering ominously near their throats. Their razor-sharp blades having already drawn a trickle of blood. An ability user. The term flashed in their minds, their eyes reflecting sheer terror as they stood paralyzed. Fearing the man before them might take their lives. My advice is that you refrain from acting rashly and answer my questions honestly. Who knows? I might just let you go. The young man, Jiangnan, said with a smile. Yet, to the 2 men, his smile felt icy. Ask your questions. We will answer truthfully. As long as you spare us, the man with the birthmark replied, his heart trembling. Good. You are quite perceptive, Jiangnan nodded in satisfaction. Earlier, he had ventured out with Wu Zui to survey the area for any lurking individuals. They had indeed stumbled upon these 2 survivors covertly observing them and overheard their conversation regarding an arms depot. Jiangnan and Appos' group had been relentlessly battling zombies and enemies, leading to significant ammunition depletion. With their impending entrance into Binhai City, where numerous battles were anticipated, the demand for weaponry and various munitions was pressing. Thus, upon hearing about an arms depot, Jiangnan could not afford to pass up this opportunity. Now, tell me, what exactly is this arms depot you speak of? Where is it located? Jiangnan inquired directly. The arms depot was recently discovered by our boss, situated just west of Yong City. Preliminary investigations suggested is well preserved. Containing primarily ammunition, shells, and grenades, the birthmark man divulged, clearly aware of much more. At that moment, in a bid to save his life, he revealed everything he knew. Our boss is leading over 30 people, planning to seize the arms depot today. Your boss? Jiangnan raised an eyebrow. Is your boss an ability user? What is his ability? Are there any other ability users? 10 minutes later. Excellent. You were quite honest. I believe you have not deceived me. Jiangnan regarded the young man with satisfaction. After 10 minutes of questioning, Jiangnan had gleaned most of the information he sought. Then, will you spare us? The birthmark man asked, hope flickering in his eyes. He did not wish to die. Jiangnan smiled slightly. Do I appear to be someone who goes back on my word? Not at all. Not in the slightest. The birthmark man and Oppos, as head shook vigorously, akin to a rattle. Though he found Jiangnan somewhat untrustworthy, he had no choice but to trust him at this moment. Very well, you guessed correctly, Jiangnan chuckled lightly. In an instant, his figure vanished without a trace, departing as suddenly as he had appeared. After a moment, once he was assured Jiangnan had left, the birthmark man slumped to the ground, seemingly devoid of strength. He and Oppos, gone? We survived? He gasped in disbelief, panting heavily. Just moments ago, he had believed Jiangnan would kill them. As he was the only man in that group and had overheard their conversation, killing them seemed justified. Yet, the fact that Jiangnan had indeed kept his promise and spared them was astonishing. Not killing us? Ha! You and Oppos, I'll regret this. The birthmark man and Oppos, face twisted into a cold smirk. What shall we do now? The gaunt man appeared utterly lost. Slap. The birthmark man struck him across the face. The latter cried out in pain but dared not retaliate. Gazing at him innocently. You useless fool. What shall we do? We must inform the boss immediately to prevent him from being ambushed and losing the advantage. The birthmark man fumed. With that, he hastened towards the exit, intent on delivering the warning. However, at that moment, a horde of zombies unexpectedly surged in from outside, including several second-tier zombies. Damn it, how can there be so many zombies? Why are they all heading our way? It and Oppos, over. There are too many zombies. The two men watched in horror as the swarm rushed into the corridor, heading straight for their room. Despair washed over the birthmark man. After barely escaping Jiangnan, they had yet to flee and were already surrounded by zombies. Truly, fate seemed determined to end him. Little did they know. These zombies had not stumbled upon them by coincidence. They were under Jiangnan's control. Chapter 119. Two factions. Inciting discord, they perished at the hands of the undead. I am not their executioner, thus my promise remains unbroken. Jiangnan chuckled softly. He then instructed Wu Zue to return, moving towards the location of the armory alone. This time, he intended to act independently. With remarkable speed, Jiangnan swiftly arrived at the site indicated by the man with the dark mark. The armory was indeed there, surrounded almost entirely by zombies, including a considerable number of second-tier and mutated zombies. For an average person, seizing the armory would not be a simple task. Where was Husan, the leader of the dark-marked man and Oppos' group? Jiangnan did not rush into the armory. Instead, he circled the periphery. As expected, he soon spotted a group of individuals nearby. With a sudden movement, he positioned himself close enough to overhear their conversation. How and Oppos, the reconnaissance going? Asked the leader. Boss. We utilized drones and preliminarily discovered that the armory is intact and the ammunition has not been moved. If we seize this armory, we shall no longer worry about our supplies. The subordinate and Oppos' expression was filled with excitement. Ha ha ha, splendid. Tell the brothers to prepare for battle. The leader proclaimed. Once we secure this armory, you shall all be heroes, brothers to someone significant. Someone significant? Is he not Husan? Jiangnan furrowed his brow. The individual before him was not Husan. Jiangnan was momentarily stunned, thinking he must have misheard. He remained in place, eavesdropping for a while longer, and eventually confirmed that this group was indeed not Husan and his men. If they were not Husan's group, then who were they? Yet, Jiangnan was not foolish. He quickly deduced that the discovery of this armory likely involved more than just Husan's faction. There were other parties at play. After pondering for a moment, Jiangnan executed another sudden movement, leading him to yet another location where he encountered another group of people. This time, He was certain these individuals were indeed Hussein and his followers. To be cautious, Jiangnan scoured the surrounding area once more, ultimately concluding that two factions were vying for the armory, one led by Hussein and another by the faction associated with the surname Xiang. It was imperative to devise a strategy to deal with both factions before entering the armory. Jiangnan contemplated this challenge. However, the strength of these two groups appeared formidable, making direct confrontation rather daunting. Yet soon, a triumphant smile spread across Jiangnan's face. He had a plan. Shortly thereafter, Jiangnan ventured into a part of the city where zombies congregated. He unleashed his abilities, emanating a unique aura. "Keep my command," Jiangnan ordered. The horde of zombies roared in response, gazing upon him with a mix of reverence and fear. Before long, thousands of zombies followed Jiangnan down a street. He proceeded to other areas, continuing to control the undead, ultimately leading a vast throng of zombies toward the armory. While these zombies could not eliminate his adversaries, they could certainly drive the two factions together, setting the stage for mutual annihilation. "This armory must be ours," Hussein declared from a concealed location. Glancing at the distant armory, "Once we take it, we shall no longer need to be frugal with our ammunition." "Understood. Whatever the boss commands, we shall do." His subordinates echoed, exhilarated. The allure of the armory's ammunition was irresistible to them, as greater supplies would bolster their confidence and yield more resources, food, and women. Hussein, smiling enticingly, continued, "I have heard whispers of a genetic serum being developed in Beihai City, capable of evolving ordinary individuals. If we are strong enough, we might secure a share of that power." Beihai City? Genetic serum? Ordinary people evolving? The words sent a shockwave through the crowd. Was this true? Excitement rippled among them. For most were mere mortals, and the prospect of such a serum was exceedingly enticing. Huwuden and Apos, T wished to transcend their limits and become stronger. "Seize the armory! Seize the armory!" They chanted fervently. Satisfied, Hussein nodded and then commanded, "Silence. Follow my lead." The group surged forward, preparing to assault the armory. However, at that moment, the thunderous sound of rushing zombies and their roars echoed from afar. "What is happening? Are there zombies approaching us? Is there a zombie tide?" The mood shifted as they witnessed a mass of zombies advancing toward them. "Damn it! They seem to be coming for us. Have high-level zombies targeted us?" Hussein and Apos' expression soured, mirroring the alarm of his subordinates. "Quickly, retreat," Hussein ordered urgently. The fervor that had once filled them dissipated as they hastily fought their way back. Meanwhile, a similar scenario unfolded for Xiang Donglu. Initially, he was investigating the armory and Apos' status when he suddenly noticed a massive influx of zombies heading in their direction. Initially, he thought it was a mere coincidence, however. As the zombies zeroed in on their location, he ordered everyone to take cover in a building. To his dismay, the zombies seemed to know their whereabouts, relentlessly pursuing them. After suffering significant losses, Xiang Donglu managed to escape with his remaining men. Yet, unbeknownst to both Hussein and Xiang Donglu, the zombies were herding them toward the same destination. Amidst the sea of undead, a figure concealed themselves, observing the two factions. If they clashed, it would yield the most favorable outcome. Jiangnan mused to himself. With both factions engaged in battle, they would surely inflict mutual destruction, ultimately benefiting him. Not long after, Hussein and Xiang Donglu encountered each other at a military camp, utilizing various structures to fend off the encroaching zombies. However, the two factions exhibited remarkable coordination, with each group guarding their respective flanks. Although they remained vigilant, a confrontation did not ensue. Chapter 120. Repelling the zombies, preparing for collaboration. Did they not engage in combat? Jiangnan raised an eyebrow and subsequently let out a soft sigh. It was indeed my oversight. Under normal circumstances, the two teams would likely be at odds. Given their formidable strengths, neither would yield to the other, and they had previously experienced friction. However, when confronted with a life-and-death crisis, they would undoubtedly unite. Yet, even a temporary alliance matters little. Let us see if these zombies can indeed pose a challenge to you. The zombies roared as they charged towards the survivors. Amidst the tumult of gunfire, one by one, the zombies fell. Most of these zombies were merely ordinary, with only a scant few being second tier. And the mutated ones were even rarer. Kill. Kill. Annihilate these beasts. Both teams roared in unison, unleashing a torrent of ammunition in a frenzied slaughter. Among the ranks, several individuals wielding special abilities utilized their powers to obliterate waves of zombies. The firepower exhibited by these two teams was formidable, surpassing that of Jiangnan and his companions. Primarily due to their greater numbers and decent weaponry. In that moment, the advance of the zombies was effectively halted. From a distance, Jiangnan observed this scene and shook his head. This time, the zombies were under temporary control, and the numbers of second-tier and mutated zombies were alarmingly low. Moreover, the total count of zombies was less than 10,000. Relying on them to subdue these two teams was indeed a formidable challenge. After a moment of contemplation, Jiangnan discreetly issued an order for the zombies to retreat. With a rustling sound, the horde complied, withdrawing in unison. They have retreated. Ha. These beasts recognize our might and have fled. Scram, you beasts. We are victorious. The crowd erupted in cheers. Hussein also breathed a sigh of relief. Had the zombies not retreated, their ammunition would have been depleted. Without ammunition, their situation would have turned perilous, even if they managed to eradicate all the zombies. For in this locale, they were not the only team present. Their old rival, Xiang Donglu, was also here. Knowing Xiang Donglu as he did, once he learned of their depleted ammunition, he would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to eliminate them. Though the zombies had retreated, everyone needed to remain vigilant. Our old adversary is still around. We cannot allow ourselves to be ambushed. Hussein snorted in disdain. So, it is Xiang Donglu. How is it that the old rogue is here? He is notoriously treacherous. We must exercise caution. This scoundrel, the last time he launched a surprise attack, it cost us several brothers. To think we would encounter him here. Hussein and Appos' subordinates began to murmur among themselves, casting wary glances at Xiang Donglu and his group. Their history with Xiang Donglu had always been fraught with conflict, leading to numerous altercations. Had it not been for mutual apprehension, they would have clashed long ago. Xiang Donglu is approaching us. What does he intend? What scheme is he concocting? Suddenly, Hussein and Appos' group of survivors froze. Xiang Donglu was indeed making his way toward them. Hussein raised an eyebrow and shouted, Xiang Donglu, what do you want? Hussein, long time no see, Xiang Donglu replied with a warm smile, exuding an air of gentility akin to a refined gentleman. However, Hussein was not easily deceived. He was well aware of Xiang Donglu and Appos' true nature, a cunning rogue. Spare me your pleasantries. Speak plainly and get to the point. Hussein retorted. I kindly request that you join me to discuss matters of collaboration, Xiang Donglu stated earnestly. You must have sensed that this zombie attack is rather peculiar. Their emergence was strange, and their retreat even more so. At this, Hussein, who had initially intended to decline, hesitated. Indeed, this zombie assault was undeniably unusual. Their experience in dealing with zombies was extensive and typically, a zombie tide would exhibit certain precursors. Yet this attack had come without warning, and the retreat was equally sudden and swift, giving the impression that someone was orchestrating these zombies from the shadows. Very well, Hussein nodded, following Xiang Donglu into a nearby conference room. Collaboration? How do you propose we cooperate? Hussein leaned back in his chair, crossing his legs. Hussein, you must have observed that this zombie incident is not as straightforward as it appears. There may well be individuals manipulating the situation from behind the scenes, Xiang Donglu replied, his expression serious. Upon hearing this, Hussein nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, this attack felt amiss. Nonetheless, Hussein maintained a smirk. And what of it? What do you truly want? Speak plainly, no more frivolous talk. It's quite simple. We join forces to guard against the unseen master orchestrating these zombies' return. Xiang Donglu stated plainly. Together, we can ensure that the adversary has no leverage against us. We may even uncover their weaknesses and expose them. Furthermore, we can collaborate to seize this munitions depot. This armory is ample and stocked with sufficient ammunition to meet the needs of both our teams abundantly. When the time comes, we can divide everything within. Xiang Donglu and Appos' eyes gleamed as he scrutinized Hussein, who fell into a moment of contemplation. Meanwhile, on the other side, Jiangnan furrowed his brow upon witnessing Hussein and Xiang Donglu's apparent intent to unite. If they truly allied, it would become increasingly difficult for him to threaten them. Even if he launched another assault of undead, it would bear little fruit. No, he must not allow their alliance to succeed. Jiangnan silently resolved. In a flash, he vanished from his position. Inside the conference room, Xiang Donglu's gaze was fixed intently on Hussein. As Hussein remained silent, Xiang Donglu's patience began to wane. What have you decided? He inquired once more. Hussein chuckled coldly. I am contemplating the feasibility of collaborating with you. I am well aware of the type of person you are, Xiang Donglu. Many who have partnered with you in the past have ended up stripped of everything. Bones and all. I, Hussein, may be a simple man, but I am not naive enough to be devoured whole. Upon hearing this, Xiang Donglu and Apos S brow furrowed. How foolish could Hussein be? Even at this juncture, he still suspected treachery? Xiang Donglu replied earnestly, Hussein, rest assured that I, Xiang Donglu, swear by heaven that I have no intention of deceiving you. My desire to collaborate is genuine, and I would never do anything to betray your trust. Chapter 121. The fire in the chest. Hussein remained skeptical, for he was acutely aware of Xiang Donglu's character and maintained a vigilant stance. However, he also recognized the precariousness of his current situation. To seize the arms depot, collaboration with Xiang Donglu was imperative. After a brief moment of contemplation, Hussein nodded in agreement. I am open to cooperation, but I have two conditions. Only if you fulfill these two conditions will I consent. Very well. Speak your mind. Xiang Donglu felt a twinge of annoyance, having cursed Hussein numerous times in his thoughts. Yet, the necessity for collaboration compelled him to endure. First, bang. Just as Hussein was about to articulate his point, a gunshot reverberated from outside. Damn it, they've opened fire. This is bad. One of our men has been shot. Those bastards are indeed up to no good. We must retaliate. Our leader is still inside. We need to rescue him. The furious shouts echoed from outside, causing the expressions of both Xiang Donglu and Hussein to shift abruptly. Hussein, let me explain. I never intended to ambush you. Xiang Donglu instinctively protested. However, Hussein was not swayed by his words, unleashing a roar of fury. You think I would believe your lies? Brothers, let us take them down. Xiang Donglu, I am coming for you. Hussein bellowed like a raging beast, his muscles swelling, radiating a gleaming sheen of iron. He appeared as if he were forged from metal, invincible and unyielding. You fool! Can't you think for a moment? Seeing Hussein charge at him, Xiang Donglu felt a surge of frustration. This imbecile was far too rash. Ignoring his attempts at explanation, Hussein plunged into battle, igniting Xiang Donglu's ire. As Hussein transformed into a figure of iron, he charged forward, shattering the spikes that erupted from the ground like long spears. Hussein, listen to me. This could be a scheme orchestrated by the one controlling the zombies. We cannot fall into their trap. Xiang Donglu continued to plead with Hussein, but the latter, now a veritable Iron Man, was impervious to reason. Fist smashing through the spikes, Hussein bore down on Xiang Donglu with a ferocious intensity. A grand conflict was imminent. Meanwhile, outside, the battle had erupted. Hussein's followers clashed violently with those of Xiang Donglu. Survivors were injured and perished amidst the crossfire. In an instant, what was once a peaceful coexistence between the two factions erupted into bloodshed. In the shadows, Jiangnan observed the chaos with a sly smile, reveling in the success of his scheme. Moments earlier, he had infiltrated the base and, taking advantage of Hussein's unguarded moment, fired a shot that struck down a survivor before swiftly vanishing. As expected, his actions incited a fierce confrontation between Hussein and Apos S and Xiang Donglu and Apos S factions. Let them fight. The more intense, the better. Jiangnan's lips curled into a cold smirk, and he promptly positioned himself outside the arms depot. As both parties were embroiled in combat, too preoccupied to notice the movements around the depot, he seized the opportunity to plunder its contents. Soon, Jiangnan arrived at the arms depot, its entrance nearly destroyed. Yielding to a mere push, boxes of ammunition lay before him. Bullets, grenades, shells. He eagerly opened each box, revealing the arsenal within. All of it. I shall take it all. Jiangnan laughed heartily, commencing his collection of ammunition. After several upgrades, his storage space had expanded exponentially, and the munitions from this depot occupied only a fraction of it. In no time, he had cleared a significant portion of the depot's contents. At that moment, Jiangnan noticed the gunfire outside waning. Is the battle coming to an end? I must hasten my efforts, he thought to himself. With renewed vigor, he accelerated his pace, swiftly transferring box after box of ammunition into his storage. Simultaneously, the nearby conflict began to subside, as both sides suffered grievous losses. Hussein and Xiang Donglu and Apos S combined forces numbered less than 100. Yet over 20 had perished in the recent skirmish, with even more wounded. Hussein, stop. You imbecile. How many times must I say it? I had no intention of attacking you. This was an accident. Xiang Donglu and Apos S eyes were bloodshot. His disheveled hair and torn clothing signified the chaos he had endured. He had faced peril in the fray against Hussein, whose close combat prowess was formidable. Hussein, still seething with rage, retorted, You didn't tee? Then why did your men open fire? He would not accept the loss of his own men without recompense. They were the only ones present. So who else could it be? Did Xiang Donglu think him a fool? Easily deceived? Who fired the shot? Xiang Donglu cast a cold gaze at his subordinates behind him. We didn't. Boss, you warned us. We would never dare to shoot. One of his men hastily protested. We have no idea who fired. We just saw one of Hussein's men drop dead, and they opened fire on us. Seeing this, Hussein furrowed his brow. He was no fool. It was evident that Xiang Donglu's men were not lying, nor was there any reason for them to do so. At that moment, one of Xiang Donglu's subordinates interjected. I think I saw an unfamiliar face pull the trigger. I initially thought it was one of Hussein and Appo's men, but then he shot at them. Yes. I also saw someone I didn't recognize. Another of Hussein's men chimed in. I thought that person was one of Xiang Donglu's followers, so when he fired, I assumed it was an order from him. An unfamiliar face? Both Hussein and Xiang Donglu were taken aback. Look for that person. Is he still here? Hussein commanded, his voice low and serious. The two who had just spoken quickly rose, scanning the faces around them, even examining the fallen. Before long, their expressions turned grave, and they spoke in unison. He has gone. Damn it. Someone is playing us. The realization struck Hussein and Xiang Donglu simultaneously. They understood now that they had been manipulated, with someone sowing discord between them. Just then, a panicked shout rang out. Boss. Not good. Someone has entered the arms depot. Both Xiang Donglu and Hussein were jolted. Their location was close enough to the depot that they could see it clearly. Upon peering outside, they confirmed their fears. The doors to the arms depot had been pushed ajar. Chapter 122. Arrival at Seaside City. Damn it. Bastard. Follow me, let us eliminate this scoundrel. The crowd, filled with rage, surged forward with a menacing aura. Soon, they reached the entrance of the armory, rushing inside without a moment's hesitation. However, the armory was utterly barren, devoid of even a single bullet. Gone. All the ammunition has vanished. The group stood in stunned silence, their minds reeling. Just moments ago, they had confirmed that the armory was brimming with supplies. How could it have emptied so swiftly? It was him. In an instant, their gazes converged upon a figure within the armory. It was Jiangnan. Boss, it's him. He fired the gun. One of the younger members shouted in excitement from the back. It's you? Very well. Die. Hussein and Xiang Donglu roared with fury. Kill him. Eliminate this damn bastard. Hussein and Xiang Donglu shouted, their eyes ablaze with murderous intent. This scoundrel was truly insufferable, accompanied by their furious cries. The group raised their weapons, aiming at Jiangnan. Bang, 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 bang. Yet, after a cacophony of gunfire, nothing struck its target. Where did he go? Were we seeing things? What is happening? Suddenly, he vanished. Are we cursed? Everyone froze in disbelief. Abruptly, Hussein, Xiang Donglu, and several other ability users turned pale. A profound sense of impending doom surged within them, as if the specter of death loomed ominously close. Without a second thought, they bellowed, Danger! Run! Hussein and the others dashed outside without hesitation. Yet, it was already too late. A blinding inferno suddenly engulfed their vision, consuming them entirely. It's over. Xiang Donglu thought, a singular notion racing through his mind. Ah! Beside him, Hussein roared in fury, his muscles bulging as a layer of golden sheen enveloped his body, shielding him from the terrifying flames. Boom! Simultaneously, a colossal explosion erupted, akin to an endless thunderstorm, shaking the very air. A terrifying surge of energy erupted in that moment. From an external vantage point, one would witness the armory erupt in flames, swallowed entirely by a sea of fire. Kill me? You'd better have the luck for it. Not far outside, Jiangnan observed the armory, now a blazing inferno filled with anguished screams, and let out a cold chuckle. To wish to kill him. Was it ever that simple? Soon after, the explosion began to subside. The surroundings fell into a hush. Whoosh! The night breeze swept through, dissipating the lingering smoke. Cough, cough. A disheveled figure struggled to rise from the rubble. His physique was robust, though his clothing lay in tatters. His hair and eyebrows had been completely singed off, and wisps of smoke continued to rise from his body. Bastard! I will kill you. Hussein gazed at the ruins ahead, his heart filled with rage as he roared. Thud! At that moment, a long knife pierced through his back, impaling his chest and heart. To kill me? Maybe in your next life. Jiangnan appeared silently behind Hussein, slowly withdrawing the knife and returning it to his storage space. After ensuring that no one else had survived amidst the ruins, he departed. South brother, where have you been? Upon seeing Jiangnan return, Butterfly and the others hurried forward, their faces etched with concern. Jiangnan had been gone for nearly 4 to 5 hours. Shortly after his departure, they had heard the sounds of gunfire and the roars of countless zombies. It was not difficult to surmise that Jiangnan had engaged in a confrontation. He must have discovered an armory and taken it down effortlessly. Jiangnan had nothing to conceal from the women, detailing his encounters and the sequence of events. Ha ha ha, that Husan is incredibly foolish to fall for it. South Brother is impressive, taking them down with such ease. Husan's death was utterly pathetic. Xiang Donglu was even more humiliated. With the armory seized, we need not worry about ammunition any longer. The group rested for the night. The next morning, they set off without delay. They were now perilously close to Seaside City, and it would not be long before they arrived. The journey ahead proved to be devoid of peril. A day later, as the sun blazed at its zenith, a group of individuals appeared outside Seaside City. We've arrived. Jiangnan gazed at the sprawling vastness of the city in the distance, exhaling a long breath. After countless days and nights of relentless travel, facing storms and dangers, overcoming one hurdle after another, they had finally reached Seaside City. Everyone, check your weapons and equipment, and prepare to enter the city, Jiangnan instructed. The group promptly examined their arms and gear. As for the larger equipment, Jiangnan had already stored them away. What is the current state of Seaside City? Jiangnan pondered silently. In his past life, he had never visited Seaside City, only hearing whispers about it. Now, like all newcomers to this city, he was utterly in the dark. In the area that once constituted the new district of Seaside, a sizable zone had been entirely cleared. A newly constructed towering wall, resembling a mighty dragon, protected this area. Within the walls lay a cluster of modest, closely knit houses. Outside the walls, the old district stood, characterized by towering buildings where countless zombies roamed, making it perilous. At various entrances and exits of the walls, numerous survivor teams and ability users came and went, creating a bustling scene. Such a sight was exceedingly rare in this apocalyptic world. Chapter 123. Entering the city, generous gestures. Old Zhang, how many crystal cores have you acquired? Ha ha ha. Not many, just over 10. I can end amp, Oppos, T compete with you, Old 7. You managed to obtain 2 second-level zombie crystal cores, which far surpassed the worth of my meager 10 ordinary cores. It was merely good fortune. At the city gate, 2 small survivor teams, each consisting of only 3 to 5 members, crossed paths. They appeared to be familiar, engaging in friendly conversation upon their meeting. One man, sporting a scruffy beard, chuckled with a hint of pride as he explained, "We were truly fortunate at that time. We stumbled upon 2 second-level zombies in a brawl, allowing us to reap the benefits effortlessly. However, such luck may only come once in a lifetime." After saying this, the bearded man shook his head and sighed. "Indeed. We small teams can only handle ordinary zombies. When we encounter second-level zombies, we must tread cautiously. A single misstep could lead to casualties," another member agreed somberly. Just then, a large group appeared in the distance, comprising over a dozen individuals. Each was fully armed with exceptionally fine weaponry. Leading the procession was a jeep, occupied by a capable elderly man. Upon seeing this formidable team, the onlookers hastily stepped aside, granting them a wide path. Isn't that old Xian? The quality of his team and Oppos' equipment is among the best in the safe zone, second only to the 3 major factions. The bearded man gazed at the approaching group, an expression of envy and admiration flickering in his eyes. Old Xian and Amp, Oppos' team typically delved directly into the old city to collect crystal cores and supplies. Even second-level zombies paled in comparison to them. At this remark, those unaware of the situation were momentarily startled. As the team passed by, they all felt a surge of envy. The thought of possessing weaponry nearly rivaling that of the 3 major factions was beyond their imagination. Currently, the safe zone was home to 3 major factions. One was the Salvation Army, formed from remnants of the original military forces. They were the undisputed rulers of the safe zone and its primary governing body. The second was the Qing Gang, a local power in Binhai City, equally formidable. To some extent, they could stand toe-to-toe with the Salvation Army. However, conflicts between the two were rare, as they generally maintained a cordial coexistence. The last faction was the Research Institute, a somewhat aloof entity wielding advanced technology that even the Salvation Army and Qing Gang sought to appease. These 3 factions stood tall and unshakable within the safe zone. Once Old Qian and Oppos' team entered the city, normal order was restored outside the gates. However, just then, another wave of astonishment arose. "Look over there, so many people are coming." "Wow, indeed. But they all seem to be women. And there and Oppos' dog. They are all armed, and their weaponry appears top-notch." Such models are typically reserved for regular troops. How do they possess them? So beautiful. At the sound of the commotion, the crowd turned to witness an approaching group. Their eyes widened in disbelief. In a post-apocalyptic world, women were already a rarity, and beautiful women even more so. To see such a multitude of striking, valiant women was astonishing. Most of the onlookers dared not entertain any inappropriate thoughts, for the faces of these newcomers were unfamiliar. They were likely survivors from other cities, and those who managed to reach Beihai City alive were undoubtedly formidable. Meanwhile, Jiangnan and his companions stood outside the safe zone. Gazing at the towering city walls and the bustling crowd, their hearts filled with astonishment. They never imagined that, in this brutal apocalypse, humanity could establish such an extensive safe area so swiftly. Moreover, it had gathered so many survivors and awakened individuals. Jiangnan was profoundly impressed. In his past life, establishing a similar safe zone in Xinjiang took several years post-apocalypse. Beihai City certainly lived up to its reputation as a metropolis, demonstrating remarkable efficiency. There must be a vast number of survivors here. The group, comprising Butterfly, Wan Yao, Su Xiaoxiao, Wen Wan, and Tan Xiaoyu, marveled at the enormous safe zone. Their shock accompanied by an intense curiosity about the city. There are likely over 100,000 survivors within, and surely news of gene serums abounds. Jiangnan remarked to the women. However, he refrained from immediately entering the city, opting instead to inquire with two individuals. He learned that the safe zone allowed anyone to enter, provided they offered certain supplies in exchange. However, since it's your first time entering, the required supplies may be slightly higher, one survivor cautioned. All right, thank you. Jiangnan nodded, tossing a crystal core to the individual, who expressed repeated gratitude. In this apocalypse, zombie crystal cores served as the sole hard currency. Everything else, cash, gold, silver, was rendered worthless. Let us go, we're heading into the city. Jiangnan led the women and Wu Zui towards the city gates. Stop. Is this your first time entering the city? As expected. Upon reaching the gates, Jiangnan and his companions were promptly halted by several soldiers from the Salvation Army. The soldiers regarded Jiangnan and the women with a hint of surprise. Yes, Jiangnan replied without denial. We allow entry for everyone, including outsiders, without restrictions. However, since this is your first visit, you must pay a one-time fee of supplies. A junior officer explained. Each person must provide 5 ordinary crystal cores or 1 second-level zombie crystal core. For future visits, only 1 ordinary crystal core will be required. Jiangnan nodded in understanding, then unhesitatingly produced 200 crystal cores to hand over. Here are 200 crystal cores. This should suffice for our entry fees. The rest is for you brothers to enjoy some drinks. Chapter 124. The 3 major forces of Coastal City and gene serums. Upon witnessing Jiangnan effortlessly produce 200 crystal cores without so much as a blink, the soldiers of the Salvation Army were momentarily taken aback. However, upon hearing Jiangnan and Appos' words, their expressions transformed into beaming smiles. Ha ha ha, brother, you are too generous. Do come in. A young officer exclaimed, his enthusiasm palpable as he grasped Jiangnan's hand. Good brother, since this is your first visit, feel free to seek me out for anything you need. Indeed, Jiangnan replied with a smile. To him, those 200 crystal cores were of little consequence. Yet they forged a bond of goodwill. After all, as newcomers to Coastal City, it was prudent to familiarize oneself with the surroundings and the populace. Once they had registered their basic information with Huang Xiaoshan, Jiangnan led the group into the city. Within the safety zone inside the city walls, the area was expansive, bustling with survivors trading a variety of goods along the wide main road. Meat, fresh vegetables, weapons, daily necessities, and seemingly intact clothing were all available, an eclectic marketplace. Transactions were conducted either through barter or by the exchange of crystal cores. This place is so lively, Butterfly remarked, astonished. It had been a long time since she had witnessed such a vibrant scene, reminiscent of the world before the apocalypse. Wan Yao and the others shared her amazement, having not seen such order and bustle since the onset of the end times. It felt almost surreal. Let us find a place to settle down first, Jiangnan suggested. Whether for the search of gene serums or any other purpose, securing a place to rest is of utmost importance. At that moment, a girl, seemingly around 18 or 19, approached them as they entered the safety zone. Hello, handsome. Is this your first time in Coastal City? She introduced herself eagerly. You can call me Kai Xiaoya. I've been here since the establishment of the safety zone and am quite familiar with everything here. If you need anything, just seek me out. for just 5 crystal cores. I can enlighten you on all that you wish to know. Kai Xiaoya was strikingly beautiful with a pure and delicate appearance, her voice melodious and inviting, instantly winning their favor. Jiangnan nodded lightly and tossed 10 crystal cores her way. We are new here and seeking a place to stay. Could you guide us? Wow, so many, Kai Xiaoya exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with delight upon seeing the 10 crystal cores. You must understand, 10 cores typically require the hunting of over 30 zombies. Previously, her guiding services had only yielded her a maximum of 3 cores. She had boldly requested 5, counting on Jiangnan and Appos, as apparent generosity at the city gate. Yet she never expected him to offer double the amount without hesitation. You and Amp, Appos, VE come to the right person. I and Amp, Appos, am quite knowledgeable about this area. Kai Xiaoya giggled. By the way, handsome, what is your name? Jiangnan, he replied, providing a brief introduction of Butterfly, Wan Yao, Su Xiaoxiao, Wen Wan, and Tan Xiaoyu. All right, brother Jiangnan, follow me. She beckoned, leading the group onward. As they walked, she elaborated. Within our safety zone, there are various sections. One area is a shanty town, intended for survivors who cannot afford rent or gather sufficient supplies. However, the conditions there are quite poor, filthy, and chaotic, with all sorts of people. A flicker of distaste crossed her features as she spoke. Aside from the shanty town, you can also rent a room. But those properties are primarily owned by the 3 major forces of Coastal City, and the rent is not inexpensive. The 3 major forces of Coastal City? Jiangnan inquired. Curiosity piqued. Oh, I forgot you were newcomers. Let me provide an overview of the current situation in our safety zone. Jiangnan and his companions listened intently, eager to grasp the lay of the land in this unfamiliar territory. The Salvation Army, composed of remnants of the military, is the official ruler of the safety zone. The Qing Gang, a formidable underground force, rivals the Salvation Army in power. Lastly, there is the Research Institute, which holds a unique status, as both the Salvation Army and Qing Gang seek to curry favor with them. Gradually, Jiangnan gained a clearer understanding of the dynamics within Coastal City. These are the 3 most powerful forces in Coastal City. You can offend anyone, but never them, Kai Xiaoya cautioned. Having noted the strength of Jiangnan and Appos' group and the quality of their equipment, this made them more prone to conflicts, and while skirmishes with lesser foes could be managed, provoking any of the 3 major forces would lead to dire consequences. The Qing Gang, being the underground faction, required no further elaboration. Although the Salvation Army bore the title of saviors, they had long since succumbed to corruption in this apocalyptic environment, often acting with greater ruthlessness than the Qing Gang. Kai Xiaoya shared all that she knew. As for the Research Institute, while not as vast as the other 2 forces, it was by no means weak, possessing a gene serum capable of augmenting ordinary individuals. Rumor had it that this serum had already been administered to personnel within the institute, granting them formidable abilities. Gene serum? Upon hearing these words, Jiangnan and his companions stirred with intrigue. Their journey to Coastal City was indeed for the pursuit of gene serums. It was confirmed that they had already been developed. Jiangnan pressed on. Does this gene serum truly allow ordinary people to evolve? Are there any channels through which it can be procured? Kai Xiaoya shook her head. The availability of gene serums is quite limited. The Research Institute retains the majority, while only a small portion trickles down to the Qing Gang and Salvation Army. As for purchasing avenues, I have not heard of any. Only a small amount available, and it resides primarily with the Salvation Army and Qing Gang? Jiangnan frowned slightly, contemplating the implications. Chapter 125, The Sisters with Extraordinary Abilities and the Temptation of Culinary Delight. Subsequently, Jiangnan engaged in a conversation with Kai Xiaoya, acquiring a wealth of information regarding the 3 major factions. Kai Xiaoya was quite the conversationalist, her chatter reminiscent of Tan Xiaoyu. Additionally, Jiangnan was astonished to discover that Kai Xiaoya was, in fact, an extraordinary ability user possessing the power of binding. Moreover, she had an elder sister, 2 years her senior, who was also an ability user with the power of fire control. Both of you sisters are extraordinary ability users, Jiangnan exclaimed in surprise. Such individuals were a rarity, and to find 2 in the same family was even more remarkable. Before long, under Kai Xiaoya's guidance, the group rented a spacious villa in a pleasant environment. You truly have an eye for quality, one of the staff remarked with a smile. This villa is expansive, equipped with a myriad of amenities. Moreover, our Salvation Army arranges for dedicated personnel to patrol the area, ensuring a commendable security environment. It's a bargain at just 100 ordinary crystal nuclei and 5 secondary crystal nuclei per month. 100 ordinary nuclei plus 5 secondary nuclei? Kai Xiaoya listened in shock. For her, earning such a sum in a year seemed nearly impossible. However, Jiangnan paid little mind to the cost. He possessed several thousand crystal nuclei, not counting those held by Butterfly and the others. Even if they depleted their current supply, with his ability Corpse Emperor, he could acquire as many nuclei as he desired. To him, what others deemed precious was of little concern. All right, lead us there, Jiangnan readily agreed. Sure thing. The staff of the Salvation Army cheerfully escorted Jiangnan and his companions to the villa. Before long, Butterfly and her team meticulously cleaned and organized the villa, while the ladies assigned themselves to their respective rooms. The environment is quite pleasant. Jiangnan nodded in satisfaction. The villa was surrounded by an abundance of flora, offering a serene atmosphere and fresh air. With 3 stories and over 1,000 square meters of space, it boasted numerous rooms, sufficient to accommodate everyone. Additionally, the villa featured a large courtyard complete with a fountain, swimming pool, garden, and gym. The ladies could use this space for both training and relaxation. 100 ordinary crystal nuclei and 5 secondary nuclei. I find it quite worthwhile. Brother Jiangnan, may I take my leave? Kai Xiaoya inquired, preparing to depart. However, Jiangnan called out to her. Wait a moment. Kai Xiaoya glanced back in confusion. Jiangnan, not one to keep secrets, spoke candidly. Since you and your sister have not allied with any faction, why not join us instead? Kai Xiaoya was taken aback. Joining Jiangnan and Amp, Oppo's S group? She surveyed the women behind him, including Su Xiaoxiao, who was joyfully playing. It was evident that Jiangnan and Amp, Oppo's S team was harmonious and, importantly, comprised girls of a similar age. Joining them would likely spare her from any bullying. Additionally, Jiangnan and his companions were well-equipped and formidable, not to mention financially generous. If it were just her, Kai Xiaoya would have readily accepted. However, Brother Jiangnan, you all seem wonderful, but my sister would surely refuse. Alas, I have no choice but to stay with her. Kai Xiaoya sighed helplessly. Although both sisters were extraordinary ability users and would typically be welcomed by any faction, past events had led Kai Xiaoya's sister to vehemently reject such alliances, preferring to scavenge for supplies in the dangerous old city rather than join any faction. Oh, is that so? Jiangnan raised an eyebrow. However, he discerned from Kai Xiaoya's expression that she was indeed eager to join. If he could find a way to persuade her sister, Kai Xiaoya could become part of his ranks. 2 extraordinary ability users, though both at the first level, should not be underestimated. Their potential for growth was immense. Kai Xiaoya, come here. I have a plan to convince your sister, Jiangnan mused with a smile. You have a plan? Kai Xiaoya and Amp, Oppo's eyes brightened, urging him to share. Please tell me quickly. I would do anything to have my sister agree. As evening descended and the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden hue over the villa and its courtyard, enticing aromas wafted from the kitchen. Wow, this place is absolutely stunning. I heard the houses here are exceptionally expensive to rent. Xiaoya, why did you bring me here? Outside the villa, 2 strikingly similar youthful girls approached the entrance. One of them gazed in astonishment at the scene before her, filled with curiosity. Sister, didn't I tell you? I met some delightful sisters today who invited me to this place for some fun. Kai Xiaoya replied with a smile. Delightful sisters? Kai Xiaoyan appeared somewhat skeptical. As they spoke, Kai Xiaoya pressed the doorbell. Su Xiaoxiao rushed over to open the door. Sister Xiaoya, the little girl exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with joy. Sister Butterfly and the others have prepared delicious food, just waiting for you. Come with me. With that, Su Xiaoxiao took Kai Xiaoya's hand and eagerly pulled her inside, leaving Kai Xiaoyan momentarily forgotten. Reluctantly, Kai Xiaoyan followed suit. What a delightful aroma, she mused to herself. Upon entering the villa, she was met with a sight that left her utterly astounded. What am I witnessing? So much delectable food. Kai Xiaoyan's eyes widened in shock as she beheld the dining table in the living room, laden with an array of culinary delights, all expertly prepared by Chef Lin Yu. There were dishes from the skies, the land, and the sea, an abundance that would have been considered gourmet even before the apocalypse. In this era of food scarcity, being able to indulge in such a feast was nothing short of a luxury. So much. It smells so divine. Am I dreaming? Kai Xiaoyan, once a true foodie, felt her eyes well up at the sight of the sumptuous spread before her. Chapter 126. Successful persuasion. Is this all real? Kai Xiaoyan stared in astonishment at the exquisite array of delicacies before her, incredulous and unable to comprehend. After all, this was the apocalypse. Merely surviving hunger was already a significant achievement. Where did such a wealth of delectable ingredients come from? Her initial reaction was skepticism. Yet, the tantalizing aroma unambiguously indicated that this was all genuine. Kai Xiaoyan licked her lips, feeling hesitant to approach. After all, this was someone else and Oppo's home. Delicious. It's simply exquisite. Oh, I haven't savored such delightful dishes in ages. At that moment, Kai Xiaoya plopped down and began to eat heartily, relishing every bite. Sister, come join me, Kai Xiaoya called out, noticing Kai Xiaoyan standing dazed at the door. Can I eat? Kai Xiaoyan hesitated for a moment. Of course. Come over. Hu Dai smiled and beckoned her forward. We are all family here. No need to be courteous. We are good friends with Xiaoya, and as her elder sister. You are naturally our dear friend too. Please, have a seat. Hu Dai's gentle voice and graceful demeanor made her inherently approachable. Thank you. Kai Xiaoyan hesitated briefly but ultimately sat beside Hu Dai, joining her sister in enjoying the feast. Initially, the two sisters maintained their decorum, savoring each bite delicately. However, the incredible flavors soon overcame their restraint, leading them to indulge heartily. Hu Dai even served Kai Xiaoyan dishes as an elder sister would care for a younger sibling. Jiangnan, sitting nearby, exchanged a glance with Hu Dai, both sharing a subtle smile. Kai Xiaoyan had effectively secured her place in their circle, and two powerful new members had joined the team, both possessing extraordinary abilities. Before long, the meal concluded, and both Kai Xiaoya and Kai Xiaoyan sat with round bellies, contentedly burping and wearing expressions of satisfaction. Hello, Kai Xiaoyan. I've heard that you are also an ability user and have yet to join any factions or teams. Would you be interested in joining us? Our team is quite remarkable. At that moment, Hu Dai extended an olive branch to Kai Xiaoyan. Kai Xiaoyan was taken aback. Unprepared for such an unexpected invitation, Hu Dai proceeded to briefly introduce the team's situation, and Kai Xiaoyan felt herself growing increasingly intrigued. In truth, she had long desired to join a team. After all, in this brutal apocalypse, individual strength ultimately has its limitations. Venturing out to hunt zombies and gather supplies always posed a life-threatening risk. She feared the day she might face an accident, leaving her sister alone and unable to fend for herself. However, such a significant decision could not be made lightly. The team's strength, atmosphere, and style were all critical factors for her consideration. Jiangnan's team appeared to be an excellent choice. First, aside from Jiangnan and a dog, the team consisted entirely of women, creating a relaxed and cheerful environment. There was no need to worry about her or her sister being bullied. Second, the abundance of delicious food meant they wouldn't have to worry about hunger. Third, and most importantly, the team possessed formidable strength, ensuring the safety of both her and her sister. Kai Xiaoyan instinctively wanted to agree but hesitated, glancing at Kai Xiaoya. Without a moment's thought, Kai Xiaoya declared, Sister, I have already agreed to join them. Then I shall join too. Kai Xiaoyan exhaled in relief. From now on, we shall all be family. Hu Dai smiled warmly. With both sisters as ability users, the team and Oppo's strength would be further bolstered. That afternoon, Hu Dai organized a welcoming gathering, introducing everyone to one another. The sisters also moved from their previous rental to a villa, which had ample rooms for allocation. Before long, the evening festivities concluded, and Jiangnan returned to his room. We have finally arrived in Binhai City and settled in, Hu Dai murmured softly, resting her head on Jiangnan's arm. Indeed, it has not been easy. Jiangnan nodded. Everyone had endured significant hardships along the way. I plan to let everyone rest well for a while. In a couple of days, we will start gathering information on the genetic serum. Yes, we have now confirmed the source of the genetic serum, Hu Dai replied with a gentle nod. What are you doing? Suddenly, Hu Dai's eyes widened, her face flushed. Jiangnan chuckled softly. You know. Meanwhile, on the other side of the safe zone, the environment starkly contrasted with the serene surroundings of the villa area. Here, dilapidated and rudimentary houses were crammed together, rubbish piled high, with a foul stench permeating the air, and swarms of mosquitoes and flies buzzed incessantly. In the cramped and stifling spaces, many people lay huddled together, barely clothed, trying to sleep. In some corners, the angry shouts of men and the cries of women echoed. In this era of crumbling law and moral decay, anything could happen. This was the shanty town of the safe zone, home to the lowest echelon of survivors in Binhai City. Here, as long as no one was killed, the Salvation Army that governed the entire safe zone would turn a blind eye to whatever transpired. Even if a death occurred, it could simply be resolved with money. It was easy to imagine that in such a place, any crime could occur. Su Yexin huddled with his family. The unbearable stench made it difficult for him to sleep. Yet, there was no alternative. He and his relatives were ordinary people, lacking power and unable to join any formidable factions, thus relegated to living in such conditions. However, they weren't entirely without hope for change. With many people in the safe zone, there was still a chance to earn supplies and crystal cores through hard work. If they were brave enough, they could venture into the old district to scavenge for resources. Yet, Su Yexin refrained from doing so. His family had settled into a passive existence, content as long as they didn't tea-starve. Only when their food supply dwindled did they consider working outside. The girl I saw during the day resembled my niece. Su Yexin tossed and turned. Today, he seemed to have spotted that niece he hadn't been in contact with for a long time. She bore a striking resemblance. Your niece? Su Yexin and Amp, Apos, wife, Molly, blinked awake. Upon hearing this, her eyes widened, and she exclaimed, "You scoundrel! Our family is struggling to get by, and you want to bring home another burden?" I tell you, absolutely not. Chapter 127. The arrival of the poor relatives. Mary's voice echoed loudly, even rousing Su Yexin's two sons from their slumber. Dad, have you seen my cousin? If you bring her here, life as we know it will be impossible. The younger son expressed his displeasure vehemently. In contrast, the elder son's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of greed. Cousin? Is it Butterfly Cousin? She is truly beautiful. Dad, you wouldn't be harboring any ulterior motives. Would you? Hee. What? Mary exclaimed, her face quivering with indignation. Then, with a resounding slap, she struck Su Yexin across the face. You wretched man. How dare you have thoughts about your own niece? You are more beastly than a beast. If you dare to bring her back, I will deal with that little vixen first. Do you believe me? True. Su Yexin's anger flared, his expression contorted as he attempted to grasp Mary. However, he was restrained by his two sons. The elder son, Su Long, interjected, Dad, why waste your breath on her? Su Hu nodded in agreement. If you have no such intentions, then don't bring back a burden. Su Long glared at Su Hu, then turned his gaze back to Mary. Mom, I see no issue in bringing Butterfly Cousin back. After all, I am of an age where I should find a wife. She is not only beautiful but also well-suited for childbearing. If it comes to it, we could even marry her off to wealthy individuals and benefit from it ourselves. Mary and Apos' eyes brightened at this suggestion. Su Hu pondered, Brother, you make a valid point. However, I am also an adult. And whether Butterfly Cousin wishes to be with someone is still uncertain. As the eldest, I should marry first. You are still too young. Su Long retorted. Humph. Su Hu was about to speak again but was swiftly interrupted. Enough. Silence. Su Yexin seethed with rage as he overheard the conversation. You two useless fools. Thinking you can aspire to unattainable heights? You will never have such opportunities in your lives. Before the apocalypse, his sons were indeed idle. Having dropped out of school and spent their days gaming or reading novels, contributing nothing to the household. Even after the world fell into chaos, they remained lazy, relying on others for sustenance. Now, at this moment, they were still fixated on women. It was infuriating. She is thriving now. Su Yexin scoffed. I saw her from a distance today. She was dressed impeccably, armed, residing in a villa that is leagues above us. Su Yexin and Amp, Apos' disdainful words left the three of them in shock. What? A villa? Su Long and Amp, Apos' eyes widened in disbelief. How can a woman, who is supposedly powerless, reside in a villa? She must have attached herself to a wealthy individual. Dad, if I am a waste, what does that make you? Su Hu grumbled, somewhat discontented. But is what you say true? If Butterfly Cousin is doing so well, why don't we seek her out for some provisions? Mary quickly added. We helped her a great deal when her parents passed. She can end Amp, Apos, forget about us now. At this, a contemplative expression crossed Su Yexin and Amp, Apos' face. We shall visit her tomorrow. After all, I am her uncle. One must not forget their roots. The following day, before dawn, the four of them arose, heading straight for the villa district. My niece is thriving in this apocalypse. She must not forget her uncle, Su Yexin thought to himself. Though he had not treated Butterfly well before the apocalypse, he felt a sense of obligation to assist her now. Inside the villa, Jiangnan enjoyed a light breakfast before relocating a lounge chair to the courtyard. The sun had just risen, casting golden rays upon the ground. Jiangnan felt exceedingly comfortable, each inch of his skin relaxing beneath the warmth. Brother, you are up so early today. A bright and melodic voice chimed. Su Xiaoxiao, beaming with joy. approached with a small stool in one hand and a large art book in the other. She plopped down beside Jiangnan, grinning as she exclaimed, "Look, brother, what is this?" Flipping to a certain page, a painting came into view, a young man's back illuminated by sunlight, with a little girl in a dress leaning against his shoulder. In the corner of the artwork lay a comically plump dog, languidly sprawled on the ground, tongue lolling out. "Brother, do you think my drawing is good?" Su Xiaoxiao looked at Jiangnan with eager anticipation, her expression pleading for praise. "Absolutely. Xiaoxiao, you are fantastic." Jiangnan praised sincerely. The little girl's eyes sparkled with delight as she beamed, planting a quick kiss on Jiangnan's cheek. "I knew it," she exclaimed, joyfully bouncing away. From afar, Jiangnan heard her muttering, "That scoundrel dared to mock my painting skills and claimed my taste is lacking. Just you wait." To his surprise, the little girl held quite a grudge. Soon after, Wu Zui rushed out, trembling in fear, his fur frozen and quaking, desperately seeking refuge. "Stop right there. Are you still going to say my painting is poor? Woof, woof, woof. How dare you insult me? This isn't over." Su Xiaoxiao pursued Wu Zui fiercely, leading to a chaotic scene in the courtyard. Jiangnan couldn't help but chuckle at the lively spectacle before him. It was harmonious and beautiful. How wonderful it would be if this could last forever, he mused. Yet, he was acutely aware of the grim reality of the apocalypse that loomed over them. He had not forgotten his purpose in arriving at Binhai City, after allowing everyone to relax for a few days. He would need to devise a plan to acquire some genetic serums. As he contemplated the three major factions within the Binhai City safe zone, a sense of unease washed over him. Just then, a commotion erupted outside, with loud voices clamoring, seemingly intent on breaking in. Who dares to intrude? Chapter 128. Never have I encountered such audacity, Brother Nan. There are people outside who wish to enter, claiming to be relatives of Sister Butterfly. At that moment, a female team member approached, her expression troubled. They are indeed Sister Butterfly's relatives. It would not be appropriate for us to forcibly stop them. They have already entered. As she spoke, 4 individuals barged in. Where is Butterfly? Butterfly, come out. My dear niece, I thought you were gone. I and Amp, Oppos, been so worried these past days. Please, come out. Among the 4, some inquired loudly, while others wept with excitement. Relatives of Butterfly? Jiangnan raised an eyebrow. Quickly, summon Butterfly. I believe she will be delighted to see them. In this apocalyptic world, most individuals struggle to survive. Countless families have been torn apart. This family of 4 could be considered fortunate, albeit their forceful intrusion irked Jiangnan. Please wait a moment. Butterfly will be out shortly. Jiangnan stepped forward to regain control of the situation. Who are you? Sulong frowned at Jiangnan and demanded, what is your relationship with Sister Butterfly? Oh, you are Butterfly and Amp, Oppos, as cousin? Jiangnan chuckled. I am a close friend of Butterfly. Sulong and Amp, Oppos, S expression shifted to one of realization, albeit tinged with discomfort. What luck. Sister Butterfly actually has an eye for you. This is my father, Butterfly and Oppos, S uncle. This is my mother and my younger brother. Sulong introduced each family member in turn, then frowned again. Now that I and Amp, Oppos, introduced everyone, you understand our connection to Butterfly. Are you not going to invite us to sit? Oh, right. It was my oversight. Jiangnan realized and invited them to take a seat. He then retrieved several bottles of wine from his storage space. To think you are an ability user. And with such fine wine, Su Yexin exclaimed, astonished as Jiangnan produced items seemingly from thin air. Upon seeing the wine, his eyes lit up. You possess such exquisite wine? Do you have more? We would love to take a few bottles home. Sulong took a sip, savoring it. Prepare a few bottles for me as well. I must have some. I appreciate it, my good brother. This is truly fine wine, a rarity before the apocalypse. Su Yexin and Su Hu chimed in eagerly. Jiangnan's body stiffened slightly. How many bottles do you want? Do you expect me to be a wholesaler? Their presumptuousness left him speechless. It was as if they believed he owed them something. This wine is scarce and limited. I cannot afford to give it away. Jiangnan and Amp, Oppos, as tone turned frosty. Such stinginess, Su Hu scoffed. Sister Butterfly is so beautiful. For her to be with you, you can and Amp, Oppos, to even spare a few bottles of wine? If we were to ask for some food or crystal cores, would you be just as miserly? If you refuse, just say so. Don't make excuses. How pitiful for my niece, such a beautiful girl. Will you treat Butterfly well? I truly doubt it. Molly and Oppos' voice was the loudest, dripping with sarcasm. Jiangnan furrowed his brow. These people were shameless enough, but their words were downright unpleasant. He felt his patience waning. Just then, Butterfly finally appeared. Brother Nan. They Haven and Oppos, harmed you, have they? Butterfly walked directly to Jiangnan. Upon seeing his expression, she instantly grasped the situation. Her gaze fell upon her relatives. And instead of a smile, her face grew cold. How fortunate you are to still be alive. Butterfly and Oppos, eyes swept across Su Yeshin and the others. She recognized them all too well, yet felt no sense of kinship. After her parents and Oppos' untimely demise, these so-called relatives had wasted no time in scheming to seize her parents and Oppos' company assets. In less than half a year, they had drained the company and Oppos' multi-million assets through various means, pocketing every penny, even claiming the compensation for her parents and Oppos' accidental death. Since then, Butterfly had severed ties with these relatives, considering them dead. To her shock, they had sought her out upon arriving in Binhai City. Butterfly, how can you speak to us like that? We are your elders. One of them protested. Sister Butterfly, we played together often as children. I was so happy to see you, yet your attitude is so unwelcoming. Your words are quite hurtful. Another chimed in. Butterfly, your uncle acknowledges the past mistakes. We truly regret them. Let bygones be bygones. We are family, after all. There is no need for discord. Su Yeshin, Ma Li, and others all pleaded. Jiangnan listened and discerned the rift between Butterfly and her relatives. Given their nature, it was no surprise that their relationship was strained. He shook his head inwardly. This would make matters easier. Too hurtful? Why escalate it this way? Elders? You truly excel at playing the victim. Butterfly nearly laughed at their audacity. You are unworthy of such a title. I have no ties to you. Leave now, or do not blame me for being impolite. Despite her harsh dismissal, Su Yeshin sighed dramatically, feigning sorrow. Butterfly, I am your uncle, your true uncle. How can you act this way? I understand we wronged you in the past, but that is all behind us. Butterfly, your aunt admits she failed to care for you properly and made many mistakes. But it was out of necessity. Molly lamented. Now, your aunt regrets it. Please, do not rub salt in our wounds. Please, Sister Butterfly, we are starving. Just give us a little provision, and we will leave immediately. Never to disturb you again. Su Long and Su Hu pleaded with pitiful expressions. Chapter 129. Only for 1-5 crystal nuclei for each person. Now leave. Do not seek me out again. Butterfly inhaled deeply, suppressing the fury within her. This was her way of putting an end to things. She wished to sever all ties with this family. Within the safe zone, a single crystal nucleus could be exchanged for a considerable amount of food, sufficient for an individual to last 3 to 5 days. Offering 5 crystal nuclei per person was already exceedingly generous. However, the 4 individuals were far from satisfied. But Butterfly, isn't 5 crystal nuclei a bit too little? You live so comfortably, and your daily expenses must exceed this. One exclaimed. Indeed, Sister Butterfly. Just one of your weapons is worth dozens of crystal nuclei. The others shook their heads in dismay. It was not just Butterfly who was infuriated. Jiangnan was equally enraged. Butterfly, if you refuse to give us the crystal nuclei, at least introduce me to a girlfriend. Otherwise, the Su family may face extinction. Su Long scanned the faces of the women in the combat team, pointing at Kai Xiaoya. I want her. Introduce her to me, and I will no longer disturb you. Slap. Before Su Long could finish his sentence, a figure suddenly appeared before him. A resounding slap sent him crashing to the ground, howling in agony. Jiangnan did not hold back. His strike left Su Long's face swollen, and several teeth lay scattered. How audacious. You've already been granted mercy by receiving crystal nuclei. And yet you dare to overreach? You want a girlfriend too? Why Dawn and Oppos, till you just reach for the heavens? This was utterly shameless. Butterfly was indeed unfortunate to have such disgraceful relatives. While she could bear it, Jiangnan could not tolerate it any longer. You dare to lay hands on me? Su Long exclaimed. Butterfly, see what your brother is doing. He is your sibling. Seeing this, Molly shouted as she lunged toward Butterfly. Jiangnan scoffed. Slap. Another strike sent the hefty woman flying. Your voice is unbearable. Silence yourself. Molly's face swelled grotesquely, and she cried out in pain. Su Yeshin and Su Hu attempted to intervene. However, at that moment, 2 gleaming flying knives shot forth, halting just before them. I dare anyone to move. If there are any unexpected incidents, I will bear no responsibility. Jiangnan grinned, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. I am capable of murder. The group froze in fear, terror written across their faces. Butterfly, we no longer want food or crystal nuclei. Just let us go. Quickly, persuade your man to spare your uncle. Despite their laziness, They had enough sense to recognize Jiangnan as a ruthless killer who would not hesitate to take their lives. Butterfly was equally eager for them to depart. She opened her mouth to speak, but Jiangnan leaned close to her ear and whispered a few words. This caused a flicker of hesitation to cross Butterfly's face. Ultimately, she nodded. Very well, I shall take my leave. They are in your hands. With that, she turned and departed, wishing to see these so-called relatives no longer. You desire food and crystal nuclei? Very well, I possess plenty. However, you must first accompany me to a location. Jiangnan's gaze held a significant depth as he looked at Su Yexin and the others. You will provide us food and crystal nuclei? No way, we will not go. Initially, Su Yexin and the others and Oppo's eyes lit up at Jiangnan and Oppo's words, but they quickly shook their heads. They were not foolish. They understood that Jiangnan and Oppo's kindness was merely a facade. Not willing to accompany me? Then I shall be left with no choice but to take lives. Jiangnan sneered. The flying knives were to life. All right, we will go. Su Yexin and the others exclaimed in fright. Subsequently, Jiangnan led Wan Yao and the others, escorting Su Yexin and Oppo's family out to the old district. This place, once a bustling commercial street, was now littered with abandoned vehicles and rotting corpses of zombies, filling the air with a nauseating stench. What have you brought us here for? Su Hu and Su Long queried anxiously. We don't want food anymore. Just let us go. Do not panic. Listen to me. I can assure you that I will provide you with food, plenty of it. Jiangnan smiled as he retrieved a substantial amount of food from his storage space. Placing it before them, he also produced 100 crystal nuclei and over 10 secondary crystal nuclei. These are all for you. What? All for us? So much. Are you truly giving this to us? Is this for real? Su Yexin and the others stared, wide-eyed in disbelief. Even Molly, despite her swollen face, was momentarily stunned, breathless. Since the onset of the apocalypse, they had never encountered such an abundance of food. However, there are conditions. Jiangnan paused for effect. I can only give these to one among you. Moreover, only one of you may leave alive. I expect an answer within 10 minutes. Otherwise, none of you shall obtain these goods, and you will all perish. Only one may survive? Upon hearing this, Su Yexin and the others' expressions shifted dramatically. The countdown has begun. In 10 minutes, if more than 2 remain standing, you will all die. Jiangnan waved his hand, and 3 flying knives sliced through the air, their chilling whistle sending shivers down their spines. Su Yexin and his companions trembled involuntarily. Chapter 130, Fratricide, Nothing Gained Devils. These are devils. Su Yexin and others looked at Jiangnan, each filled with profound terror. Suddenly, Su Yexin's eyes reddened, and he picked up a brick from the ground, turning to smash it against Molly's head. You fat witch. I've tolerated you for far too long. You meddle in everything I do. I've long wanted to tear that foul mouth of yours apart. Die, you wretched creature. Su Yexin sneered. With a resounding thud, the brick struck Molly's head. Ah, you wretched scoundrel, how dare you lay a hand on me? Molly clutched her bleeding head, collapsing to the ground in anguish. You dare to curse me. You fat hag? Today, I will see you dead. Su Yexin had gone mad. It was partly due to the death threat from Jiangnan and partly due to his deep-seated resentment towards Molly. He continued to strike her with the brick. Before long, her cry ceased entirely, her head reduced to a pulp. Father, we wish to live well. Please help us. Father, I'm sorry. You should never have brought me into this world. Su Long and Su Hu exchanged glances, their eyes glinting with malice as they picked up bricks and swung them at Su Yexin's head. Hiki, Jiangnan coldly observed from the side. They were once family, but now, for the sake of survival, for food and crystal cores, they were willing to kill one another. Morality, kinship, at this moment, was trampled upon like refuse beneath their feet. If you dare to resist me, perhaps I might let you go. Yet here you are, grasping for life. Even willing to turn against your own kin. Jiangnan shook his head lightly. It is no wonder you would treat the butterfly this way. Though I know not what you did to her, by your actions, it is clear that it was not benevolent. These people deserve their fate. Hiki, you are not slain by me. You have brought this upon yourselves. Your deaths concern me not. Jiangnan mused silently. From his past life to this, he never considered himself a good person. He could watch death unfold without a flicker of remorse, cold-hearted and merciless, often executing a massacre to eliminate threats. He acted solely by his own standards, being true to those he valued and to himself. As for others, it depended on his mood. At this moment, Jiangnan had transformed into a quintessential villain, devoid of any guilt, even feeling a thrill at their mutual slaughter. Kill, kill, The last one standing shall possess everything. Jiangnan grinned wickedly. 10 minutes later, silence reigned. On the ground lay blurred corpses, blood pooling beneath them, tattered clothing strewn about. I survived. I survived. Ha ha ha. I survived. One figure staggered to his feet, gasping for breath, his eyes bloodshot. He was Su Yeshin's second son, Suhu. Suhu laughed maniacally, gazing at Jiang, and as he crawled towards him. I am the only one left. All of this belongs to me, doesn't it? Suhu and Appo's greedy eyes were fixed on Jiangnan. When did I ever say that these things belong to you? Jiangnan chuckled lightly. I said they are for people. Not for you, you beast. You. Suhu was momentarily stunned, but then his expression changed drastically. Bang. Jiangnan coldly smirked and pulled the trigger of his Desert Eagle. Suhu's head exploded like a watermelon, red and white matter splattering everywhere. Let us go. Jiangnan rose, brushing off the dust from his clothes as he headed toward the safe zone. The members of the female combat team followed closely behind. Soon, they arrived at the city gate, where Huang Xiaoshan, the captain of the Salvation Army, greeted Jiangnan with a smile. Brother Jiangnan. Huang, captain. Jiangnan replied with a smile. Earlier, Huang Xiaoshan had received his message and had led his team to temporarily leave the gate, allowing Jiangnan to escort Su Yeshin and the others safely out of the safe zone. Otherwise, it would have been somewhat troublesome. The connection he formed with Huang Xiaoshan proved beneficial. Thank you, Captain Huang. Jiangnan smiled, discreetly handing a bag containing some crystal cores to Huang Xiaoshan. Huang Xiaoshan and Appo's smile widened. Brother Jiangnan, you are too courteous, he exclaimed, gratefully accepting the crystals. As he watched Jiangnan and his party gradually depart, a young soldier beside Huang Xiaoshan remarked, I feel this person is rather formidable. A survivor who has come from afar to Binhai City and even boldly entered the city. Is he simple? Huang Xiaoshan scoffed. Such individuals are not to be trifled with. We are but insignificant figures before him. To eliminate us would be a trivial matter. Huang Xiaoshan shook his head. Though he had not witnessed Jiangnan threatening Su Yeshin and the others directly, it was easy to learn of such events. Now, Jiangnan returned only with his companions. It was clear what had become of the others. He had only been in Binhai City for a few days before he began taking lives. Remember, do not provoke such ruthless individuals. One day, when you close your eyes at night, you may find they never open again. Huang Xiaoshan warned the young soldier beside him. Individuals like him should be befriended whenever possible. At the very least, we must not offend them, understand? Understood. The young soldier nodded repeatedly. Jiangnan was unaware of how Huang Xiaoshan evaluated him behind his back. Upon entering the city, Jiangnan returned directly to the villa. Butterfly could not help but ask, Brother Nan, did you? Rest assured, I have resolved the matter. They will certainly not disturb you again. Jiangnan smiled, gently stroking Butterfly and Appo's head. Butterfly leaned her head softly against Jiangnan and Appo's shoulder. She might suspect something, but Jiangnan had no intention of revealing the fate of Su Yeshin and his family to her. After all, they were Butterfly's relatives. If she were informed, Jiangnan could not guarantee it would not affect her. Thus, for the sake of caution, it was best to keep it hidden. Butterfly could only speculate, which would not weigh heavily on her mind. Chapter 131. A Stroll in the Market. The center of attention in the subsequent days, life resumed its normal rhythm. The events involving Su Yi and others did not disrupt the lives of the community. The individuals who had appeared somewhat gaunt from their travels now seemed to regain a bit of vitality. Wu Zui's physique had also improved, becoming more rounded and plump, resembling a fluffy pig. Observing the rotund Wu Zui, Jiangnan felt a twinge of discomfort. In his previous life, he distinctly remembered Wu Zui as a robust and strikingly handsome dog. Yet now, by his side, it had transformed into this portly creature. Could such a shape truly be associated with vigor and charm? Perhaps it had been indulging a bit too much, Jiangnan mused. In the courtyard, basking lazily in the sunlight, Wu Zui noticed Jiangnan's gaze and stretched languidly, its drooping belly nearly brushing the ground. Then it rolled over and resumed its nap, seemingly indifferent to Jiangnan and Appo's presence. What a lazy dog! Jiangnan scowled. If this dog continues to grow any fatter, it will surpass even a pig in size. I must regulate its diet. He could not fathom why, after following him, Wu Zui had deviated so drastically from its former self. The same could be said for Su Xiaoxiao. In his previous life, she was renowned as the Frost Queen, a ruthless figure. Yet in this existence, she was whimsical and particularly fond of playfully tormenting Wu Zui. The changes were astounding. Jiangnan shook his head. The sun was warm and inviting, and Jiangnan leisurely soaked in its rays. Autumn had arrived, with winter not far behind. The sunlight was pleasantly mild, warming his skin in a comforting embrace. Nangu. We plan to go out for a stroll, buy some supplies, and perhaps gather information about Jean serums. At that moment, Dai Dai, Wan Yao, Ten Xiaoyu, Wen Wan, along with the sisters Kai Xiaoyu and Kai Xiaoyan, suddenly approached Jiangnan. You all are heading out shopping? Jiangnan squinted his eyes. Indeed, there are many enjoyable things within the safe zone, replied Kai Xiaoyu, linking arms with Tan Xiaoyu and Wen Wan. I'll guide everyone. You're sure to enjoy it. Jiangnan nodded in agreement. I will join you. It's a perfect opportunity to see what this safe zone is truly like. Having spent considerable time in Binhai City without exploring it thoroughly, he also hoped to meet more people and inquire about potential leads on gene serums. Currently, gene serums were primarily held within research institutions, being internally consumed, with a small fraction in the hands of the Salvation Army and the Qing Gang. Such potent elixirs were undoubtedly controlled by the higher echelons of various factions. Acquiring them would be a formidable challenge, especially since Jiangnan required a significant quantity. It seemed he could only negotiate with the higher-ups at the research institute. Wonderful. Let us go together. This marks the first time we're shopping with Nangu. The girls exclaimed joyfully. Amidst laughter and cheer, they departed from the villa. Tin Xiaoyu, Wen Wan, and the Kai sisters walked hand in hand at the forefront, followed by Dai Dai and Wan Yao, along with the other members of the female squad. Only Jiangnan appeared to be intentionally overlooked by the girls, with not a single one accompanying him. What is this? Jiangnan found himself at a loss for words. Is this a deliberate slight against me? Suddenly, Su Xiaoxiao bounded over from behind, taking Jiangnan's hand. I want to go out and play too. No objections allowed. All right. Let us all go have fun. Jiangnan chuckled. Woof, woof, woof. Wu Zui barked from behind, its ample flesh jiggling as it followed suit. The safe zone, in fact, encompassed a considerable area, housing over 100,000 survivors, rivaling the population of a small county. On the streets, numerous survivors set up stalls, trading a variety of goods, including food, fuel, and weapons. Some even offered antiques. Collectors among the survivors might exchange a modest amount of supplies for a treasured piece, satisfying their desire to collect. In the past, such an antique could fetch millions, yet now it might only trade for a few days and oppos worth of food, contingent on luck and finding a buyer with an interest in antiquities. Dai Dai reflected on the state of affairs. In this era, antiques hold no real value. With survival as a primary concern, who cares for such items? In chaotic times, gold holds worth, while in prosperous times, antiques do. During the apocalypse, only a select few with extra funds may indulge in collecting antiques, but they are only willing to part with a meager sum. Jiangnan observed a survivor exchanging a crystal core for a collection of paintings and an exquisite piece of yuan blue and white porcelain from an elderly man, who appeared to have been an artist before the end of the world. I want to buy some. Tan Xiaoyu eagerly approached a stall, inspecting the artworks on display. Old man, how much for this? If you fancy it, it's 5 pieces of my own creation for a crystal core, the elderly man replied with a sigh. Before the apocalypse, I had a modest reputation. People would pay tens of thousands for a single piece. Alas, now these things bear little worth. I'll take just 1 piece. Tan Xiaoyu handed the old man a crystal core and left with a painting. Such a plethora of beauties, each one more exquisite than the last. That man must be something else, accompanying so many stunning women on a shopping excursion. I envy him immensely. Yushun and Amp, Oppos, to even think about it. This is a blatant display of the survival of the fittest. That man's influence is undoubtedly beyond our comprehension. True, he appears unfamiliar. Likely a recent arrival in Binhai City, perhaps a significant figure. Keep your voice down, lest he overhears. If he remembers us, we may find ourselves in a predicament. As Jiangnan strolled through the market with the women, it was no surprise that they swiftly became the center of attention. Even prior to the apocalypse, the sudden appearance of such youthful and beautiful women would attract numerous gazes, especially the man surrounded by them, who stood out even more vividly among the throngs. Countless men looked on with envy, yearning to take his place. Thus, when Jiangnan and the women emerged onto the bustling streets of Binhai City's safe zone, they immediately captured the attention of all. Meanwhile, in the shadows, some malevolent eyes were fixated upon them. Chapter 132, The Weapon Shop. Priced exorbitantly, who are those individuals? In a roadside tea house, several robust men cast furtive glances at Jiangnan. Among them, one man with a chiseled face, approximately in his 30s, greedily surveyed the women surrounding him, his gaze eventually settling on Jiangnan, raising an eyebrow in intrigue. Brother Qin, this man seems to be an outsider. Perhaps connected to a minor captain of the Salvation Army, one of his companions quickly replied. The Salvation Army? Huh. The man known as Qin sneered. Since he hails from afar, that makes things simpler. In Binhai City, apart from the Research Institute and the Salvation Army, whom we ought to regard with caution, there is truly little to fear from anyone else. Qin Yuan gently sipped his tea, his eyes glimmering with a trace of jealousy as he observed the women around Jiangnan. Merely an outsider. Qin Yuan scoffed, shaking his head. There are not many survivors out there, and those with formidable powers are even rarer. How many strong ability users can there be? With the tiger absent, the monkey shall claim the throne. Beyond Binhai City, any individual with a modicum of strength can flaunt their prowess and easily attract women. Yet, this man seems rather overconfident. Qin Yuan felt both envy and disdain. He misjudged his own strength, overestimating himself by daring to bring so many women to Binhai City. Just wait and see, he thought. In this apocalyptic world, nearly everyone is exceedingly pragmatic. The women surrounding him, having seen much in Binhai City, are aware that there are always stronger individuals. Would they still choose to follow him? Previously, they had no choice, but now the situation has changed dramatically. The powerful ability users in Binhai City are far too numerous. If all goes as anticipated, with a mere flick of my hand, these women will soon harbor different thoughts. Qin Yuan brimmed with confidence, for he was not only a second-tier ability user, but also one of the trusted aides of Li Qingshan, the second-in-command of the Green Gang. With his own strength and such a formidable backing, he felt completely assured. What should we do, Brother Qin? A member of the Green Gang inquired softly from the side. What to do? Qin Yuan stood, gently placing his teacup down with a cold chuckle. Come, let us pay a visit to this outsider. If he proves to be as weak as he appears, well, he should not blame me for being impolite. Of course, he dares to parade with so many women on the streets. He ought to consider the consequences. Although this is a safe zone with the Salvation Army maintaining basic order, we of the Green Gang pay no heed to the Salvation Army. Ha ha ha. If we can present these women to the second-in-command, the reward will surely be substantial. The sycophants of Qin Yuan chuckled eagerly, each more excited than the last. Meanwhile, Jiangnan remained oblivious to Qin Yuan's intentions, his companions leisurely wandering the streets, primarily in search of various intriguing trinkets. For instance, Tan Xiaoyu enjoyed collecting paintings, while the butterfly favored purchasing small ornaments, and Wan Yao preferred selecting books. Brother, look over there. So many weapons. Su Xiaoxiao exclaimed, tugging at Jiangnan's hand and pointing towards a small shop by the roadside. The establishment, spanning approximately 100 square meters, displayed an array of short blades, cleavers, axes, and firearms alongside shields. An impressive collection indeed. This is a weapon shop, and there are several similar establishments around. Kai Xiaoyan informed Jiangnan and the others. Nowadays, everyone needs weapons to combat zombies. Not everyone possesses firearms, and the majority still rely on cold weapons. Even those with guns typically use melee weapons, as ammunition is far too precious. Thus, within the safe zone, weapon shops abound and business is thriving. Jiangnan nodded slightly. Let us take a look. He focused his thoughts, entering his storage space. His supply of flying knives and swords was nearly depleted. Although he wielded them with remarkable speed and lethality, their consumption was equally swift. A single flying knife would soon be rendered useless after dispatching a few zombies. It was time to replenish his arsenal. This weapon shop, it is said to be owned by the Green Gang, Kai Xiaoyan remarked. As they entered, a jovial young man with a round face and small dimples welcomed them. Hello, are you here to select weapons? Feel free to browse, and let me know if you need anything. All right. Jiangnan nodded, surveying the surroundings. Almost every weapon bore a clear price tag. A common dagger cost 2 crystal cores, while higher quality ones fetched 3 or 4. As for larger weapons like sabers and spears, their prices were astonishingly steep. Jiangnan was taken aback by the prices. Although he could afford them, he found them somewhat outrageous. Food prices were already high. With a single crystal core only able to procure a few days and oppos worth of sustenance for one person, yet it could not even buy a small dagger. However, upon reflection, it was understandable. The demand for weapons was immense, and with supply struggling to keep pace, prices naturally surged. After a moment, he casually selected a few flying knives, 2 axes, and 2 cleavers, approaching the shopkeeper. I will take these. Very well. That will be 20 crystal cores. The young man quickly calculated the total. Wait. At that moment, an incongruous voice pierced through the air, and 4 figures strode into the shop. Brother Qin, the shopkeeper's expression shifted upon seeing the newcomers, and he quickly bowed his head. Qin Yuan? Kai Xiaoya and Kai Xiaoyan recognized him immediately, their faces paling slightly. Greetings, I am the owner of this shop. Are you here to purchase weapons? Qin Yuan waved dismissively at the shopkeeper, then turned his gaze toward Jiangnan. Yes, Jiangnan replied, raising an eyebrow at the unwelcome presence. Oh, unfortunately, I cannot sell you these weapons. Chapter 133, Deliberate Provocation. Why is this happening? Jiangnan narrowed his eyes. For no reason at all. I simply do not wish to sell to you. Qin Yuan replied with a cold smile, extending a finger. Of course, if you are determined to purchase. It is not impossible. 200 crystal cores, how does that sound? Forget it. Jiangnan shook his head, feeling somewhat speechless. Buying something should not be this difficult. He had not provoked anyone. Nevertheless, Jiangnan did not dwell on it. Let us go. He turned and led the women away. That man is exceedingly overbearing. He is clearly targeting us. We have done nothing to him. Why does he look at us with such disdain? Exactly. I feel like going up and hitting him. The women were indignant after leaving. That man is named Qin Yuan, a secondary ability user with significant backing in the Qin gang. We must tread carefully. He may resort to petty schemes against us. Kai Xiaoyan cautioned. Forget it. There is no need to pay him any mind. Since we cannot purchase weapons from the Qin gang's shop, let us find another store. Jiangnan cast a dark glance at Qin Yuan and his companions. Upon hearing this, the women had no choice but to relent. Within the safe zone, there are numerous weapon shops. The Kai sisters quickly led Jiangnan to another armory. This one belongs to the Salvation Army, and the quality and prices of the weapons are similar to those at the previous store. Kai Xiaoya explained. All right, let us buy some weapons here. Jiangnan nodded in agreement. However, upon entering, the shopkeeper said, I'm sorry, but all the weapons in the store have been sold out. We have no stock at the moment. Perhaps you could come back another day? All sold out. Jiangnan frowned, pointing at the array of weapons inside. But there are still so many here. Indeed, they have all been purchased. The shopkeeper responded with a wry smile. My boss just informed me that the weapons have been cleared out. Not a single piece can be sold. So, Jiangnan nodded helplessly, unable to argue further. Yet, what a remarkable coincidence. Oh, what a stroke of luck. We meet again. A flippant voice rang out from outside. Qin Yuan entered with a smile, feigning surprise. Brother, are you looking to buy weapons here? Ah, how unfortunate. The weapons have been purchased in advance. Jiangnan's brow furrowed as he glared at him. Did you do this? He was beginning to feel anger rise within him. Once was already enough. Must he endure a second round of this? How could that be possible? This is the Salvation Army's store, and I am affiliated with the Qin gang. No matter how formidable I am, I cannot stretch my influence into the Salvation Army. Qin Yuan's expression was somewhat exaggerated, yet there was a glimmer of schadenfreude in his eyes. You are quite tiresome. Jiangnan shook his head, turning to leave. Let us go to the next store. With so many weapon shops in Binhai City, I refuse to believe that all the weapons can be sold out. Though he felt a strong urge to smash Qin Yuan's head, he restrained himself. However, his patience had its limits. If the other party deemed him easy to bully and continued to pressure him, he would not hesitate to retaliate. Kai Xiaoyan. Take me to the next weapon shop. Jiangnan spoke in a low tone. All right. The Kai sisters nodded quickly, observing Jiangnan's darkening expression. This is too much. If this weren't a safe zone, I would genuinely want to twist his head off and use it as a ball. Does he truly think we are easy to bully? How absurd. The women were furious, their eyes ablaze with anger. On the other hand, Qin Yuan smirked, observing Jiangnan and his companions leave. Brother Qin, this fellow and those women are clearly furious. If we provoke them once more, they will surely be driven to madness. One of Qin Yuan's lackeys chimed in gleefully. Hiki, what does the second master say? Qin Yuan gazed in the direction Jiangnan had departed, a playful glint in his eyes. The second master has just sent word that he only requires half of those women. The rest will be divided among the brothers. Another scrawny individual piped up, saying, the second master also mentioned that you need not fear causing a stir. The Salvation Army will cover for you. Even if a conflict arises, the Salvation Army will not take any action against you. Moreover, the second master assured that if you accomplish the task and deliver those women to him, there will be ample rewards awaiting you. Upon hearing this, a smile finally spread across Qin Yuan's face. This was the very statement he had been waiting for. As long as the Salvation Army remained uninvolved, he could act without restraint against Jiangnan. With his strength and by mobilizing a portion of the Qin gang, Capturing Jiangnan and those women would be as simple as pie. This Jiangnan has come from afar. He likely possesses not only these women but also a considerable amount of crystal cores and possibly many weapons as well. As he spoke, Qin Yuan handed a token to one of his subordinates. Go, summon a few ability users from the gang to assist. The rest, follow me, Qin Yuan commanded, leading his group in pursuit of Jiangnan. Unbeknownst to them, while they conversed, a plump countryside dog stealthily scampered away from beneath a nearby tree. Meanwhile, Jiangnan, under the guidance of the Kai sisters, arrived at another weapon shop. Wu's weapon shop? Jiangnan observed from outside. It was a modest establishment, occupying a small area with seemingly casual decor. Brother Jiang, do not let the humble appearance of the shop deceive you. It is the finest weapon shop within the safe zone, Kai Xiaoyan quickly explained, noticing Jiangnan's puzzled expression. Wu's weapon shop does not belong to any of the three major factions. It is run by an ability user named Wu Qian. Before the apocalypse, he was a skilled blacksmith, and after the world changed, he mastered various abilities that allow him to forge weapons. Thus, he can effortlessly create high-quality weapons in this new era. However, the prices are significantly higher than those at other shops. In truth, the owner did not wish to set such exorbitant prices, as few could afford them. Yet, the Qing gang and the Salvation Army insisted that he must maintain these high prices. Otherwise, selling their weapons would prove exceedingly difficult. Chapter 134. All weapons purchased. Upon hearing this, Jiangnan nodded. Let us go inside and take a look. As he entered the shop, he was greeted by the shopkeeper, a robust and affable man who forged weapons. Welcome, welcome. Please, come in, the stout man exclaimed. The quality of my weapons has just been praised by this young lady. Each piece has been meticulously crafted by me, Wu, ensuring unparalleled quality. Although the prices may be a tad steep, they are sharper and more durable, guaranteed to be worth every bit. Jiangnan nodded appreciatively and picked up a short dagger. Indeed, it was exceedingly sharp. He lightly grazed it across his finger, and instantly, a cut appeared. So sharp? Jiangnan raised an eyebrow. After undergoing 3 upgrades and consuming a significant number of crystal cores, his physical attributes had far surpassed those of an ordinary person. Typically, it would require considerable force to pierce his skin, but this short dagger merely brushed against it. May I test it with my own blade? Jiangnan inquired, turning to the shopkeeper. Of course. Wu Qian, noticing Jiangnan's astonishment, felt a swell of pride and confidence. At least in Binhai City, I have yet to encounter a cold weapon that rivals my creations. Prominent figures from the Green Gang, Salvation Army, and the Research Institute often seek me out for their weaponry needs. Excellent. With Wu Qian and Appos, as permission, Jiangnan promptly retrieved a dagger from his storage space and struck it against Wu Qian and Appos, a short dagger. Clang. A sharp sound erupted, and sparks flew as Jiangnan's dagger bore a significant dent, while Wu Qian's short dagger remained unscathed. Remarkable. Jiangnan couldn't help but exclaim. Ha ha ha, indeed. I, Wu, pride myself on my integrity in business. I would never deceive you. Wu Qian laughed heartily. This is the finest blade I have ever seen. So sharp. Yet, it is quite expensive. 10 crystal cores for a short dagger and a dagger. Jiangnan mused. Indeed, it is worth every bit. The women around him gazed in astonishment at the spectacle. They had never encountered such high-quality blades before. Purchased. Jiangnan declared, his spirits lifted. The inventory of Wu and Appos' shop was not extensive, totaling only around 40 to 50 pieces, including daggers, axes, cleavers, and spears. Jiangnan decided to buy the entire stock in one go. How much in total? Jiangnan asked, exuding an air of affluence. Wu Qian quickly calculated and announced. The total is 578 crystal cores. His face radiated joy. So many? Quite expensive. Approaching 600 crystal cores. Kai Xiaoya and Kai Xiaoyan, overhearing, were secretly astonished. For them, this constituted a substantial sum, and they would never consider purchasing such an extravagant quantity of weapons. However, Jiangnan, with his wealth, was unconcerned about the cost. He promptly stored all the weapons in his storage space. Is this your ability? Wu Qian asked, astonished. Jiangnan nodded slightly, choosing not to elaborate. He readily produced 578 crystal cores from his storage space and handed them to Wu Qian. Let us depart. With such an impressive array of quality weaponry, Jiangnan felt elated. With these superior throwing knives, his control over his items would yield even greater power. Just as Jiangnan and the women prepared to leave, they were interrupted. Wait. Outside, Qin Yuan and his companions reappeared. Qin Yuan scrutinized Jiangnan and the others with a smile before addressing Wu Qian. Wu Qian. The second master has sent me to relay a message. He desires all the weapons in your shop. Not a single piece less. You must retrieve the ones you just sold, or, well, the consequences will be yours to bear. At this, Jiangnan furrowed his brow. This fellow has returned? Is it mere coincidence, or is it intentional? On the other side, Wu Qian's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing Qin Yuan's words. He was well acquainted with Qin Yuan, and he understood the weight of the so-called second master. This was not someone he could afford to offend. You want all my weapons? Not even one can be spared. But, Brother Qin, I have already sold all the weapons to this young man, Wu Qian stammered. Could you grant me a reprieve? I will forge a new batch overnight and deliver them to the second master. Unacceptable. The second master wants them now. Qin Yuan scoffed, kicking over a display rack in the store with arrogance. If you cannot produce the required weapons today, your shop will be closed for business. Think carefully. Angering the second master could jeopardize your very existence. With those words, Wu Qian and Amp, Appo's face paled completely. To offend the second-in-command of the Green Gang? With his influence, the second master could easily eliminate someone like Wu Qian, who was not particularly skilled in combat. He dared not incur the wrath of the Green Gang. Helpless, Wu Qian turned his gaze toward Jiangnan, his expression pleading. Young brother, could you please consider relinquishing the weapons to him? I will forge a new batch in a few days and return them to you. What do you think? Witnessing this scene, Jiangnan felt a fire igniting within him. It was clear that Qin Yuan was deliberately targeting him, attempting to provoke him. Did he truly believe Jiangnan was made of clay, devoid of temper? What do you mean by this? Jiangnan, disinterested in Wu Qian and Appo's please, cast a fierce look at Qin Yuan. With a swift motion, he accessed his storage space, ready to summon his throwing knives at any moment. Chapter 135, The Point of No Return, A Great Crisis Approaches. What do I mean? Qin Yuan mocked. What significance could my words possibly hold? Are you feeling displeased? If you are, come and strike me. Not a single weapon shall you take away. Otherwise, the consequences will be beyond your capacity to bear. With a cold smirk, Qin Yuan's body became adorned with layers of densely packed, jet-black scales, shimmering under the sunlight like the hide of a serpent. Simultaneously, an overwhelming aura emanated from him, evoking the sensation of standing before a ferocious beast. Sharp bone spurs protruded from his joints, creating a fearsome appearance. This was Qin Yuan and Appo's extraordinary ability, Dragon Transformation. Witnessing this, Kai Xiaoyan and Appo's pretty face instantly reflected concern. Are you certain you wish to engage in combat? Jiangnan furrowed his brow. Not only will I engage, but I intend to kill you. You worthless fool. Still hesitating at this juncture, after transforming, Qin Yuan's temper seemed to escalate. Upon hearing Jiangnan's words, he let out a furious roar and swung his massive, scaled arm towards Jiangnan. The claws, as sharp as blades, threatened to eviscerate him at a mere touch. Seeking death, Jiangnan scoffed. Suddenly, 3 flying daggers shot forth from his storage space, racing towards Qin Yuan in the blink of an eye. Overestimating yourself. Qin Yuan's claw transformed into a sweeping motion. Clang, clang, clang. The daggers struck against Qin Yuan's scales, sparking a flurry of flames. Qin Yuan's hand sustained only minor injuries, while the edges of Jiangnan and Appo's daggers shattered upon impact. What resilient scales! Jiangnan exclaimed, slightly taken aback. Ha ha ha, now you realize my prowess. Qin Yuan boasted, reveling in his superiority. His aura intensified, inducing a suffocating sensation. He had long anticipated that Jiangnan and Appo's strength was mediocre at best. Those external survivor teams appeared formidable to the ordinary eye, yet before him, their abilities seemed unimpressive. Jiangnan and Appo's prowess appeared even more lackluster. Die! Qin Yuan bellowed as he lunged at Jiangnan. However, at that moment, a sudden sharp pain pierced his head. His mind was inundated with a torrent of chaotic thoughts, nearly causing his skull to implode. Ah, curse it, what's happening? Qin Yuan cried out in agony. My head. It feels like it's splitting. His subordinates mirrored his pain, albeit to a lesser extent. In Dragon Transformation, Qin Yuan's consciousness was vulnerable to influence. When the butterfly employed chaos, the effects on him were magnified. Bind. Gravitational field. Wan Yao and Kai Xiaoye called out in unison, unleashing their powers. The bind ability rendered Qin Yuan and his companions immobile, while the gravitational field forced them to the ground, unable to rise. You worthless fools, is this your strength? You dare challenge me? Jiangnan scoffed. He discarded the previous 3 daggers and retrieved a large machete forged by Wu Qian. With a heavy swing, he struck. Blood and sparks erupted as the machete connected with the scales on Qin Yuan and Appo's neck, shattering them and causing blood to seep forth. Ah! Qin Yuan screamed in pain. Stop! How dare you attack the Qin gang? Just then, several furious shouts echoed from outside. Two ability users lunged towards them, but they were merely level 1 abilities. There was no need for Jiangnan to intervene. Su Xiaoxiao waved her hand gently, unleashing a wave of icy air that instantly encased the two ability users in ice. Their eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom that such a small girl possessed such formidable power. Brother? Su Xiaoxiao turned to Jiangnan, seemingly awaiting his approval. Kill them. Jiangnan replied coldly. Understood. The young girl waved her hand once more. Bang! The ice shattered, and the two ability users met their demise. What transpired was astonishing. Someone had brazenly slaughtered Qin gang ability users in broad daylight. Qin Yuan and two others from the Qin gang had fallen. The battle unfolded rapidly and concluded just as swiftly. Outside Wuji Weapon Shop, a crowd of survivors stood in stunned silence. Flee. Something monumental is about to happen. Someone whispered, and the throng dispersed in haste. This armor is indeed formidable, yet it is quite unsightly, Jiangnan remarked, casting a disdainful glance at Qin Yuan before delivering several more strikes. The machete, sharp and of exceptional quality, swiftly severed Qin Yuan and Appo's head from his body. You lot. Follow him into oblivion, Jiangnan declared, efficiently dispatching Qin Yuan and Appo's subordinates. Once all was said and done, he led the women away. Suddenly, Wu Zui dashed over, swiftly reaching Jiangnan's side. Have you discovered the mastermind behind these events? Jiangnan understood Wu Zui's implication. Lead me to them. A fierce glint ignited in his eyes. On the surface, it appeared that Qin Yuan had targeted him, but the true perpetrator was the second master behind Qin Yuan, the deputy leader of the Qin gang. Ha! You dare to provoke me? You have chosen the wrong adversary. A storm of fury brewed within Jiangnan. He would not strike unless necessary, but when he did, it would be with the force of a tempest. What of the second master of the Qin gang? As a newcomer, few knew the true extent of his power. It was time for everyone to witness it. Chapter 136. The second in command of the Qin gang faces his doom upon arriving in Beihai City. Jiangnan had yet to reveal his true capabilities, leading others to underestimate him and perceive him as easy prey. It was audacious for someone like Qin Yuan to dare to provoke him. Jiangnan had repeatedly shown restraint, but the other party persisted in their provocations. Truly, those who seek their own demise shall find it. If he wished to establish himself in this place, he must demonstrate a firm hand and make everyone aware of his strength. Jiangnan pondered. Furthermore, if I desire access to the genetic serum, I must first earn everyone and Appo's respect. Only then can I freely engage with the upper echelons of the three major factions, particularly those at the Research Institute. This is my only chance to acquire the genetic serum. As he contemplated, he followed Wu Zui through winding streets toward the location of the Qin gang's second in command. Whether to vent his fury or to command respect, today, the adversary must perish. The second in command of the Qin gang was not in good standing with the gang and Appo's leader. Should Jiangnan eliminate him, the leader might secretly revel in the act. Even if the leader sought vengeance, he would have to consider Jiangnan and Appo's strength and the potential consequences. Moreover, with the balancing forces such as the Salvation Army, the Qin gang's leader might not dare to retaliate against him. Even in the worst-case scenario of an irreconcilable conflict with the Qin gang, Jiangnan was confident in his ability to withdraw with his people. Hurry, Wu Zui, Jiangnan urged. Wu Zui quickened his pace, and soon they arrived at their destination. It was an independent villa, considerably larger than the one Jiangnan had rented, situated not far from the safety zone center. Numerous guards and servants were visible both inside and outside the villa. Kill, Jiangnan commanded, and 3 flying daggers hurtled forth. Butterfly. Wan Yao, Su Xiaoxiao, Kai Xiaoya, Kai Xiaoyan, and other ability users wasted no time in following Jiangnan into the villa. Inside the villa, Li Qishan stretched languidly and waved his hand dismissively. 2 nearly translucent female slaves prudently retreated. Qin Yuan mentioned he recently discovered a batch of high-quality foreign women. Once he brings them back, remember to train them before sending them to me. Li Qishan, though gray-haired, maintained a robust physique and a fair complexion, exuding an aura of refinement. Understood, responded a 30-something ability user who had just entered, possessing a hypnotic ability that could transform an ordinary person into a pliable slave. Li Qishan glanced at the 2 departing female slaves and smiled. I've grown weary of these 2. It and Appo's, as time to change things up. Once the new pets arrive, I'll reward you with them. Thank you, second master. The young ability user exclaimed, excitement evident on his face. Though he had indulged in many women due to his status, these were the second master's possessions, promising a unique experience. The two women, not far away, trembled slightly at Li Qingshan and Apos' words, fear evident in their eyes. By the way, how is that matter progressing? Li Qingshan inquired, biting into a pear. He paused mid-bite. Second master, she is resistant to both persuasion and coercion, replied the young ability user, frustration evident. You instructed us not to harm her or force her. So nothing we say seems to reach her. Is there truly no progress? Li Qingshan's brow furrowed, and after a moment's contemplation, he instructed, try harder. If she still refuses to cooperate, take appropriate measures. Understood. The young ability user nodded. All right, you may leave. Li Qingshan waved him off, but just then, gunfire and the sounds of a struggle erupted from outside. Second master, trouble. Someone has intruded. The young ability user rushed back in, panic-stricken. Suddenly, a flying dagger shot in from outside, piercing through his back and emerging from his chest. Thud. The body collapsed heavily to the ground. Li Qingshan's eyes widened at the sight. Damn it! Who dares invade my territory? This is outrageous. He exploded in fury, leaping to his feet. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Three piercing sounds sliced through the air as three flying daggers, swift as lightning, aimed directly at Li Qingshan. Child's play. He scoffed, brandishing a massive iron ring knife that resembled an impenetrable shield. With a sweeping motion, he knocked the three daggers to the ground. Then, Li Qingshan leaped outside the villa, where Jiangnan and the others had already eliminated all the guards within. The six ability users acted with terrifying efficiency, overwhelming even Li Qingshan's capable subordinates. They're all dead? All of them? Li Qingshan seethed as he surveyed the numerous corpses on the ground. Who are you? Do you seek war with the Qing gang by killing my men? Furious, he glared at Jiangnan and the others, his teeth gritted. He was, after all, the second in command of the Qing gang, a position of great authority. Even the strongest faction in Benhai City, the Salvation Army, would not dare to confront him so brazenly. Did the leader send you to kill me? Li Qingshan suddenly recalled someone and questioned. Not at all. I am neither affiliated with the Salvation Army, the leader of the Qing gang, nor the Research Institute. Jiangnan calmly replied, showing no eagerness to slay the Qing gang as second in command. I am merely a man who wishes to kill you, with nothing more than that intent. Chapter 137. Take note in the next life simply wishing to kill me? What audacity. This is the safe zone of Coastal City. As the second in command of the Qing gang, one of the three major factions, he cannot simply be killed at whim. Die. Li Qingshan snorted coldly. Today, he would teach this presumptuous youth a lesson, making him aware that there are always greater forces beyond his own. In the next life, heed this warning and do not provoke those you should not. Li Qingshan brandished his great sword and charged at Jiangnan. The sword radiated an imposing aura, evoking the sensation of facing a myriad of soldiers. So, he is indeed a skilled practitioner. Jiangnan and Apos' interest was piqued. He too drew a large sword from his spatial storage and engaged in battle. A dazzling display of blade light illuminated the surroundings as the fight intensified. Li Qingshan, clearly a seasoned fighter, executed each move with remarkable proficiency and grandeur, exuding an aura akin to Mount Tai and Apos' overwhelming presence. In contrast, Jiangnan and Apos' swordsmanship was a blend of insights gleaned from both his past and present lives, more straightforward, relentless, and brutally effective. Jiangnan held his ground, showing no signs of retreat. However, Jiangnan was somewhat taken aback by Li Qingshan and Apos' physical prowess, which exceeded his expectations. This second in command of the Qing gang was at least a level 3 ability user. Jiangnan mused silently. This fellow possesses some merit. Li Qingshan, too, was astonished by Jiangnan and Apos' close combat capabilities. He knew his own skills ranked among the best in Coastal City. Yet, after such a prolonged struggle, he still could not subdue this seemingly inconsequential youth. This needs to end. With a furious roar, Li Qingshan and Apos' eyes turned blood red. Instantly, blood vessels surged beneath his skin, rendering it a gruesome crimson, while veins throbbed ominously. Remarkably, 2 additional heads sprouted from his neck, deformed, each no larger than a third of an ordinary human head. Simultaneously, 4 more arms rapidly grew from his armpits, each as fresh and tender as that of a newborn. This was Li Qingshan and Apos' ability, 3 heads and 6 arms. He leaped towards a nearby weapon rack, each of his remaining arms grasping a weapon. In close combat, no one has ever been my equal. With blood-red eyes fixed fiercely on Jiangnan, he exuded an aura of lethal intent. I am a level 3 ability user, and the number of such users in Coastal City is exceedingly few. You think you can kill me? You are delusional. Li Qishan bellowed once more, charging at Jiangnan. Chaos. Gravitational field. Binding. Freezing. Flames. Witnessing this, the women sprang into action, each unleashing their abilities upon Li Qishan. Do they think their low-level abilities can affect me? Ridiculous. I am a level 3 ability user. Li Qishan felt an overwhelming confidence. However, his expression soon changed. There were too many abilities. Moreover, their potency surpassed his expectations. What? So many ability users? 5? And how can their power be so formidable? At least level 2 ability users. When did level 2 ability users become so commonplace? As this thought crossed his mind, a cacophony of ideas exploded within his consciousness, severely impacting his awareness. Meanwhile, the gravitational field, binding, freezing, and other control-type abilities were relentlessly applied to him. Control abilities are always troublesome, especially in such numbers. Li Qishan found himself immobilized, his thoughts spiraling into chaos. Die. Seizing this opportunity, Jiangnan directed 3 flying daggers, piercing through Li Qishan and Appo's chest. Subsequently, he charged forward, bringing his blade down with fury. All 3 of Li Qishan's heads were severed in one swift motion. This once mighty level 3 ability user, a distinguished figure within the Qin gang, was thus slain by Jiangnan with the assistance of the women. Take note in the next life, Jiangnan remarked with a light scoff. This was the consequence of provoking him. Had this second-in-command not incited his wrath, he would not have met such a fate. It was merely poetic justice. Search the villa and take everything that can be carried. Jiangnan commanded. Understood. The women dispersed promptly, scouring the premises. As the second-in-command of the Qin gang, Li Qishan and Appo's status was exceedingly high, indicating he must possess considerable wealth and resources. Though Jiangnan was affluent, he would not forfeit these spoils of war. Turning, Jiangnan entered the villa and Appo's interior. This villa was truly vast. The opulent decor was exquisitely lavish. However, after a thorough inspection, he found only a few supplies and some cold weapons, with no remarkable discoveries. Is this all that a leader of the Qin gang possesses? I refuse to believe it. Jiangnan shook his head. Casually, he focused his gaze on the chair where Li Qishan had initially sat. Here, Jiangnan contemplated, gently pressing the chair and Appo's armrest. With a rumble, the wall behind him trembled slightly before slowly parting. It turned out to be a hidden chamber. Jiangnan smiled broadly. He knew that a leader of the Qin gang could not possibly have such meager wealth. All the treasure must be concealed within this secret room. A bountiful harvest. Upon entering the secret chamber, Jiangnan was greeted by rows of crates filled with crystal cores, causing him to beam with delight. There must be around 10,000 crystal cores, Jiangnan estimated, then without hesitation, transferred them into his spatial storage. What a windfall. So many crystal cores, even for him. Such a quantity was not easily acquired. It would require the extermination of tens of thousands of zombies. In addition to this, Jiangnan also acquired an abundance of weaponry and ammunition, sufficient to equip a force exceeding 100 individuals. With such wealth and resources, this second-in-command could quickly recruit and arm a formidable force. It seems the rumors were indeed true. The second-in-command's relationship with the Qin gang's leader was far from harmonious, each harboring their own ambitions. However, now all of this has conveniently fallen into my hands. Jiangnan meticulously gathered every item from the secret chamber without leaving a single piece behind. Brother Nan, we have discovered a woman. Just then, Wana rushed in. A woman? Yes, she was kidnapped by the second-in-command of the Qin gang. Chapter 138. The identity of the woman. The identity of that woman seemed rather extraordinary. However, she was reluctant to engage in conversation and only expressed a desire to meet you, Wan Yao explained. A woman of significant status? And she wishes to see me? Jiangnan paused for a moment, but ultimately followed Wan Yao away. The individual kidnapped by the second-in-command of the Qin gang must possess an uncommon standing. It was indeed necessary to meet her. Before long, Jiangnan and the others arrived at the basement of the villa. Contrary to expectations, it was neither dark nor damp. Rather, it was clean, tidy, and spacious, equipped with all manner of living essentials, including a private restroom. Is this truly a place of abduction? Jiangnan couldn't help but cast a skeptical glance at the captive. The woman, approximately in her 30s, was tall and poised, exuding a sense of maturity. All while sporting a pair of black-rimmed glasses. Her demeanor hardly resembled that of a victim of kidnapping. Hello, my name is Tang Shui, she said, rising to her feet upon seeing Jiangnan. She recognized him as the leader. Seemingly perceptive of the doubt in Jiangnan and Appos, SI's, Tang Shui remarked. You are questioning whether I am truly a captive, aren't you? Indeed, I was kidnapped by Li Qingshan, but due to my status, and because he has needs that require my cooperation, he has refrained from employing any brutal measures against me. In fact, he is responsible for my daily care. Oh, it appears your status is indeed remarkable. Jiangnan and Appos' interest was piqued. The second-in-command of the Qing gang sought her out? What could her background possibly be? So, who exactly are you? He inquired. I do not hide my identity from you. My father is Tang Tian, the director of the Research Institute and its key decision-maker. Moreover, I am also a researcher at the institute, holding a doctoral degree. Tang Shui elucidated. Jiangnan and the others were taken aback. The daughter of the director of the Research Institute? And a female Ph.D., no less? This revelation elucidated why the second-in-command of the Qing gang had merely confined her rather than resorting to worse fates. I am truly grateful for your rescue. Tang Shui and Appos' SI shimmered with gratitude. She had been held captive by Li Qingshan for nearly half a month, unable to communicate with the outside world. Despite her steadfast demeanor in front of Li Qingshan and his associates, repeatedly rejecting involvement in his clandestine plans, she was indeed frightened. Frightened that Li Qingshan might lose patience and act out in desperation. Fortunately, he had been killed, and she was saved. We should leave immediately. The commotion has likely spread, and the Qing gang must already be aware of what transpired here. It is best that we depart post-haste, Jiangnan suddenly declared. He then turned to Tang Shui and added, for precaution and Appos' sake, you should accompany us. Let us leave this place first. Understood. Tang Shui did not hesitate. She was acutely aware that with the death of the second-in-command, everyone present would face the wrath of the Qing gang. Outside the villa, countless eyes were likely already watching. Tang Shui felt compelled to follow Jiangnan and the others, otherwise, unforeseen events could arise. The Qing gang would not spare her simply because she was the director's daughter. In fact, they might very well seek to silence her. If she were to perish, no one would know of her abduction by the Qing gang. Before long, Jiangnan and the others exited the villa. At that moment, numerous pairs of eyes were fixated on them, predominantly spies from various factions, with a handful merely there to witness the spectacle. Among them, the Qing gang had the largest presence. Yet, none dared to impede Jiangnan and his group, merely watching as they departed. Swish, swish, swish. As soon as Jiangnan and his party left, members of the Qing gang rushed into the villa to assess the situation. This was the territory of the second-in-command, and who were these individuals to brazenly commit such acts within his domain? It was rumored that they were a recently arrived survivor team in Binhai City. Truly formidable, to strike against the Qing gang upon their arrival, such audacity bordered on recklessness. This team was doomed. Given the gravity of the incident, the Qing gang would undoubtedly retaliate with fervor. What a pity that such a team, replete with beautiful women, would ultimately face destruction. They brought this upon themselves. Who could they blame? In Binhai City, how dare one act against the Qing gang, let alone commit violence within the second-in-command's villa? This was a path to certain doom. Uncertain if the second-in-command was inside or if any misfortune had befallen him, those surrounding began to murmur. The gazes directed at Jiangnan and his companions were akin to those reserved for the deceased. In Binhai City, those who dared to confront the Qing gang typically faced a fatal outcome. The Qing gang would undoubtedly pursue vengeance at any cost. Jiangnan and Appos' group was as good as finished. Even the savior army would be unable to shield them. The second-in-command had perished. At that moment, a sudden cry of pain reverberated from within the villa. The crowd outside erupted in astonishment. What? The second-in-command of the Qing gang has also been killed? Good heavens! He was a Tier 3 ability user, among the most formidable in Binhai City, and he was slain just like that. Who are these people? Panic ensued as the realization sunk in. The second-in-command and Appos' death would surely incite the Qing gang and Appos' wrath, leading to catastrophic consequences. Quick, notify the commander. The second-in-command of the Qing gang is dead. We must be wary of them escalating the situation. Simultaneously, a soldier from the Savior Army hurriedly departed to report the news to higher authorities. The onlookers, filled with trepidation, were reluctant to linger, fearing that the Qing gang might unleash their fury upon them. A ruthless team had arrived in Binhai City. Yet, it remained uncertain whether they could withstand the Qing gang and Appos' ire. If they could not, they would be deemed foolish jesters. If they succeeded and survived the Qing gang and Appos' wrath, undoubtedly, they would emerge as a formidable new force in Binhai City. the fourth power bold enough to stand against the Qin gang. The crowd whispered amongst themselves, contemplating the potential shift in the balance of power in Beihai City. Chapter 139. News spreads, storm clouds gathered Jiangnan and the others returned to the villa, immediately entering a state of readiness for battle. Should the Qin gang come knocking, a fierce counterattack was inevitable. However, it was widely known that the relationship between the gang leader and the second-in-command, Li Qishan, was fraught with discord. Now that Li Qishan was dead, the gang leader would hardly have the luxury of gratitude towards us, even if he felt compelled to act due to the Qin gang's authority. Our assassination of Li Qishan had already demonstrated our capabilities. The gang leader would undoubtedly regard us with trepidation. To eliminate me, he would have to take matters into his own hands personally. Yet, if he were to sustain injuries, he might draw the attention of the Salvation Army. The gang leader would not take such a risk, Jiangnan stated solemnly. Upon hearing this, the women felt a slight sense of relief. After all, Beihai City was home to more than just the Qin gang. The gang leader would not expend all his resources to deal with them. Nevertheless, preparations should be made for any eventuality. Perhaps I can assist you, Tang Shui suddenly interjected. Oh, how do you intend to help us? Jiangnan inquired with curiosity. I can request my father to send some personnel to support you. While the overall strength of our research institute may not match that of the Qin gang, we possess numerous skilled individuals. Moreover, I can pressure my father to restrain the Qin gang from acting recklessly. Upon hearing this, Jiangnan and Apos' eyes brightened. That would be greatly appreciated. Miss Tang, although he felt well prepared to handle any forthcoming situations, having the Research Institute's involvement would certainly enhance their position. Furthermore, establishing a connection with the Research Institute was something he eagerly welcomed. Subsequently, Tang Shui took a pen and paper, jotting down some notes, and retrieved a bracelet. Handing both items to Jiangnan. I've exhausted myself running here. Please send someone to deliver these to the Research Institute. My father will surely act upon my instructions upon seeing them. Understood. I shall deliver the message personally. Jiangnan nodded. His speed was unparalleled, making him the most suitable courier. A round trip would take nearly 2 minutes. Without delay, he vanished in an instant. Not long after, he found himself outside the Research Institute. I am here on behalf of Tang Shui. I must urgently speak with Director Tang Tian. Jiangnan stated directly, presenting Tang Shui's letter and bracelet. Miss Tang? You wish to see Director Tang Tian? A few survivors at the entrance of the institute exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. Hand me the items. I will deliver them to the director first, a team leader said. Jiangnan complied and handed over the items. Moments later, the team leader returned, accompanied by a portly middle-aged man. The man scrutinized Jiangnan and chuckled. You're sent by Miss Tang? Where is she? The director has been quite worried about her absence. She is safe, Jiangnan reassured him, recounting the situation regarding Tang Shui. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man's expression darkened, and he exclaimed, You despicable Qin gang! How dare you abduct Miss Tang? Rest assured, we will assist you in overcoming this crisis. However, Director Tang Tian is currently occupied, and you may not be able to see him. That is all right. Your assurance is enough for me, Jiangnan replied with conviction. He soon departed, returning to the villa. On his way back, Jiangnan noticed a distinct decrease in the flow of people on the streets of Beihai City, particularly in his vicinity, where not a soul could be seen. Clearly, everyone was aware of the troubles he had stirred with the Qin gang and had chosen to hide to avoid retribution. All preparations are complete. I wonder how the Qin gang will ultimately respond, Jiangnan mused as he patiently awaited developments. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Jiangnan, the moment he left the Research Institute, the portly middle-aged man's expression darkened ominously. He tore Tang Shui's letter to shreds and discarded it into the bin. The bracelet was hurled to the ground, shattering into pieces. Summon the Qin gang. We shall support their every action, he commanded after a moment of contemplation. Taking a deep breath. At the same time, at the Qin gang and Apos' headquarters, a storm was brewing. The disciples wore expressions of sorrow, anger, and despair. Fully aware that their second-in-command, Li Qishan, had been murdered right in his own residence. How could they not be enraged? They stood ready, awaiting their leader and Apos' command to exact vengeance upon the perpetrator, to dismantle him piece by piece. In a large conference room, one of the leaders proclaimed, Since our entry into the safe zone, the Qin gang has never faced such a provocation. We shall not rest until the culprit is utterly annihilated. To serve as a warning to others. Indeed, if we do not retaliate, how can the Qin gang maintain its standing in Beihai City? We must act. And at any cost. Today, They dared to kill our second-in-command. Tomorrow, they may target the third or fourth. Perhaps they would even dare to attack our leader. Our gang has built up its prestige in Binhai City for too long to allow such affronts. They will pay dearly for their actions. Yes, we shall avenge our second-in-command. The room was filled with fervent voices, each member of the Qing gang and Oppos' upper echelons expressing their outrage. They were all loyal to Li Qingshan and Oppos' faction, and upon learning of his tragic fate, their anger surged. Strangely, however, aside from those loyal to the second-in-command, the rest remained unusually silent, not uttering a word. Chapter 140. A shocking turn of events. What is your attitude? Someone couldn't and Oppos' help but question. They have provoked us. They have slain Second Master. Do you not wish to avenge him? With Second Master murdered, what is there to hesitate about? We must act immediately. Otherwise, how will others perceive our Qing gang? Those Salvation Army fellows are eagerly watching our disgrace. We must, at any cost, obliterate those who took Second Master's life. A voice thundered through the crowd. Yet, those who remained indifferent continued to be silent, their gazes fixed on the leader, Song Weilong, who sat unmoving in the main seat, his eyes half closed, seemingly an outsider. Listening to Li Qingshan's supporters roar in outrage. Leader, what should we do? They urged. Indeed, we must give Second Master justice. We know your relationship with him was not the best, but it was Second Master who co-founded the Qing gang with you. You were once like brothers. Now that he is gone, you must seek vengeance for him. The supporters of Li Qingshan looked imploringly at Song Weilong. For the power to decide rested solely in his hands. Finally, Song Weilong slowly opened his eyes and spoke calmly. Let us not rush to retaliate. Second Master was not their match. Can you be certain that I am? Moreover, if we strike, the Salvation Army may very well conspire against us from the shadows. My suggestion is to seek reconciliation with Jiangnan. Their strength is formidable. If we can win them over, the benefits will far outweigh the drawbacks. Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. However, Li Qingshan's supporters were immediately incensed. Leader, Second Master has been killed. How can we not avenge him? If we do not take revenge, what face will our Qing gang have? You must exercise caution. If we can endure this, then I shall no longer remain a part of the Qing gang. As these words echoed, Song Weilong's expression darkened. Are you threatening me? His eyes flashed with a terrifying intensity. With a swift motion, a bolt of lightning transformed into a fearsome beast, lunging at a high-ranking member who had just threatened to leave the Qing gang. A horrified scream escaped the man's lips as his body was hurled away, his chest detonated by the lightning, resulting in an immediate and gruesome demise. Those who had opposed his decision fell silent, their eyes filled with dread. Is there anyone who still dares to defy me? Song Weilong asked coldly. A profound silence ensued. No one dared to step forward. His strength was unquestionable, and none present were his equal. Subsequently, a vote was held to determine whether to pursue reconciliation with Jiangnan. Unsurprisingly, the motion passed unanimously. The news sent shockwaves throughout the Qing gang, igniting unrest within their ranks. Yet, it was quickly suppressed, and the gang members ultimately accepted the decision. What? The Qing gang does not intend to retaliate against Jiangnan? They are simply letting them go? Second Master was murdered by them. This is a blood feud that cannot be overlooked. How can they so easily relent? The Qing gang has lost all face. They are one of the most powerful forces in Binhai City. This is unacceptable. How have they become so cowardly? Within the safe zone, everyone who heard this news was stunned. It was utterly inconceivable. Jiangnan's killing of Second Master was undoubtedly the gravest provocation. Everyone anticipated that the Qing gang would retaliate at any cost, yet the outcome was astonishingly different. I was prepared for a great battle to erupt within the safe zone. And yet it ended like this? The Qing gang is utterly spineless. People shook their heads in disappointment. The Qing gang and Oppos' status and authority in the eyes of Binhai City's residents began to waver. Conversely, it became evident that another force was beginning to rise in Binhai City, led by Jiangnan and comprised primarily of a formidable female combat team. This emerging power was poised to become the fourth major force, following the three dominant factions, and even the Qing gang was reluctant to provoke them, highlighting their strength. The power dynamics in Binhai City were destined to undergo a significant transformation. Who would have thought that a team composed entirely of women could be so fearsome? Well, Brother Jiangnan is indeed impressive. At the city gate, Huang Xiaoshan, still on duty, was left agape upon hearing the news. Soon after, a confident smile spread across his face. I knew it. Brother Jiangnan is no ordinary person. When he first entered the city days ago, I sensed it. I even warned you all to be particularly cautious of this external force. You see, the Qing gang was too arrogant and dismissive, and as a result, they kicked a metal plate, didn't they? Haha. Speaking of which, my relationship with Brother Jiangnan is excellent. Previously, we even lent them a helping hand. Huang Shashan beamed with excitement, and his subordinates nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, within the research institute, a heavy atmosphere loomed. The rotund middle-aged man whom Jiangnan had encountered earlier wore an exceptionally grim expression upon receiving reports from his subordinates. Did my message not reach the Qing gang? It did. But they believed the research institute was still under Tang Tian and Oppo's control and chose to ignore us. Upon hearing this, the corpulent man fell silent. Enough. You may leave. Tang Chuan waved his hand in resignation. Tang Shui, consider yourself fortunate this time. Taking a deep breath, he bellowed. The Qing gang is truly a bunch of cowards. In the outside world, everyone was abuzz with speculation. Upon learning the news, Jiangnan and his companions breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, the Qing gang had not taken action. Various factors contributed to this outcome. The absence of conflict was, without a doubt, the best result. Although Jiangnan was unafraid of waging war against the Qing gang, avoiding battle was always the preferable course of action. Chapter 141. Returning to the Research Institute, something feels off now. My reputation has spread far and wide. Virtually no one in Beihai City is unaware of my name. Moreover, I have rescued the daughter of the Institute's director. Henceforth, acquiring the genetic serum will be significantly easier. A smile involuntarily crept across Jiangnan's face. His arrival in Beihai City was solely motivated by the pursuit of the serum. Brother Nan, someone has come to visit. It is said that the leader of the Qing gang has sent someone to offer an apology. Butterfly suddenly approached Jiangnan. Oh, the leader of the Qing gang has dispatched someone to apologize to me? Jiangnan was taken aback. The Qing gang not only refrained from taking action against them, but also proactively sought to make amends. All right, let us go and see. Jiangnan followed Butterfly and soon encountered the envoy sent by Song Weilong, the leader of the Qing gang. The envoy first expressed regret regarding Li Qingshan's actions against Jiangnan and his associates, followed by an apology for Li Qingshan's abduction of Tang Shui. Ultimately, they offered 500 crystal cores as compensation to Jiangnan and Tang Shui. Very well, leader Song Weilong demonstrates great understanding and discernment. I shall accept this compensation. From now on, I, Jiangnan, will maintain a non-interference stance with the Qing gang, Jiangnan declared. Understood. The Qing gang representatives responded earnestly. After their departure, Tang Shui presented the crystal cores she had in her possession to Jiangnan. Thank you for rescuing me from Li Qishan. I had no idea if I would survive otherwise. This small token of crystal cores is for you. You saved my life, and while it is insufficient, please let me know if you need assistance. I will do my utmost to help. Your generosity is appreciated. Moreover, you have aided us in confronting the pressure from the Qing gang, Jiangnan replied casually. However, Tang Shui's subsequent remarks stirred something within Jiangnan. Tang Shui was the only daughter of Director Tang Tian of the Research Institute. If she were to assist him, acquiring the genetic serum would undoubtedly become a simpler task. To be honest, I do have a favor to ask of you, Jiangnan stated, not shying away from directness. I wish to obtain the genetic serum from your Research Institute. I believe you have noticed that many here are ordinary people. They are in dire need of your serum. The genetic serum? Tang Shui was not surprised. Nearly every faction yearned for the serum, and the more, the better. The allure of the genetic serum was undeniable. It was precisely because of this serum that the Institute and Oppo's power had surged dramatically in a short span, securing a status that even the Qing gang and the Salvation Army dared not provoke. Rest assured, I will not ask for it without compensation. I am willing to pay. Jiangnan added. I can agree to this. Tang Shui pondered for a moment before responding. However, I cannot guarantee how much serum I can provide. I do not possess that authority. You should accompany me back to the Institute, where we can discuss the specifics with my father. He will not refuse your request, given that you saved my life. But ultimately, the quantity will depend on his decision. That is more than sufficient. Jiangnan smiled brightly. As long as he could meet Director Tang Tian, everything else would be manageable. He was confident that, considering he had saved his only daughter, the amount of serum offered would be substantial. The following morning, Jiangnan, accompanied by Su Xiaoxiao and Wan Yao, along with Wu Zui, followed Tang Shui to the Research Institute. There were regulations in place that permitted only 3 outsiders to enter at a time. Any more would not be allowed. Wu Zui was merely an exception. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the Research Institute. Previously, Jiangnan had been obstructed from entry, But this time, thanks to Tang Shui, the guards allowed them passage without hindrance. The institute spanned a vast area, boasting an exquisite environment. Our research institute has the finest environment within the entire safe zone, Tang Shui remarked with a smile, pride evident in her demeanor. It truly is splendid. Jiangnan concurred with a nod. Before long, they reached a reception hall. Xiao Xue, you have finally returned. Your second uncle has been terribly worried about you these past days. A joyful voice rang out from the side. Jiangnan turned to see a rotund, middle-aged man gazing at Tang Shui with elation. It was the same individual he had encountered outside the institute recently. Second uncle, Tang Shui exclaimed upon seeing him. Xiao Xue, you were kidnapped by that scoundrel Li Qingshan. We were all so anxious for you. We utilized every resource to find you, but to no avail. I feared the worst. Tang Chuan and Amp, Apos, S face was etched with concern. Upon witnessing this, Tang Shui felt a wave of emotion. She recounted her ordeal and emphasized that it was Jiangnan and his companions who had rescued her. I know this gentleman. He was the one who brought the news yesterday, Tang Chuan remarked as he turned to Jiangnan, giving him a hearty pat on the shoulder. Thank you, young brother. If it weren't and Apos, tea for you, Xiao Xue would likely be in grave danger. It was but a small effort, Jiangnan humbly replied. Modesty does not suit you. Tang Chuan chuckled. After you informed me of the situation yesterday, I immediately notified the Qing gang to refrain from any actions against you. Otherwise, they would face the wrath of the Research Institute. It seems my efforts bore some fruit. Following that, Tang Shui and Tang Chuan conversed for a while longer. Tang Chuan assured her that the Institute would not let the matter rest regarding the Qing gang's abduction of Tang Shui. He also delivered unwelcome news to Jiangnan. Director Tang Tian was currently engrossed in research and had no time to meet him. I have only just returned. And my father is so consumed with his work that he cannot even see me? Tang Shui frowned. She understood her father and Apos' nature, logically, upon learning of her situation. He would have rushed to see her the very night before. Initially, she had not given it much thought, but now, with Tang Chuan and Amp, Apos' revelation that her father was too occupied to meet her, her unease intensified. Second uncle, please inform my father that I wish to see him. Tang Shui said solemnly. Furthermore, my savior wishes to acquire some genetic serum. Your elder brother previously instructed that unless absolutely necessary, he should not be disturbed during his research. Tang Chuan shook his head firmly. However, if this young brother requires the genetic serum, it is not imperative to seek your elder brother. I can make the decision. Upon hearing this, Tang Shui's brows furrowed deeply, and her apprehension only grew stronger. Chapter 142. The unveiling of the dagger. The genetic serum stands as the most significant achievement of the Research Institute. And it is also Tang Tian and Amp, Apos' greatest gain since the apocalypse began. He has always placed immense importance on the serum. Despite being engrossed in his research and delegating many administrative powers to Tang Chuan, the utilization of the serum remains solely under Tang Tian and Amp, Apos' purview. Now, however, Tang Chuan audaciously claims that he can grant the serum to Jiangnan. How could this be possible? How could his own father relinquish such authority to Tang Chuan? Uncle, I wish to see my father, Tang Shui said in a low tone. In that moment, she felt an overwhelming distrust towards Tang Chuan. Yet, she hesitated to dwell on it. After all, Tang Chuan was her uncle. How could he betray her father? They were, after all, blood brothers. She recalled how Tang Chuan had traveled a great distance to Beihai City in dire straits, seeking refuge with her father. It was her father's compassion that provided him with a life of comfort, even entrusting him with many responsibilities at the Research Institute shortly thereafter. Tang Chuan had managed the institute with remarkable order, showing no signs of ulterior motives. Yet now, it seemed Tang Chuan shook his head resolutely upon hearing Tang Shui and Amp, Apos' request. Xiao Xue, I have already told you that your father is deeply engrossed in his research and cannot see you. There is no point in your urgency. You should rest for a while. I have matters to attend to. With that, he turned and departed. Wait, Tang Shui exclaimed in fury, attempting to grasp Tang Chuan's arm. However, she was met with the cold, piercing gazes of two imposing armed men, causing her to recoil in fear. The armed men then stepped back, allowing Tang Chuan to leave. Xiao Xue, your father is doing well. Why do you worry? Just wait a little longer. Tang Chuan added before exiting. It appeared that the situation was far from straightforward. Jiangnan narrowed his eyes, recognizing that Tang Chuan was not to be underestimated. It was highly likely that he had already seized control of the entire Research Institute. I suspect that Tang Shui's father is being held captive by Tang Chuan. Though the location remains unknown, Wang Yao remarked. Tang Shui, do not fret. We will surely find a way, Jiangnan assured, turning to her. At that moment, Tang Shui's demeanor was visibly distressed, her eyes slightly reddened. With her father's life in uncertainty and the institute falling into another and Apos' grasp, the blow was indeed substantial for someone who had only just escaped peril. Tang Shui, do not worry. We are here, and we will rescue your father. Su Xiao comforted her, embracing Tang Shui. Thank you, Tang Shui replied, her gratitude evident. She then recounted the details regarding Tang Chuan to Jiangnan and the others. Everything Tang Chuan possesses is given by my father. Even his life was saved by my father. My father trusted him so deeply, only to discover that he had nurtured a treacherous wolf, repaying kindness with malice. Alas, Tang Chuan deserves his fate. Jiangnan sighed in response, realizing that persuading Tang Chuan to grant him the genetic serum was utterly implausible. The only path forward was to rescue Tang Tian. By the way, Tang Shui, did those two armed men just now utilize the genetic serum? Jiangnan suddenly inquired. He had sensed something distinctly different about them upon their arrival. Their vitality radiated with an unusual vigor, their aura markedly diverging from that of ordinary individuals. Yet, they were certainly not supernatural beings. It would be extravagant for an organization to employ supernatural beings as mere bodyguards. It was far more probable that they were super soldiers enhanced by the genetic serum. Yes, Tang Shui nodded. After my father developed the genetic serum, a portion was given to the Qing gang and the Salvation Army, while the majority remained at the Institute. Those who utilized the serum experienced significant enhancements in strength, speed, reflexes, and overall physical capabilities. One individual's combat effectiveness rivals that of 10 ordinary warriors. Is that so? Jiangnan and Apos' desire for the genetic serum intensified. If the female combat team were to inject the serum, their prowess would surge dramatically. However, the pressing question remained. Where was Tang Tian, and how could they rescue him? A direct confrontation was out of the question. The institute was vast, and finding him would be an arduous task. Moreover, shortly after Tang Chuan's departure, Jiangnan noticed several individuals approaching the reception area, covertly monitoring their movements. Let us venture outside for a moment, Jiangnan suggested, contemplating the situation. He intended to bring Wang Yao and Su Xiao along to search for any personal belongings of Tang Tian, as they might provide a scent trail leading to him. However, as they reached the door, the two armed men reappeared, blocking their path. Apologies, but you cannot leave. Your activity zone is restricted to the reception area. You will await further arrangements. One of the super soldiers, enhanced by the genetic serum, stated coldly. Very well, Jiangnan replied, narrowing his eyes in displeasure. Nevertheless, he eventually acquiesced. Retreating. What should we do now that we cannot leave? Wang Yao raised an eyebrow. A forceful breakout would not be overly difficult given their strength. However, without locating Tang Tian, their escape would be futile and could potentially jeopardize his safety. Let us wait and see if a breakthrough occurs, Jiangnan replied solemnly. Just then, the sound of footsteps echoed outside, suggesting that someone was approaching their vicinity. Chapter 143. Unaware of the danger Wu Xiao, Tang Shui is inside. However, there are several ability users beside her. If you go in, it may be perilous. Perilous? Haha, both Ling Shu and Su Lao San are ability users. And with so many people outside, do they dare to lay a hand on me? As long as they cannot kill me in the first instance, I can eliminate them all. Even Tang Tian will meet his demise. Tell me, do they dare to act? A derisive voice echoed. The guards nodded submissively. Soon, a young man in his early 20s, pale and unsteady on his feet, entered with a mocking smile. Ah, it's been a while, Sister Shui. I wondered why I hadn't seen you for so long. It turns out you've been kidnapped by the Qing gang. TSK, how tragic. Unfortunately, your father is faring even worse. Alas, that old dog is exceedingly stubborn. Even now, he refuses to divulge the formula for the gene serum. Tang Wu, do not push your luck. Tang Shui and Apos' eyes reddened. Gritting her teeth, she declared, if anything happens to my father, I will haunt you even in death. Oh dear, I am so frightened. Tang Wu feigned terror, his expression exaggerated. Tang Shui, don't you wish to kill me right now? I've given that old dog Tang Tian a good beating. He. I am truly terrified. Back then, I merely slept with a few women. And you punished me, confining me to bed for a month. This grudge has lingered in my heart. I will repay it 100-fold upon your uncle and you. I shall not only torment Tang Tian, but also you. He. I've heard you've been wholly dedicated to your studies and are still a virgin. Fear not, dear sister. I shall ensure you experience the pleasures of a woman. Moreover, I will advertise for you, inviting all the men in Binhai City to sample your charms. Your beauty is commendable, being a doctor and the daughter of the Research Institute and Oppo's director. I am certain all the men in Binhai City will go wild for you. Ha ha. Tang Wu and Oppo's taunts were relentless and brazen. Listening to his words, Tang Shui's face flushed with anger, her body trembling. Scoundrel! Scoundrel! Tang Shui seethed with rage. Not killing you on the spot that day is my greatest regret. Had I known this would happen, I would have slain you on the spot. Hehehe, feeling regretful? Unfortunately, it is too late. Tang Wu chuckled sinisterly. He then gestured to the ability users behind him. Go, subdue Tang Shui. I want to strip her bare right here. His gaze shifted, spotting Su Xiaoxiao and Wan Yao. Wait, I didn't realize there were two more exquisite beauties here. Come, bring in more people to restrain them all. I intend to strip them down and parade them outside. Are you angry? Ashamed? He. The more desperate you are, the more exhilarated I become. Tang Wu was a complete pervert. Jiangnan felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. Not to mention Wan Yao and the others. You deserve to die? Su Xiaoxiao, known for her fiery temper, turned icy upon hearing Tang Wu's words. Simultaneously, the temperature in the entire reception room plummeted, as if winter had arrived. What is happening? It's so cold. Tang Wu's expression shifted. Damn it. It's an ability. The ability users around Tang Wu changed countenance and charged at Su Xiaoxiao without hesitation. However, ice rapidly formed on their bodies, soon encasing them in frozen sculptures. Even Tang Wu, closest to Su Xiaoxiao, was no exception. Dare to act? Allow me to show you my strength. Su Xiaoxiao snorted coldly. Xiaoxiao, do not kill him yet. Keep him alive. Jiangnan quickly reminded her. All right. However, the others are ability users. If we don't kill them, they will soon break free. As soon as Su Xiaoxiao finished speaking, the ice encasing the ability users and the genetically enhanced soldiers began to crack. Kacha. The ice shattered. Release Wu Xiao, or you will all perish. Kill them. Several freed individuals shouted fiercely, their gazes fierce as they charged forward. Brother, the little girl cried out. Uft, uft, uft. Jiangnan manipulated 3 flying knives, striking like lightning as he swiftly eliminated the newly freed ability users and soldiers. Blood splattered as the flying knives pierced through their chests, dragging out portions of their innards. This is bad. Wu Xiao is in trouble. Damn it. How dare they act? Didn't Wu Xiao have several ability users beside him? How could they still attack? Simultaneously, outside, a commotion erupted. Soon, fully armed genetic soldiers poured in, their ominous weapons aimed at Jiangnan and the others. Everyone, don't move. Take another step forward, and Wu Xiao is doomed. Jiangnan barked coldly, pointing at the terrified Tang Wu encased in ice. Call Tang Chuan here. If I do not see him in 3 minutes, I will kill his son. Jiangnan's words had their desired effect. The restless ability users and genetic soldiers hesitated, fearful of the consequences should anything happen to Tang Wu. Quickly, Tang Chuan arrived on the scene, his face a mask of fury. Looking at his frozen son, he seethed with rage. He had warned multiple times that this place was exceedingly dangerous. The individuals beside Tang Shui were formidable ability users and should not be approached. Yet, this useless son still insisted on coming here. What do you intend to do? Tang Chuan glared darkly at Jiangnan. Chapter 144, Release First. Then strike hand over Dean Tang. Jiangnan proclaimed coldly, pointing at the ice-encased Tang Wu. Now, with a mere flick of my finger, this frozen statue will shatter, taking your son with it. What do you think of exchanging your son's life for Dean Tang? Tang Chuan inhaled deeply, his body trembling with rage. The reason he had spared Tang Tian after seizing power was solely because Tang Tian possessed the complete mastery of the production techniques for genetic pharmaceuticals. Now, to relinquish him to Jiangnan and his cohorts, Tang Chuan felt a deep reluctance. Yet, casting a glance at Tang Wu, frozen in agony, he sighed helplessly. What choice did he have when his beloved son was in their grasp? Fine, I accept your demands. Tang Chuan relented. In a dim, windowless chamber, the gaunt Tang Tian sat upon the floor. Compared to his previous state of house arrest, he had lost over 30 pounds, reduced to nothing more than a skeleton. The confined atmosphere tortured him relentlessly. Tang Chuan, you are my own brother. How could you treat me this way? I must have been blind. Tang Tian lamented, staring at the patterns on the ceiling, his eyes filled with regret and despair. When Tang Chuan sought refuge with him, he had unhesitatingly provided for him. even granting him numerous privileges within the research institute, all due to their brotherly bond forged in childhood. Little did he expect Tang Chuan to betray him so grievously. Sighing in resignation, Tang Tian felt utterly hopeless, believing escape was impossible. His sole wish was for Tang Shui's safety. He had been searching for her since her disappearance before his confinement, having uncovered some leads, only to be thwarted by Tang Chuan's coup. Now, her fate remained uncertain. Tang Tian, your daughter has come to rescue you. Come with us. A voice rang out from outside. My daughter has come to save me? Tang Tian was momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend. Was Tang Shui truly here to rescue him? Hadn't she gone missing, likely abducted? At that moment, a confidant of Tang Chuan entered, opening the door and coldly stating, your daughter is fortunate. She has befriended several individuals with special abilities. Now, you will come with us. Is my daughter really here to save me? And she has brought back some friends with powers? Tang Tian and Appos, as heart surged with excitement. If his daughter was safe, he could finally escape this suffocating darkness. Before long, Tang Tian was escorted to the reception area. There, Tang Chuan's subordinates had surrounded Jiangnan and his group. Jiangnan, the person has been brought here, Tang Chuan coldly remarked, eyeing the apprehended Tang Tian. Now, you should release him. Not so fast. You must release everyone first. Jiangnan replied, surveying the disheveled Tang Tian before turning to Tang Shui. If we are to release anyone, it must be all together. Tang Chuan's expression hardened. You are vastly outnumbered, yet you surround us. If I release them now, I fear I won't make it out of the Research Institute doors. Jiangnan furrowed his brow. Let us find a compromise, release them together. Very well, but first, unfreeze them, he commanded. All right. Su Xiaoxiao extended her finger and gently tapped the ice sculpture. Instantly, the ice melted into water. Tang Wu collapsed to the ground, looking at Tang Chuan as if he had found a lifeline, wailing, Father, please save me. I don't want to die. Silence. Tang Chuan roared, fury surging within him. This worthless fool had not only disrupted his plans but had also brought him disgrace. Tang Wu promptly fell silent, cowed into submission. Release them, Tang Chuan demanded, directing his gaze at Jiangnan. 3, 2, 1. Simultaneously, Jiangnan and Tang Chuan released their captives. Tang Shui, Tang Tian stumbled forward. Father. Tang Shui and Appos, as heart ached at the sight of her gaunt father, her eyes reddened with concern. It was evident Tang Tian had endured immense suffering during his confinement. We must go, Jiangnan urged, determined to leave with Tang Shui, Tang Tian, Wan Yao, and Su Xiaoxiao. Leave? Huh. You are dreaming. Tang Chuan and Appos, as face darkened as he bellowed, charge. Kill them all. Kill. 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 The armed soldiers surrounding them raised their weapons without hesitation, aiming at Jiangnan and his group. The air was filled with the sound of gunfire. How dare you attempt to take them from me? None of you will leave alive. Tang Chuan and Appos, as expression twisted with rage. Excellent. Keep up the slaughter. Tang Wu laughed maniacally. Gravity field. Suddenly, Wan Yao's voice pierced through the chaos. Tang Chuan and Tang Wu's laughter froze as countless bullets seemed to be crushed by an unseen force, falling harmlessly to the ground. At the same time, they felt as though they were burdened by an immense weight. Even moving their fingers became a Herculean task. What is happening? This is bad. It's an ability. Tang Chuan's allies, summoned by him, paled and sprang into action. Freeze. Su Xiaoxiao struck once more, causing the temperature to plummet. Enemies nearest to her found ice rapidly forming upon their bodies. Die. Jiangnan joined the fray, sending 3 flying knives with breathtaking speed, claiming lives with each strike. In that instant, Jiangnan teleported behind one of the empowered foes, his blade sweeping down, severing the head from its body. Chapter 145. The Great Purge and Mass Production of Gene Serums. Moments later, the ground was strewn with corpses, the blood staining the earth a deep crimson. Are you demons? Tang Chuan trembled in fear at the sight, his body quaking. Please, spare me. Tang Wu collapsed to the ground, desperate and pleading. His trousers dampened and a foul odor lingering. With a swift motion, Jiangnan controlled a flying knife, piercing Tang Wu's heart in an instant. Did you really think you could kill us? Such arrogance is a death sentence. Jiangnan's gaze was as cold as ice, fixed upon Tang Wu. I'm sorry. Tang Chuan did not even glance at his slain son, consumed by an overwhelming dread. He finally understood why the second-in-command of the Green Gang had been killed and why they dared not provoke this group. Their power was formidable. Alongside this realization was a profound regret. If only he had revealed the gene serum from the outset and sent Jiangnan away. He could have captured Tang Shui to threaten Tang Tian into surrendering the formula for the gene serum. Moreover, he would have freed himself to fully control the research institute. Although he had imprisoned Tang Tian, many loyalists to Tang Tian remained in the institute, and the researchers were steadfastly loyal to him. Consequently, the institute and Oppos' operations had come to a standstill during this time. Alas, he had not taken such actions. There were no potions for regret in this world. Die. Jiangnan scoffed, raising his knife and severing Tang Xuan and Oppos' head from his body. Quick, quick. The fight has broken out inside. That scoundrel Tang Xuan certainly did not anticipate our arrival. If we can subdue him, we can rescue the director. This is our chance. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed nearby, followed by a group of armed researchers arriving at the reception area. Director, are you unharmed? How wonderful. The crowd's spirits surged upon seeing the unscathed Tang Shui and Tang Tian, though their expressions shifted as they beheld the sea of bodies before them. Song Yu Zhojun. Tang Tian recognized the two leaders. Half an hour later, in the Research Institute's lounge, Tang Tian recounted, I never expected Tang Chuan would dare to lay hands on me. I was completely unprepared and was captured and imprisoned. For days, he has tormented me, trying to extract the formula for the gene serum. How could I ever yield? He betrayed me, shattered my trust, and my hatred for him runs deep. I would rather die than grant him his wish. Indeed, Song Yu and Zhou Jun chimed in. After imprisoning the director, they deceived us into believing you had passed away, with Tang Chuan assuming control of the institute. However, we were well aware of your condition. It was impossible for you to have suddenly died. When we requested to see your remains, Tang Chuan offered countless excuses to deflect us. It was then we concluded that your disappearance was linked to him. But by that time, it was too late. Tang Chuan had placed us all under surveillance. During this period, he bribed the gene warriors and special abilities users within the institute while assassinating or driving away your supporters. He has become an omnipotent force within the Research Institute. Fortunately, Brother Jiangnan eliminated Tang Chuan. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Song Yu and Zhou Jun gazed at Jiangnan with gratitude. Had it not been for Jiangnan, Tang Shui would still be kidnapped by the Green Gang's second-in-command, Li Qingshan, and Tang Tian would have continued to suffer at Tang Chuan's hands, while they would either be bought off or killed by him. The outcome would not have been favorable. It was merely a fortunate coincidence that I intervened for the gene serum. Jiangnan replied with a smile, shaking his head. The gene serum? Tang Tian's face lit up with sincerity as he proclaimed, Brother Jiangnan, you are a benefactor to me and the entire Research Institute. Speak not of the gene serum. If you wish for my life, it would be a trivial matter. Ha ha ha, that is not necessary. I only desire the gene serum. Jiangnan chuckled in response. The production of the gene serum is assured. Tang Tian nodded thoughtfully. In fact, I have already mastered the technology for mass production of the gene serum. We can produce as much as we desire. The revelation astounded everyone present. Since the inception of the gene serum, production had been slow due to technical limitations. Now, Tang Tian claimed they could produce it in bulk. This was indeed groundbreaking news. If mass production were feasible, it would mean that more individuals could benefit from the gene serum, a boon for humanity as a whole. Furthermore, the Institute could rapidly expand its influence. Previously, they had refrained from publicizing this due to fears of malicious intent. However, now that I had regained control of the Institute, with Brother Jiangnan safeguarding us, we could certainly make this known and commence mass production. The immediate priority was to cleanse the Institute. In the following days, Jiangnan collaborated with Tang Tian to purge all of Tang Chuan's subordinates. Those deserving of death were dealt with, while those to be expelled were sent away. With Jiangnan's presence, despite some resistance, they could not stir up significant turmoil. The researchers who had been monitored and imprisoned were also liberated, and upon seeing Tang Tian, they were overwhelmed with emotion. Director, you have finally returned. How wonderful. I knew you would be safe. The fate of the Research Institute cannot be altered. Chapter 146, Alliance. High risks and high rewards. Not long ago, in his pursuit of absolute control over the Research Institute, Tang Chuan eliminated numerous rivals, driving many away in the process. Now, I have once again purged a faction of Tang Chuan and Oppos as followers. After these 2 rounds of cleansing, the Institute and Oppos' strength has been severely diminished. Tang Tian gazed earnestly at Jiangnan. I hope, young brother Jiangnan, that you can temporarily safeguard us. Tang Tian felt a deep sense of helplessness. Following the turmoil within the institute, very few of the previously recruited abilities remained. The losses among the genetically engineered warriors trained early on were also catastrophic. The overall strength of the institute has significantly waned, making it increasingly challenging to maintain its position as one of the three major powers in Binhai City. Moreover, the Salvation Army and the Qing Gang are watching closely with predatory intent. The institute has just survived one crisis, yet it faces even greater peril ahead. The situation is far from optimistic. Tang Tian had no choice but to seek assistance from Jiangnan, though he had only recently escaped captivity. He had witnessed firsthand the formidable nature of this young man during the purge of Tang Chuan and Appos' old forces. Furthermore, he had heard that Jiangnan was one of the rare third-level ability users. In terms of rank, he stood on par with the leaders of both the Salvation Army and the Qing Gang. Such top-tier experts were exactly what the Institute lacked, coupled with his powerful subordinates. Jiangnan represented an undeniable force. If you agree to my request, I can allocate half of the Institute and Appos as profits, including the genetic agents, to you. However, you must ensure the absolute safety of the Institute. Furthermore, once the genetic agents are mass-produced, you must guarantee their security. This was a daunting task, as it required facing pressure from both the Salvation Army and the Qing Gang. Nevertheless, the potential rewards were substantial. Half of the genetic agents and their profits would undoubtedly entice even the Qing Gang and the Salvation Army. Tang Tian and Appos' eyes gleamed with intensity as he regarded Jiangnan. Half of the Institute's revenue, half of the genetic agents. The condition was to ensure the safety of the Institute. It might entail confronting threats from both the Qing Gang and the Salvation Army simultaneously. Jiangnan pondered. High risks equate to high rewards, particularly regarding the genetic agents, which held immense significance for him. Such a fortuitous opportunity was one he could not afford to miss. Very well, I accept your request. Jiangnan nodded. From now on, the safety of the Institute shall be entrusted to me. Ha ha ha, splendid. Truly splendid. Tang Tian laughed heartily, his spirits lifted. His previous anxieties dissipated in that instant. He had genuinely feared that Jiangnan might hesitate to agree. After all, while the allure of the genetic agents was compelling, Jiangnan had no personal use for them. To face the pressures from both the Qing Gang and the Salvation Army simultaneously was a daunting prospect that few would possess the courage and capability to undertake. After agreeing to Tang Tian's proposal, Jiangnan returned to the villa and gathered the Butterfly Sisters to head to the Research Institute. Tang Tian had arranged accommodations for everyone, which were far superior to the villa and included ample space for training. What? We are going to the Research Institute. There will be dedicated researchers tailoring plans for us to utilize the genetic agents? How wonderful. The sisters were thrilled upon hearing this news. As for the need to ensure the security of the Institute, they completely overlooked it. This was not due to any intentional disregard, but rather because for them, it was scarcely a cause for concern. After all, they had emerged from a sea of corpses and blood. Since the outbreak of the apocalypse, they had faced countless adversaries. Protecting an institute, while undoubtedly challenging and perilous, was still worthwhile. Meanwhile, the events unfolding at the Research Institute rapidly spread. The internal strife within the institute? The conflict between Tang Chuan and Tang Tian? The significant loss of power? Could they still maintain their status among the three major forces? It seemed implausible. I heard that nearly 70% of the ability users and genetically engineered warriors perished in this internal turmoil. Within the safe zone, several teams possess strength comparable to that of the current Research Institute. The Research Institute is in peril. Their status is secondary. The most crucial aspect remains the genetic agents. This treasure has long been coveted by the Salvation Army and the Qing Gang. As the saying goes, a common man is innocent, but possessing a gem is a crime. With the Research Institute in possession of the genetic agents without corresponding strength, both the Qing Gang and the Salvation Army are bound to have designs on it. In the safe zone, discussions flourished. It was widely believed that the future circumstances of the Research Institute would be dire. From the outset, the Institute had ranked lowest among the three major powers. Now, with its strength further diminished, it had become an enticing target for all to covet. However, the news of Jiangnan leading a team into the Research Institute and forging an alliance soon emerged. Jiangnan had allied himself with the Research Institute. His team, renowned for its formidable strength, was dubbed the Fourth Power, and he had joined forces with the Research Institute. It seemed the Institute might just hold its ground. The ambitions of the Qing Gang and the Salvation Army had already begun to crumble before they even commenced their schemes. Jiangnan's formidable team, now united with the Research Institute, was indeed a force to be reckoned with. Upon receiving this news, all were astounded, followed by a sense of schadenfreude. Witnessing the emergence of a new power challenging the status of the Qing Gang and the Salvation Army was exhilarating. Yet, amid the joy, there was also fury. In the private residence of Song Weilong, the leader of the Qing Gang, he seethed. What? Tang Tian has been undermined, reclaiming power with Jiangnan's aid? Jiangnan has allied with the Research Institute? Seated at the head of the table, Song Weilong and Apos, S expression darkened, lost in contemplation. Previously, Tang Xuan had penned a letter urging him to take action against Jiangnan, even suggesting capturing Tang Shui and delivering her to him. However, at that time, Song Weilong had dismissed it outright, never anticipating Tang Xuan and Apos' silent takeover of the Research Institute. Had he only sent someone to investigate back then, the institute would have essentially been his to command. Chapter 147. Injection of Gene Serums, Power Amplified. Alas, Song Weilong and Apos' fingers clenched tightly around the sturdy wooden chair, causing it to splinter under his grip. Suddenly, he shook his head in resignation, letting out a sigh as he relaxed his hold. It was too late for words. Boss, shall we take action against the Research Institute now? One subordinate inquired. Not long ago, Song Weilong had issued orders to target the institute, intending to seize it while its strength was waning. However, circumstances had shifted. There and Apos' no need. Song Weilong replied, shaking his head, his gaze flickering. Jiangnan has already allied with the Research Institute. We no longer possess absolute certainty. The current institute can only be courted, not antagonized. That old man Tang Tian is impervious to both soft and hard tactics. We must find a way to win over Jiangnan. As long as Jiangnan is willing to cooperate with us, the institute will have no choice but to follow suit. That old fellow Tang Tian is engrossed in his research and has few other demands. But Jiangnan is different. He is young, power, wealth, and beauty. What would and Apos to entice him? Once we secure the institute and Apos' allegiance, the so-called saviors will be of little concern. Upon hearing this, the subordinate quickly flattered. Boss, you are brilliant. This place is truly remarkable. Butterfly exclaimed, gazing at the new residence, training facilities, and an array of delightful cuisines. As long as you all enjoy it. Tang Tian and Tang Shui replied with warm smiles. After recuperating, Tang Tian appeared in much better spirits than when he had just been rescued. Thank you, Director Tang. Jiangnan expressed his gratitude. Haha, too kind, Tang Tian chuckled. Next, I will arrange for your subordinates to receive injections of the gene serum. With our researchers present and specialized training methods, the serum and Apos' effects can be maximized 120%. Good, Jiangnan nodded. Recognizing the urgency of utilizing the gene serum as swiftly as possible, the gene serum, upon injection, fundamentally alters one and Apos' genetic structure, shattering the limits of ordinary humanity and achieving a significant elevation in the essence of life. In truth, there exists a certain risk of failure with the serum injections. However, with the assistance of numerous researchers, the female combat team members experienced smooth transitions. Having just received the serum, the effects were not yet pronounced. But as long as you enhance your training, your strength, speed, and reflexes will seemingly know no bounds, continuously improving and augmenting. Tang Shui smiled. Subsequently, we will administer 2 more injections of the gene serum. After 3 doses, the effects will be less pronounced. The entire process will take approximately 2 months. During these 2 months, your training must only increase. It cannot diminish, not a single day can be missed. Otherwise, the serum and Apos' effectiveness will be compromised. Moreover, regarding matters between men and women, it is best to avoid them, Tang Shui advised, casting a meaningful glance at Tan Xiaoyu and Wenwan, before lingering on Jiangnan and Apos' face for a moment. Cough. Jiangnan hastily cleared his throat to ease the tension. Tan Xiaoyu and Wenwan and Apos' faces flushed crimson as they hastily departed. We and Apos, off to train. Yes, I shall join as well. After receiving the gene serum, the women trained relentlessly each day. Previously, Butterfly had urged them on. But now they needed no external reminders. They fervently pushed themselves to the limit, constantly increasing their training volume and difficulty. In other circumstances, Jiangnan would have worried about overtraining and potential harm to their bodies. However, with the gene serum injected, their recovery capabilities were astonishing. The more they exerted themselves, the quicker their strength advanced. My abilities are far too weak. In the past, I could still assist the leader in Nango, but now we cannot contribute at all. Xiaoqi lamented quietly. Once, as ordinary individuals, they had been able to make a considerable impact. Yet, upon arriving in Binhai City, they suddenly realized that they had unwittingly become burdens. I must grow stronger. For myself and for this team. This is a rare opportunity. I must strive to enhance my abilities. The women were all determined, repeatedly inspiring themselves to become more formidable. Through relentless training day by day, their strengths rapidly ascended. Huh! Xiaoqi exclaimed as she struck out with the palm. Her hands were calloused, a thick layer of hardened skin present. The palm aimed at a nearby apparatus. Bang! A force of 1,000 pounds. Wow, impressive. Among us, Xiaoqi and Amp, Oppo's strength was considered modest. Yet she has now surpassed 1,000 pounds. With that strike, knocking out a bull would pose no challenge. Remarkable! Remarkable! The surrounding crowd marveled in awe. Suddenly, someone sprinted nearby, racing from the starting point to the finish line. The testing apparatus displayed the speed. Sprinting speed, 37 kilometers per hour. How fast? Xiaoyu. Your speed has increased dramatically. The women gazed at Tan Xiaoyu in astonishment. A speed of 37 kilometers per hour equated to 100 meters in only 7.5 seconds. Before the apocalypse, only the nation and Oppo's top athletes could achieve 100 meters in under 10 seconds, having undergone countless training sessions. Even improving by 0.1 seconds was exceedingly arduous. Yet, Tan Xiaoyu, without any specialized training, merely by receiving the gene serum and training for a while, achieved such remarkable results, far surpassing human limits. One cannot help but marvel at the wondrous nature of the gene serum. Excellent. Jiangnan observed from a distance, thoroughly satisfied. Every member of the female combat team, including Tan Xiaoyu and several medical personnel, had received the gene serum, and the results were undeniably evident, showcasing significant progress. Chapter 148. Commencement of External Sales, Citywide Sensation. Meanwhile, under the leadership of Tang Tian, the Research Institute began to mass-produce genetic serums. Initially, most were intended for internal consumption. However, after the production of the third batch, there was a significant surplus. The first batch yielded 50 serums, the second 70, and due to our advancing technology, the third batch produced 150 serums. Tang Tian was greatly invigorated. With such an abundance of genetic serums, we would undoubtedly be unable to consume them all. My plan is to sell these serums and acquire crystal cores. The production cost of the serums is substantial, primarily relying on crystal cores as raw materials. Each serum produced incurs a considerable expense. The consecutive production of 3 batches has placed a heavy burden on the current research institute. I believe it is feasible. Jiangnan mused, nodding thoughtfully. The personnel under him had limited demand for the serums. Selling them to earn crystal cores would establish a virtuous cycle, ensuring long-term sustainability. Then it is settled. Soon, the Research Institute announced its intention to sell genetic serums to the outside world, inevitably causing quite a stir. Everyone was aware that the Institute and Oppo's genetic serums were remarkable. They could enable ordinary individuals to surpass their limits and rival the capabilities of those with supernatural powers. What survivor struggling for survival in this post-apocalyptic world would not desire a genetic serum? What? The Research Institute is selling genetic serums? Splendid. I, Old Who, have been waiting for this day. A burly man, having just slain a zombie, entered the safe zone and overheard the news, bursting into hearty laughter. A single serum costs 50 crystal cores? Perfect. I have exactly 50 saved up. I must purchase one immediately before it and Oppo's too late. 50 crystal cores? That and Oppo's rather exorbitant. ISN and Oppo's it? Oh well, I suppose 50 cores will allow me to live quite comfortably for some time. Since the safe zone is secure, I'll wait for the price to drop before I buy. The limited availability of the serums meant that those who acted swiftly could gain strength ahead of others. Once one's power increased, earning back those crystal cores would be trivial. 50 crystal cores? Perhaps not. If I purchase a serum, I might not even have enough left for food. As the news spread, it caused a citywide uproar. Opinions varied widely. Some were eager to purchase the genetic serums, while others felt daunted. In addition to the ordinary survivors, various teams within the safe zone were also engaged in discussions about this matter. Even the Salvation Army and the Green Gang showed interest, expressing their desire to acquire the genetic serums. Haha, I knew that once the news broke, it would undoubtedly cause a sensation. Tang Tian chuckled with Jiangnan as they reflected on the external reactions. Following Jiangnan and Appos' request, I informed them that each faction could pre-order a maximum of 10 serums at a time, with no exceptions. Moreover, orders would be fulfilled on a first-come, first-served basis. The Green Gang and the Salvation Army could purchase a few more, but their limit would be 20 serums. Given their distinguished status, it was only reasonable to accommodate them. Should these two factions be displeased, the Institute's activities might attract unwarranted scrutiny, a scenario both Jiangnan and Tang Tian wished to avoid. Within less than 10 minutes, the third batch of genetic serums was sold out. 150 serums fetched a total of 7,500 crystal cores. 3 days later, the fourth batch was produced, also consisting of 150 serums, the majority of which were pre-ordered by various factions, leaving only a few for ordinary survivors. The fifth and sixth batches were already in production, and a flood of crystal cores was flowing into the research institute. The institute, once weakened by internal strife, was rapidly regaining its vitality. As one of the shareholders, Jiangnan was also swiftly amassing wealth. On this day, Jiangnan departed the research institute with the abilities of Butterfly, Wan Yao, and others, journeying to the old district. Go, find me a third-tier zombie. Utilizing his power, Zombie King, Jiangnan commanded a horde of ordinary zombies to seek out a third-tier one. Generally, the likelihood of encountering higher-tier zombies increases in areas populated by zombies. Binhai City, a bustling metropolis, had a population exceeding tens of millions before the apocalypse, leading to a greater number of second- and third-tier zombies in comparison to other locations. Before long, in a subway station, Jiangnan discovered a third-tier zombie. All zombies, retreat. An aura reminiscent of a zombie king emanated from Jiangnan, causing the horde to disperse, leaving only the third-tier zombie behind. The creature, sensing Jiangnan and Appos' menacing gaze, recoiled in fear. Little zombie, do not be afraid. Jiangnan grinned, regarding the third-tier zombie as one might a timid rabbit. In the next instant, he teleported behind the third-tier zombie. Die. A flying knife whizzed through the air. And moments later, the third-tier zombie let out a mournful howl as Jiangnan severed its head. The first third-tier zombie crystal core was his. Continue. Jiangnan stored the crystal core in his spatial compartment and led his companions away. Half a day later, Jiangnan had hunted down 6 third-tier zombies, acquiring 6 crystal cores in total. That is sufficient. Ultimately, whether you can advance to third-tier ability users depends on your innate talent, he remarked, addressing the women present. These third-tier crystal cores were intended for them. If they could all break through to become third-tier ability users, it would undoubtedly enhance the overall strength of their team, removing any lingering concerns regarding the Salvation Army or the Green Gang. Chapter 149, Breaking Through to the Third Level of Superpowers. Strengthened to ascend to the status of a third-level superpower, merely accumulating crystal cores is insufficient. One's innate talent is paramount. However, Jiangnan harbored no concerns. In his previous life, Su Xiaoxiao was renowned as the Frost Queen, possessing extraordinary talent. Wan Yao, Dai Dai, and Wu Zue also enjoyed modest fame. Thus, the prospect of their breakthrough to third-level superpowers was virtually assured. As for the sisters Kai Xiaoya and Kai Xiaoyan, they had only recently transitioned from being first-level superpowers to second-level ones with Jiangnan and Appos' assistance. Presently, they were in no rush to advance further. Subsequently, Jiangnan led the women back to the research institute. Take some time to adjust your states. Tomorrow you may consume the crystal cores and prepare for your advancement, Jiangnan instructed. The women nodded in agreement. The following day, after a night of rest and adjustment, the women were in excellent spirits. Under Jiangnan's watchful gaze, they each consumed the third-level crystal cores in succession. I have an ample supply of crystal cores. Do not fret, Jiangnan reassured them. The first to consume a third-level crystal core was Dai Dai, the eldest among them, who typically took the lead in all endeavors, including this one. Relax. Jiangnan comforted her. Dai Dai nodded gently and began the process as Jiangnan had outlined. As the crystal cores entered her body, they transformed into energy, coursing through her limbs and vital organs. Jiangnan observed intently, vigilant against any unforeseen mishaps. Fortunately, Dai Dai's talent was exceptional, requiring minimal concern. In contrast to Jiangnan and Appos' own arduous breakthrough, Dai Dai and Appos' transformation was remarkably swift. Before long, an invisible wave emanated from her, and she opened her eyes, which now shimmered with an even deeper allure. I believe I have become a third-level superpower, Dai Dai exclaimed joyfully, rising to her feet and extending her pristine arms, which appeared noticeably smoother and more elastic than before. Not only have I ascended to 3rd level, but I have also become more beautiful. Dai Dai continued to express her delight. The usually composed Dai Dai now radiated the exuberance of a young girl. Wow, Dai Dai is truly impressive. If I were a man, I would surely fall in love with her, Su Xiaoxiao chimed in sweetly. Right, big brother? Indeed, you are absolutely correct, Jiangnan affirmed, nodding repeatedly, his gaze lingering on Dai Dai. It was undeniable. Her beauty had flourished post-transformation, and her aura had shifted, rendering her even more captivating. Jiangnan's thoughts wandered momentarily. He then turned his attention to Wan Yao. Wan Yao, it is your turn. All right, she replied. Soon, Wan Yao and Su Xiaoxiao consumed their 3rd-level zombie crystal cores without incident, everything proceeding smoothly. Finally, it was Wu Zue and Appo's turn. This eager creature bounded over to Jiangnan, demanding a 3rd-level zombie crystal core. This clever pup, now that it has become a 3rd-level superpower, seems intent on challenging my authority, Jiangnan mused. Hesitating momentarily at Wu Zue and Appo's antics. Sensing Jiangnan and Appo's scrutiny, Wu Zue immediately sprang into action, snatching the crystal core and gobbling it down in a hurry, as if fearing Jiangnan would reclaim it. Oh well, Jiangnan sighed, choosing not to pursue the matter further. Before long, Wu Zue also successfully broke through, undergoing significant transformation. During the upgrade, the excess fat on its body was rapidly consumed, resulting in a notably leaner physique. This dog actually slimmed down during its upgrade? Jiangnan thought in disbelief. The current Wu Zue bore a resemblance to the one he had known in his previous life, tall and powerful, though now its small eyes darted around in a rather mischievous manner. Wow, Wu Zue has slimmed down so much, Su Xiaoxiao exclaimed in astonishment. Oh well, Wu Zue proudly howled, strutting to the mirror to admire its robust form. Clearly pleased with itself, Jiangnan shook his head, then addressed the group. All right, you are all now 3rd-level superpowers. Familiarize yourselves with your abilities. The distinction between 3rd and 2nd-level powers is substantial, particularly for you, Xiao. Your abilities possess significant destructive power and range, if not properly controlled. They could inadvertently harm innocents. Sure thing, Su Xiaoxiao replied cheerfully, with Wan Yao and Dai Dai nodding in agreement. That afternoon, after everyone had attained their 3rd-level status, Jiangnan guided them back to the old district to help them acclimate to their newfound powers. It was only in the old district that they could fully unleash their abilities without fear of collateral damage. Gravity field, in an area densely populated with zombies. Wan Yao unleashed her power. Instantly, a gravity field centered around her encompassed a 30-meter radius. Ordinary zombies within this range were immediately flattened by the overwhelming gravitational force. Wailing in despair, only 2nd-level zombies managed to remain standing, albeit with great difficulty. With a gentle motion of her hand, Wan Yao detonated the gravity field, sending the suppressed ordinary zombies flying, their bodies disintegrating midair. The maximum gravity in my field has reached 20 times that of Blue Star. Furthermore, my control over it is becoming increasingly proficient, Wan Yao declared with delight. Chapter 150. A chance encounter, capturing a level 3 zombie. Behold the chaos, Butterfly exclaimed softly, her gaze profound and brimming with an irresistible allure. The previously aimless zombies suddenly erupted into a frenzy, attacking one another with wild abandon. My own chaos intensified, enabling them to turn on themselves. Butterfly gradually became more adept at harnessing her unique ability. I shall join in, Su Xiaoxiao declared, her small hand sweeping through the air as an overwhelming chill spread forth. Roar, roar, roar. The zombies howled, surging towards Su Xiaoxiao. Yet, abruptly, as the frigid air enveloped them, a throng of zombies became encased in ice. Jiangnan observed intently, noting that Su Xiaoxiao and Appo's freezing range had increased by approximately 50% compared to before, with considerably less energy expended. How impressive! Jiangnan praised as Su Xiaoxiao proudly gazed at him, having encased dozens of zombies in ice. In the following days, the group remained in the old city, familiarizing themselves with their abilities. Each day, the number of zombies dispatched by the women was incalculable. That should suffice. We can return now, Jiangnan suggested. From afar, a series of roars echoed, accompanied by explosions and shouts. Is someone over there? What are they doing? The group wondered with curiosity. Jiangnan pondered briefly before leading the women toward the source of the commotion. At the street and Appo's entrance, a formidable level 3 zombie roared fiercely, straining to eliminate the humans before it. However, it faced three capable individuals. One wielded a control-type ability, causing an abundance of blue vines to sprout from the ground, ensnaring the level 3 zombie and significantly impeding its movements. The other two individuals launched attacks from opposing directions, yet they were cautious not to confront the beast head-on, persistently harassing it instead. As the level 3 zombie's mobility was curtailed, it soon bore numerous wounds, growing increasingly irate. Its energy was rapidly depleting. Although zombies do not feel fatigue, they are not perpetual motion machines. Even they require time to recuperate after exertion. Now is the moment to capture it. Suddenly, a burly individual with the ability to transform into a fearsome bear bellowed, charging forth to engage the level 3 zombie in combat. "Prepare the cage. Lure it towards me," he shouted, only to be sent flying over 10 meters by a kick from the zombie, crashing to the ground. Without hesitation, he retreated. Roar. The level 3 zombie, enraged, charged after him, breaking free from the blue vines that had ensnared it. Just then, with a thunderous crash, a massive iron cage plummeted from above, catching the level 3 zombie off guard and trapping it within. Ha ha ha. The beast has finally fallen for our trap. Quickly, connect the power. We must not allow it to escape. The three individuals laughed heartily. Killing a level 3 zombie is not overly challenging for us, but capturing one alive is an entirely different endeavor. Simultaneously, the level 3 zombie's eyes glowed crimson as it roared, lunging at the iron cage in a desperate attempt to tear it apart. Sparks flew as it was shocked by electricity, trembling violently before charging at the cage once more, only to be electrocuted again. After several attempts, the zombie lay on the ground, charred and utterly unwilling to move. Is it truly them? Jiangnan recognized the three individuals. Previously, when the Research Institute first offered gene serums for sale, they had reserved several through the Kai sisters. Their names were Dexiong, Tangsan, and Wei He, all level 2 ability users, bonded like brothers, and commanding a loyal following. They represented a formidable force in Binhai City. Were they indeed attempting to capture a level 3 zombie? Their strength was undeniable, Jiangnan mused. As Jiangnan observed the trio, Dexiong, Tangsan, and Wei He noticed him as well. Brother, there is someone. Dexiong, the burly individual, alerted. Tangsan, the slender, bespectacled one who had ensnared the level 3 zombie with the blue vines, turned to Jiangnan, his posture tense with readiness for battle. Those who venture into the old city generally possess formidable strength, he remarked. Brother, that man appears to be Jiangnan, and those women are his companions. Wei He noted with more composure. Jiangnan. Tangsan's expression shifted, his face breaking into a broad smile as he exclaimed, "What a coincidence to encounter you here." Brother Jiangnan. Despite his prideful nature, he recognized Jiangnan's significant status and the uncertainty surrounding his abilities, prompting him to adopt a warm demeanor. We happened upon you while hunting a level 3 zombie. Your methods are quite impressive. You managed to capture a level 3 zombie alive. Jiangnan replied with a smile. Ha ha ha. Brother Jiangnan, you flatter us. Tangsan chuckled, feeling a swell of pride. But I wonder, what is your purpose in capturing a level 3 zombie? Jiangnan inquired with curiosity. Chapter 151. The Zombie Fighting Arena. The most valuable aspect of zombies lies in their crystal cores, unlike animals that can be tamed. Capturing a zombie alive seems to hold little worth. Ha ha ha. It appears that Brother Jiangnan has recently arrived in Binhai City and is unaware of many matters. With a hearty laugh, Tangsan explained to Jiangnan, the reason we capture zombies is that there exists a zombie fighting arena within the safety zone of Binhai City. A venture of the Green Gang. In this apocalyptic world, our means of entertainment are severely limited. Yet, in such an oppressive environment, everyone needs an outlet. Some choose to relieve their stress through intimate encounters, while others seek a different kind of thrill. Thus, the zombie fighting arena has come into existence. By capturing zombies, we can release them into the arena and profit from it. Upon hearing Tangsan and Appo's explanation, Jiangnan came to understand the existence of such a place in Binhai City. Fortunately, Jiangnan had no intention of seizing their prey. Otherwise, they would have had to reluctantly accept such a loss. As Jiangnan and his companions departed, Tangsan breathed a sigh of relief. He, too, felt apprehensive. A live Tier 3 zombie holds significant value. Although Jiangnan had amassed considerable wealth through genetic agents, who could guarantee he wouldn't suddenly decide to snatch his Tier 3 zombie? If that were the case, even if reluctant, he would have no choice but to comply. Brother, what are you afraid of? That kid is all skin and bones. If he dares to act tough and snatch it, I, Dexiong, will be the first to object. You may fear him, but I do not, Dexiong boasted, appearing quite disdainful. You fool, can't you think for a moment? He doesn't even dare to provoke the Green Gang. Do you think you can? Tang Xin replied, bemused. The strength of Jiangnan and his group had likely increased significantly since their last encounter. Weeha, who had been quiet until now, suddenly spoke up. You all know that my sensitivity to the power of ability users is acute. Just now. Not only Jiangnan, but also the women behind him each exuded a strong sense of threat. What? Those frail women gave you a strong sense of danger? Tang San was momentarily taken aback by this revelation. Dexiong was equally incredulous. The three brothers had traversed the apocalypse together, bonded as if brothers. Often relying on Weeha and Appos, as judgments to evade peril and avoid powerful adversaries. Did this mean that among Jiangnan's group, not only Jiangnan but also those young girls, including a very young child, were formidable ability users, perhaps even more powerful than them? Indeed, they truly instilled in me a profound sense of threat. Weeha took a deep breath. After countless battles and efforts, it was disheartening to realize that they might not compare to a few young girls. Alas, comparisons can be infuriating. Tang San and Dexiong consoled themselves, acknowledging that the girls following Jiangnan had access to countless resources, making their strength understandable. Weeha sighed, a flicker of complex emotion passing through his eyes. Finally, he spoke with evident reluctance. In fact, even the dog beside Jiangnan gives me a strong sense of threat. Tang San and Dexiong were momentarily speechless, processing this startling information. After Jiangnan and the women left, they returned directly to the research institute within the safety zone. Out of curiosity, Jiangnan inquired in detail about the zombie fighting arena from the researchers. A zombie fighting arena? And there was an opportunity to earn crystal cores? He mused that it might be worth a visit. 2 days later, at the zombie fighting arena. The arena was established in the heart of the safety zone. Originally a large sports complex. Big Brother Jiang, entry to the arena requires a crystal core. However, as an ability user, you need not pay any fees. You may choose to support your favorite zombie through betting while watching the fights, or you could even arrange for your own zombie to compete. For each match won, you shall receive substantial rewards. Alternatively, you can wager against others, placing funds into a prize pool, with the victor claiming all. Within the arena, amidst the cacophony of cheers, Jiangnan observed as 2 Tier 2 zombies battled fiercely below. Their eyes glowed crimson with bloodlust, while the crowd erupted with shouts, fervently supporting their chosen zombies. Beside Jiangnan, a slender, provocatively dressed woman leaned in closely, enthusiastically explaining the arena and Appos' rules. I see, Jiangnan nodded slightly. If you feel thirsty or hungry, we offer exquisite food and beverages here, the woman whispered enticingly into his ear, her warm breath brushing against his face, creating an intimate atmosphere. Furthermore, we can provide some special services. If you desire, you may select any woman within the arena, including myself. All right, I understand, Jiangnan replied coolly, turning his gaze towards her with a hint of frostiness. Mind your words and refrain from provoking me. Otherwise, you might find yourself in the arena fighting the zombies. The woman shivered slightly, realizing the gravity of his words. Indeed, he possessed the capability to follow through. Yes, she quickly nodded, suppressing her expression. You may explore on your own. I shall take my leave. Good. The woman hurriedly departed. Go, Lone Wolf. Go number 7. Win. Ha ha ha. Lone Wolf has won. A roar of excitement erupted from the crowd, while others lamented, damn it. Number 7 is such a waste. Killed just like that. Damn, we lost again. The struggle between the 2 zombies reached its conclusion, with the Tier 2 zombie named Lone Wolf mercilessly crushing the skull of its opponent into a pulp. Instantly, cheers filled the air, mingled with disappointment and curses from those who had lost. Chapter 152. The arrogant Dong Xiao, kneel before me. Make way. Make way. Are you blind? Can and Appos, TUC Dong Xiao? Suddenly, a commotion erupted from the crowd ahead. 2 robust men, armed and imposing, escorted a young man with a sullen expression as they emerged from a nearby private room. Get out of the way. Clear the path. The 2 bodyguards violently shoved aside those obstructing their passage. The crowd seethed with anger, yet upon recognizing the insignia emblazoned on the 2 giants, their fury was silenced. Dong Xiao is none other than the son of the 3rd commander of the Salvation Army. The commander, Dong Shizhua, was a level 3 mutant, standing atop the power hierarchy of the safety zone in Binhai City. Naturally, no one dared to provoke his son. The 2nd level zombie number 7 belonged to Dong Xiao. It was evident he had invested considerable resources into number 7, which was on the verge of advancing to a level 3 zombie, only to have it killed in a gamble. His displeasure was understandable. If one dares to gamble, one must also be prepared for the possibility of loss. Whispers circulated among the onlookers, cautious not to speak too loudly for fear of being overheard. However, their murmurs were indeed caught by Dong Xiao. He halted abruptly, casting a dark and menacing glance in their direction. "You two, come here." The several members of the Salvation Army behind him advanced with a fierce demeanor, seizing the two murmurers and dragging them before Dong Jie. A swift kick sent them kneeling at his feet. "What were you just saying? Whether I win or lose is none of your business. Speak out of turn, and you shall be punished. 20 slaps, each to teach you a lesson. Next time, it won't be so simple," Dong Jie declared coldly. The two survivors dared not resist, submitting to the blows dealt by the guards. Such tyranny! How brazen they are! This is still the territory of the Green Gang, and they act with such impunity. If this were on the Salvation Army's turf, would they not simply kill us? Lower your voices. Dong Jie is already petty. Don and Amp, Oppos, T provoke him. Humph. Such arrogance will eventually lead to repercussions. Let us see how long he can maintain this bravado. Be cautious. You may seek death, but I have no desire to meet my end. I once thought Dong Xiao to be a magnanimous individual, but it appears he cannot bear defeat. At that moment, a young man with short hair and casual attire emerged from another private room. Observing the fury etched on Dong Jie and Oppos' face, he wore a look of mockery. Song Dong, do not be too arrogant. This time, I will let you win. Next time, I hope you possess such good fortune again. Dong Jie's expression darkened. Wishing to avoid further confrontation, he turned to leave. Just then, a young man stepped into his path, indifferent as others hurried to clear the way. "Step aside. Can't you see I'm in a foul mood?" Dong Jie bellowed. The young man smiled, unfazed, and shifted his position to allow Dong Jie passage. "What else with that expression? You seem quite displeased," Dong Jie frowned. Perhaps it was merely a figment of his imagination. Jiangnan chuckled softly. To him, Dong Jie's arrogance was somewhat amusing, akin to an adult witnessing a child boast before him. He could not be bothered to engage further. Not only did he grant Dong Jie passage, but he patiently explained, "Is that so?" Dong Jie's brow arched. Just as he was about to depart, he abruptly halted and gazed at Jiangnan. "Your demeanor and expression irritate me. Apologize, and I shall overlook this matter." Upon hearing this, Jiangnan was rendered speechless. It was no wonder the survivors around him harbored such fear of Dong Jie, and their grievances ran deep. It turned out that merely failing to display the same awe and trepidation as others was sufficient to provoke Dong Jie's ire. "Brother, just apologize to Dong Xiao, and this will all be forgotten." Indeed, Dong Xiao is a man of his word. Apologize and all will be well. Just say you and Amp, Oppos, sorry. The surrounding individuals urged Jiangnan, sensing his reluctance to comply. This young man appeared oblivious to Dong Jie's reputation and the gravity of the situation. "Unwilling, are you?" Dong Jie's brow furrowed. He finally comprehended why he felt discomfort. Throughout the encounter, Jiangnan's demeanor was too calm, while everyone else cowered in fear. Jiangnan stood aloof, looking down upon it all like a sovereign. Even when addressing Dong Jie, he remained unfazed. This indifference unsettled Dong Jie, who was accustomed to being feared. Was it possible that this individual harbored some significant background? Dong Jie scrutinized Jiangnan closely, finding him unfamiliar. He had never crossed paths with him before, and in the safety zone, there were few who could afford to disregard him. "Do any of you recognize him?" Although Dong Jie yearned to teach Jiangnan a lesson, he was not foolish enough to act without first discerning Jiangnan's background. Upon hearing the inquiry, several bodyguards shook their heads. Though Jiangnan's name had long echoed throughout the Binhai City safety zone, this was not the digital age. Information did not spread quickly. While they had heard of Jiangnan, few had actually seen him. A handful recognized him but chose silence, perhaps hoping to witness Dong Jie's downfall. "You all do not know him. It seems this is merely bluster." Dong Jie's gaze darkened, a glint of malice flashing through his eyes as he kicked towards Jiangnan's knee. "Kneel before me." Bang. Crack. Dong Jie's legs buckled unnaturally as he collapsed to the ground, screaming in agony. The guards behind him also fell, clutching their stomachs in torment. The architect of this chaos was none other than Jiangnan. "What do you intend to do? Dare to lay a hand on me, and you will pay dearly." Dong Jie gazed at Jiangnan in terror, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "Song Dong, do you still wish to conduct business with the Green Gang? If anything happens to me, you shall not fare well either." Dong Jie's heart raced in a state of panic, seeking assistance from Song Dong, the nephew of Song Weilong, the leader of the Green Gang, who held a position of great influence. Furthermore, this was the territory of the Green Gang. With Song Dong's intervention, all crises would be resolved. However, to his dismay, Song Dong merely sighed with a hint of schadenfreude. Alas, Dong Jie, you truly lack insight. Chapter 153. Entering the arena. Selecting a formidable opponent, Dong Jie was momentarily taken aback, his expression a mixture of confusion and apprehension. I urged you to pay attention to the matters outside, yet you persist in your indulgent ways. Do you even know who this esteemed figure is? He is none other than Jiangnan, the current paragon of prosperity in Binhai City. Song Dong interjected with a derisive laugh. Do you still wish for my assistance? To drag me down with you? Do not even entertain such thoughts. Jiangnan. Dong Jie found himself momentarily speechless. He was acutely aware of Jiangnan's reputation, having vanquished the second-in-command of the Qing gang and emerged unscathed, leaving the gang in silence. Subsequently, he had even formed an alliance with the Research Institute. Such an individual was deserving of utmost respect, even from the leaders of the Qing gang and the Salvation Army. Dong Jie could hardly believe he had provoked him. Lord Jiangnan, I had no idea it was you. Panic surged through Dong Jie. Forget it. You were unaware of my identity as well, so I shall spare your life this time. Jiangnan shook his head, unwilling to delve deeper into the matter. He merely instructed Dong Jie and his companions to bow before him 100 times in front of everyone, and then let them go. Lord Jiangnan, what an honor it is to meet you. Dong Jie and his companions, bloodied from their bows, supported each other as they left, only to be met by Song Dong's enthusiastic welcome. Just a moment ago, I was informed that you had arrived at the fighting arena. I intended to greet you personally. But alas, I was detained by that rascal Dong Jie, which caused a delay in my attentions towards you. Song Dong continued, escorting Jiangnan to the most opulent private box in the venue, a space of about 50 to 60 square meters, adorned with exquisite decor and plush carpeting, attended by graceful young maidens. From within, one could observe the entirety of the arena. By the way, Lord Jiangnan, did you come to the fighting arena merely to witness the clashes between the zombies, or do you wish to partake in the fray yourself? Song Dong inquired with curiosity. I have heard that one can send their own zombies into the arena, and the more victories they achieve, the greater the profits. Indeed, Jiangnan replied. I have heard that the more wins one secures, the more substantial the rewards and the share of the bets becomes. Ha ha, that is indeed the case, Song Dong chuckled. Every match in the fighting arena generates numerous bets, and all betting information is transparent. As long as one emerges victorious, not only do they receive rewards provided by the arena, but they also acquire a portion of the winnings from all those who place their bets on the victor. The more victories, the greater the rewards and the higher the share. Lord Jiangnan, are you also interested in participating? Jiangnan nodded gently and smiled. I have been rather idle of late, and, having heard of the zombie fighting arena, I thought I might pay a visit. Coincidentally, I possess a zombie of my own. Oh, you have a few zombies, Lord Jiangnan? I wonder what their classification is. Song Dong inquired, intrigued. Here, those who enter the arena are at least second-tier zombies. Otherwise, interest wanes, and the enthusiasm for betting diminishes. Jiangnan did not hesitate to disclose, it is a third-tier zombie. I was fortunate enough to capture a third-tier zombie in the old district last time. I initially intended to hand it over to the Research Institute, but since it proved difficult to control and I feared for the safety of the researchers, I abandoned that plan. It seems fitting to send it to the fighting arena. A third-tier zombie? Song Dong was not overly surprised upon hearing this. Given Jiangnan's capabilities, capturing a third-tier zombie was no insurmountable task. Ha ha ha, splendid. Lord Jiangnan, I am eager to know if you have brought your zombie along, so I can arrange for it to enter the arena. I shall have it delivered. Excellent. Before long. During the course of Jiangnan and Song Dong's conversation, the third-tier zombie under Jiangnan's control was brought forth by Dai Dai and the others, under Song Dong's arrangements. It was also sent to the arena. Ladies and gentlemen, the next contender to grace the arena is the zombie Qi, belonging to Lord Jiangnan, who will face off against the formidable third-tier zombie, the third general, who boasts an undefeated record of 9 victories. The booming announcement reverberated throughout the fighting arena, conveying news of the impending clash. What? Jiangnan has brought a third-tier zombie? He wishes to engage in zombie battles? The audience buzzed with excitement. A third-tier zombie is indeed impressive. It has been quite some time since we witnessed a battle of that caliber. The third general is one of the most formidable third-tier zombies cultivated by the Qing gang, having never encountered a worthy opponent. I wonder if Jiangnan's zombie can stand up to him. I have my doubts. The name of the third general was forged through countless battles, a testament to its unmatched prowess. Ordinary third-tier zombies could hardly endure against it for long, after all. Was it not the case that the third-tier zombies of the Tang San brothers had been vanquished by the third general? The crowd murmured in astonishment, their opinions largely unfavorable towards Jiangnan's zombie. In the arena, Jiangnan's zombie, Qi, made its entrance first, its crimson eyes fixated ahead, within a nearby iron cage. Another zombie was howling furiously, the sound echoing throughout the fighting arena. The third general, towering nearly 2.5 meters, resembled a small mountain with blood-red skin. Having been injected with a special serum, its eyes radiated with a ferocious intensity, as if it yearned to tear everything before it to shreds. As the current coursing through the cage dissipated, the third general violently broke free, twisting the steel bars as it surged forth. Haha, I told you so. The third-tier zombies within the fighting arena are no trifles. The third general is a creation of my uncle and Appos. As considerable effort, how could it possibly be weak? Inside the private box, Song Dong observed the unfolding spectacle with a smile playing on his lips. Lord Jiangnan, I have long maintained that your zombie could never rival the third general. Selecting the third general as its opponent was far from a wise decision. Song Dong's gaze remained fixed on Jiangnan, secretly mocking him. Initially, he had intended to arrange for an ordinary third-tier zombie to face Jiangnan's Qi. But Jiangnan insisted on choosing the strongest third-tier zombie in the arena. Were it anyone else, Song Dong would have dismissed them outright. However, as the third general was on the verge of becoming a fourth-tier zombie, it stood in a league of its own compared to other third-tier zombies. The outcome was a foregone conclusion, rendering the endeavor futile. Nonetheless, given Jiangnan's stature, Song Dong felt compelled to extend a modicum of courtesy. If Jiangnan insisted on selecting the third general, so be it. Ultimately, the loss would be his to bear, and his reputation would be the one at stake. Chapter 154. An unexpected victory. This is merely the beginning. It is premature to draw conclusions at this stage. Jiangnan chuckled lightly, perceptively noting Song Dong and Appos' disdain. However, he paid it no mind. Let us await the outcome with bated breath. Song Dong articulated his words with casual indifference, yet internally, he was filled with derision. Jiangnan was undeniably overestimating his capabilities. It was evident to anyone that Jiangnan's level 3 zombie was markedly inferior to the third general. Yet, he exuded an air of confidence. Was he foolish enough to hope for leniency? Such notions were utterly preposterous. Moreover, even if he wished to hold back, he was incapable of doing so, as he lacked control over the zombies. Jiangnan's zombie appeared to be at a distinct disadvantage. I wager on the third general's victory. I too place my bet on the third general. As for the other, forget it. It is evident that this newly minted level 3 zombie is not in the same league as the third general. Do none of you wager on the other? Then I shall. A tenfold payout. If I win even once, the rewards will be substantial. The spectators in the arena were abuzz with speculation. The majority placed their bets on the third general, well aware of his formidable prowess. Only a scant few chose to wager on Jiangnan's zombie. Not out of faith in him, but rather due to the enticing odds, seeking a chance to gamble. In the arena, the battle between the zombie and the third general raged fiercely. The third general, a carefully cultivated level 3 zombie from the Qing gang, was nearing the threshold of level 4, and his strength was not to be underestimated. Thus, upon entering the fray, he immediately exerted his terrifying power to suppress the other. Just as the crowd presumed that the zombie would not last a minute, its performance defied all expectations. The zombie became astonishingly agile, maneuvering with the grace of a human. It refrained from direct confrontation with the third general, instead employing its dexterity to evade attacks time and again. As time wore on, the third general's stamina waned while the zombie maintained a commendable state. This is troubling. The zombie is exceedingly cunning. What manner of zombie is this? Aren't zombies typically aggressive? To think it would resort to evasion. It is my first encounter with a zombie that consistently runs in a combat arena. This is alarming. This zombie is far too sly. Nevertheless, it does not seem to breach any rules. The spectators watched in stunned silence, rendered speechless by the unfolding spectacle. After half an hour, the zombie suddenly seized a broken steel rod, thrusting it violently toward the third general. The third general's stamina had nearly depleted, leaving him unprepared for the sudden counterattack. The steel rod pierced his chest. A howl erupted from the third general as he lamented his fate. The zombie and Oppos' counteroffensive commenced, unleashing its stored energy, coupled with its superior intelligence, far exceeding that of a typical level 3 zombie. It adeptly utilized the terrain and tools at its disposal. Soon, the zombie inflicted successive wounds upon the third general, revealing the latter and Oppos' vulnerabilities. Minutes passed, and with a swift thrust, the zombie drove a steel rod through the third general and Oppos' eye socket, penetrating his skull. The third general let out a final wail before collapsing, lifeless. The zombie roared triumphantly toward the heavens, its body drenched in the dark blood of the third general, presenting a fearsome sight. How could this be? The third general has been slain. Song Dong watched in disbelief, his expression darkening. He had assumed that the third general and Oppos' prowess would ensure victory over the zombie. To his astonishment, it had been overcome instead. In terms of raw strength, the zombie was clearly no match for the third general. Even 2 zombies combined would not stand against him. Yet, this particular zombie exhibited an intelligence that was remarkable. Song Dong's gaze deepened as he observed the ferocious zombie in the arena, his expression shifting. It not only understood the necessity of exhausting the third general and Oppos' stamina, but also demonstrated immense patience. This was the key to its victory over the third general. A glance at Jiangnan revealed a serene smile, suggesting he had anticipated this outcome all along. Enlightenment dawned upon Song Dong. The level 3 zombie, named Qi, was undoubtedly more complex than it appeared at first glance. Otherwise, Jiangnan would not be so composed. Indeed, I suspected that Lord Jiangnan and Oppos' confidence stemmed from Qi and Oppos' exceptional qualities, Song Dong remarked, though his heart ached at the loss of a formidable level 3 zombie. How could he not feel sorrow for the demise of one so close to level 4? Yet, he recognized the futility of his lamentations. It was merely an ordinary level 3 zombie. Its victory over the third general was solely due to the disparity in their masters. Jiangnan replied with a nonchalant smile. Speaking the truth, Qi was, in essence, an exceedingly ordinary level 3 zombie, vastly inferior to the third general. However, while the third general relied solely on brute strength and possessed little intelligence, failing to utilize tools and weapons, Qi was different. Jiangnan could covertly enhance Qi's combat abilities, effectively doubling its fighting capacity. To outsiders, Qi appeared to possess remarkable intelligence. I see. Song Dong's lips twitched in a strained smile. Was this a testament to your superiority or an indictment of my own? His eyes chilled momentarily before he resolutely clenched his teeth. Lord Jiangnan, I believe Qi remains in fine form. Why not engage in another match? Do you not wish for Qi to face a stronger opponent? I can send out the second general to compete with Qi. Song Dong, still reeling from the loss of the third general, sought to regain his honor by eliminating Jiangnan's zombie. Only then might he find solace. The second general? Excellent. Jiangnan responded without hesitation. Chapter 155. Another battle in response to Song Dong and Oppos' words, Jiangnan quickly agreed. A cold smile flickered in Song Dong and Oppos' heart, though his demeanor remained inscrutable. Soon, a massive iron cage was transported to the fighting arena, containing a third-level zombie, even more formidable than the third general, roaring fiercely within. The next match would feature Lord Jiangnan and Oppos' Qi facing off against the second general. Qi had just triumphed over the third general, while its opponent was the well-known second general. 7 days prior, signs indicated that the second general was evolving toward a 4th-level zombie, and within half a month, it would surely attain that rank. However, Qi's victory over the third general demonstrated its strength. What would be the outcome of this battle? Let us await the result. The announcement echoed through the arena, inciting a wave of astonishment. The second general was on the verge of becoming a 4th-level zombie? Qi was to engage in combat with the second general? The third general remained merely a 3rd-level zombie, while the second general was already halfway to the 4th level. Their strengths incomparable. Many shook their heads, believing Qi had no chance against the second general. Qi might have bested the third general through skill and strategy, but in the face of overwhelming power, it faced certain doom. Moreover, Qi had already expended considerable energy in its previous battle with the third general. Lord Jiangnan, do you believe your zombie can win this time? Song Dong inquired curiously from the private box. Of course, Jiangnan replied with unwavering confidence. Although it seemed the second general was nearing 4th-level status, it had yet to undergo a fundamental change in strength. Under his command, there was still a significant probability of defeating a mindless zombie. Oh, in that case, shall we place a wager? Song Dong suggested with a smile. The loss of the third general had pained him greatly, and Jiangnan's inexplicable confidence presented an opportunity to recoup some losses. Very well, what shall we wager? Jiangnan was resolute in his thoughts, eagerly awaiting this proposition. By having Qi slay the strongest third-level zombie in the arena, Song Dong would undoubtedly feel the sting of loss, prompting him to seek recompense. In truth, even if Song Dong had not proposed a wager, Jiangnan would have initiated one, for his purpose in the arena extended beyond mere profit from crystal cores. Given his abilities and the research institute's income, the meager gains from the fighting arena held little allure for him. What do you propose? That gene serum in your possession appears quite impressive. If I lose, you shall provide us with the entirety of the next batch of gene serum. What do you think? Song Dong inquired tentatively. Certainly, that is acceptable. Should I win? I require just one fourth-level crystal core. Jiangnan articulated his desires. For some time, he had scoured the old city but had yet to locate any fourth-level zombies. Such entities were exceedingly rare. Jiangnan aspired to break through and become a fourth-level ability user, yet without a fourth-level zombie crystal core, all his efforts would be in vain. Thus, he turned his thoughts to the Qin gang, having heard rumors of fourth-level zombies within their fighting arena. Upon his arrival, Jiangnan found these rumors likely to be true. The second general was already half a fourth-level zombie. Might the enigmatic first general already be a fourth-level zombie? Upon hearing Jiangnan and Amp, Appo's words, Song Dong and Amp, Appo's expression shifted dramatically, yet after some contemplation, he ultimately acquiesced. A fourth-level zombie crystal core? I can agree to that. Although the Qin gang did not possess a fourth-level crystal core, they had raised a fourth-level zombie, which could be considered equivalent to possessing one. While he lacked the authority to command that fourth-level zombie, he did not believe he would lose. Meanwhile, as the two conversed, the battle in the arena commenced. Roar! The second general bellowed, launching itself ferociously at Chi. First seized the severed head of the third general from the ground and began to gnaw on it. With voracious bites, Chi consumed the head along with the crystal core, which transformed into energy, replenishing its depleting strength. Roar! The second general closed in on Chi. Employing the same strategy as before, Chi took flight. Its movements were incredibly agile, akin to a slippery eel, rendering the second general unable to keep pace. In fact, during this battle, Chi seemed even more nimble, occasionally taunting the second general by hurling the remnants of the third general's body parts, provoking furious roars in response. Yet, the second general was powerless against Chi compared to before. This battle appeared to be easier for Chi, its agility was a factor. But it also capitalized on the opportunity to feast on the third general's carcass to regain stamina, while the second general remained relentless, vowing not to relent until Chi was vanquished. In this scenario, the second general and Appo's energy was rapidly depleted. An hour later, Roar! The second general howled in agony as Chi, wielding a steel rod, plunged it forcefully into the second general and Appo's skull. This scene felt eerily familiar. Chi had dispatched the third general in a similar manner. However, Chi was not without its own troubles. The second general's hand had pierced Chi's chest, its innards already shredded. Furthermore, Chi's arm and half its body lay in tatters. A gruesome sight. Roar! The second general collapsed, struggling less and less until it succumbed to death. Chi, trembling, stood up, its crimson eyes filled with ferocity. The gaze it cast upon the spectators sent chills down their spines. If it weren't and Appo's for the severity of its injuries, I believe it could have become a fourth-level zombie. Many pondered. Yet, a greater number lamented the loss. Damn it, I and Appo's lost again. This is utterly absurd. I and Appo's just lost 3 crystal cores. How infuriating. Let's meet on the rooftop. Chapter 156, The Bet, Level 4 Crystal Core Lost? Inside the private room, Song Dong appeared dazed. He had assumed victory was assured. Yet he found himself defeated. Moreover, it was a consecutive loss. Song Dong, you promised me. It is time to fulfill that promise, Jiangnan remarked with a knowing smile. Ultimately, Song Dong did not break his word, or rather, he dared not defy Jiangnan. After all, Jiangnan's strength was evident, as were his accomplishments. He had the audacity to eliminate the second-in-command of the Qin gang. How could Song Dong, an ordinary individual, dare to oppose him? Reluctantly, he swallowed his pride. We do possess a level 4 crystal core, or perhaps we do not, Song Dong lamented, leading Jiangnan out of the private room. They traversed a narrow, dimly lit passageway towards the underground. Why? Jiangnan inquired, curiosity evident in his tone. The passage was shrouded in darkness, thick with the metallic scent of blood, evoking a sense of discomfort and oppression. It stretched on endlessly, and any ordinary person would hesitate to proceed further, unsure of what awaited them ahead. However, Jiangnan exhibited no fear, advancing confidently with a smile. Song Dong observed this scene with increasing distress. Alas, he explained, the Qin gang possesses but one level 4 zombie. There is no crystal core. If you desire the core, you must first eliminate the level 4 zombie. Cautiously, he glanced at Jiangnan and added, Lord Jiangnan, I did promise you the crystal core should I lose, but the condition remains. You must first slay the level 4 zombie. Truth be told, this zombie belongs to my uncle, and only he can decide its fate. I can offer you the crystal core, but it must be with my uncle and aunt, Appos, as consent after you have dispatched the zombie. Song Dong employed a clever ruse. Fully aware that he could not directly deceive Jiangnan nor act against his uncle's wishes. Thus, he resorted to this explanation. He kept a vigilant eye on Jiangnan's expression, his heart racing with apprehension. So, to obtain the level 4 crystal core, I must first gain the agreement of you and your uncle? Jiangnan raised an eyebrow. Indeed, I must apologize. It was my oversight not to inform you beforehand. Song Dong said, his face a mask of contrition. He quickly added, rest assured, I have already informed my uncle of this matter. Upon learning, he should agree. Jiangnan frowned slightly, but nodded in acquiescence. He understood that the fate of the level 4 zombie was beyond Song Dong and Appos' control. Seeing Jiangnan and Appos' approval, Song Dong felt a wave of relief wash over him, as if he had been released from a heavy burden, drenched in sweat. You may inform your uncle that I am willing to offer 4,000 crystal cores for the level 4 zombies core, Jiangnan suddenly declared. Ah, yes, yes. Song Dong nodded vigorously and promptly summoned 2 guards from the Qin gang to relay the message. Before long, they descended deeper underground, where the stench of blood intensified, and the air was thick with a violent aura. Roar, roar. The resounding roars echoed from within, causing the very ground to tremble. Young Master Dong, young Master Dong. Several Qin gang guards greeted Song Dong respectfully. Soon, he led Jiangnan to the source of the commotion. Within a massive iron cage, a colossal, dark red zombie glared at Jiangnan and Song Dong with its fiery crimson eyes. Roar. The zombie strained against chains as thick as a child and Appos' arm, desperately attempting to lunge at Jiangnan and the others, intent on devouring them. Yet, 3 chains secured its neck, shoulder blades, and ankles, preventing it from reaching them. This is it. The level 4 zombie. Song Dong inhaled deeply and spoke slowly. It is the only level 4 zombie we have meticulously nurtured within the Qin gang. We generally feed at the blood and flesh of zombies, along with crystal cores. We began this feeding regimen 3 months ago. 3 months prior, it was a mere level 2 zombie, but now, it has evolved into a level 4 zombie. The evolution capabilities of zombies are formidable, he continued with a somber expression. Currently, in the old city outside, the number of zombies exceeds 10 million. At their rate of evolution, it won't be long before we witness a surge of level 4 zombies. The pressure on humanity's survival will become unbearable, Song Dong reflected. Astonished by the rapid transformation from a level 2 to a level 4 zombie within merely 3 months, Jiangnan nodded thoughtfully, his gaze drifting to the ground of the cage, littered with bones, remnants of previous feedings. Meanwhile, at the Qin gang headquarters, Song Weilong received news about Jiangnan. Song Dong wagered a level 4 crystal core, and he lost. The revelation momentarily stunned Song Weilong, only to be replaced by a furious wrath. That reckless boy dared to gamble a level 4 zombie. He seeks to have me deliver it to Jiangnan, fearing that if he reneges, Jiangnan might take his life in a fit of rage. A flicker of menace crossed Song Weilong and Appos' face before fading. Yet, Song Dong was his only nephew. His soulkin, he could not turn a blind eye. If Jiangnan desired the level 4 zombie and Appos' crystal core, he would grant it. Moreover, Chapter 157, securing the level 4 crystal core and commencing the breakthrough. Jiangnan and his formidable subordinates were undeniably powerful, with the crucial advantage of being affiliated with the research institute. Granting him a favor would translate into a valuable personal connection that could prove beneficial in the future. Song Weilong mused to himself. Thus far, he remained convinced that his primary adversaries were still the Salvation Army. Although Jiangnan was a force to be reckoned with, he did not yet pose a threat to the Green Gang. Naturally, establishing a good rapport with Jiangnan would be ideal. Inform Song Dong that the level 4 zombie crystal core can be given to Jiangnan. Song Weilong instructed one of his subordinates. And do extend my regards to Jiangnan. Understood, the subordinate nodded repeatedly. Meanwhile, at the zombie fighting arena, Lord Jiangnan, my uncle has agreed. The level 4 crystal core can be yours. Additionally, he asked me to congratulate you in advance on your impending ascension to a level 4 ability user. Song Dong said with a smile. Please convey my thanks to the esteemed Song, Jiangnan replied with a grin. Subsequently, under his insistence, Song Dong accepted the 4,000 crystal cores. Lord Jiangnan, let us retire to the private room for a moment. We shall retrieve the crystal core and present it to you. Excellent. Jiangnan nodded, following Song Dong back to the private chamber. Before long, an individual entered, carrying a tray covered with a red cloth. Lord Jiangnan, the level 4 crystal core has arrived. With a beaming smile, Song Dong unveiled the crystal core before Jiangnan. The core, roughly the size of an egg, shimmered with a mesmerizing glow, exuding an extraordinary aura. The level 4 crystal core. At last, it is in my grasp. Jiangnan's eyes lit up as he eagerly seized it. A refreshing sensation coursed through his hands, invigorating his mind. Indeed, the level 4 crystal core is truly remarkable, Jiangnan thought to himself. Presently, level 4 zombies remained a rarity within the entire coastal city. Locating one would be no simple task and would be a considerable waste of time. Fortunately, the Green Gang had managed to cultivate one. The Green Gang's ability to breed a level 4 zombie was indeed impressive, yet they could not control the zombies. Otherwise, they would not have easily relinquished it to him. Lord Jiangnan, what are your thoughts? Song Dong inquired with a smile. Splendid. The visit to the fighting arena was worthwhile. Jiangnan's spirit soared. Song Dong agreed, albeit with a heavy heart, as the level 4 crystal core had originally belonged to him, now inadvertently benefiting Jiangnan. Jiangnan did not linger long at the arena. After acquiring the level 4 zombie, he departed. Lord Jiangnan, please visit often. I will have someone deliver the crystal cores you won previously. Song Dong called out behind him. Sighing, Song Dong watched Jiangnan and his entourage leave, his expression darkening. Damn it. This loss is devastating. Had it been anyone other than Jiangnan, I would have retracted my agreement. Perhaps I should seek an opportunity to eliminate him to alleviate my frustration. Young Master Dong. Where shall we head now? A subordinate carefully inquired. Back to my estate, Song Dong replied, glancing at the dimming sky before turning away. And bring along those 2 triplet sisters I had my eye on. I am in no mood today. However, he had barely taken 2 steps when a luxurious vehicle halted before him. Armed soldiers disembarked, led by a stern-looking ability user. Song Dong. The chief has ordered us to bring you back. Your reckless gambling has inflicted severe losses upon the gang, and the chief is greatly displeased. Come with us to face your punishment. Song Dong's face paled, followed by a bitter smile. I knew my uncle would not let this slide. Although Song Weilong had seemingly agreed to hand over the level 4 crystal core to Jiangnan, it was undoubtedly a consideration for his own safety. This time, Song Dong surmised that he would not only face punishment but could also see his authority within the Green Gang significantly diminished. Jiangnan. Song Dong clenched his teeth in frustration. In the research institute, within a secret chamber, Jiangnan extracted the level 4 crystal core, closing his eyes to absorb its energy. Today marks the day I ascend to a level 4 ability user, having already attained the status of a level 3 ability user 2 months prior. He had accumulated sufficient energy. The only barrier to his advancement had been the level 4 zombie crystal core, which was now finally within his reach. All of my companions have broken through to level 3 ability users. I cannot afford to remain stagnant. He acknowledged the fade of his current prowess while recognizing the gap that still existed between himself, Song Weilong of the Green Gang, and the leader of the Salvation Army. It was only due to the animosity between the Green Gang and the Salvation Army that he and the Research Institute had any breathing room. However, this precarious balance would inevitably be disrupted in the future. When that time comes, the situation for me and the Research Institute will become exceedingly precarious. Only by strengthening my abilities can I secure my position. Jiangnan remained grounded, refusing to let his recent successes cloud his judgment. If the Green Gang could cultivate a level 4 zombie, then the Salvation Army could certainly do the same. Moreover, Song Weilong and Apos' willingness to part with the level 4 crystal core implied that he had likely already ascended to the status of a level 4 ability user. The leader of the Salvation Army was probably in a similar situation. Each of them is a cunning fox, concealing their true strengths. Jiangnan thought. Song Weilong must believe that I cannot become a level 4 ability user with just this singular crystal core. Unfortunately for him, I am adept at defying the odds. With a cold smirk, Jiangnan unhesitatingly placed the entire level 4 crystal core into his mouth. Boom. The crystal core erupted into a torrent of energy that surged through his body. Not enough. I possess 4 abilities, which necessitates a far greater amount of energy than others. Jiangnan's temples throbbed as he retrieved a substantial quantity of crystal cores from his storage space, consuming them without hesitation. Chapter 158, The Invitation from the Chief, and the Refusal. Greetings, I am sent by the leader of the Song Gang. Here are the 1,100 crystal cores that Lord Jiangnan won in the fighting arena. Meanwhile, 3 members of the Qing Gang arrived at the research institute. They appeared quite enthusiastic, smiling as they handed the crystal cores to Butterfly. Crystal cores won in the fighting arena? Thank you for going out of your way to deliver them, Butterfly said with a smile as she accepted the gift. Noticing that they seemed to have more to say, she inquired, is there anything else you wish to discuss? Oh, indeed. May I ask where Lord Jiangnan is at the moment? The leader of the Qing Gang, an ability user named Zhao Jinqing, asked with a smile. Tonight, our chief has prepared a banquet and would be honored by Lord Jiangnan and Appos as presents. Is that so? Unfortunately. Your timing is not ideal, Butterfly shook her head. Lord Jiangnan has just obtained a 4th level crystal core and is attempting a breakthrough. He is unlikely to attend. Unlikely to attend? Zhao Jinqing frowned slightly. The chief of the Qing Gang, Song Weilong, is a figure of immense power and influence in Beihai City. The chief personally invites Jiangnan, and he declines? Madam, you jest. A 4th level ability user cannot achieve a breakthrough so easily. I believe Lord Jiangnan should accept our invitation. Our chief rarely hosts banquets, and his invitation is a mark of respect for Lord Jiangnan. Missing this opportunity could be regrettable. Could he not postpone his breakthrough until tomorrow or the day after? Zhao Jinqing felt a sense of disdain. Just because he has obtained a 4th level crystal core, he thinks he can break through immediately? Does he consider himself a genius? Butterfly shook her head in resignation. We extend our chief's sincere invitation, and he holds Lord Jiangnan in high regard. Repeatedly facing rejection, Zhao Jinqing grew increasingly dissatisfied with both Butterfly and Jiangnan. How could Jiangnan refuse such a gracious invitation from Song Weilong? I will apologize to Chief Song on his behalf, Butterfly said, sensing Zhao Jinqing's displeasure. Let it be. If Jiangnan has matters to attend to, we shall not press the issue. We will merely inform the chief of the situation. Zhao Jinqing huffed. Jiangnan is indeed a busy man. We are not influential enough to compel him. We shall take our leave. His reference to Jiangnan shifted from and amp, Appos, Lord Jiangnan and amp, Appos, to simply and amp, Appos, Jiangnan and amp, Appos. Reflecting his growing irritation, they departed in a huff. Wang Yao observed Zhao Jinqing and his group leave angrily, furrowing her brow. The chief of the Qing Gang and amp, Appos, S invitation to Jiangnan was unmistakable. However, Jiangnan cannot attend at such a critical moment in his breakthrough, Butterfly said slowly. I trust Song Weilong will understand. Even if he does not, what of it? Being too entangled with him is ultimately not beneficial. Once Jiangnan emerges, we shall inform him, and he can decide for himself. Wang Yao nodded, hesitantly asking, do you think Jiangnan can truly achieve a breakthrough to become a 4th level ability user? I am uncertain. Butterfly paused, gently shaking her head. It seems quite challenging. Thus far, I have not heard of anyone successfully breaking through to the 4th level. There are rumors that both the chief of the Qing Gang and the leader of the Salvation Army may have achieved it, but those are merely rumors. At this stage, even 3rd level ability users are scarce. For Jiangnan to break through would indeed be no small feat, however, considering his previous rate of progress and his hidden strength. It is not entirely impossible. If Jiangnan succeeds, our standing in Beihai City will be even more secure, and we will not need to fear anyone. Even the Qing Gang or the Salvation Army. Wang Yao nodded in agreement. That very evening, Jiangnan endeavored to break through to become a 4th level ability user. Upon hearing Zhao Jinqing's report, Song Weilong raised an eyebrow. Noticing the lingering dissatisfaction on Zhao Jinqing's face, he chuckled. Do not be upset. They are unlikely to be lying. Oh, Chief, do you mean to say that Jiangnan is indeed attempting to break through to the 4th level? But can he succeed so hastily? Zhao Jinqing asked, bewildered. Jiangnan was youthful and brimming with confidence, yet he was not foolish. He understood that his situation was precarious, with both the Qing Gang and the Salvation Army looming above him. Although they treated him courteously, he knew it was due to the need to be wary of the Salvation Army. In truth, either the Qing Gang or the Salvation Army possessed the power to eliminate him. In such circumstances, it was only natural for him to seek a swift breakthrough to the 4th level. He was more anxious than anyone else. But will he succeed? Zhao Jinqing queried with curiosity. It is not that simple. Song Weilong shook his head with a cold laugh. He is still too young. I am confident that even with a 4th-level crystal core, he will not achieve a breakthrough in the short term. Understanding dawned on Zhao Jincheng. In the research institute, in a secret chamber, Jiangnan sat cross-legged, emanating invisible waves of energy. His skin was incredibly smooth, akin to that of a newborn. Suddenly, Jiangnan opened his eyes, and a glimmer of brilliance sparkled within his dark gaze. 4th level, accomplished. A smile appeared on his otherwise indifferent face, the corners of his mouth curving upward. It was not an easy feat. The pressure weighing on Jiangnan diminished significantly. Faced with the threats from the Qing gang and the Salvation Army, claiming to be unburdened would be disingenuous. The realization that there might be 4th-level ability users among them heightened his anxiety. Should conflict arise, he would undoubtedly find himself in a precarious position. Fortunately, the crisis had been averted. His confidence stemmed from his own formidable strength. In Binhai City, the number of individuals who could pose a threat to him was limited. With a flash, Jiangnan teleported to an uninhabited area outside the research institute. He planned to venture to the old district to gauge the extent of his newfound strength. Chapter 159, A Successful Breakthrough, Strengthened Roar. Roar. In the old district, towering buildings stand tall, yet they are already weathered and dilapidated. The ground is strewn with zombies, wrecked cars, and debris. Suddenly, a figure appears atop one of the skyscrapers. A level 4 supernatural being. My teleportation distance has increased by approximately 50%. Although the energy consumption is greater, the benefits far outweigh it. Most importantly, I can now teleport 1 or 2 individuals with ease. This marks a monumental breakthrough. Additionally, my storage space has expanded significantly. Jiangnan and Appos, as consciousness delves into the storage space, which houses a plethora of food, weapons, and various supplies. Occupying only a fraction of this vast area. The current dimensions of the storage space have surpassed 200 meters in length, width, and height, amounting to an impressive 80,000 cubic meters. A radiant smile adorns Jiangnan and Appos' face. This is an extraordinarily expansive realm, capable of holding countless resources. Next, let and Appos' test the manipulation of objects. As Jiangnan and Appos' consciousness emerges from the storage space, four flying daggers materialize in his palm, spinning continuously. Go. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The 4 daggers dart forth, slicing through the air and soaring over 100 meters away, leaving 4 distinct marks on the opposite building. Subsequently, the daggers veer and intertwine gracefully, gliding through one structure after another. Suddenly, they align closely against the building and Appos' wall, plunging downward. As they near the ground, they execute a sharp 90-degree turn, skimming along the surface and flying past a horde of zombies without causing them any harm. 2 minutes later, whoosh, 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 whoosh. The 4 daggers return to Jiangnan's grasp. I can now control an even greater number of daggers, exceeding 100 meters in distance. More importantly, my command over the daggers has become more agile and intuitive, as if they are extensions of my own body. Even if I were to shave someone's beard from 100 meters away, it would leave no mark on their skin. Manipulating objects, indeed. The range of items I can control has expanded beyond just flying daggers. While daggers are suited for silent killings, their lethality is not the highest. Now, I can manipulate even more formidable objects. Jiangnan stows the daggers away and directs his gaze toward a completely wrecked car on the ground. Under Jiangnan's watchful eye, suddenly, boom, the abandoned vehicle jolts slightly, as if lifted by invisible hands, rising higher and higher. Soon, it reaches the same height as Jiangnan on the rooftop. Go. With a gentle wave of his hand, the car hurtles forward. Like a cannonball, it crashes into another building. Boom. The building trembles violently, glass shatters, and a massive hole is created. Teleportation, storage space, and object manipulation have all received tremendous enhancements. Next, I shall test the final supernatural ability, Corpse King. So far, Jiangnan possesses 4 supernatural abilities, with Corpse King being the most recent. Let me see your progress. Whoosh. Jiangnan appears in a gathering place of zombies. Roar, roar, roar. The zombies instantly go berserk, lunging toward Jiangnan. Whoosh. A mutated zombie with flames coursing over its body appears atop a nearby building, hurling a massive fireball downwards. Another enormous zombie, resembling a giant mass of flesh, charges forward, wielding a wrecked car. Surrounding me? Jiangnan observes the aggressively advancing zombies, feeling a shift in his aura. It mirrors that of the zombies yet possesses a distinct quality. The approaching second-level zombies and mutated zombies sense this aura and display expressions of fear. Roar. They suddenly halt, gazing at Jiangnan in terror. Kneel. With a thought, Jiangnan establishes a connection with these zombies, his command directly infiltrating their consciousness. Thud. Thud. The second-level and mutated zombies, without hesitation, collapse before Jiangnan, prostrating in reverence. Roar. In the distance, a towering third-level zombie, exuding a markedly different presence, gazes at Jiangnan with a mix of terror and fury. Upon meeting Jiangnan and Appo's gaze, instinctual fear compels the third-level zombie to attempt an escape. Jiangnan and Appo's eyes darken, revealing profound depths. You two shall kneel. Thud. The third-level zombie and Appo's legs suddenly weaken, and it collapses to the ground, whimpering softly. The Corpse King ability is truly extraordinary. Not only can I control ordinary zombies, but I can also dominate third-level zombies. Previously, I needed to subdue or severely injure a third-level zombie to gain control. But now, with a mere thought, I can command its submission. Jiangnan reflects on the sheer magnitude of this ability, especially at this stage. Should he desire, he could summon a tide of corpses, wreaking havoc at will. However, this ability is not without its limitations. Firstly, I cannot harm the zombies. If I do, they will break free from my control. Additionally, I am unable to command higher-level zombies. Having familiarized myself with the 4 supernatural abilities, Jiangnan further tests his physical transformation. Consuming a substantial amount of crystal cores has not only advanced his supernatural powers but also enhanced his physical strength correspondingly. My physical capabilities have surpassed human limits, rendering me stronger than those ordinary individuals like Tan Xiaoyu, who have injected genetic serums. My strength should be around 1,000 kilograms. Simultaneously, my speed has significantly improved. I can cover 100 meters in approximately 5 seconds. Henceforth, within this coastal city's safe zone, there should be no threats to me. Qin Gang? Savior Army? None shall be exceptions. A confident smile graces Jiangnan's face. Whoosh. Then, Jiangnan vanishes from his location, returning to the safe zone. Chapter 160, The Feast of the Savior Army. Is Nanji not out yet? The stillness was unnerving, and the atmosphere in the research institute was thick with anticipation. Butterfly. Wan Yao, Ten Xiaoyu, Wen Wan, and Su Xiaoxiao remained patient, their worry palpable as Jiangnan had yet to make an appearance. They feared that something might have gone awry. Suddenly, a figure materialized before them. Nanji, have you broken through? The women exclaimed in unison, their eyes alight with expectation. Indeed, I have. Jiangnan replied with a smile, nodding affirmatively. I am now a level 4 ability user. From this day forth, within the safety zone. We need not fear anyone, not even the Qin Gang or the Savior Army. Splendid. I knew you would succeed. One day, I too shall become a level 4 ability user. They cheered, excitement coursing through their ranks. At that moment, Wu Zue barked in agreement. However, Butterfly interjected, Nanji. While you were in seclusion, the leader of the Qin Gang, Song Wei Long, sent someone to invite you to a banquet, but I declined on your behalf. She added. The envoy from the Qin Gang seemed rather displeased. That and Appo's, as of no consequence, Jiangnan waved dismissively. I am not a member of the Qin Gang. Who says I must attend their gathering? Their displeasure is of little concern to me. Butterfly nodded, reassured by his nonchalance. The group then engaged in a discussion, primarily about the changes that accompanied Jiangnan and Appo's recent breakthrough. After some time, Jiangnan turned to Su Xiaoxiao, winking playfully. Xiaoxiao, you and Wu Zue should head back to rest. The elder sisters and I have other matters to discuss. All right, Su Xiaoxiao chirped, not probing further as she called for Wu Zue and exited. Wu Zue, casting a few backward glances, elicited an eye roll from Jiangnan. The next day, when Jiangnan awoke, the sun had risen high. Ugh, my head aches. He groaned, feeling the weariness settle in his bones. Nanji. Someone from the Savior Army has arrived, Wan Yao announced, appearing at the door. Come in, Jiangnan urged, noticing her hesitation and flushed cheeks. Was he truly so fearsome? Wan Yao stepped in, eyes cast downward, speaking hurriedly. Butterfly sent me to call you. The Savior Army is here to see you. With that, she hurriedly departed. Why the rush? Jiangnan muttered, bemused. Meanwhile, in the reception room, 2 men clad in military uniforms conversed respectfully with Butterfly. Jiangnan has matters to attend to and will join you shortly. Please be patient, I have sent for him. Butterfly said with a warm smile that endeared her to the officers. Not a problem. We have plenty of time, one officer replied amiably. Good to hear. Butterfly nodded, inviting them to sit down. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit? The officers exchanged glances, and one spoke. Our commander has learned of your endeavor to break through to level 4. He is concerned that you may be rushing and wishes to invite you for a discussion. This would serve to foster goodwill and allow him to share some relevant experiences with you. The emphasis on share was not lost on Butterfly, who recognized the underlying message of the commander and Oppos' capabilities. Then please convey my gratitude to the commander, Butterfly responded with a smile, refraining from further elaboration. The officers and Oppos' expressions soured slightly. They expected gratitude for the commander's offer of guidance. Yet, they remained silent, awaiting Jiangnan. At last, Jiangnan appeared, a smile gracing his face as he entered the room. Jiangnan. The officers greeted, rising respectfully, though Jiangnan and Oppos' prowess paled in comparison to the commander. He was not to be underestimated, and they recognized the need for courtesy. Please, take a seat, Jiangnan offered, engaging in polite manner. Our commander has long wished to meet you, but opportunities were scarce until yesterday when we heard of your breakthrough attempt. One officer paused, raising his gaze to Jiangnan. May I inquire if you have achieved your breakthrough? Jiangnan smiled, neither confirming nor denying. Should you not have succeeded? It is no matter, the officer continued. Our commander has stated that the transition from level 3 to level 4 is challenging and encountering setbacks is commonplace. Should you face any difficulties, feel free to approach our commander. Oh, is that so? The commander is quite considerate, Jiangnan chuckled, noting the officers and Oppos' demeanor. Their lack of faith in his potential to ascend to level 4 was not surprising. The leap was indeed formidable, with significant demands on one's innate talent. Tonight, our commander has prepared a lavish dinner in your honor, the officer emphasized, and there are important matters to discuss. What time shall this be? Jiangnan inquired, accepting the invitation. Chapter 161. The Appointment. Under the spotlight, did Jiangnan agree to the appointment? In the Savior Army camp. Within a study that was filled with the enchanting aroma of tea, Zhu Yilong was perusing a volume of the comprehensive mirror to aid in government. Upon hearing a report from his subordinate, a smile graced his face, prompting him to set aside the book. He chuckled inwardly, believing that breaking through to a level 4 ability user was no simple feat until he achieved this breakthrough. He would forever remain incapable of posing a true threat to both the Savior Army and the Green Gang within Binhai City. Having previously offended the Green Gang by rebuffing Song Weilong, he would naturally be cautious not to further provoke us. Thus, his agreement to the appointment was merely expected, given the might and standing of our Savior Army as well as the benefits we could extend to him. His choice to side with us instead of the Green Gang was entirely justified. It is only natural. While Jiangnan may appear to be the third most significant figure in Binhai City, the chasm between him and the other two is as vast as a canyon. Zhuan repeatedly echoed this sentiment. He chooses not to align with either side, seeking neutrality? The inevitable outcome would be utter ruin. By collaborating with our Savior Army. With your wisdom as the supreme leader, Jiangnan is bound to reap substantial rewards. Ha ha ha. Only you possess the gift of eloquence. Zhu Yilong laughed heartily. However, despite this joviality, one must not underestimate Jiangnan. Gaining his allegiance would undoubtedly simplify our dealings with Song Weilong. Relay my orders to extend the utmost hospitality to Jiangnan. Certainly. That evening, at the heart of the secure zone within the Savior Army camp, 9 ceremonial cannon shots soared into the sky. Enormous lanterns hung aloft, inscribed with welcoming phrases for Jiangnan and Oppos' arrival. The display was grand, befitting the occasion. Ha. Brother Jiangnan, welcome, welcome. Please, step inside. At the entrance of the camp, the jovial deputy commander Dong Shizhua awaited eagerly. Upon spotting Jiangnan, he warmly approached him. Deputy Commander Dong, what a pleasure, Jiangnan replied with a smile. Dong Shizhua was none other than the father of Dong Jie. Not long ago, Jiangnan had dealt Dong Jie a lesson in the zombie fighting arena, a fact that Dong Shizhua was likely aware of. Follow me, please. Dong Shizhua hospitably ushered Jiangnan inside, seemingly unfazed by the previous encounter between his son and Jiangnan. Jiangnan has joined the Savior Army? What a grand display. The Savior Army holds Jiangnan in such high regard? Naturally, Jiangnan is the third most influential figure in Binhai City. Who would dare to slight him? Especially now, as the confrontation between the Green Gang and the Savior Army has escalated to a boiling point. Jiangnan possesses the power to sway the outcome for either side. But if Jiangnan has accepted the Savior Army and Oppos' invitation, what of the Green Gang? Will they remain passive? Uncertain. We shall wait and observe. News of Jiangnan's arrival at the Savior Army camp was impossible to conceal, as the commotion they stirred was designed to be noticed. Ha ha. I had long suspected that Jiangnan was no ordinary individual. You may not believe it, but I am an old acquaintance of Jiangnan. I even once assisted him. And our relationship is quite special. Within the Savior Army camp, Huang Shaoshan boasted proudly as he observed the fireworks outside. His subordinates gazed at him with admiration, almost reverential. Huang Shaoshan, you cannot be serious. How could he possibly know you? Perhaps you merely caught a fleeting glimpse of him when entering the city. And now you seek to embellish your own importance? One jested. Ridiculous. Do you dare question my relationship with Jiangnan? Huang Shaoshan retorted dismissively. Wait, Huang Shaoshan. You wouldn't and amp, Oppos, genuinely know Jiangnan, would you? The skeptic, witnessing Huang and amp, Oppos' confidence, started to believe. Should Jiangnan ally with our supreme leader, you would surely find yourself in a prosperous position. Huang Shaoshan merely smiled in response. Fortune and wealth must not be forgotten. Has Jiangnan arrived? Damn it. How dare he come to our Savior Army camp? In a lavish room, Dong Jie, who had been blindfolded and frolicking with two provocatively dressed women, immediately soured at the news. He had just been forced by Jiangnan to bow repeatedly over 100 times and was consumed by a desire for revenge. The audacity of Jiangnan to enter the Savior Army camp was intolerable. I need to speak with my father and show him a thing or two. Dong Jie fumed. Fueled by his father and amp, Oppos' excessive indulgence. Tell me, where is Jiangnan? That scoundrel will pay for this. Dong Jie seethed. His subordinates exchanged glances, amused. Dong Jie had long been engrossed in pleasures, especially after returning from the fighting arena, and was oblivious to the fact that the supreme leader was hosting Jiangnan with the utmost honor. If he dared to cause a scene, he would likely be dealt with swiftly. Their own lives might not be spared in the chaos. Dong Xiao, Jiangnan is here at the invitation of the supreme leader. The deputy commander is currently welcoming him. We have been instructed to keep a close watch on you. You must not disrupt the peace, or you will find yourself imprisoned. One cautioned, troubled. The supreme leader invited Jiangnan. Upon hearing this, Dong Jie and amp, Oppos' expression shifted. Very well, very well. Dong Jie possessed enough self-awareness not to confront Jiangnan directly. Meanwhile, at the Green Gang and amp, Oppos' headquarters, Jiangnan has gone to the Savior Army camp? Song Weilong and amp, Oppos' brow furrowed at the news, his visage darkening. I knew that Zhu Yilong would not relinquish his attempts to recruit Jiangnan. We must not underestimate him. Jiangnan will not easily acquiesce. However, we cannot remain idle. We must find an opportunity to invite Jiangnan to the Green Gang as well. Brother Jiangnan, I heard that my son had a bit of a run-in with you at the fighting arena. Deputy Commander Dong Shizhua engaged Jiangnan in conversation as they walked, introducing him to various aspects of the camp. Midway through, he broached the subject. Indeed, there was such an incident. Deputy Commander Dong wouldn't be suggesting I apologize, would he? Jiangnan replied with a smile. Chapter 162. Enthusiastic Hospitality and Persuasion. Hot. How could that be possible? Dong Shizhua waved his hands repeatedly. I am well aware of my son's character. He must have instigated you. It's good for him to learn a lesson, otherwise. He wooed and amp, Oppos, to know the trouble he could stir up. Before long, Dong Shizhua led Jiangnan into a luxurious hall. Ha, brother Jiangnan, come this way. A hearty voice called out. Jiangnan turned to see a man who appeared to be around 40 years old, with remarkably smooth skin and almost no wrinkles, albeit with a touch of gray in his hair. This is the commander, Dong Shizhua introduced. Jiangnan nodded slightly. Commander Zhu Yilong of the Salvation Army, despite his youthful appearance, was actually over 60 years old. His youthful visage was largely attributed to his ability of regeneration, which also contributed to a degree of rejuvenation. Commander Zhu, come. Sit here. Zhu Yilong beckoned Jiangnan to take a seat beside him. I have heard that brother Jiangnan is quite young yet possesses remarkable strength. Upon meeting you today, it is indeed extraordinary. Hurry, bring out the finest wine. After a round of pleasantries, Zhu Yilong inquired. I've heard that brother Jiangnan is preparing to advance to level 4. Indeed, Jiangnan replied with a nod. Ha. Advancing to level 4 is not so easily achieved. Have you encountered some hardships? Zhu Yilong chuckled, shaking his head. You cannot afford to rush into level 4. I see that Commander Zhu has already attained the status of a level 4 ability user. Jiangnan asked with a smile. Ha. It was merely by chance. Zhu Yilong waved his hand dismissively. Level 4 is indeed challenging. Brother Jiangnan, there is no use in haste. When I advanced to level 4, I took many notes on my experiences, which I will share with you when you leave. In fact, The most crucial aspect of breaking through to level 4 is to maintain a calm mind. Impatience can lead to setbacks, unlike breaking through to level 3, which requires greater talent, depth of experience, and accumulation. Generally speaking, out of 10 level 1 ability users, 8 or 9 can advance to level 2. However, among 10 level 2 ability users, no more than 5 can reach level 3. But do you know? Out of 100 level 3 ability users, it is not guaranteed that even one can break through to level 4. Zhuge Long shook his head and patted Jiangnan on the shoulder. So do not rush. Take your time. In the future, if the opportunity arises, I can guide you. With your talent, advancing to level 4 should pose no problem. Ha ha, I hope so. Jiangnan chuckled. He was already aware of the challenges Zhuge Long described. The difficulty of advancing from level 3 to level 4 was indeed substantial. Unfortunately, Jiangnan had succeeded. Yet he had no intention of making this news public. Zhuge Long was exceptionally warm towards Jiangnan. At the banquet, he even summoned a dance troupe of alluring women. Each possessing captivating figures and stunning beauty, their performances fiery. Subsequently, Zhuge Long brought over 2 extraordinarily beautiful women to accompany Jiangnan. Their attire was quite revealing. Their bodies enticingly close, stirring primal instincts. These 2 women seemed somewhat familiar. Jiangnan raised an eyebrow at the 2 beauties beside him, neither proactively engaging nor rejecting them. Ha ha ha, it and amp, oppos. It's only natural that they seem familiar. Zhuge Long spoke with a suggestive tone. Both of them were prominent actresses before the apocalypse. Quite famous, young, and beautiful, admired by countless admirers. However, after the onset of the apocalypse, they found themselves in similar straits as ordinary people. In fact, due to their previous fame, their circumstances became even more difficult. Fortunately, they encountered me. I provided them with a safe haven and ample food. Upon learning of your arrival, they eagerly volunteered to entertain you. Brother Jiangnan, you are indeed young and accomplished. Even these stars hold you in high regard. Zhuge Long winked at Jiangnan, his expression suggestive. Ah, so they are starlets, Jiangnan realized. No wonder they seemed somewhat familiar. However, he rarely watched television or movies and paid little attention to the entertainment industry. Thus he could not recall their names. As for Zhuge Long's subsequent comments, Jiangnan chose to disregard them. Brother Nan, come, let me toast to you. The 2 women gazed at Jiangnan with adoring eyes, occasionally leaning against him. As the evening wore on and the wine flowed freely, the atmosphere grew increasingly intoxicated. The 2 starlets near Jiangnan were particularly enamored, practically lounging against him. The hour grows late, Commander Zhu. You surely did not summon me merely for this banquet. If there is a matter at hand, please speak candidly, Jiangnan said, toying with his wine glass. Ha ha ha. Since you've put it that way, I shall be direct. Zhuge Long's demeanor shifted to seriousness. Brother, you have just arrived in Binhai City and are likely unfamiliar with many circumstances. Do you know why we are called the Salvation Army? It is because our founding intention is to aid the countless humans struggling in this apocalypse. We establish safe zones to protect numerous survivors. We enact laws to uphold the rules within these safe zones. Although there are many imperfections, we have continuously strived to serve all humanity. Yet, our capabilities are limited. Zhuge Long sighed deeply. Jiangnan listened with a smile, internally scoffing. He was unaware of the Salvation Army and Oppos' past, but he certainly could not commend its current state. Moreover, the former commander who established the safe zone was not Zhuge Long. The previous commander had mysteriously perished during the first beast tide. Zhuge Long paused, a flicker of anger crossing his face as he gritted his teeth. However, the order we have just established is facing immense challenges. Led by Song Weilong, the Qing gang continuously defies the laws of the safe zone, committing robbery and murder without restraint. Jiangnan, I have invited you here in the hope that you will join us in combating the Qing gang. Only by eradicating this malignant tumor can we truly call the safe zone a safe haven. In doing so, you will have saved 100,000 survivors. Furthermore, we can seize the Qing gang's assets, reaping immeasurable benefits. Zhuge Long proclaimed passionately. The Salvation Army serves as the enforcer of the safe zone, while the Qing gang is a malignancy. By eliminating the Qing gang, Jiangnan would become a hero for countless survivors. A younger man might have been stirred by such fervor and responded impulsively. However, Jiangnan had long since outgrown his youthful naivety. To believe Zhuge Long and Oppos' empty words would be to underestimate his discernment. Zhuge Long was no different from Song Weilong, at times. The Salvation Army and Oppos' behavior was even more reprehensible than that of Song Weilong. To speak of malignancies, the Green Gang and the Salvation Army are akin to one another. Assisting the Salvation Army? As mere cannon fodder? Unthinkable. In Jiangnan and Appo's heart, there lies a personal scheme. Chapter 163, Public Rejection Grateful for the Invitation from Commander Zhu. Jiangnan replied, however, I may need a moment to contemplate this proposal. Jiangnan gently shook his head. Upon hearing this, Zhu alone maintained his composure, seemingly anticipating that Jiangnan would not acquiesce so swiftly. With a mere glance, two stunning actresses wrapped their arms around Jiangnan, playfully pleading, Little brother Jiangnan, are you not considering your own interests? What about the others? Zhu alone shook his head. Song Weilong is a narrow-minded individual. After you declined his invitation only to accept mine, he is likely harboring resentment towards you now, regardless of whether you agreed to my proposal today. Song Weilong will not allow you to have it easy. Based on my understanding of him, he will undoubtedly exert pressure on you and create complications. Are you certain you can contend with the Qin gang? Remember, Song Weilong broke through to a level 4 ability user over half a month ago. Zhu Yilong regarded Jiangnan with a solemn expression. He continued, if you join the Salvation Army, Song Weilong will hesitate to target you directly. I can provide you with a level 4 crystal core, and these two actresses can be yours as well. If that is insufficient, I have more at my disposal. Just say the word. Zhu Yilong and Appo's words were a blend of subtle coercion and enticing offers. On one hand, he warned Jiangnan of the repercussions of refusal. On the other, he lured him with tantalizing benefits. Surely, you would not reject this? Zhu Yilong thought to himself, observing Jiangnan and Appo's contemplative demeanor. He had laid bare the stakes. Refusal would invite the ire of both the Qin gang and the Salvation Army, while acceptance promised countless advantages. What reason could there be to decline, especially since Jiangnan appeared to be a man of appetites, using beautiful women, particularly renowned stars, as bait was a strategy that few men could resist, and Jiangnan would likely be no exception. After a moment's reflection, Jiangnan gently shook his head. Zhu Yilong's expression darkened slightly. I realize that if I do not acquiesce to the commander, I will surely face considerable pressure. However, I remain disinclined to comply. Zhu Yilong and Appo's eyelid twitched. Yet, he was unwilling to concede easily. Jiangnan, think carefully. It is fine to refuse me. But do not forget that the Qin gang will not let you off lightly. Consider your decision wisely. After all, you are not alone. Jiangnan continued to shake his head. Zhu Yilong felt a surge of anger within him. This Jiangnan was proving to be exceedingly ungrateful, despite the grand hospitality extended to him. The clear exposition of the risks involved, in the presence of countless coveted stars, he still chose to refuse. What audacity! A mere level 3 ability user believing he could stand against both the Qin gang and the Salvation Army? Such arrogance was unfathomable. Nearby, Dong Shizhu and Appo's expression darkened as he softly uttered, this is quite the foolishness. Though his voice was barely audible, the keen ears of the ability users present caught every word. Jiangnan, without a doubt, would hear it too. Brother Nan, just agree to the commander. Once you do, we will be yours. The two actresses chimed in. Their voices sweet and alluring, bodies pressed close to Jiangnan, igniting a sense of yearning. Commander Zhu, are you aware of the saying? A forced melon is not sweet. Jiangnan resolutely shook his head, his expression unwavering. Zhu Yilong inhaled deeply, suppressing his fury. Are you truly resolved to refuse my partnership, no matter what? Apologies. Jiangnan replied, shaking his head as he stood. I shall take my leave and not intrude upon your revelry. See him out. Zhu Yilong commanded coldly. Outside, Huang Shashan stared blankly at the unfolding scene, his emotion swinging wildly throughout the evening. What? Jiangnan turned down the commander? Ha! He truly does not know his place. This is splendid news. Dong Jia exclaimed, laughing with unrestrained glee. His hatred for Jiangnan ran deep, yet previously, he had refrained from acting out of consideration for Jiangnan's significance to the Salvation Army. Now, however, with Jiangnan's public rejection of the commander, he felt liberated from any constraints. I must consult my father to exact revenge on Jiangnan. Dong Jia seethed, his eyes brimming with animosity. Dong Xiao, I told you. A person like Jiangnan is destined for a short-lived path, a beautiful girl said playfully, feeding him fruit. Indeed, Dong Jia replied, slapping the girl on the back. Tonight, I shall reward you generously. But first, I need to verify the truth of this news. Humph. Dong Xiao, you are truly wicked. The girl giggled. In the Qin gang and Appo's office, Song Weilong was indulging in intimate moments with a beautiful woman, who bore a pained expression yet endured in silence. Suddenly, a voice interrupted from outside. Captain, we have news from the Salvation Army. Initially infuriated by the interruption, Song Weilong and Appos' demeanor shifted upon hearing the news. He gently patted the woman's head, instructing her to hide beneath the desk before taking a seat, adjusting his attire and clearing his throat. "Come in." The door creaked open, and Zhao Jinsheng entered. "Captain, we just received word that Jiangnan has rejected Zhu Yilong." "Rejected Zhu Yilong?" Song Weilong's eyebrows rose in surprise. "Explain the situation in detail." Zhao Jinsheng promptly relayed all he knew. Jiangnan is quite arrogant to refuse Zhu Yilong. What does he intend to achieve? Does he believe he can stand against the Salvation Army and Zhu Yilong? He is merely naive. If he provokes Zhu Yilong, the latter will not exercise the same caution I do and will act decisively against the Research Institute. At that point, Jiangnan and Appos' fate will be sealed. Song Weilong shook his head with a sardonic smile. "You shall pay another visit to the Research Institute tomorrow and invite Jiangnan to join us. He cannot possibly refuse me after spurning Zhu Yilong." "Understood." Chapter 164. Speculations from all sides indeed. Zhao Jinsheng responded, then promptly exited. Why had Jiangnan not acquiesced to Zhu Yilong? Zhu Yilong, that cunning old fox, was acutely aware of Jiangnan's significance. The two were intertwined with the Research Institute. An alliance with Jiangnan would substantially bolster the Salvation Army and Appos' strength, making it far easier for them to confront me later. Logically, he should spare no effort to form an alliance with Jiangnan. Once Zhao Jinsheng departed, Song Weilong and Appos' expression turned calm, his eyes flickering as he pondered. Could it be that this was a ruse orchestrated by the Salvation Army? Given Zhu Yilong's shrewdness, such a possibility was not out of the question. Perhaps an agreement had already been reached, yet they deliberately spread false information to mislead me and induce carelessness. This was indeed a possibility. No, I must confirm this. Song Weilong immediately made a phone call. Shortly thereafter, another figure entered, the sole nephew of Song Weilong, Song Dong. "Uncle." Song Dong lowered his head. Resembling a child who had erred, too afraid to meet his gaze. He had faced severe reprimand from Song Weilong for surrendering the 4th-level crystal core to Jiangnan and was now apprehensive, fearing further scolding. "I have come to instruct you to find someone," Song Weilong stated solemnly. "Confirm the situation with the Salvation Army tonight." "What is the outcome of the negotiations between Jiangnan and Zhu Yilong?" "Dong?" Song Dong suddenly raised his head. Precisely him. That night was destined to be tumultuous. The Salvation Army had extended a grand invitation to Jiangnan, only for it to culminate in this outcome. Within the Salvation Army, feelings of humiliation prevailed. Jiangnan was utterly ungrateful, failing to recognize reality and audaciously rejecting the Grand Commander's invitation. Outsiders were abuzz with speculation. Many believed Jiangnan's cooperation target should be the Qing gang, given the numerous entanglements between them. Previously, Jiangnan had slain the second-in-command of the Qing gang, yet the leader had refrained from retaliation. This was certainly worthy of discussion. The second-in-command and the leader had long been at odds. Perhaps Jiangnan's assassination was tacitly approved by the leader. It was highly likely that Jiangnan and the Qing gang had already formed an alliance. Unfortunately, the Salvation Army and Appos' efforts were in vain. I too suspect that Jiangnan may very well choose the Qing gang. I predict that it won't be long before the Salvation Army takes action against Jiangnan. Should Jiangnan announce an alliance with the Qing gang, it will undoubtedly have a significant impact on the Salvation Army. If it were me, I would extinguish this crisis in its cradle. Let us wait and see. Mainstream opinion held that there were undoubtedly some unspeakable secrets between Jiangnan and the Qing gang. Some even posited that Jiangnan's acceptance of Zhu Yilong's invitation was merely a means to humiliate him. The following day, huff, Wu Zui stood before the mirror, swaying his head as he admired his well-defined physique. Ever since he had broken through to the 3rd level, transforming from portly to robust, he had taken to standing before the mirror each morning to behold his perfect form. The women around expressed their exasperation. They had not noticed before, but now realized that Wu Zui was not only shameless but also exceedingly vain. "Wu Zui, look at you. It's only been a few days since your breakthrough, and you've already gained weight. Your lines are no longer pronounced." Jiangnan woke up early that day, and, just as he was about to stretch, he caught sight of Wu Zui admiring himself in the mirror. A dog that enjoys looking at itself? Jiangnan was dumbfounded. He then pointedly addressed the issue that Wu Zui most dreaded confronting. "Woof, woof." Wu Zui, with a look of disbelief, barked back at Jiangnan, as if demanding evidence to refute the claim. "Really? I have a scale here. Would you like to weigh yourself?" Jiangnan and Appos' thoughts whirled as he retrieved an electronic scale from his storage space. Wu Zui appeared momentarily dazed, Then his expression shifted to one of conflict. Ultimately, he turned and fled. As long as he didn't T-step on the scale, he would not have gained weight. Jiangnan laughed heartily behind him. You must learn to accept reality. After washing up, Jiangnan made his way to the training ground. At that moment, Tan Xiaoyu and the others had already commenced their exercises. They were about to begin administering their second dose of genetic serum, intensifying their training regimen. The girls, each possessing a curvaceous form, trained vigorously, sweat soaking their garments and accentuating their beautiful figures. The area was predominantly female, hence no one paid much attention to Jiangnan, which inadvertently benefited him, allowing him to indulge in the view. At that moment, Tang Shui suddenly appeared. Brother Jiangnan, my father is looking for you regarding something. Director Tang seeks me? Jiangnan nodded slightly, seemingly unperturbed. Not long after, Jiangnan and Tang Tian sat leisurely in a garden. The garden was adorned with several small trees, each bursting with yellow flower buds. The air permeated with fragrance. Jiangnan, this place is quite pleasant. Isn't it? Tang Tian poured Jiangnan a pot of tea, smiling as he spoke. Indeed, Jiangnan replied with a slight nod. It is an ideal spot to relax and unwind during tea time. It is rare to find such a place in this world. I called you here to discuss your relations with the Salvation Army and the Qing gang. Tang Tian set down his teacup and looked at Jiangnan, sighing. Jiangnan, do you realize how powerful Song Weilong and Zhu Yilong have become? Those two may have already surpassed the 4th level of ability. Previously, I was uncertain, but now I am convinced. Their recent actions have been too overt. Each is eager to win you over. Why? Because they are confident in their ability to control you. They may have hesitated to act before, either due to various apprehensions or because they had just recently broken through to the 4th level and had yet to stabilize their realms. But now, they are fully aware of their strength. Director, do you mean to say that if I do not acquiesce to their demands, both the Salvation Army and the Qing gang may very well take action against us? Jiangnan raised an eyebrow slightly. Tang Tian sighed, nodding gently. Jiangnan smiled faintly, clearly perceiving Tang Tian and Appo's anxiety regarding the unfolding situation. Director Tang, what do you believe I should do at this juncture? Jiangnan inquired. Chapter 165, The Qing Gang and Appo's invitation once more. Why do you remain so unperturbed? Unlike me, an old man, who is losing his hair in distress. Tang Tian observed Jiangnan and Appo's calm demeanor with a bittersweet smile. The might of the Qing gang and the Savior Army far exceeds what we can manage. To remain aloof is virtually impossible. My suggestion is this: choose a side between the Qing gang and the Savior Army and ally with them. While this may ultimately lead to our absorption and exploitation, at least it ensures our survival, does it not? Jiangnan smiled but remained silent. To ally with either the Qing gang or the Savior Army, it is not as simple as it sounds. While it may be framed as an alliance in harsher terms, it is merely a path to subjugation. In such a scenario, Jiangnan's subordinates and the scientists at the research institute would lose all semblance of dignity and freedom. Even under duress, he could never consider joining forces with the Qing gang or the Savior Army. Nevertheless, Jiangnan understood Tang Tian's perspective. From Tang Tian's point of view, Jiangnan and the research institute were utterly powerless against the Qing gang and the Savior Army. Continuing down this path would surely lead to disaster. Rather than facing annihilation, it would be wiser to choose a side, support one faction, and vanquish the other. Though this approach does not guarantee a favorable future, at least it minimizes immediate danger to life. It is indeed a reluctant decision on Tang Tian's part. Unfortunately, Dean Tang, I am not inclined to ally with the Qing gang or the Savior Army at this time. Jiangnan shook his head. Tang Tian furrowed his brow slightly. Unwilling? Oh, indeed. A young man, brimming with youthful fervor, unwilling to seek shelter under another's roof, nor to bow before anyone. Such spiritedness is often admirable. But now is not the time for jest. This is a matter of life and death. Your stubbornness may lead to dire consequences. Jiangnan, do you not know that Song Weilong and Zhu Yilong are likely already level 4 ability users? Tang Tian expressed his helplessness. I understand your thoughts. But what do those concerns matter in the face of life itself? What value do interest and dignity hold when weighed against survival? Indeed, I comprehend your worries regarding the Qing gang and the Savior Army's potential aggression. Their influence is considerable. However, rest assured, I will not foolishly place myself in an irretrievable predicament. I am well aware of my own position. My confidence in this assertion is not unfounded. Dean, you need not fret excessively. Are you so obstinate? Tang Tian's brow furrowed. Jiangnan's unwavering gaze met his, imbued with clarity and confidence, causing Tang Tian to waver slightly. Could it be that Jiangnan truly possesses the means to confront the threats posed by the Qing gang and the Savior Army? Yet, what could this confidence stem from? The number of ability users, their personnel, and their weaponry far exceed their own. Most critically, there are even level 4 ability users. Knock, knock, knock. Tang Tian lightly tapped his fingers on the table. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded. Very well. I believe in you. Thank you. Jiangnan rose immediately, nodding to Tang Shui, who had been waiting nearby, before departing. Dad, Tang Shui turned to Tang Tian as she watched Jiangnan leave. Tang Tian gazed intently in the direction Jiangnan had gone, seemingly lost in thought. Only upon hearing Tang Shui's voice did he snap back to reality. Shui, you have been quite close to Jiangnan and Appo's subordinates. Have you heard anything about his situation? Even knowing that both the Qing gang and the Savior Army have level 4 ability users, he still shows no fear? I heard that Jiangnan obtained a level 4 crystal nucleus a couple of days ago and used it overnight. Tang Shui interjected. The attempt at a breakthrough was no secret. Most people were aware, though many doubted the chances of success. However, I have not heard Jiangnan claim success. Everyone says he failed, she added. Failed? Jiangnan has not explicitly stated so. Tang Tian interrupted, deep in thought. Are you suggesting he has successfully become a level 4 ability user? Tang Shui and Appo's eyes widened in disbelief. I find it highly likely. Tang Tian nodded contemplatively. Otherwise, there would be no explanation for why Jiangnan is unafraid of the Qing gang and the Savior Army. Indeed, I did not misjudge him from the start. Huh. Always tooting his own horn. Tang Shui retorted without mercy, though her mood lightened considerably. You cheeky girl. Tang Tian shook his head in exasperation. Meanwhile, Jiangnan returned directly to his residence. Lin, you had prepared breakfast. Brother Nan, Dean Tang must have called you to discuss matters regarding alliances, correct? Butterfly inquired with curiosity. Indeed, Jiangnan nodded. As he ate breakfast, he continued, the research institute is Dean Tang and Appo's labor of love. I understand his feelings. It is only natural for him to be anxious. Brother Nan, perhaps you should share your situation with Dean Tang. Given his character, he would never leak your circumstances. And it might ease his concerns, Butterfly offered, ladling more porridge for Jiangnan. No need for that, Jiangnan replied with a smile. With the dean's perceptiveness, he should already have an inkling. Brother Nan, the Qing gang has sent someone again, and they wish to invite you to a banquet tonight. At that moment, Wan Yao rushed in. The Qing gang has sent someone? Jiangnan raised an eyebrow. They wish to invite me to a banquet? Indeed, Wan Yao confirmed with a nod. This time, in addition to Zhao Jinqing, there's also Song Dong, Song Weilong's nephew, whom you know as well. Tell him I will not attend. Please extend my gratitude to the leader, Song Weilong, for his hospitality, and inform him that I have been unwell lately, so I hope he can be understanding. Jiangnan had already devised a plan. There was no possibility of him joining the Savior Army or the Qing gang, nor did he wish to be entangled with either. Having previously offended the Savior Army, he saw no issue in rebuffing the Qing gang as well. All right. Wan Yao, aware of Jiangnan and Appo's strength and confidence, did not press further. She promptly exited to relay the message to the waiting Song Dong and Zhao Jinqing. Thus, we must decline the kind invitation of Leader Song, Wan Yao said with a smile, maintaining a dignified composure. Chapter 166, The Second Rejection, Physical Discomfort? An extraordinary individual catching a cold and fever. How ludicrous. Upon hearing Wan Yao and Appo's words, Zhao Jinqing and Song Dong and Appo's expressions darkened. Jiangnan was merely stalling them. This is our second invitation. We earnestly request Lord Jiangnan to attend, Zhao Jinqing said, his voice tinged with anger. Song Weilong had invited Jiangnan twice, and both times he had been rebuffed. Where could the Qing gang save face now? Did Jiangnan truly believe he was invincible? I am somewhat acquainted with Lord Jiangnan. I implore the lady to inform him that my uncle seeks to discuss pressing matters with him. Furthermore, if he is in need of 4th-level crystals, we are not without resources. Song Dong interjected. Though he too was greatly displeased with Jiangnan's actions, he suppressed his fury, mindful of his uncle's instructions. Please leave, both of you. Wan Yao remained unmoved. You. Zhao Jinqing could no longer contain his rage. Song Dong quickly restrained him, speaking low. I beseech the lady to convey our message once more. After all, missing this opportunity to ally with the Qing gang means it will be lost forever. To be frank, our Qing gang does not necessarily require an alliance with you. However, Rumors abound that Lord Jiangnan has clandestine ties with our Qing gang, and we are merely taking advantage of the situation. You ought to consider carefully. Once this opportunity passes, it will not return. Enough said. You may leave. Wang Yao's expression remained unchanged. Jiangnan had made his intentions abundantly clear, and Wang Yao understood his character well. Once he decided against something, it was unlikely he would alter his stance. Very well. In the current Binhai city, it remains the domain of the Salvation Army and the Qing gang. Jiangnan and Appo's blatant disregard will surely incur consequences, and you, his subordinates, will inevitably suffer the repercussions. Take heed. Zhao Jinqing finally succumbed to a cold laugh. Song Dong and Appo's face was equally grim, and without uttering a word, he turned to leave. Jiangnan truly overestimated himself. Rejecting the Salvation Army's Zhui loan was one thing, but daring to decline our invitation as well. This was the second time. After departing from the research institute, Zhao Jinqing could no longer contain his fury, shouting in outrage. How dare he? Neither the Salvation Army nor the Qing gang are foes he can afford to antagonize. Does he believe we will remain in a perpetual stalemate with the Salvation Army? How naive. He shall pay for his choices today. Song Dong's expression was equally grim. On one hand, he had failed to fulfill his uncle's directive. On the other, he was incensed by Jiangnan's attitude. Not only had he rejected them, but he had not even deigned to meet them. Is it possible that Jiangnan seeks to raise his worth? Zhao Jinqing suddenly inquired. He knows both the Salvation Army and we are vying for his favor. Perhaps he intends to leverage this opportunity to enhance his demands and secure greater benefits? Indeed. That is a possibility, Song Dong scoffed, shaking his head. Yet, it matters not. His audacious maneuvers, even if they culminate in an alliance with either the Salvation Army or us, will not yield favorable outcomes for him. The following day, news of Jiangnan and Appo's rejection of the Qing gang and Appo's invitation spread like wildfire. Survivors in the safe zone were abuzz with astonishment. Is this true? Why have I suddenly ceased to witness Jiangnan and Appo's actions? Indeed, does he truly believe he can contend with the Qing gang and the Salvation Army? What is he trying to accomplish? His actions will bring calamity not only upon himself, but also his cadre of beautiful subordinates and the countless researchers and soldiers at the Institute. Such naivety. He is but a youth, lacking the nuance to navigate these complexities, too blunt and direct. This trait will lead to his downfall. Indeed, it may cost him more than just losses. He may very well lose his life. Those beautiful women under his command will likely meet dire fates. In the streets, in tea houses, and before shops, survivors and extraordinary individuals whispered and debated. Some expressed sympathy, others reveled in his misfortune, while many voiced their criticisms. Jiangnan also rebuffed Song Weilong. Within the Salvation Army, Zhu Ilong received the news as well. Indeed, replied Dong Shizhu, his expression peculiar. Song Weilong extended 2 invitations to Jiangnan, yet he was summarily dismissed without even a glimpse of Jiangnan. This Jiangnan is exceedingly arrogant, Zhu Ilong remarked. Such a demeanor is ill-fated. Even should he cooperate with us in the future, I must remain vigilant. He tapped the table, speaking solemnly. Brother, it is highly probable that Song Weilong has also achieved the 4th level. The Qing gang has been making subtle moves of late. You must be wary. We have clashed with Song Weilong for so long. You know what kind of person he is. He will never settle for the status quo. A significant conflict may soon await us. We must stay alert. Rest assured, leave it to me. Dong Shizhu pledged confidently. Very well, Zhu Ilong nodded lightly. He felt assured in entrusting matters to Dong Shizhu, for they were not only childhood friends, but had also survived life and death experiences together, their bond akin to that of brothers. After Dong Shizhu departed, he returned to his office, summoning his subordinates. The Qing gang has been unusually active. Everyone must heighten their vigilance. Once his subordinates left, Dong Shizhu sat quietly, his brow furrowed, lost in thought. Jiangnan has once again rejected the Qing gang? Good. Excellent. This is splendid. Within a villa in the safe zone, Dong Jie and his group of sycophants indulged in revelry. Each one cradled a voluptuous beauty clad in revealing attire. Upon receiving news from a lackey, Dong Jie and Appo's eyes sparkled with excitement. Is it that Jiangnan? He has rejected the Qing gang? Ha ha ha. Is he not courting death? Dong Xiao, an opportunity for revenge has arrived. Jiangnan has offended both the Salvation Army and the Qing gang. Seek your father and let him deal with him harshly. His companions perked up at this revelation, some outright encouraging him. Hold on. Dong Jie waved his hand, a cold smirk crossing his lips. While Jiangnan has indeed offended both factions, He is still quite formidable. I cannot deal with him just yet. However, I assure you, he will ultimately fall into my hands, and I shall make him suffer tenfold. Oh, Dong Xiao is so confident? You believe you will inevitably end up in your grasp? Why? His friends regarded him with astonishment. Why? Dong Jie smiled lightly, a sly grin forming. Do you not realize that a great conflict may soon erupt between the Qing Gang and the Salvation Army? I can assure you, the decisive confrontation between them is not far off, and my father will undoubtedly emerge as the victor. Chapter 167, Unending Conflicts. Storm clouds gather the news of Jiangnan and Appo's refusal of the Qing Gang and Appo's invitation spread thoroughly throughout the safe zone. Many regarded Jiangnan as excessively arrogant and self-righteous. His actions not only pushed him to the brink of danger, but also plunged those around him, especially the researchers at the Institute, into peril. Within the Institute, some researchers began to voice their concerns. The following day, a group of them ceased their work and approached Tang Tian, requesting to distance the Institute from Jiangnan to avoid retribution from the Qing Gang and the Salvation Army. That evening, more individuals banded together to confront Tang Tian and Jiangnan, demanding that Jiangnan make a choice. First, he must take tangible steps to ease tensions with the Qing Gang and the Salvation Army. Second, he must sever ties with the Institute. There was no room for negotiation. It was either one or the other. The commotion was unprecedented, forcing Jiangnan to make an appearance. That night, he and Tang Tian received several leading researchers. The specific details of the conversation remain unknown, but it is clear that after their departure, they became reticent and ceased their protests, actively reassuring the anxious researchers. Meanwhile, within the safe zone of Binhai City, several minor skirmishes erupted, causing unease among both survivors and those with abilities. The clashes involved the two dominant factions, the Qing Gang and the Salvation Army, and the scale of their conflicts was gradually escalating. Both factions, having maintained a semblance of restraint for a time, were now fiercely attempting to alter the current state of affairs. Regardless of who emerged victorious, the outcome would hold no significant consequence for us. We would continue to eat and drink as usual. Our only hope was that these conflicts would not spill over into our lives. Survivors whispered among themselves, some anxious, while others with ambitions awaited the unfolding events, and many simply observed with detached indifference. Neither the Qing Gang nor the Salvation Army were paragons of virtue. Being ruled by either would yield little improvement. Among the three major powers, only Jiangnan and the Institute appeared somewhat respectable. The women under Jiangnan's command, including the researchers, were individuals who placed little value on fame or fortune, focusing solely on their pursuits and adhering to their principles. Unfortunately, the Institute and Jiangnan and Appo's strength were too feeble to contend with the Qing Gang and the Salvation Army. In the courtyard, small trees adorned with yellow blossoms swayed gently. A shadow darted by, reminiscent of a tempest or a thick bolt of lightning. Yuan and Appo's escaped this time. A figure suddenly appeared ahead, blocking the path of the hefty flash. With a whimper, the creature turned tail and fled. Still trying to run? Jiangnan teleported in front of it, swiftly grasping it by the throat and lifting it up. You weigh at least 150 pounds, he remarked, feeling the weight in his hands. Be quiet. You think you can make excuses? I wondered how the bowl was empty after just a brief absence. Turns out, you were the thief. With a fierce glare, Jiangnan declared. From today onward, your training regimen will double. Do not let me see your weight increase again. Otherwise, the training will only intensify. The creature, known as Wuzue, had become an insatiable eater. Having recently broken through to the third level, its weight had surged dramatically, affecting its agility and swiftness. If this trend continued, even movement might become a challenge. Wuzue, albeit reluctantly, emitted a couple of whines. With no other choice, it followed Jiangnan back, dejected. Huh. I told you, you couldn't and Appo's escape. Su Xiaoxiao exclaimed gleefully upon seeing the listless Wuzue. The creature glared at her, baring its teeth. Brother Nan and Appo's, as time for dinner. Baidi called as she brought the dishes to the table. All right. Jiangnan settled down at the table, joined by Baidi, Wan Yao, Ten Xiaoyu, Wan, Su Xiaoxiao, and the Kai sisters, creating a lively atmosphere filled with conversations about various topics, including the shifting dynamics in Binhai City. Nearly 2 months had passed since their arrival, and the women's abilities had significantly progressed, far surpassing their initial capabilities. Apart from Baidi and Wan Yao, the Kai sisters were on the brink of breaking into third-level abilities. Additionally, the ordinary female team members had received 2 doses of gene serum, exponentially enhancing their individual strengths. In a pre-apocalyptic context, they would be formidable warriors, capable of taking on 10 opponents single-handedly. Arriving in Bihai City had indeed proven to be a wise decision. Jiangnan quietly mused. During their time in prison, the mental strain on everyone had been immense, given the confinement and limited entertainment options. Bihai City, in contrast, offered a vibrant community and an abundance of recreational activities. Most importantly, resources were plentiful. Brother Nan, there are rumors circulating that the Qing gang and the Salvation Army are on the brink of war, Baidi and Apos. S voice broke Jiangnan and Apos' reverie. However, the most debated topic ISN and Apos. Who will emerge victorious between them, but whether we and the Institute will survive. Everyone seemed convinced that their demise was inevitable. Regardless of whether the Qing gang or the Salvation Army triumphed, they believed it would spell doom for them. Wang Yao shook her head in resignation. Indeed, those survivors and ability users who were once friendly with us have distanced themselves, seemingly fearing repercussions. The bustling activity that once surrounded the Institute has dwindled significantly. Jiangnan nodded gently. To outsiders, the relationship between them and the Institute appeared precarious, making their actions understandable. Do not panic. Everything is under my control, he reassured them calmly. Absolutely. When the time comes, Brother Nan and Apos' intervention will surely astound everyone. They would never dream that he could break through to 4th-level abilities with just a single 4th-level crystal core, nor could they fathom that he mastered several abilities. In terms of equivalent levels, he is virtually invincible. The women laughed, their confidence bolstered by their understanding of Jiangnan's true capabilities. Despite the external rumors and the pervasive anxiety, they remained composed. As long as Jiangnan was present, the Qing gang and the Salvation Army would find it far from easy to extinguish them. Chapter 168, The Messenger of the Qing Gang after finishing his meal. Jiangnan made his way to the Wuji weapons store, intending to procure additional arms. Lord Jiangnan, Wu Qian exclaimed, swiftly rising to his feet. His demeanor filled with utmost respect. It has been a long time since we last met. What brings you to my humble shop? I wish to commission a batch of weapons, including throwing knives, spears, and large blades, Jiangnan stated, listing his desired items. Having ascended to the rank of a level 4 ability user, his control over objects had significantly improved, necessitating a larger quantity and higher quality of arms. Wu Qian, who had awakened abilities related to forging, produced weapons of exceptional quality, making him a fitting choice. However, upon hearing Jiangnan and Apos' request, Wu Qian and Apos' expression turned conflicted. As if he were hesitant to speak. Lord Jiangnan furrowed his brow slightly. Speak your mind. There is no need for obfuscation. I am not here to harm you. Yes. Wu Qian nodded repeatedly, letting out a resigned sigh. I fear I cannot sell you the weapons. I must protect my shop and my own life. Cannot sell? Jiangnan was momentarily taken aback, but soon realized the implication. The entire safety zone was aware that he had offended both the Qing gang and the Salvation Army. The delicate balance between the two factions was on the verge of collapse. Ultimately, regardless of who gained control over Bihai City, both Jiangnan and the Research Institute would face repercussions. At this moment, no one wished to associate with them for fear of retaliation. Wu Qian, a mere level 1 ability user, lacking both power and talent, could only forge weapons and survive by selling them. Thus, he dared not take the risk of selling to Jiangnan. Do not force me, Wu Qian gritted his teeth. Very well, I shall not pressure you, Jiangnan replied, nodding before turning to leave. Not long after departing, Jiangnan halted in a secluded alleyway. Come out. You have followed me for quite some time. If you do not reveal yourself now, do not blame me for being impolite. His demeanor was icy, and the alleyway behind him was devoid of life, save for the wind that whispered through. A palpable aura of murderous intent emanated from Jiangnan as he spoke in a chilling tone. I will count to 3. If you do not emerge, I shall take action. I never expected you to notice, as expected of you, Jiangnan. A sharp voice echoed around him, seemingly emanating from all directions, elusive and difficult to pinpoint. Yet, no matter how powerful you are, can you surpass Song Weilong? Can you rival Zhu Yilong? One must possess self-awareness. The voice taunted once more. Enough of this charade. Jiangnan and Apos' expression darkened. In an instant, he materialized 20 meters ahead. With a resounding thud, Jiangnan struck the wall beside him with a punch. A slender figure was sent crashing through the wall, blood spurting forth as they landed on the ground. The individual, now dazed, scrambled to flee for their life. You cannot escape. Jiangnan teleported in front of them, seizing their neck with an iron grip. In the face of their terror, he coldly inquired, "Who are you? Do you dare mock me, wishing for death? Let me go? Please, release me." The slender ability user struggled futilely. "Tell me who you are and who sent you." Jiangnan tightened his grip, causing the individual's face to flush red, nearly choking them. "If you do not speak, I shall have no choice but end your life." The slender ability user trembled in fear and quickly confessed, "I will tell you. I was sent by Song Weilong, instructed to inform you that while he does not require your alliance with the Qing gang, he hopes you will not involve yourself in the conflict between the Qing gang and the Salvation Army. If you can comply, the Qing gang will not target you in the future. Otherwise, the consequences will be yours to bear. Leave." Jiangnan scoffed, casting the slender ability user to the ground. The individual, trembling and terrified, hurriedly fled. "Huh? Consequences to bear?" Jiangnan chuckled coldly. "I am eager to witness what those consequences entail." At the Qing gang and Oppo's encampment, upon returning, the slender ability user sought out Song Weilong immediately. "Chief." The slender figure, pale and bloodied, appeared before him, their breath labored. Though Jiangnan had only struck him once, that blow had wreaked havoc on his internal organs, leaving him in excruciating pain. "You were attacked?" Song Weilong furrowed his brow at the sight of them. "Did you deliver the message?" "Chief, I followed your instructions." But Jiangnan and Oppo's senses were too acute. He discovered my position immediately. He struck without hesitation, even after recognizing me as your subordinate. The slender ability user seethed with resentment. Song Weilong raised a hand to silence him. "As long as you conveyed the message, that is sufficient." Regarding Jiangnan, his expression turned icy, his eyes devoid of warmth. "Once this matter is resolved, he will pay the price. Since you are injured, take the time to recuperate. You need not participate in tomorrow and Oppo's operation." "Understood." The slender ability user bowed respectfully before departing. As he watched the individual leave, Song Weilong's gaze grew ever colder. "Jiangnan, I have extended my goodwill to you from the very beginning, yet you have repeatedly rebuffed my overtures, disregarding my kindness. Once the Salvation Army is dealt with, your end shall come. Rest assured, that day is not far off." Not long after, darkness enveloped the sky. The Qing gang remained as brightly lit as ever. "Jinqing, accompany me to meet someone." Clad in ordinary attire, Song Weilong summoned Zhao Jincheng and discreetly exited the Qing gang. Soon, they arrived at an unremarkable courtyard within the safety zone. The dim glow of flickering candles illuminated the space. "Brother Dong, Chief Song." Upon his arrival, the occupants within recognized him, and they hurriedly retreated into the room. The individual within was none other than Dong Shizhua, the vice commander of the Salvation Army. If anyone were to witness this scene, they would undoubtedly be taken aback. The leader of the Qing gang, Song Weilong, clandestinely meeting with the vice commander of the Salvation Army? Chapter 169. Intrigue and betrayal. The two conversed in the room for a while. Zhao Jincheng, feeling a sense of duty, stepped outside to remain vigilant. "Brother Dong, I will trouble you tomorrow," whispered Song Weilong. "Rest assured, I shall act according to the plan," replied Dong Shizhua in a hushed tone. Everyone believed he had a close relationship with Zhu Yilong, making betrayal seem impossible. Yet, unbeknownst to them, Dong Shizhua harbored his own ambitions. Since the day he met Zhu Yilong, he had lived in his shadow. Zhu Yilong was always superior, more intelligent, and more capable. In the apocalypse, Zhu Yilong's powers eclipsed his own. Ultimately, Zhu Yilong achieved his goal of becoming the supreme leader of the Salvation Army, while Dong Shizhua barely secured the position of deputy leader solely due to his connection with Zhu Yilong. Consumed by jealousy, he yearned to usurp Zhu Yilong and Oppo's place, which led to the current scene. "Leader, I have an unwelcome request." Dong Shizhua hesitated before speaking. "State your demand," Song Weilong replied decisively. Dong Shizhua was pivotal in dealing with Zhu Yilong, and he would do everything possible to fulfill any of his requests. "I want Jiangnan and Oppo's life," Dong Shizhua stated coldly. "After we resolve Zhu Yilong, I hope the leader can assist me in capturing Jiangnan. I fear my strength may be insufficient, hence I implore your help." "You seek Jiangnan and Oppo's life? Is it for your son?" Song Weilong laughed. "Rest assured, I will assist you with this task. You are not the only one who desires Jiangnan and Oppo's demise." "Excellent. It is settled then." Dong Shizhua also smiled. Shortly after, he departed first. "Let us return," Song Weilong said. And not long after, he and Zhao Jincheng left for the Qing gang. However, unbeknownst to them, a figure silently emerged from the shadows after their departure. Song Weilong seeks to kill me, and Dong Shizhua wishes the same. Do they all harbor such animosity towards me? Jiangnan and Appo's face bore a look of resignation. He felt he had done nothing to warrant such hatred. Yet today, fortune smiled upon him, revealing a significant secret. The leader of the Qing gang and the deputy leader of the Salvation Army were conspiring together. If all goes as expected, the Qing gang would certainly emerge victorious. Jiangnan and Appo's expression turned contemplative. From the earlier movements of the Qing gang and the Salvation Army, it was evident that the Qing gang was much more proactive in instigating conflict with the Salvation Army, while the latter appeared conservative and reactive. It was as if the Qing gang was confident in their impending victory. Jiangnan had previously wondered what gave Song Weilong such audacity, but now he understood. Dong Shizhua, Zhu Yilong and Appo's right-hand man, had allied with Song Weilong. What a ruthless maneuver by Song Weilong. Zhu Yilong might very well be in peril this time. Though it would have been better had he remained unaware of this news. Now that he knew, a cold smile crept across Jiangnan and Appo's face. With a gust of wind, Jiangnan departed from his position. The next day, in the Salvation Army camp, Zhu Yilong awoke in his bedroom, feeling refreshed. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened. On the living room table lay a letter. Who placed this here? Zhu Yilong was taken aback. He was certain that the letter was not there when he fell asleep the previous night. Furthermore, without his directive, no one could enter his quarters. Thus, there was only one possibility. Someone had intruded last night and left this letter without his awareness. The thought sent chills down his spine. Generally, those skilled in stealth could not evade his perception, and many capable individuals guarded his room. Under such circumstances, the intruder had managed to enter unnoticed. If they could slip a letter to him today, they could just as easily deliver a lethal blow while he slept tomorrow. Zhu Yilong and Appo's eyes flickered, his expression icy as he tore open the letter. The leader, breakfast is ready, said a guard as Zhu Yilong entered the dining room. As usual, a guard presented his meal before him. However, unlike before, Zhu Yilong did not eat. Leader, are you unwell? The guard inquired, puzzled. Given the leader and Appo's robust health, it seemed improbable he could fall ill. Perhaps you should eat a little. You often say one should never forget to eat, regardless of the circumstances. Zhu Yilong lifted his head, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. You seem to have a lot to say today. Do you not think so? I dare not. The guard replied, his expression uneasy. I merely expressed concern for the leader and inadvertently spoke too much. I beg for your forgiveness. Haha. What is the matter with the leader today? Are you in a foul mood that you wanted Appo's to even eat breakfast? At that moment, a hearty laugh echoed through the room as Dong Shizhua strode in, waving off the guard. Leader, calm down. The guard was just concerned and spoke a bit too much. A few words of reprimand will suffice to remind him. Zhu Yilong narrowed his eyes. You come here early today. Is there something you wish to discuss? Are you suggesting I cannot visit you without a reason? Dong Shizhua feigned indignation. After all these years, it would be odd if I didn't visit you, even at midnight. Indeed, Zhu Yilong chuckled, gesturing to the side. Let us skip breakfast today and enjoy some drinks instead. Excellent. Dong Shizhua grinned. It has been far too long since we sat together for a drink. There has been so much to attend to, leaving little room for leisure. It's rare for you to show interest today. Let us indulge a bit. You've never been one for drinking, Zhu Yilong remarked with a shake of his head. Each time I invited you, you would flee like a startled rabbit. I never expected you to agree today. Indeed, people do change. Chapter 170. The mantis stalks the cicada, while the yellow bird lies in wait. After several rounds of drinks, the two friends reminisced about their childhood, then transitioned to tales from the military barracks, and eventually discussed recent events concerning the Qing gang. Rest assured, all movements of the Qing gang are under our control, asserted Dong Shizhua, exuding confidence. Song Weilong believes the Qing gang is impenetrable, but little does he know, we have already infiltrated them extensively. He pounded his chest, declaring, I guarantee that if Song Weilong takes action, he will be left with nothing. That would be for the best, Zhu Yilong agreed, nodding. After a brief pause, he continued. However, we must remain vigilant. We have our people within the Qing gang, and they surely have infiltrators among us as well. It and Appo's possible that Song Weilong may have bribed some high-ranking officials. Understood. I will keep a close watch, Dong Shizhua replied, affirming his commitment. He then produced a bottle of wine, seemingly prepared in advance. Here, brother, this is a fine wine I recently acquired for you to savor. He smiled broadly as he poured a glass for Zhu Yilong. Yet, Zhu Yilong shook his head, gently pushing the glass aside. There and Appo's, no rush. Let us continue our conversation. Opportunities like this are rare, and soon they may not come again. Indeed, Dong Shizhua nodded, taking a seat once more. The most intricate aspect of this world is the human heart. Zhu Yilong sighed deeply. A few years ago, one could risk their life for another, yet now, one schemes to bring the same person to ruin. Why does humanity change so drastically? Dong Shizhua's expression shifted slightly at these words, but he quickly forced a smile. Brother, what are you saying? Some may change, but not everyone does. Nonetheless, being betrayed by one whom you regard as a brother must be profoundly painful, Zhu Yilong retorted, fixing a piercing gaze upon Dong Shizhua. Brother, you. Suddenly, alarmed, Dong Shizhua's face paled. Bang, bang. Two signal flares shot up into the sky from the Salvation Army camp, startling Song Weilong and his subordinates within a secluded building. It seems Dong Shizhua has succeeded. Prepare for action, he commanded. A team will follow me through the secret passage into the Salvation Army and Appo's camp. The rest will annihilate them. Yes, yes. The group responded eagerly, their eyes shining with determination. Leading a dozen powerful supernatural beings, Song Weilong navigated the secret passage that Dong Shizhua had informed them about, traversing through drainage systems and bypassing security breaches. Soon, they emerged outside Zhu Yilong and Appo's villa, confident that he would be there at this hour. With a smile, Song Weilong thought of the wine he had given Dong Shizhua, carefully concocted to significantly diminish Zhu Yilong and Appo's strength. Once I make my move, he is as good as dead. However, as they approached, an eerie silence enveloped the room. Silence. Song Weilong paused, then chuckled. Could it be that the wine and Appo's effects were greater than I anticipated? Did Dong Shizhua eliminate Zhu Yilong before I arrived? Hurriedly, he moved forward, only to be met with chaos within, a scene of fierce struggle, shattered glass, and blood-stained floors. In the midst of the wreckage, a bloodied figure knelt on the ground. Song Weilong's expression changed drastically. It was Dong Shizhua, the one meant to support them. Damn it. Dong Shizhua has failed, he bellowed. Flee. With that, the superpowered beings dashed away without hesitation. At that moment, the villa erupted in a deafening explosion, engulfing everything in a terrifying blaze and shockwave that obliterated all in its path. Several of the fleeing supernatural beings were thrown back, gasping for breath, while others suffered injuries from the blast. Kill them. Leave no one alive. Zhu Yilong commanded coldly, his demeanor resolute. Kill. The Salvation Army's supernatural beings surged forward, while snipers and machine gunners unleashed a relentless barrage. Damn it. We've been ambushed. Retreat. Song Weilong roared, his body crackling with electricity as he summoned two colossal lightning beasts that surged forward, swiftly dispatching two machine gunners. Song Weilong, your adversary is me, Zhu Yilong retorted, launching himself into the fray. You dare seek death? Song Weilong screamed in fury, unleashing a torrent of thunderous beasts, winged tigers, Jiangnan-like creatures, and soaring lightning dragons, each more formidable than the last. Every strike landed with devastating force, leaving their victims, whether Jin warriors or supernatural beings, battered and lifeless. Meanwhile, Song Weilong and Appo's own contingent suffered greatly, falling one by one. Zhu Yilong, I never imagined that even your most trusted brother would be met with your suspicion. Song Weilong seethed, his eyes ablaze with rage. I never anticipated Dong Shizhua's failure. Given your trust in him, you should have had countless opportunities to act, yet he met his demise regardless. Was it his folly, or did you never truly trust him from the start? You've bewitched him. He is no longer the person he once was. If he is dead, so be it. Today, I shall ensure you accompany him. Zhu Yilong sneered, his voice laced with malice. Bring it on. I am eager to witness your true strength. Song Weilong shouted defiantly as the lightning beast charged at Zhu Yilong. Without hesitation, Zhu Yilong closed the distance, swinging his massive blade with a ferocious roar. Thunder cracked around him as lightning erupted, tearing through his flesh, leaving gruesome wounds. Yet, astonishingly, these injuries healed almost instantaneously. Simultaneously, Zhu Yilong's blade carved into Song Weilong, who lacked such regenerative abilities, soon becoming a bloodied figure. Damn it. Next time, I will surely kill you, old thief. Song Weilong roared defiantly as a colossal lightning dragon surged upward, knocking Zhu Yilong and Appo's blade from his grasp and forcing him back several paces. In an instant, Song Weilong turned and fled. Chapter 171. Your abilities are impressive. I accept them. Bang, bang. A series of gunshots rang out. In the distance, a sniper fired, several bullets striking Song Weilong in the back. Stumbling, he nevertheless continued to flee at a frantic pace. Anyone daring to obstruct his path was obliterated by the lightning beast he unleashed. The members of the Salvation Army, endowed with abilities, wished to pursue him, but were halted by Zhu Yilong and Apos' authoritative shout. Do not pursue. You are no match for him. Before he could finish his warning, Zhu Yilong suddenly coughed up a mouthful of crimson blood, his expression growing increasingly haggard. Commander, what is happening? The expression of the Salvation Army and Apos' ability users shifted dramatically. Zhu Yilong and Apos' power was self-healing. Ordinarily, he could recover from minor injuries in an instant. Yet, the severity of his current wounds was unprecedented. My injuries are grave. Song Weilong's strength exceeds my expectations. However, his wounds will be even more severe than mine. Zhu Yilong's gaze darkened as he watched Song Weilong's retreating figure. Immediately organize forces for a citywide pursuit. Leave no one from the Qing gang alive. Song Weilong is gravely injured and will not strike again in the short term. I require just 2 days to regain my peak condition, and then it will be Song Weilong's demise. Yes. Yes. The crowd nodded in unison. Cough. Cough. Song Weilong hurried back at the utmost speed. When he appeared, drenched in blood at the Qing gang and Apos' encampment, all present were aghast. Boss, what has happened? Zhao Jinsheng, who remained at the Qing gang and Apos' headquarters, was at a loss. We have been ambushed. The others are likely dead. Song Weilong coughed weakly, his complexion growing paler as he expelled more blood. What? Ambushed? Are the others nearly all dead? Upon hearing this news, Zhao Jinsheng and Apos' heart surged with tumultuous waves, akin to the earth collapsing beneath him. Despite their thorough preparations and having Dong Shizhua as an insider, failure still befell them. Boss, what shall we do now? Immediately issue orders to abandon all enterprises outside the headquarters. We must fortify our defenses here. Song Weilong's voice was strained. The immediate priority is to preserve our remaining forces and withstand the Salvation Army's assault. Once I recover, we shall counterattack. Yes. Zhao Jinsheng nodded vigorously. Yet, he was acutely aware that the Qing gang had suffered significant losses and was now holed up in their headquarters. Abandoning their businesses meant regaining them would be a mere dream. Do not let anyone disturb me unless the Salvation Army breaches the headquarters. After issuing this command, Song Weilong retreated to his chamber. Creak. A wall in the bedroom slowly opened, revealing a dark passageway behind it. This was Song Weilong and Apos' secret chamber, known only to him within the entire Qing gang. Damn it. Why? Why did Zhu Yilong discover that Dong Shizhua was a traitor? Song Weilong gritted his teeth, his blood-red eyes filled with resentment. Dong Shizhua was Zhu Yilong's most trusted confidant, wielding substantial authority within the Salvation Army. Zhu Yilong and Apos' previous actions had indicated his unreserved trust in Dong Shizhua. Who would have imagined that Dong Shizhua would be exposed at such a critical moment, dragging him into an ambush and resulting in the loss of most of the Qing gang's ability users? The Qing gang was no longer a match for the Salvation Army. All his efforts and hard work had gone up in flames. How infuriating. My vast Qing gang. Song Weilong's expression was one of anguish. Yet he felt utterly powerless. You must be wondering how Dong Shizhua was discovered, correct? Suddenly, a voice pierced the silence. Who? Show yourself. Song Weilong shot upright, his gaze sharp and his heart racing as he turned towards the underground passage. Is it you? How did you get in here? Song Weilong stared incredulously at the approaching figure. It was Jiangnan. Although Song Weilong had never met Jiangnan, he had seen numerous photographs and videos, recognizing him immediately. Why can't Apos' come in? Jiangnan scoffed. It was I who informed Zhu Yilong about Dong Shizhua and Apos' betrayal. You thought it was a secret, but I had known all along. It was you? Seeking death. Song Weilong's eyes gleamed dangerously, disregarding his injuries as he leapt into action. 2 lightning beasts surged forth, hurtling towards Jiangnan. Song Weilong followed closely behind. Boom. Boom. The 2 lightning beasts struck empty air, leaving 2 charred craters where Jiangnan had stood moments before. Where did he go? Song Weilong and Apos' expression shifted alarmingly. Behind you. Die. Jiangnan raised a large blade, slicing downward with ferocity. The blade whistled through the air, faster than lightning. Huh. You, a level 3 ability user, think you can kill me? You overestimate yourself. Even in my injured state, I am not one you can affront. Song Weilong scoffed coldly, his fingers splayed wide. In an instant, thunder roared as 5 bolts of lightning erupted from his palm, akin to 5 massive serpents lunging towards Jiangnan. Boom. Jiangnan was propelled backward by the force of the explosion. Want to kill me? You greatly overestimate your capabilities. Song Weilong sneered, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Initially, he had been shocked, unsure how Jiangnan had discovered his secret chamber and managed to infiltrate. However, he quickly regained composure. Jiangnan was merely a level 3 ability user, insignificant. Your abilities are rather impressive. Jiangnan suddenly smiled, as if appraising an exquisite item, his demeanor appearing satisfied. Song Weilong furrowed his brow. What was Jiangnan saying? Shouldn't he be concerned for his own life at this moment? Why was he so composed? Your abilities are commendable. I shall accept them. As for you, you shall die. Jiangnan's expression remained placid, as though stating a matter of course. Ridiculous. Kill me? Do you possess the strength to do so? Song Weilong scoffed derisively, yet unease nodded him with increasing intensity. Jiangnan and Amp, Oppos' demeanor was exceedingly peculiar. Suddenly, a sound of slicing air echoed in Song Weilong and Amp, Oppos' ears. Several bolts of black lightning surged towards him from different directions. Simultaneously, Jiangnan's aura exploded forth in full force. Damn it! You are actually a level 4 ability user. Realization dawned on Song Weilong, and his expression paled dramatically. Chapter 172, The Plunder of Abilities, Thunderbeast Swish. Several flying daggers shot through the air with astonishing speed. Song Weilong hastily responded, unleashing 2 bolts of lightning that transformed into a thunderbeast, colliding with the daggers. However, one dagger eluded him and struck him fiercely in the shoulder blade. With a splatter of blood, Song Weilong let out a muffled groan. Die. At that moment, Jiangnan had closed in. A massive cleaver descended with force. Thud. Song Weilong's head nearly severed from his body. Rest easy. To perish by my hand is no small loss. Jiangnan observed Song Weilong with an indifferent gaze. You shall pay. Song Weilong's eyes brimmed with resentment. Yet ultimately, he breathed his last. This once mighty leader of the Qing gang, a legendary figure, met his demise at Jiangnan's hands. He likely never imagined such a fate would befall him. Ding. Host has slain an enemy. The target possesses the ability Thunderbeast. Do you wish to plunder? At that moment, a notification echoed in Jiangnan and Oppos' mind. Typically, such sounds accompany the defeat of an ability user, yet he had previously dismissed them, opting to refuse. This time, however, it was different. Song Weilong and Amp, Oppos' Thunderbeast represented a formidable offensive power that could significantly enhance Jiangnan and Amp, Oppos' combat prowess. Plunder. In the next instant, currents of electricity coursed through Jiangnan and Oppos' body. Plunder successful. Name: Jiangnan. Gender: male. Abilities: teleportation LV4, object manipulation LV4, storage space LV4, corpse king LV4. Thunder Beast LV4, slots 5-6, additional slots available upon system upgrade. Excellent. It has succeeded. Jiangnan nodded in satisfaction. He contemplated Song Weilong and Amp, Oppos' corpse, realizing its potential should not be squandered. Whoosh. Jiangnan vanished from his location, only to return shortly thereafter, accompanied by a level 3 zombie, which followed him timidly like a devoted apprentice. Go, bite him, Jiangnan commanded. Without hesitation, the zombie lunged at Song Weilong's body. After a swift bite, it released its grip and stood aside, paralyzed with fear. Jiangnan fixated on Song Weilong's corpse. Soon, it began to convulse, as if swarms of insects were writhing beneath his skin. Almost there, Jiangnan's gaze sharpened, fixated on the body. Having been bitten by the level 3 zombie, it was only a matter of time before Song Weilong would rise as a zombie himself. As a level 4 ability user, his strength would remain intact even in death. Even without his abilities, he would still be a bona fide level 4 zombie. Commanding a zombie of such caliber would provide Jiangnan with a significant advantage against Zhu Yilong. Indeed, shortly after, a greenish substance surfaced on Song Weilong and Amp, Oppos' body, emanating an unmistakable zombie aura. Roar. Song Weilong let out a fierce roar that reverberated throughout the chamber, shattering various bottles and jars. The level 3 zombie, terrified, cowered on the ground, whimpering. Roar. Crash. Song Weilong immediately noticed the level 3 zombie and, with a powerful kick, crushed its skull before sinking his teeth into it. The zombie struggled violently, yet ultimately, it succumbed, its neck bitten through with no resistance left to offer. After dispatching the level 3 zombie, Song Weilong turned his gaze towards Jiangnan. Roar. A fierce glint ignited in Song Weilong and Amp, Oppos' eyes, though transformed into a zombie. Devoid of his former memories, a primal instinct surged within him, compelling him to kill the human before him. Yet, he hesitated, instinctively sensing the formidable presence of Jiangnan, which filled him with dread. From this moment forth, you shall obey my commands. Jiangnan exuded the aura of the corpse king, speaking with a calm authority. Outside, the Salvation Army had mobilized all their elite forces to encircle the Qing gang. Having suffered significant losses, the Qing gang and Appos' strength had been considerably diminished, rendering them ill-equipped to confront the Salvation Army. Fortunately, the Qing gang had opted for a strategic retreat, sacrificing much of their territory and resources, yet preserving their core fighting force. A large contingent of Qing gang armed personnel took refuge behind their headquarters and Appos' fortifications, bracing against the onslaught of the Salvation Army. On the first day, the Salvation Army's assault was relentless, deploying heavy weaponry for indiscriminate bombardment. Each ability user among the Salvation Army showcased their prowess, inflicting devastating casualties upon the Qing gang forces. Nevertheless, the Qing gang proved resilient, withstanding wave after wave of fierce attacks. Simultaneously, the remaining ability users of the Qing gang initiated counteroffensive operations. The two factions exchanged blows, suffering profound losses on both sides. After a grueling day and night of combat, a stalemate ensued. Are the howitzers ready? Zhao Jinqing inquired of his subordinate. All set, the subordinate promptly replied. While some of our howitzers were destroyed, many remained functional. And we have ample ammunition at our disposal. Excellent. Now, aim for the Salvation Army's main camp and fire. Zhao Jinqing commanded fiercely. Additionally, organize the ability users for a third counterattack. They will exit the camp through the second secret passage, encircling the Salvation Army for a surprise strike. Finally, tally the supplies in the camp. We must prepare for a prolonged engagement. Zhao Jinqing issued his directives, with Song Weilong gravely injured and in seclusion to recover. The Qing gang found itself in a precarious position. Zhao Jinqing had no choice but to shoulder the burden. I hope the leader recovers swiftly. Only then can our crisis be averted. Zhao Jinqing silently prayed. In his heart, he knew that Song Weilong was the anchor of the Qing gang. His presence would undoubtedly bolster their morale and increase their chances of surviving this crisis. Alas, Zhao Jinqing remained unaware that Song Weilong had not only been slain by Jiangnan, but had also been transformed into a zombie. Should this news leak, it would surely shatter the already fragile morale of the Qing gang, prompting them to surrender on the spot. Chapter 173, The Final Assault, The Demise of the Qing Gang indeed. A fierce confrontation has erupted between the Qing Gang and the Salvation Army. It was rumored that the Qing Gang had bribed the deputy commander of the Salvation Army, Dong Shizhua, to collaborate in eliminating Zhu Yilong. However, for reasons unknown, the information regarding Dong Shizhua's betrayal by Song Weilong came to light, leading to Zhu Yilong and Appos' awareness of the plot. The battle between the Salvation Army and the Qing Gang rages fiercely, with gunfire echoing throughout the safety zone. Most survivors take refuge within their homes, while a few confident ability users gather to discuss the unprecedented conflict between the two factions. The Qing Gang finds itself in perilous straits. Indeed, Song Weilong has been ambushed and severely injured, although Zhu Yilong has also sustained injuries. His recovery will undoubtedly outpace that of Song Weilong. At that juncture, currently, the Qing Gang and Appos' situation appears grim, unless unforeseen circumstances arise. It seems they will be obliterated from Bihai City, relegated to the annals of history. Meanwhile, the Salvation Army stands poised to become the sole sovereign of the safety zone. Should Zhu Yilong succeed in annihilating the Qing Gang, his next targets will undoubtedly be Jiangnan and the Research Institute. Someone murmured. Zhu Yilong is inherently vindictive and has a weakness for women. Jiangnan is doomed, and his subordinates will likely meet a grim fate as well. Jiangnan is truly foolish. He should have accepted Zhu Yilong's terms. Now, it is too late for him to reconsider, as Zhu Yilong would not even spare him a glance. Indeed, he is still far too young, having squandered a winning hand. In the Salvation Army and Appos' encampment, within a basement, Zhu Yilong sat cross-legged on the ground. Eyes closed, utterly still. An aura of vitality emanated from him. His complexion was rosy, betraying no signs of his injuries. His ability, self-healing, allows him to recover from even the gravest wounds in a remarkably short period. During the previous day's fierce battle, he had willingly exchanged injuries to inflict damage upon his adversary. Were it not for his formidable healing powers, he might have perished. However, after a day and Appos' adjustment, he had regained half of his strength. Song Weilong, prepare to meet your end. Zhu Yilong's eyes snapped open. Within just one day, his injuries had substantially healed. What should have been a life-threatening condition appeared trivial before him. There is no way Song Weilong could have recovered in such a brief span. In this contest of strengths, Song Weilong and Amp, Oppos, demise is inevitable. We have fought for far too long. It is time to bring this to a conclusion. A glimmer of cold light flickered in Zhu Yilong and Oppos' eyes, radiating a palpable aura of menace. He had always regarded Song Weilong with trepidation, for within Binhai City, only he and the Qin gang posed a genuine threat. In terms of raw power, he could not match Song Weilong, whose explosive force was formidable. This time, he had initially injured Song Weilong with explosives, then, despite sustaining injuries himself, had endeavored to severely wound his opponent. Now, time was of the essence. He would strike while his adversary was vulnerable. Come here. Zhu Yilong summoned several key leaders. He briefly inquired about the battle conditions between the Salvation Army and the Qin gang over the past day. Did Song Weilong abandon the majority of his assets? And you encountered no resistance while taking control? Are all members of the Qin gang holed up in their stronghold? Zhu Yilong chuckled, shaking his head repeatedly. Song Weilong was indeed decisive, relinquishing so many assets with no hesitation. Such actions would greatly diminish the Qin gang and Oppos' chances of resurgence in the future. However, it could also allow them to linger on for a time, provided my recovery pace is on par with his. Zhu Yilong scoffed derisively. Alas, I need only a day to recover most of my strength. What of Song Weilong? At least half a month. Gather all members of the Salvation Army immediately and prepare for a full-scale assault outside the Qin gang and Oppos' encampment. Tonight shall mark the end of the Qin gang. Zhu Yilong and Oppos' gaze was frigid. The minor leaders, upon hearing this, were solemn expressions. The annihilation of the Qin gang would be achieved in one fell swoop. Yes. They complied and hastily withdrew. And as for Jiangnan, his earlier refusal of my invitation was indeed resolute. Once I have dealt with the Qin gang and Song Weilong, I shall hold you accountable. Zhu Yilong snorted disdainfully. He was inherently a narrow-minded individual, harboring a grudge that he would not soon forget. Moreover, once he eradicated the Qin gang, he intended to cleanse the entire safety zone, establishing absolute dominion. Any faction, regardless of size, would be compelled to submit to his authority. The Research Institute in Jiangnan, being particularly formidable, would be the first to face his wrath. Nightfall descended, thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder and the clangor of battle, enveloping the safety zone. This relatively tranquil city was once again shrouded in darkness. Everyone was acutely aware that an unprecedented clash was imminent. Thousands of soldiers from the Salvation Army and an equal number of Qin gang members were poised to settle their scores this very night, around the Qin gang and Oppos' encampment. The fighting was exceptionally fierce. The Qin gang fiercely resisted. Although they had suffered significant losses among their ability users, their overall strength remained formidable. The Salvation Army struggled to breach their defenses. Kill them. Just as both sides found themselves locked in a stalemate, a towering figure emerged, accompanied by over 20 formidable ability users, suddenly plunging into the fray. Zhu Yilong, leading the ability users of the Salvation Army, cut through the opposition like a razor-sharp blade, ruthlessly piercing the heart of the Qin gang stronghold. Some ability users resembled colossal beasts, towering like small mountains. Others were clad in stone armor, impervious even to heavy machine gun fire. Still, others pressed their hands to the ground, causing the earth to crack rapidly. Parts of the defensive structures erected by the Qin gang collapsed and crumbled. In an instant, the Qin gang and Oppos' defenses disintegrated like an avalanche, succumbing at an astonishing pace. Some of the Qin gang and Oppos' ability users attempted to mount a counteroffensive, but only a handful remained, most of whom were second-tier ability users of mediocre strength. Under such circumstances, they were utterly incapable of halting the onslaught. Soon, the Qin gang members were forced to retreat in disarray. The remaining ability users and followers sought refuge deep within the Qin gang and Oppos' encampment. Song Weilong, where are you now? Zhu Yilong ascended to a tall building, coldly observing the scene below. He refrained from intervening, patiently awaiting the moment to strike. At this juncture, Song Weilong should be making his move. Chapter 174. The tide has turned. Meanwhile, within the last bastion of the Qin gang, a sense of despair permeated the air. It's over. We are doomed. As long as Zhu Yilong refrains from attacking, we could hold on for a while longer. But now, with Zhu Yilong launching his assault, we stand no chance. Where's the chief? Has he encountered some misfortune? Panic spread through the ranks. But I don't want to die yet. The atmosphere inside the building was fraught with anxiety, many faces betraying a deep sense of hopelessness. Where is Uncle? Why hasn't an Amp, Appos, T shown himself? Song Dong and Amp, Appos, S worry was palpable. The savior army lay in wait outside, their predatory gaze fixed upon them. Only Uncle could possibly intimidate them. If Uncle did not appear soon, Zhu Yilong would annihilate them in an instant. The crowd was engulfed in fear. Their sole hope rested upon Song Weilong. With the chief missing, Zhao Jincheng, the only one privy to the truth, wore an expression of utter despair, his spirit visibly crushed. Previously, before entering seclusion, Song Weilong had instructed him that if the situation became untenable, he should call for him. As night fell and the savior army launched their full-scale attack, Zhao Jincheng had intended to summon Song Weilong. However, he realized that Song Weilong was nowhere to be found. Chief, where have you gone? Have you abandoned us? Zhao Jincheng struggled to accept this grim possibility. He knew Song Weilong too well. After all, he was the chief's most valued subordinate. There was no way Song Weilong would forsake them, yet the stark reality left him shaken. The savior army had commenced their assault, having breached the defenses of the Qing gang and infiltrated their stronghold. In the distance, Zhao Jincheng caught sight of Zhu Yilong in action, but Song Weilong was conspicuously absent. Rumors of Song Weilong's severe injuries circulated. From this night onward, the three-way power struggle in Binhai City would become a relic of the past. This evening, it would not only be the Qing gang that met its end, but also the research institute in Jiangnan. He observed that the doors of the research institute were tightly shut, its inhabitants cowering within. Outside, numerous members of the savior army stood vigilant, preventing any escape from the institute or Jiangnan. The Qing gang was finished, and the research institute was doomed as well. Zhu Yilong and his men had encircled the building where Zhao Jincheng and Song Dong were holed up. As time ticked away, Zhu Yilong's brow furrowed deeper. Why has Song Weilong emerged? Is he choosing to hide like a coward? Truly pathetic. And he dares to vie for supremacy against me? If he fails to show himself soon, not a single soul from the Qing gang will survive. Just then, his gaze sharpened, fixating on a figure approaching from the side. It was Song Weilong? Zhu Yilong raised an eyebrow. This was indeed Song Weilong, yet something seemed amiss. His eyes were vacant, bloodshot, and he radiated an aura of violence. Moreover, his skin had taken on a darker hue, with his veins starkly visible. What was happening? There was an almost zombie-like quality about him. Zhu Yilong sensed something was off. Song Weilong, to think you would dare to appear after sustaining such grave injuries. Though I am unaware of what transpired over the past 2 days to invoke such a drastic change in you, now that you've shown yourself. A murderous intent enveloped Zhu Yilong. Let us determine our fates today. His condition was pristine, his combat prowess restored to its zenith. In contrast, Song Weilong was gravely wounded. For Zhu Yilong, this confrontation was nearly assured victory. Determining our fates? Not so fast. Suddenly, another voice resonated through the air, causing Zhu Yilong to shiver. The sound was strikingly abrupt, as if detonating in his ear. Following the voice, a figure emerged from behind Song Weilong. Jiangnan? Zhu Yilong was taken aback, confusion washing over him. How did you come to be here? Shouldn't you be hiding in the research institute, praying that I wouldn't seek retribution against you? However, in the next moment, a plausible explanation dawned upon him, prompting a derisive chuckle. Ah, I see. You fear that after I eradicate the Qing gang, I would come for you. Thus, you and Amp, Appos, VE allied with Song Weilong against me? How laughable. Had you collaborated with the Qing gang sooner, perhaps there was hope, but now, Song Weilong is beyond saving. Assisting him at this juncture is futile. Had you foreseen this day, you need not have been so cowardly. Accepting my prior invitation would have sufficed. I offer you one final chance. Surrender to me, kneel and bow 100 times, sever your hands and feet, and I may spare your life. Otherwise, you shall accompany Song Weilong to the depths of hell. Zhu Yilong proclaimed, his demeanor lofty, seemingly assured of victory. You may have misunderstood my presence here. I simply wish to convey 2 messages, Jiangnan replied with a smile, gesturing lightly. In an instant, Song Weilong collapsed to the ground, prostrating himself like a dog, showing utmost deference to Jiangnan, who shamelessly mounted his back. What? The chief of the Qing gang, Song Weilong, has knelt? Jiangnan is riding him? Is this real? Am I dreaming? Is my vision deceiving me? Could it be an illusion? This scene shocked everyone, leaving them in utter disbelief. Song Weilong was the leader of the Qing gang, one of the most powerful figures in Binhai City. The notion of anyone riding him was preposterous. This unforeseen spectacle left everyone astounded and unprepared. Zhu Long and Amp, Oppos, S eyes widened in shock, his expression one of disbelief. The chief has appeared. Haha. I knew he would never abandon us. Inside the building, the remaining members of the Qin gang observed the unfolding events with bated breath, upon witnessing Song Weilong and Amp, Oppos, S emergence. Excitement surged through them. The chief has truly returned. I would rather perish than not take a few of these savior army dogs with me. Zhao Jincheng and Song Dong exchanged exhilarated glances. It seems the chief is not entirely himself, but it matters not. The most important thing is that he has not forsaken us. With him here, I would willingly die. Yet, the events that followed would leave them all utterly unprepared. Chapter 175, The Turning Tide, Finale. To everyone's astonishment, Song Weilong suddenly prostrated himself, akin to a dog, beneath Jiangnan. This is impossible. The leader could not possibly engage in such an act. Surely, this cannot be real. What on earth is happening? Within the building, the remnants of the Qin gang, including Zhao Jincheng and Song Dong, stood in dumbfounded disbelief, their expressions a tapestry of incredulity. The impact of this scene was overwhelmingly profound. For so long, Song Weilong had been perceived as the strongest among them, a figure of utmost respect and reverence. Yet today, this supreme being was reduced to a state of utter humiliation. Their faith lay in ruins. Each person wore the countenance of despair and disillusionment. Zhu Long, do you recall the letter that appeared on your bedside table 3 days ago? Jiangnan remarked, seemingly unfazed by the astonished gazes around him. At these words, Zhu Long's countenance shifted dramatically. That letter was placed by you. It had mysteriously materialized on his desk, revealing the collusion between Dong Shizhua and Song Weilong, leaving him in a state of profound unease. He had never anticipated that Jiangnan orchestrated it all. But why would you do this? Zhu Long and Amp, Oppos, S expression grew grave. You could have allied with Song Weilong to eliminate me, even seize control of the entire Binhai city. Why divulge such critical intelligence to me? Why? Jiangnan chuckled lightly. If I had to reveal this information to you, how could I ensure both of you would suffer a mutual downfall? How else could I transform Song Weilong into a mere puppet? What? Zhu Long's face paled. Song Weilong has already become a puppet? You revealed this to incite our mutual destruction? Jiangnan, you truly are a master of disguise. If I am not mistaken, you must be a level 4 ability user by now, which is remarkable. I misjudged you, and Song Weilong did as well. He even met his demise at your hands. However, Zhu Long paused, pointing at the numerous ability users and armed personnel behind him, a smirk playing on his lips. Surely, you do not believe you can eliminate me as easily as you did Song Weilong? My wounds have healed, and I am surrounded by so many ability users. To think you could kill me? That is a delusion. Is that so? Allow me to enlighten you about my second purpose for being here, Jiangnan replied, shaking his head. I am here to take your life. Haha, you truly dare to say that. Zhu Long narrowed his eyes. Suddenly, a cacophony of gunfire erupted from outside, accompanied by thunderous explosions. This is bad. We are being attacked from outside. It must be the Research Institute and Jiangnan's forces. Damn it, how dare they act with so few people? Are they seeking death? Something is off. Their strength is formidable, and they have numerous ability users. We cannot withstand this. Cries of alarm rang out. What? Damn it, you all hurry and provide support. Zhu Long commanded urgently, his expression shifting slightly. Yet, the might of the Research Institute surpassed his expectations. Though the Savior Army was numerous, they were no match and began to retreat under the relentless onslaught. The reason was simple. Butterfly, Wanao, Su Xiaoxiao, and others were all level 3 ability users with formidable powers. The ordinary soldiers and female combatants of the Research Institute had received multiple injections of gene serum, rendering them superhuman by pre-apocalyptic standards. In confronting the mostly ordinary Savior Army, they turned the tide with ease. Only when Zhu Long dispatched more ability users did the situation stabilize somewhat. Yet, chaos erupted within the Savior Army itself as a faction led by Huang Xiaoshan suddenly turned their weapons against him. You need not worry about me. Jiangnan alone cannot harm me, not even with the now deceased Song Weilong. Zhu Long proclaimed confidently, waving his hand for others to retreat. He then fixed a cold gaze upon Jiangnan. Today, I shall demonstrate the chasm that lies between us. Ha ha. I have awaited this moment. Jiangnan replied with a light laugh. In that instant, 3 flying knives shot forth with remarkable speed, traversing over 100 meters in the blink of an eye. However, they did not target Zhu alone. The 3 hidden snipers were instantaneously eliminated. Zhu Long and Amp, Oppos, S expression darkened upon witnessing this. You discovered them, but it matters not. You shall still perish. With a furious roar, Zhu Yilong brandished a large blade, aiming for Jiangnan's head. Fearless, Jiangnan met his attack with equal ferocity. A fierce exchange ensued, both sides trading blows. It is time to end this. Suddenly, Song Weilong charged forth. Against the combined might of Jiangnan and Song Weilong, it became evident that Zhu Yilong stood no chance, regardless of his remarkable healing abilities. Before long, he found himself overwhelmed and defeated. A primal roar erupted as a beastly lightning bolt surged forth, tearing into Zhu Yilong and leaving him grievously wounded. Thud. Zhu Yilong fell to the ground. Disbelief etched upon his face as he gazed at Jiangnan. You have mastered Song Weilong and Appo's abilities? How can this be? This is clearly Song Weilong's power. How could you possess it? But he would not receive an answer. Swish. A flying knife pierced through Zhu Yilong's skull, ending his life instantly. All his doubts, confusion, and resentment vanished as he descended into the abyss. With Zhu Yilong's demise, the remnants of the savior army, save for a few who stubbornly resisted and were swiftly dealt with by Jiangnan, surrendered en masse. The remaining Qing gang members, trapped within the building, also relinquished their will to fight, opting for capitulation. In Binhai City, chaos ensued. What? The ultimate victors are neither the Qing gang nor the savior army, but Jiangnan and the Research Institute? Does this mean the Qing gang and the savior army have become relics of history? From this day forth, Jiangnan reigns supreme over Binhai City? Am I hearing this correctly? I had always believed that Jiangnan would ultimately meet a grim fate. Yet he has emerged as the ruler of Binhai City? Incredible! He single-handedly took down both Song Weilong and Zhu Yilong. The streets buzzed with conversation. Disbelief etched on every face. Initially, many struggled to accept the news. Yet, upon witnessing the takeover of the Qing gang and savior army strongholds by the Research Institute personnel, they had no choice but to believe. Binhai City had indeed undergone a transformation. From this day forth, the skies of Binhai City belong to Jiangnan. Jiangnan has proven to be quite benevolent towards us ordinary survivors. Under his protection, we can anticipate a life that is at least somewhat improved compared to our previous existence. His extraordinary talent and rapidly ascending strength undoubtedly promise us even greater security. Moreover, regarding Jiangnan's ascension as the sovereign of Binhai City, the majority holds no objections. In fact, many feel a sense of relief. It is over. Everything has come to an end. From this day forth, I shall wield control over Binhai City. Standing atop the tallest building, Jiangnan gazed down upon the safe zone, his heart swelling with emotion. Compared to my past life, this existence is truly remarkable. In my previous life, I was merely an ordinary member among countless survivors. Yet in this life, not only have I achieved success, but my rise has also surpassed common comprehension at a breathtaking pace. The growth has been swift and exceptionally thrilling. According to the memories of my past life, a series of challenges are yet to unfold. Extreme cold weather, flying zombies. However, I am filled with confidence. At present, I command the resources of all Binhai City, with ample supplies at our disposal. Our strength is rapidly escalating, regardless of what the future may hold. I am assured that I can navigate through it. Night. In a vast chamber. Brother Nan, now that we have seized control of Binhai City, what shall we do next? Butterfly inquired, her cheeks flushed with curiosity. From this day forward, Binhai City shall be our home, Jiangnan replied with a smile, looking at Butterfly and 1L. You both have traveled alongside me for far too long. It is time for you to rest well. Perhaps we shall dwell in Binhai City for the long haul, gradually growing old together.